A man traveled to an ancient famine due to a car accident and accidentally awakened a super arsenal system. The man's name is Lu Chen. He was a military fan in his previous life. Seeing the countless weapons in the system trading interface made him very excited. However, he soon discovered that he could only look at these things but could not use them because they all required money to buy. Lu Chen is now in a famine. His pockets are emptier than his face, and he can't even take out a penny. Delang, come and have some porridge. A girl of about 13 or 14 called out timidly, holding a broken bowl. Lu Chen took the bowl and poured it directly into his stomach without even looking at it. He was really hungry. Lu Chen felt bitter and astringent in his mouth. It was not until then that he noticed that the soup in the bowl was clear and watery, with only a few pieces of grass roots floating in it. At this time, Xie Qiao leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the grass roots in the bowl, and he made a swallowing motion. Xie Qiao used to have a good appearance, but now his face was sallow and he looked extremely thin. She was wobbling a bit as she walked, and she could fall down at any moment. Lu Chen felt sorry for her, so he gave the bowl of porridge to Xie Qiao. Lu Chen suddenly saw a line of small words appear above Xie Qiao's head. Loyalty, 100. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Suddenly remembering that there was still a system gift for newbies that he hadn't claimed, Lu Chen was looking forward to it. Open the gift package. Congratulations on obtaining 100,000 strength pills. Strength pills. After use, the host will permanently increase their physical strength by 10 times. Lu Chen was immediately overjoyed. 10 times the strength, 1 times the agility, and 10 times the physical strength. This was too incredible. However, there were too many powerful pills. A full 100,000, and each person could only use them once. Lu Chen didn't know who to give them to. Lu Chen immediately took out a powerful pill from the space. This powerful pill was about the size of a peanut, completely black, and exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. Lu Chen thought for a moment before stuffing the pill into his mouth, tilting his head back and swallowing it. Instantly, a powerful force emanated from his stomach. Lu Chen couldn't help but roar as a tearing pain hit him. Streams of air rushed through his body, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Lu Chen clenched his fists, feeling a surge of strength within him, as if he had endless energy. It seemed he wasn't that hungry anymore. "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Xie Qiao rushed in. Lu Chen's cry of pain had startled her. Lu Chen extended his hand, and in his palm was another powerful pill. "Xiao Qiao, come here, eat this." Without food, this powerful pill would be enough to last for a while. Xie Qiao fled to Lu Jiazhai more than a month ago to escape famine. As she had nowhere else to go, her father exchanged 3 pounds of cornmeal for her to the Lu Chen family. Lu Chen's parents were still alive at that time, but they went into the mountains to find food half a month ago and never came back. Xie Qiao took the pill and looked at it again and again, not knowing what it was. Lu Chen gestured for Xie Qiao to eat it quickly. He felt the potency of the Dali pill in his body. After taking it, he would not starve to death for at least 3 to 5 days. Xie Qiao did not suspect anything and put the Dali pill into his mouth. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen with a look of pain on her face. Lu Chen was startled, but soon understood. Did Xie Qiao think this powerful pill was poison? Lu Chen smiled. "My wife, just bear with it and it will pass." At this time, Xie Qiao felt pain all over her body, and suddenly the pain receded like a tide. Xie Qiao suddenly opened his eyes and felt that his body had undergone a great change. The biggest change was that he no longer felt hungry. Xie Qiao had previously suspected that Lu Chen had given her poison. She looked ashamed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Chen. "I'm sorry, husband. I thought you gave me poison." Lu Chen laughed and said, "You are such a silly child." Xie Qiao lowered her head even lower, stroking her long braids with both hands, and said in a low voice, "I am not a child." After taking the powerful pill, Lu Chen regained his strength and began to think about how to solve his current dilemma. Currently, the great Zhou kingdom where he lived had been plagued by drought for years. He was wondering how he could get some food. Just then, he heard a warning tone. 42 meters northeast, there is an unknown treasure. Lu Chen was stunned. He estimated that it was 40 meters northeast, behind his neighbor Zhao Tiedan's house. Lu Chen gave Xie Qiao some instructions and left. Arriving at Zhao Tiedan's house, the reminder sounded again. 1 meter ahead, there is an unknown treasure. Lu Chen saw that 1 meter ahead was just an ordinary flat ground. I think it's buried underground. It was still early, and Lu Chen was not in a hurry. After marking the place where the treasure was buried, he turned around and went home. Lu Chen waited until dark before quietly going out with his old hoe. In less than 2 incense sticks of time, he had unearthed a pottery jar. Lu Chen picked up the pottery jar and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from Zhao Tian's house. There was shouting and screams. "Mom, please stop hitting me. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. If I don't eat anything, I'll starve to death. It will be better if I starve to death. You're such a money loser." Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head, picked up the hoe, hugged the jar, and walked towards home quietly. As he reached the door, he almost bumped into someone. He looked up and saw that it was Xie Xiao. In the moonlight, Xie Xiao saw the pottery jar in Lu Chen's arms and asked hurriedly, "Husband, where have you been? What's in your arms?" Lu Chen whispered, "Let's talk about it when we get home." The two returned to the house. Lu Chen asked, "Why did you go out instead of staying in?" Xie Xiao sighed, "Oh, Zhao Dia is so pitiful. She must have heard the noise at Zhao Tian's house and left just now. Who wouldn't be pitiful in this world?" Lu Chen said, "In our current situation, we can't help even if we want to. My wife, don't think about these things. It's late, go to bed." Xie Xiao was still young, so although they were nominally married, they had not consummated their marriage. Xie Xiao had no choice but to return to his room. It wasn't until he lay down on the bed that Xie Xiao realized he had forgotten something. Lu Chen returned to his room, closed the door, and then, in the dark, opened the clay seal in the pottery jar. He reached in and felt around, his heart sinking. "There's no known treasure yet. I thought it was gold, silver, and jewelry, but after all this hard work, all I get is half a jar of worthless copper coins." With a thought, he placed the pot into the space. Simultaneously, he himself entered the space. He had already taken the time to enter the space once this afternoon. Because it was daytime, he was afraid of being discovered, so he didn't stay in the space for too long. He just took a quick look and left. Now he had time to take a closer look at this space. Having read countless stories about portable spaces, Lu Chen found his own space to be quite unremarkable. A few acres of cultivated land, a few fruit trees, and a pool of spatial spring water. Outside, there's a large 2-story building. This is just the center of the space. Looking out, the space seems endless, with plains, mountains, and even a river as far as the eye can see. Since he had plenty of time in the evening, Lu Chen decided to go into the 2-story building to see what was inside. He entered the hall, which was furnished with tables and chairs, and books and paintings on the walls. The room to the left of the hall was completely empty. In a corner was the pottery jar he had just placed in. The room to the right of the hall was also completely empty. The same was true for the other rooms on the first floor. These rooms seemed to be warehouses. Lu Chen went to the second floor and found a bedroom of nearly 100 square meters. The furnishings in the bedroom were antique, the windows were bright and clean, and it was pleasing to the eye. The bed was covered in soft, neat bedding. The bedroom had a separate bathroom and a kitchen nearby. The other rooms on the second floor were also empty. It seems that apart from the bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, all other rooms are storage. When I have nothing to do, I can cook a meal and take a nap here. It would be a great thing. Thinking about his own house, which was full of drafts, his bed made of straw, and a tattered quilt full of holes, Lu Chen didn't want to go out. But he had to return to reality in the end. Lu Chen resisted the urge to take a nap in the space and decisively left. As soon as he left, he heard a system notification. 3,500 copper coins found in the space. "Do you want to exchange them for system currency?" Lu Chen was slightly startled, then immediately said, "Exchange." In reality, these 3.5 copper coins couldn't buy much food. Even with a simple calculation, he knew that in this famine year, the price of food would be ridiculously high. The arms dealer system, however, sells food at a fair price. Purchasing from the system is naturally more cost-effective. Successfully exchanged for 3,500 copper coins. System currency balance is 3,500. Lu Chen smiled. Fair enough, not a ripoff. Lu Chen, who had over 3,000 yuan in cash, immediately entered the system store. However, when he saw the prices of the weapons in the store, he couldn't help but shake his head. The cheapest standard-issue pistol cost 1,500 yuan each. The cheapest rifle was a whopping 5,000 yuan. The little money he had was of little use. So, his priority was buying food. Rice, pork belly, instant noodles, all nutritionally balanced military rations, 30 bags of the cheapest, only cost 600 yuan. When Lu Chen suddenly came to, he found that there was only 1,500 yuan left in the system funds. That's all for now. Keep the remaining 1,000 or so for emergencies. Lu Chen lay in bed, holding a piece of butter bread and chewing it slowly. Although the pills made him more resistant to hunger, they couldn't replace food. Without food, he would still starve to death. So he had to eat something first. After eating the bread, he felt thirsty, so he used a bowl to take some spring water from the space and gulp down a few mouthfuls. Lu Chen discovered that the spring water in the space was not only sweet and delicious, but also had the effect of relieving fatigue and enhancing physical function. After a few gulps of the spring water, he felt instantly refreshed. It was like he had discovered a new world. Maybe this spring water has even more unexpected uses. After eating and drinking, Lu Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. That night, Lu Chen slept soundly. The next morning, before Lu Chen woke up, Xie Xiao had already gone to the back mountain, carrying a small backpack and a small shovel in hand. When Xie Xiao woke up in the morning, although she was still very hungry, she felt quite energetic. This was an experience she hadn't had in a long time. For the past 6 months, even if she occasionally managed to eat half a full meal, she still felt weak. Today, she had strength, so she naturally didn't want to waste it. So, she decided to go to the back mountain to dig up some grass roots. As for wild vegetables, the wild vegetables on the nearby hills had long been dug up. The bark of the trees surrounding the village had also been stripped. Xie Xiao walked along the mountain road, searching the bare ground. Suddenly, she saw something not far ahead. She hurried forward, took out a shovel, dug twice, and turned out a dark red plant root. Xie Xiao was overjoyed as she placed the piece of grass root, barely larger than a bean, into her backpack. Finally, her trip wasn't in vain. Suddenly, she faintly heard voices coming from not far away. She looked ahead and saw 4 or 5 people emerging from the ridge. "Fifth brother, take a break. I'm dying of exhaustion." Who would come to this mountain so early in the morning? Xie Xiao couldn't help but shudder as she listened to the conversations of the people in front of her. As she was startled, the people in front of her had already noticed her. "Look, there's a little fat sheep up ahead." When several people saw Xie Xiao, their eyes all showed a terrifying green light, and they rushed towards her. Xie Xiao was so scared that her mind was out of control. Xie Xiao had heard countless times that the most terrifying thing about famine was these demons who devoured people without leaving any bones behind. They would chew even bones into pieces. These people wandered around in groups of 3 or 5, and they loved to prey on women and children who were alone. Xie Xiao panicked when he saw the big men surrounding him like wolves and tigers. Xie Xiao held a small shovel in his hand and said in a trembling voice, "You don't come over here." After the tall and thin man in the lead saw Xie Xiao's appearance clearly, a wicked smile appeared on his face. "Don't be afraid, little sister. You're so lucky to have met us today. TSK, you look pretty good. Brothers, we're so lucky today." As they spoke, several people surrounded Xie Xiao. Xie Xiao desperately waved his shovel to stop them from getting closer. But how could a small shovel possibly handle a few strong men? In the eyes of the men, this weak little girl, who looked only 12 or 13 years old, was like a lamb to be slaughtered. A bald man chuckled and reached out to grab the shovel in Xie Xiao's hand. Xie Xiao's only weapon was the shovel, and she couldn't let him take it away. She could only swing the shovel harder. By then, the man's hand was almost grabbing the shovel. Crack! A crisp sound. Immediately afterwards, the bald man let out a terrifying howl. "Ah! My hand! My hand!" The men looked over and saw the bald man's hand hanging at an odd angle at his wrist. Broken! The men all gasped. Then he looked at Xie Xiao in amazement. How much strength could this little girl have? How could she possibly break a grown man's hand with just a small shovel? A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the man called Fifth Brother. He gritted his teeth and said, "Little bitch, how dare you hurt my brother? Today, I will make you suffer from ecstasy and death, a life worse than death." Xie Xiao was completely stunned. Seeing the burly man in the lead approaching, Xie Xiao had nowhere to retreat and could only swing the shovel again. "Don't come over! Don't come over!" The fifth brother suddenly reached out and grabbed the shovel in Xie Xiao's hand. Xie Xiao watched the man move, but felt that his movements were slow and powerless. She aimed the shovel at the man's arm and hit him with it. "Ah!" The fifth brother screamed and stepped back. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Their fifth brother's arm was also broken by the shovel. The fifth brother's face twisted in pain, and he roared repeatedly. The remaining three hesitated for a moment, then rushed forward and pounced on Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao was now filled with confusion. How could she be so powerful? At this moment, the three men's movements towards her seemed incredibly slow and full of flaws. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Xie Qiao swung the shovel and attacked the three men. Wherever Xie Qiao's shovel touched, the three men howled like ghosts and wolves. Fifth brother and Baldy watched on in amazement. By the time they came to their senses, Xie Qiao had already gone on a killing spree. The fifth brother held his broken arm in his hand and tried to turn around and run away, but Xie Qiao smashed his forehead with a shovel. The bald man saw the tragic death of his eldest brother and turned to run, but his legs were weak and he couldn't move even a step. The remaining three survivors were pale as death, and they didn't even have the courage to beg for mercy. They were so arrogant just now, but now they were so cowardly. Go to hell. The blood was shed again. Chapter 4. There are robbers coming. Everyone, please pay attention. This little girl named Xie Qiao is carrying a secret that she dare not tell anyone. She returned home, trembling and in a trance with this secret. It was still daylight, and Xie Qiao found the door to her house closed. A tempting aroma wafted through the door, leaving her empty stomach and making her even hungrier. Husband, Xie Qiao called softly, then pushed the door open. Lu Chen was sitting at a worn wooden table. In a clay pot on the table sat large, greasy chunks of meat. Xie Qiao was startled, as if she had walked into the wrong place. In the pot on the table, steaming white rice filled the air with fragrance. Husband, these are... Xie Qiao was surprised. In this era of food scarcity, where did the rice and fatty meat come from? When Lu Chen saw Xie Qiao coming back, he smiled, stood up, and said, "My wife, where have you been? I've been waiting for a long time. Come sit down and eat." As he spoke, he served Xie Qiao a bowl of rice and put on the table. Xie Qiao felt like she was dreaming as Lu Chen gently helped her sit down at the table. "I got some unexpected money yesterday, so I went to town and bought some rice and pork. I made some food. Come on, eat." At this moment, Xie Qiao remembered that Lu Chen had brought home a jar last night. Could that jar contain the windfall he'd mentioned? However, Xie Qiao still had some doubts. The town was about 10 miles away from the village, and the journey would take most of the day. What's more, even pork is hard to buy now. You only see a pork seller once every 2 weeks. Just as Xie Qiao was wondering, Lu Chen had already handed the bowl to her. "My dear, eat quickly." Xie Qiao was now completely immersed in the aroma of the food, and the doubts in her stomach were diluted by the aroma of the food. She picked up the bowl, took a mouthful of rice, and suddenly her eyes misted over. How long had it been since she had eaten such authentic food? Even before she fled the famine, it was rare to eat such a big mouthful of white rice during the Chinese New Year. Xie Qiao took a few bites and suddenly noticed a large piece of shiny meat in his bowl. The meat was golden in color with fat and lean parts, and it was so appetizing just by looking at it. "Don't just eat rice, eat more meat." Xie Qiao raised her head and looked at Lu Chen, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Thank you, my husband." Xie Qiao choked up. Ever since her parents sold her to Lu Chen's family, Lu Chen hadn't been very enthusiastic towards her. While not cold, he hadn't shown much affection either. Xie Qiao could tell that Lu Chen's thoughts were always on Zhao Dai next door. But today, Lu Chen's actions made her feel a little warm inside. Xie Qiao put the piece of meat in her mouth and chewed it slowly. The strong aroma made her head slightly dizzy. "It smells so good." She hadn't eaten meat like this in a long time, let alone pork this good. She even thought that even the food of the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty was no better than this. With the delicious braised pork, Xie Qiao quickly devoured the large bowl of rice, leaving not a single grain behind. His long-lasting hunger was finally satisfied. "My dear, eating too much is not good. I can't take it. Let's eat the rest tonight." Lu Chen finished speaking and began to clear the dishes. "Husband, let me do it." Xie Qiao hurriedly stood up, snatched the bowl from Lu Chen's hand, and quickly cleared it. She was washing the pots and dishes in the kitchen, but her mind was thinking about her experience in the mountains today, and she was uneasy. "Should I tell my husband? I've already buried those people. Will they be discovered? If I tell him that I killed people, even though they deserved to die, I still killed them, will he think I'm cruel? How can my husband like me, a murderer? If I don't tell him, I'll feel sorry for him. What should I do?" Just as Xie Qiao was feeling overwhelmed, she suddenly heard the sound of a bell. She was startled. That was the village bell. During this famine, Ringing the village bell usually meant no good. Lu Chen also heard the bell and walked to the kitchen, briefly explained something, and then headed towards the ancestral hall. Outside the hall, a number of men, women, and children had already gathered. More villagers were rushing toward the ancestral hall. Village chief Zhao Daji stood solemnly before the hall. When most of the villagers had arrived, Zhao Daji said, "Fellow villagers, there's something we need to discuss today." Today, Erwa and his friends encountered a group of unidentified people in Dongshan. They didn't look like refugees, but more like bandits. Upon hearing this, the villagers were immediately shocked. Bandits? We're almost starving to death, and they're still here to rob us. There's no way to survive. Let's just fight them. Fight? Do you think we can beat them? We can't even hold a hoe. How can we fight? Or let's just run away. Run away? Where to? There's famine everywhere. There's not even any dry food. We'll either starve to death or die on the road. The villagers were in chaos. Zhao Daji only managed to suppress the commotion with a few cold shouts. Escape is impossible. Every household has no food left. Even if we want to escape, we can't. Since we can't escape, we can only fight. Village Chief Zhao Daji had his own plans. His family was well off, with hundreds of kilograms of grain stored in their cellar, so he wouldn't starve to death for the time being. He needed to organize the villagers to defend their homes and preserve their little food supply. He understood that the villagers had no choice but to fight to the death. These bandits were unlike the previous ones. They not only robbed food and money, but even resorted to cannibalism. The villagers were divided, but Zhao Daji, with his many years of experience as a village chief, quickly made everyone realize that if they didn't resist, they would die. To motivate the villagers, Zhao Daji even distributed 10 kilograms of brown rice to everyone, allowing them to cook some porridge to replenish their energy and prevent any temporary fatigue. Finally, Zhao Daji encouraged everyone again. There are only a dozen or so bandits in our village, and there are over 60 households in our village, with nearly 100 young and strong men. If a real fight breaks out, our chances of victory are still quite good. Chapter 5. Purchasing weapons for those who are often robbed. They all know that if they don't want to be robbed, they must have a good weapon in their hands. After Lu Chen returned home, he went straight into his hut. As for the handful of brown rice that the village chief gave him, he had already put it into the space. They couldn't even finish the rice, so how could they care about this little bit of brown rice? The village chief only distributed 10 pounds of brown rice, and with more than 60 families sharing, each household only got less than 1 ounce. Lu Chen's family was small, so they had less than 1 ounce. He hid in the house and began to check the system store. The most common items in the system store were, of course, weapons. There were a wide variety of weapons, with hundreds of pistols alone. However, Lu Chen didn't plan to buy a pistol. Pulling out a pistol now would be too conspicuous. He decided to buy cold weapons first, as they were cheaper. Lu Chen chose 2 cheap long swords, each costing only 300 yuan. The 2 swords were about 1.5 meters long, made of fine steel, with sharp blades and thick backs, and weighed 24 kilograms. If he were an ordinary person, wielding such a sword would be very difficult. But now his strength had increased tenfold, and such a knife was as light as a feather in his hand. Then, Lu Chen found a classification of crossbows. There were many different types of crossbows. The cheap ones were only 20 or 30 yuan, like toys. The expensive ones cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, which was obviously out of his reach. Finally, he set his sights on a repeating crossbow. This crossbow, resembling a revolver, could hold 10 bolts and cost only 500 yuan. That's a great crossbow. He bought 100 more bolts at 3 yuan each. In a blink of an eye, his system balance was down to 100 yuan. This little money is going to go by so fast. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. With weapons in hand, Lu Chen felt more at ease. The atmosphere in Lujiazhai was no longer peaceful. The villagers gathered together, discussing the impending bandits, sighing and busy preparing. Some were busy hiding valuables in their homes, hoping the bandits would leave behind some treasure. Others were sharpening their knives, determined to live and die with the village. Xie Qiao wasn't idle either. When she heard the bandits were coming, she immediately got busy. In reality, Lu Chen's home had nothing of value at all. The most valuable item was the broken iron pot in the kitchen. Xie Qiao hid the iron pot under the firewood, feeling somewhat bewildered. It seemed there was nothing valuable left to hide. Suddenly, she remembered Lu Chen had mentioned buying rice and hurried to check the rice jar. When she opened the lid and saw the jar overflowing with rice, she was stunned. The jar was filled with white rice. It weighed dozens of kilograms. She had never seen so much rice before. She panicked. She knew she couldn't let bandits steal such a large amount of rice. So, Xie Xiao hurriedly picked up the rice jar and ran to the cellar behind the house. After putting the rice jar in the cellar, she piled some firewood on top of it to create a disguise. Isn't it possible we won't be discovered? She patted her chest, feeling slightly relieved. Just then, she heard a curse. You black-hearted bitch. Why'd I have to run into a loser like you? I'll beat you to death. Xie Xiao frowned slightly. Zhao Daya, the girl next door, was beaten again by her stepmother. Xie Xiao had seen Zhao Daya a few days ago. She had been tortured beyond recognition, emaciated and wobbly. She was starved daily and frequently beaten. If this continued, Zhao Daya might not survive. Xie Xiao pondered this as she finally reached Lu Chen's door. My husband, Lu Chen said, after storing the crossbow and arrows in his space. He looked at Xie Xiao and asked, My wife, what's the matter? Come in and tell me. Xie Xiao walked into the room and saw Lu Chen holding 2 large swords. She was surprised. Husband, these are... Lu Chen smiled and said, I bought these when I went to town last night. They just came in handy. 2 knives, 1 for each of us. If bandits really come, we can use them to protect ourselves. As he said that, he handed one of the knives to Xie Xiao. Xie Xiao took the long knife and gently stroked the blade with his fingers. Compared to the shovel, this knife was much easier to use. Be careful. Don't cut your hand, Lu Chen warned. Okay. Xie Xiao held the knife, reluctant to put it down, and just then, another burst of curses came from the distance. Xie Xiao then remembered that she had come to see Lu Chen for something. Husband, Xie Xiao stammered. Husband, look. Zhao Daya was beaten by her stepmother again. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Lu Chen's face. Lu Chen frowned. This is her family affair. We can't interfere. Husband, how about? Xie Xiao hesitated for a long time, still unable to make a clear statement. Lu Chen was a little amused and asked, My wife, what do you want to say? In his eyes, Xie Xiao was almost a child, even though he was only a year older than her. Xie Xiao finally mustered up the courage and said, How about my husband by Zhao Daya over here? In the past, Xie Xiao might have been powerless, but now the family had dozens of kilograms of rice. These days, 2 kilograms of rice could buy a wife. When Xie Xiao was first sold to Lu Chen's family, she was only exchanged for 3 kilograms of cornmeal. She couldn't bear to see Zhao Daya tortured to death by her vicious stepmother. Although she knew that Zhao Daya was important to Lu Chen, and that every time Zhao Daya was beaten, Lu Chen felt unbearable pain, as if it was more painful than when he was beaten himself, Xie Xiao still couldn't bear Zhao Daya's suffering. By Zhao Daya, Lu Chen hadn't expected Xie Xiao to make this request. He certainly knew Xie Xiao's feelings for Zhao Daya. However, he didn't have any other thoughts about her at the moment. Zhao Daya? Lu Chen frowned, thinking secretly in his heart. The powerful pills in his hand only worked on young girls. Bringing Zhao Daya back would not only give him a helping hand, but also a significant boost in strength. 10 times the strength, 10 times the physical strength, plus double the agility. This was a qualitative change. From ordinary man to little Superman. He imagined how powerful a group of young women would be if they took the powerful pill. Lu Chen looked at Xie Xiao and asked, Then bring Zhao Daya back. Xie Xiao nodded seriously, but she couldn't help but feel a slight pain in her heart. Chapter 6 Buying Zhao Daya. Everyone knows that this poor girl is named Zhao Daya. Many people have never thought about this question. Whether they are heinous criminals or street thieves, they were once the darlings of their parents, with delicate skin and bright smiles, and were once the treasures of their parents' hearts. So, what exactly made them go from being initially cute to being so ugly and disgusting? Zhao Daya was asking herself the same question at that moment. She lay on the cold ground in the yard, her whole body in pain, so weak that she couldn't even move a finger. Although her body could not move, many childhood memories emerged in her mind. Her father's kindness, her mother's doting, those vague childhood memories. She had once been the most beloved little baby in her parents' hearts. Why now had she become the person her parents hated the most? Even her former playmates from the neighborhood turned a blind eye to her life-or-death situation. Not even a glance. You silly girl, just die and save yourself from wasting the family's food. All you do every day is eat. You complain about being tired at the slightest bit of work. Well, lazy bum. What sin did I commit in my past life to give birth to such a scourge as you? Zhao Dai's stepmother, Chen, brandished a spatula while cursing her viciously, occasionally kicking her. Not far away, Zhao Dai's biological father, Zhao Taidan, squatted in the corner, occasionally glancing at Zhao Dai lying on the ground, his eyes filled with disgust. He thought to himself, if he could get rid of this burden as soon as possible, perhaps the family would have less burden and he could live a better life. Chen cursed for a while, and when she saw that Zhao Dai hadn't moved for a long time, she felt happy. Is she dead? She should be dead, right? It's better to die sooner rather than later, so we don't have to be burdened by her anymore. She had already made up her mind. Once Zhao Dai died, she would no longer bother her. Old Zhao, drag her out and bury her. Chen angrily shouted at Zhao Taidan. Zhao Taidan stood up slowly and looked around. What? Don't you have a mat? Where can you get a mat? I gave her the mat on the bed. Go get it yourself. Chen shouted impatiently. Zhao Taidan walked up to Zhao Dai, and without checking to see if she was still alive, he directly pulled her arm and prepared to drag her outside. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came. Hey, what are you doing, Uncle Zhao? Zhao Taidan looked up and saw that it was Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen, his heart skipped a beat. Lu Chen cared deeply about Zhao Dai. If he knew that Zhao Dai was beaten to death, the consequences would be disastrous. Zhao Taidan showed a sad expression. Xiao Chen, my Dai has such a miserable life. How could she be so? Lu Chen sneered in his heart. However, he was too lazy to meddle in other people's family affairs. He quickly walked over to Zhao Dai, sniffed her breath, and found that she was still breathing faintly. He asked, Uncle Zhao, what are you going to do? Zhao Taidan sighed softly. Xiao Chen, you and Dai have been playing together since childhood. I know you treat her well, but since she has already, Lu Chen said coldly. Oh. Zhao Taidan, as a father, wanted to drag his daughter away and bury her alive when he saw that she was still alive. What a good father. Lu Chen threw the small bag on the ground. This is 2 pounds of rice. From now on, Zhao Dai belongs to my Lu Chen family. Zhao Taidan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lu Chen meant. Wasn't Dai already dead? Why did Lu Chen still want her? Besides, the Lu Chen family didn't even have enough rice to eat. So where did the rice come from? Before Zhao Taidan could figure out what was going on, Chen rushed over, grabbed the bag on the ground, and opened it to take a look. It's really rice. Pristine white rice. Chen's eyes lit up, and her mouth was watering. She had never seen such a good bag of rice, even in a famine. Her family hadn't seen rice in 6 months, and now they finally saw it. They were overwhelmed with joy. Lu Chen said coldly, in a few days, we'll go to the headman's house to sign a contract to sell her body. From now on, Zhao Dai will be mine. After saying that, Lu Chen picked up the unconscious Zhao Dai and left quickly. Seeing Lu Chen leaving, Zhao Taidan was still confused. Our Dai is already dead. What on earth does this guy want to do? Is he? But Chen interrupted him. Who cares what he wants to do? What if he takes our daughter? Hurry up and boil some water and make some rice porridge for the children. We are almost starving to death. Meanwhile, Lu Chen carried Zhao Dai home and gently placed her on Xie Qiao's bed. Xie Qiao was filled with sympathy when he saw her miserable state. Zhao Dai had almost no healthy flesh left on her body and was covered in bruises and purple. She was so thin that she barely looked human. This Chen family is so cruel. Lu Chen sneered. Is Zhao Taidan a good person? Without his connivance, would Chen dare to treat Zhao Dai like this? Lu Chen went to the kitchen to get a bowl, took out the spring water in the space, and after returning to the room, he gently lifted Zhao Dai's head, stuffed a powerful pill into her, and then fed her with spring water. With the effectiveness of the powerful pills, Zhao Dai's life should be safe. Madam, go make some rice porridge. Let her drink it when she wakes up. After saying that, Lu Chen walked out. Today, when he went to the ancestral hall to gather, he unexpectedly heard the system prompt again. There was another treasure at the east end of the village. Lu Chen now understood that the system's treasure hunting range was 100 meters. As long as there was a treasure within 100 meters, the system would accurately locate it. He decided to go treasure hunting first to accumulate some funds. The Great Zhou dynasty, where Lu Chen lived, was similar to the Ming dynasty of his previous life, but now was the end of the Great Zhou dynasty. Years of famine had left the people displaced and starving people everywhere. Domestically, starving people are rising in rebellion. Northern Tartars are pressing in, pirates are rampant in the south, The red-haired demon's armored gunboats are rampant, and eastern islands are frequently harassed. The Great Zhou dynasty is plagued by internal and external troubles. In these turbulent times, Lu Chen must have sufficient strength and resources to survive. He needs to accumulate wealth to purchase weapons and equipment in the system. So, Lu Chen decides to first plunder the village treasure to accumulate some funds. Chapter 7. The bandits are coming. Everyone knows that treasure hunting should be done quietly, without making any noise from gunfire. Lu Chen, hands in his pockets, pretended to be strolling around, walking from the east to the west, then from the south to the north. He made quite a circuit and unexpectedly found quite a few treasures. Lu Jiazhai is hiding so many treasures. After a thorough inspection, Lu Chen discovered 5 treasure spots. He silently memorized these locations, planning to dig again after dark. Just as he was about to go home, the system prompt sounded. 99 meters to the east, there's an unknown treasure. Lu Chen looked eastward and spotted a large locust tree on a small hill not far away. He estimated that the treasure was probably hidden next to the tree. Many people like to choose a conspicuous reference point when burying treasure to help them remember the location. Lu Chen checked the sky. It wasn't even dusk yet, and the surroundings seemed clear, so he headed towards the locust tree. Arriving beneath it, he heard the system prompt again. 1 meter ahead, there's an unknown treasure. He looked at the ground. The soil was firm, clearly buried many years ago. Thus, Lu Chen had found his 6th treasure spot. Although Lu Jiazhai is now impoverished, it is an ancient village that once housed wealthy families. People of this era favored burying their valuables underground to maintain secrecy and prevent theft. However, over time, these valuables have long been unclaimed, and now they have become Lu Chen's wealth. Just as Lu Chen was about to return home, he suddenly heard shouting in the distance. He looked up and saw 3 figures running quickly towards the village. Bandits are coming. Lu Chen finally heard their shouts clearly. The village chief had previously assigned several groups of young men to patrol the various hilltops and report any abnormalities immediately. So fast. After confirming, Lu Chen immediately shouted, "Bandits are coming! Bandits are coming!" The village erupted in chaos. The men grabbed their weapons, rushed out of their homes, and headed for the village entrance. They carried a variety of weapons: clubs, shovels, pitchforks, sickles. Meanwhile, the women and children in the house began to cry and scream, and chaos reigned. Lu Chen quickly rushed home. Before he reached home, he saw Xie Qiao standing in front of the door, holding a long knife. Lu Chen was stunned. Seeing Xie Qiao's expression, she didn't seem too panicked, just a little nervous and even a little excited. "Madam, how is Daya?" Lu Chen glanced at the door. Xie Qiao, holding the hilt of the knife, slightly moved aside and said, "Sister Daya just had a bowl of porridge, she's fine." As he spoke, Zhao Daya walked out of the room. Although she was still thin, her complexion looked much better. "Brother Chen, I'm fine. I heard bandits are coming to the village." Zhao Daya's tone was surprisingly calm, as if her previous near-death experience had nothing to do with her. While Lu Chen was away, Xie Qiao had already told Zhao Daya about the miraculous effects of the Dali pills. Zhao Daya tried it herself and was shocked beyond words. With her thin hands, she easily broke a piece of hard bluestone, even crushing it. She couldn't believe that the powerful pill Lu Chen gave her had such a miraculous effect. Feeling the surging power in her body, Zhao Daya felt that she had become as hard as iron. In just half a day, she was no longer the weak woman who allowed herself to be bullied. Now, she just wanted to vent all the insults and oppression she had endured over the years. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Daya with mixed feelings. Zhao Daya seemed to have changed. She was no longer the girl who needed protection. He nodded and said, "You two should get ready too. The bandits should be here soon." Although a dozen bandits were no problem for him, their weakness would give Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya some exercise. He pulled out a few chocolate bars from his space and handed them to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. "Here's some candy, have some. It'll keep you hungry." Just now, while strolling through the village, Lu Chen pulled out his ration pack and took out a chocolate bar. He ate 2 as he walked, and it suddenly dawned on him that while one shouldn't eat too much at once after being hungry for too long, the 3 of them were different. The powerful pills strengthen the body in all directions, increasing the strength of muscles, bones, and organs tenfold. It's impossible to overeat with these foods. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya looked at the chocolate bar, a little hesitant. Lu Chen saw what they were thinking and said, "Remove the tinfoil, and you can eat it." Xie Qiao and Zhao Dia then obediently tore off the foil and put the candy in their mouths. "This candy is delicious," Xie Qiao exclaimed in surprise after taking a bite. Zhao Dia said nothing, simply chewing slowly, an intoxicated expression on her face. They had never tasted chocolate before, and they felt it was the most delicious thing in the world. Especially in this era when even grassroots are hard to come by, being able to eat chocolate like this is a truly incredible treat. Lu Chen watched them eat heartily without disturbing them. He turned back into the house and took out his long knife. One more weapon is missing. Although the crossbow is a long-range weapon, swords and knives are also indispensable for close combat. Lu Chen decided to use the crossbow first. When the bandits got closer, he could deal with them with his bare hands. When he reached the door, he found that Zhao Dia was already holding a long knife, while Xie Qiao was holding a small shovel. Lu Chen smiled and handed the long knife to Xie Qiao. "My lady, this shovel is useless. Let's take the knife." Xie Qiao refused in a low voice. "Husband, I am very comfortable with this shovel. Don't make trouble. Come, take it." Lu Chen stuffed the knife into Xie Qiao's hand. Xie Qiao waved her hands repeatedly. "Husband, you can use the knife. I will just use the shovel." As she said, she waved the shovel in the air a few times. "Husband, look, I'm very comfortable with this." Chapter 8. The strange daughter of this bandit leader was called Wang Ba Tiao. His original name had long been forgotten. During his uprising, he hacked and killed 8 people in a row, earning him the nickname Wang Ba Tiao. Although most of these 8 people were women and children, each one was real flesh and blood. Wang Ba Tiao was born cruel and bloodthirsty. Especially in recent years, as the imperial court's control has gradually weakened, the bandits led by Wang Ba Tiao have become increasingly rampant. Wherever they go, no one is left alive, not even a blade of grass. Today, his sights are set on the remote village of Lujiazhai. Lujiazhai is sparsely populated, remote, and its inhabitants are extremely poor due to famine. Most villagers, to conserve energy, stay indoors all day, rarely leaving the house. This was the intelligence Wang Ba Tiao had gathered after his scouting. "Brothers, Lujiazhai is just ahead. I found out there are a ton of young women there, especially young wives. Once we get inside, you can kill and have fun." Wang Ba Tiao encouraged his bandits as they approached Lujiazhai. However, the scene inside Lujiazhai was completely different. When village chief Lu Daji learned that the gang numbered 50 or 60, he nearly fainted. "No, didn't they say there were only a dozen or so bandits?" Lu Daji felt dizzy and could barely stand. A villager who had just returned from the front was panting heavily, his legs trembling. "Village chief, maybe those dozen bandits were just checking things out first, and they didn't expect so many to follow. It's over. Lujiazhai is finished." Lu Daji muttered softly, 50 or 60 people, 50 or 60 people. If there were only a dozen or so bandits, Lujiazhai might have a chance of survival, but with 50 or 60 people, there was no chance of success. Although Lu Daji had lived to be nearly 50 years old and had served as village chief for more than a decade, he had some experience, but the situation before him left him unable to react. Most of the villagers were so emaciated by famine that they struggled to even hold a hoe. How could they possibly resist these vicious bandits? It was too late for Lu Daji to regret. He should have known that if the bandits were so numerous, he would have to abandon at least some of his wealth and food and flee with the villagers. But now he had no chance of escape. Not only could he not escape the bandits, but even the villagers wouldn't let him escape alone. But Lu Daji couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After a moment's thought, he immediately shouted an order. "All young men, take your weapons from your homes, gather at the village entrance, and prepare to meet the enemy." The men in the village, armed with various farm tools, hurried toward the village entrance. Lu Daji hurried home, called his parents, wife, and children aside, and told them to pack up their valuables and prepare to escape to the mountains in the event of the bandits' arrival. Although Lu Daji wanted to escape, several young men followed him closely, as if they had already seen through his intentions. Even if he wanted to escape, he had no chance. He picked up the machete from home and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go. Let's fight these bandits." With that, he waved his hand and rushed towards the village entrance with a few people. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, they saw a large group of bandits rushing down the hillside, with great momentum, heading towards the village. In the setting sun, the bandits' gleaming swords gleamed, dazzling. Lu Daji shouted, "Quick, line up!" After a chaotic clamor, the villagers managed to form a loose formation. The front row, wielding shovels and pitchforks, charged at the bandits with a fierce aura. But all seemed like a bluff. The farm tools swayed constantly, and many people could hold their weapons for less than 3 seconds before they could no longer hold on and dropped. Lu Daji sighed inwardly. The villagers simply didn't have the strength to fight. He regretted it deeply. If he had given them more brown rice beforehand, perhaps they would have gained some strength. But now it was too late. Even if he had fed them, they still couldn't fight. Long-term hunger had weakened these people, and a few meals alone were no match for their physical condition. Just as Lu Daji was feeling distraught, he suddenly noticed 2 figures standing in the back row. Isn't that Xie Qiao, Lu Chen's previously purchased wife? She's so thin, why is she here? Isn't that Zhao Daya, Zhao Tiedan's daughter? Wasn't she tortured to death by Tiedan's wife? What are they doing? Are they just here to watch the fun? They're really asking for their own lives. However, when Lu Daji saw the small shovel in Xie Qiao's hand, a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Lu Chen's wife is really planning to help fight the bandits? That's ridiculous. The small shovel in Xie Qiao's hand looked ridiculous to Lu Daji. The shovel would only make a few grains of dust stick to the bandits when it hit them, but it would be completely defenseless. Besides, Xie Qiao was short and looked like a slightly older girl. Lu Chen actually asked her to use a shovel to fight the bandits. That was ridiculous. Lu Daji looked around, but didn't see Lu Chen. Although he had heard that Lu Chen had fainted from hunger yesterday, was he still lying in bed? Lu Daji was thinking about this when he suddenly saw a flash of cold light in Zhao Daya's hand. That's a long sword. Zhao Daya stood steadily in the crowd, the tip of the long sword in her hand facing downwards, her hand supporting herself on the ground. Where did you get the knife? Lu Daji was shocked. He knew that he was the only one in the entire Lujia village who had a decent weapon, the machete, in his hand. A few hunters had bows and knives in their homes, but after the famine, they had sold them long ago. At this moment, Zhao Taidan also saw his daughter, Zhao Daya. Zhao Taidan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. Wasn't Zhao Daya already dead? How could she still be standing here alive? Even if she wasn't dead, she was only half alive. But the Zhao Daya before him, though still thin, was full of energy and spirit, not looking weak at all. Zhao Taidan briefly wondered if she was another girl who looked like Zhao Daya. Among the hundreds of men in Lujiazhai, Zhao Daya stood out like a crane among chickens, appearing exceptionally tall and resilient. Zhao Taidan wanted to go over and ask, but when he saw Zhao Daya's cold, knife-like gaze, his heart sank, and he immediately gave up the idea. Is she really his own daughter? Kill! A deafening cry suddenly rang out, shocking the villagers. Zhao Taidan couldn't help but shudder. He looked forward and saw a large group of bandits, brandishing swords and spears, rushing towards the village. Chapter 9. The brave 2 beauties. If you want to defeat the bandits, you must first have momentum, which is the result of years of fighting bandits. Lu Daji stood behind the crowd, watching the bandits approaching, and immediately took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Kill!" Although the villagers of Lujiazhai lived in troubled times, they had experience resisting bandits. Hearing the village chief's cry, the villagers responded in unison, "Kill!" However, due to their physical weakness, their voices seemed powerless. Seeing this, Lu Daji hurriedly shouted again, "Kill all the bandits! Defend our home!" The villagers shouted again, "Kill all the bandits! Defend our homes!" Unfortunately, this time the shouts were muffled, and some villagers began coughing as soon as they finished speaking. "Charge! Kill!" Lu Daji gritted his teeth and gave the order to charge. The bandits were advancing aggressively, and if the villagers simply defended without attacking, their morale would have already collapsed. "Kill!" Several villagers shouted, holding sticks and forks, and ran forward a few steps. Looking back, they saw the others still cowering, and their steps suddenly stopped. At this moment, several bandits were approaching. Their swords flashed coldly, carrying the aura of death as they approached. The villagers began to lose their composure, and some began to retreat. "It's over." Lu Daji felt a chill run down his spine. He knew this battle would undoubtedly be a complete defeat. With over 100 of them, they couldn't even defeat a single bandit. His only hope now was to buy time, allowing his family to escape to the mountains behind. As for himself, he feared he would perish here today. Suddenly a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound was heard. Several crossbow arrows flew in, accurately hitting the bandits charging in front. The bandits collapsed to the ground in agony, their forward momentum halted. The villagers watched in astonishment, unsure of what had happened. The bandits' momentum was disrupted by the sudden change, and Wang Batiao frowned. Is there an ambush? He glanced around, puzzled. If there really were an ambush of archers in the village, they might pay a heavy price today. As Wang Batiao was pondering, he suddenly saw a movement up ahead. Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao rushed out from the group of villagers. Zhao Daya, wielding a long knife, charged straight at the bandit position. Behind her, Xie Qiao, holding a small shovel, also ran forward at a brisk pace. Are they crazy? Lu Daji was shocked, thinking the two little girls were simply courting death. Although Zhao Daya's long knife looked decent, her frail frame made her look like a gust of wind could blow her down. The shovel in Xie Qiao's hand was a joke. It was useless against the vicious bandits. At best, it could scare a child. Kind-hearted villagers hurriedly shouted, "Come back! Come back! What are you doing? Come back!" However, Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao had already rushed in front of the bandits. Some villagers had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the girls being hacked into pieces by the bandits. The bandits, though somewhat surprised to see the two girls rushing towards them, were mostly relieved. They thought the girls were seeking their own deaths out of fear of being humiliated. "Hey, these girls are so hot. Come here, don't be afraid." A bandit laughed and walked towards Zhao Daya. But Zhao Daya didn't hesitate at all and suddenly swung the long knife in her hand. The bandit didn't even have a chance to react before his head was cut off and blood splattered everywhere. Then, without stopping, Zhao Daya swung the knife at the bandit next to her. Before the bandit could even open his mouth, he was hacked in half, blood gushing everywhere. Oh! The bisected bandit struggled on the ground, howling in agony. Seeing this scene, a chill ran down the bandits' hearts. Although they had slaughtered countless people, they had never seen such a ferocious opponent. "Kill her!" Several bandits came to their senses and rushed towards Zhao Daya in anger. At this time, Xie Qiao also arrived. She swung the small shovel in her hand and directly stabbed it into the chest of a bandit. The bandit's intestines instantly flowed out, and he fell to the ground in pain. The villagers were stunned. These two girls were simply too powerful. Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao's movements were so fast that the bandits had no way to resist. Every time they swung their swords, a bandit would fall. Zhao Daya's long sword would cut down the enemy every time it swung, and Xie Qiao's shovel, although short, was incredibly powerful. "Kill them for me." Wang Batiao saw his men die one after another, his eyes filled with rage. He roared, "Kill them. Every kill will be rewarded with 100 taels." Hearing the reward, the bandits' fighting spirit was rekindled, and they began to besiege Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao. At this moment, Lu Chen quietly appeared on the battlefield. The villagers' attention was focused on the two brave girls, and it wasn't until then that they noticed that Lu Chen had also arrived on the battlefield. However, he didn't participate in the battle. Lu Chen was looking through the bodies of several bandits, seemingly searching for something. "Lu Chen, what are you doing? Go help your wife." Seeing that Lu Chen was busy searching for bodies instead of fighting, a villager couldn't help but shout. Lu Chen looked up at the villager who had spoken. "Don't you see how many of these bandits have died? I'm just collecting some spoils." He continued to search, finding copper coins or small change on almost every bandit. Most of these bandits were roving bandits, carrying limited funds, but it was enough for Lu Chen to save some money. "Lu Chen, why don't you go help?" the villagers shouted again. Lu Chen sneered. "It's okay. Let's see how much help these two girls can provide." He couldn't help but admire Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao's courage. They were already more than capable of handling this battle. Chapter 10. A great victory. This man's name is Lu Qingping, and he is Lu Chen's second uncle. Seeing that his nephew Lu Chen was only concerned with looting the corpses and completely ignoring his wife fighting the bandits in front, he was furious. "Xiao Chen, why don't you go and kill the bandits? You just watch your wife being besieged while you take advantage of her here. What are you thinking?" Lu Chen simply glanced at him without responding, continuing to busily search the corpses. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya had already chopped down one bandit after another, while Lu Chen searched the corpses, stuffing silver into his pockets. Several nearby villagers, including Lu Qingping, wanted to pick up some silver, but because the body was so close to the center of the battle, they dared not approach. Silver was important, but life was more important, and they knew that. Several times, the bandits' blades glided over Lu Chen's head, nearly cleaving him in two, but he remained calm and unwavering. At this moment, Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya were like tigers among a flock of sheep, slaughtering the bandits and leaving them on their knees. The ferocious bandits seemed like weaklings in front of them. Wang Ba Tiao, standing behind them, became increasingly frightened and terrified as he watched. He could clearly see that of the 50 or 60 bandits under his command, more than half had been killed or wounded. Yet, the two young girls remained unscathed, growing even more courageous with each fight, seemingly possessing boundless energy. His men were beginning to show signs of fear, and many were hesitant to charge them. Wang Ba Tiao held the three-ring machete in his hand, his expression becoming complicated. He was hesitating whether to continue the attack with the remaining bandits, or wait until the two men were exhausted before launching an attack. "I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." Xie Xiao brandished his small shovel, muttering to himself, as if to embolden himself. Zhao Daya struck with her blade, steady as a rock. Each swing of her long sword carried immense power, drawing blood and slicing through the wounded. On the surface, the bandits seemed to be besieging them, but in reality, they couldn't get close enough. The two of them were like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, slaughtering their enemies with ease. The villagers were all stunned when they saw this scene. They had never seen such a scene before and could not believe what they saw, especially Zhao Daya. Everyone in the village knew that she was abused by her stepmother every day and almost starved to death. How could she suddenly become so strong? Seeing Zhao Daya before him, Zhao Titan couldn't help but recall how she had been tortured by Chen. He had never imagined that his once frail daughter would become such a fearsome killer. Zhao Tian's body trembled, his mind filled with questions. How did she survive? She almost died. How did she become so strong so quickly? The villagers were also surprised by their performance, but the tide of battle had already turned. With most of the bandits killed or wounded, they finally realized they weren't just girls sent to die, but rather formidable enemies. Even so, their morale remained high. Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya's encirclement grew smaller, and the bandits dared not approach within 3 meters of them. Each time they charged forward, they hacked down 1 or 2 bandits, who immediately retreated and scattered. In less than an incense stick's time, the bandits went from being so imposing and powerful to completely losing their fighting spirit and collapsing. When only a dozen or so bandits remained, Wang Ba Tiao finally realized that defeat was inevitable. He turned and tried to flee. "Want to escape?" Lu Chen snorted coldly. Although he had been collecting spoils, his eyes were fixed on the bandit leader, Wang Ba Tiao. Seeing Wang Ba Tiao trying to escape, Lu Chen quickly took out the crossbow from his back and took steady aim. Swish! The first arrow flew out, glancing past Wang Ba Tiao's shoulder and missing. Swish! Another arrow shot out and finally hit the turtle's thigh. The turtle's face changed, but he still did not stop running. Lu Chen took aim and shot another arrow. This time, the arrow accurately hit the turtle's back. The turtle struggled for 2 steps and finally fell to the ground, with almost no strength to struggle anymore. The bandit leader is dead. The villagers cheered. Lu Daji had rushed to the front from the rear without anyone noticing, shouting, "The bandit leader is dead. Why don't you surrender? Put down your weapons and save your lives. If you continue to resist, you will be torn into pieces and fed to the dogs." Although the villagers were timid, they also began to advance at Lu Daji's shout, approaching the remaining bandits. Although there were only a dozen bandits, they could still easily defeat the villagers. However, at this moment, the bandits were frightened by the 2 little girls and trembled like quails. While surrounded by the villagers, Lu Chen continued to search among the corpses. "The boss is dead, run. Run. Run for your life." The remaining bandits instantly scattered. Lu Chen looked at Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya. "Don't let any of them go." Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya quickly chased after the fleeing bandits. With their speed, the fleeing bandits had no chance of escaping. After searching a body, Lu Chen looked up and saw his second uncle, Lu Qingping, sneaking towards the bandit leader's body. He glanced over and saw the villagers rushing forward to fight over the bandits' silver and money. "Stop!" Lu Chen shouted angrily, and all the villagers stopped in their tracks. Chapter 11. The village chief's family has no food left. Those who enjoy loot snatching know that loot snatching requires not only guarding against enemy aggression, but also against scrambles from teammates. When the battle is over, The villagers rush forward to pick up some of the loot. But Lu Chen won't let them succeed. He stops the villagers who want to pick up the silver and continues searching for the bodies. In reality, he had already searched most of the bodies. Only 5 or 6 bodies and the bandit leader's body remained. The escaped bandits had been handed over to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya for disposal. Taking advantage of the villagers' moment of daze, Lu Chen quickly searched several bodies and then moved towards the bandit leader's body. Seeing Lu Chen approaching the bandit leader's corpse, Lu Qingping angrily scolded him. "Xiao Chun, there are so many bandit corpses. How can you search them all by yourself? Leave this dead body to me." Lu Chen cursed inwardly. This second uncle is so shameless. The bandit leader must have the most valuables on him. How can he be so self-righteous? Lu Chen replied coldly. "I killed him. Why should I give it to you?" Lu Qingping said angrily. "I am your second uncle. How can you speak to your elders like that?" Lu Chen did not show any weakness. "I will answer you the same way you speak to me. Don't use seniority to pressure me. You don't deserve it." Thinking back to the past, when Lu Chen's family was extremely poor, these relatives would always come to ask for food. Sometimes they would ask for half a steamed bun, sometimes a bowl of grassroot porridge. But after his parents disappeared, they never came again and even kicked Lu Chen out when he was starving. How could Lu Chen forget all this? Hearing Lu Chen's treasonous words, Lu Qingping flew into a rage. "You little bastard! How dare you speak to your elders like that? Let everyone hear it today. Do you want me to ask the clan leader to come out and have him remove you from the family tree?" The Lu family village was a large family, and almost everyone had the surname Lu. There were family rules in the clan, and anyone who disrespected their elders could be removed from the family tree. Whatever. Lu Chen didn't bother arguing. He walked over to the bandit leader's body and quickly pulled out a heavy bag. He weighed it, and it weighed about 7 or 8 pounds. Judging by the sound, it must be silver. Ignoring the glances around him, Lu Chen headed back home. Seeing Lu Chen walk away, the villagers immediately rushed over to the bandit's body. They thought Lu Chen might not have thoroughly searched the bodies, and might still be able to find something. Even without silver, the bandits' clothes and weapons were valuable. In these chaotic times, who wouldn't want a weapon? And clothes were even more important. Food was scarce, and other supplies were also extremely scarce. The villagers' clothes were tattered and had holes in them, making them impossible to patch. The bandits' clothes were at least much better than the villagers. They didn't care that the clothes were stained with blood and scrambled to get them. Everyone had been worried about the bandits slaughtering the village, but in the end, they were able to pick up these benefits, and the villagers were all excited. After a fierce struggle, the bandit's body was quickly stripped of all its clothes. The girls in the distance saw this scene and turned away, covering their faces. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya killed all the fleeing bandits, and, imitating Lu Chen's practice of looting the bodies, returned to the village entrance. Seeing this scene, they stared at each other, lowered their heads, and silently walked towards Lu Chen's house. "Stop!" Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao had only taken a few steps when they heard Zhao Tiadan shout from behind. Zhao Taidan was clearly confused by his daughter Zhao Daya's sudden change, wondering if she was pretending to be dead. Zhao Daya ignored him, only glancing at Zhao Taidan and continuing on her way. Xie Qiao gave Zhao Taidan a meaningful look before catching up with Zhao Daya. "Zhao Daya, do you recognize me as your father? Come back here." Zhao Taidan shouted in exasperation. Zhao Daya didn't stop, completely ignoring Zhao Taidan. Lu Daji stood aside, his brow furrowed. Zhao Daya had changed, Xie Qiao had changed, and Lu Chen had changed too. Not only had their personalities changed drastically, but they had also suddenly become incredibly powerful. What on earth was going on? However, Lu Daji secretly rejoiced. At least he no longer had to worry about his life. Lu Jiazhai had been saved. Most importantly, the battle ended with no casualties in the village, and all this was thanks to Lu Chen, Xie Qiao, and Zhao Daya. Lu Daji had already made up his mind. These 3 people must not be provoked. He looked at the bodies strewn about at the village entrance and knew that cleaning up the mess would be a major challenge. Clear all these bodies at the village entrance later. Every household needs to help. If we don't, we might get an epidemic. The villagers were disgruntled. "Village chief, we're so hungry we can barely walk. How can we dig a grave to bury the bodies? We might end up burying ourselves." Lu Daji turned to Lu Chen helplessly. "I'll find a way to deal with this." After that, he went straight to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen had made a lot of money today, and he had to make Lu Chen bleed. The gate of Lu Chen's house had long been dilapidated, with only a broken door frame. As soon as he entered the yard, Lu Daji smelled an alluring fragrance. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen. Lu Chen came out of the house, holding a piece of bread that smelled of milk. This thing was not like an ordinary steamed bun, but exuded a rich, milky aroma and a fragrance he had never smelled before. Looking at the same food in Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao's hands, Lu Daji almost drooled. As the village chief, he had seen a lot, but he had never seen such delicious food. Seeing the delicious food in the hands of the three people, Lu Daji could no longer control himself, and a trace of saliva seeped from the corner of his mouth. Although Lu Daji was the village chief, he, like the other villagers, endured chronic hunger. His family hadn't eaten refined rice or flour in months, relying on grass roots and tree bark to fill their stomachs. Looking at the butter bread in the hands of Lu Chen and the other two, Lu Daji could no longer hold back, his eyes filled with longing. Chapter 12. Food Distribution. Look carefully, this man's name is Lu Daji, and he is the village chief of Lujiazhai. As the village chief of Lujiazhai, he considers himself knowledgeable and experienced. But he had never seen food in Lu Chen's hand. "Nephew, what are you eating? Why does it smell so good?" Lu Chen said calmly. "Bread." "Bread? What is bread? Why have I never heard of such food?" Lu Daji's eyes were almost on the bread in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen quickly ate up all the bread, then spread his hands and said, "No more." Lu Daji turned his gaze to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya again. They were both chewing their bread slowly. The bread was so sweet that they both wanted to enjoy it slowly. They ignored Lu Daji's eyes that were glowing green. Nowadays, who would be willing to give the food in their hands to others? Anyway, they're not afraid that Lu Daji will come to snatch it away. Today's battle with the bandits gave them a clear understanding of their own strength. Not to mention a small Lu Daji. Even if all the people in the entire Lujiazhai were added together, they would not be a match for any of them. The powerful pills that Lu Chen gave them were truly magical. They felt that they had become powerful warriors far superior to ordinary people. Not to mention the villagers in Lujiazhai, they even looked down upon the soldiers on the battlefield. Lu Daji watched Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya finish the bread in their hands, but he didn't dare to say anything in the end. Lu Daji saw it all, how ruthlessly the two of them killed the bandits today. Right now, the people in Lujiazhai who cannot be offended the most are these two little girls. However, Lu Daji was a little confused. Why did Zhao Daya come to Lu Chen's house instead of staying at her own home? Just as he was thinking this, Lu Daji heard a sharp shout from behind him. "Zhao Daya, what are you doing here? Why don't you go home?" When they looked over, they found that it was Zhao Daya's stepmother, Chen. Chen heard from Zhao Taidan that Zhao Daya was not dead. Not only did she not die, she was alive and well. Not only is he alive and well, but he has also become very good at fighting. It is said that he killed many bandits today. When Chen heard this, she started to have some ideas. Just 2 kilograms of rice, and you think you can trade away the beautiful Zhao Daya? Lu Chen is dreaming. At least 5 kilograms of rice is needed. This white rice is so fragrant. While the villagers were resisting the bandits at the village entrance, Chen secretly cooked half a pound of rice at home and ate it until her belly was full. Fragrant. So fragrant. This rice is simply the food of gods. It is so fragrant that people want to eat more. After eating this rice, she no longer wants to eat grass roots or tree bark. When Zhao Daya saw Chen coming, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She turned her head away, not even bothering to look at Chen. It was Lu Chen who brought her back from the brink of death with 2 kilograms of rice, and also gave her a powerful pill to eat, which allowed her to be reborn as a human being. She, Zhao Daya, is already Lu Chen's person and has nothing to do with Zhao Tian's family anymore. Lu Chen was already unhappy when he saw Chen coming, and when he heard her speak like that, his anger grew even greater. "And Zhao, I bought Zhao Daya with 2 caddies of rice. What do you mean by that?" Xie Qiao also chimed in indignantly. "That's right, Sister Daya has been tortured beyond recognition by you. If my husband hadn't bought her, she would have been buried in a mass grave by now." When Chen heard this, she sat down on the ground, slapped her thigh, and started crying. "You damned heartless little bitch. I saved every penny to provide you with food and drink, and raised you to this age. Now you want to buy you away with 2 kilograms of rice? Is there any justice in this world?" Lu Daji frowned. Everyone in Lujia village knew how Chen treated Zhao Daya. Chen beat and scolded Zhao Daya every day and let her go hungry 3 times a day. It was not easy for Zhao Daya to survive until now. Lu Daji saw Zhao Daya a few days ago. She was so hungry that she could hardly walk steadily. With her condition, no one would buy her 2 kilograms of rice, let alone 2 kilograms of coarse grains. Lu Daji immediately scolded her. Zhao's daughter-in-law, do you still have any shame? Go home immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen cried even louder. There is no place for reason in this world. Look at my Zhao family. We're the only family in the village without anyone to rely on, and yet you gang up on us to bully us. Lu Daji had no way to deal with a shrew like this. Just when he was about to call Zhao Taidan to come and discipline his wife, he saw Zhao Daya striding towards Chen. When Chen saw Zhao Daya coming, she immediately rushed over and wanted to hug her. She was used to being arrogant in front of Zhao Daya, and felt that Zhao Daya was still the little girl who let her do whatever she wanted. Unexpectedly, Zhao Daya reached out and grabbed Chen's neck and lifted her up like a puppy. Chen felt as if the back of her neck was clamped by an iron clamp. It was so painful that she started screaming. Zhao Daya gave Chen a light flick, and she was thrown several feet away and fell outside the courtyard gate. Chen was bruised and battered from the fall and almost fainted. She took a few deep breaths, almost unable to believe it. How dare Zhao Daya treat her like this? This is outrageous. She wanted to get up and cause trouble for Zhao Daya, but after struggling for a few times, she couldn't get up from the ground. The fall was so hard that she felt severe pain all over her body, and perhaps some bones were broken. Ouch! Chen's shrill howl echoed through the sky. Amid Chen's howling, Zhao Taidan slowly walked out of the house. But he did not go to Lu Chen to argue. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he doesn't dare. Now Lu Chen's wife, Xie Xiao, and Zhao Daya are not people he can afford to offend. Amid Chen's shouting and cursing, Zhao Taidan dragged and pulled her back home by force. At this time, Lu Chen's house. Lu Daji hesitated for a long time before telling Lu Chen his purpose. Nephew, I want to discuss something with you. Look, I got quite a bit of money from the bandits today. Lu Chen said indifferently. Does the money I earned have anything to do with you? Lu Daji's face turned slightly red. To be honest, Lu Daji is not an ungrateful person. If it weren't for Lu Chen and Xie Qiao today, all the villagers in Lujiazhai might have been killed by the bandits. Therefore, Lu Chen felt that it was justified for him to kill the bandits and plunder their money. Although his family had some floating wealth and surplus food, they were not able to sustain themselves. Lu Chen is now the richest man in Lujiazhai. Without Lu Chen's help, not to mention anything else, there would be no way to deal with the corpses at the village entrance. If it is allowed to rot and a plague breaks out, the village will be lost. Therefore, Lu Daji had no choice but to beg Lu Chen shamelessly. Nephew, I have no other choice. If I don't give these unruly people some benefits, they will definitely not help me deal with the corpses. Lu Chen naturally understood as well. Although Lu Daji cannot be considered a good person, he cannot be said to be a bad person either. Lu Chen has his own criteria for judging good and bad people. Those who flatter the powerful and bully the weak are definitely hooligans and bastards. On the contrary, those who are not afraid of the powerful and have compassion for the weak are definitely kind-hearted people. As the village chief, Lu Daji would certainly flatter the powerful, but he has never bullied the weak. When the years were bad, he would occasionally lend some rice to villagers who were out of food. Regardless of whether his motivation was to gain fame, at least he had done some good things. Therefore, Lu Chen's impression of this person was neither good nor bad. How about this? Lu Chen said, Uncle 13, have the entire village help bury the bodies. At night, have each household come to my house to collect food. Each family will receive 2 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of flour. Lu Daji and Lu Chen's families were 5 generations apart long ago, but in the family tree, Lu Daji is really Lu Chen's 13th uncle. When Lu Daji heard this, he was stunned. 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of flour for each family. Where did Lu Chen get so much food? The price of grain on the market now is more than 10 times higher than in normal years. In previous years, 1 string of silver could buy more than 1 stone of rice. But now, 1 string of silver can only buy 1 bushel of rice. And most of the time, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy food. When Lu Daji heard what Lu Chen said, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Now most families in the village have run out of food and can only rely on grass roots and tree bark to fill their stomachs. With these few pounds of food as a base, no one in Lujiazhai should starve to death in the near future. Thank you so much, nephew. Thank you so much, nephew. On behalf of all the villagers in Lujiazhai, I thank you, nephew. After expressing his gratitude profusely, Lu Daji hurried to gather the villagers and went to the village entrance to deal with the body. At this moment, many villagers were secretly preparing to cause trouble. For a long time, villagers have been eating grass roots and tree bark. At this time, the corpses of the bandits at the village entrance became the best food in the eyes of many villagers. However, when they heard the village chief say that as long as each household contributed manpower to help bury the bandits' bodies, they would be given 2 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of flour, they immediately gave up this dirty idea. After all, people are human beings. If they're not forced to do so, they really cannot do such a thing. Encouraged by the rice and flour, the villagers cheered up, held on, and finally buried all the bodies at the village entrance. Afterwards, they excitedly went straight to the home of the village chief Lu Daji to collect rice and flour. Lu Daji is such a good village chief. In this year, he's actually willing to distribute so much rice and flour. Rice. I haven't eaten a single grain of rice in 5 years. And white flour. Even in a good year, my family only buys half a pound for making dumplings during the Lunar New Year. Just thinking about it makes me drool. A large group of villagers, more than 100 people, gathered outside the gate of Lu Daji's house in a chaotic manner, waiting for Lu Daji to distribute food to them. As everyone was anxiously waiting, Lu Daji walked out leisurely. Village chief, when will the food be distributed? Someone shouted immediately. They were all starving and their eyes were shining with longing for food. Chapter 13 Lost Again. Friends who often give out porridge and food know that the reason they give alms to the poor is just for one thing, and that is to gain a good reputation. At this time, Lu Daji was in a very good mood and felt very calm. More than a dozen people in their family took their valuables and food and hid in the mountains. After seeing that everything was fine in the village, they returned home safely. Seeing the whole family gathered together, Lu Daji once again thanked Lu Chen's ancestors in his heart. With Lu Chen as our young man, our Lu family village will be very safe and secure in the future. Just thanking Lu Chen profusely in my heart is far from enough. We have to actually do something practical. Therefore, when facing the villagers, Lu Daji was not in a hurry to talk about distributing grain. Instead, he solemnly praised Lu Chen in front of all the villagers. If it weren't for Lu Chen, would any of us be able to survive? If it weren't for Lu Chen, his wife Xie Xiao, and Zhao Daya, we'd probably have all been chopped into jerky by the bandits by now. Don't you agree? Also, let me tell you one more thing. Zhao Tiedan's daughter, Zhao Daya, was sold to Lu Chen for 2 kilograms of rice. Now Zhao Daya is part of Lu Chen's family. Everyone, please remember this. So, the reason why our Lu family village was able to survive today is entirely due to Lu Chen and his family of 3. Lu Chen is the great benefactor of all of us in Lujiazhai. Everyone must remember this kindness and never be ungrateful. People are all made of flesh and blood. The villagers understood everything Lu Daji said. But the problem was that they had just spent a lot of effort to bury the bodies of the bandits. And now they were all tired and hungry, dizzy and seeing stars. I just hope Lu Daji will distribute the food quickly. Also, there's something very important I need to tell you all. Seeing Lu Daji talking incessantly and eloquently, the villagers' patience gradually wore out. They murmured in dissatisfaction, complaining that the village chief was talking nonsense and doing nothing but empty talk. Lu Daji pretended not to hear these words and just said, "What is this important matter? Guess. Guess what? Someone finally couldn't help but curse. Step on it. Step on it. I'm stepping on that triple X. XXXXXXXXXXXXX." Seeing the crowd's outcry, Lu Daji said, "The important thing is that the rice and flour distributed to each household were all distributed to everyone by Lu Chen on his own initiative." Everyone was in an uproar. What Lu Chen is distributing food, isn't his family extremely poor? Where does he get the food? You've been talking so much, but it turns out you're not going to distribute food. If you're not going to distribute food, then what's the point of your talking so much? Lu Daji raised his hand and said, "Now, fellow villagers can go to Lu Chen's house to get food." The villagers dispersed and all rushed towards Lu Chen's house. As they walked, they talked. Lu Chen's family really has food? Where does he get the food? He was almost starving to death yesterday. If we hadn't carried him home, he might have died. How could his family have rice and flour? I'm afraid the village chief is lying to us. It's really hard to say. Didn't Lu Daji say it? He bought Zhao Tiedan's daughter with 2 kilograms of rice. Hey, isn't that Zhao Taidan? Taidan, tell me, is this true? Did you really sell your daughter to Lu Chen? Zhao Taidan lowered his head and tried hard to be invisible. After all, selling a daughter is not a glorious thing. Speak up. Did your daughter sell 2 kilograms of rice to Lu Chen? Taidan, when did your daughter become so powerful? She can fight dozens of bandits by herself. That's amazing. Isn't 2 kilograms of rice too cheap for such a capable daughter? Zhao Taidan said nothing and just kept on walking. When Zhao Daya was sold to Lu Chen, she was only half alive. To be honest, she was not worth even half a pound of coarse grains at that time. He didn't know what happened, but Zhao Daya not only survived, but also became so good at fighting. And there is Lu Chen's wife, Xie Qiao. How come she, a skinny little girl who usually doesn't dare to speak loudly, has become so powerful? A large group of people soon arrived at the gate of Lu Chen's house. Before entering the door, everyone saw the yard filled with small bags. Lu Chen had been waiting for a long time. Today he found more than 200 taels of silver from the bandits' bodies. More than 100 taels of silver were found from the bandit leader alone. More than 200 taels of silver converted into system funds is more than 200,000. The monetary purchasing power of the system funds is basically equivalent to the currency he used in his previous life. A pound of rice only costs 2 yuan. A pound of white flour also costs 2 yuan. More than 100 kilograms of rice and more than 60 kilograms of flour cost less than 400 yuan in total. Just 400 yuan is enough to buy the hearts of the entire Lujiazhai people. It's really a good deal. He will need these villagers in many places in the future, so winning their hearts is essential. When buying the rice and flour, Lu Chen only carried Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya on his back. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya are not stupid. These things cannot be hidden from them. He would explain this to them later. The small paper bags in the system store only cost 10 cents each. He directly put the rice and flour into these paper bags for easy distribution. Lu Chen instructed Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, "You two will be responsible for distributing this food to the villagers. Each household is limited to 1 portion. Remember this." Xie Qiao nodded and said, "Okay, my husband." After taking the powerful pill and going through 2 battles, Xie Qiao is no longer the shy young wife. Xie Qiao now has a confident look on his face. And Zhao Daya is no longer the same Zhao Daya as before. Zhao Daya seemed like a different person, becoming cold and taciturn. She had already regarded herself as Lu Chen's slave, and she would do whatever Lu Chen said. The villagers rushed into Lu Chen's yard, making a mess. Lu Chen frowned and said, "Line up, come one by one." No one dared to say much, and soon a long queue formed. Suddenly, someone rushed to the front of the team and squeezed at the front of the team. The villagers who were pushed aside wanted to get angry, but when they saw who was coming, they dared not say anything. Zhao Daya was holding 2 paper bags, one filled with rice and the other with flour. She looked at the man and said coldly, "Go to the back and line up." Lu Qingping immediately became furious. "You are just a lowly slave bought by my nephew. How dare you talk to me like that?" Lu Chen said to Zhao Daya calmly, "Daya, if anyone makes trouble, throw them out." Zhao Daya immediately put down the paper bag in her hand. Lu Qingping stiffened his neck and glared. "Let's see who dares to touch me." "Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle." He had only said half of his words when Zhao Daya grabbed the back of his neck and lifted him up. "You bitch, dare to touch me. I will beat you to death." "Lu Chen, you unfilial son. I am your second uncle." Zhao Daya raised her arm, and Lu Qingping flew out of the yard. Afterwards, Zhao Daya picked up the bags and distributed them to the villagers in front of the line as if nothing had happened. Outside the courtyard, Lu Qingping's shouting and cursing could be heard. The villagers pretended not to hear and continued to queue up to receive food. When it was Zhao Tiedan's turn, Zhao Daya looked at him as if she was looking at air without any emotion at all. "Daya, I'm your biological father. Can you give me an extra bag of rice? You know your 2 younger brothers don't have enough to eat every day." Zhao Daya reached out and pushed him aside. Next, Zhao Taidan was anxious. "Daya, I haven't received it yet. Go to the back and line up." Zhao Daya said with a cold face. Zhao Taidan was about to say something, but when he saw a cold light flash in Zhao Daya's eyes, he immediately stopped talking and obediently returned to the end of the team. The distribution of more than 60 portions of food was soon completed. At the end of the list are Zhao Taidan and Lu Chen. Zhao Taidan took the food honestly and didn't say another word. Lu Chen was unwilling to give up. He was thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya, and his head was broken and his arms and legs were covered with wounds. Naturally, he didn't want to suffer this loss for nothing. Lu Chen, I'm your second uncle. How dare you let your servants beat me? This matter is not over. If you don't compensate me with a few bags of grain, I will report you to the government. Believe it or not, I will let the officials arrest you and put you in jail. Lu Chen waved his hand at Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao and said, put the things away. Since he doesn't want to take them, there's no need to give them to him. Also, remember, if anyone dares to cause trouble in our house, throw them out. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen was thrown out of the yard by Zhao Daya again with screams. Chapter 14. Dreams of Everything. Look carefully. This sixth brother is named Lu Chen. That night, the entire Lujiazhai was shrouded in a strange tranquility. The villagers who received 2 kilograms of rice and flour were more excited than during the Chinese New Year when they had dinner. The stomach that had been hungry for a long time was finally fed. The men regained some strength, and the fertile land that had not been cultivated for a long time finally received some moisture. The children who were too hungry to sleep every day finally had a good sleep. Taking advantage of the dark and windy night when every household was immersed in a single entertainment program, Lu Chen quietly went out. He had already spotted the treasure spot in the village. Just go to each location one by one. At the first treasure hiding spot, he dug out a few pieces of silver, only about 5 taels. The second treasure hiding place is several sets of gold and jade jewelry. At the third treasure hiding spot, he actually dug out a gold ingot worth 20 taels. The fourth treasure hiding place is more than 2,000 copper coins. The fifth treasure hiding spot was a small box filled with silver ingots weighing 10 taels each, totaling more than 100 taels. At the sixth treasure hiding spot, which was under the big locust tree, he dug out a jar. Inside was neither gold nor silver, but several antique calligraphy and paintings. It was unknown how many generations of Lu family village had accumulated these riches, but unfortunately, they were all taken away by Lu Chen now. Lu Chen put all the valuables into the space warehouse and then returned home. At home, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were still awake. Obviously, they were waiting for Lu Chen. Lu Chen also knew that they had many questions to ask him. In the dark room, Lu Chen asked the 2 girls to sit down and listen to him. Yesterday, I fainted from hunger at the village entrance. After Shizi and the others carried me back, some strange things happened. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then spoke. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya listened to him quietly. Although nothing happened on the surface, they were inexplicably expecting something in their hearts. Magical pills, food never seen before, rice and flour coming from nowhere, this is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. But Lu Chen did not satisfy their curiosity immediately. He changed the subject and asked, have you heard any similar stories? What story? The 2 girls asked in unison. For example, Lu Chen said, for example, there's a story about a farmer who went up the mountain to chop wood. There, he encountered 2 old men playing chess. He stood there watching them play. After the game was over, he went back down the mountain. But when he returned to the village, he found it drastically changed. Upon inquiring, he discovered his family had died 100 years earlier. The axe handles in his basket had rotted away. He had only been watching a game of chess on the mountain, unaware that over 100 years had passed. This story is called Watching the Chess Game. The axe has lost its arms. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were surprised. Just as they were about to say something, Lu Chen started telling another story. There's also a story about a scholar who met a Taoist priest in one day. The Taoist priest was cooking millet porridge there. He chatted with the Taoist priest and talked about his lofty ambitions, saying that he wanted to pass the imperial examination, become a high-ranking official, contribute to the country, and speak for the people. After listening to him, the Taoist priest took out a porcelain pillow and asked him to lie down and rest for a while. When he woke up, the Taoist priest had left. After that, the scholar studied very hard and successfully passed the imperial examination a year later. He later married a beautiful wife and thrived in the officialdom, receiving repeated promotions. Later, he led the army to quell the rebellion on the border. The emperor rewarded him greatly, and he reached the pinnacle of his life. His sons were also outstanding people and entered the officialdom to become high-ranking officials. Unfortunately, one day, the emperor believed slander and had his family thrown into prison. They stayed there for 10 years. Later, the new emperor ascended the throne and reinstated him. In short, he experienced everything in his life, from bitterness to sweetness, from sourness to saltiness. After his death, his descendants also met with misfortune. However, at this moment, he suddenly woke up. When he looked again, the Taoist priest was sitting opposite him. The millet porridge in the pot was still boiling, not yet cooked. This story is called the Yellow Millet Dream. After hearing this story, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya remained silent for a long time. They had never heard of these two stories before and found them very novel. 100 years passed just by watching someone play a game of chess. I had a dream and experienced a lifetime in it. When I woke up, the rice porridge was not yet cooked. These two stories made Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya savor them for a long time, and they felt that they were truly wonderful. At this time, Lu Chen continued. After I was carried back, I lay on the bed and had a long dream. In the darkness, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both widened their eyes. Could it be? Xie Qiao murmured. Zhao Daya also spoke up, a rare occurrence. Brother Lu, you wouldn't have also experienced your entire life in a dream, right? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. If you're going to brag, make it a little mysterious. In fact, I experienced 3 lifetimes in my dream. 3 lifetimes. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chen continued, the first life is my life. Xie Qiao and I lived a life of poverty and hardship, and in the end, we both starved to death. Xie Qiao sighed. Given their family's previous situation, there would definitely not be a good ending for the two of them. However, there was an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. She actually spent her life with Lu Chen in his dream. Zhao Daya felt disappointed. In Lu Chen's dream, she must have died long ago. In my second life, I went to a magical world where people had plenty of food and clothing and technology was advanced. People could use something called a cell phone to chat with people thousands or even tens of thousands of miles away, and even see friends even if they were tens of thousands of miles away. People could fly through the sky on giant iron birds, covering tens of thousands of miles in a single day. The 2 stories I just told you are what I heard in this world. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya were fascinated by what they heard. They didn't doubt Lu Chen's words at all, because things like what Lu Chen said made them unable to figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Then there's only one possibility, that is, he really saw these things in his dreams and really spent 3 long lifetimes in his dreams. What else? What's the third life like? Xie Qiao couldn't wait to hear how wonderful Lu Qiao's third life would be. Finally, we have reached the critical point. Lu Chen said, in my third life, I arrive in a world of immortal cultivation. Cultivate immortality. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya screamed again. This time their voices were louder, so loud that they both quickly covered their mouths. Yes, cultivating immortality. Lu Chen said solemnly. If it wasn't magic, how could he explain his system? No wonder. Zhao Daya suddenly figured out. If that powerful pill wasn't an elixir, what else could it be? If it was a mortal elixir, how could it have made her, and Xie Qiao, so powerful? Chapter 15. I'm fainted. Students who often fool people know that fooling people also requires strategy. Therefore, Lu Chen sighed. Unfortunately, I have disappointed you. Husband, what's wrong? Xie Qiao had a bad feeling. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, immortals are only a tiny minority. The vast majority of people are just ordinary people like ants. Lu Chen sighed again. Immortals? How ethereal and transcendent. They can flatten thousands of mountains with a wave of their sleeves and kill millions of people with a flick of their fingers. In my entire life, I've been desperately pursuing the path to immortality. I left my homeland and traveled across mountains and rivers, all in search of the immortal path. But in the end, I achieved nothing and couldn't even step into the threshold of the immortal path. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya looked regretful. It was not until I was nearly 80, very old, that I had to return to my hometown, waiting for the day of my death. Lu Chen's tone was sad and heavy. One day, I was tending to the vegetable garden at home when an old man with an immortal appearance suddenly came. As soon as I saw him, I knew he was not a mortal, but an immortal. The immortal said that he had traveled for thousands of years and felt mentally exhausted, so he wanted to find a place to rest and relax. After that, he stayed in my house for more than half a month. I took good care of him every day. After half a month, he left. Before leaving, the immortal said that we had a connection, and he bestowed upon me a small magical power. This magical power can communicate with the outer world and can be exchanged to purchase various items. Unfortunately, because I haven't been able to enter the immortal path, I can only buy some ordinary things and cannot buy mortal items. As for the powerful pills you took earlier, I can only say that they were ordinary medicine with a hint of immortal energy. After all, I have lived a lifetime in the immortal world, so this can be considered an extra reward for this magical power. Lu Chen had finished speaking. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai still felt sorry for Lu Chen. It would be great if he could become an immortal. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and a pile of things appeared out of thin air and fell onto the wooden table. Lu Chen picked up something. This is a toothbrush used for brushing teeth in the morning and evening. He picked up another thing. This is toothpaste. You can apply it on your toothbrush to clean your teeth better. This is soap. You can wash your hands, face, and take a bath. This is shampoo, especially for washing hair. This is laundry detergent for washing clothes. This is a towel for wiping your face. This is a lighter used to start a fire. This is... Although it was dark, after the three people took the powerful pills, their organs were strengthened and their night vision abilities were greatly enhanced. Therefore, their night vision was several times stronger than that of ordinary people, and they could see these objects clearly. Lu Chen explained to the two of them their purpose and usage one by one. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai were stunned. This magic is truly amazing. Lu Chen had no choice. Living here was full of inconveniences, so he could only buy some daily necessities first. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai both have 100 loyalty, so he doesn't need to worry about them leaking his secrets. On the contrary, they will do everything they can to cover for him. It's time for supper. What do you two want to eat? It was late at night, and Lu Chen felt a little hungry. He thought they must be hungry too. We've already eaten so much today. Let's eat again tomorrow, said Xie Qiao. They both knew that these things of Lu Chen were not really conjured out of thin air, but were bought by Lu Chen with money. Lu Chen smiled. Although I don't have a lot of money, I can still afford the food and drink expenses for our family of 3. Tell me what you want to eat. It won't cost much. Xie Qiao tilted her head and thought again and again. She felt that the chocolate she had eaten today tasted very good, and the cream bread was also very delicious. She didn't know how to choose for a moment. Zhao Dai said, Brother Lu, don't we have rice at home? Why don't I go make some rice? Lu Chen smiled again. Both of them were good at living and were thinking about saving money for him. However, he had made a lot of money today and didn't care about this little money at all. He stretched out his hand, and 3 roast chickens and 3 scallion pancakes appeared on the table. The roast chicken and scallion pancakes were all steaming hot and smelled delicious. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai couldn't help but swallow at the same time. Just smelling the aroma, they couldn't resist it. Eat. You can eat more. It's okay. The physical strength of these 3 people is far beyond that of ordinary people, so it's okay for them to eat more. After all, the 3 of them had been hungry for too long and were greedy. It's not too late to reduce your food intake after you've eaten too much meat and fish and your appetite is no longer craving for it. The roast chicken comes with gloves, so put on the gloves before eating. Lu Chen reminded them. Xie Qiao and Zhao Dai's appetite was aroused, and without any hesitation, they quickly put on gloves and picked up the roast chicken to eat. It smells so good. It smells so good. The 2 of them ate with their mouths full of oil. Lu Chen had been craving this for a long time, so he picked up a roast chicken and started to eat it. At this time, at the corner of Lu Chen's yard, Lu Qingping suddenly wrinkled his nose. What? What is this? Why does it smell so good? Lu Qingping was thrown out twice by Zhao Dai today, and his leg was broken. He was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to file a complaint, but the county government office was dozens of miles away, and he felt that he would not be able to walk to the county alive. Therefore, he wanted to steal some rice from Lu Chen's house while everyone in his family was asleep. But when he hid in the corner and listened, he found that Lu Chen and the other 2 were not asleep and were muttering in the room. After they finally stopped talking, the aroma of meat suddenly wafted over. Is there anyone who can still eat meat these days? Lu Qingping couldn't believe it. There is no grassroots to eat, so who can eat meat? Could it be that what they eat is... Lu Qingping thought of the dead bandits. No, it's roast chicken. Oh my God, it's roast chicken. Lu Qingping was jealous and hateful, and it felt like a fire was burning in his chest and abdomen. A few years ago, when he went to town, he smelled the aroma of roast chicken at the door of the roast chicken shop. Unfortunately, given his family background, he probably won't be able to eat roast chicken in his lifetime. Eating roast chicken in the middle of the night? What a wealthy family. Not to mention a year like this, even in a year of bumper harvest, no one in Lujiazhai would be willing to eat roast chicken. Squatting in the corner, smelling the aroma of roast chicken, Lu Qingping felt like he was being roasted on a fire, suffering terribly. Thinking of Lu Qingping, he hadn't eaten for 3 days and his stomach felt terrible. Now I can only smell the aroma of roast chicken in the corner. Lu Qingping's saliva unknowingly flowed onto his collar. Inside the house, Lu Chen asked while eating, "Is this roast chicken delicious? Fragrant? Is it tasty? Tasty. Is there a lot of oil? So much oil." Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya both answered loudly. The three of them heard someone hiding outside, so they spoke like this on purpose, deliberately trying to envy the person hiding in the corner. Lu Chen had basically guessed who the person hiding in the corner was. Everyone in the village received rice and flour today, except Lu Qingping. Everyone else has eaten the rice, so who would have nothing better to do than eavesdrop? Only Lu Qingping doesn't have this good fortune, so he is the only one who has the leisure time to do so. Lu Qingping almost gritted his teeth listening to the three people in the room asking and answering each other. He was greedy and hungry, angry and hateful, envious and jealous. He was so upset that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Chapter 16, Space Farming. Look carefully. This farmer's name is Lu Chen. He is farming in the system space. After finally solving the food crisis, Lu Chen naturally had to plan for the future in order to be prepared for the worst. The system space is vast and boundless. If it is fully developed, it will bring him an endless supply of food and wealth in the future. After Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya went to bed, Lu Chen bought some rice seeds, wheat seeds, potato seeds, sweet potato seeds, as well as various vegetable seeds such as cabbage, radish, and tomatoes. He entered the space and planted the seeds one by one in several acres of cultivated land. Different seeds require different sowing methods. But the system space is extremely intelligent. He only needed to think about it, and he could quickly complete the sowing. This is actually what the system should look like. After all, if tens of thousands of acres of farmland are developed in the future, and he is expected to work alone, he may die of exhaustion before he can cultivate only a few acres. After sowing the seeds, Lu Chen used his mind to water the fields with spring water. Suddenly, Lu Chen saw that several fruit trees not far away were full of fruits. Lu Chen was very surprised. He remembered that when he came in last time, these fruit trees had just begun to bear fruit. In just 1 or 2 days, the fruit was ripe. Lu Chen wanted to pick some apples to try, and also take some out for Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya to have a taste. But he suddenly thought of something and tried to think about it. The next moment, 2 big red apples appeared in his hands. Sure enough, everything in this space can be controlled by thoughts. So convenient. Lu Chen took an apple and took a bite. Crispy, sweet, and very delicious. It tasted better than any apple he had ever eaten. He picked another peach and tasted it. It was sweet and juicy and very refreshing. Lu Chen was secretly delighted. It seems that everything in this space is extraordinary. He came to the spring again, scooped some water with his hands, and took a sip. Wow! Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although this spring water is neither salty nor sweet, it tastes excellent. After drinking it, you will feel extremely comfortable all over your body, just like taking a few bites of iced watermelon on a hot summer day, making all the hairs on your body feel refreshed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have bought purified water. I'll only drink this spring water from now on. After several years of drought, there's only one well left in the village, and the water is a little turbid, barely enough for villagers to cook. On weekdays, they can't even use it to wash their faces, let alone take a bath or wash clothes. And this spring water in the space seems to be inexhaustible. He had just used a lot of water to water the fields, at least several tons, but the level of the spring water had not decreased at all. After Lu Chen came out of the space, he went to the water tank at home and filled the empty water tank with the spring water in the space. After finishing all this, Lu Chen went back to his room to sleep. I slept until noon. After getting up, Lu Chen found that Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya had already cooked rice porridge and were waiting for him to eat. Breakfast consisting of only rice porridge is indeed a bit too simple. But compared to life just now, this is already as good as it can be. While eating, Lu Chen said, "After dinner, let's go to town." It is not very convenient to take out the various things in Lu Chen's system, and he needs to go through a clear way. He needed to buy a donkey cart or an ox cart to find a place to transport his things. Xie Qiao was a little excited when he heard that they were going to town. Ever since she came to Lu Chen's house, she has hardly ever left the village. But Zhao Dia said that she would not go because she still had to look after the house. There is still food at home, and it would be unsafe if no one is left behind. That's fine. I'll take you there next time. After dinner, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao to Fengqi Town. Fengqi Town is actually not far from Lujiazhai, only a dozen miles along the mountain road. As the two walked along, they saw a very tragic scene. From time to time, you can see people lying dead on the roadside. There were also groups of people fleeing. Lu Chen shook his head secretly. Where can they escape to? There were few safe places in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, and the entire Central Plains and surrounding areas were suffering from famine. But they are here in the heart of the Great Zhou dynasty. In other words, no matter which direction you go, there is no good place within 1,000 miles. After arriving in Fengqi Town, Lu Chen found that the situation in the town was not very good. It's a bleak situation. Most of the shops are closed. Lu Chen asked passers-by, and soon found the alley where mules and horses were bought and sold. Unfortunately, there were only 2 skinny donkeys and a sick old cow. Helplessly, Lu Chen could only pick a donkey at random. Just such a donkey actually asked Lu Chen for 10 taels of silver. After buying the donkey, Lu Chen suddenly saw a carriage on the corner of the street. There was only a carriage, but no horse. Lu Chen suddenly became interested. Donkey carts and ox-drawn carts can only be considered as carts. However, the carriage has a shed, and the goods inside cannot be seen by outsiders, which makes it very suitable for Lu Chen to transport goods in the void. How much is this carriage? The old man selling the carriage held up 2 fingers. 2 taels? Buy it. Lu Chen looked at the carriage carefully. It was made of high-quality materials and looked good. He guessed it belonged to a wealthy family and was being sold for some unknown reason. After buying a carriage, equipping it with equipment, and harnessing the donkey, Lu Chen took a look and found that it looked normal. Although the donkey is small, it is not quite suitable for pulling a carriage, but it will do for now. Anyway, he is just using this car as a cover. There is no need to be serious about it. Even if he wanted to buy a horse now, he couldn't. The 2 men drove a carriage to a cloth shop and spent a few taels of silver to buy 7 or 8 pieces of cloth. Although Lu Chen's system store also sells military uniforms, casual clothes, and even ancient leather armor, none of them are suitable. Afterwards, the 2 continued driving the donkey cart and took a tour around the town. Lu Chen wanted to see what kind of shops there were in the town and what they sold. Fengqi Town is the largest town within dozens of miles. In the past, it was also very prosperous and lively. After several years of disaster, this place has become somewhat dilapidated. Lu Chen was driving the carriage when Xie Qiao inside the carriage suddenly called out, "Husband, smell it. Something seems to have happened over there." In fact, Lu Chen also smelled a faint smell of blood. But he initially thought that someone was slaughtering pigs and chickens, so he didn't pay much attention. It looks like human blood. Lu Chen looked in the direction where the smell of blood came from. That area is full of residents of the town. "Wait here for me. I'll go take a look." Lu Chen got off the carriage and walked quickly into an alley. After entering the alley, the noise on the street decreased a lot. He listened attentively and quickly determined the approximate direction. The gate of a house in front was ajar, and there seemed to be faint crying sounds coming from inside. Lu Chen jumped and entered the yard. The yard was a mess. Something happened indeed. Chapter 17, A New Member. Friends who often have sex know that when the person to be sex is a beautiful woman with a peerless appearance, there will often be another consideration. Should you do it right away or do it first and then? Many men know how to choose this multiple choice question. You are the eldest brother. You go first. Then, shall I go first? You're welcome, big brother. Come here. Come here. Then I won't be polite. Lu Chen tiptoed to the door and heard several people inside being polite and courteous. He took out a long knife from the space and pushed open the door. In the room, 4 men were surrounding a young girl. There were 2 bodies lying in a pool of blood on the floor inside the house. The 4 men who heard the noise suddenly turned around and saw Lu Chen holding a long knife. "Who are you?" the leading man asked in a deep voice. Lu Chen looked at the 4 people. These 4 men were all dressed like ordinary farmers, but they were all strong and muscular. It was obvious at first glance that they were not real farmers. The girl behind them was also dressed like an ordinary village woman, but Lu Chen saw that her skin was fair and smooth, and she was not from an ordinary family. At this time, there was a cloth tied around her mouth, and her eyes were filled with fear and despair as she looked towards Lu Chen. "Who are you? Why are you getting involved in this mess?" The leading burly man shouted again in a low voice. In their eyes, Lu Chen, holding a long sword, is definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Chen did not answer. The reason he did not take action immediately was that he was calculating the probability of saving the person. The weapons of these four strong men are as follows. One holds a knife, one holds a sword, one holds an iron fan, and the other holds a dagger. Judging from the weapons in their hands, it is obvious that they're the so-called martial arts masters. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. In fact, in his system store, although there are no profound martial arts secrets, such as 9 scriptures, there are general skill books, such as swordsmanship. Although the names of these skill books are just ordinary ones like swordsmanship and swordsmanship, they are divided into 4 levels: ordinary, advanced, master level, and god level. But Lu Chen was clear about one thing. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. Even an ordinary sword technique, in this world, is probably much stronger than many sword techniques with awesome names. But there's no point in saying this now. Lu Chen can only rely on his strong body to test the strength of the martial arts masters in this world. The 4 men in a room saw Lu Chen standing at the door, not saying a word or making any other movements, and finally they couldn't bear it anymore. A man said in a threatening tone, "I advise you to stop interfering in other people's business." A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the other man, holding the iron fan. The iron fan in his hand trembled suddenly, and 3 cold rays shot towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen swung the long sword in his hand lightly, and the 3 hidden weapons were immediately cut down to the ground. There was surprise in the eyes of several people. Now was the time. While they were stunned, Lu Chen rushed forward like a cannonball. The 4 of them hurriedly waved their weapons and rushed towards Lu Chen. The knife flashed continuously. There was no clink of weapons clashing. There was no death scream. The knife light stopped. 4 heads rolled to the ground. Looking at the 4 bodies lying on the ground, Lu Chen himself was a little dazed. His strength completely crushed the opponent. He couldn't help but frown slightly. Although Xie Xiao and Zhao Dia performed well when fighting the bandits yesterday, it was far inferior to his performance just now. But he had never practiced any swordsmanship before. But now is not the time to think about these things. Lu Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and decided that he couldn't stay here for long. He looked at the girl again. The girl's eyes were full of horror when she looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen reached out and untied the cloth tied around her mouth. The girl bowed to Lu Chen and said, "Thank you so much for saving me." Lu Chen asked briefly, "Are you going to report to the police, or are you coming with me?" The identity of this gang of criminals is not simple, but similarly, the identity of this girl is not simple either. I'll go with you." The girl thought about it for a moment, then immediately bit her lower lip and made up her mind. Lu Chen reached out and put his arm around her waist, quickly ran through the backyard, climbed over the wall, entered another alley, and then put her down. At this time, the girl's face was flushed and her head almost hung down to her chest. She had never been so close to a man before, and her heart was pounding like a deer. "Don't talk, just follow me." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he took her around 2 alleys and returned to the main street. When they arrived in front of the carriage, Lu Chen asked the girl to get on the carriage, drove the carriage himself, and immediately left Fengqi town. In the carriage, Xie Xiao looked at the girl in front of him. This woman has a very beautiful face, fair skin, and an enviable figure. Even Xie Xiao, who is also a woman, couldn't help but feel close to her. But the girl's face was not good at this time. In addition to sadness, there was also a cloud of worry between her brows. Xie Xiao knew that she had just suffered a disaster, so it was not appropriate to disturb her. He could only wait until he got home to comfort her slowly. It was already dusk when the carriage returned to Lu Jia's high. Xie Xiao led the girl into the house, while Lu Chen unloaded the donkey and tied in the yard. Afterwards, he bought 10 big white steam buns from the space, 2 pounds of pork belly, 2 big cabbages, a piece of tofu, 2 pounds of vermicelli, and some seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, etc. He hasn't eaten pork stewed with vermicelli for a long time, and this is what he'll have for dinner tonight. In the room, Xie Xiao and Zhao Dia were chatting in low voices with the girl, while Lu Chen was cooking in the kitchen. Zhao Dia heard the noise in the kitchen and came over to help. Lu Chen said, "I can handle this. You go and talk to them. It is easy for women to talk to each other. 3 women can make a play. It won't take long to know the general situation of this girl. Seeing that Lu Chen insisted, Zhao Daya had no choice but to go. When the 3 of them sat down at the table to eat, Lu Chen saw that the girl's emotions had basically stabilized. Lu Chen didn't ask much during the meal, but from listening to the 3 of them talking, he knew that the girl's name was Chu Yun. The 3 of them finished their meal quickly, and Zhao Daya and Xie Qiao went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Only Lu Chen and Chu Yun were left in the room. What are your plans? Lu Chen got straight to the point. If she wanted to follow him, he himself would not refuse. It's just supporting one more person, which is a piece of cake for him. In troubled times, Lu Chen urgently needs to train his own team. If she had other ideas, Lu Chen would certainly not force her to stay. A forced melon is not sweet. What he needs are loyal subordinates. Chu Yun began to lower his head, seeming to be a little afraid of Lu Chen. However, she quickly raised her head with a firm gaze. Brother Lu, you have been so kind to me. From now on, I, Chu Yun, will be yours. Lu Chen has been looking at Chu Yun. The line of words above her head indicated a loyalty of 90 at first, then changed rapidly, and soon became 100. Chapter 18, Battle Power Source. Look carefully. This girl's name is Chu Yun. Her life story was so mysterious that she didn't even dare tell the benefactor who saved her life. That night, Lu Chen presided over a family meeting. I estimate that the fall of the Great Zhou dynasty will happen within the next 2 to 3 years. Lu Chen's opening statement was a powerful move. Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya didn't mind hearing this and remained calm. After all, Lu Chen has been a human for 3 lifetimes, and he has seen real immortals and even obtained the immortal's magical powers. But when Chu Yun heard this, he was shocked. What is the origin of this young man from this remote mountain village? In the next 3 years, we must at least be able to protect ourselves and build our own team. You 3 will be the core members of this team. When Chu Yun heard this, sweat broke out on his forehead. Is this something someone would dare to say? In front of her, the new member who had just joined, Lu Chen was about to rebel. This is a serious crime, punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the clan. Lu Chen noticed that the loyalty displayed above Chu Yun's head had begun to decline. It dropped from 199, then to 98, 97, and finally stopped at 95 and no longer dropped. Lu Chen nodded secretly. After hearing his outrageous and treasonous remarks, Chu Yun was still able to maintain 95% loyalty to him, which showed that she was still capable of being cultivated. Next, we need to do 3 things. Lu Chen continued. First, you 3 need to strengthen your strength. I will teach you some fighting skills. Secondly, our family will have more and more people in the future, so I plan to build a big house. Third, we need to find some unmarried women of good character and appropriate age to expand our team. As for why we must find unmarried women, it's because the powerful pills in my hand are only effective on unmarried women. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked at the 3 girls and asked, if you have any questions, please raise them and we can discuss them. Zhao Daya was the first to ask a question. Brother Lu, building a house right now. Isn't it difficult? After all, Zhao Daya grew up with Lu Chen since childhood, and she feels the least pressure in front of Lu Chen. She felt that the people in Lujiazhai were so hungry that they could hardly walk, so how could they work? Lu Chen said, everyone who comes to help build the house will be given 1 pound of rice per day, in addition to meals. When Zhao Daya heard this, she immediately said, then it's okay. Meals are provided, and each person is given 1 pound of rice a day. If this news were to be spread, I'm afraid everyone in Lujiazhai would be fighting over it. Even if they don't give out rice, but just give out food, people will still try their best to get it. People in the village are about to starve to death at any time now, and many people have not eaten for several days. If it weren't for the few pounds of food distributed by Lu Chen, people might have started dying by now. At this time, Chu Yun asked, Brother Lu, what is this powerful pill you mentioned? Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and there was a pill in his palm. However, because the room was too dark, Chu Yun couldn't see clearly. Lu Chen stuffed the pill into Chu Yun's hand. Then he said, this is the powerful pill. You can eat it later. My wife, please help watch over it. After finishing his instructions, Lu Chen went out and bought a bunch of fodder and some corn from the system store, and fed the donkey he bought. He took out some spring water from the space and fed it to the donkey. After these 2 days of personal experience, Lu Chen knew that the spring water in this space had the effect of strengthening the body. At the same time, Lu Chen felt that this spring water could also cure minor illnesses. Xie Qiao, Zhao Daya, and Lu Chen himself all had various physical problems. After drinking the spring water for 2 days, all the discomforts they had experienced disappeared. This may be due to the effect of the powerful pills, but it is more likely that the spring water also played a certain role. This donkey is very sick. After drinking the spring water, it should recover soon. At this time, Chu Yun in the house had already taken the powerful pill. After experiencing severe pain all over his body, Chu Yun felt the changes in his body and was extremely surprised. Her frail body was now full of strength, and she felt relaxed, as if she had been reborn. She feels that she can fight 100 people now. If she had met Lu Chen earlier and taken the powerful pill earlier, the 2 old slaves who had accompanied her for more than 10 years would not have died tragically at the hands of the villains. Sister Xiao Qiao, who exactly is Brother Lu? Chu Yun couldn't help it, so he asked Xie Qiao. In fact, she can only be regarded as Lu Chen's servant now. Logically, she should call Lu Chen and Xie Qiao master and madam. But Lu Chen repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to call him that. Xie Qiao thought for a moment and said, "My husband was fortunate enough to have met an immortal and possess some magical powers. This powerful pill can be considered an elixir, right?" Immortal pill. Chu Yun seemed to have opened a new door and saw a bigger world. She actually came into contact with an extraordinary person. Chu Yun had no doubt about Xie Qiao's words. She has personally experienced the magic of the Dali pill. Apart from immortals, who else can come up with such a miraculous medicine? That night, Lu Chen bought 2 skill books from the system store. One is Master-Level Swordsmanship, and the other is Master-Level Archery. Ordinary swordsmanship and archery skills, only 1,000 yuan. Advanced swordsmanship and archery skills, sold for 10,000. However, the price of Master-Level Swordsmanship and Archery is as high as 100,000 system coins. Fortunately, Lu Chen now has 250,000 system coins. After buying these 2 books, there was still 50,000 left. The gold and silver in the space warehouse, if converted into system currency, will be worth nearly 300,000. Lu Chen is now considered a small rich man. Today in the town, he drove his carriage around in a big circle in order to look for hidden treasures. After one round, he actually found more than 60 treasure spots. Fengqi Town is much larger than the small Lujiazhai, and the buried treasure is probably more valuable. The next time he goes to town, he will dig out these treasures and make another fortune. After buying Master Swordsmanship and Master Archery, Lu Chen immediately clicked to study. In just a moment, Lu Chen mastered these 2 skills. Is this the power of this system? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. If the combat power of an ordinary person is 1, then the combat power of someone who has taken a powerful pill is at least 100. After mastering the Master-Level Swordsmanship, Lu Chen estimated that his combat power now exceeded 300. The Master-Level Swordsmanship increased his combat effectiveness by at least twice, or more than 200. At the same time, after mastering the swordsmanship, his originally poor physical fitness was compensated, and eventually his combat power reached about 300. However, the combat effectiveness of Xie Qiao and the other 3 is far from reaching the standard of 100. Lu Chen estimated that the current combat power of the 3 of them was only around 50 at most. Because their original foundation was too weak, after they practiced swordsmanship, this shortcoming of their weak body would be made up. In this way, after learning the swordsmanship, their combat effectiveness will be improved far beyond Lu Chen, reaching a level that is almost the same as Lu Chen's current level. Lu Chen was in a very good mood. He didn't expect that just a sword technique would greatly increase the combat effectiveness of his small group. Chapter 19, Building a House. Students who often build new houses know that if you want to build a house, the first step is definitely to choose a site. Early the next morning, Lu Chen walked around the village and finally decided on the address of the new house. The terrain in the southeast corner of the village is relatively flat, close to mountains and water, making it very suitable for building houses. It's just that this place is a little far from other houses in the village and a bit remote. However, Lu Chen's home is also located in the southeast corner of the village, which is quite close to his current home. After choosing a place, Lu Chen came to the home of the village chief Lu Daji. No matter what era, when asking someone to do something for you, you must bring some gifts. Lu Chen spent 10 yuan to buy 2 kilograms of brown sugar from the system store and brought it to the village chief's house. Seeing the brown sugar in Lu Chen's hand, the village head's wife Zhang smiled so much that her eyebrows were not visible. She kept calling him nephew with great enthusiasm. Brown sugar is a rare thing. Even though she is the village chief's wife, Zhang hasn't eaten it for several years. Entering the main hall, Lu Daji sent the rest of the family away and asked Lu Chen, "Nephew, what brings you here today?" Lu Chen didn't hesitate and said straight to the point, "Uncle 13, I came here today to buy a piece of land in the village and build a house." Build another house. Lu Daji was a little confused. What kind of year is this? Every household has no food to eat, and they don't even have tree bark to chew. Who would have the time to build a new house? Lu Chen nodded and said, "Yes, my current house is too dilapidated. In the future, I want to hire a few more servants, so I want to build a new house. You still want to buy someone else?" Lu Daji felt that Lu Chen must be crazy. Even though Lu Chen had just earned some silver, rice was so expensive now. Although that amount of silver was not small, if he used it all to buy rice, he wouldn't be able to buy much. What's more, he has to build a new house and hire people. One more person means one more mouth to feed, and everyone needs to eat every day. The fields are currently producing nothing, so all the food has to be bought with money. Lu Daji worries about his family's food and drink every day and regrets having too many children. And Lu Chen actually wants to buy people at this critical juncture. I really don't know what he is thinking. Is this like a poor man who has suddenly become rich and doesn't know what to call himself? But Lu Daji couldn't say much. He only persuaded Lu Chen a few words, but seeing that Lu Chen insisted on building a house and hiring servants, he had no choice but to let him go. "So which piece of land do you want to buy? How big a house do you want to build?" Lu Chen said, "Let's buy 5 acres of land in the southeast corner of the village. I'll think about the size of the house later." Lu Daji sighed inwardly. How big a house did he want to build? He actually wanted to buy 5 acres of land. Even the headman's house in Haosan village only occupies half an acre of land. Lu Daji knew he couldn't persuade him. So he said, "That piece of land costs 2 taels of silver per mu, so 5 mu is 10 taels of silver. But right now, there's chaos and war, and we have to go to the county to get the land deed, which is very troublesome." "It's okay, I'll go with you then," Lu Chen said. Lu Daji frowned and hesitated. "How about you ask your nephew's wife and Zhao Daya to go too?" He had seen the abilities of Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya, so he wasn't afraid even if he encountered a small group of bandits along the way. But he looked down on Lu Chen himself. "Okay, I'll do as you say. This matter is settled." After Lu Chen left, Zhang came out from the inner room and chatted with her husband for a while. Did this young man take the wrong medicine? Why did he build a house? Why did he hire servants? We all know he got some money, but no matter how much money he had, it can't withstand what he did. Alas, it's really not good to have no elders in the family. This young man is so unreliable. No matter how much money his family has, it will be squandered. For the first time, Lu Daji felt that what his wife said made sense. In the afternoon, Lu Daji took a few people to measure Lu Chen's homestead. The villagers of Lujiazhai now had some food in their stomachs and some strength. So many of them went to watch the fun. Nowadays, villagers basically have no entertainment activities, so this kind of thing is considered a big event in the village. Chuyan was not able to show up at the moment, so Lu Chen, Xie Xiao, and Zhao Daya followed the village chief to measure the land. The villagers were talking about it, and they all had the same idea as Lu Daji. Did Lu Chen's head get crushed by the door? He still wants to build a new house in this day and age. I heard from the village chief's wife that he's planning to buy a few servants. What's he thinking? Is he worried that there's too much food at home? If you can't finish it, you can lend me a few pounds. I also heard that he bought 5 acres of land for this homestead. 5 acres of land. 5 acres of land. How many houses does he plan to build? Is he planning to build a palace? Oh, what a waste. Lu Chen heard some of the discussions among the crowd. But I don't care. After measuring the homestead, Lu Chen and the other two returned home. Not long after I got home, several villagers came to visit me. "Xiao Chen, when will the construction of your new house begin? My Dazhuang and Erzwang are idle at home, so can we ask them to help out when the time comes?" "Nephew, building a new house is a big deal. It's not easy for you to handle it alone. Can I come and help you? We are all family. It doesn't matter if you get paid or not, as long as I can provide you with a meal." "Brother Lu Chen, we grew up together. When we build a new house, you must call me brother. If you don't, I won't recognize you as my brother." Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen talked about the treatment. What? A free lunch with rice and steamed buns? What? Free meals, plus a pound of fine rice a day. When several villagers heard about this treatment, they couldn't believe their ears. The rice and steamed buns are enough to fill you up, and this alone is enough to drive the whole village crazy. If it weren't for the 2 kilograms of rice and 1 kilogram of white flour distributed by Lu Chen, most of the villagers would not have eaten refined rice and white flour for several years. They planned to feed the whole family with these 3 pounds of fine grain for a month. If you want to help, please come to my house starting tomorrow. Lu Chen planned to strike while the iron was hot and build the house as soon as possible. There are many experienced house builders in the village. When the years are good, some of them often go to the town to help others build houses. At that time, there were basically no professional construction teams in the countryside, and the people in the village were enough to build houses. After these villagers left Lu Chen's house, the news spread quickly throughout the entire Lujiazhai like the wind. Many villagers flocked to Lu Chen's house, fearing that they would miss out on getting a number if they arrived too late. Some villagers who originally had no such idea, and some villagers who had some minor conflicts with Lu Chen's family, could no longer sit still and follow the crowd to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen accepts everyone who comes. He even treated Zhao Dai's biological father, Zhao Taidan, equally. Almost every household in Lujiazhai has someone sign up. Lu Chen was busy for a while. Even the 2 sons of the village chief, Zhao Daji, signed up. Chapter 22 Uncles. Look carefully, this man's name is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping was almost fainted from anger today. When he heard that Lu Chen's family was going to build a new house, he immediately took his younger brother Lu Qingyuan and followed everyone to Lu Chen's house. This kid is such a spendthrift. Tell me, everyone, in this weather, who would build a new house? He's just too full to do anything. Lu Qingping chatted with several villagers as they walked. As an elder, he kept complaining about Lu Chen in front of several villagers. Lu Qingyuan wasn't idle either. He also interrupted. Even if we're building a new house, we can't hire so many people. Even if each family contributes 1 person, that's over 60 people, and they even provide meals. How much food do they need to eat in a day? I heard they even provide food. Tell me, even the village chief's family can't have a full meal every day. Several villagers just listened, and no one responded to the 2 brothers. The Lu Qingping brothers did not feel embarrassed and continued talking to themselves. TSK. Not only is he fed, but he's also given rice and steamed buns. I'm going to teach him a lesson when I get over there. My brother is gone, and I'm his elder. Without someone like me to worry about him, his family fortune will be squandered sooner or later. Several villagers were cursing in their hearts. Everyone finally had a full meal to eat, but these 2 guys actually interfered, so naturally they would not be treated well. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan are lazy and greedy. They steal things all the time and have very bad character. Many people see them as if they were a pile of stinky dog shit and walk around them. The reason I can walk with these 2 guys today is also because of Lu Chen's face. If they were not Lu Chen's uncles, these villagers would have stayed away long ago. When the Lu Qingping brothers and several villagers arrived at Lu Chen's house, there were still many people waiting to sign up in the yard. Seeing so many people in front of him, Lu Qingping squeezed forward. Lu Qingyuan also squeezed into the crowd. Lu Chen was talking to 2 villagers who had signed up when Lu Qingping walked up and interrupted their conversation. Xiao Chen, I'm not criticizing you. We're just building a few houses. Why did you hire so many people? Take a break first. Let me check on you. Lu Qingyuan also said in the tone of an elder, Xiao Chen, we are all family. If you want to build a house, your second uncle and I will have to take care of it. You go into the house first, and let us take care of the selection. The 2 brothers have made up their minds that they will not accept anyone who has a grudge against them. Just like Su Hung next to him, a son-in-law who lives with the family, actually wants to take advantage of their family and just dream of good things. They had not forgotten that 2 years ago, they went to steal the big goose from his house at night and were caught by Su Hung, who scolded them and made the 2 brothers lose face. Still want to help Lu Chen's family today? No way. This is a good job that can provide you with a full meal. And you can also receive a pound of rice every day. Lu Chen looked up and saw Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, and a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Although they were his 2 uncles, they were nothing in his eyes. Even if he is a stranger, he is 100 times better than his 2 uncles. When his parents were still alive, these 2 uncles came to his house every day to ask for money. After his parents disappeared into the mountains, they never came to his house again. When Lu Chen was almost starving to death, he wanted to go to their house to borrow some food to save his life, but he was scolded by them and finally kicked out by the 2 brothers. Now, they still have the nerve to come? Please don't worry about my family's affairs. Please go back. Lu Chen said bluntly. Lu Qingping got furious when he heard this. He put his hands on his hips and glared. How can you talk like that? How can you talk to your elders like that? From a night before yesterday until now, Lu Qingping has been full of anger. While Lu Chen and his friends were eating roast chicken at home, he fainted from hunger. What an unfilial thing. Lu Qingyuan also chimed in. Xiao Chen, this is where you're wrong. After all, we're your uncle. Look at you. Do you sound like a junior? Lu Chen was so angry that he laughed. Elders, when my parents were still alive, you two came to my house every day to eat and drink for free. When I was almost starving to death, how did you treat me? A junior, you were so shameless. You dare to call me your elders. Seeing that Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were still trying to make trouble, Lu Chen immediately shouted into the house. Daya. Zhao Daya walked out of the house immediately. Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan had both seen how tough Zhao Daya was, so when they saw her come out, they immediately became intimidated. Lu Qingping's body shrank 3 inches, and he said hurriedly, Xiao Chen, we are all family, let's talk it out. Daya, my Xiaohua went up the mountain with you to dig grass roots a few days ago. After hearing what Lu Qingping said, Lu Chen suddenly had another idea. When Zhao Daya reached out her hand and tried to grab the back of Lu Qingping's neck, Lu Chen said, wait a minute. Zhao Daya obediently took a step back. Lu Qingping let out a long sigh of relief and gave Lu Chen a flattering smile. Everyone looked at Lu Qingping with contempt. Lu Chen said, originally, I wouldn't want anyone from either of your two families, but when Lu Qingping heard this, he thought there was hope. He hurriedly said, nephew, you say it. We will listen to you. Yes. Uncle will listen to you. Lu Qingyuan also hurriedly agreed. Then let Xiaohua and Xiaoyu come. However, because they're girls and still young, they can only be given half a pound of rice a day. If you are willing, then let them come. If not, then just ignore what I said. Lu Xiaohua is Lu Qingping's eldest daughter and is 13 years old. Lu Xiaoyu is Lu Qingyuan's eldest daughter and is only 10 years old this year. Their status in their respective families is not much different from Zhao Dai's. They have been working nonstop since they were very young. They cooked, washed clothes, cleaned the yard, worked in the fields, and went up the mountain to cut grass. They were responsible for everything inside and outside the house. However, their younger brothers just eat, drink, and have fun every day and do nothing else. Even so, they were beaten and scolded by their parents every day and ordered around by their younger brothers. It is simply the idea of favoring boys over girls taken to the extreme. If you didn't know, you would think they were slaves bought by their two families. They are even far inferior to slaves. In this regard, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan are truly brothers. Although they are still young, Lu Chen is already considering whether to take them into his home. Hearing Lu Chen say this, Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan both looked embarrassed. Of course, they were not happy to let their daughter help Lu Chen's family. If you come to help, you can have a full meal, and it's rice and big white steam buns. Don't want to? Then forget it. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Daya. Lu Chen finally understood. Zhao Daya now knows her position very well. In the past, Zhao Daya always called her brother Chen, but now she calls him brother Lu. Moreover, now she does whatever Lu Chen says without hesitation. Seeing Zhao Daya preparing to attack with a bad face, Lu Qingping panicked and said hurriedly, Okay, let my Xiaohua come. Lu Qingyuan also said, I'll let Xiaoyu come too. If they don't agree, they may not even have half a pound of rice to eat every day. Without this half pound of rice, someone in both families would have starved to death within the next 2 or 3 days. Chapter 21. Build a Sihiyuan. Students who often build courtyard houses know that the sizes of courtyard houses are not the same. The small courtyard covers only half an acre of land and has about 10 houses. Some large courtyard houses cover more than 20 acres or even more than 40 acres of land. That night, Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu, who had the most experience in house building in the village. Tian Luzhu often leads a few people from the village to the town to help people build houses. He is the undisputed leader of the construction industry in Lujiazhai. After arriving at Tian Liuzhu's house, Lu Chen felt a little regretful. Tian Liuzhu's house didn't even have enough oil to light the lamp, and the house was pitch black. There was no other way, so the two of them could only move 2 benches and sit in the yard to chat. Liuzhu's wife, Feng, enthusiastically brought them 2 bowls of water. Tian Luzhu hadn't helped anyone build a house for 2 years, and his family was also living a difficult life. Lu Chen is now the hope of survival for the whole village. The way Liuzhu's wife looks at Lu Chen is as if she is looking at a white rice bun. She thought of the rice buns that were about to arrive and kept swallowing her saliva while looking at Lu Chen. If she wasn't a little older, Lu Chen would have suspected that she had some feelings for him. Uncle Zhuzi, I came here today to ask you how much bricks, tiles, and would I need to build a courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits? And how much money do I need in total, all calculated? When Tian Luzhu heard this, he was stunned. Feng, who was sitting on the doorstep listening to the two people talking, was so scared that her jaw almost dropped and she couldn't close her mouth for a long time. What? Nephew, my hearing isn't very good. I didn't hear you clearly. After being stunned for a long time, Tian Luzhu asked tentatively. Lu Chen repeated it again. How much materials are needed for a courtyard house with 3 entrances and 3 exits? And how much silver is needed in total? Only then did Tian Luzhu realize that he had heard correctly. He was stunned for a long moment before he said, Nephew, you're young and don't understand how to build a house. Do you know how many rooms there are in this courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits? How many rooms? Tian Luzhu immediately put on a professional demeanor and said, This quadrangle with 3 entrances and 3 exits has at least 20 rooms. More than 20 rooms. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Chen, wanting to see how stunned he looked. There are only 2 people in Lu Chen's family. Even if Zhao Daya is included, there are only 3 people. How do they live in such a big yard? Is it possible that one person needs to live in 10 houses? But Lu Chen touched his nose and said slowly, Only more than 20 rooms, that's a bit too few. I heard that courtyard houses with 3 entrances and 3 exits also come in different sizes. The house I want to build must have at least more than 40 rooms. What? More than 40 rooms? Tian Luzhu jumped up suddenly. He really jumped, no kidding. Are you serious? Lu Chen said, Yes, really. Lu Chen had already thought about it. In fact, more than 40 houses are not enough. If it's not enough in the future, we will continue to buy land and continue to build. Tian Luzhu looked at Lu Chen again and again. With the help of moonlight, Tian Luzhu looked for a long time and saw that Lu Chen did not mean to be joking at all. So he began to believe it a little. He stroked the strands of beard on his chin, shook his head, and thought for a long time before he slowly said, A house this big would cost at least 1,000 taels of silver. Building a large house like this is not as simple as buying bricks, tiles, and wood. All expenses in every aspect must be taken into consideration. Moreover, the bricks and tiles alone would cost several hundred taels of silver. Lu Chen stood up and said, The money is no problem. In the next 2 days, you can draw up a plan to see how the house should be built. Once you have made up your mind, we will start construction in 2 days. Before leaving, he said, Uncle Zhuzi, I've thought about your wages. 5 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of flour a day. Thank you for taking care of this house. Oh, and remember to come to my house for dinner tomorrow. Seeing Lu Chen walk out of the courtyard, Tian Luzhu and Feng Shi seemed to be dumbfounded, standing there for a long time without moving. After a long while, Feng came up to Tian Luzhu and asked uncertainly, Dad, did I hear correctly? Xiao Chen said 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of flour a day. Tian Luzhu originally thought he had misheard, but after hearing what Feng said, he was sure that he had not misheard. You ignorant woman, you look so shallow. Isn't it just 5 caddies of rice and 2 caddies of flour? Tian Luzhu pretended to be calm. However, Feng was his wife, so his pretense naturally could not escape her eyes. You talk so lightly, but why are you shaking so vigorously? Only then did Tian Luzhu realize that his body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he had the hiccups. Isn't this too cold? Feng, it's only a few months old. Where does this cold weather come from? Listen to yourself. You're shaking even when you talk. It's true, Tian Luzhu's voice was trembling when he spoke. 5 kilograms of rice and 2 kilograms of flour. Just this one day's wages can sustain the lives of more than 10 people in their family, and they will not starve to death within a month. In this year of great disaster, I am thankful that I am not starving to death. This young man from the Lu family saved the lives of our entire family. Tian Luzhu was extremely grateful. If there is any problem at Lu Chen's family in the future, we must do our best to help no matter what. Feng also said, Lu Chen's home. Before going to bed, Lu Chen remembered 2 more things. He asked Chu Yun, Miss Chu, can you read? Chu Yun replied, I know a few words. Lu Chen knew that she was being modest. Ladies from wealthy families like her, as long as they can recognize words, can usually read various books fluently. Then he said, From now on, you will teach her to read. Madam, Daya, starting from tomorrow, you two will spend at least 1 hour every day learning to read with Chu Yun. The three of them agreed in unison. In the future, the three of them must master the use of thermal weapons. If they are illiterate, it will be difficult to learn to use certain modern weapons. He first observed to see Chu Yun's literacy level. If she has a higher level of education, she will be the cultural teacher in his team in the future. He didn't want to hire a male teacher with higher skills. In his team, everyone must have a certain level of combat capability, or at least the ability to protect themselves. He doesn't need a weak scholar who only knows how to read. Also, Miss Chu, what about your current identity problem? Chu Yun didn't even think twice and immediately said, I voluntarily sell myself into slavery. Lu Chen smiled and said, actually, if you don't want to, I won't force you. Even if I don't do this, I can still protect you. Ever since Chu Yun took the powerful pill, her loyalty has long been restored to 100. Although it is not very convenient for her to be an illegal resident, Lu Chen can protect her now. Chu Yun said, Brother Chu, you saved my life in this town and made me take the powerful pill. I am yours completely, without any reluctance. In that case, let's sign a contract to sell ourselves. Chu Yun went into the inner room, bought pen, ink, paper, and inkstone from the system space, and wrote a simple contract in the dark. The two of them signed their names, and the matter was settled. This is just a private white deed, not a red deed with an official seal. That's enough. Chapter 22, The Big Pot Meal, is coming. Look carefully. This girl's name is Lu Xiaohua. If her biological father Lu Qingping is the biggest ruffian in Lu Jiazhai, then her biological mother, he is the biggest shrew in Lu Jiazhai. You bastard. Listen up. When it's time to eat less and hide all the food in your arms and bring it back to me. Also, if you dare to hide even a grain of that half a pound of fine rice, I'll skin you alive when I get back. He's finger-poked Lu Xiaohua's forehead hard. The thin Lu Xiaohua took 2 steps back and almost fell on her back. Okay, Mom, I remember. Lu Xiaohua's face was full of fear, like a frightened little quail. In the next room, at the home of the third brother Lu Qingyuan, a similar scene was happening. Lu Xiaoyu was also warned repeatedly by her parents. Don't think that your cousin will protect you just because you go to his house to work. Remember, we are your real parents, so you must remember to respect us. I'm giving you this bag. Remember, when you eat, put all the rice and steamed buns in this bag. Don't let anyone see you. It's okay if you eat less, but if your 3 brothers are hungry, I'll beat you to death. When Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu came out of the house, both little girls had gloomy faces. When they heard that they could go to their cousin's house to help, they were excited for a long time, thinking that they could finally have a full meal, and it was rice and white flour buns. But who knew that their parents had thought of this and stopped them from having the same idea in advance? Let's go, Sister Xiaoyu. Even if you're not full, it's good to have a few bites. At least you won't starve to death. Lu Xiaohua comforts her 10-year-old cousin. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes. Yes, even if she could only eat 2 mouthfuls of rice and 2 bites of white steamed buns, her life would not be lived in vain. Ever since she could remember, she had never tasted rice, nor had she ever known what white flour buns tasted like. She hasn't eaten a single bite of whole grains for more than a month. She hadn't even had a sip of herbal soup for 2 days. Thinking of the rice and big white steamed buns that were about to reach her mouth, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help swallowing hard. Lu Chen's home. Lu Chen had never expected that his house would be so lively today. It was still dark and Lu Chen was still lying in bed when he heard the noisy sounds outside. But he ignored it. Lu Chen didn't get up until dawn. When he walked out the door, he saw a spectacular scene. His small courtyard was filled with people. Even outside the yard there were people, more than 100 of them. Fortunately, Lu Chen was well prepared. Before he went to bed last night, he had already prepared all the cooking utensils. 2 large iron pots for cooking and frying, a steamer for steaming buns, a large basin for kneading dough, a large iron shovel for stir-frying, several large chopping boards, 200 large porcelain bowls, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, MSG, chicken essence, fermented black beans, chili sauce. There are also 30 kilograms of pork belly, 10 kilograms of pork fat, 100 kilograms of Chinese cabbage, 20 kilograms of tofu, 20 kilograms of vermicelli noodles, 10 kilograms of white radish, 10 kilograms of red radish. All these tableware and ingredients have been piled up in the kitchen and the main room. What he's going to make today is a big pot dish of pork stewed with vermicelli. It is served with rice and white flour buns. Today he made sure the villagers had a good meal. With the 2 kilograms of rice and flour he distributed to the villagers the day before yesterday, the villagers should be able to have enough food today. When the villagers saw Lu Chen coming out, there was a commotion. Xiao Chun, tell me, what do you want your uncle to do? Nephew Xiao Chun, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Just tell me what you want me to do. Nephew. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. If anyone knows how to build a stove, please build a few in the yard first. I will. Let me do it. I can do it too. I'll do it. I'll do it. Lu Chen said, then please help build 3 stoves and 3 chopping boards, and then go find some firewood for cooking later. A dozen villagers immediately began to build a stove. There were also more than 20 villagers who hurried out of the village to look for firewood. The remaining villagers looked at Lu Chen eagerly, waiting for him to assign them tasks. Come a few more people, move the meat and vegetables out of the house, and deal with them. Several villagers rushed into the house and moved out the meat and vegetables. When the villagers saw the meat and vegetables being brought out, they all gasped. They never expected that there would be meat to eat today. And there are so many more. This is something they dare not even think about. Lu Chen added, once the stove is built, cook a big pot of rice porridge first. After we finish drinking the rice porridge, we can cook vegetables, steam rice, and steam buns later. In front of so many villagers, Lu Chen couldn't buy cooked food directly from the system store, so he had to cook it on the spot. After explaining these things, Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya to watch the scene while he returned to the house. Chuyan stayed alone in the inner room and did not show up. Lu Chen wanted to talk to her. Chuyan also had a lot of questions and wanted to ask Lu Chen, are you wondering where I get all these things from? Lu Chen said. Chuyan was also feeling confused. The room was empty before I went to bed last night. When I woke up, I found a room full of kitchen utensils and a lot of ingredients. Where do these things come from? She didn't believe that Lu Chen bought these from the town overnight. Not to mention that it is difficult to buy these foods in the town now. Even if it is possible to buy them, who would sell them to him in the middle of the night? When Chuyan heard Lu Chen ask her this, she of course wanted to know, but she suddenly realized something and her eyes became firm when she looked at Lu Chen. Brother Chu, your secret is my secret. Whether you tell it or not, I am yours. She was originally a slave bought by Lu Chen, and Lu Chen was her master. Moreover, Lu Chen is not only her savior, but also her adoptive parent. Lu Chen cares about her feelings and her inner thoughts. Just based on this, her feelings for Lu Chen are even stronger. Lu Chen didn't expect Chu Yun to be so understanding, and nodded secretly. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. Then he said, you will gradually understand this matter later. I won't say any more. At this time, in the courtyard, the villagers were busy building the stove, picking and washing vegetables, chopping meat and vegetables, and kneading dough. However, without Lu Chen's order, no one called out to cook. In fact, the villagers were all very surprised. They said they came to help build the house, but until now, Lu Chen has not let them do any work. It was not until Xie Qiao told them to cook a large pot of rice porridge that several villagers began to boil water. When it was time to add rice to the pot, 2 villagers took the rice bag and put only a little into the pot and did not dare to add any more. After all, this is white polished rice. When they cook rice porridge at home, they only put a handful of brown rice into the pot and dare not put more. Xie Qiao said, add more. Add more. It's too little. Add more. When everyone saw the rice in the bag pouring out into the boiling iron pot, they couldn't help but drool. Who would dare to cook rice porridge so extravagantly? This is almost like rice. Chapter 23, Is it okay to eat for free? Friends who often go hungry during famines know that even if you suddenly have a full meal, you must not eat too much. This is also the reason why Lu Chen cooked a pot of rice porridge first. Although he had just distributed a few kilograms of food to the villagers, these villagers were used to being frugal and would definitely not be willing to eat more. This rice porridge is the last straw for these villagers. A big pot of rice porridge was quickly sold out. Oh, this rice porridge smells so good. This rice porridge is really thick. The rice porridge at my house yesterday was so thin that you could see your reflection in it. The rice porridge made hundreds of villagers very satisfied. After the meal, their dark and thin faces all showed a hint of redness. The spring water in the system space is very nourishing, and Lu Chen has a deep understanding of this. In addition, this is also because the villagers are too excited. Therefore, it appears to be refreshed. After the villagers finished their porridge, Lu Chen spoke. My dear uncles and brothers, today we have a short plan. We just need to remove the grass from the homestead and level the ground. The villagers didn't understand what he meant. Nephew, is that all? An uncle asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded. Yes, that's all for today. After dinner in the afternoon, you can go home and rest. What? With just this little bit of work, you can still have 2 meals? The villagers were all stunned. What kind of treatment is this? Lu Chen said, My dear uncles, brothers, and sisters, I know that everyone has had a hard time recently. If you do heavy work right away, your bodies will definitely not be able to bear it. So I want everyone to have a few full meals first to recuperate. When you have enough strength, we can officially start working. Everyone exclaimed. There is actually such a good boss in the world. It turns out that in the past 2 days, he invited everyone to his house for free meals. Excuse me, fellow villagers, but please clean up the ground of the homestead in the next 2 days. The villagers were extremely grateful and rushed to the nearby residential land in a hurry. Lu Chen stopped the people walking behind him and asked them to light the fire and boil the pot, then cut the meat and vegetables, wash the rice, and prepare the big pot meal in the afternoon. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were also left behind by him to help prepare the food. Afterwards, Lu Chen handed the remaining work to Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya, and he returned to his room. He closed the door and entered the system space. He had forgotten one thing before and picked the fruits from several fruit trees. Only when all the fruits are picked can the fruit trees continue to bloom and bear fruit. He just had a thought, and all the fruits from several fruit trees were put into the warehouse. The crops and vegetables in the several acres of land have grown very tall. Lu Chen estimated that they will be ripe in 2 days. The growing period of crops in the system space is very short. Let's cultivate a few more acres of land. It's convenient for planting and harvesting anyway. Lu Chen moved his mind again, and the area of the field expanded instantly. In the blink of an eye, the area of farmland reached about 100 acres. Lu Chen wanted to cultivate more land, but he felt a little dazed and dizzy. It turns out that there are restrictions on reclaiming land. Lu Chen estimated that he could only cultivate about 100 acres every day. If he could cultivate more, his mental strength would not be able to keep up. This mental power may be equivalent to the blue bar of the game character. 100 acres a day is not too little. 100 days is 10,000 acres. Don't panic, take your time. Lu Chen bought some rice and wheat seeds from the system store and planted them in all the fields. It may be due to the system space. Rice, like wheat, can be grown in dry fields and does not require paddy fields. He also watered the fields with spring water. Afterwards, he went to his room in the small building to take a nap. There is a faint scent of sunshine on the clean and soft bedding. Compared to the bed here, his bed at home was like a pigsty. He was a little anxious for the new house to be completed as soon as possible so that he could move in. As soon as he woke up, he hurried out of the space. When I went out, I saw that it was not yet noon. Lu Chen felt something was wrong. It is very likely that the time in the system space is not synchronized with the real time. He felt like he had slept for at least 4 hours in the space, but in reality, only a short while had passed. He bought a watch in the system store, looked at the position of the sun, adjusted the time by feeling, and then put the watch on his arm. That's right, in order to avoid being seen, he wore it on his arm instead of his wrist. At this time, it was still early for dinner. In the rural areas here, people have only had 2 meals a day for generations. Nephew, how do you steam these buns? An uncle came over and asked Lu Chen embarrassedly. Lu Chen really understands this. He had actually steamed buns in his previous life, and he even opened his own shop. He not only steamed buns, but also steamed dumplings. Not only can he steam buns, he can also make dumplings. Not only can he make dumplings, he can also make spicy soup, tofu pudding, fried dough sticks, and pan-fried buns. And I can cook and make big pot rice. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. Thinking of his past life, Lu Chen's eyes were filled with tears. What does that mean? I've been making steamed buns since I was a child, and I've experienced everything. Lu Chen had worked in many industries in his previous life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost everything. Lu Chen then explained to them the method of steaming buns. Of course, he had to keep an eye on it at all times to make sure nothing went wrong. Lu Chen chatted with a few villagers who were preparing food for a while, and he quietly checked the time. It's already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Chen rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let's get started." 10 pounds of chopped pork fat were poured into a newly opened large iron pot and simmered over low heat. Soon, a sizzling sound was heard from the pot. After the oil residue was fried until golden brown, Lu Chen fished out the oil residue and scooped out most of the lard. The villagers haven't had any greasy food in their stomachs for many years, so the dishes cannot be too oily, otherwise they will have diarrhea. Then pour the chopped pork belly into the pan and stir-fry. Soon, the fragrance filled the air. Several villagers who were helping to prepare the food smelled the fragrance and lost their appetite for work, and all gathered around the big pot. "Nephew, I didn't expect you could cook." A villager looked at the greasy pork belly in the pot and made small talk. While Lu Chen was busy, he chatted with him casually. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were standing in the distance, looking over here from time to time. Xie Xiao brought over 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, picked up some oil residue, and came to the two of them. "Xiaohua, Xiaoyu, come try this." Lu Xiaohua waved her hands hurriedly. No, sister-in-law. I just ate enough." Lu Xiaoyu, who was only about 10 years old, looked even more uneasy. She put her hands behind her back and kept shaking her head. "Sister-in-law, I don't want to eat. Xie Xiao stuffed the bowl into their hands and said, "Eat it. It's not a good thing. It's still early for dinner. You should eat less first to fill your stomach." Lu Chen specifically asked Xiaohua and Xiaoyu to help, and Xie Xiao had already vaguely guessed his intention. Naturally, they were treated differently. Xie Xiao said that this oil residue is not a good thing. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu don't think so. They haven't eaten meat for several years. Even if it was just oil residue, Lu Xiaohua had only eaten it once several years ago. That taste. Many times at night, she would dream of eating oil residue, and when she woke up, her saliva soaked the quilt. Finally, she can eat oil residue again. Chapter 24, Eating and Taking. Look carefully, this chef's name is Lu Chen. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a large pot of hot and fragrant dishes came out of the pot. Zhao Dia and Xie Qiao, holding large rice spoons, prepared to serve rice to the villagers. Hundreds of villagers were staring at the meat and vegetables in the big pot and were already scratching their heads in anxiety. It's really rice. And big white steamed buns. This young man is really honest. This dish contains fat meat, tofu, and vermicelli. Even wealthy families wouldn't dare eat this during the new year. This young man, Lu Chen, is really kind-hearted. He's taking good care of the people in our village. We should treat him better in the future. The villagers talked loudly, fearing that Lu Chen couldn't hear them. Before the meal started, Lu Chen explained to the villagers whose eyes were glowing green. "It's not that I don't want everyone to eat more. It's because everyone has been hungry for too long, so they don't dare to eat too much at once, otherwise their stomachs will burst. The belly may not burst, but the stomach will." The villagers had been starving for a long time, and they knew that. One villager immediately shouted, "Brother Chen is right. Didn't old Wang from the next village die last year from eating too much? I want to see him," and he vomited a lot of blood. It was so tragic. Brother Chen is doing this for our own good. All the villagers agreed. Therefore, each person can only get half a bowl of vegetables, 2 steamed buns, or a bowl of rice. We will gradually increase the amount of food for everyone in the future. Lu Chen said, waving his hand. "Get in line, dinner is served." The villagers who received the rice did not bother to find a place to eat and immediately took a few bites. "Smells good. Really smells good. So delicious. This fat. I've almost forgotten how long it's been since I tasted meat. And this rice is so white and chewy. If I eat as much as I want, I can eat 5 big bowls." Everyone ate and praised the food. Lu Chen, Xie Qiao, and Zhao Dia were not treated specially. The 3 of them also got some food and ate with everyone. The ingredients are green, and the processing process is clean and hygienic. He also likes to eat such big pot dishes, so there's no need to cook separately. While eating, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that his 2 cousins seemed to have strange expressions. "It's just a meal. Why are you acting like a thief?" At first, he thought that Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were just used to being bullied at home, so they had to be careful even when eating. But he soon discovered that neither of them had eaten much. They quietly poured the food into a small bag in their arms. Seeing this, Lu Chen frowned slightly. I guess this is not an isolated case. There may be many villagers who secretly hide some food and take it home to let their families eat some. He immediately stood up and said loudly, "My fellow villagers, I know you all have difficulties, but I asked you to come here to work. If you don't have enough to eat, how can you work for my family? Therefore, I hope everyone will finish their food and not take it home." After hearing this, many villagers looked a little unnatural. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu looked even more frightened. They looked at each other, not knowing whether they should take out the hidden food. When everyone was about to finish eating, Lu Chen signaled Xie Qiao to get some more food for Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu, and asked her to watch them finish their meal before stopping. After everyone finished their meal, Lu Chen asked Zhao Daya to distribute rice to everyone. Although the work has not officially started yet, we have already agreed to distribute the grain, so we naturally cannot go back on our word. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they all rushed over to help wash the pots and dishes. Afterwards, they happily returned home with the rice they had been allocated. On the way home, they were still reluctant to leave and were already looking forward to tomorrow's meal. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were the last to leave. In the end, Lu Chen did not expose the fact that the two of them had smuggled food in. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let their parents have a taste of the sweetness. After all, this is the last bit of sweetness they can taste. In the future, they may often think about this sweet taste. The feeling of thinking about it, but not being able to get it should not be very good. After everyone left, Lu Chen drove the carriage towards the town under the envious gazes of several villagers. The money Lu Chen had on hand was not enough to pay for the construction of the house. He had to go to the town and dig out the dozens of treasures. When Lu Chen leisurely rushed to Fengqi town, the Lu family village was already in an uproar. Every household was tasting the food and steamed buns brought back by the men who went to work for Lu Chen's family. Many people, or perhaps most of the villagers, have not smelled meat for several years. The food they secretly took back was not much, and those who did not go to help could only taste a small piece of fat meat or a small piece of white steamed bun. A woman said to her husband, "Dad, I only ate half a piece of meat today. Please bring back a few more pieces tomorrow so that I can have more." The man said, "Why are you just daydreaming? Lu Chen saw me taking food today, and I'm afraid it won't work tomorrow. If he sees me taking food home again, what will he do if he fires me? 1 pound of rice a day isn't enough for you guys to eat." The woman could only sigh and give up. 1 pound of rice a day is 100 times better than before. If we don't have this pound of rice, we will starve to death. Zhao Tiedan's home. Chen divided the pieces of fat and tofu brought by Zhao Taidan into 3 portions, 1 for her and 1 for her 2 sons, and half a steamed bun for each. They quickly stuffed all of it into their stomachs. Daya is such an unfilial thing. I secretly asked her to add more dishes to my meal, but she didn't even raise her eyelids. I'm so mad at her, Zhao Taidan said hatefully. Upon hearing this, Chen was so angry that she jumped up 3 feet high. Is this how she treats you as a father? No, I will go find her tomorrow. She is Lu Chen's concubine, and then Lu Chen has to call me mother-in-law. I went to my daughter's house to ask for some food, and he dared not give it to me. Zhao Taidan was so scared that he quickly covered her mouth. Oh, my dear mother, please stop screaming. If Lu Chen hears it, it will be terrible. Chen slapped Zhao Taidan in the face. Look at you, you coward. We are her parents. If it weren't for me, would she have grown up like this? Have I raised her for nothing all these years? Zhao Taidan almost knelt down in front of her. Ancestors, my ancestors. Daya is no longer the same Daya as before. She doesn't recognize any relatives now. If you really dare to cause trouble for her, who knows what she will do? It was noisy at Zhao Tiedan's place, and the homes of the 2 brothers Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan were also not peaceful at this time. He raised a fire poker and yelled at Lu Xiaohua fiercely. Tell me, where did you hide the food? Why did you only bring back so little? I heard that everyone was given 2 steamed buns. Why did you only bring back 1? Lu Xiaohua was so frightened that she stepped back repeatedly. Mom, my brother Chen saw me hiding the food, so he ate a steamed bun. His eyes widened in anger, and she hit Lu Xiaohua on the thigh with a stick. What? You dare to steal the steamed buns? Those are white flour steamed buns. My white flour steamed buns. Your father, your brother, and I haven't eaten white flour steamed buns for several years. We haven't even had a bite of it yet, but you, a money loser, have eaten it first. How dare you? The same scene was also happening in Lu Qingyuan's home. Chapter 25, Encountering Robbers Again. Students who often traveled at night in ancient times all know that when traveling at night, you must find someone to travel with. Especially during times of war and chaos, walking alone at night is tantamount to suicide. It was already late at night when Lu Chen drove his donkey cart from Fengqi town to his home. He was in an extremely happy mood at this moment. Fengqi ancient town has a long history, with historical records dating back thousands of years. This heritage of more than 1,000 years is indeed rich. He gained a lot from this trip. He dug up dozens of treasure spots one by one, and he couldn't even count how much gold, silver, and jewelry he had dug up. Roughly speaking, Lu Chen felt that there must be at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Converted into system currency, this is tens of millions. He now felt that he had become a small rich man, and that a small goal was within sight. The horse's hooves are light in the spring breeze. Lu Chen couldn't help but hum a little tune in the cool night breeze. Stop! Stop it! A few loud shouts disturbed Lu Chen's good mood. He saw several people lined up not far in front of the carriage, blocking the dirt road, which was not wide to begin with. Lu Chen looked at them indifferently without saying anything. As a master, he is naturally aloof. Talking too much nonsense will affect his image as a master. The leader pointed the big knife in his hand at Lu Chen. This road is mine. Before he could finish his words, Lu Chen flicked his finger and a stone flew out, hitting the man in the face. The man screamed, and the sword fell to the ground with a clang. He covered his face with his hands and jumped on the ground in pain. Seeing this, the other shouted a few times and rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat upright in the carriage, snapping his fingers and sending pebbles flying out, all hitting the faces of several people. Suddenly, wailing sounds came one after another. Lu Chen snorted coldly and continued driving the carriage forward. He was too lazy to kill these little karamis. After the carriage drove away, the people lying on the side of the road rushed out to check on their injured accomplices. How can this guy be so powerful? Someone exclaimed when he saw his accomplice covered in blood. Third Master, it's a good thing we didn't come out. If we had, we would have been in great trouble. The skinny Third Master had a gloomy look in his eyes and whispered, Bald, big head, you two follow him and see which village he's from. Two men, one tall and one short, hurriedly ran towards the carriage. Lu Chen heard the silent footsteps behind him, but ignored them and continued on his way. After returning home, Lu Chen unloaded the donkey, tied it up, and lingered in the yard for a long time before he saw the two guys who had followed him leave. He now has excellent night vision and can see as clearly on moonlit nights as in daytime. Seeing that there was no one around, he bought 20,000 blue bricks from the system store and piled them on the land where the house was to be built. After he arrived in town today, he inquired and found out that all the nearby brick factories had stopped operations. In this year of famine and war, only a fool would build a house. In desperation, he could only buy building materials from the system store. The blue bricks in the system store are $1 each. There are naturally building materials in the system store. After all, building barracks and fortifications also require building materials. He also bought more than 10 tons of cement, more than 10 tons of steel bars, and dozens of tons of sand in the system store. After stacking these building materials neatly next to the homestead, Lu Chen returned to his house. He closed the door, bolted it, turned around, and entered the system space. The flow of time in the system space is different from that in the outside world. He slept for 8 hours in the space, and less than an hour in the outside world. After Lu Chen tried it several times, he roughly estimated that the time flow rate between the two was about 1 to 10. However, the time it takes for crops to mature in the system space is shorter. The next priority is to build the house. In the next few days, Lu Chen's house broke ground, and the construction site was bustling with activity every day. If it weren't for the ragged clothes on these villagers, Lu Chen would have thought he had returned to his previous life. Lu Chen provides 2 meals a day for these villagers. One meal is rice porridge, and the other meal has meat and vegetables, as well as refined rice and large white steam buns. The villagers of Lujiazhai, especially the young and strong laborers who came to help his family, were obviously much healthier. Part of it is because they are well fed. Another reason is that the water Lu Chen uses for cooking is the spring water in his space. After a few days, the villagers were very grateful to Lu Chen. They didn't expect that Lu Chen could let them eat meat every day and have enough to eat well every day. It's like celebrating Chinese New Year every day. That's not true. Even in good years, they never ate so well and so full during the New Year. Lu Chen was not idle either. In addition to instructing workers on how to use cement and steel bars on a construction site, he also had to discuss many issues with Master Mason Tian Luzhu, such as how to design the drainage system. Tian Luzhu was smart enough. After Lu Chen gave him a little advice, he immediately knew what to do, which saved Lu Chen a lot of trouble. In addition, he had to drive out in a carriage every evening and come back in a late night. He did this just to find a source of building materials and food for himself, and to make his life easier. The title deed to the homestead has been obtained. On the day of the groundbreaking, Lu Chen and village chief Lu Daji went to the county town together to stamp the land deed. For the past few days, Lu Jiazhai appeared calm on the surface. But Lu Chen had long discovered that every night when he came back from town, there were always a few people following his carriage from a distance. Fortunately, Zhao Daya volunteered to guard the construction site at night, and those people did not come to cause trouble. What is coming will always come. But Lu Chen didn't know when they would take action. There are mountains everywhere around Lu Jiazhai. There are countless bandit dens in the mountains. The composition of these bandits was very complex. Some were starving people who could not make ends meet. Some were habitual bandits. Some were roving bandits. And some were deserters who went up the mountain and became bandits. There's so many bandits that he can't kill them all, and there's no need to kill them all. In fact, Lu Chen had no prejudice against these bandits. If you don't provoke him, he naturally won't take the initiative to provoke you. If anyone dares to provoke him, he will make sure they never return. Lu Chen felt that the group of bandits who had been targeting him these past few days were gathering their strength and preparing to take over Lu Jiazhai in one fell swoop. In the eyes of others, Lu Chen's action of building a new house made him a big fat sheep. It would be strange if they weren't moved. At present, the cement and steel bars needed to build a house are basically sufficient, but the bricks and tiles are still far from enough. He had to go out every day so that the building materials that appeared out of nowhere the next day would not arouse suspicion. Many villagers, including the village chief, have asked him many times how these bricks and tiles were transported back. Lu Chen said that he hired someone to bring it back on a cart overnight. Anyway, whether others believe it or not, and to what extent they believe it, is none of his business. In the future, he will build a wall around the entire village, and when the villagers see it more often, they will no longer be surprised. That evening, Lu Chen drove the carriage to the town, as usual. Just when he was halfway there, dozens of people rushed out from the woods beside the road and surrounded Lu Chen. Chapter 26, The Murderous Demon. Look carefully, this donkey is called Xiao He. It is very scared now. The eyes of the group of people in front of me were full of desire for food. The way they looked at me was as if I were looking at donkey meat in a donkey meat barbecue, donkey meat in donkey meat soup, or donkey meat on a donkey awful platter. Xiao He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to be turned into donkey meat. It hasn't had a good few days yet. Hey, look at this donkey. It's so fat. In this day and age, you can still raise a donkey so strong. This kid must be fat too. Kill this donkey. Maybe I can have a taste of it. After this group of people surrounded Lu Chen's carriage, most of their attention was on the donkey. Xiao He was trembling with fear, as he had often seen this kind of look before. An 8-foot-tall, iron tower-like man, holding a 3-ring broadsword, stood majestically in front of the carriage. Be good and accept death, and Grandpa will reward you with an intact body. D. Dozens of bandits roared in unison. The sound was shocking. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been scared to pee their pants. In fact, some people were really scared to death. Xiao He was frightened and urinated all over the ground. The burly man looked proudly at Lu Chen, who was sitting in the carriage, feeling quite proud. His tactic of taking the initiative has always been effective. But unfortunately, he saw the young man in the carriage, and his expression did not change at all. This kid must be scared silly. Although he was good at throwing stones, it was just a trivial trick after all. It could fool others, but it could not fool Li Er, the soul-breaking knife. He earned the name of soul-breaking sword Li Er by surviving among the dead. Someone, drag him down. Li Er slammed his 3-ring broadsword to the ground and gave the order. The bandits in front immediately stepped forward and prepared to take action. At this moment, a long sword suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's hand. The knife was straight and long, only 2.5 fingers wide. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the knife reflected a faint cold light. Interesting. Li Er's mouth curled up. He didn't expect the boy to dare to resist. Does this young man really think he is a martial arts master? So what if he is a martial arts master? Li Er is not someone who is easy to deal with. What's more, the 50 or 60 people in his Black Wind gang are not vegetarians either. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Guys, chop him up. Li Er shouted loudly. The bandits all brandished their weapons and rushed towards the carriage. Lu Chen jumped lightly off the carriage and landed right in the crowd. As soon as he landed, several sharp blades rushed towards him. Lu Chen swung his long sword suddenly. Blood spurted out. For great heads flew high. What a fast knife. Li Er secretly shook it. He didn't even see clearly how the knife killed his 4 brothers. Kill. When the bandits saw their brothers being killed, instead of being afraid, they became even more murderous. There's so many in number. How can they not be defeated by a little boy? Swish! The knife flashed, and 3 heads rolled down. Swish! Blood splattered everywhere, and 4 more people were cut into 2 pieces. Wow! A bandit was split in half from head to hip. Lu Chen took a step forward and swung his sword. With a footstep's fall, the person dies. He walked forward step by step, ruthlessly hacking down the bandits one by one. His sword never missed, and every time he swung it, at least one bandit would die on the spot. He took a big step forward, swung his long sword, and cut the 5 bandits in half. The strong smell of blood quickly spread. Lier's face gradually became ugly. He had never seen such an efficient method of killing. That's right, this was not a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. His brothers, who were living on the edge of a knife all day long, were like lambs to be slaughtered. Let this young man kill at will. No power to resist. They had just raised their weapons, and before they had time to exert any force, they were killed by the swords. Is he still human? At this moment, Lu Chen had become a devil in Lier's eyes. A murderous demon. In just a few breaths, as if in the blink of an eye, 50 or 60 bandits were killed by Lu Chen, leaving only a few people. The remaining bandits were still in shock. Before they could figure out what was happening, the ground was already littered with the bodies of their companions. They didn't even have time to consider whether to escape. Lu Chen didn't give them time to think. He swung the knife simply and neatly. If blood is seen, people will die. No mercy. These people are all strong and healthy, and they are not starving people who have been forced to become bandits. Even if they were starving people at first, they have now undergone a qualitative change. At present, most people don't even have tree bark to eat, but they're all fat and well-fed, which in itself speaks volumes. Now, there's one last person standing in front of Lu Chen. Lier was trembling and covered in cold sweat. The arrogance from before was long gone. Mercy! Lier threw away the 3-ring broadsword in his hand and knelt down in front of Lu Chen. Please spare my life. I am blind and deserve death. Please spare my life. Lier kowtowed to Lu Chen repeatedly, and a big bump appeared on his forehead. Facing Lu Chen, he didn't have the slightest thought of resisting, because he knew that in front of this young man, he was like an ant. The boy could easily crush him to death by just stretching out a finger. Lu Chen kicked out, and Lier flew out without even a sound. Lu Chen didn't even look at Lier again and returned to the carriage. He glanced at a forest not far away, turned his carriage around, and headed towards Lu Jiazhai. After the carriage had gone away, 2 heads popped out from behind a large rock in the woods. Strong, too strong. One of them wiped the cold sweat from his face and said in a trembling voice. The other man was also in shock, his face pale, and he lowered his voice and said, I didn't expect that such a person would exist in this poor and remote place. The 2 men sat on the ground in a daze for a while, and one of them asked, What do you think our general's chances of winning against him are? What are the chances of winning? Wake up. You really dare to think that? You mean, our general? If our general knew what you were thinking, he would immediately drag you out and execute you. After a long silence, this is not a place to stay for long. Let's leave quickly. Wait a little longer. My legs are a little weak. My legs are a little weak. At this moment, Lu Chen drove a horse-drawn carriage and arrived outside Lu Jiazhai village. Outside the village, there was a large crowd of people. There are at least 300 or 400 people. Really? Lu Chen stopped the carriage and looked at the group of people from a distance. For several days, they kept snooping around the village and finally couldn't help but come and kill them. It was obvious that the people he met on the road just now were in the same group as this group. It's good that you're here. Once we get rid of them, we should be able to have some peace and quiet for a while. Chapter 27. Start fighting. Friends who are often robbed by bandits know that many bandits not only want money, but also want lives. Lu Daji, the village chief of Lu Jiazhai, felt disheartened when he saw the bandits swarming outside the village. Judging from the situation, it is obvious that they are going to massacre the entire village. After learning that bandits were attacking, the villagers spontaneously organized themselves without Lu Daji saying anything. Almost all the young and strong people in the village helped build a house on Lu Chen's homestead. When they heard that bandits were coming, they immediately ran back home, took out their weapons, and rushed to the village entrance. These weapons were all left behind by the bandits, who were wiped out last time. With weapons in hand, and having eaten their fill for the past few days, the villagers were full of confidence and felt that even if bandits came, they would be able to fight. But when they saw so many bandits coming, they were all scared out of their wits. Village chief, what should we do? Village chief, there are so many bandits. Even if we have great abilities, we can't defeat them. Village chief, is it too late for us to escape now? Village head, Lu Daji felt a headache after hearing this. What can he do? He could only look at Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya, who were not far away. Whether the lives of all the people in Lujiazhai can be saved depends entirely on these two. Unfortunately, he just heard that Lu Chen drove a carriage to the town. If Lu Chen were here, maybe he could help take charge of the situation. Lu Daji suddenly saw a girl with an unfamiliar face standing next to Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya. This girl, like Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya, held an identical long sword in her hand. Who is this woman? Did Lu Chen buy another concubine? Or is she a newly bought maid? She doesn't look like a servant. Lu Daji was full of doubts and didn't know the girl's origins. At this time, Xie Xiao and the other two were also discussing in low voices. Zhao Daya said, Brother Lu is not at home. We must protect our new house no matter what. Not a single brick or tile can be lost. In Zhao Daya's opinion, Lu Chen's family business is the most important. Chu Yun also said firmly, even if we die, we must keep Sister Xie safe. Although Chu Yun had taken the powerful pill and knew that she was no longer the same as before, she had never fought with anyone, so she didn't know how strong she was. There were too many bandits, and Chu Yun felt that protecting Xie Xiao was the most important thing. Xie Xiao said, we must not forget the swordsmanship that my husband taught us the night before. The night before yesterday, Lu Chen took the three of them to the back mountain and taught them a set of swordsmanship. Strictly speaking, that cannot be considered a set of sword techniques. It can only be regarded as basic knife skills and training methods. After Lu Chen taught them, the three of them practiced in the back mountain for 2 hours overnight. Last night, the three of them went to the back mountain to practice for 2 hours. In total, they only practiced this set of sword techniques for 4 hours. Although the time was short, the three of them felt that they had made rapid progress. And the more they practiced, the more they felt that this sword technique was unfathomable. At every moment, they can draw endless skills from this sword technique to fight against the enemy. Zhao Daya and Chu Yun said in unison, I won't forget. This knife technique seemed to have been deeply imprinted in their minds. Xie Qiao said, okay, let's fight. Zhao Daya nodded, okay. Chu Yun was a little hesitant. Shall we just go over there like this? Just looking at hundreds of bandits is enough to make people's heart pound. Facing a strong enemy, doesn't she think she should formulate a strategy first? Xie Qiao smiled and said, as my husband said, they're just chickens and dogs, nothing to worry about. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Daya rushed towards the bandits. Seeing this, Xie Qiao hurried to follow. Chu Yun had no choice but to follow closely behind him and rushed out with a long sword in hand. The three men, like three sharp knives, charged into the crowd of bandits. These three girls are quite interesting. At the end of the bandit group, Zhao Jindo, the leader of Hyphen Gang, was holding a fine steel spear. He couldn't help but smile when he saw the three graceful girls coming forward to kill him. Are they afraid of being loved by my brothers, so they come here to die? Zhao Jindo looked at the three girls approaching quickly, wondering whether to capture them alive. After all, these three women are all rare and top-notch. They have first-class figures, first-class looks, and skin as white as cream, which is more beautiful than those rich girls in the county. It would be a shame if one of my men accidentally hurt them. Seeing Xie Qiao and the other three coming to kill them, the bandits laughed with joy. Little lady, come here and let me take good care of you. This is the first time I've seen such a hot young lady, but I wonder if she's as hot in bed as well. Look at your delicate skin and tender flesh. I can't bear to hurt you. Brothers, this one in front is mine. Don't try to snatch it from me. I'll give it to you after I've had enough fun. Before he could finish his words, Zhao Daya had already come to him. This guy had a wretched look on his face, holding a knife in one hand and trying to grab Zhao Daya with the other. Zhao Daya swung the long knife in her hand like lightning, and the bandit's head and body were separated. On the other side, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun had also rushed into the group of bandits. The flashes of knives flashed repeatedly, and more than 10 bandits were lying dead on the ground. As soon as they came into contact with the enemy, Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya realized how exquisite the sword skills they had just learned were. Before, they could only rely on their physical advantages to crush the enemy. Now, They can kill the enemy faster and more accurately with less than 1/10 of their strength. The footwork, leg techniques, and body movements contained in this set of swordsmanship make their bodies 100 times more flexible. They were like butterflies dancing in a sea of flowers among the enemy. Although the enemies were numerous, they could not even touch the corners of their clothes. It's so refreshing. At this moment, Chu Yun was even more shocked. In the past, she thought that each of these ferocious bandits was someone she could not contend with at all. But now, the bandits in front of her were like a group of 3-year-old children, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. In her eyes, the bandits' movements seemed slow, weak, and powerless. They were like leeks, allowing her to harvest them easily. I am so strong. Even though Chu Yun was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. That magical pill and profound swordsmanship actually made me a martial arts master in a short period of time. Oh no, it seems I'm much stronger than the top martial arts masters. Xie Xiao and his 2 companions charged into the enemy camp, invincible. Anyone they touched would die. Wherever they went, the bandits fell down one by one like straw. In the blink of an eye, Xie Xiao and the other 2 had cleared a large open space. In the open space, the bandits' bodies were lying in a pool of blood. No one was injured, they were all dead. Chapter 28, The Village Chief's Thoughts. Look carefully, this 6th brother is named Lu Daji. Seeing the 3 daughters of Lu Chen's family rushing into the enemy camp and killing the bandits, making them scream and cry, the villagers immediately cheered. As the village chief, Lu Daji has a greater sense of honor and responsibility than the villagers. At first, when he saw the large number of bandits, for a moment he considered whether he should turn around and run away after the fight started. But thinking of the hundreds of elderly, weak, women and children behind him, he decided to join the villagers in fighting the bandits to the end. After seeing how powerful the 3 girls from Lu Chen's family were, killing bandits as easily as killing chickens and dogs, he knew that he and the villagers of Lu Jiazhai had escaped death once again. Charge! Fellow villagers, kill the bandits. Lu Daji raised the spear in his hand and gave the order to attack. The villagers finally woke up from their dream, raised their weapons, and rushed towards the bandits. The last time the bandits attacked, the villagers had been hungry for too long and had no strength at all, so it was understandable that they did not dare to rush forward to kill the enemy. But this time, they were all well fed and full of energy. It would be unreasonable to let the girls from Lu Chen's family fight alone. The villagers rushed forward and killed the bandits. Lu Daji followed slowly behind and also rushed forward. He was not walking at the back because he was afraid, but because he felt that as the backbone of the villagers, he must not suffer any harm. If he made any mistake, the morale of the villagers would be demoralized. On the other hand, he ran slower because he had his own plans in mind. When Xie Xiao first came to the village, she was skinny and shy, afraid to look up when she saw people. But now, she is more majestic than a general on the battlefield. In Zhao Daya, I watched her grow up. She was also a punching bag, beaten and scolded by her stepmother every day and bullied by her younger brother. But now, she has changed so much. And that strange woman, where on earth did she come from? How come she is so powerful? Lu Daji was puzzled. These days, the villagers have been discussing this countless times in private, and even when they're lying in bed, they are not idle. They're all talking about the same thing. Xie Xiao and Zhao Daya. Why did they suddenly become martial arts masters? Lu Daji suddenly looked up and saw a carriage parked alone on the opposite hill. There was a person sitting upright in the carriage. Isn't that Lu Chen's nephew? Lu Chen sat in the carriage, as if he was watching a battle or a play. He looked like he had everything planned out. He had no intention of coming down to fight. Obviously, he was very confident in the strength of Xie Xiao and the other 2. Lu Daji only felt a palpitation in his heart. He thought of his youngest daughter, Xiulan. His daughter Xiulan is already old enough to get married. However, due to years of famine, finding a marriage became a difficult task. The boy they liked was chosen by their family, but their family thought that Lu Daji, the village chief, was too poor. As for the family that came to propose marriage, Lu Daji disliked the boy's family because they were too poor and was afraid that his daughter would starve if she married into their family. By the time this happened, Xiulan was almost 16 years old. If she doesn't find a husband soon, the villagers will gossip about her behind her back. How about marrying Xiulan to Lu Chen as a concubine? I watched this young man, Lu Chen, grow up. He's a good person, rich, and has a house. If she marries him, she won't starve, and she won't be bullied. The more Lu Daji thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible. The new house that Lu Chen's family is building is a large courtyard covering several acres. He went to the construction site and saw that there were dozens of houses. Even the house of Mr. Chen, the richest man in town, is far inferior to Lu Chen's house. Just as Lu Daji was thinking about it, the villagers in front of him had already started fighting with the bandits. A villager, holding a big knife, slashed at the bandit in front of him. The bandit had already been frightened by the bravery of the three girls. When he saw the villagers coming towards him, he quickly raised his knife to block them. When the bandit felt a huge force coming, and he couldn't hold the sword in his hand anymore, and was knocked to the ground. The villager was overjoyed when he saw this, and chopped down again with his knife. The bandit was unable to dodge backwards, and the knife cut a big hole in his chest and abdomen, and his intestines flowed out. The villager was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he could easily defeat a bandit. The other villagers soon discovered that they were stronger than the bandits, and that the bandits could not withstand their attacks at all. Kill. Seeing that the bandits were even weaker than themselves, the villagers became more confident and shouted for killing. However, these villagers are still far inferior to Xie Qiao and his two companions. Over there, Xie Qiao and the other two were like a tiger among a pack of wolves. No, it was more like a tiger among a flock of chickens. They rushed left and right among the bandits, and the bandits didn't even have time to turn around and escape before they were chopped to the ground. The more the bandit leader Zhao Jindo watched, the more frightened and chilled he became. He had nearly 400 men, and in the blink of an eye, nearly half of them were hacked to death by the three women. He had never seen anything like it in his life. This is not a battle at all. It's a one-sided massacre. This is not a massacre of the village. This is simply sending yourself to be slaughtered. Zhao Jindo gritted his teeth and roared. Kill. Brothers, kill them. Kill these little bitches for me. There will be a huge reward. He just couldn't believe that he, such a brother, couldn't even defeat three little girls. He didn't believe that these three girls had endless energy because they would eventually run out of energy. Wait until they are out of strength and kill them. Then the remaining villagers will not be a threat to you. Even if he lost most of his men, as long as he robbed the richest man in the village, he would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Anyone who can build such a big house in the village must have at least several thousand taels of silver. When the time comes, he can take the money and run away, hiding his identity and becoming a rich man. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Kill. When the bandits heard that there was a huge reward, they shouted, and, relying on their numbers, they mustered up the courage to attack Xie Qiao and the other two. Xie Qiao and the other two became more and more courageous as the battle went on. They slashed with their long swords horizontally and vertically. Amidst the flashing sword light, blood filled the sky. Lu Chen sat in the carriage, looking at Xie Qiao and the other two from afar. They only used 10% of this master-level swordsmanship. If they practice for a while longer, their combat effectiveness will be able to make a qualitative leap. Lu Chen can master the sword techniques purchased from the system store in an instant. But teaching it to others requires a long period of practice to master it. However, if it is taught to young girls, they will learn 100 times faster than an average person. In other words, it may take ordinary people 3 to 5 years to master the sword technique, but they only need 1% of the time to master it completely. The reason why Lu Chen did not participate in the battle was that he wanted them to grow through the battle. Killing enemies in battle is the best way to improve your swordsmanship proficiency. Chapter 29, Great Victory. Students who often go to the battlefield know that morale is one of the most critical factors in determining the outcome of a war. Throughout the long course of history, there are countless examples of battles in which thousands of people chased tens of thousands of people. The bravery of Xie Qiao and the other two was something this group of bandits had never seen before. They had never even heard of it. In front of Xie Qiao and the other two, he would die if he met them, and he couldn't even survive for a second. Until now, these hundreds of people have never even touched the corners of the three women's clothes. The weapons in the hands of the bandits are just decorations. Xie Qiao and the other two seemed to cherish the long swords in their hands. Every time they swung the sword, they deliberately avoided the bandits' weapons and went straight for the enemy's vital points. They are like killing machines, using the least movement and the least effort to deliver the most deadly attack. The killing spree frightened the bandits. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the balance of victory had completely tilted towards Xie Qiao and the other two, although the outcome of this battle had been determined from the very beginning. The bandits were killed in pieces and were unable to organize an effective attack. When they saw Xie Qiao and the other two rushing towards them like killing gods, there was only one thought in their minds, which was, retreat, retreat, retreat. But he still couldn't escape death. The bandits initially fought desperately, then retreated cowardly, and then fought stubbornly until they finally collapsed. Zhao Jindo also understood at this time that he was doomed today. They were defeated so completely. The three women he had been longing for died of exhaustion, and he was afraid he would never see them again. Zhao Jindo finally raised the fine steel spear in his hand. I refuse to accept this. Even if I die, Zhao Jindo will drag someone down with him. Zhao Jindo, who had been rampant in the Shirwan Mountains for more than 10 years, finally raised a spear and rushed towards Xie Qiao. After all, he is a martial artist and has a certain reputation in the martial arts world. He had been gathering his strength for a long time, and he was confident that he could fight a weak woman who had been charging for a long time in a one-on-one battle. Kill! Zhao Jindo shook the spear in his hand and stabbed at Xie Qiao, who had his back to him. Xie Qiao chopped down a fleeing bandit with one sword, and suddenly heard a sharp wind coming from behind. She shifted her feet, turned her body lightly, and swung the long sword in her hand from bottom to top, slashing diagonally towards the back. Zhao Jindo was cut in half. Zhao Jindo, who was not yet dead, had eyes full of astonishment. He couldn't believe that he died like this. Another one, this person actually dared to launch a sneak attack. How courageous! Xie Qiao was a little surprised. At this time, the bandits had already been killed and fled in all directions, unable to hide from her. Yet, there were still people who dared to come forward and die. It must be said that this person was really brave. Poor Zhao Jindo, the leader of Hyphen Gang, thought he could succeed in his sneak attack. But he didn't expect that Xie Qiao didn't treat him as a human being at all. Just like he dealt with other bandits, Xie Qiao killed him in seconds after just a brief encounter. From the beginning to the end, Xie Qiao only regarded him as an ordinary minion. The boss is dead. The boss was killed. When the bandits saw Zhao Jindo being chopped into 2 pieces by a knife, they screamed in shock. It was not until then that Xie Qiao took another look at Zhao Jindo lying on the ground. Zhao Jindo, who was split into 2 pieces, can still live for a while. He tried to move his eyes and looked at Xie Qiao's petite body, feeling extremely unwilling and regretful. What kind of iron wall did he hit? He worked hard for more than 10 years, finally built a team, finally gained a foothold, and finally made a name for himself. But in the end, he failed because of a few little girls. Zhao Jindo died with his eyes open. With their leader dead, the dozens of remaining bandits instantly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Xie Qiao shouted, "Don't leave any of them behind." After saying that, he ran after the nearest bandit. Zhao Dia and Chu Yun also chased the bandits separately. A group of villagers also chased after the fleeing bandits. It was not until then that Lu Chen drove his carriage and leisurely arrived at the village entrance. It's harvest season again. He got out of the car and began to search the bandits' bodies one by one. His plundering efficiency was extremely high. As soon as he thought about it, all the property on the bandits would automatically enter the system warehouse. He touched the bodies one by one and found that these bandits were much fatter than the bandits last time. Almost every bandit had several taels of silver on him. Just as Lu Chen was working hard to loot, the women and children who had been hiding in the village also came to the village entrance one after another. They stared at Lu Chen licking the loot, but no one dared to come over and fight for it. Now Lu Chen is not only the benefactor of all the villagers, but also their granary. If it weren't for Lu Chen, many of them might have starved to death. At present, the grass roots around the village have been dug up clean, and the tree barks have been eaten away. If it weren't for the rice distributed by Lu Chen, they would not have been able to survive. Moreover, in the future, they also expect the men in their family to go to Lu Chen's house to help and bring food to the family for survival. Although the villagers did not dare to steal the valuables from the corpses, they did not leave. Instead, there were more and more of them. Soon, a large group of old people, women and children gathered at the entrance of the village. Lu Chen was only concerned with searching for valuables on the corpse and didn't pay any attention to the villagers. To be honest, the bandits' belongings were of little help to the villagers. The price of food has increased more than tenfold now, and they can't buy much food with this money. It would be better to give it to him at a lower price. It would be much more cost-effective for him to buy food from the system store. When he turned over a corpse, his brows suddenly frowned. There is actually a fish that has slipped through the net. A bandit was covered in blood, but Lu Chen noticed that his eyelids were trembling slightly. He was obviously playing dead. Lu Chen ignored him and continued to collect his spoils. "Brother Lu, I'm back." Lu Chen looked up and saw that it was Zhao Daya who came back. "Brother Lu, this was taken from the corpse." Zhao Daya was holding a heavy cloth bag in her hand. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. "Okay, you take it first." Soon, Xie Xiao and Chu Yun also rushed back. With the help of many villagers, all the fleeing bandits were killed. Some villagers also handed over the silver and money they had looted from the bandits to Lu Chen. Some villagers might embezzle the money they looted, but Lu Chen didn't care. Compared to the big chunk he got, what these villagers kept was not even a fraction. With the assistance of Xie Xiao and the other two, the bandits' belongings were quickly looted. Afterwards, Lu Chen signaled to the villagers and left the rest to them. The villagers then rushed forward, some stripping off their clothes, some grabbing their weapons, some taking off their shoes. Seeing this, the women who were watching covered their faces and left. "With so many clothes, I won't be afraid of winter this year. With so many weapons, if bandits come again, my wife will have something to defend herself. That's a lot of shoes. We have enough for everyone in our family to have a pair." There are about 400 people in Lujiazhai, and there are almost 400 bandits who came this time. These bandits are simply here to bring warmth to Lujiazhai. Although many of the bandits' clothes were torn by Xie Xiao and his men's knives, they could still be worn after being patched up. As for the bandits' weapons, they were enough to arm every child in Lujiazhai. Today is a great harvest. Chapter 30 Girls' Thoughts. Look carefully. This bandit's name is Nyoer. He lay among the dead, listening to the villagers shouting with joy around him, and he was scared to death. A villager came over and quickly stripped him naked. He felt extremely ashamed and instinctively wanted to cover his lower body. As soon as his hand moved slightly, he was immediately discovered by the villager. The villager immediately put the knife to his neck and shouted at Lu Chen. Chenhua, come and see. There's a living creature here." When Nyoer saw that he was discovered, he simply stopped pretending and hurriedly protected his lower body with his hands. Lu Chen came over when he heard the voice. He had something else to ask. He squatted down, looked at the naked bandit, and asked, "Tell me, where is your lair?" This group of bandits is different from the previous one. They are much stronger. Their weapons were better, and their clothes were much neater. It is obvious that they are local residents, not bandits. The most important point is that Lu Chen did not find much silver and money from the bandit leader just now. He must have hidden the gold and silver in the bandit's lair. The leader was dead, and all his companions were killed. Nyoer had no need to hide anything and immediately spilled the beans, telling everything he knew. "We are from Black Wind Village. The one holding the spear is our leader. This time, we only left a dozen or so brothers in the village." "Black Wind Post? Okay, take me there now." There are many hills in the 10,000 mountains, and without someone to lead the way, Lu Chen couldn't find the way at all. Nyoer put on the clothes returned to him by the villagers and obediently led Lu Chen into the depths of the mountains. Along the way, Nyoer did not dare to have any second thoughts and was very honest. Those 3 powerful girls were very respectful to the young man, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. After Lu Chen and the other 2 left, Lu Daji immediately asked the villagers to dig a hole to bury the bodies. There are hundreds of bandit corpses to deal with, which is a huge project. I don't think it will be completed tomorrow. This time, the villagers did not make any demands and willingly dug a large pit at the foot of a mountain outside the village. While directing the villagers to dig a hole, Lu Daji was thinking in his heart how to talk to Lu Chen. At first he thought this method was great, but the more he thought about it, the less satisfied he became. "Although my daughter Xiaolan is pretty, she's not as pretty as the 3 girls in his family. Lu Chen already has 3 wives and concubines, and Xiaolan is not as pretty as the other 3. What if he refuses to take her as his concubine? Oh, this seems a bit difficult. How about I go home and discuss this with my wife?" Lu Daji was full of worries, so he left a group of villagers who were working and returned home alone. "Chuier, I want to discuss something with you." When the village chief's wife Wang Chuier heard Lu Daji's plan, she jumped up immediately. "What? You want Xiaolan to be someone else's concubine? Lu Daji, is Xiaolan your biological daughter? You are treating her like this." Lu Daji said earnestly, Old woman, look at the chaos we're in right now. We don't know when the rebel army will attack us. Don't you know what's going on with the Lu Chen family? Only they can protect Xiulan. Besides, look at Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya from their family. What were they like before? And what are they like now? If our Xiulan can be as powerful as them, who will be able to bully her in the future? By then, the dozen or so people in our family will probably have to rely on Xiulan's protection to survive in this chaotic world. Wang Shui'er then sat down again, thought about it carefully, and felt that what her husband said made sense. Right now, even the village chief's family has to budget carefully for food. If the world continues to be in chaos, their family probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. If Xiulan went to Lu Chen's house, not only would she have good food and drink, but she would also have the ability to save her life. Not only is she able to protect herself, she can even protect their entire family of more than a dozen people. But, Wang Shui'er suddenly said, but Lu Chen is from our family. How can Xiulan marry him? Lu Daji said, we are 5 generations apart from him. That's not nice either. People will definitely gossip about you. Don't forget that you are the mayor of our village. Lu Daji was stunned for a long moment. Then he sighed, oh, is this really that difficult? No, we can't just let this go. Think about it. Is there any other way? At this time, Wang Shui'er was more concerned than Lu Daji. These days, being alive is more important than anything else. Although Xiulan is a girl, the couple loves her very much. After all, she is their only daughter. Lu Daji said with some embarrassment. Then, let me think about it. The couple thought about this, and then thought about the next day. As soon as Lu Daji and his wife got up, they heard some extremely bad news. Their eldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law were sitting at the gate chatting. Have you heard? Lu Chen brought back 5 more girls last night. 5 girls? Where did they come from? I heard they were rescued from a bandit's lair. The same gang from yesterday, called Black Wind Gang. 5 girls, how old are they? The youngest is only 11, and the oldest is probably 15 or 16. What do you think Lu Chen was thinking? Is there really so much food at home that he can't finish it all? Why did he bring back these girls? It's just a waste of food, isn't it? You're wrong. Lu Chen wants 3 wives and 4 concubines. TSK. Can his body withstand it? Wang Shui'er panicked when she heard this. What? Lu Chen brought back 5 more girls? Including the 3 in his family. There are 8 of us in total. What about her daughter Xiulan? She grabbed Lu Daji by the back of his collar and dragged him into the inner room. Master, what do you think we should do about this? We have to hurry up and deal with Xiulan's matter. If we delay any longer, how will she be able to enter Lu Chen's house? Lu Daji was also very panicked. He felt that this was a very stable thing yesterday, but just after one night, it suddenly became impossible. At this time, in Lu Xiulan's house next door, Lu Xiulan bit her lips tightly, her beautiful eyes full of determination. The houses in the countryside are cramped and not soundproof. Lu Daji and his wife whispered until midnight last night, and Lu Xiulan had already heard most of it. As she grew older, several of her playmates in the village got married, but she was the only one who was still unengaged. She was not in a hurry. She had never had any interest in Lu Chen. But after hearing the conversation between her parents last night, a flame suddenly ignited in Lu Xiulan's heart. Once this flame is ignited, it can never be extinguished. Lu Xiulan secretly watched both of the bandit attacks. The scene of Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya fighting the bandits made her blood boil. Their performance is more manly than that of men, comparable to the mighty and iron-blooded generals on the battlefield. This made her very envious. But she had never considered marrying Lu Chen and had never had any thoughts about it. Even if I can't marry Lu Chen, as long as I can enter Lu Chen's family, won't I become as powerful as Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya? The flame in Lu Xiulan's heart rose again. Chapter 31, 5 New Subordinates. Students who often take concubines all know that the first thing to do when bringing a concubine home is to verify her legal status. Last night, it was already early morning when Lu Chen returned home with the 5 girls. After arriving home, he immediately arranged for the 5 girls to rest. There are only 3 rooms in Lu Chen's old house. Apart from the main hall, Lu Chen lives in one room, and Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya live in the other room. The 5 rescued girls could only sleep on the floor in the main room temporarily. The next morning, Lu Chen called Xie Qiao aside. Madam, go ask them if they've been bullied by the bandits in the bandit stronghold. Xie Qiao certainly understood what Lu Chen meant, but she didn't understand why Lu Chen did this. Lu Chen felt it necessary to tell her the reason. The strength pills are only effective when used by unmarried girls. The sword techniques I teach you can only be mastered quickly by girls. Xie Qiao finally understood. The powerful pills are so precious that each one can completely change a woman's destiny, so they naturally cannot be wasted. At the same time, she also understood why the three of them learned swordsmanship so quickly. This thing from the immortals is truly amazing. Okay, I'll go ask. Soon, Xie Qiao came back. My dear, they're all still virgins. It turned out that these 5 girls were maids of a wealthy family in the county. Last month, this wealthy family was robbed by a group of deserters, and the entire family was killed. They hid in the woodshed and escaped the disaster. Afterwards, they fled to the county town together, but were abducted by thieves from Hyphen Gang on the way. If the bandits had not happened to come to Lujiazhai to rob, they might have been killed by the bandits. Are you sure? Although there were 100,000 powerful pills, Lu Chen was unwilling to waste any of them. Xie Qiao said, "My husband, I'm sure. The uterine blood of 2 girls is still there." Only then did Lu Chen feel relieved. Lu Chen came to the main room. The 5 girls all stayed in the house, not knowing what fate would await them. When they were in the master's house, their lives were relatively stable. Although they don't have enough food to eat or warm clothes to wear, they are not starving to death. They're much better off than most ordinary people. Now that their master family is gone, they're like a lone boat in the ocean, and they may die at any time, either by starving to death or being bullied and killed. The young man who rescued them was obviously not from a wealthy family. His house was bare, and he didn't have a single decent item. This kind of family definitely cannot support them. Perhaps what awaits them may be being sold, or perhaps they didn't dare to think further. Seeing their panicked expressions, Lu Chen asked kindly, "What are your names? How old are you?" "Master, my name is Xiaomei, and I'm 15. "Master, my name is Xiaojiu, and I'm 15 this year." "Master, my name is Xiaolan, and I'm 13. "Master, my name is Xiaoyan, and I'm 12 years old. "Master, my name is Xiaoxiang, and I'm 11 years old." Lu Chen looked at them. In terms of appearance, they are quite outstanding and prettier than most rural women. I guess the owners who bought them also selected them deliberately. "What are your last names?" Xiaomei replied, "Master." Lu Chen waved his hand. "Just call me Brother Lu from now on." Brother Lu, Brother Lu, we were all sold to the main family by our families. We don't even have a surname in the main family. Please, Brother Lu, give us a surname." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Xiaomei is a thoughtful person. She said this because she wanted to reassure Lu Chen that she would belong to Lu Chen from now on and would have nothing to do with her family. "In that case, from now on, you should take my surname Lu." Several girls said in unison, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Chen took out 5 powerful pills and handed them to them. "This is my secret tonic. It can strengthen your body and increase your strength. If you all take it, I will need you to do my work for me in the future." The girls didn't suspect anything and took the medicine and put it in their mouths. Soon, the drug took effect, and the girls broke out in sweat from the pain. Lu Chen said, "Just hold on a little. Everything will be fine soon." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Several girls endured severe pain all over their bodies, inside and out, and thought they were going to die. But they didn't understand why they would be rescued if they wanted them to die. After the pain subsided, they soon discovered changes in themselves. "Xiaojiu, do you feel that our strength has increased?" "Sister Xiaomei, I feel full of strength, like I become a completely different person." "Xiaoyan and Xiaoxiang, where are you two?" "I also feel a lot stronger." "Me too. What kind of medicine did Brother Lu give us?" "It's powerful. After taking this medicine, I feel like I've been reborn." Several girls were chattering excitedly in the room. The youngest girl, Xiaoxiang, squeezed a broken wooden table in the room hard, and a corner of it was broken by her. Xiaoxiang was shocked when she saw this. "What should I do? I broke the table at Brother Lu's house." Xiaoxiang's face turned pale with fright. "Xiaoxiang, how could you be so careless? This is the only table in Brother Lu's house. When Brother Lu comes back, I'll see how you'll explain it. Don't be afraid, Xiaoxiang. When Brother Lu asks you about it later, don't say a word. I'll just say I broke it." "No, Sister Xiaolan, how can I let you suffer for me?" Just as they were panicking, Lu Chen walked in. Xiaoxiang hurried forward and was about to kneel down, but Lu Chen raised his hand to stop her. Lu Chen said, "Don't kneel down so easily in the future. This is not allowed here." "Thank you, Brother Lu, for your teachings." Several girls nodded in agreement. Lu Chen glanced at the numbers above their heads. Great, all loyalty points have reached 100. When they first arrived last night, their loyalty was only around 50 or 60 points. From now on, you will all listen to my wife Xie Qiao. You should do whatever she tells you to do. Several girls said in unison. Okay, brother Lu. Lu Chen nodded secretly. Gained 5 more subordinates with full loyalty. Chapter 32 New Clothes, New Look. Look carefully, this 11-year-old girl is named Xiaoxiang. At this time, she was busy at Lu Chen's construction site. She was like a butterfly, running from left to right, from front to back, without stopping for a moment. Moving bricks, pulling soil, transporting sand. The work she does alone is equivalent to that of 4 or 5 strong men. Miss Xiaoxiang, you've been busy for a long time, take a break. Miss Xiaoxiang, don't get tired, take a rest. Miss Xiaoxiang, let men do the dirty work. Stop it now. The villagers who were working saw that Xiaoxiang was a small person and was doing all the hard work. They felt sorry for her and asked her to stop and rest for a while. Xiaoxiang didn't listen at all and continued to be busy. Among the 5 sisters, she is the youngest and shortest. Her busy figure makes the villagers feel pity for her. However, the villagers did not blame Lu Chen for abusing her, because she simply wouldn't listen. Even if Lu Chen asked her to take a break, she would not listen. The only way I can repay Brother Lu's kindness is to work harder. Among the 5 sisters, Xiaoxiang felt that she had no advantage at all. Sister Xiaomei and Xiaoju have good figures. Xiaolan is tall and can speak. Xiaoyan is pretty and lovely. Only she is useless. If she didn't do more work, she was really afraid that Brother Lu would drive her away one day. Brother Lu is the best person she has ever met in her life. He is good-looking, kind-hearted, and generous to them. Every day they had enough to eat, meat to eat every day, and many other delicious foods she had never seen before. Xiaoxiang felt that she must have done something great in her previous life, which allowed her to live a fairy-like life in this life. Xiaomei, Xiaoju, and the others, as well as Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and even the mistress Xie Qiao, all came to the construction site to help every day. What reason does she have not to work hard? Moreover, she now has endless energy and doesn't feel tired even if she is busy all day. Brother Lu's new house is so huge, with at least 40 or 50 rooms of all sizes. I used to think Brother Lu's family was very poor. Of course, Lu Chen is not poor now. The total amount of silver obtained from the capture of Black Wind Hill this time was more than 6,000 taels of silver. Together with the gold and silver he got from the treasure hunt in Fengqi Town last time, he now has a total of 17,000 taels of silver on hand. Now that he has money, Lu Chen goes shopping in the system store every night. He used 5,000 taels of silver to exchange for 5 million system currencies in the system store. This money is enough for him to spend for a while. He found a long knives category under the knife category. Lu Chen decided to buy a few more long swords of better quality. The last time the bandits attacked, the long swords in Xie Qiao's 3 hands were damaged to varying degrees. After all, the 3 of them had never studied the anatomy of the human body, so the blade would always hit the bones, and if they did it too often, the blade would always be damaged. This knife costs 30,000. Lu Chen suddenly saw a long sword, which was similar in shape to a Tang sword, but slightly longer than a Tang sword. The sword was 1.25 meters long, and the blade was 1 meter long. This knife is a little shorter than the last one I bought, but it is also more flexible to use. This is an alloy knife, much better than the steel knife I bought last time. Of course, the price is better too. The last knife he bought was only 300 yuan, but the one he saw now cost 30,000 yuan, which was 100 times more expensive. Lu Chen looked at the product instructions carefully. It is made of a variety of alloys and is forged over a long period of time. It has many advantages, such as high hardness, strong toughness, the ability to cut iron like mud, and the ability to kill people without blood. Lu Chen drooled at the sight. Although it's a bit expensive and can't be equipped in large quantities, the core members of my team should each have one, right? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and placed an order to buy 10. 300,000 was gone in an instant. This is far from over. Lu Chen bought another master-level gun technique book. This shooting technique is different from that shooting technique. This shooting skill is a book of shooting skills for hot weapons. Lu Chen's mind moved, and he mastered the gun technique instantly. The next moment, many memories that Lu Chen had never had before appeared in his mind. Pistols, rifles, sniper rifles. The proficiency of all firearms can be raised to master level in 1 second. All of a sudden, another 100,000 was gone. Now that you have the marksmanship, the next step is, of course, to buy a gun. Lu Chen spent a long time picking and choosing in the system store, and finally selected 3 weapons. A pistol with a 12-round capacity, 3,500 yuan. An assault rifle with a capacity of 35 rounds, 8,800 yuan. A sniper rifle with a 5-round magazine capacity costs 45,000 yuan. There are hundreds of types of pistols and rifles. Lu Chen carefully selected and considered many aspects from range, power, to bullet capacity, recoil, accuracy, durability, and hand comfort, and finally chose these 3 guns. After Xie Xiao and the others had mastered the swordsmanship, he would teach them archery and spearmanship. Eat your food 1 bite at a time and learn your skills 1 by 1. It's time to buy some clothes for the girls. Lu Chen really couldn't get used to wearing this kind of ancient clothing. Not only is the material rough, but the style is also awkward. Now that there are more members in his family, it is necessary to buy several sets of clothes of the same style. He searched for a long time in the system store and finally chose 2 sets. It's not that he doesn't want to buy 2 more sets, but the 10 or so people in his family are not real adults and are still growing. If he buys too many at once, they will be too small when they wear them. One set is the regular uniform and the other is the combat uniform. These 2 sets of clothes are actually military uniforms. Its style was neither ancient nor the modern military uniform from his previous life. It is a clothing style between ancient and modern times, a perfect combination of ancient and modern clothing. It needs to be both aesthetically pleasing and convenient for combat, and it doesn't look out of place in this era. These 2 sets are perfect. After selecting the style, Lu Chen made a mark. The next day, the first thing Lu Chen did was to find Xie Xiao. "Madam, please give us your heights and measurements." "Oh, that is..." After all, Lu Chen and Xie Xiao were not actually husband and wife, and it was really difficult for Lu Chen to speak when saying this to a little girl. Lu Chen could only use his hands to indicate his chest, waist, and hips, and said, "These are my measurements." Seeing Xie Xiao blushing slightly, Lu Chen added, "Clothes made this way will look good." Xie Xiao lowered her head shyly, nodding repeatedly, her voice barely audible. "Yes, yes, I understand, my husband." Lu Chen added, "Also, please measure their feet so I can choose shoes for them." Fortunately, women in this time and space do not bind their feet. Lu Chen thinks bound feet are ugly. "Yes, my dear." After saying that, Xie Xiao lowered his head and left. 2 days later, when Lu Chen's family of 9, all wearing sky blue military uniforms, appeared in the sight of the villagers of Lujiazhai, everyone in Lujiazhai went crazy. Men and women, young and old, out of a village of 400 people, 390 came. Except for the elderly and sick lying in bed and the babies in swaddling clothes, everyone in the village came out. They surrounded Lu Chen's family, their eyes almost popping out as if they were looking at something rare. "What kind of clothes are these? Why have I never seen them before? This is so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Look at the clothes on Lu Chen's wife. Oh my, her breasts are her breasts, her waist is her waist, and her butt is her butt. Our clothes are just like buckets. Look at the shoes they're wearing. They're so shiny, tiska. Oh my God, look at that young man Lu Chen. He looks so handsome in this outfit. Why didn't I realize how handsome he is before? Beautiful. This dress is beautiful, and these shoes are even more beautiful." The country people are uneducated and can't say many nice words, so they can only use the simplest language to praise Lu Chen's family. Isn't that right? As for the 2 sets of clothes chosen by Lu Chen, even an ordinary person would look several times more handsome when wearing them. What's more, Lu Chen is already a bit handsome, and Xie Xiao and the others are also good-looking and have good figures. With the contrast of his crisp military uniform and long military boots, they look even more heroic. Chapter 33. 15 pounds of grain to buy a cousin. Children who often suffer from domestic violence know that if they don't want to be beaten too badly, they should cry out loud. Lu Xiaohua's heart-wrenching cries were heard again from Lu Qingping's house. "You bastard! You're so efficient at work outside, but why are you so slow at home? I'll beat you to death, you lazy little bitch." He took a rattan stick and beat Lu Xiaohua all over the head and face. Lu Xiaohua curled up into a ball and let out a shrill cry. "Beat him hard. Beat this traitorous little beast to death." Instead of stopping, Lu Qingping added fuel to the fire. Lu Qingping was always angry. Why does this money-losing guy eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks at Lu Chen's house every day, while he, as his father, can only drink the bland rice porridge at home. Whenever Lu Qingping saw the men in the village talking about the food at Lu Chen's house with greasy faces, he would get so angry that he felt dizzy. If he hadn't given birth to that bad girl Lu Xiaohua, he would be working as a helper in Lu Chen's house now. Whenever Lu Qingping saw Lu Xiaohua coming back from Lu Chen's house with a satisfied look on her face, he wanted to kick her hard. I can eat big slices of fatty meat every day. I can eat greasy tofu every day. I can eat fragrant white steamed buns every day. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Qingping would drool and grit his teeth in hatred. Fortunately, he could find faults with Lu Xiaohua every day and beat her up every day, which calmed Lu Qingping's anger a little. You unfilial thing. You eat meat at other people's homes every day. Why don't you bring some back for us? They told you not to bring it, so you don't bring it? Am I still your real mother? Is your father still your real father? He was exhausted from beating him, so she stopped beating and scolding and sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Lu Xiaohua, huddled in the corner, felt extremely sad and angry. When she was working at Lu Chen's house, she felt like she was living like a human being. The people around her were kind to her. She had enough to eat every day, and she could eat meat every day. Even when she was working, she was in a happy mood. But as soon as she got home, she felt like she had fallen from heaven to hell. Her parents looked at her as if she were an enemy, and they disliked everything about her. If she made the slightest mistake, she would be severely beaten. She vaguely guessed why her parents treated her like that. Isn't it because she can have enough to eat? Isn't it because she can eat good food at Lu Chen's house? Can she be blamed for this? She gently touched the scars on her body and felt a piercing pain. But the pain in her heart was even worse. Why did she have to suffer this? Is it because she is a money loser? When will this day end? The next day, when Lu Chen went to the construction site, he quickly discovered the injuries on Lu Xiaohua's body. Did your father beat you again? Lu Xiaohua lowered her head. Yeah. Do you want to leave that house and come to me? Lu Xiaohua suddenly looked up and looked at Lu Chen with a pair of shining eyes. Go to Lu Chen's house. This was something she didn't even dare to think about. Even if Lu Chen's family is not short of food, he can't support a person for nothing. Several sisters in Lu Chen's family will marry Lu Chen as concubines in the future. But she is Lu Chen's cousin. What else can she do when she comes to Lu Chen's house besides eating? If you're willing, I'll find a way. Lu Xiaohua was silent for a long time and finally nodded heavily. Brother Chen, I do. Afterwards, Lu Chen found Lu Xiaoyu again. Lu Xiaoan also had a hard time at home, but compared to her cousin Lu Xiaohua, she was beaten and scolded a little less. Not much, just a little bit. Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaoyu the same question again. Lu Xiaoyu agreed readily. She had also had enough of staying in that house. Every day, she looked forward to growing up quickly so that she could get married and leave that den of tigers and wolves. When work was over in the afternoon, Lu Chen announced something. Starting tomorrow, Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu don't need to come anymore. Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were both stunned. Why doesn't Lu Chen want them anymore? Didn't we agree to help them leave their homes and come to Lu Chen's home? Why don't you let them come to help? The villagers didn't know what was going on. On weekdays, Lu Chen took good care of his two cousins and had mentioned it several times, asking people to arrange easier work for them. Why don't you let them come? The villagers all knew that if this continued, they would probably be tortured to death by their parents in no time. But everyone also knew that Lu Chen was not on good terms with his two uncles, so there was nothing wrong with his behavior. It's just a pity for these two girls. When Lu Xiaohua returned home, dejectedly carrying half a pound of rice, Lu Qingping and his wife immediately noticed that something was wrong with her expression. What's wrong? Who are you showing off to with such a gloomy face? Are you crying? Are you itching again? He came up and started to talk, spitting everywhere. Dad, Mom, Brother Chen, you won't let me help out anymore. After saying that, Lu Xiaohua looked at he with horror on her face. This beating was inevitable, and it was far worse than usual. What? Lu Qingping and he were struck by lightning. Without half a pound of rice every day, will this family survive? Now, their family depends on this half pound of refined rice for survival. Ouch! He no longer had the heart to beat or scold Lu Xiaohua. She sat down on the ground and started howling. Damn Lu Chen, you've destroyed my family's livelihood. I will never forgive you. I'm going to kill you, this unfilial son. He could only say it to satisfy herself. No one in Lu Chen's family was easy to mess with. Even if she had 100 guts, she would not dare to cause trouble in Lu Chen's house. Lu Qingping was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He pointed at Lu Xiaohua and said, "Tell me, how on earth did you little beast offend him?" How would Lu Xiaohua know? Her mind is also full of confusion now. When she learned that Lu Chen wanted to help her escape from suffering, she felt like she was dreaming all day long and was so happy that she wanted to jump up at any time. But in the blink of an eye, she fell into the endless abyss. "You won't tell me, will you? I'll beat you to death. It'll be cleaner if you die, and we won't waste food." Lu Qingping picked up the cane and whipped Lu Xiaohua with it. Lu Qingping rarely hit her on weekdays, but today he really couldn't bear it anymore. "Stop!" Suddenly, there was an angry shout from outside the door. Village Chief Lu Daji walked quickly into the yard. Lu Qingping was stunned. "Brother Daji, why are you here?" Lu Daji's face darkened. "If I hadn't come, would you have wanted to beat your daughter to death?" Speaking of Lu Jiazhai, the person Lu Daji despises the most is Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping is a dishonest person. Not to mention his petty thefts. He couldn't stand the fact that he beat his own daughter. Lu Daji has only one daughter, whom he loves very much closer to her than his several sons. But Lu Qingping didn't treat his own daughter as a human being at all and wanted to beat her 3 times a day. If Lu Chen hadn't asked him for help, he would never have wanted to set foot in Lu Qingping's house in his life. Lu Qingping was a little confused when he heard Lu Daji say this. His wife beats her own daughter every day, and no one cares or asks. What evil has happened to Lu Daji today? "Brother Daji, look at Lu Jiazhai, who doesn't beat their children. So what if I beat my own child for no reason?" Lu Daji said with a stern face. "If I didn't see it, it would be fine. But since I saw it, I naturally have to take care of it. Village chief, even if you are the village chief, you can't control my family affairs, right?" Lu Qingping was not someone who was easy to deal with. So his expression changed immediately, and he even changed the way he addressed him. Lu Daji snorted coldly. "Can't do anything about it? If I, the village chief, can't do anything about it, then who else can? Do you know the laws of the Great Zhou? Even if it's your own child, if you beat him to death or maim him, you will be beaten with a stick and put in jail." Lu Qingping really didn't know that there was such a law in the Great Zhou dynasty. He immediately felt guilty. "Well, I didn't cripple her, let alone kill her." Lu Daji pointed at Lu Xiaohua and said, "Look at the injuries on her body." He pointed at the rattan stick in Lu Qingping's hand and said, "Look at that thick rattan stick in your hand. Do you dare to say that you didn't beat her to death?" Lu Qingping quickly threw the cane aside. "But I didn't really beat her to death." Seeing that her husband was showing signs of cowardice, he jumped up from the ground and rushed to Lu Daji. "Lu Daji, tell me, what law says you can't beat your own child? I'm going to beat him. I'm going to beat him every day. I'm going to beat this traitor to death." Lu Daji glanced at he with disdain. He was too lazy to even look at such a shrew. When he saw Lu Daji looking at her like that, she felt extremely humiliated. She was furious and pounced on Lu Daji with her teeth and claws bared. Lu Qingping hurriedly grabbed her. "Dare to hit the village chief? Do they still want to stay in the village in the future?" Taking this opportunity, Lu Daji secretly gave Lu Xiaohua a wink. Lu Xiaohua's head seemed to split open all of a sudden, and she woke up from a dream. No wonder. She was beaten every day, and the village chief never even came to see her. The village chief, who hadn't visited her home for 800 years, came today for that matter. Lu Xiaohua took 2 steps forward and knelt in front of Lu Daji. "Uncle 13, save me. Please save me." Lu Daji was stunned. "Xiaohua, what do you mean by that?" Lu Xiaohua said in horror. "My mother is determined to beat me to death today." Lu Daji glanced at he again, then lowered his head and asked Lu Xiaohua, "Why did she want to beat you to death?" Lu Xiaohua burst into tears. "Uncle 13, Brother Chen told me today that he doesn't want me to work for him anymore. When I came back, my parents said they would beat me to death to save me from wasting food." Lu Daji looked at Lu Qingping with a gloomy face. "Is this true? I was just talking. How could I really beat her to death?" Lu Qingping said embarrassedly. Lu Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Uncle 13, don't believe what my father said. He really wants to beat me to death." Lu Daji glared at Lu Qingping fiercely and asked again, "Don't be afraid, Xiaohua. Your uncle will take care of it for you. Tell me, what are your plans?" I have to say that Lu Daji's questions were very insightful. Just as the defense lawyer asked the defendant questions, he only scratched the surface. "Uncle 13, I don't want to die. I'm still young. I haven't lived enough. I don't want to die here." Lu Lu Daji looked at Lu Xiaohua with heartache. Although she was acting, she was telling the truth. This child has suffered so much. He was too lazy to waste time talking to Lu Qingping and the other two cowards. So he said, "After all, I am Xiaohua's uncle. I feel sorry for my niece and don't want to see her tortured to death by you. Since you don't treat her as your own daughter, why don't you let her come to my house and let her be a companion to my Xiulan? I will treat her as my own daughter from now on. What do you think?" Lu Qingping and his wife looked at each other, and for a moment they were a little confused. What's going on? Is the village chief going to raise this girl for them? Everyone knows that Lu Daji is very stingy in his daily life. How could he be willing to use his own food rations to support an outsider? He was the first to come to his senses. She immediately cried out, "How can that be? My little Hua will be getting married soon, and when she gets married, she'll definitely need a betrothal gift of several taels of silver." After hearing what he said, Lu Qingping also understood, and he also shouted angrily, "Lu Daji, you are such a ruthless person. You want to get a betrothal gift for free? Why do you only think about good things?" Lu Daji laughed. "Why don't you go to heaven? And you want a betrothal gift of several taels of silver? Go ask around and find out what the current market price is for marrying off a girl." Lu Qingping and his wife were suddenly speechless. These days, every household doesn't even have grassroots to eat. So who would be willing to get married? The daughter of an ordinary family might not be willing to be married, even if someone paid her a dowry. Even when getting married, the betrothal gift is at most 3 or 5 kilograms of coarse grains and brown rice. That won't do. He jumped up again. I provided her with food and water and raised her to this age. There's no way I'm giving you a daughter for nothing. If you want my daughter, bring me 20 kilograms of fine rice. Lu Daji was so angry that he laughed. 20 kilograms of fine rice? In this entire Lujia village, except for Lu Chen's nephew's family, who else can come up with 5 kilograms of fine rice? That won't do. 15 pounds of refined rice is missing. There's no way. 5 kilograms of coarse grains at most. 20 kilograms of coarse grains. 8 pounds of coarse grains. In the end, Lu Daji bought Lu Xiaohua for 15 kilograms of coarse grains. Lu Daji felt proud when he brought Lu Xiaohua out of Lu Qingping's house. My nephew Lu Chen is planning to donate 50 kilograms of fine rice. Sigh, my nephew is really too kind-hearted. What Lu Daji didn't know was that 50 kilograms of fine rice was only worth a mere 100 coins in Lu Chen's eyes. Chapter 34, County Office Staff. Look carefully, this little girl who is only 10 years old is named Lu Xiaoyu. She was wearing a sky blue military uniform and running around the construction site, helping one person carry cement and another carry steel bars. Although she was very busy, she was extremely happy. Last night, her parents sold her to the village chief for 20 kilograms of coarse grains, and then somehow she was taken to her cousin Lu Chen's house by the village chief. The construction site was surrounded by villagers who came to watch the fun. There are white-haired old men and women leaning on crutches, women chatting, and more children of all ages. Almost every day, many people come to Lu Chen's new house to watch the fun. After all, there are not many entertainment activities on weekdays, especially in the past few years of disasters. The village is even more dead. The construction of Lu Chen's new house is the only major event in the village in the past few years. 5 or 6 little girls in their teens, their eyes full of envy, chased Lu Xiaoyu and asked her all kinds of questions. Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, your clothes look so beautiful. Xiaoyu, can you let me touch your clothes? Xiaoyu, how did you become a member of Lu Chen's family? Can you tell me? Xiaoyu, are your shoes comfortable? Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu felt like she was flying in the clouds and was overwhelmed by great happiness. It all happened so suddenly. Early this morning, cousin Lu Chen gave her a pill. After taking the pill, she suddenly seemed like a different person with endless energy. Her cousin also bought her new clothes. She had only envied these clothes before, but now she actually wore them herself. On the other side of the construction site, Lu Xiaoyu's cousin Lu Xiaohua was in a similar situation at the moment, surrounded by a group of friends of the same age. Not far from the construction site, under a dry mulberry tree, village chief Lu Daji was looking intently in the direction of the construction site. As the village chief, Lu Daji was still quite reserved. He just looked from a distance and didn't get close. It's true, Lu Daji's attention was all on the sisters Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is only 10 years old, and she can carry so much steel bars. Xiaohua isn't that old, maybe only 13. How come she's so strong that she can easily lift a basket of sand weighing over 100 pounds with one hand? I can't do that. My nephew is no ordinary man. Lu Daji discovered that all the girls who entered Lu Chen's house became extremely strong. If we send Xiaolan to his house, even if she can't marry Lu Chen, she can still be like Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. After all, Lu Chen won't abuse her. Lu Daji seemed to have finally made up his mind and turned around to go home. Lu Daji had not walked for half a quarter of an hour when 6 officers with machetes hanging from their waists appeared under the mulberry tree. We're finally here. Damn it, I'm so tired. An officer sat down on the ground, took out a water bag, and took a few big gulps of it. Several other officers stretched their necks to look towards the construction site. It's really rare that people are still building new houses in this day and age. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Look at the mountains and land around here. We've come all the way here, and they're all bare. Not to mention food. There's hardly even a blade of grass to be found. How can they build houses? Let's not worry about that. We just need to collect the grain and money. What if they say no? No? They dare to say they have no food or money to build such a big house. Yes, even if it's crowded, we have to squeeze out a few carts of food. Oh my God, my family hasn't even had more than half a bowl of porridge, and our stomachs are already empty. If we don't find a way to get some food, I'm going to go up the mountain and become a bandit. Speaking of which, I heard that the Black Wind Hill nearby was raided a few days ago. Who do you think did it? It's the black robbing the black. Who else could it be? Could it be those officers and soldiers who eat for free? Have you rested enough? Let's go and take a look. Several officers swaggered into the busy construction site. The government officials are here. It seems to be an official from the county government office. I haven't seen anyone from the county for years. What are they doing here? The villagers had a natural fear of officials, and they looked at the arrogant officials with gleaming eyes. Where is your village chief? An officer asked in a bad tone with his nose in the air. Someone had already run to call Lu Daji. While waiting for the village chief, several officers were observing the construction site. This house is not small. It's even bigger than Mr. Lee's house in our county. Why haven't I heard of such a person in this poor place before? The officers were all very excited. This is a big fat sheep cot. At this time, someone shouted, "Dinner is ready." With this shout, a strong fragrance instantly drifted into everyone's nose. The old, weak, women and children who were watching the excitement around the construction site all swallowed their lips. Usually at this time, they would leave here on their own accord. After all, others were eating and they would feel embarrassed to stay here any longer. But today is different, because several messengers from the county government came. There's still excitement to watch. Several officers couldn't help swallowing. This is so delicious. There's meat. There's actually meat. This must be the smell of meat. Yes, I didn't run away. It was the aroma of meat. Several officers' eyes lit up. As they are on duty, having a meal here is a way to give them face. They didn't even have to ask for it. The host family would naturally serve the food to them. However, before that, they should be invited into the house. At this time, the villagers working on the construction site had already lined up in front of the 2 large pots. Bowl after bowl of fragrant pork stewed with vermicelli was distributed to each villager. The villagers held big white steamed buns in their hands, took a bite of vegetables, and then took a bite of the soft and fragrant steamed buns. Those who like to eat rice take a mouthful of rice and a bite of vegetables, with a satisfied smile on their faces. The officers waited for a long time, drooling profusely, but the host never came to invite them in. What is going on? No matter where these officials went, they were treated as guests of honor. I have never encountered such a situation before. Could it be that they didn't see us? One of the officers coughed violently twice. Still no one came. Don't they know we are from the county government? Several police officers all adjusted the machetes at their waists with their hands. One of them even drew his machete and pretended to wipe the blade a few times. Still no one came to invite them. Only then did the officers finally understand what was going on. It turns out that people don't take them seriously at all. Even if the owner of this house didn't see them, someone would have told them, right? Seeing that there was not much food left in the big pots, the officers felt extremely ashamed and angry. Chapter 35, Blackmail. Friends who often deal with the officials who run rampant in the countryside know that if anyone dares not take them seriously, they will go crazy or even get a plague. This was the first time these officials had suffered such humiliation, and they immediately became ill. "Grandma, your uncle. The leading officer took a few steps forward and kicked over a basket of sand. Several other policemen followed suit and smashed the materials on the construction site. Seeing this, several villagers who were squatting nearby to eat scattered and hid aside. The villagers who were eating not far away, as well as the women and children who were watching the excitement, all watched from afar, and no one stepped forward to dissuade them. At first, these officers felt that they were very powerful. Look, these are the unruly people. All of them are as cowardly as mice. But later, they found something was wrong. The villagers looked at them as if they were watching a group of monkeys. This made the officers even more furious. The leading officer shouted angrily, "Smash it! Smash it as hard as you can. Smash it until the master comes out." In the end, the host they were waiting for did not come out. However, they waited for the village chief here. Lu Daji arrived late. Logically, he should have arrived a long time ago. But Lu Daji walked forward slowly, staggering with every step. Those who understand will understand that when officials visit, it is usually not a good thing. If I had gone later, my eldest nephew would have solved the problem. At the same time, Lu Daji was still wondering why the officials came here. Tax grain? How can we pay taxes in this time of year? The first thing he thought of was collecting taxes. But there's been no harvest in the past few years. Where does the food come from? Is it because of the bandits attacking the village? No way. Those officials in the county government don't have the time to care about such things. What is it? Lu Daji racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. Although he walked slowly, the road always had an end. When he was about to reach the construction site, the first thing he saw was several policemen smashing and destroying things crazily. Lu Daji suddenly panicked. He couldn't afford to offend the police, and he couldn't afford to offend Lu Chen even more. As a village chief, he's going to suffer. Officials. Several officials. Lu Daji trotted over to the officers and bowed as he asked, "My lords, what is going on?" He did not ask why. Instead, ask why. Why is this happening? What is going on? Why do this? Because he was afraid of offending the officers, he asked more gently. The officers then realized that what they had just done seemed to be a bit too much. Yes, why do they want to smash things on other people's construction sites? Should they say that it was because the host did not invite them into the house for dinner? The leading officer grunted for a long time before puffing out his chest and saying proudly, "They're building a house here. Do they have the county government seal?" "Indeed," Lu Daji said with a smile. "Yes, sir, I have it. I just went to the county government office a few days ago to get the seal." The leading officer said calmly, "Oh, that's all right." The officers really couldn't find any fault with the man. When Lu Daji heard this, he secretly said that something was wrong. These officers are here to cause trouble. But is Lu Chen easy to get along with? In his eyes, hundreds of vicious bandits were like chickens and dogs. How many people are there in your county government together? If you piss him off badly, he can take down your entire county government. Lu Daji is a smart man. When he was discussing the matter of Lu Xiaohua and her sisters with Lu Chen yesterday, he also mentioned to Lu Chen whether he should register the 5 newly added girls as slaves. Lu Chen immediately said, "From now on, no one in my family will need to apply for household registration or contracts." What does this mean? Lu Daji knows it all too well. Lu Chen no longer takes the government seriously. Lu Daji could only bite the bullet and ask, "My lords, what brings you here?" "Collecting grain." "Grain collection?" Lu Daji was stunned and said hurriedly, "We haven't harvested even a grain of food in the past few years. Where can we get the food?" "Oh!" An officer shouted. He pointed at Lu Chen's homestead and said, "If they don't have a single grain of food, how can they afford to build a house? If they don't have a single grain of food, how can their food be so good?" When the officers thought of the pot full of pork stewed with vermicelli, they became furious. A bunch of untouchables, yet they can still eat meat. They can still eat white flour buns, and they can still eat white polished rice. However, these officials who work hard for the people every day and seek welfare for them cannot even get enough to drink. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. If they're not skinned alive, there's no need for them to continue doing this job. Lu Daji blinked and said, "Sir, I don't know. Maybe he picked up the money from somewhere." Lu Daji felt that it would be better for him not to talk about killing the bandits and destroying their lair. If he told it, there might be a lot of trouble later. If the county knew about this and sent people to ask Lu Chen for the gold and silver in the bandits' lair, then it would be his fault as the village chief. When the officers heard this, they asked, "Picked it up? Isn't this obviously an attempt to put them off?" The leading officer was about to get angry when he saw a group of people walking towards him from a distance. That's right, it's a team of people, not a group of people. Lu Chen rushed over with Xie Qiao and everyone in the family. This. Several officers were stunned. These 10 or so people were all dressed exactly the same. They're lined up in a row from tall to short, each with a tall and straight posture and an imposing look. When they got a little closer, they could see clearly that except for the young man in the lead, the rest were all good-looking girls. The clothes these girls were wearing showed off their figures perfectly, especially the belts around their waists, which tightly bind their slender waists, forming a beautiful curve that makes people's blood boil. How could the officers have ever seen this? Their beautiful looks, coupled with their identical attire, made the officers stare at them in amazement. Nephew. Lu Daji seemed to have seen his savior and hurriedly said, "These are the officials from the county." Lu Chen came to Lu Daji, Uncle 13. He turned and looked at the officers. "Officers, my name is Lu Chen. Are you looking for me?" Several officers looked displeased. Not to mention these country folk, even the rich people in the city, who would dare not call them Chai when they see them. And this little country pariah actually called them officials. Ahem. Several officers were looking at the row of stunning women behind Lu Chen, and they all felt a little ashamed of themselves. These days, all Xie Qiao and the others ate and drank was the spring water in Lu Chen's space. Nourished by the spring water, their skin became white and tender, rosy and creamy, adding to their beauty. The leading officer puffed out his chest to hide his embarrassment and said, "We're here today to collect grain. Since you built a large house, I'm sure you have plenty of grain at home, right?" "Yes, there are many more," Lu Chen said lightly. The officers looked at each other and felt relieved. "How much is there? How much refined rice? How much wheat? How much white flour?" Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, "There are probably about 400 to 500 dan of refined rice, 500 to 600 dan of wheat, and 400 to 50 dan of white flour." "How many?" Several officers exclaimed in surprise. Lu Daji also cried out. The villagers who were watching the excitement around also exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, this is Ami tofu. It would take several lifetimes to eat up so much food. There are tens of thousands of kilograms of refined rice, tens of thousands of kilograms of wheat, and thousands of kilograms of white flour. This is several times more than the county government's granary." In fact, Lu Chen still understated the matter. Most of the fields in the space are planted with rice and wheat. In the past few days, he has been reclaiming 100 acres of land every day, and now he has reclaimed 800 acres of land. At present, several crops have been harvested. The average yield per mu of land is 1,800 kilograms. It is estimated that there are now 2 million kilograms of grain in the warehouse. Several officers were so excited that their faces flushed as if they were drunk. "Fat. So fat." The leading officer immediately said, "Well, since that's the case, we're reasonable people. How about this? You keep 10% of the grain, and the remaining 90% will be transported to the county government office today." When Lu Daji heard this, he was like, "Is this grain collection? This is robbery." Lu Chen also laughed. "Official, you are joking. Why should I give you my family's food?" When the officers heard this, they were shocked and asked, "How dare you disobey the order of the government?" "Little brother, listen carefully. This is a grain requisition. Whether you like it or not, you must give me this grain." Lu Chen's smile froze instantly. "Who are you, my father?" "Old." The leading officer only had time to utter a word before a hand slapped him in the face. Ouch! The officer flew out. A line of blood and a few yellow and black teeth floated in the air. After Zhao Dia slapped out with her palm, she retreated behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked calm and asked, "Is there anything else?" Several of the officers had also seen the world. It turns out that the row of girls behind this young man are not there for people to see. They are actually martial arts masters. They looked back and saw their boss lying motionless on the ground, obviously unconscious. What a fast movement. What a strong force. What a powerful palm technique. The officers didn't even see how the girl made the move before their boss flew away. Is this something they can afford? However, the duck's mouth is still hard even after it's cooked. In order to save face, one officer straightened his neck and said, "How dare you hit the officer? Do you want to die? Do you know what this crime is? This means the confiscation of property and extermination." Extermination. Lu Chen didn't say anything, just stared at him quietly. The officer was frightened by his gaze and dared not say anything else. Another officer whispered, Why don't we go back today and report to the county magistrate and ask him to make the decision? Then, let's go back first. Go back. Go back. They were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would lose half their lives like their boss. As the officers spoke, they prepared to carry their boss away. Did I let you go? Lu Chen's cold voice came. The officers froze, and all looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, "Go and see how much damage they have caused us." Chu Yun responded and went to check the materials that the officers had just smashed. Not long after, Chu Yun returned and said to Lu Chen, "The total loss is 351 taels of silver." All the officers shuddered. "What are these? So expensive." Lu Chen said, 351 taels of silver, pay me." An officer hesitated for a long time before uttering a few words. "You are blackmailing me." Lu Chen looked at him and nodded seriously. "Yes, it's blackmail." In the past, these officers would have drawn their swords and attacked each other. But now, they can't even think of this. A police officer said humbly, "Master Lu, we don't have that much silver." "No money? No problem. Just take out all the money you have." Several officers obediently took out the silver and copper coins they had on them. "Not enough. Leave your knives behind." Several officers looked at each other and finally took off their swords reluctantly and put them on the ground. "That's not enough. Take off all your clothes, too." This time, several officers refused to work. There are a dozen or so pretty girls watching from the opposite side, and they would never take off their clothes even if you beat them to death. Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, "You go first." Xie Qiao and the girls left quickly. The women who were watching the excitement around also ran away and just looked over here from afar. Lu Chen's tone became stern. "Take it off." Chapter 36. Captain Ding, a skilled martial artist. Look carefully. This official's name is Wei Shuya. He is the county magistrate of Hudo County. When he saw the miserable state of several yamen runners, he smashed 4 fine blue and white porcelain teacups in a row. These 6 yamen runners were dressed neatly and looked arrogant when they left. Now, they were completely naked and in a miserable state, with only a few strips of cloth covering their private parts. They stole these strips of cloth from a village. Because of these strips of cloth, they were severely beaten. Although they claimed that they were officials from the county government, the villagers did not believe them at all. Without the skin on their bodies, they were nothing in the eyes of the villagers. Fortunately, the villagers were kind enough to give them a piece of tattered clothes. They tore the tattered clothes into strips, which barely covered their private parts. Poor them, carrying their injured boss, walked for a whole night before they finally got back to the county government office. They're rebelling. They're rebelling. These damned, unruly people. These damn, unruly people. Wei Shuya had been an official for 20 years, and he had never heard of such a thing. "Li San, go call Captain Ding." "Yes, sir." An officer ran out quickly. "Martial arts masters? Humph. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, can you be stronger than Captain Ding?" Ding Wang is the chief constable of Hudo County. His teacher was the famous Wei Changqing, the chief constable of the Great Zhou dynasty, and one of the 4 famous constables of the Great Zhou dynasty. Wei Jingqing was a martial arts expert, and his reputation spread throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. In terms of martial arts alone, he ranks among the best among the tens of thousands of constables in the Great Zhou dynasty. Ding Wang, on the other hand, inherited the true teachings of Wei Changqing. Ding Wang's kung fu is rarely rivaled in Hudo County. If Wei Changqing had not chosen the wrong side and was blacklisted, and Ding Wang had not been implicated, he would not have been able to be content with being a small constable in Hudo County. Over the years, Ding Wang has made numerous contributions. Ding Wang played an indispensable role in Wei Shuya's repeated commendations from his superiors. Half an incense stick of time later, Ding Wang walked into the lobby with steady steps and a serious expression. "Grown-ups." Ding Wang bowed and saluted. The anger on Wei Shuya's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a smile as warm as spring breeze. "Captain Ding, bandits have appeared in Hudo County. Villagers in Lujiazhai, under the jurisdiction of Fengqi Town, are planning a rebellion. This is what's going on, and this is what's going on." Ding Wang's tense face finally relaxed. He glanced at the naked officers, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes. There are bandits everywhere now, and the county government is short of staff. If he were asked to lead a team to suppress bandits, he really wouldn't want to do such a thing. After all, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, he is no match for the hundreds of bandit gangs. "Sir, they're just a few troublemakers. There is no need to be afraid." Ding Wang came from the capital, so he has a lot of experience and knowledge. The so-called martial arts masters in the eyes of the county magistrate, and these yamen runners were nothing more than bricks and tiles in his hands. This job is so easy. Wei Shuya stroked the strands of his beard, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Thank you for the trouble, Captain Ding. Go pick out a few capable constables and arrest those ignorant and unruly people. If they dare to resist arrest, kill them on the spot." "Yes, sir." "Then you should set off immediately. I will be waiting for your good news." "Please be at ease, sir. I will definitely fulfill your orders." Ding Wang turned around, held his head high and chest out, and walked away quickly. Wei Shuya watched Ding Wang walk away and said in a deep voice, "Tell me carefully, are those rebellious people in Lujia village really as powerful as you say?" "Your Excellency, I have not lied in any way. Every word I say is true. Sir, although Captain Ding is strong, I don't think he can." Wei Shuya glared. "How dare you?" The officers swallowed back what they wanted to say. Wei Shuya snorted. Although Ding Wang had made many contributions, he was unruly and sometimes even ignored Wei Shuya, the county magistrate. Wei Shuya had disliked him for a long time. If Ding Wang can capture those unruly people and collect tens of thousands of kilograms of grain, it will be a great achievement. If Ding Wang is defeated, Ding Wang had no idea what the county magistrate was thinking. He picked out 8 of his most capable constables and immediately set off for Lujiazhai. At this time, everything in Lujiazhai was normal. Early in the morning, the village chief Lu Daji was hanging around Lu Chen's house. After hanging around for several times, he finally mustered up the courage and found Lu Chen. "Nephew, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." Lu Chen knew what he wanted to say, so he said, "Uncle 13, please go ahead. I am listening." "Wasn't it a bit hasty for you to treat a few officials like this today?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Uncle 13, I will take responsibility for my own actions and will not implicate other villagers." When Lu Daji heard this, he knew that it was useless to persuade him. Now that the trouble has been caused, there is no point in regretting it. He only reminded Lu Chen, Then you better be careful. The government won't let you off easily." "I know, it's okay." Lu Daji still felt uncomfortable. If Lu Chen hadn't gotten into such a big trouble, he would have given his daughter Xiaolan to Lu Chen. Now, this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Rebellion, in any dynasty, means the confiscation of property and extermination of the clan. He didn't want his daughter to become a traitor. Youth is still full of vigor. Such a good kid, what a pity. Lu Daji returned home sighing. When Wang Chui'er saw Lu Daji, she immediately grabbed him and asked, "What did Xiaochen say?" "It's useless to say anything. He dared to hit the police and strip them naked. Will the government let him go?" Wang Chui'er was worried when she heard this. Then our Xiaolan. "Don't mention this matter again." At this moment, a crisp sound was heard from inside the house. "Dad, Mom, I want to make my own decisions about my own affairs." Lu Xiaolan walked out of the house. Lu Daji was stunned. "What's going on? Who are you in charge of?" Many parents don't know that the things they say in private and do secretly at night cannot be hidden from their children at all. Sometimes they think that their children are still young, and even if they hear or see it, they won't understand. This is so wrong. How does the saying go? Children's eyes are sharp. You think they don't understand, but that's just your feeling. "Dad, Mom, I want to go to brother Lu Chen's house." Lu Xiaolan stood at the door with a stubborn look on her face. She stood straight as a tree. Wang Chui'er was stunned and said angrily, "How dare you say anything, kid?" If outsiders heard about this happening to an unmarried girl, would her family still have any face left? Lu Daji was so angry that he was shaking all over. "You, who did you learn this from?" "Dad, Mom, let's go inside and I'll talk to you." Lu Daji became even angrier. He pointed at Lu Xiaolan and said, "You still want to go to heaven?" Lu Xiaolan hurriedly tugged at Lu Daji's sleeve. "Keep your voice down. Are you afraid others won't hear you?" Okay. Lu Daji suppressed his anger and said, "Let's go inside. Let's see what you can say." The father, daughter, and their 2 children enter the house. "Dad, Mom, whether our family can survive and live well in the future depends on whether you can seize this opportunity." The conversation between the father and his 2 daughters lasted for nearly 2 hours, and Wang Chui'er even forgot to cook. The other side. Of course, Lu Chen knew that the government would not let this go. Since he dares to do it, of course he is not afraid. Last night, he sent the alloy knife he had just purchased from the system store to Xie Xiao and the others. Then he thanked Xiao for bringing a dozen girls to the back mountain to practice swordsmanship for most of the night. Early this morning, he asked them to go to the mountains far away from the village to continue practicing their swordsmanship. Sharpen your sword before battle. Even if it's not sharp, it will still shine. Moreover, when they practice the sword techniques produced by the system, they will receive a 10,000% proficiency bonus. By the time a strong enemy attacks, their swordsmanship will have basically been mastered. Even if they kill indiscriminately, their fighting power is still quite good. Coupled with his master-level swordsmanship, he has no problem killing the enemy in battle. Chapter 37. The village chief sells his daughter. Girls who often sell themselves into slavery know that loyalty to the master is the most basic professional ethics. As for Lu Xiaolan, before even entering Lu Chen's house, her loyalty to Lu Chen was almost at its limit. Lu Xiaolan was not an illiterate and uncouth girl. A few years ago, when the years were good and her family was well off, her father sent her third brother to study in a private school in town. Although my third brother only went to school for more than 2 years, he had no problem learning to read. Lu Xiaolan pestered her third brother to teach her how to read. Over the years, she learned a lot of words and read a few books. Among them are several copies of Chu Ji, which are still treasured in her home bookcase. Her third brother didn't read much of this book Chu Ji, but Lu Xiaolan had almost read it to pieces. The Chu Ji records the changes of dynasties over the past 2,000 years, including emperors of various generations, battles of all sizes, biographies of famous people, and various unique skills and tricks. Reading history makes you wise. In terms of intelligence, Lu Daji and his wife are far inferior to their own daughter. Lu Xiaolan had long seen that the Great Zhou dynasty was on its last legs and would not last long. Next, there was endless war and chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty. It is nothing but a pipe dream for the small village of Lujiazhai to survive in this chaotic world. But, with Lu Chen as an exception, everything becomes possible. Lu Xiaolan discovered that Lu Chen had unlimited potential for development. Not to mention the food, vegetables, and meat that no one knew where they came from. Just the fact that he could transform a weak woman into a powerful weapon on the battlefield meant that he was invincible in this chaotic world. After Lu Xiaolan presented facts, reasoned with people, quoted scriptures, and gave earnest advice, Lu Chen has the potential to become an emperor. Finally, Lu Xiaolan said this. Lu Daji and his wife took a deep breath at the same time. During this short half-day, the couple was unable to win the argument with their daughter. On weekdays, Lu Xiaolan rarely told them these things, and she rarely even spoke. As soon as she opened her mouth today, she shocked the couple. Where did she learn all this? Lu Daji inexplicably thought of a legendary figure in ancient times, Zhuge Xinjiang. Throughout more than 2,000 years of history, Zhuge Xinjiang has always been synonymous with intelligence and strategy. Is it possible that my daughter has received Mr. Zhuge's inheritance in a dream? At this time, Lu Daji had already developed some kind of illusion. If he didn't send Xiaolan to Lu Chen's house, he would be committing an unforgivable crime. At this moment, Lu Chen is still young and insignificant. If I don't join him now, it will be too late when he becomes more powerful. Of course, Lu Daji understood. Now that she has joined, Xiaolan is part of Lu Chen's team and a core figure who can be reused. If Xiaolan joins in after Lu Chen's power grows, the weight will be much lighter. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Lu Daji gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Lu Chen was facing a crisis at this moment. If he sent Xiaolan over there, Lu Chen would look up to Xiaolan and his entire family. There's no time to lose. Xiaolan, let's go find Lu Chen now. Lu Daji was getting impatient. Wang Kuya panicked. She grabbed Lu Daji and said, "Boss, can we have a proper discussion? Can we afford to offend the government?" Women's opinion. Lu Daji pushed Wang Chuier away. It was like getting rid of the stumbling block that was preventing him from becoming rich and powerful. At this time, Lu Chen was at the construction site, discussing with Tian Lu Zhu how to lay the sewer system in the new house. That's easy. Just dig up these areas. I'll go back to town and ask a blacksmith to make some round iron pipes. Then you can bury them. Lu Chen had already considered this matter. Iron pipes must not be used, as they will rust over time. Then use stainless steel pipes. All water pipes are made of corrosion-resistant stainless steel. As for toilets, bathtubs, and the like, they are purchased directly from the system store. Outsiders are generally not allowed into the bathroom at home. In the near future, he also wants to install electric lights and various household appliances in his home. Do whatever makes you feel comfortable. Nephew. Lu Daji led Lu Xiaolan to Lu Chen's back and called out carefully. When Lu Daji thought about the heights that Lu Chen might reach in the future, he felt scared. Wow, this guy might become, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Lu Chen turned around and saw that it was Lu Daji and quickly stood up. Uncle 13, how did you find time to come here? Lu Daji's house is at the north end of the village, and Lu Chen's new house is at the southeast corner of the village. The distance is not close. When Lu Chen asked this question, Lu Daji was immediately speechless. I couldn't utter a single word of the speech I had just thought of. There are so many villagers watching nearby. How could he bring himself to say this? He is a village chief, and he said he wanted to sell his own daughter to Lu Chen's family? Nephew, Uncle wants to discuss something with you. This matter. It's like this. Lu Daji stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. Seeing that her father was too shy to open his mouth, Lu Xiaolan walked forward. Brother Chun, I want to go to your house and keep Xiaohua and Xiaoyu company. Would you be willing to take me in? When these words were spoken, Lu Chen didn't understand what they meant at first. The villagers who were working nearby didn't understand what Lu Xiaolan meant. However, they soon got a taste for it. What? The village chief wants to give his daughter to Lu Chen. Is the village chief going to sell his daughter? Miss Xiaolan, are you going to sell yourself to Lu Chen? Lu Chen is Xiaolan's cousin. How can I be his concubine? No, Xiaolan wants to be Lu Chen's servant girl, just like Xiaohua and Xiaoyu. The villagers were all stunned. Is Lu Daji no longer able to make ends meet? Has he even resorted to selling his children? At this time, Lu Xiaolan said again, Brother Chun, as long as you can let me go to your house and be your slave, it's all up to you. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Daji said hurriedly. From now on, Xiaolan will belong to you, Lu Chen, as your slave and servant, at your command. Lu Chen looked at Lu Daji deeply. I didn't expect that Lu Daji, a small village chief, would have such a vision and knowledge. He made a lot of money from this venture capital. He made a really accurate bet on this one. Uncle 13, Sister Xiaolan, have you made up your mind? Lu Chen was short of staff at the time, and he needed more girls, so he naturally accepted all of them. There was another reason why he accepted Lu Xiaolan so readily. He saw that the loyalty level displayed above Lu Xiaolan's head was 100. He hasn't done anything yet. How come his score is already 100? Lu Chen had no interactions with the village chief's daughter on a daily basis, and it could even be said that he was not familiar with her at all. Although they lived in the same village, they had only spoken more than a few words to each other. Brother Chun, I've made up my mind. I will never regret it, and I will never go back on my word. Lu Xiaolan said without hesitation. Lu Daji also said, Nephew, what Xiaolan said is also what I want to say, and I will never regret it. Chapter 38, I am Lu Xiaolan from Lu Jiazhai. Look carefully. This captain's name is Ding Wang. He appears to have a high opinion of himself, but is actually extremely arrogant in his heart. In this poor and barren land, he felt like a lotus that had fallen into this pool of mud for no reason. No matter what he did, Ding Wang felt that it was a disgrace to his identity. His master was one of the 4 famous detectives in the Zhou dynasty. As the master's apprentice, he also possessed extraordinary martial arts skills and dreamed of making great achievements and making a name for himself. Who knew that fate would play such a trick on him, and he would be implicated by his master and end up in this godforsaken place? To think that I, the great senior brother of the Broken Blade School, would run to this small village so poor that I can't even afford pants just for a few unruly people. How despicable. From a distance, Ding Wang could see Lu Jiazhai at the foot of the mountain. The low and dilapidated adobe houses exude one word from the inside out: poverty. Who gave these stupid peasants the courage to go against the government? Just relying on the fact that you have a martial arts master? This is really making me laugh to death. You've only learned a couple of days of rudimentary farming techniques, and you think you're an expert? How ridiculous. Coming under a big dry locust tree, Ding Wang looked at the group of villagers working on the construction site with sharp eyes. This house is quite large. No wonder our county magistrate is so interested in it. Ding Wang sneered secretly. Wei Xia has always been a person who does not do anything without profit. It turned out that he had set his eyes on this wealthy family in the village. Ding Wang didn't care about these things. His future achievements were far beyond the reach of a small county magistrate. He doesn't even look at these little red and white things. Ding Wong turned around and glanced at the constables expressionlessly. The leading constable immediately ran up to the villagers and shouted, "Captain Ding is here. Why don't you come and pay your respects to him?" Seeing how aggressive he was, the villagers stopped what they were doing and looked over here. The two villagers ran to find Lu Chen. Ding Wong stood under the tree with his big golden sword, looking intimidating without even getting angry. The villagers knew at a glance that this official was not someone to be trifled with. They were shocked and frightened, not knowing what to do for a moment. Ding Wong was angry. After all, he was just a country boy who didn't even know the most basic etiquette. He immediately showed an unhappy look on his face and snorted coldly. Several constables understood the elegant meaning of the music by listening to the string music. They held the hilts of their knives at their waists and rushed towards the villagers like wolves and tigers. The villagers became even more frightened and retreated again and again. "Damn it! Why are you running? Go see Captain Ding. You are such pigs. You idiots deserve to starve to death. Don't run. If you run again, I'll chop you up." Several constables drew their swords and chased the villagers around like chickens. Just then, a person was walking slowly towards them from a distance. Several villagers quickly ran to Lu Chen. Brother Chen, run. The police are coming from the county government office." "Nephew Lu Chen, don't go over there. They're here to arrest you." "Xiao Chen, these police officers are so unreasonable. They said they'd chop us up." Lu Chen smiled and said, don't panic. He raised his voice and said, "Don't be afraid, fellow villagers. They are here to find me." Then he looked at the official standing under the big locust tree. Ding Wong also saw Lu Chen, and his brows suddenly furrowed. This person is not simple. This was Ding Wong's first impression of Lu Chen. It is also the sensitive intuition of a warrior. This young man had an extraordinary demeanor, neither arrogant nor humble, and was not at all flustered. The clothes he's wearing are really new. Didn't Wei Shuya say that the expert was a woman? And who is this young man? Just as he was thinking, Lu Chen had already arrived in front of Ding Wong. "Officer, are you here to see me, Lu Chen? Are you Lu Chen?" Ding Wong stared at Lu Chen with a grim look. He seemed to have heard Wei Shuya say that the so-called woman with great martial arts skills was none other than Lu Chen's subordinate. This young man is indeed extraordinary. If nothing else, his outfit alone is eye-catching. It makes the young man look more slender. Neat, efficient, and sleek. Lu Chen smiled. "I am Lu Chen." Ding Wong's mouth twitched slightly, and he suddenly shouted sternly, "Someone, tie him up." Several constables immediately surrounded them. Police officers are officials who arrest thieves and bandits. Quick Hands, an official who takes action to catch a thief. The policeman started a fight and kill the enemy. Kuaishou is responsible for capturing the enemy and kidnapping people. One is responsible for beating, and the other is responsible for tying. Collectively known as the constables. For constables, holding shining machetes, approached Lu Chen from 4 directions. The other 4 quick hands followed closely behind, holding ropes, handcuffs, leg irons, and shackles. Lu Chen stood quietly without any movement. He didn't even glance at the constables, but just looked coldly at Ding Wong not far away. Ding Wong felt a little uncomfortable when Lu Chen looked at him, and he always felt that something was wrong. The detectives had never encountered such a calm prisoner, and their movements were somewhat hesitant. "Hurry up and do it!" Ding Wong shouted angrily. The 4 constables then stepped forward and pointed their knives at Lu Chen at the same time. They were planning to hold the person hostage with a sharp knife so that a few quick hands could come and kidnap him. "Stop!" A delicate rebuke made several constables freeze at the same time. I saw a girl of 15 or 16 walking toward me quickly. "Who are you?" Ding Wong looked at the girl. "I am Lu Xiaolan from the Lu family village. As long as I'm here, no one can touch my brother Chen." The person who came was Lu Xiaolan. She just went home to pack her things and prepare to move in with Lu Chen. Before reaching Lu Chen's house, I heard several villagers say that officials were coming to arrest someone. She stuffed the things in her hand into Lu Daji's hand and ran over. Lu Daji was panicked. He followed Lu Xiaolan, carrying a lot of bags, and came over breathlessly. "Su Lang!" Lu Daji wanted to stop him, but Lu Xiaolan acted as if she didn't hear it and stood in front of Lu Chen. A sinister smile appeared on Ding Wong's face. "It was you who beat up the official from my county government yesterday." Lu Xiaolan raised her head proudly. "I hit him." Lu Daji became anxious when he heard this. Wasn't it Zhao Daya who beat people up yesterday? Why did she take the blame for this? He wanted to step forward to explain, but when he looked at Lu Chen next to him, he had to shrink back. He believed that Lu Chen could protect his daughter. Since you have admitted your guilt, tie you all up, Ding Wang said coldly. Such a delicate little girl will be beheaded sooner or later anyway, so she cannot be wasted. He has to enjoy her on the way back. Several constables immediately took action. 2 constables called out to Lu Chen, while the other 2 approached Lu Xiaolan with dazed looks on their faces. Go to hell! Lu Xiaolan let out a delicate cry, raised her fist, and hit the officer on the left. The constable still smiled and reached out to grab her wrist. Little sister, you are such a murderer. Before she could finish her words, Lu Xiaolan punched him in the chest. The constable was hit by a huge rock weighing 10,000 pounds, and his body flew backwards 3 meters. Before everyone could figure out what was going on, Ji Xiaolan threw another punch, knocking the officer on the right away. This! The villagers were stunned. Ding Wang was also stunned. Several officers were also dumbfounded. Lu Daji's eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped in shock. How could he not know what his own daughter is like? Normally, she would be sweating profusely after doing a little work. When did she become so strong? Could it be that Lu Chen really has the magic to turn stones into gold? Today, as soon as his daughter entered Lu Chen's house, she immediately possessed amazing supernatural powers. This is too incredible. Chapter 39, It's Not That Great. Friends who often deal with immortals know how ethereal and transcendent immortals are. However, the village chief of Lujiazhai felt that he had witnessed a miracle with his own eyes. It takes a lot of strength to be able to knock a grown man 3 meters away. At this moment, Lu Daji was so excited that his whole body was shaking. I made money. I made money. Lu Daji, made a fortune. My daughter never lied to me. Lu Daji's mind raced, and he thought about all the women in the family. My eldest granddaughter is 7 years old this year. I wonder if Lu Chen thinks she's too young. How about sending my eldest and second daughter-in-law over there too? But I'm afraid my eldest and second sons will scold me to death. If Lu Chen doesn't mind my old woman's age, why not let her go too? Just as Lu Daji was thinking about his own little plan, Lu Xiaolan knocked the other 2 constables away at lightning speed. From beginning to end, Lu Chen didn't even move. Seeing this, the remaining 4 quick hands no longer dared to step forward to kidnap the man and hurriedly hid behind Ding Wang. Ding Wang ignored these cowardly guys. He shifted his gaze from Lu Chen to Lu Xiaolan's proud and delicate body. The evil thoughts in his mind just now disappeared without a trace. Ding Wang was secretly calculating in his mind. She's incredibly strong. Even I wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from her. However, her movements were clumsy and her attacks were disorganized. Her body was full of flaws. It was obvious that she had never practiced martial arts before. So, it's not like there's no chance of winning. After practicing martial arts for 20 years, Ding Wang is extremely confident in his own abilities. He had also killed more than a dozen barbarians who were much stronger than him. Ding Wang snorted twice and strode towards Lu Xiaolan. Lu Xiaolan took a step back nervously, but she quickly stood still. The person in front of me is very imposing and looks very powerful. She had just taken a powerful pill, and she was not sure she could beat the other party. But she couldn't retreat, because behind her is Lu Chen. She didn't know whether Lu Chen had ever taken the powerful pills. After all, from what she observed, it seemed that this powerful pill only worked on women. Ding Wang felt relieved when he saw the change in Lu Xiaolan's expression. As expected, she only had brute force and was not to be feared. Then he shouted sternly, "Girl, if you obey me, I promise not to let you die too ugly. How about it?" Lu Xiaolan said coldly, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense." Ding Wang suddenly laughed. "You are just a tiny ant with only brute strength, and you dare to think that you can compete with the sun and the moon." After saying that, he slowly drew out the machete from his waist. Seeing the other party take out a knife, Lu Xiaolan felt even more uneasy. She only had a pair of empty hands. "Go to hell." Lu Xiaolan rushed towards Ding Wang and punched him in the chest. Ding Wang didn't expect Lu Xiaolan to attack first, and hurriedly blocked it with a knife. When Lu Xiaolan saw the other person's knife blocking in front of her, she grabbed the knife without thinking. Well, Ding Wang was stunned. He never expected that this little girl would dare to grab his knife. He had just sharpened this knife last night, and it was extremely sharp. Even when he wiped it himself, he had to be very careful not to cut his palm. This little girl actually dared to grab his knife with her pink little hand. A cruel look appeared on Ding Wang's face, and he pulled the knife hard into his arms. What a pity for this little hand. I'm afraid half of the palm is gone. However, the next moment, Ding Wang's expression suddenly changed. The broadsword didn't move at all. Ding Wang even suspected that he was dreaming, and he pulled the knife hard into his arms. Still no movement. The machete seemed to be growing on the opponent's palm. Lu Chen was also extremely surprised. Her palm was not cut by the blade. When the other party tried to grab the knife back, she felt that his strength was weak. Lu Chen didn't hesitate any longer and grabbed the blade and pulled it back. She took the machete. Ding Wang was pulled forward by the handle of the knife and almost fell to the ground. Lu Chen held the machete in her hand and slashed at Ding Wang with all her might. Ding Wang quickly dodged to the side. Crack! Ding Wang was unable to dodge, and his entire right arm was chopped off by Lu Chen. Suddenly blood gushed out. Hiss! Ding Wang almost cried out in pain. But as a master, his pride forced him to hold it back. What's going on? Why can't even a sharp blade hurt her? Why couldn't I even dodge her simple sword attack? Why did I lose to a country girl? At this time, the pain of the broken arm was secondary. Ding Wang still had a lot of questions in his mind. If he doesn't understand these things, he will die with regrets. Go to hell. Lu Chen didn't give Ding Wang time to think about it. She chopped again with a knife, hitting Ding Wang on the head. Ding Wang wanted to dodge, but the knife came too fast. Too fast. In an instant, Ding Wang reviewed all the martial arts and moves he had learned throughout his life in his mind. After that, he realized that no matter what, he could not avoid the knife. So, she's not just brute strength. She also has a sword-drawing speed that I could never match. Blood splattered. People died. He died already? Lu Chen was a little bit unbelieving. This seemingly powerful man was killed by her just like that? It doesn't seem very powerful. At this time, several Kuaishou were shaking into a ball. Captain Ding, is he dead now? That Captain Ding, who was so arrogant that even a county magistrate had to smile when talking to him, actually died like this? Even Captain Ding, who was well known throughout the Great Zhou Kingdom, died silently. And he died at the hands of a country girl. Who would believe it if I told them? They didn't believe it, and Zhao Daji didn't dare to believe it either. He couldn't believe that his little daughter, who didn't even dare to kill a chicken, actually killed someone. Not only did she kill people, but she killed 5 people in a row. Moreover, these 5 people are not ordinary people, but the officials that everyone avoids. For a moment, Lu Daji was shocked and frightened, happy and worried, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What shocked him was that his daughter actually killed someone. What he was afraid of was that in the future, Lu Daji and his family would have to fight the government to the death and would have no way to retreat. What worries them is that there will never be peace in Lujiazhai again. The good news is that his daughter's amazing move will surely make Lu Chen look at her with admiration. If Lu Chen achieves great things one day, his daughter will surely enjoy a life of wealth and honor. By then, even he, Lu Daji, will be able to share in the blessing of his daughter. Lu Chen saw the expression on Lu Daji's face changing again and again not far away, and guess what he was thinking? In Lu Chen's impression, this village chief has 2 important characteristics. One is stingy, and the other is calculating. But Lu Chen didn't care and didn't pay attention. He was deeply bound to himself, and he had no other way out except to follow himself. Lu Chen looked at the 4 trembling constables and waved his hand at them. You guys get out. Several constables turned around and ran away as if they had been pardoned. Even after running a long way, they kept looking back to see if anyone was chasing them. Chapter 40, I'm going to start painting a big picture. Look carefully. This captain's name is Su Hui. What? My fellow apprentice Ding Wang. He was killed by the rebels. Su Hui was so angry that he smashed the table in front of him with one palm. Just now, the magistrate of Hudou County sent someone to say that his junior fellow apprentice Ding Wang was killed by a group of rebels in the countryside. For a moment, Su Hui was shocked and scared. In the turmoil of the fight for the throne, Master Wei Chongqing was implicated, and several of his disciples were also implicated. The master used all the connections to get his most beloved junior fellow apprentice Ding Wang to hide in Hudou County so that his second senior brother could take care of him. It had been less than 2 years, and Ding Wang had died unexpectedly. How was he going to explain this to his master? Although Master Wei Chongqing was temporarily put on ice, any discerning person could see that these warriors were just pawns drifting with the tide. Anyone has the opportunity to recruit them and make them a great help. They could turn things around at any time. Therefore, no one dares to offend them deliberately. Damn you, Wei Shuya! You dare to play tricks on me? One day, I will tear you into pieces. Su Hui is nearly 40 years old and is accustomed to all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues. He saw through it at a glance. The death of his junior brother Ding Wang must have been a trick played by the county magistrate Wei Shuya. Damn it! Do you really think I, a captain, am just a decoration? How dare you kill my junior brother right under my nose? After I wipe out this gang of rebels, you, Wei Shuya, can prepare to die. There is only his army stationed in Hudo County. In these troubled times, his power was much greater than that of a county magistrate. Whoever he wants to die will die. Come here. Count the troops. All soldiers, follow me to Lu Jiazhai. I'm going to flatten the entire Lu family village today. Inside Lu Jiazhai. At this time, it was the third day after Lu Xiaolan killed the official. On the surface, Lu Jiazhai is still very peaceful. But the villagers all knew that they would not have many days of peace left. Everyone knows that killing officials is a serious crime of treason. The young and old in the village were all secretly observing Lu Chen's family. I wanted to see something strange on Lu Chen's face. But they were all disappointed. Lu Chen was as calm as usual, doing what he had to do. It was as if Lu Xiaolan did not kill 5 officers, but killed 5 chickens. How long will it take for this house to be completed? At the construction site, Lu Chen asked Tian Luzhu. Now his house is overcrowded, and a large group of girls huddle together when they go to bed at night. When he got up at night, there was no place to put his feet. We have to move into the new house as soon as possible. It will take at least 20 days to complete. To be honest, I have never built such a large house. Fortunately, there are many people in the village who help. Otherwise, such a large house will take at least 3 to 5 months to build. Tian Luzhu said the truth. It'll take more than 20 days. Lu Chen frowned. He really couldn't wait that long. Then can we build the backyard first, and then gradually build the 2 front yards, the back garden, and the side yards? Do you think it's okay? Tian Luzhu thought about it, and felt that this was a feasible approach. He also knew that Lu Chen had a large family, so if he built the backyard first, people could move in sooner. He immediately said, all right, then I'll arrange for someone to build a house in the backyard first. Seeing Lu Chen stand up and want to leave, Tian Luzhu called him again. Xiaochen, there's something else I want to tell you. Lu Chen turned around. What's the matter? Tell me. Tian Luzhu hesitated for a moment and said, it's like this. These days, I've seen many people who come to help, but they're all dawdling and not putting in enough effort. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Why? Are you dissatisfied with the low wages I pay you? Tian Luzhu hurriedly said, it's not because of this. Then why? Tian Luzhu said, you know, right now our fields have no harvest. Even the grass roots and tree bark have been eaten. They are afraid that after your house is built, they will have nothing to eat again. Tian Luzhu heard villagers talking privately more than once about how they all wanted to work a few more days on the construction site so that they could get more food for their families. Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Chen's brows relaxed. The reason why he wanted to win over these villagers was not simply out of kindness. He will still need these villagers to help him with infrastructure construction in the future. He immediately smiled and said, I know about this matter. It's okay. Lu Chen knew that it was time to paint a rosy picture for the villagers. For thousands of years, the people of Lu Jiazhai only had 2 meals a day. The same is true when helping with housework at Lu Chen's house. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lu Chen would ask someone to cook a big pot of rice porridge. This pot of rice porridge is very thick, almost like rice. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it is time for the big pot meal that the villagers love to eat. A big pot of cabbage and pork stew with noodles, plenty of rice, and enough white flour buns to fill you up. It can be said that this food is better than what most villagers eat during the Chinese New Year. Before lunch in the afternoon, Lu Chen came to the construction site and gathered everyone together. Today, I want to say a few words to all the elders and fellow villagers. All the villagers stared at Lu Chen intently. Fellow villagers, do you feel satisfied just by having a few full meals? The villagers looked at each other in confusion. Are you still not satisfied with having enough food to eat? Their ultimate goal is to have enough food to eat, okay? Not to mention years of famine. Even in good years, few of them could have enough to eat. Even the village chief Lu Daji's family could only have enough to eat for 2 or 3 months at most throughout the year. If people can have enough food every day, I think only the wealthy families in the town and county can do so. Lu Chen continued, "Everyone, please relax. From now on, I guarantee that everyone in our village will have enough to eat and eat well." The villagers naturally didn't believe it. Although the men who came to help on the construction site could eat their fill, their families could only survive by eating a few mouthfuls of porridge to avoid starving to death. Lu Chen seemed to have guessed what they were thinking and said, "After my new house is built, I will ensure that every household and every person in your family will have enough to eat." Some villagers murmured, "Once the houses are built, there will be nothing left for us to do. How can we even have food to eat?" Someone asked, "After the house is built, why are you going to give us food for free?" "Ah, right. He's not a bodhisattva. Why should he support us for nothing?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "After my house is built, I plan to build a wall outside our village, and then a moat outside the wall." When the villagers heard this, they all exclaimed in surprise. Although Lu Chen's new house is very big, it is nothing compared to the city wall. Moreover, a moat needs to be dug. These are all incredible projects. It is definitely not something that can be built in 3 to 5 months. City walls? Moats? If these are built, we won't have to worry about bandits anymore. This city wall and moat are to protect everyone in our village. Is Lu Chen planning to build it with his own money? If that's the case, we'll have food to eat for the next few months. My family can live a few more months. The villagers were in an uproar and looked at Lu Chen with extremely fiery eyes. Of course, these villagers are not stupid. They knew that Lu Chen had offended the government. The government will surely come to suppress him. But so what? In the past 2 years, the government has not cared about the lives of the people and left them to fend for themselves. It is said that the imperial court also issued disaster relief grain. But before the grain reached the people, it was divided up by officials at all levels. It is better to rely on Lu Chen than to rely on the government. At least Lu Chen brought them real benefits. At this moment, Lu Chen spoke again. "After the city wall and moat are completed, I will build hundreds of new houses in the village so that every household can have a new house to live in." Hearing this, all the villagers were in an uproar. Chapter 41. Hope for Better Days. Bosses who often paint big rosy pictures for others know that the bigger and rounder the pie is, the greater the effect will be. In fact, strictly speaking, Lu Chen's words were not empty talk. This was something he had planned long ago. He originally wanted to take it step by step, but now it seems that this method is not appropriate. These villagers are also very thoughtful and have long-term plans. Lu Chen didn't think they were selfish. They just want to survive. They were afraid that once Lu Chen's house was built, they would lose their only way of survival. Lu Chen understood them. The most important thing is that Lu Chen also needs them. Lu Chen continued to paint a big picture. Whether it's the city walls, the moat, or the hundreds of houses in the village, these are no small projects. Relying solely on our villagers is not enough. I hope the villagers will call on their relatives and friends to complete these projects as soon as possible. He continued, "Don't be afraid, don't panic. After these projects are completed, you will still have food to eat. When the time comes, you can form patrol teams and reconnaissance teams under the organization of the village chief to protect our Lujia village. Anyone who joins these teams will have food to eat and will also be given food." The villagers were in an uproar. Their faces flushed with excitement, and their hearts were beating fast. "Lu Chen, from now on, our entire family's life is in your hands." Someone suddenly shouted, "Lu Chen, I will follow you from now on. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will never back down." "Lu Chen, Lu Chen." The villagers burst into shouts. At this moment, Lu Chen is their great benefactor and savior. They will follow whoever gives them a way to survive. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to be quiet. Then he said, "From today on, anyone in the village who is over 12 and under 65, regardless of gender, can come to my house to help out. In addition to 2 meals a day, each person will also receive a pound of fine rice." This time, the villagers could no longer hold back and burst into thunderous cheers. Before, each family only provided 1 or 2 strong laborers and could only get 1 or 2 kilograms of rice every day. But now, most of the people in their family can come to the construction site to help, and they can get several kilograms of rice a day. Those with more people in the family can even get more than 10 kilograms of rice. In this way, the whole family can have enough food to eat. Not only can you eat your fill, but you can also save a lot of food every day. The villagers were extremely grateful, and some even knelt down and kowtowed to Lu Chen repeatedly. Lu Chen stretched out his hand to let them get up. Fellow villagers, you don't have to kneel when you see me from now on, okay? The kneeling villagers hurriedly stood up when they heard Lu Chen's serious tone. They didn't understand why Lu Chen didn't accept their kneeling. Isn't it natural to kneel down and thank the benefactor when you receive a favor from him? They don't understand. Lu Chen's expression eased slightly, and he said, after work is over today, you can register the people in your family who meet the requirements, and they can start work tomorrow. Okay, let's eat. The villagers did not rush to line up for food like they did on normal days. They were all digesting what Lu Chen said today. These days, they're worried about whether they can survive and how many days they can live. But today, Lu Chen gave them hope to survive, and they can live well. When eating, the villagers squatted on the ground in groups of 3 or 5, eating and talking at the same time. Lu Chen is taking care of us fellow villagers. We must never forget this kindness. I'm so ashamed. I've been too lazy at work these past few days. I won't be lazy anymore. If it's really as Chen Wazi said, then we have hope for the future. I was worried every day that my little ones back home wouldn't live long, but now I can finally rest assured. Why didn't Lu Chen let us kneel down and thank him? Why do you think that is? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Hurry up and eat so we can get back to work. We can't let Lu Chen down for all his kindness to us. The villagers ate quickly today and started working without taking a break after the meal. At this moment, the villagers saw Xie Qiao and a dozen girls running quickly from the back mountain. The clothes they wore were so eye-catching that it was impossible not to notice them. The villagers felt a little uneasy. In the past few days, Xie Qiao led this group of girls out of the village to the mountains early in the morning and returned to the village only when it was dark. No one knows what they're doing in the mountains. I just don't know why you came back so early today. They looked hurried and seemed a little nervous. The villagers began to panic for no reason. Lu Chen was harvesting crops in the space at this time. The crops in the fields grew very fast because he had to open up new fields and sow seeds every day, so crops matured and needed to be harvested every day. At first, Lu Chen was worried that there was too much food and the warehouse was not enough. After the grain is harvested, it will be automatically stored in the warehouse. The only warehouse in his space was the 2-story building. There are only about 20 rooms in the building. Even if all these houses were used to store food, they would still be far from enough. But Lu Chen's worries were unnecessary. More than 1 million kilograms of rice and more than 1 million kilograms of wheat, after being stored in 2 warehouses, only occupied a very small space in the warehouse. Lu Chen estimated that the size of each warehouse was not what he saw with his eyes. He even felt that each warehouse was like an inventory in a game, which could be stacked infinitely. In other words, no matter how many items there are, as long as they are of the same category, they can all be put into the same warehouse. This system's warehouse is truly amazing. However, although the storage capacity of each warehouse seems unlimited, there are only about 20 warehouses in total, which is obviously too few. I just don't know how to expand the number of warehouses. After harvesting the crops in the field, Lu Chen was about to go into the bedroom to rest, but he heard Xie Qiao's voice coming from outside. Husband! Husband! Lu Chen left the space and opened the door. Xie Qiao, Zhao Daya, and the others were standing outside the door, crowding the already small main room. Xiao Xiang, Xiao Yu, and the younger ones couldn't even squeeze into the room. Sir, a large group of people is coming from the east. Are they here? Lu Chen was not surprised. He asked, how many people are there? Xie Qiao frowned. About 1,000 people. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I understand. Xie Qiao hesitated to speak. What's wrong? They have a dozen cavalrymen and a team of archers. Lu Chen understood what Xie Qiao was worried about. After all, they had never encountered the regular army of the Great Zhou dynasty, so it was normal for them to be a little nervous. Give me a moment. Lu Chen closed the door and quickly entered the system store. Search for riot shields. After using more stores, Lu Chen also found some ways. As long as you search for a certain product in your mind, you can quickly find the corresponding product. Time was running out, and Lu Chen couldn't be picky, so he could only choose from those shields that were slightly more expensive. That's it. This riot shield is made of high-strength composite fiber and can defend against large-caliber pistol shooting at close range. It should be no problem to defend against ordinary arrows. It's just a little expensive, costing 50,000 yuan per pair. But Lu Chen felt a little distressed, but felt it was necessary. For defensive equipment, you have to choose good ones. He bought 12 shields at once, spending 600,000. Afterwards, he knocked on the door, took out the shields one by one, and distributed them to Xie Qiao and others. Chapter 42. The soldiers are coming to massacre the village. Look carefully, this team of soldiers is here to massacre the village. Oh no, they're here to wipe out the rebels. Su Hui, wearing a helmet and armor, holding a crescent-shaped sword, riding a strong chestnut horse, came to the small hill outside the entrance of Lujiazhai village under the protection of more than a dozen cavalrymen. Behind him were a full 1,000 soldiers. In the entire Zhou dynasty, there were few fully staffed teams of 1,000 men. Many commanders could only muster 500 soldiers in order to collect empty salaries. Su Hui is not like that. He is not greedy for money. He only wants military power. What he values most is the real gun. As long as you have enough troops, it will be easy to get money, right? He brought his troops here today, one reason being to avenge his junior fellow apprentice Ding Wang. The second reason is that he was attracted by the money and food in this small village. Pass the order down. Everyone take a break. After a long journey, the soldiers were exhausted. In order to minimize casualties, Su Hui needed to let his soldiers rest up before going into battle to kill the enemy. Look, there are soldiers. The soldiers are coming. When the villagers of Lujiazhai saw the dense crowds of soldiers and officers on the hill outside the village, they immediately shouted loudly. The villagers working on the construction site and the people gathered around the site chatting were all in a panic. At this time, Lu Chen brought Xie Qiao and others to the construction site. Each of them held a huge iron plate and a long sword, and lined up behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen said loudly, "Fellow villagers, please go home quickly and don't go out for the time being." Someone shouted, "Chen boy, there are so many soldiers, I'm afraid you guys can't handle it. I'm going home to get a knife and fight them." "Yes, fight them. Brother Chen, if anything happens to you, our villagers won't be able to survive. Folks, let's go back and get our weapons and fight them." "Nephew." Lu Chen looked at the villagers and nodded secretly. His efforts these days have not been in vain. He shouted, "The soldiers who came this time are far superior to those bandits. You are of little use here. Go home and wait for me to deal with them before you come out again." The villagers understood that Lu Chen was thinking they were in the way. "Let's all go back." Lu Chen waved his hand and spoke again. The villagers then gradually dispersed. After all the villagers had left, Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao and the others, "Remember what I told you just now. When the enemy shoots, you all hide behind your shields and hold your ground. When the enemy launches a charge, you charge into the enemy formation in groups of 2, covering each other. Remember this." "Brother Lu, we all remember it," the girls said in succession. He also specifically instructed Xie Qiao, "Xiao Yu and the others are still young. Please take good care of them." Xie Qiao nodded heavily. "Husband, don't worry. I promise I won't let them get hurt." Lu Chen waved his hand and said, "Form a formation at the village entrance." Xie Qiao and his group, holding shields, lined up in a neat row at the entrance of the village. The shields were placed next to each other, forming a tight iron wall. They were half bent over, holding long knives, observing the movements of the officers and soldiers on the opposite side through the bulletproof glass above the riot shields. Lu Chen stood aside, looking at the officers and soldiers on the hill from afar. "Ha ha!" On the hill, Su Hui used the telescope to see clearly what Lu Chen and others were doing at the village entrance. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He carefully put the telescope into the leather holster at his waist. He spent a lot of money to buy this telescope from a merchant in the western regions. He often used it to play with it and enjoy the scenery and bird watching. Today is the first time it has really come in handy. Interesting. Su Hui couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Do you think you can use a few girls to resist my army of 1,000 men?" The troops under his command are far superior to those soldiers of the Great Zhou who are just there to do nothing. On weekdays, he trained these soldiers strictly, honing them day and night, and each of them was an elite. Even if the opponents were all martial arts masters, they would be instantly reduced to ashes under the crush of his iron-blooded soldiers. "Then let's see how much you can do." Su Hui waved his hand. "Archers, get ready." 300 archers held bows and arrows at the same time. "Upper rank, shoot!" A dense sound of bowstrings, as loud as frying beans, rang out. Hundreds of arrows, with sharp sounds of breaking through the air, drew an arc in the air and rushed towards Lu Chen and others. Knock, knock, knock. Arrows came like raindrops, overwhelming. Lu Chen and others were instantly overwhelmed by the rain of arrows. Upper rank, shoot! Another wave of arrows. Upper rank, shoot! After 3 waves of arrow rain, arrows were scattered around Lu Chen and others. The riot shields in their hands were shot like hedgehogs. But the formation did not change at all. The smile on Su Hui's face disappeared. Their shields are pretty good. They actually blocked all the arrows. But later, these shields will be mine. He waved his hand and said, "Cavalry, charge!" More than 10 cavalrymen immediately rushed down the hill. They took advantage of the downward momentum, and their speed was getting faster and faster. The cavalrymen on their horses were waving sabers more than 10 feet long in their hands, shouting loudly, and rushing towards the shield formation of Xie Qiao and others. Cavalry shield-breaking soldiers have inherent advantages. The powerful impact of the cavalry can easily break through the thin shield positions. Kill! Accompanied by shouts of killing, the cavalry raised their sabers high and chopped at the thin shield. At this moment, Xie Qiao and others suddenly jumped high from behind the shield. It's more than 10 feet high. Their agile figures, in the gaps between the cavalry's sabers, looked down from above and floated down over the cavalry's heads. The cavalry's sabers were powerful and heavy. They had no time to retract their swords before they saw the shining sword light above their heads. The knife flashes and the head falls. A dozen war horses, carrying the headless bodies of the cavalrymen, continued to charge forward. The remaining few cavalrymen were frightened to death when they saw this. They hurriedly crouched down and prepared to turn their horses around, but they didn't expect that several girls had already caught up with them like leeches. These cavalrymen had never seen such a scene before. These young girls seemed to be top masters they had never seen before. They turned around with sabers in hand and wanted to kill them. But these girls were just too fast and too agile. Before the cavalrymen could swing their swords, they saw the long swords in the girls' hands already in front of them. Too fast. The remaining cavalrymen were killed by the girls at the first encounter. On the hill, when Su Hui saw this scene, his heart was broken. These cavalrymen are all his personal guards who have followed him for many years. They are like brothers to him, but they are better than brothers to him. He never expected that today they would all fall into the hands of a few girls. He wanted to give them some military merits, but he ended up making things worse and caused them to lose their lives in vain. Chapter 43, Grand Master per capita. Officers and soldiers who often lead teams to massacre villagers all know that villagers are pigs and sheep. Su Hui never treated these unruly people as human beings. On weekdays, these unruly people are just leeks, pigs, and sheep whose blood can be sucked and marrow can be exploited. When a need arises, these unruly people will become their military merits to be used at any time. Su Hui originally thought that every head of the villagers in Lujiazhai was a military achievement. He hunts birds every day, but unexpectedly, one of his eyes was pecked out by a bird today. His most elite cavalry, the cavalry he had spent countless money and efforts to train, disappeared in an instant. Su Hui's heart was bleeding, so much so that his face turned ashen. He now wished he could skin and tendons of these dozen girls, eat their flesh, and sleep with their skin. Sword and shield soldiers, charge. Spearmen, cooperate with the front troops and kill them. Archers, stay put. Su Hui was not blinded by anger. He gave orders in an orderly manner. In the end, he still underestimated these girls. However, he made the same mistake again. 300 swords and shields were in front, and 300 spears were behind. They marched forward step by step in an orderly manner. There were swords and guns everywhere, and footsteps were heard everywhere. They trampled down billowing clouds of dust on the dry land that had not seen rain for many years. The sea of black heads is extremely intimidating. The gleaming swords and guns are breathtaking. At this time, Xie Qiao and others had picked up their riot shield again and formed a shield wall to prevent the officers and soldiers from suddenly shooting arrows. Xiao Yu and other young girls were killing someone for the first time and were a little emotionally unstable. When they saw the dense crowd of soldiers and officers coming towards them, they became even more nervous. Lu Chen didn't say anything. He did not want to encourage them with words. This is a test for them. It is also the experience they deserve. In this cannibalistic world, they must experience this before they can truly awaken. At this time, many people in the village were secretly looking over here through the broken windows. Some of the brave ones climbed over the walls of their houses and looked over here. Some people even climbed onto the roof to watch the battle. So many soldiers. So scary. These officers and soldiers are different from what we saw before. They look quite powerful. Yeah, they look very imposing. Can these girls withstand it? If they can't, our Lu Jiazhai will be gone. Village chief Lu Daji supported his wife Wang Chui'er and quietly walked from the north end of the village to behind a big tree not far from the village entrance, secretly looking towards the direction of the village entrance. Wang Chui'er's legs were so weak that she couldn't stand if Lu Daji hadn't supported her. Master, will our Xiulan be okay? Lu Daji was also very panicked, but he didn't dare to show it. If it weren't for him being the backbone, his wife would have probably fainted from fright. It should be okay, right? I trust this young man, Lu Chen. This is my first time meeting so many soldiers. Xiulan and her group are only about 10 people, and Xiaoyu and the other girls are only about 10 years old. Can they really do it? I feel. As Wang Chui'er was talking, her body softened and she fell into Lu Daji's arms. The couple's thoughts are also the thoughts of everyone in the village. Almost no one believed that just a dozen girls could hold off so many soldiers. At this time, the 600 sword and shield soldiers and spearmen were only a dozen steps away from the shield formation of Xie Qiao and others. In the front row were dozens of sword and shield soldiers, who formed a tight shield wall with their shields. The second row consists of dozens of spearmen. When they meet the enemy, they will thrust their spears with all their strength through the gaps in their shields. Sword and shield soldiers are mainly defensive, while spear soldiers are mainly offensive. They have practiced this thousands of times and have perfect coordination. Kill. The sword and shield soldiers in the front row suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Xie Qiao and others. The spearmen followed closely behind, holding their steel spears tightly in both hands. Kill. Xie Qiao gave an order, holding the shield in his hand and using his elbow to push the shield forward heavily. The two sword and shield soldiers were instantly knocked over by this great force and also tripped the two spearmen behind them. Zhao Daya and others also thrust their shields forward at the same time. A large number of officials in the front row were knocked down at once. Kill. Xie Qiao and others brandished long swords and charged into the government army. They brandished their shields, pushing and blocking horizontally and vertically, and anyone who was hit was knocked to the ground. Suddenly, the formation of officers and soldiers was in chaos. Go to hell. Lu Xiulan slashed with her sword, splitting a spearman's head in half. Go to hell. A sword and shield soldier was knocked to the ground and had his sternum broken by her foot. Kill. Zhao Daya rushed to the front, and with a heavy shield strike, she knocked away the shields of 3 officers and soldiers. She swung the long sword in her hand sharply, and the 2 spearmen had their bellies slashed. The thin armor on the officers and soldiers was like paper under her sword. Under the leadership of Xie Qiao and others, Xiaoyu and other younger girls finally let go. Fuck you to death. Fuck you to death. Xiaoyu's long sword only stabbed and did not cut. She targeted the gaps and weak points in the enemy's armor, and every time she stabbed them, blood gushed out. The long knife that Lu Chen bought this time was designed specifically for killing people. The bleeding grooves on both sides of the blade were very close to the tip of the blade. Once stabbed, bleeding would not stop. Even if no vital parts were injured, it would be difficult to survive. What's more, Xiaoyu specifically targets the enemy's weak points. Therefore, although Xiaoyu's attacks were not as vigorous as those of Zhao Daya and the others, her efficiency in killing the enemies was not low. Kill. On the battlefield, the sound of killing was deafening and dust filled the sky. There was blood everywhere. Lu Chen stood alone at the edge. When some ignorant officers and soldiers came over, he killed them with a single blow of his sword, cleanly, neatly, and effortlessly. These officers and soldiers were all smart people. They also saw that Lu Chen was the leader of these girls. Knowing that he was not easy to mess with, they deliberately avoided him. Therefore, Lu Chen encountered not many officers and soldiers, killed the least, and had the most leisurely time. He did not take the initiative. After all, he was just using these officers and soldiers to train Xie Qiao and the others. On the hill, Su Hui took out the telescope again. On the battlefield, both sides were fighting in a mess, with dust and smoke flying everywhere, making it difficult to see the situation clearly. He looked carefully with the telescope for a long time, and suddenly he pursed his lips. The two sides have been fighting for so long, but it seems that not a single opponent has died. The other party's clothes were too conspicuous, all sky blue. Otherwise, he would not be able to see how many people were left on the other side. 12. 12 more. 1 man and 11 women. Not one less. Except for the young man who was watching the show nearby, the 11 girls were rushing around the battlefield with great skills, and no one could get close to them. The more Su Hui looked, the more frightened he became. Even if he were trapped in the army, he would not be able to survive for more than half an incense stick of time, even if the sky was broken. Could it be that they, each and every one of them, has higher martial arts skills than me? Could it be that they are all at the Grandmaster level? Or at the Grandmaster level? Su Hui couldn't believe it. He has been stuck at the half-step Grandmaster level for several years, so his vision is naturally sharp. The strength of these little girls seems to be no less than that of his teacher, Wei Changqing. Wei Changqing was one of the few Grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty. How old are these little girls? 11 Grandmasters. Who would believe this? Chapter 44, Assault Rifle. Pay attention, this so-called war against bandits has become increasingly intense at this time. The disciplined officers and soldiers continue to fight bravely despite suffering huge casualties. Their enemies were just a group of young girls. Charge! Charge! Under the brave charge of a dozen girls, the officers and soldiers' formation was repeatedly broken up, but soon they reorganized their formation again, forming a large net to surround the girls. Unfortunately, the girls' charge once again tore their barely organized formation into pieces. Every time the girls advanced, a large number of soldiers' bodies would lie on the ground. There were a dozen or so girls, all pretty and charming, but in the eyes of these officers and soldiers, they looked like killing gods. Every time the long swords in their hands flashed in the sunlight, officers and soldiers would be killed on the spot. Even the shields in their hands caused great damage to the officers and soldiers. Every strike of their shields was like the charge of a wild bull, causing several officers and soldiers to spit blood or even die on the spot. These officers and soldiers had never seen such a scene. This is completely different from their usual training. They could only rush towards these girls like moths to a flame, one after another. Once on the battlefield, they can only charge forward and fight with all their might. This is their duty as soldiers. It is also an instinct after being brainwashed by superiors for many years. Blood splattered on the battlefield. On the hill, Su Hui's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Seeing his soldiers dying one by one, Su Hui felt extremely regretful. Even if this battle is won, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. As a captain, he is destined to suffer serious damage. Where are Lu Ti and Zheng Liang? Captains Lu Ti and Zheng Liang were worried and hurried forward, saying, "Sir, we are here. You too, go and bring me their heads." Lu Ti and Zheng Liang looked panicked, but he had to bite the bullet and said, "Yes, sir." At this time, it was impossible to distinguish between friend and foe in the battle formation, and it was no longer suitable to ride into battle. They had no choice but to dismount, holding a single sword in hand, and rush into the formation. Lu Ti and Zheng Liang have followed Su Hui in suppressing bandits many times and can be considered to be veterans of the battlefield. But facing today's strange battle situation, there is not even a chance of winning. They rushed into the formation, but only wandered around the periphery and did not dare to move forward at all. Each of these girls was incredibly strong, and they didn't know if they could survive a single blow from them. Go, go. What are you afraid of? Come on, all of you. Lu Ti hid behind a group of soldiers, waving the big knife in his hand and shouting loudly. Zheng Liang was the same. He only supervised the battle from behind and did not dare to fight close up. They actually wanted to sneak up on us and look for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. But after seeing the bravery of these girls up close, they no longer even thought of a sneak attack. Because they saw with their own eyes that 3 spearmen attacked a girl from behind, but the girl turned around and slashed at all 3 of them with a knife, cutting them in half. So bloody. These girls are so strong. I'm afraid that even if the adults in their family go into battle themselves, they won't be a match for these girls. However, their kung fu skills are far inferior to those of their adults. Su Hui had already seen the 2 of them's obscene actions through the telescope. He didn't expect that the 2 captains he trusted most were so afraid of death, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, and he came up with countless ways to deal with these 2 cowards. Wait until this battle is over, and see how I deal with you. In fact, Su Hui asked them to go into battle just to test the strength of these girls. Maybe his previous guess was wrong. Su Hui didn't want to believe from the bottom of his heart that they really had the strength of a grandmaster. Maybe they weren't as powerful as he thought. They're only strong against ordinary soldiers, but if they meet real martial arts masters, they may be exposed. Although Lu Ti and Zheng Liang's kung fu is far inferior to his, they're not ordinary people either. It is easy to fight 10 people alone. But Lu Ti and Zheng Liang didn't even have the courage to meet them. This was beyond Su Hui's expectations. Su Hui had a gloomy face and shifted his gaze to the young man in the corner of the battlefield. It was obvious that this boy was their leader. If he is killed, the enemy's morale will be greatly dampened. Archer, exist. Su Hui pointed his finger and said, "Target, that boy, shoot him to death." "Grown-ups," a centurion said, "I'm afraid there might be accidental injuries." Su Hui angrily said, "An accidental injury? Aren't our casualties enough?" He immediately ordered, "Shoot him to death." 300 archers immediately drew their bows and aimed at the young man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense rain of arrows shot towards the young man at the edge of the battlefield. Most of Lu Chen's attention was focused on the officers and soldiers' leaders on the hill. Seeing the soldiers shooting arrows at him, Lu Chen held the riot shield in front of him. Dang, dang, dang. Countless arrows hit the riot shield. This riot shield is really useful. The 50,000 yuan was well spent. These arrows posed no threat to him at all. He was fine, but the officers and soldiers next to him suffered. Many of these arrows missed their targets and hit the crowd of officers and soldiers. More than a dozen officers and soldiers were shot by arrows, and screams were heard everywhere. Immediately afterwards, another wave of arrows came. Lu Chen was still hiding behind the riot shield, unharmed. I wonder if I'll get hurt if I try to withstand these arrows with my body. With Lu Chen's current physical strength, these arrows may not be able to hurt him at all, but he did not put himself in danger. After we capture these bows and arrows, I'll give it a try and see how many arrows my body can withstand. After several rounds of arrow rain, Lu Chen saw that the archers on the opposite side stopped shooting arrows. "You're done, it's my turn next." Lu Chen took out his assault rifle from the space warehouse. Then he placed the rifle on a riot shield and aimed at the opposing team of archers. Da, 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 da. It was a series of bursts of shooting. More than a dozen archers on the hill fell down immediately. When one magazine was empty, he quickly took out another one from the space, replaced it quickly, and aimed at the archers again. Da, da, da. On the hill, the archers' formation was in chaos. Su Hui looked at the young man in the distance with a confused look on his face. He only heard a crisp sound like firecrackers. Then, a large number of his archers fell. Su Hui came to a fallen archer and saw a bloody hole on his head. He also saw another corpse with a bloody hole on its chest, from which blood foam was oozing out. What kind of firearm is this? Su Hui certainly knew about firearms. He himself had 2 muskets. However, the range of this musket is extremely short. It can barely be used within 10 steps, but it is not accurate beyond that. And here, it is at least 200 or 300 steps away from the young man. In addition, don't these firearms only hold 1 bullet? But the young man fired dozens of bullets in a row. How'd he do it? Chapter 45. Those who kill will always be killed. Students who often shoot guns know that if you shoot continuously, the barrel will quickly become hot and red. After Lu Chen quickly emptied 2 magazines, he did not continue shooting. 2 magazines, 70 rounds total. According to his naked eye observation, he killed or wounded at least 25 officers and soldiers. His efficiency in killing enemies would make him a gun god if he were to be placed on the battlefields of later generations. He replaced the magazine again and observed the situation on the battlefield. In fact, he was not worried about the outcome of this battle. He wasn't too worried about the safety of Xie Qiao and the others. Their physical strength is 10 times greater than that of ordinary people. Even if they are accidentally injured, the most they suffer is superficial injuries. He felt relieved when he saw that Xie Qiao and the others were still agile and swift in the enemy camp, and their speed in killing the enemies had not slowed down at all. At this time, the number of casualties among officers and soldiers was close to 300. I think this group of officers and soldiers won't be able to hold on for much longer. He looked up at the hills. On the hill, the mounted officer was commanding the archers to retreat. It was obvious that they wanted to retreat behind the hill to avoid being shot by his assault rifle. Lu Chen was not planning to shoot the officer leading the team. Once this officer dies, this group of soldiers will quickly disband, which is not the result Lu Chen wants. Lu Chen intends to eliminate the armed forces in the surrounding areas as much as possible. Whether they were soldiers or bandits, Lu Chen regarded them as threats to his early development. CQ, Zhu Jun. Lu Chen shouted. Xie Xiao and Chu Yun, who were fighting in the formation, paused for a moment and looked at Lu Chen. You two follow me. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he rushed towards the hill with a shield in one hand and a gun in the other. Seeing this, Xie Xiao and Chu Yun immediately swung their swords and shields and charged towards the enemy in front. The officers and soldiers standing in front of them were instantly torn into a bloody path. Lu Ti was shouting behind a group of soldiers. Suddenly he looked up and saw Xie Xiao's petite figure rushing towards him. Lu Ti hurriedly swung his sword. Xie Xiao ignored him and swung his shield at him. Seeing that she was coming at him fiercely, Lu Ti retreated quickly. Bang! He was unable to retreat in time. Darkness fell before his eyes, and the shield had already hit his face. Poor Lu Ti, a dignified captain, was knocked to the ground by Xie Xiao in just one encounter and fainted immediately. Xie Xiao rushed forward without stopping and stepped hard on his chest. Lu Ti didn't even make a sound before reincarnating and leaving. Zheng Liang, who was 10 steps away, saw this scene and heard the crisp sound of Lu Ti's sternum breaking, which scared him out of his wits. Lu Ti, a captain, was crushed to death by this girl like an ant. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at him. So small, so unbearable. Just when Zheng Liang was filled with grief over the death of the rabbit, he saw another person coming towards him from the corner of his eye. Another girl was charging towards him. Zheng Liang's hair stood on end. The girl danced wildly with the long sword in her hand, and blood splattered wherever she went. The officers and soldiers in front of her fell to the ground like straw. She looked down upon these officers and soldiers with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were only focused on the young man running in the distance. Zheng Liang hesitated for a moment, holding a long knife in his hand. As a captain, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him if he cowardly fled at this moment? But if he goes to meet the enemy, will he still be alive? After this moment of hesitation, Zheng Liang no longer had any chance. In the blink of an eye, the girl was in front of him. Kill! Zheng Liang had no way to avoid it, so he could only muster up the last bit of courage, roar, and swing his sword at the girl. At this moment, Zheng Liang saw an unbelievable scene. The girl jumped up and flew to the tip of his knife as lightly as a bird. Yes, he looked carefully and saw that the girl lightly tapped the tip of his knife with one foot. At this moment, his sword was at its fastest speed. Zheng Liang couldn't understand how this girl could calculate so accurately. She tapped the tip of the knife with her toe and then kicked his head with her other foot. Zheng Liang only felt the whistling of a sharp wind in his ears, and before his feet arrived, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It's over. He felt that the person he was facing was not a human being at all, but the devil, a devil that can take someone's life in an instant. At this moment, Zheng Liang felt a little regretful. Why did he join the army in the first place? How happy he felt when he raised the butcher knife and killed people. But why was he so terrified and helpless when he was about to be killed? Puff! Zheng Liang's head was kicked to pieces instantly. The two captains were killed almost simultaneously, and the surrounding soldiers were all horrified. On weekdays, these two are always so majestic, but they were killed before they could even withstand half of the opponent's attack. The officers and soldiers were already heartbroken by the killings, and now they had lost all their fighting spirit. They wanted to escape, to retreat. But because of their tight formation, they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Kill! Zhao Daya and others saw that the morale of the officers and soldiers had dropped sharply, so they chopped with their long swords faster and harder. Although there were many officers and soldiers, they could no longer organize a powerful attack. Let them kill at will, like killing chickens and sheep. Seeing their comrades splattered with blood one after another, the officers and soldiers only hoped that the captain would quickly order a retreat. Perhaps they could still save their lives. But this time, their captain was already in danger. When Su Hui saw Lu Chen and the two girls rushing towards them, an inexplicable fear rose in his heart. Today is no longer a matter of how many men and horses were lost. It seemed that whether he could save his life had become a question. All archers, draw your swords. Shu yelled. On the battlefield, when the light-armored archers in the rear need to abandon their bows and draw their swords, it means that the outcome of the battle is basically decided. Don't panic. I still have hundreds of archers. We can hold out for a while. For the first time, this commander who was at the half-step grandmaster level actually started to panic. Su Hui sat on his warhorse, raised a saber high, and shouted, "Quickly kill these three. Whoever kills one will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Kill. The archers rushed towards Lu Chen and the other two with swords in their hands. If you can kill one person, you can get 100 taels of gold. With 100 taels of gold in hand, you will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. There were more than 200 archers, all of whom were brave men at this time. The swords flashed and the crowds moved. Soon they surrounded Lu Chen and the other two. Kill. Lu Chen threw the riot shield forward, knocking down several soldiers. Then he picked up the assault rifle. Da-da-da-da. A round of horizontal sweep. A large area in front of him cleared instantly. Nearly 20 soldiers fell in a pool of blood. He quickly changed the magazine and fired another round. Another large number of officers and soldiers were swept to the ground. The officers and soldiers had never seen such a scene. They were so frightened by the ferocious firearm in Lu Chen's hand that they retreated one after another. No one dared to take a step forward. Chapter 46 Nothing. Watch out, this guy is starting to show off. Tongzi, bring me 10 more assault rifles, 40 magazines, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Lu Chen muttered in his mind, and 10 more rifles appeared in the space warehouse. He immediately put the assault rifle in his hand into the warehouse as quickly as possible, and almost at the same time, he took out another assault rifle from the warehouse. Unable to be seen by the naked eye, he had already replaced the assault rifle in his hand with a new one. Da-da-da. Lu Chen held the assault rifle and fired another burst of bullets at the officers and soldiers in front of him. Da-da-da. After one volley of bullets was finished, there was not even half a second of pause before another volley came. Da-da-da. 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 A storm of bullets poured down continuously on the stunned officers and soldiers. The officers and soldiers fell down in rows like leaks. These officers and soldiers even forgot to escape and watched the bullets penetrate their bodies. Captain Su Hui was stunned. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were also dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? Su Hui could hardly hold the saber in his hand, and the shock in his heart had already surpassed his fear. There is such a deadly weapon in this world. Who can withstand this? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were filled with shock beyond words. Although they rarely saw Lu Chen take action, they knew that Lu Chen was very powerful. But I never expected that he would be so powerful. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The rifle in Lu Chen's hand was still emitting the roar of death. Soldiers were still falling in rows. The ground around the three of them was littered with the bodies of officers and soldiers. Some wounded soldiers who were not yet dead were struggling and wailing in pain in a pool of blood. It's like hell on earth. Seeing this scene, the officers and soldiers finally realized that they should run away. No matter what, they could not resist this murderous demon. As if someone had given them an order, the remaining officers and soldiers all dispersed. Where are you going? Xie Qiao let out a cry and ran after him. Chu Yun also chased the deserter in another direction. Lu Chen changed the continuous fire to single shots, aiming at the fleeing officers and soldiers and killing them one by one. As for the leader of the officers and soldiers sitting upright on his warhorse, Lu Chen didn't care about him at all. Da-da-da-da. Under Lu Chen's precise shooting, the fleeing officers and soldiers were knocked to the ground one by one. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also chopped down those who had escaped the net one by one. In less than a moment, more than 200 archers were killed or wounded. Only then did Lu Chen look at the leader of the officers and soldiers. It's your turn. Lu Chen looked at Su Hui as if he was looking at a dead person. Su Hui did not run away. He knew very well that he could not escape no matter what. If that's the case, why doesn't he die honorably? Do you dare to fight me fairly? Su Hui slashed the air with the saber in his hand and glared at Lu Chen angrily. Lu Chen smiled. His smile was innocent, like a boy next door. Su Hui was in a trance. For a moment, he felt that the young man in front of him looked a bit like his eldest nephew. So green. Harmless. Then I'll grant your wish. Su Hui was awakened by Lu Chen's words, and then he saw the rifle in Lu Chen's hand suddenly turned into a slender, straight knife. Su Hui's heart skipped a beat. My heart beat rapidly for more than 10 times. Evildoer. Su Hui, who never believed in ghosts and gods, saw his inherent worldview collapse at this moment. Are you a human or a ghost? Su Hui's voice became sharp. Lu Chen gently swung his sword. To you, I am a devil. After saying that, he jumped. A bright white blade flashed toward Su Hui. Su Hui's pupils constricted, and he slashed forward with the long sword in his hand. A word burst out from Lu Chen's mouth. When Su Hui saw the knife coming towards him, his heart stopped. Too fast. Too tricky. My life is over. Afterwards, he felt dizzy. He saw a headless knight sitting on a warhorse. That seems to be him. Lu Chen swung his long sword, and all the blood on the sword fell off. Nothing. He walked to the top of the hill and looked down at the battlefield below. The battle outside the village is also nearing its end. The remaining officers and soldiers were in disarray, and 20 or 30 of them had already left the battlefield and fled far away. Lu Chen replaced the long knife in his hand with a rifle, aimed at the deserters, and killed them one by one. Within a distance of 500 meters, his shooting skills are perfect. Lu Chen's appearance made the officers and soldiers on the battlefield even more panicked. They no longer had the will to fight and began to flee in all directions. Zhao Daya and other girls turned from soldiers into hunters and chased after the fleeing officers and soldiers separately. At this time, the villagers who were hiding in the village also came out of their homes one after another. They began to gather toward the village entrance. First it was the young and strong men, then the women, children, and the elderly. They looked at the bodies of officers and soldiers lying outside the village entrance with extremely rich expressions. There is shock, suspicion, and more of disbelief. Oh my God, so many officers and soldiers, all dead. With so many soldiers, were they really killed by a few girls? That must be several hundred officers and soldiers, right? There are still hundreds of them on the post, probably thousands. A dozen of them actually killed 1,000 government troops. Look, these soldiers are all wearing armor. They are much more powerful than the bandits. Can Zhao Daya and the others be said to be 1 against 100? I saw with my own eyes that girl Shilon kill 3 soldiers with just 1 knife. TSK, the soldiers looked like they had seen a ghost when they saw her. Have you seen Xiaoyu, that little girl who's only about 10 years old? She was slaughtered one by one, like a pig. The villagers were talking about it, but no one mentioned Lu Chen. In their minds, Lu Chen was out of reach. When they saw Lu Chen walking back from the hill, the villagers' eyes were full of awe. Soon, the girls who were chasing the deserters came back. They were covered in blood from head to toe, with only their eyes shining. Even they themselves couldn't believe that they had really killed all 1,000 government troops. And it seems quite easy. No pressure. They gathered around Lu Chen, waiting for his orders. Well, you guys did a great job today. Let's have a celebration party tonight. Joy appeared on the faces of the girls. It's not easy to get praise from Lu Chen. At least, up to now, this is the first time that Lu Chen has recognized their fighting ability. Now, go and collect the silver and money from the corpse. Xie Qiao immediately took a group of girls and started searching through the corpse. There are too many bodies. On average, each person has to search 100 bodies. With only a dozen of them, it is unknown how long it will take to finish the search. Lu Chen asked the villagers to help him loot. Give all the money you find to my wife. As for their weapons, armor, and bows and arrows, they're all yours. Hearing this, all the villagers rushed forward. Even children of 4 or 5 years old and old ladies with crutches joined the ranks of looting. Chapter 47, Celebration Banquet. Those who often loot the game know that whether or not you can win the game tonight depends on whether you can loot a lot of loot. The villagers of Lujiazhai also know that whether they can survive in this chaotic world depends on how much equipment they can accumulate for self-defense. At this time, the corpses piled in the pool of blood became the target of the villagers' scramble. This one's mine. I was here first. I picked up this helmet first. Go away. This knife is mine. These shoes are mine. Mine. There was chaos and confusion. Some people were trying to grab a complete set of armor and were refusing to give in and were about to start fighting. Some people even took the big knives they had just picked up and waved them at the villagers who came to fight for them. There was also a little girl who had a dagger snatched away by an adult. She sat on the ground and cried loudly in grievance. Lu Chen just felt a headache. Supplies were already extremely scarce in this era. After several years of disasters and wars, these villagers wanted to immediately put anything useful into their arms. Lu Chen also understood them, but this is not a big deal. He saw Lu Daji not far away and went over to him and said, "Uncle 13, how about this? Let them gather all the things together and then distribute them according to the number of people in their families. What do you think?" Seeing all the villagers acting like this, Lu Daji couldn't stand it anymore. So he said, "Okay, let's do it." Immediately, Lu Daji shouted loudly, asking the villagers to pile all the equipment together and then distribute it to them. Only then did the villagers calm down. However, their enthusiasm for stealing equipment was greatly reduced, and their movements became noticeably slower. When the women saw someone starting to strip the clothes lining the corpse's armor, they all left cursing. Soon, a large pile of various equipment formed at the entrance of the village. Xie Qiao sorted and put away the silver and money collected by the villagers. Zhao Dia took the girls to gather the stray war horses and then carefully checked the silver and copper coins hidden in the pile of clothes. There are too many officers and soldiers coming this time, and it takes a lot of time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Chen was not very concerned about these spoils. He only closes two things. One is silver, the other is a war horse. These days, war horses are an extremely scarce strategic resource. The price of a horse was as high as 40 or 50 taels. The price is secondary. The key is that horses are in short supply and ordinary people have no way to buy them. He noticed that the officers and soldiers who came this time brought a total of 17 war horses. But there were only 15 horses tied at the entrance of the village. The two horses may have run into the mountains. After Lu Chen made all the arrangements and asked the village chief to take charge, he returned home. He took out about 10 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of cooked beef, 3 chickens, 2 fish, and some vegetables from the space to prepare for today's dinner. After the battle, he had to make a delicious meal for the girls to reward them. It can also be considered a celebration banquet. The space in the house was too small, so Lu Chen moved the table to the yard. This new table was one he had bought from the space a few days ago and was big enough to seat a dozen people. He then took out 2 old-fashioned lanterns that he had specially bought in the store. Although this lantern looks old to Lu Chen, it is still very advanced for people of this era. After all, the glass cover on the outside is worth a lot of money. After a busy period, plates and bowls of various dishes were served on the table. It was already dark by this time. Lu Chen had just lit the 2 oil lamps when Xie Qiao came back with a group of girls. Some of them carried bags, some carried sacks, and they returned with full loads. "Sir, the village chief is distributing the spoils to the villagers. This is the silver we got today." Xie Qiao put a heavy bag on the ground. Judging from the sound, it should be a copper coin. Zhao Dia and others also piled large and small bags on the ground. "Go wash your hands and eat quickly." At Lu Chen's call, all the girls ran to wash their hands and then sat around the table. Looking at the table full of delicious food, the girls all looked greedy. Xiaoyu pointed at the steamed sea bass on the large plate, her face flushed with excitement. "Brother Chen, this is fish. This is fish." Due to years of severe drought, the river dried up. She only saw fish once in her memory, but she only drank 2 mouthfuls of soup. She had never tasted fish in her life. Lu Xiaolan and others looked at Lu Chen with strange eyes. "Now you can't even buy fish in the county town. Where does he get this fish from? You have all bravely fought the enemy today and have made great contributions. This meal is my reward to you all. Come, let's eat." Lu Chen ignored their questioning looks and invited everyone to eat. The girls were already very hungry and started eating immediately. Lu Xiaolan picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She chewed it for a few times, then looked at Lu Chen in a low voice. "Brother Chen, this is beef?" Beef is a rare commodity nowadays. Because cattle are important means of production, the imperial court has never allowed people to slaughter cattle privately. The common people could only wait for the cows to die of illness or old age, and only after they had been reported to the government for slaughter would they be lucky enough to eat 2 pieces. "Yes, it's beef." Lu Xiaolan didn't ask any more questions, and Lu Chen didn't say anything more. Xiao Hua suddenly said, "What's the name of this dish? It smells so good." "This is dompa pork, made with pork." Xiaoxiang asked again, "What's this called?" "It's so soft, tender, and fragrant. It's so delicious." "This is braised pork with preserved vegetables." Although the dishes made by Lu Chen were just home-cooked dishes, Xie Qiao and the others had never seen them before and asked a lot of questions. Lu Chen did not mind answering them one by one. At this moment, Lu Xiaolan suddenly called out, "Dad." Everyone looked and saw the village chief Lu Daji standing outside the gate. He stood at the door somewhat awkwardly, not knowing whether to go in or not. Anyone with a bit of dignity would not visit someone else's house at dinner time. What's more, he is the village chief. Lu Chen stood up to greet him. "Uncle 13, come here and sit down. Come and have something to eat." Xie Qiao got up and went into the house to get another set of bowls and chopsticks and put them on the table. No, I just came here to tell you something." Lu Daji originally planned to just explain the matter and leave. But when he saw the full table, more than a dozen large plates and bowls, and the aroma of meat wafting in the air, he could no longer move his feet. In the past 6 months, he only had a small bite of meat a few days ago. It was a child who worked for Lu Chen and took it back secretly. But later on, Lu Chen became stricter and no one was allowed to bring food home, so he never tasted meat again. Lu Chen pulled Lu Daji to the table, and Lu Daji had to sit down reluctantly. How can this be? How can this be? I have to go back quickly after talking to you. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Chewing the delicious big piece of meat, the satisfaction of his appetite made Lu Daji feel extremely comfortable all over. Nephew, want to tell you something? Your second uncle. He hid a horse at home. Chapter 48, Black-Faced Door God. Look carefully, this guy with green eyes is sharpening his knife, preparing to slaughter the horse and eat the meat. While sharpening his knife, Lu Qingping turned his head from time to look at the warhorse tied in the yard. This warhorse is tall and extremely strong. After killing it, you can get several hundred kilograms of clean meat. When the time comes, cut it into strips, air dry, and then store it. If you eat sparingly, it can last you a year. At this moment, the horses in Lu Qingping's eyes were no longer horses, but pieces of fat meat. He couldn't help swallowing hard. The knife was sharpened, and Lu Qingping touched the blade gently with his hand. It was sharp enough. He came up to the warhorse with a knife in hand. The warhorse seemed to be aware of the danger and kicked the ground with all 4 hooves. Behave yourself. I'll give you a quick death. Lu Qingping pointed the knife at the warhorse's neck, trying to find a good position to kill it with one blow. Stop! A loud shout startled Lu Qingping. He turned his head and saw the village chief Lu Daji and a few others walking into the yard. Lu Daji was furious. This guy actually wanted to kill the warhorse. A warhorse costs dozens of taels of silver, so it is worthless if it is killed. The point is not here. The point is that this warhorse was a trophy obtained by Lu Chen from killing soldiers. What do you want to do? Lu Daji quickly walked up to the warhorse and stopped Lu Qingping. Lu Qingping glanced at Lu Chen behind Lu Daji. Lu Chen was also accompanied by Xie Qiao and Zhao Daya. What are you talking about? I killed my own horse for meat. What does it have to do with you? Lu Daji angrily said, Your horse? When did you buy the horse, and how much did you spend? Tell me about it. Lu Qingping stiffened his neck and said, How much money I spend is none of your business. Go away. Don't stop me from doing my work. Lu Daji was so angry that his breath was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't speak for a while. Lu Chen stepped forward, his face showing an unhappy expression as he said, If you return the warhorse, we'll be fine. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Qingping immediately jumped up and said, When have I ever shown any affection towards you? Your family eats and drinks delicious food every day. Have you ever thought about me, your dear second uncle? Lu Chen's face darkened. If you insist on making trouble, then don't blame me. After saying that, he prepared to use force. At this time, Lu Chen's second aunt rushed out of the house with disheveled hair. She sat down in front of Lu Chen, slapped her thighs with both hands, and started crying, Murder! Killing people! My nephew is trying to kill my whole family. I won't live anymore. Lu Daji was shaking with anger. He pointed at Lu Qingping and said, Are you guys trying to cheat? At this time, the surrounding neighbors were attracted by the noise here. They all pointed at Lu Qingping and his wife. I've said it before, these two are just trying to get something for themselves. Just bringing the horse to his house means it will really become his? They don't even consider whether Lu Chen will do what they want. They say they're Lu Chen's uncle and aunt, but I think they're even worse than outsiders like us. Yes. When Lu Chen's parents were alive, the two brothers came to their house every day to ask for money. Now that Lu Chen's parents are gone, they haven't even come to ask about it. Have you ever seen an uncle like this? I guess Lu Chen hates them to death. Even if he wants to give a good deal to outsiders, he won't let these two cowards get away with it. It was only out of kindness that Lu Chen bought Xiaohua because he was afraid that she would be tortured to death by them. Otherwise, Xiaohua might have been beaten to death by them long ago. Lu Qingping listened to the villagers' cold words and became angry. He rushed to the gate of the yard and cursed at the villagers outside. You bunch of nasty gossipers, get out of here. Stop blocking my door. If you don't leave, I'll chop you to death. Lu Chen didn't want to stay here any longer, so he said to Xie Qiao, Take the horse back. Then he said to Zhao Daya, Whoever dares to stop me, you can do whatever you want. Ever since Zhao Dai's life was saved by Lu Chen, her temperament has changed drastically. Now, even if Lu Chen asked her to kill her father, she probably wouldn't hesitate at all. Therefore, Lu Chen kept her by his side to act as the black-faced door god. Among all the girls, Zhao Dai is the tallest, almost as tall as Lu Chen. Very suitable for cold-blooded and ruthless villain roles. Xie Qiao stepped forward and untied the horse rope. When he saw that she was about to take the horse away, she immediately got up from the ground and pounced on Xie Qiao. Her action made Zhao Daji shake his head secretly. This crazy woman doesn't even think about the fact that Xie Qiao today is no longer the young wife who didn't dare to look up when she saw people yesterday. How dare you go up and provoke her? You're so bold. However, before Xie Qiao could make any move, Zhao Dai stepped forward, grabbed his collar from behind, and with a little force, lifted her up. He struggled wildly in the air, but couldn't break free. Seeing this, Lu Qingping was furious and ran toward Zhao Dai with a knife. Zhao Dai turned around and gave him a cold look. Lu Qingping's anger was instantly extinguished by her cold eyes. Almost all the villagers saw Zhao Dai's crazy enthusiasm in killing bandits and soldiers. Lu Qingping also saw it clearly. Just thinking about that scene made his heart tremble. Lu Chen, do you really not want our family to live? Lu Qingping didn't dare to provoke Zhao Dai, so he could only direct his anger at Lu Chen. No matter what, he is Lu Chen's uncle. Could it be that Lu Chen dared to beat up his uncle in front of the whole village? Lu Chen said indifferently, "Second uncle, what are you talking about? We've separated a long time ago. What does your family's well-being have to do with me? How can I care whether you live or die?" Lu Qingping pointed at Lu Chen, his lips trembling with anger. Your family is building a house, and the whole village is helping. They've all been given food. Why wouldn't your uncle and I help? We can't farm this field, and my family doesn't have the money to buy food. Aren't you deliberately trying to starve our families to death? Lu Chen smiled. If it weren't for you two uncles who took advantage of my parents' weakness and came to my house every day to beg for money, why would my parents risk going deep into mountains to find food? After they disappeared in the mountains, I asked you to help find them. What did you say and do at that time? I remember it clearly. Lu Qingping was suddenly speechless. Lu Chen continued, how much food have you two taken from my family during these years of famine? I'm afraid it's impossible to count it. But when I was almost starving to death and came to your house to ask for food, what did you do? The villagers made another commotion. They all blamed Lu Qingping's family. Lu Chen was too lazy to talk to them anymore and turned around and left. Xie Qiao led the warhorse and followed Lu Chen closely. Zhao Dai threw he to the ground and left Lu Qingping's house. Let's go, let's all go. Lu Daji waved his hand, and the villagers dispersed. In the yard, he sat down on the ground again, crying loudly and cursing as she cried. Lu Qingping, you coward. You can't even discipline your own nephew. Why don't you just kill yourself? Oh, my life is so miserable. I won't live anymore. Lu Chen, you have no conscience. You are so black-hearted. You're trying to kill our whole family. Lu Qingping was furious and angry, and hearing he's howling in his ears, his head was about to explode. He looked towards Lu Chen's house and growled with gritted teeth. Lu Chen, don't blame me for being unjust if you're unkind. I'm going to make you pay for it. Chapter 49, the villagers want to sell their daughters. The work of burying the bodies of officers and soldiers lasted for 3 full days. The construction of the new house had to be suspended. Most of the bodies of the officers and soldiers were stripped naked by the villagers, so it was naturally difficult for Xie Qiao and the others to participate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Chen taught the master archery to Xie Qiao and the others. Every morning, Lu Chen led them deep into the mountains, found a deserted place, and taught them archery. He also bought 12 cost-effective compound bows, each costing 1,000 yuan. At the same time, he also bought 12 crossbows, each costing 6,000 yuan. The repeating crossbow he bought this time can be preloaded with 10 crossbow arrows. It has great power, high accuracy, long range, and strong penetration, making it a real killing weapon. The repeating crossbow he bought from the store last time was just a toy compared to this one. Superb archery skills are indispensable. There are many times when a silent crossbow is more useful than a gun. Stretch out one arm straight ahead, raise your thumb, and then look into the distance. Do you see 2 thumbs, one real and one virtual? Now I'm going to teach you how to measure distance with your thumbs. Lu Chen explained the simple thumb distance measurement method to the girls. Quickly calculating the distance between the enemy and us is an essential skill on the battlefield. This is a compound bow. This is a repeating crossbow. These are arrows, and these are crossbow bolts. During this period of time, you should practice well. Lu Chen knew very well that things might be relatively peaceful here in the near future. But this was just the calm before the war. The regular troops they killed were obviously an elite force of the Great Zhou dynasty. The court of the Great Zhou dynasty will definitely not give up. A more brutal battle is waiting for him. During this period, he needs to prepare for war. At dusk, after a full day of training, Lu Chen led Xie Qiao and the others back to the village. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I was surrounded by a large group of people. Lu Chen, Uncle begged you to take your sister, Ernie, to your home. Chen, this is my Xinjin. I want her to be with you, so please accept her. Xiao Chen, take a look at my Xiaoying. These villagers all brought the girls next to them to Lu Chen. These girls are of different ages. The oldest is 15 or 16 years old, and the youngest is only 8 or 9 years old. Lu Chen asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" A woman pleaded with a smile. "Chen, you see, my family is having a really hard time. I'm thinking of giving my daughter to you, so she can have something to eat, right?" Yes, it's the same at my house. We can barely make ends meet, and I want to give my daughter to you." All the villagers begged Lu Chen. They're not fools either. Even the village chief Lu Daji gave his most beloved daughter to Lu Chen. They also saw with their own eyes that as soon as Lu Xiulan arrived at Lu Chen's house, several officials came. Then the frail Lu Xiulan killed these ferocious officers with just a few punches. Afterwards, she displayed her prowess in battles with officers and soldiers, killing countless of them. Although the villagers did not understand the reason, they knew one thing. As long as his daughter goes to Lu Chen's house, it will be a step to success. These farmers who have girls of marriageable age have discussed this issue in private countless times and spent countless nights deliberating on it. Today, they finally decided to give it a try. In order to provide their daughter with a way out in life, and also to find a good support for their whole family. Lu Chen looked at the villagers, and especially at the girls brought by their parents. There were more than 30 girls. Although during this period of time, Lu Chen distributed food to each of their families. But they were still pale and thin, very weak. Lu Chen immediately said, "In that case, I will accept them." He said to Xie Qiao, "Go to the village chief's house and ask him to help draft some deeds. Daya, take them home to get some rice and give each of them 50 kilograms of fine rice." When everyone heard this, they were all overjoyed. 50 kilograms of rice. This is 50 kilograms of fine rice. This was completely unexpected for them. In fact, even if they were not given food, they were willing to send their daughter to Lu Chen's house. This is really a pleasant surprise. The villagers were grateful and thanked Lu profusely. Lu Chen continued, "After we sign the deed, you should take the children home first. After my house is built, you can let them come to my house. What do you think?" Okay. We know. Your family has nowhere to live right now. I'll let my daughter move in after your new house is built. Soon, Lu Daji came over and helped sign the contract to sell their daughters. The villagers carried rice bags and happily took their daughters home. Lu Daji was quite proud at this time. He was far-sighted and sent his daughter here early in the morning. Otherwise, he would be one of these villagers at this time. This means we have lost the opportunity. His daughter Xiulan also lost her weight in Lu Chen's heart. In the following period of time, the construction progress of Lu Chen's new house was obviously accelerated a lot. These villagers were eagerly looking forward to having the new house completed as soon as possible so that they could send their daughters to Lu Chen's home as soon as possible. However, from the homes of the two brothers Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan, resentful curses were heard every day. That damn Lu Chen, that black-hearted Lu Chen, how unfilial. Why can other girls sell 50 kilograms of refined rice, but my girl can only sell a dozen kilograms of coarse grains? Is this how you treat your own uncle? God, please send down thunder and kill him. Xiao Yu, you unfilial daughter. Ever since you entered Lu Chen's family, you haven't come back to see me, your biological mother, even once. I worked so hard to raise you, but in the end, I raised a white wolf like you. They didn't dare to go to Lu Chen to argue, so they could only curse him at home to vent their anger. But cursing will not bring them food. After Lu Xiaohua and Lu Xiaoyu were sold, the families of the two brothers Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan lost their source of food. Before, when the two sisters worked for Lu Chen, They could bring back half a pound of rice to his family every day. Now, they can only leave the village every day and look for food. The grass roots and tree barks near the village had long since disappeared, so they could only look for them in places farther away from the village. The food they found every day was just enough to keep them alive. Just as the two families were struggling to hold on, Lu Chen's new house was finally built. Strictly speaking, it is basically completed. Lu Chen drove the carriage into the town several times. After returning, he found Tianlu Zhu and showed him some things. These are glass. They could be installed on the windows, so there's no need for window paper. This is the toilet, this is the bathtub, and this is for the shower. Tianlu Zhu was shocked when he saw these rare things he had never seen before. Where did you buy these things? They must be very expensive, right? Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm lucky. I happened to meet a merchant from the western regions. The things here aren't too expensive, but they're not cheap either. Come, let me tell you how to install these things. Chapter 50. My nephew is not a human being. Friends who often hold housewarming parties know that the more guests you invite, the more generous the gifts you receive. But when Lu Chen was setting up the banquet, he informed the villagers in advance that they did not want a single penny in cash gifts, nor would they accept any gifts. They were just required to bring their whole family to his house for a feast, where they would be served as much as they could. Therefore, Lu Chen's banquet became the largest banquet since the construction of Lujiazhai. Everyone in the village came out in droves and rushed to Lu Chen's house. Lu Chen's front yard, main yard, backyard, back garden, side garden, and martial arts field were all filled with tables and chairs. 300 or 400 people entered Lu Chen's house and did not feel crowded at all. More than 20 women helping in the kitchen were busy in 2 kitchens at the same time. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, and various vegetables left the women helping in the kitchen stunned. Even if the county magistrate's family hold a wedding banquet, I'm afraid it wouldn't be this grand. I've never even seen any of these foods before, and I can't even pronounce their names. TSK. I wonder how much money this banquet will cost. In the yard, the table was filled with colorful candies and plates of exquisite cakes. The old man used the few remaining teeth to eat all kinds of food they had never heard of, smiling so hard that his eyebrows were not visible. The children, with their hands full of candies and their pockets stuffed bulging, ran and played excitedly in the yard. Hey, this guy. Who would have thought that Lu Chen would be so promising? Yes, a while ago, he and Xie Qiao were so hungry that they couldn't walk. It's only been a few days, and look at all the food in front of you. If Chen's parents knew he would be so successful, they would be grateful. Shut up. You're talking nonsense. His parents just went into the mountains and haven't come back yet. Why are you cursing them like that? If Chen Wazi hears, I'll see how he'll deal with you. Yes, his parents are just missing. Maybe they just got lost in the mountains and went somewhere else. Who knows? They might come back soon. Amid the villagers' gossip, Lu Chen said a few brief words and then asked the kitchen to serve the food and start the meal. As dish after dish of delicious food was served, everyone had no time to chat and started eating immediately. This meat smells so good. This dish tastes so delicious. This soup is really good. Just one sip and it's so delicious. What kind of dish is this? It's delicious. This chicken is so tender and fragrant. Come on, let's have a drink. God bless me. I thought I'd never get another sip of wine in my life. This wine is really strong. I feel a little dizzy after just one glass. What a good wine. The sumptuous banquet made the villagers of Lujiazhai eat till their mouths were full and satisfied. They missed the hard days of eating grass roots and tree bark for several years, and when they looked at the delicious fish and meat in front of them, they couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Many people couldn't help but burst into tears while eating. If it weren't for Lu Chen, I would never have been able to attend such a fine banquet in my life. This is the first time I've eaten a full meal. Before, I'd only ever eaten about 70% full. Just as Lu Chen was holding a grand banquet at home, 150 miles away, inside the Fengzhou camp, General Jiang Wenyu frowned and looked gloomy. Sir, I have ascertained that all of Su Hui's 1,000 men were killed in action. Only one deserter was captured by Hudou County, but he appears to have been terribly frightened and is in a state of disarray, unable to answer any questions about the events of that day. After the lieutenant general finished his report, he lowered his head and said no more. Jiang Wenyu's expression changed again and again. Although Su Hui has only 1,000 people, they are well-trained and powerful, and are the most important elite force in Fengzhou. Jiang Wenyu originally planned to wait for the rebels to attack, and then use Su Hui's powerful troops to the best advantage. However, just as the rebels arrived, Su Hui's troops were defeated in a small village. "Are you sure there are no rebels in Hudou County?" The lieutenant general said, "Sir, I have already found out that there are only a few insignificant mountain bandits in Hudou County, and no large rebel forces." Jiang Wenyu's brows furrowed even more tightly. Could it be that the unruly people in Hudou County have also started a rebellion? But how can they be a match for Su Hui? "Sir, I will send a spy to Hudou County again." "Well, you must find out for me how Su Hui died." Jiang Wenyu suddenly thought of something and said, "Have someone check if there are any powerful people in Hudou County. I mean martial arts masters." Yes. At this time, Hudou County Government Office. Lu Qingping was kneeling in front of the county magistrate Wei Shuya, accusing him indignantly. "Sir, although Lu Chen is my nephew, it's not uncommon for him to bully his neighbors, but I never thought he would dare to kill a police officer. It would be fine if he killed the official, but he actually dared to kill the soldiers. My lord, I will sacrifice my own family for the greater good. I will sever all ties with Lu Chen. Today, the old master will make the decision for me. I will sever ties with Lu Chen. From now on, we will go our separate ways." Wei Shuya showed impatience and raised his hand to stop Lu Qingping from nagging. He said, "Just tell me how Lu Chen killed so many officers and soldiers that day." When Lu Qingping heard this, a trace of fear flashed across his face. Wei Shuya saw Lu Qingping's expression. "I'll take care of it for you. Don't be afraid. Just tell me what you have to say." Lu Qingping forced himself to remain calm and said, "Sir, my nephew Lu Chen, he is not a human being." Wei Shuya said angrily, "Nonsense. Tell me, what's going on? How is he not a human?" Seeing Wei Shuya getting angry, Lu Qingping hurriedly said, "Sir, although Lu Chen is my nephew, he has suddenly become a completely different person since more than a month ago. He has become so different that I can hardly recognize him." Wei Shuya slammed the table and said, "Stop talking about these useless things. Tell me, why is he not a human being? How did he kill the soldiers?" "Sir, that day, dozens of bandits came to attack the village. Lu Chen's wife and a village girl named Zhao Dia killed all of them. That day, several officials came to our village. The village chief's daughter, Xiulan, rushed over and punched each of them to death with just a few punches. And that day, fear appeared on Lu Qingping's face again. That day, 1,000 soldiers came to our village. Speaking of this, Lu Qingping's body couldn't help but tremble. Lu Chen's wife brought a dozen girls with her, each holding a shining big knife. They chopped at the soldiers, one by one, one by one. Sometimes they could kill 2 or 3 with one knife. The soldiers were so miserable. There was really a river of blood. And then Lu Chen took out an unknown thing, like setting off firecrackers. There was a burst of popping noises, and all the soldiers fell down. Chapter 51, Find a Good Man to Marry. Look carefully. This county magistrate is almost frightened to death. Are you serious? Were those 1,000 soldiers really killed by those 10 or so girls? Lu Qingping pointed to the heavens and swore, "My lord, I am telling the truth. If I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning." He thought for a moment and said, "No, Lu Chen also killed many officers and soldiers. Most of the archers were killed by him. He was holding some unknown weapon and fired at the archers. Row after row of them fell. In fact, some of what Lu Qingping said was not what he saw with his own eyes. He only knew it from listening to other villagers chatting." Wei Shuya's face was pale, and he sat in the armchair in silence for a long time. If what the villagers said is true, Lu Jiazhai will probably become a big cancer in Hudou County. Moreover, he was completely unable to eradicate this cancer. At present, the Great Zhou dynasty is facing external and internal troubles, with wars raging everywhere. It is unknown how long it will take for the garrisons from various places to come and encircle and suppress the rebellion. A single spark can start a prairie fire. In Hudou County, it seems that another group of rebels is about to emerge. "Grown-ups," Lu Qingping called out timidly. Wei Shuya then remembered that there was someone kneeling on the ground. He fished out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and said, "I'm grateful for your meritorious service in reporting this case, so I'm giving you this silver as a reward." Lu Qingping took the silver, weighed it in his hand, and felt quite disappointed. He dragged his weak body and ran for a whole day while starving before finally reaching the county town. "I thought I could get at least 10 taels of silver." But the county magistrate was so stingy that he only gave 2 taels of silver as a reward. The price of grain is ridiculously high right now. 2 taels of silver can't buy much grain. Although he was dissatisfied, Lu Qingping did not dare to complain at all and had to kowtow and express his gratitude with a smile. You go back to the village. If Lu Chen makes any unusual moves, remember to report to the county government. I will reward you handsomely. Okay, you can leave now. After Lu Qingping left, Wei Xia hurriedly called his lawyer over, and the 2 of them stayed in the study and whispered until midnight. At this time, Lu Chen was arranging for the new member to move in at home. Xie Xiao, Zhao Daya, and about 10 other girls lived in the backyard. There are 5 main rooms in the backyard, 5 side rooms on each side, and a total of 15 rooms. Enough for them to live in. Lu Chen arranged for the more than 30 girls who had just been accepted into the village a few days ago to live in the front yard. The layout of the front yard is basically the same as that of the backyard, except that there are a few more gatehouses. Lu Chen had already prepared all the furniture in advance. Now that the house is spacious, Xie Xiao and others in the backyard each have their own room. As for the front yard, Lu Chen placed 2 bunk beds in each room, and each room could accommodate 4 people. The 30 or so girls who came later were all assigned to the front yard. As for the dozen or so houses in the central courtyard, Lu Chen is the only one living there. The main house and the left and right wing rooms in the 3 courtyards each have a toilet and a bathroom, for a total of 9. There is a kitchen in the front yard and the middle yard. Lu Chen also bought new sheets and quilts from the system store, and bought 4 sets of sky blue military uniforms for each of them based on their body size. Lu Chen had previously prepared 2 sets of military uniforms for each of Xie Xiao and the others, but later he found that they were not enough. After a battle, they were covered in blood and couldn't even wash it off, so they had to change into new ones. Anyway, he has enough money now, so it's just new clothes, right? Change into new clothes after a battle. Lu Chen also bought 50 long swords and 50 crossbows in the store. The weapon style was the same as that of Xie Xiao and others. After Lu Chen arranged for the girls to stay at his home for 2 days, he asked Xie Xiao to distribute the powerful pills to them. The day after these girls took the powerful pills, Lu Chen gathered them together at the martial arts training ground in the courtyard. All of you go over there and lift up that stone lock with one hand. The girls lined up and took turns lifting the 150 gene stone lock. 36 girls, 35 of them could easily lift the stone lock. Only a girl named Jinjin went to lift the stone lock, but the stone lock did not move at all. Xie Xiao looked at Lu Chen. It is obvious that this girl named Jinjin must have lost her virginity at some point in time. The powerful pills are only effective on intact women. Therefore, this Miss Jinjin could not enter the Lu family. Jinjin didn't know why. She looked at the girls in confusion, then looked at Lu Chen. She didn't understand why others could lift the stone lock, but she couldn't. She saw with her own eyes that a 9-year-old girl from the neighborhood could lift the stone lock, but she herself was already 16 years old. Lu Chen said to Xie Xiao, "Carry 50 kilograms of rice and send her home. Tell her family that she is too weak to fight in the battlefield, and that they want her to find a good family to marry." Xie Xiao waved Jinjin over and led her out of the training ground. Lu Chen glanced at these girls. The loyalty displayed above their heads is mostly 100. There are only 2 or 3, and the loyalty is more than 90. Basically no problem. Lu Chen distributed the long swords to them one by one. Then he said, "From now on, you will follow me and must fight in battle. Today, I will teach you a set of sword techniques. Please study hard." He immediately demonstrated the master swordsmanship to the girls. In the next few days, Lu Chen asked Zhao Daya to lead this group of girls to train in the martial arts field every day. When Lu Chen built the house, he deliberately built the courtyard wall higher. The 2-meter-high wall is enough to prevent outsiders from prying. They no longer have to go deep into the mountains for training. The house was finally built, but before Lu Chen had time to rest in the new house for 2 days, the village chief Lu Daji came to visit. "Nephew, your house is beautifully built. Wow, 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 it's so beautiful. Look at these windows, so bright and shining. And look at all the furniture in your house. Every piece is so beautiful. And this floor, so shiny, so smooth. You can even reflect your reflection in it." While tasting the delicious tea that Lu Chen brewed for him, Lu Daji kept looking around and praising highly. After Lu Chen chatted with him for a few minutes, Lu Daji quickly got to the point. "Xiao Chen, is that thing you mentioned a while ago still possible?" Lu Chen said, Uncle 13, we are not outsiders either. Please speak up if you have anything to say. That's. Lu Daji was a little embarrassed to speak. Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile, Is it about building the wall outside the village? Ah, yes. Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. He sighed and said, Right now, our village depends entirely on you. These hundreds of people in the village are counting on you for their lives. I also know that the people in our village owe you too much. If it weren't for the food distributed by Lu Chen, who knows how many people in the village would have starved to death. In Sunjiazwang next door, I heard that more than 100 people have starved to death this year. Lu Chen smiled and said, We are all from the same village, so we should help each other. How about this? Starting tomorrow, we will start building the city wall and digging the moat. In addition, I plan to build a few more towers on the hills next to the village. If any bandits come, we can detect them early. What do you say? Lu Chen is not trying to be a pushover. To be frank, in his eyes, these villagers are just his employees. Almost free labor. Don't waste it if you don't use it. The more the better. Okay. Xiaochen, this is fantastic. I'll go inform the villagers and start work tomorrow. Lu Daji was very excited. As he was about to leave, he suddenly added, Xiaochen, I heard from the refugees outside the village yesterday that the Marquis of Jinyuan in the south has rebelled and is preparing to march north to the capital, claiming to be trying to purge the imperial court. I don't know if this is true or not, but if they are truly headed for the capital, they'll likely pass through Hudou County. Lu Chen was slightly stunned after hearing this. Chapter 52, I actually have two cousins. Students who often flee famine know that if they want to get something to eat while fleeing famine, it is best to beg for food from wealthy families. These past few days, Lu Chen clearly felt that something was wrong. In the past, there were people fleeing famine outside the village, but not as many as in the past few days. The number of people fleeing famine on the road was several times greater than usual. Many people saw that Lu Chen's house was magnificently built and wanted to come and ask for food. Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao and the others to steam more buns and cook more rice porridge. If they met beggars, they would give them a few buns and a bowl of rice porridge. Now, almost 4,000 acres of land have been reclaimed in Lu Chen's system space. He can cultivate 100 acres a day. On average, the harvest can be done every 3 days. There is an abundance of food in the warehouse. Later, seeing that there were so many people fleeing famine, he simply opened a porridge stall outside the door. He arranged for Xie Qiao to look after the porridge stall, while he himself wandered around outside the village every day. When building a city wall, where to build it depends on the terrain around the village. In addition, he also needs to consider how large an area to build. He planned to build the entire Lujiazhai into a small city, so the scale naturally could not be too small. The farmers in Lujiazhai originally lived in a relatively scattered manner. It would be enough to build about 3 Lujiazhais. Later, we will replan this place and rebuild houses so that it can accommodate tens of thousands of people, or even 20,000 or 30,000 people. If that doesn't work, we can build 2 or 3-story buildings. With a plan in mind, Lu Chen and Lu Daji drew out the construction route of the city wall. When Lu Daji saw the city wall plan by Lu Chen, he was stunned. He was a little confused. Xiaochen, does our Lujiazhai need to be built so large? Wouldn't it be a waste to build such a long wall? Lu Chen said, Uncle 13, if the mountains to the north and west weren't too steep, and if there wasn't a river to the east, I would have built a bigger one. Seeing Lu Daji's confusion, Lu Chen continued, When bandits come, soldiers come again, deserters leave, rebels come again, and the war continues, will people from nearby villages seek refuge here? Who in our village doesn't have a few relatives? If relatives come to our village for refuge, can you not let them in? Lu Daji seemed to understand, but not quite. However, since Lu Chen said so, he would like to build it bigger. The bigger the village is, the longer it will last, and the villagers can have more days of full meals. The construction of the city wall began in full swing. Anyone in the village who can help, regardless of gender, age, or status, can go to the construction site to work. Still 2 meals a day. A strong laborer can get 2 kilograms of rice a day. The elderly, the weak, women, and children can get 1 pound of rice a day. Upon hearing the news, the entire village rushed out to the construction site. At the same time, more refugees came to Lujiazhai. They had tasted the sweetness of Lu Chen's place and didn't want to leave. No one would leave Lu Chen's house if they could eat white flour buns and drink fragrant rice porridge every day. Lu Chen arranged for these refugees to work at the construction site, providing them with food and rations. As for the housing problem, he let them solve it themselves. Outside Lujiazhai village, there was a bustling scene. Lu Chen drove out in his carriage every evening. Now that they had war horses, the little donkey was no longer needed in the carriage, so Lu Chen sent it to the construction site to help pull soil and bricks. In the middle of the night, Lu Chen took advantage of the darkness and took out a large amount of cement, steel bars, bricks, and sand from the space and piled them on the construction site. In order to avoid being discovered, Lu Chen also specially gathered the refugees outside the village to a place far away from the construction site. At dawn, Lu Chen said that he had hired people to bring back these materials at night. As for whether people believe it or not, he has no right to care. Busy at night, Lu Chen is also busy during the day. In addition to inspecting the construction site, he also has to receive requests for interviews from refugees. Master Lu, please, take this girl of mine in. Mr. Lu, my daughter is pretty. Let her be your maid. These refugees who were fleeing famine soon realized from what they saw and heard that Lu Chen was a rare and kind person. If I send my daughter to Lu Chen's house, I will be blessed. Even if he couldn't get a concubine, even being a slave would be a step up to heaven. Lu Chen receives calls from 3 to 5 girls every day. It seems that the front yard is almost full. Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu and asked him to lead a team to build another house to the south of his own house. This new house is built like this. Lu Chen drew a sketch on paper for Tian Luzhu. This house is similar to a Sihiyuan, but it's also a little different. These 4 rows of houses form a circle with an open space in the middle. Each row of houses has 10 to 11 rooms, all built into 2-story buildings. In total, there are about 80 rooms. Tian Luzhu had also seen some of the world and had built buildings before. After the two discussed some details, Tian Luzhu went to select people and prepare to start work. When building a house this time, Lu Chen naturally would not go to Lu Daji to sign a land deed. Although neither of them said it explicitly, they both understood it tacitly. At this time, Lu Chen had already become the person in charge of Lujiazhai. Lu Daji is now just an errand boy who occasionally talks. Just after sending Tian Luzhu away, Lu Chen saw Lu Daji leading a dirty little girl towards him. Lu Chen looked at the little girl of 7 or 8 years old and felt a sense of déjà vu. Cousin Lu Chen. As soon as she saw Lu Chen, the little girl burst into tears. Lu Chen then remembered that her name was Miao Lingling, and she was the second daughter of Lu Chen's uncle. Lingling, why are you here? Lu Chen saw Miao Lingling covered in dust and dirt, with faint traces of blood visible on her bare feet. His uncle's house is 7 or 8 miles away from Lujiazhai. She is such a little girl, and she ran such a long distance alone. I really don't know how she made it all the way. You know, there's still many starving refugees on the road. If she had been a little less lucky, she might have died. Cousin, my dad starved to death, and my uncles wanted to sell me, and my sister. Miao Lingling cried so hard that she was out of breath. Come on, come home with me first. Lu Chen took Miao Lingling back home, first took out a steamed bun and handed it to Miao Lingling. You eat first, I'll bring you a bowl of water. The predecessor, Lu Chen, knew what it felt like to be hungry. Miao Lingling had run such a long way and might faint from hunger at any time. Must eat something first. He took another bowl of spring water from the space and poured it over to Miao Lingling. Miao Lingling ate the steamed bun in big mouthfuls and almost choked several times. It was obvious that she was very hungry. Eat slowly and drink some water. Looking at this little cousin, Lu Chen felt very guilty. After traveling through time, he has been so busy with his own little piece of land that he even forgot that he has an uncle. Actually, this is understandable. After all, he was a time traveler and didn't care much about his previous life's relatives and friends. For example, Zhao Daya. Her relationship with her in her previous life was as strong as gold. But Lu Chen, who traveled through time, didn't care much about her. Chapter 53. The family who destroyed their own household. Look carefully. This girl's name is Miao Lingling. Xie Qiao took her to take a hot bath and change her into new clothes. She looked at herself in the large mirror and couldn't believe that the girl in the mirror was actually herself. He wears a peculiar and good-looking soft hat, a sky blue tight-fitting dress, a sturdy leather belt around his waist, and a pair of long boots. He looks both cute and cool. She had never seen anyone dressed like this before. It looks good. It's so beautiful that it's fatal. Her original clothes were full of patches and holes. She had never worn new clothes since she could remember. Xie Qiao took her to the main hall to meet Lu Chen. Sister-in-law, is this really your and your cousin's new home? I've seen all these things. Miao Lingling blinked her big eyes and looked at everything around her, feeling very curious. When she came once, Lu Chen's family was still living in a dilapidated thatched hut. In just 2 months, my cousin's family built such a big house. Everything in this house amazed her. The pipes that automatically dispense hot water and the fragrant foam when taking a bath. And there was a spotlessly clean toilet. If Xie Qiao hadn't told her, she would never have guessed that it was a toilet for peeing and pooping. As soon as Lu Chen saw Miao Lingling, he handed her a powerful pill. Come, Lingling, eat this. It's good for your body. You might feel a little uncomfortable after eating it, but bear with it and it will pass. Miao Lingling didn't suspect anything and swallowed it directly. After a while, Miao Lingling recovered from the pain with sweat all over her forehead. She soon noticed huge changes in her body. Cousin, I feel full of energy. Is this because of the pill? Xie Qiao said with a smile. Yes, it's because of that pill. After taking this pill, you won't be afraid of being bullied anymore. Miao Lingling thought of her 2 uncles at home and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Lu Chen said, let's go back to your home. Miao Lingling also showed an anxious look on her face. Cousin, let's go quickly. If it's too late, my sister will be sold by them. Lu Chen returned to the inner room and quickly came out carrying a bundle. Let's go on horseback. Lu Chen led a war horse out from the east wing. Because the stables have not been built yet, these dozen or so war horses can only be temporarily placed in the east courtyard. The east wing is divided into 2 courtyards, north and south. The south courtyard is a garden and the north courtyard is a martial arts field. The 2 courtyards are connected to the main courtyard by 3 moon gates. After leading the war horse out of the house, Lu Chen put Miao Lingling on the horse's back first, and then he got on the horse. Drive! The war horse galloped forward with all its might. After a distance of 7 or 8 miles, in less than an incense stick of time, the 2 arrived at Miaojia village. By integrating the memories of his previous life, Lu Chen remembered that he often came to his grandfather's house when he was a child. But in recent years, he has come very rarely. Visiting relatives during a disaster year is a huge burden for both parties. 2 years ago, Lu Chen's grandparents died of illness and starvation. Last year, Lu Chen's aunt also died of illness and starvation. Now, his only uncle also died of illness and starvation. Actually, what disease is there? He simply starved to death. Just like this year of great disaster. To be honest, there have never been any natural disasters or man-made disasters. It's a man-made disaster altogether. The Great Zhou dynasty had a vast territory. Although the area affected by disasters in recent years was large, it was less than 1/6 or 1/7 of the total land area. Fengzhou, where Lu Chen is located in the heart of the central plains of the Zhou dynasty. The north is the capital and is extremely rich. The south is a land of fish and rice, rich in products. In the eastern coastal areas, there is also no shortage of food and drink. The west of the 10,000 mountains is also very prosperous and is known as the land of abundance. If the imperial court had not been incompetent and officials had not been lazy, and if they had not simply transferred some grain from other places, the disaster-stricken areas would not have been filled with starvation and riots. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a knot in his chest. Lu Chen drove his horse to the door of Miao Lingling's house. The 2 men dismounted and Lu Chen tied the horses at the gate. The door was ajar, and Miao Lingling trotted into the yard. Sister, where are you? Sister. But no one responded. Miao Lingling cried anxiously. Cousin, my sister must have been sold by my uncles. Lingling, don't be anxious. Let's see if she is in a room first. Lu Chen searched every room, even the woodshed, but found no one there. He suddenly turned around and asked Miao Lingling, who are the eldest and second uncles you're talking about? Miao Lingling sobbed and said, they're my great uncles and second uncles from my great uncle's family. Lu Chen understood. It turns out he is my cousin, not my biological uncle. That is Grandpa Lu Chen's 2 nephews. Yes, if he is a biological uncle, then he is also Lu Chen's biological uncle. Lu Chen was just about to take Miao Lingling to her uncle's house when he heard a commotion outside. What a strong horse. It must be worth a lot of silver. I heard that Lingling brought it back. She dares to come back? It's just right, this horse, and she could be sold together. Dad, then we'll be rich, right? After we sell the money, I want to eat white flour cakes. Eat, 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 that's all you know? Are you the reincarnation of a starving ghost? A group of people rushed into the yard, making a lot of noise. Miao Lingling was shocked and frightened. She hid behind Lu Chen, tugged at the corner of his clothes, and whispered, "It's my uncle and the second uncle." Lu Chen looked at the group of people indifferently. Could it be that they are the legendary, ruthless people who eat up the entire family? The two large families, with more than 20 people, filled the entire yard. "Oh, isn't this Lingling? Your clothes are so beautiful." A woman looked at the clothes on Miao Lingling, her eyes almost popping out. "Mom, I want to wear it. I want to wear her clothes and the shoes she wears. They're so beautiful. I want to wear them too." Okay. The clothes are yours, and the shoes are yours too. I'll let her take them off and put them on you later. She's going to live in a wealthy family and enjoy a good life, so of course she can't take these clothes with her. This young man looks kind. Whose child is he? Is he the one riding that horse outside? Isn't Ingzi's child? A few years ago, Ingzi came back to visit her parents and often brought him with her. I haven't seen him in a few years, and he has grown so big. So Lingling ran to her aunt's house. She must have had a lot of strength to travel such a long distance. I think she was just too hungry. Lu Chen listened to their chatter indifferently, already knowing what kind of people they were. Miao Lingling suddenly popped her head out from behind Lu Chen and asked, Uncle, where's my sister? Did you really sell her out?" A tall, middle-aged man shouted sternly, "What nonsense are you talking about, kid? If outsiders hear you, what will happen?" The woman next to him said with a forced smile, "Lingling, we're letting your sister enjoy herself. What's the point of selling her? That's so rude." Miao Lingling was worried about her sister's safety. She looked up at Lu Chen and shouted, "You sold my sister out. I heard everything you said. Give my sister back to me. Give my sister back to me." Chapitre 54, Microcosme Explosion. Children who often go out to eat together must know that if they are going to eat, they have to eat it thoroughly and cleanly. But Lu Chen never expected that his two distant uncles had such big appetites. His two distant uncles seemed to have already regarded Miao Lingling as their own and ignored her cries. They even set their sights on Lu Chen. And it also includes the war horse tied outside the gate. "What's your name?" "Oh, Lu Chen, right? Don't you recognize me? I'm your uncle." The old man whom Miao Lingling called uncle, Lu Chen remembered that his name was Miao Daniu. Miao Daniu approached Lu Chen with a big smile on his face. Lu Chen looked at him expressionlessly. Seeing that Lu Chen ignored him, Miao Daniu said shyly, "Don't believe what Lingling says. How can you take a child's nonsense seriously? We are really doing this for the good of the two sisters. We have good intentions and have found a good family for them." "You're talking nonsense." Miao Lingling got anxious and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. I heard that you sold us to the town just for those few dozen kilograms of brown rice." Miao Daniu glared at Miao Lingling, and she was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't want to waste any more time talking to them, as he still had to go and save Miao Lingling's sister Miao Yeye. Then he said in a cold voice, "Tell me, where did you take Yeye?" Miao Daniu was about to speak when the woman behind him spoke first. "How dare you talk to your uncle like that? Your grandparents, uncle, and aunt are all dead, and your parents are gone too. We're the elders closest to you. If you dare to talk to the elders like that again, I will beat you to death, you little brat." Another woman also echoed loudly, "That's right. From now on, we will be your elders. As your elders, even if we beat you to death, you have to bear it." Lu Chen couldn't help but take another look at the two evil women. They should be his distant aunt and second aunt. Their appearance reminded Lu Chen of his second and third aunts. Sure enough, evil people are born 70% similar to each other. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything, his two distant uncles thought that Lu Chen was shocked by their two wives. They simply stopped pretending and revealed their true intentions. "Let me put it this way, Xiaoqin. Look, your second uncle and I have 20 or 30 people in our two families. Life is not easy in this famine year. How about this? As your uncle, I won't make things difficult for you. You just leave the horse at the door and give us 5 taels of silver as hush money, and then you can go back." Yes. Leave the horse here and take 5 taels of silver. Otherwise, you can't leave here." The distant second uncle also rolled up his sleeves and started yelling. Even though Lu Chen has lived 2 lives as a human being, his mind is still a little stuck. What does it mean? If I leave the horse behind, I still have to give them another 5 taels of silver? What the hell is this magical operation? Judging from a situation, it seems that even if the emperor passes by their house, he has to pay tolls. Is that what you mean? Lu Chen really didn't understand, so he wanted to know why he should pay this money. What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lu Chen looked innocent. You don't understand? I know you don't understand. So as your elder, I have to teach you well so that you won't suffer a big loss in the future, and then you won't even be able to save your life. Miao Dainyu said earnestly. I'd like to hear the details. Lu Chen said. Did you know that the private sale of horses is forbidden in the Great Zhou dynasty? Did you know that buying and selling horses is punishable by exile? You're lucky to have met us. We're family, so I'll keep this horse for you and take the blame for selling it privately. Let's see how I, your uncle, treat you. Lu Chen smiled. Then I have to thank you. Of course. We're all family. There's no need to thank me. Do you have any money on you if not? I see the clothes you're wearing are really nice. TSK. If I put them on and walked around the village, Miao Dainyu narrowed his eyes in ecstasy, as if he saw the women in the village casting fiery glances at him. Lu Chen suddenly laughed out loud. As he was laughing, he suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Miao Dainyu's neck. Miao Dainyu made a painful sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. Tell me, where's my cousin Yi? Miao Dainyu was in so much pain that sweat broke out on his head, and he was scratching at the air with his hands. Unfilial thing. How dare you hit your elders? You don't want to live anymore. Miao Erniu cursed angrily and rushed forward. Don't hit my cousin. Miao Lingling suddenly rushed over and pushed Miao Erniu hard. Miao Erniu flew out like a kite with a broken string and hit the gate heavily. When everyone saw this, they all stared at Miao Lingling in a daze, as if they had seen a ghost. Miao Lingling didn't expect that she was so strong. She looked at her own little hands and turned to look at Lu Chen. Obviously, her strength came from the pill Lu Chen gave her. At this moment, Miao Lingling was extremely excited. Just as my cousin's wife said, after taking the pill, she no longer had to worry about being bullied by others. You little bitch. You're so brave. You dare to hit your uncle. Miao Lingling's second aunt pounced on her with her teeth bared in claws. I'm going to peel off your skin. Miao Lingling didn't think much about it and bumped into her second aunt's stomach. Second aunt's wife was knocked to the ground and rolled over in pain, holding her stomach. You're rebelling. You're rebelling against the heavens. You're rebelling against the heavenly gang. You little bitch. How dare you hit my mother? I'm going to beat you to death. Miao Lingling's two cousins were furious and came over to beat Miao Lingling up. Miao Lingling dodged nimbly and avoided the punches and kicks of the two men. Beat you to death. Beat you to death. Miao Lingling punched her two cousins twice. The two cousins were beaten so badly that they vomited blood on the spot. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, if anyone bullies you, you fight back. If anyone refuses to obey, beat them until they obey. Just don't beat them to death. In fact, what Lu Chen wanted to say in his heart was, it doesn't matter even if I'm beaten to death. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the little flame hidden in Miao Lingling's heart was instantly ignited. The grief and anger that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly burst out. She waved her little fists and rushed into the crowd. Let you sell my sister. Let you bully us. I'll let you rob my house. I'll let you take my land. You'll steal my cake. You'll steal my hair. I'll let you beat me every day. Let you. The 20 or 30 adults and children in the yard were beaten by Miao Lingling and ran away in panic. They never knew how such a small person could be so strong. Why does it hurt so much when she hits me? Chapter 55, just give it a try. Look carefully. Miao Lingling is showing off her power, beating her uncles and their families so hard that they are pissing and running. Lu Chen was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that Miao Lingling was actually a natural martial arts genius. Except for the first time when she attacked and seriously injured her second uncle, every time she attacked afterwards, she controlled the strength very well. Although the 20 or 30 people in the yard were beaten and screaming for help, their injuries were not serious, and at most they only suffered superficial wounds. Although Miao Lingling was not yet 9 years old, she knew that if someone killed someone, the person would have to pay with their life and pay compensation. Therefore, she knew how to strike with caution. Okay, let's spare them for now. It's more important to find her sister. Only then did Miao Lingling stop in disappointment. My cousin said, I'll let you go this time, and see if you dare to bully us in the future. Miao Lingling raised her little fist and waved it proudly in front of everyone. Everyone lay on the ground. looking at Miao Lingling in fear, and no one dared to shout anymore. It was only at this moment that Lu Chen let go of Miao Daniu. Miao Daniu was gasping for breath. Just now, he felt that he was about to die. Tell me, where is Yiya? Miao Daniu no longer dared to be stubborn and said hurriedly, She was sent to the county town by someone else. How long have they been gone? About a quarter of an hour. Lu Chen said to Miao Lingling, Lingling, let's go. After saying that, he kicked Miao Daniu in the chest. Miao Daniu was kicked more than 10 feet away, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Lu Chen and Miao Lingling walked out of the door and saw a large group of villagers gathered outside the door to watch the fun. When they saw Lu Chen and the other two coming out, they all retreated far away. Denyo and Ernyo, these two brothers are not human beings. They deserve to be beaten. Yes, you're getting your comeuppance for bullying two helpless girls, right? By the way, when did Lingling learn martial arts? She's only a few years old, and she already beat down dozens of people. This young man is so handsome. He looks like Ingzi's child. Lu Chen ignored everyone's gazes and rode away with Miao Lingling. On the mountain path, 2 men and 1 woman were driving a staggering girl like cattle. A big bearded man waved a whip in his hand and whipped the girl again and again. Hurry up, you lazy little bitch. If you don't hurry up, I'll miss dinner. The girl's hands were tied, and she moved forward with difficulty under the whip. Another thin man stared at the girl's waist with a lewd look on his face, his eyes full of lust. TSK, such a fine piece of stuff. What a shame it went to that old guy. If it were someone else, I would definitely kill her right there. A middle-aged woman with her face heavily powdered looked at the thin man with disdain, her mouth curled up to the back of her cheek. With your body, you'd better save your energy. I'm afraid you'll be nothing more than a silver-coated wax spearhead. The thin man's face flushed red immediately. He glared at the woman and said, You slut, do you know how powerful I was before? I used to be known as a man who could have sex 8 times a night. The woman kept clicking her tongue. You said it was a claim. Who knows if it's true or not? The thin man said angrily, You slutty woman, how about I give a try with you? The woman's eyes lit up. Just give it a try, do you dare? Why not? I'm just afraid that you'll cry and call me daddy. The woman spat, pretending to be shy. She covered half of her face with a handkerchief and threw a seductive glance at the thin man. Then, let's give it a try. After saying that, she glanced around a few times and finally stopped her gaze at the ravine beside her. The ditch was very deep. Not to mention 2 people. Even if dozens of people went in, no one would be able to see them. The thin man then began to look at the woman seriously. It turned out that the woman was quite pretty, especially her 2 big buttocks, which were so plump and attractive. I just closed my eyes and thought she was the beautiful girl in front of me. Delicious. The thin man became more and more angry as he thought about it. He could no longer hold back and grabbed the woman's wrist and tried to dive into the ravine. The bearded man was also a little angry after hearing this and said, Go ahead, but hurry up and finish it. I need to go and cool down later too. When the woman heard this, her face flushed. She didn't expect to pick up 2 treasures today. She was going to have a great time. At this moment, they suddenly heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar. On horseback, Miao Lingling pointed forward and said, Cousin, sister, look, that's my sister. Lu Chen had already seen 4 people in front of him. Sister, sister, Miao Lingling shouted loudly towards the front. The girl turned around quickly and saw Miao Lingling on the horse. Before the 2 men and 1 woman had time to think, their war horses came galloping up to them. Lu Chen jumped off the horse and carried Miao Lingling down with him. The girl looked anxious. Lingling, why are you here? Cousin Chen, please leave quickly, leave quickly. Miao Lingling ran to Miao Yiya and hugged her. She looked up at Miao Yiya with tears in her eyes. Elder sister. The bearded man whipped Miao Lingling and the other 2 hard with the whip in his hand. What are you doing? Are you looking for death? Miao Lingling turned around and grabbed the whip. The bearded man pulled back hard but couldn't get the whip back. Just as he was wondering, Lu Chen kicked him hard in the back. The bearded man went to see the king of hell without even a hum. Boy, who are you? How dare you ruin my business? The thin man shouted angrily. Lu Chen kicked again, and the thin man flew lightly into the ravine beside the road. The woman, Lu Chen, was very capable and turned around and ran away. Miao Lingling grabbed her arm. The woman struggled hard twice, but couldn't break free. Miao Lingling punched the woman in the stomach. The woman immediately arched her back in pain, beads of sweat dripping down her face. Miao Lingling did not stop. She punched the woman again and again. Bad guys. You're all bad guys. I'll let you bully my sister. I'll let you buy my sister. Soon, blood began to ooze from the corners of the woman's mouth. She wanted to beg for mercy, but she couldn't utter a word. All right, Lu Chen spoke. Although the woman in front of me is still alive, she is actually dead. Lu Chen could see that her internal organs were almost completely shattered and she could hardly breathe. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Miao Lingling stopped. Lu Chen untied the rope on Miao Ye's hands, took out 2 pieces of bread from his bag, opened a bottle of water, and handed it to her. Miao Ye looked at the bread in her hand and smelled the sweet fragrance emanating from it. She had never seen such food before. Eat quickly, Lu Chen said. Miao Ye gave a piece of bread to Miao Lingling. Sister, I've already eaten at my cousin's house. Come and eat. Miao Ye was obviously very hungry. She wolfed down 2 pieces of bread and drank a few sips of water before she caught her breath. Chapter 56. The wedding date is approaching. Friends who often build city walls know that the city walls must be built strong to resist foreign invasion. Although Lu Chen had already told Tian Luzhu how to use cement and steel bars, he still visited the construction site every day. At the same time, he often chatted with the refugees on the construction site. In the past few days, he has obtained a lot of information from the refugees who have fled here. These refugees came from all directions, and they heard information from many sources, some of which were true and some were false, and they could not believe all of it. Lu Chen summarized the information he heard and analyzed it one by one. In the end, he felt that the rebellion of Marquis Jingyuan was 80 to 90% true. The progress of the project needs to be accelerated. The rebellion of Marquis Jingyuan cannot be seen as an isolated incident. Wherever the rebels go, the people will inevitably suffer even more. By then, I'm afraid there will be even more chaotic troops. Although Lu Chen has a powerful team, the number of rebel troops is too large, and he will be overwhelmed when the time comes. Lu Chen found Lu Daji. It's time for Lu Daji to step forward again. Uncle 13, I want to call the farmers in Suanjia village to help repair the city wall. Please go find the village head son and see what he says. Upon hearing this, Lu Daji said, Why? He's looking forward to it. Over 100 people have starved to death in Suanjia village, and people are dying every day in their village. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before the entire Suanjia village is gone. In that case, you should go immediately. I heard that Marquis Jingyuan will attack soon, so the city wall must be built as soon as possible. Lu Daji immediately stood up and said, I'll go right away. Uncle 13, please wait a moment. Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao to call Hu Yeye and Hu Lingling over. Then he went to the kitchen and took out 4 bags of rice, each bag weighing 100 kilograms, for a total of 400 kilograms. You two take these bags of rice and go to Sun Jiazwang with the village chief. Lu Chen said to Miao Yeye and Miao Lingling. After the 2 sisters took the powerful pills, they could easily carry hundreds of kilograms of things. Although Sun Jiazwang is only more than 3 miles away from Lujiazhai, one has to cross a relatively steep hill. It is impossible to go there on horseback, so one can only walk there. Lu Daji was puzzled. Why? We gave them a chance to live. They should be grateful to us. Why are we giving them gifts? Lu Chen said, Everyone in their village is almost starving to death. Even if they come, how can they work? Give them this food and let them have a full meal first so they can gain strength. Lu Daji nodded repeatedly. You are very thoughtful. Okay, let's go now. You guys just watch over here and make sure the rice is distributed to every household, Lu Chen instructed. I know. Don't worry. Lu Daji and Miao Ye's sisters left with the rice. Lu Chen looked at Xie Qiao beside him. During this period, Xie Qiao had been living in the backyard with Zhao Daya and others. In addition, Lu Chen was busy, so the 2 of them talked to each other less often than before. My dear, when we're done with this busy period, let's get married. Xie Qiao was caught off guard when she heard this. Her face flushed with shame. After a while, she lowered her head and said, Husband, I will do whatever you say. Although Xie Qiao had entered Lu Chen's home a long time ago, they had not yet consummated their marriage. Originally, Lu Chen planned to marry her after the new house was built. But there are too many things to do during this period and I have no time to take care of this matter. Seeing that there were more and more girls in the family, Lu Chen was worried that Xie Qiao would think too much, so he brought up this matter specifically. But my husband, Xie Xiao suddenly said that Dia. When she first came to Lu Chen's house, Lu Chen ran to Zhao Dia's house every day. Xie Xiao also knew that Lu Chen and Zhao Dia were childhood sweethearts and had a very good relationship. She was just bought by Lu Chen's parents with 3 pounds of coarse grains and had no say at all. Therefore, she never thought of breaking them up. Lu Chen patted her shoulder. Only you are my wife. Xie Xiao's eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. At this moment, Xie Xiao was extremely grateful to her parents for selling her to Lu Chen. It's just that I don't know if my parents are still alive. In these troubled times, it is a blessing for the poor to live one more day. At this moment, Xie Xiao thought of his parents and felt heavy-hearted. The bandits are coming. The bandits are coming. Lu Chen, go check it out. There are so many bandits here. Suddenly, there was a shouting from the front yard. Lu Chen stood up and went to the front yard. Xie Xiao also hurriedly followed him out. Several villagers stood in the yard, their faces filled with panic. Lu Chen said to Xie Xiao, call Zhao Dia and the others out and have them all take up their weapons. Zhao Dia brought more than 40 girls to train in the martial arts field every day, without a break except for eating and sleeping. The 100 or so girls who came later temporarily crowded into the front yard. Due to long-term hunger and the hardships of fleeing, these girls are in poor physical condition. Lu Chen planned to let them take good care of their health first, so he had not given them the powerful pills yet. However, more than 40 powerful combat units should be enough for now. Soon, Zhao Dia brought the girls to the front yard. They stood in 4 rows in the yard, carrying crossbows on their shoulders and holding long swords, looking heroic. Bandits are coming. All of you follow me. Lu Chen led everyone to the village entrance. Before reaching the village entrance, everyone saw a dark mass of people not far outside the village. Lu Chen roughly estimated that there were about 2,000 to 3,000 people. All the people working on the construction site retreated to the village entrance. They held various tools in their hands as weapons, stared fiercely at the direction where the bandits were coming from, ready to fight the bandits to the death. Most of the people working on the construction site, except for the villagers of Lujiazhai, are refugees who have fled here. These refugees finally found something to eat here, and they could eat their fill every day. The food was extremely good, even better than what they ate during the Chinese New Year. For them, this is a paradise that they could never dream of. They will fight to the death with anyone who dares to snatch this rare opportunity to make a living from them. Seeing Lu Chen coming with a group of girls, the crowd automatically made way for them. Lu Chen said without further ado, "Prepare the crossbows." More than 40 girls stepped forward and aimed their crossbows at the bandits opposite. Lu Chen observed the bandits opposite. The group of people in front all had ferocious faces and were obviously not good people. However, he saw many women and children behind the bandits. There were even women holding babies in their arms. Most of these bandits were obviously refugees who were taken hostage. Lu Chen had an idea in his mind. In his eyes, these people had become workers helping him build the city wall. Slowly moving forward, Zhao Dia immediately led the girl forward slowly. Lu Chen continued, "Pay attention. Today I'm going to give you a mission. I need you to capture all these bandits. You only need to kill the bandits who are resisting stubbornly in front of you. If you can spare the others, do so. Try to get them to surrender. Do you understand?" Zhao Dia was the first to speak. "I heard it clearly." The girls all cried out in unison, "I heard it clearly." At this moment, the bandits suddenly shouted and rushed towards this side. When the bandits came within 30 feet, Lu Chen raised his hand and said, "Shoot." The crossbows in the girls' hands fired a burst of arrows, and a rain of arrows shot towards the front row of bandits. Chapter 57, Surrendering Your Guns Will Not Be Killed. Pay attention to how modern crossbows kill ancient bandits. A row of crossbow arrows flew into the bandits' formation. More than 30 bandits in the front row fell instantly. Seeing their accomplice fall to the ground, the bandits had not yet recovered when they saw another row of crossbow arrows flying towards them. The bandits were crowded together, without shields or heavy armor, and had no resistance to the powerful crossbow arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by bursts of breaking air sounds, the bandits in the front row fell to the ground and died one after another. Charge! Charge! Charge over and kill them. Kill them all, and we'll all have food to eat and women to sleep with. We have more people. As long as we rush over, we will win. Someone in the crowd of bandits was shouting. Under the temptation of food, although the bandits suffered heavy casualties, they still rushed toward Zhao Dia and others frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 10 rounds of arrow rain, Zhao Daya drew her long sword and shouted, "Kill!" More than 40 girls abandoned their crossbows and replaced them with swords, formed a team, and rushed forward to meet the swarming bandits. "Kill!" The girls shouted softly and swung their long swords together. Suddenly, blood rained down from the sky. Dozens of bandits were beheaded. "Surrender, and you won't be killed." Zhao Daya shouted loudly. The girls followed suit and shouted in unison. "Surrender, and you won't be killed." As soon as they finished speaking, they swung their swords again. Dozens more bandits were chopped to the ground. Zhao Daya shouted again. "If you surrender, you won't be killed, and you'll even have enough food to eat." The girls followed suit and shouted, "Surrender, and you won't be killed. You'll even get food. Full meal." Zhao Daya shouted again. "Full meal. Stop resisting, and I'll spare your lives." Afterwards, they brandished their long swords at the bandits again. "Stop resisting, and I'll spare your lives. Surrender, and you won't be killed." And they provide food. Full meal. With majestic shouts, they raised their swords and chopped down the bandits one after another. There were some villagers and refugees watching the fight at the village entrance. Seeing that Zhao Daya and others were unstoppable, they immediately shouted, swung up various tools in their hands, and rushed towards the bandits. They rushed towards the bandits and shouted loudly, "If you surrender, you won't be killed, and you'll even be fed. Stop resisting, and I'll spare your lives." The bandits saw that Zhao Daya and others were extremely ferocious and killed the bandits in the front row. Looking at the people at the village entrance, they rushed forward with various weapons to help, and the morale was completely lost. Seeing that the situation was not good, the women and children in the back row turned around and ran. Zhao Daya yelled, "Chu Yun, take 2 teams to stop them. Don't let them get away. We won't kill women and children." Chu Yun shouted loudly, "Team 3, Team 4, follow me." They quickly outflanked the bandits from the rear. A few bandits tried to stop them, but they were easily crushed by them. "Scatter. Separate forces to stop them. Don't let any of them escape." Chu Yun commanded the 2 teams of girls to quickly pull up a large net. Each of them is like a sheepdog. Although they are few in number, their deterrent power cannot be underestimated. Several strong men rushed towards Chu Yun, and Chu Yun pointed with his long sword. "Stop resisting. I'll spare your lives." Several strong men with murderous eyes rushed towards Chu Yun, brandishing their weapons. Chu Yun swung the long sword in his hand, chopping and slashing, and several strong men were cut into 2 pieces. When the group of people behind the strong man saw this, they were all scared pale and retreated one after another. "Stop resisting, and I'll spare your lives. If you surrender, you won't be killed, and you'll even have enough food to eat." Chu Yun held a long sword in his hand, looking very heroic, and no one dared to approach him. Xiao Mei, Xiaolan, and others who were responsible for blocking the bandits' retreat encountered much less resistance. The back row of the bandits was full of women and children. They had almost no fighting power and were just there to make up the numbers and build momentum for the bandits. Xiao Mei and a few others stood in front of these people and blocked their escape route. A while ago, Lu Chen observed carefully and found that there were only a few strong and fierce-looking bandits left, so he gave an order to Zhao Daya. "Stop attacking and surround them." Zhao Daya yelled, "Everyone stop attacking." The girl stopped fighting and stepped back. When the villagers and refugees who participated in the battle heard Zhao Daya's order, they hurriedly withdrew from the battle and surrounded the bandits. At this time, the bandits in the front row had lost all their fighting spirit after being killed by Zhao Daya and others, and had no desire to fight anymore. Seeing Zhao Daya stop attacking, they all showed expressions of relief at surviving the disaster. The bandits among them were actually mostly refugees. These refugees originally came here just to make a living and had almost no desire to fight. When they heard about the ceasefire, they naturally welcomed it and appeared to be very honest. As for the women and children in the back row, there's no need to mention them. The 4 teams led by Zhao Daya and Chu Yun, with the help of the villagers, easily controlled the situation. Lu Chen stepped forward and shouted, "Put down your weapons, and I will spare your lives. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." He said again, "I will count to 3. Anyone who does not lay down their weapons will be killed. 3, 2, 1. The bandits dropped their weapons to the ground. Lu Chen glanced at these so-called bandits and said, "Women and children, all stand to the right." Hundreds of women and children obediently walked to the right and gathered into a large group. Lu Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan over. The three of you should assign people to interrogate these men individually in batches to see which of them are real bandits and which are refugees. Then let them expose each other and see who has killed innocent people. If there are any extremely vicious criminals, execute them. Anyone who has killed ordinary people or raped women, whether they are bandits or refugees, kill them all. Then release the bandits who have not committed any crimes or killed anyone. We only accept refugees who are easy to manage here, not habitual bandits. Chu Yun asked, Brother Lu, what about those women and children? Leave them all here. If we let them go, they will die. Keeping them here will be of great use to us in the future. Many of these people are families, and leaving women and children behind can also help stabilize people's hearts. Furthermore, women and children are also the cornerstones of his future development. Lu Chen called Xie Qiao over again and asked her to arrange some staff to prepare some food for these people in order to appease them. Among these people, only a small number are real bandits. Most of them are brought here by bandits. All they want is a bite to eat. Once they are full, they will not have any other thoughts. Soon, outside the village, the bandits were divided into dozens of teams and were being interrogated by 40 girls. Each girl was assigned a literate person to help her record. Bal Zhang, he killed a woman and raped a little girl 5 days ago. Kill. Li Daqiang, kill 5 refugees in half a month. Kill. One by one, the evil bandits were caught and executed immediately. Seeing that the situation was not good, a few guilty villains wanted to escape, but they were immediately held down by the surrounding villagers. The other side, under Xie Qiao's arrangement, the women in the village started cooking in several large pots at the entrance of the village. The aroma of rice porridge, the aroma of meat in the big pot, the aroma of white flour buns, wafted in the air. Chapter 58. The village chief is anxious again. Women and children, come and eat first. Each of you will have a bowl of porridge, half a bowl of vegetables, and a steamed bun. At Xie Qiao's call, hundreds of women and children immediately rushed forward and surrounded the large pots. The villagers that Xie Qiao had arranged in advance came over immediately to maintain order. Line up. Everyone line up. You, don't push, line up at the back. Stop pushing. Anyone pushing forward won't have dinner today. After a while of commotion, these people finally lined up and got their meals one by one. After the women and children got their food, they squatted on the ground not far away and started eating. Mom, is this me? It smells so good. A 6 or 7-year-old child ate a piece of pork and his face turned red with excitement. Yes, this is meat. Eat it quickly. The woman stuffed a big white steamed bun into her mouth and looked around nervously. This is a habit she has developed over the years. As long as there is food, there will always be someone to grab it. So when she eats, she has to be vigilant at all times to guard against the coveting of people around her. But at this time, the people around her were all eating the same meal, and no one looked at her. Mom hasn't eaten meat for several years. Wonder, this boss is such a kind person. The woman was filled with emotion. She originally thought that she and her daughter would die here today, but not only did they not die, but they even ate something rare and delicious. Hot, thick, fragrant white rice porridge, soft and white steamed buns, pork so fragrant that you can bite off your tongue, and tender tofu. The woman seemed to be dreaming. Next to them, many villagers from Lujiazhai reminded the women and children to eat from time to time. Don't eat too much good food. If you've been hungry for a long time and then eat too much, your intestines will burst. The boss said that you can't eat too much today, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. After a few days, I will gradually increase your food intake. Listen carefully, everyone. After you finish this, don't go back to get more food. If you eat too much and your stomach bursts, don't blame us for not warning you. Many of these refugees who have been hungry for a long time also understand this principle. Therefore, no one want to get food again. What a kind-hearted person. This boss is so considerate. He's worried that we might get upset, so he even came to let us know. Did you hear that? They said there would be food tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Of course. He even said he'd give us more food in a few days. This boss is truly the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. We came to rob him, but not only did he not kill us, he even gave us food and meat to eat. If this isn't the Bodhisattva, what is he? Is this what it means to repay evil with kindness? Shame on you. Shame on you. Over there, Xie Qiao was directing a group of women and continuing to cook. Feeding more than 2,000 people is enough to keep them busy for a while. Lu Chen looked at these refugees and always felt that something was wrong. Later he realized the reason. He only saw young and strong men, women and children, but no elderly people. He must have been killed or abandoned by the bandits. But it's a good thing this way, as it reduces some of the burden. Lu Chen called Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan to his home and assigned them tasks. Daya, after they have all finished their meal, have them build a simple shack at the foot of the mountain in the south and let them live there temporarily. Xiaolan, organize the young and strong men in our village into patrol teams. Have them take up weapons and divide them into 3 groups to patrol in shifts day and night. Anyone found bullying women, children, or the weak, stealing, robbing, or engaging in private fights will be expelled from the village. Each member of these patrol teams will receive 3 pounds of rice every day. Also, you must warn these patrol members in advance. If they beat, scold, or bully the refugees without reason, they will be fired immediately and never hired again. If the offense is serious, they will be expelled from the village. If anyone abuses their power to commit murder or adultery, they will be killed. Chu Yun, select some people from the refugees and have them clean up the battlefield and bury the bodies. You will only collect the silver and let them distribute the rest of the weapons, clothing, etc. among themselves. If anyone secretly hides the silver and refuses to hand it over, once discovered, they will be expelled from the village. Chu Yun asked, Brother Lu, what if they start arguing and fighting while distributing these things? Anyone who fights will be expelled from the village. Zhao Daya also said, Brother Lu, let them build a shack. They need to cut down trees. I see they don't have many axes. Lu Chen thought about it and said, send someone to the front yard to pick it up later. Naturally, Lu Chen didn't have an axe in his hand, so he could only buy one from the system store. After sending Zhao Daya and the other 2 away, Lu Chen bought 500 fine steel axes from the system store and placed them in the left wing next door. Afterwards, he took out half a roast chicken, a pot of boiled fish, a plate of salt and pepper peanuts, a plate of spicy tofu, 2 steamed buns, and a bottle of white wine from the space, and sat in the house to drink by himself. These days, although Lu Chen didn't do much personally, he was very concerned about it. He also wanted to relax. After all, it would be foolish to live only to work and not to enjoy. He had just drunk 2 cups when he saw a girl from the same village named Yang Yuhuan hurried in. Brother Lu, the village chief, is back. Lu Yuhuan was taken in by him a while ago and lived in the front yard. She and her cousin Yang Yuping were assigned a job as gatekeepers by Xie Qiao. If anyone comes to visit, she will come and inform them first. After all, Lu Chen is no longer the same as before. If everyone wants to see him, he won't be able to meet them. You're welcome. Not long after, Lu Daji came in hurriedly. Tian Ye and Tian Lingling followed behind him. Seeing the food and wine on the table, Lu Daji's eyes lit up and his throat couldn't help but roll. Come on, Uncle 13, sit down, let's have a drink. After saying that, Lu Chen called out to Tian Ye and Tian Lingling. You 2 have worked hard too. Come here and sit down and eat. Tian Ye said, No, cousin, you 2 have something to discuss. Let's go outside the village first to see if there is anyone who can help us. After Tian Ye finished speaking, she led Tian Lingling out. What's going on outside? I just got back and didn't ask too many questions, but I came looking for you in a hurry. Lu Daji asked anxiously. He had only been out for half a day when thousands of people gathered outside the village. How could he, as the village chief, not be anxious? Lu Chen briefly explained the situation. Lu Daji was anxious again. Well, you're not really going to take them in? Are you? This isn't just 30 or 50 people, or even 300 or 500 people. This is over 2,000 people. Where are you going to get so much food to feed them? There are only 300 or 400 people in our village, and we just took in 600 or 700 a few days ago. That's already enough. If you take in so many more, what's going to happen in the future? Lu Daji knew it all too well. Not to mention anything else, just look at the food that Lu Chen arranged for these people. As long as they stay here for a few days, no one would be willing to leave. As the saying goes, it is easy to invite a god, but difficult to send him away. Even if Lu Chen could afford to support them, it would be impossible for him to support them for their entire lives. When the project is completed and these people are asked to leave the village, will they be able to leave willingly? That might be a big mess. Is it possible to kill them all? Chapter 59. Snitch again? Uncle 13, I heard that Marquis Jingyuan is leading his troops north. He has a bad reputation. He's said to be extremely harsh on the people he governs. often sending troops to suppress disobedient citizens, killing people without mercy. If he really attacks us without strong defenses, our village might be lost. Lu Chen reasoned with Lu Daji and avoided the question of how he would get food to feed the refugees. Our most urgent task right now is to build the city wall as quickly as possible so we can prepare for defense. With these 2,000 refugees, construction will be much faster. The sooner the wall is completed, the less danger we'll face. What do you think, Uncle 13? Lu Daji thought it made a lot of sense. Then okay, I'll do as you say. He continued. Li Zheng's son has agreed to allow people from his village to help build the city wall, but he has made one request. Lu Daji looked embarrassed. What do you want? Li Zheng's son said that if the city wall is built, he hopes that when the rebels attack, the people of his village will seek refuge with us. Speaking of this, Lu Daji was very indignant. Letting their people come to help is giving them a way to survive. It's really strange that this son Li Zheng dares to put forward conditions. Even if their people don't come, we have so many refugees, and we still need those hundreds of people. Lu Chen also felt that this son Li Zheng was a little out of his mind. But if you think about it carefully, son Li Zheng was also trying to gain benefits for the villagers in his village and find a way to survive, which is understandable. Lu Chen didn't care about it. There are nearly 1,000 people in Sunjiazwang. If they really come to Lujiazhai to avoid disaster, they may never be able to leave. Agree to his conditions. Lu Chen said lightly. You can agree to this? Lu Daji was puzzled. Lu Chen said, we are from the same village, so we should help if we can. We can't just watch the whole village die. Lu Daji said helplessly, since you said so, nephew, I will go and give him a reply right away. The two men ate and chatted. After Lu Daji had eaten and drunk his fill, he immediately set off for Sunjiazwang. The next day, the villagers of Sunjiazwang came to Lujiazhai. There are more than 500 people. In addition to young and strong men, there were also some young women and some children over 12 years old. These newly joined villagers first drank some rice porridge outside the village entrance, and then immediately joined the working crowd. In the next few days, the villagers of Lujiazhai, the villagers of Sunjiazwang, and the refugees from all over the place entered a period of adjustment. There are bound to be some minor frictions between these forces, but they are all harmless. After these refugees gradually settled down, Lu Chen asked Tian Luzhu to select some skilled masons from among the refugees, and let these more professional masons bring up the new ones and train more construction workers. Lu Chen also hopes that they will play a greater role in the future. After the project outside the village gradually got on track, Lu Chen had a rare 2 days of free time. But he didn't know that there was a fly that was still persevering in trying to make some waves. Lu Qingping quietly rushed to the county town again. After meeting the county magistrate Wei Shuya, he told him everything about Lu Chen's recent movements, no matter how big or small. Lu Chen recruited another bandit group of over 2,000 people. He forced them to build city walls and dig moats for him. Over 500 people from Sunjiazwang next door have also gone to help. The city wall is being built very quickly. I'm afraid it won't be long before the wall is completed. Master, I don't know where Lu Chen got the food and meat from. These lowly people on the construction site have fish and meat every day, white rice and big white steam buns for every meal. They can eat as much as they want and are always full. When talking about the food on the construction site, Lu Qingping gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of resentment. This damn Lu Chen, this unfilial nephew, provided thousands of villagers and refugees with good food and drink, but didn't even let his uncle have a bite. Whenever he thought of this, Lu Qingping was so angry that he couldn't sleep all night. Wei Shi was also quite surprised. You mean the thousands of refugees on the construction site get to eat meat every day? They eat rice and steam buns every day. He really didn't quite believe it. Even the few maids and servants in his house could only eat half full, and those were mostly coarse grains. So where did Lu Chen get all that refined rice and flour? And where did he buy the meat? Sir, everything I said is true. I'm not lying. Lu Qingping said with certainty. Sir, there's more. What else? Lu Qingping said, there are several meters long iron bars on their construction site. He gestured with his hands. Each one is this thick. There are so many iron bars, piled up like piles, almost forming a small mountain. Wei Shuya was even more shocked. The iron production in the Zhou dynasty was very low, so the control over ironware was very strict. In order to prevent people from making weapons privately, the Zhou dynasty did not allow individuals to privately store large quantities of ironware. Once discovered, they would be charged with the crime of treason. What does he use these iron bars for? Wei Shia asked curiously. Lu Qingping said, they all cast these iron bars into the city walls, as if to make them stronger. Wei Shia couldn't believe it. Precious iron bars were actually cast into the city walls. This is too extravagant. It is simply unheard of. Lu Qingping added, there's more. The more Wei Shia listened, the more frightened he became. He hurriedly asked, oh, what else? Tell me. Lu Chen got something called cement from somewhere. It's like mud. After mixing it with the iron bars and letting it dry, it became incredibly strong, stronger than stone. It's invulnerable to swords and guns. A steel gun would only leave a white spot. Wei Shia couldn't help but take a breath. There are such things in the world. Good, good, good. Your intelligence this time is very timely and important. Come on, reward. Wei Shia was more generous this time. He asked someone to reward Lu Qingping with 5 taels of silver. After Lu Qingping left, Wei Shia immediately wrote a letter and sent it to the provincial capital. Afterwards, he considered it again and again, drafted another memorial, and sent several capable subordinates to deliver it to the capital at full speed. Blessings lie within the shadow of misfortune, and misfortune lies within the shadow of blessings. Wei can actually have such a blessing. If the affairs of Hudou County can reach the ears of the heavens, it will be a great achievement. Wei finally have my day. Just when Wei Shia was dreaming of getting promoted and getting rich, Lu Qingping suffered a great disaster. He happily rushed to the village with 5 taels of silver in his pocket. Even without you, Lu Chen, I can still enjoy a good life. Lu Chen, you unfilial son, just wait for bad luck. When the county magistrate calls in the army, you will be buried with the entire Lujiazhai. The county town was quite far away from Lujiazhai, and it was already dark before Lu Qingping had even reached halfway. Hey, stop right there. A loud shout frightened Lu Qingping so much that he trembled. I built this road, I planted this tree. If you want to pass through here, you must leave money for passage. On the mountain road, a row of 5 or 6 men blocked his way. Chapter 60. Formal Establishment of the Army. My dear friends, my dear gentlemen, I really don't have any money on me. Even if you kill me, I can't even afford a single copper coin. Please spare my worthless life. I have an old mother and a wife and children to support me. I beg you to be kind and let me go. Lu Qingping knelt on the ground, crying bitterly and kowtowed to the robbers. Search. 2 bandits stepped forward and lifted Lu Qingping up, while the other 2 carefully searched his body. Boss, this guy is so poor that he doesn't even have a penny. Damn, what bad luck. The bandit leader went up and slapped Lu Qingping hard several times. Lu Qingping's face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Boss, what should we do? What else can I do? Kill him. A bandit looked at Lu Qingping lying on the ground with disdain and said, Boss, he's too old, isn't he? Kill him and feed him to the dogs. When Lu Qingping heard this, he was instantly shocked. He kowtowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. Until this point, he was still unwilling to give up the 5 taels of silver. He also wanted to hold on until the last moment and then hand over the silver. Just now, when he kowtowed to the robber, he quietly threw the silver in his sleeve to the ground. Because it was dark, the robbers did not notice his little action. A robber raised a knife and pointed it at Lu Qingping's neck. Since you are pitiful, I will kill you. After saying that, he raised the sword high and prepared to chop it down. Seeing that they really wanted to kill him, Lu Qingping hurriedly shouted, I have silver. At this moment, someone shouted, Stop! The robbers were startled. But then 2 people came out from under some trees beside the road. One tall and one short, each holding a big knife in his hand. The bandit leader saw it and immediately laughed. Just the 2 of you? You think you can block my path to wealth? The 2 men swaggered up to the bandits. My dear fellows, we 2 brothers want this man. You're not afraid of the wind blowing away your tongue. The bandit leader swung his sword, and 5 or 6 men stepped forward quickly, surrounding the 2 men. If you know what's good for you, take out the money you 2 have on you, and I'll let you go today. The 2 people who suddenly appeared didn't say much and suddenly attacked. The 2 robbers were unable to dodge and were immediately knocked to the ground by the 2 men. Kill them. The bandit leader roared, swung the big knife in his hand, and chopped hard at the dwarf. The dwarf turned his body and swung his knife, cutting off the bandit leader's arm, holding the knife. No, this idea is difficult. Seeing that the situation was not good, the robbers turned around and tried to escape. But the two men raised their swords and chopped them down to the ground one by one. Lu Qingping was still kneeling on the ground at this time. When he saw this scene, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. "Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir." Lu Qingping kowtowed to the two of them again. The short man reached out and helped Lu Qingping up, saying amiably, "Brother, please stand up. We are not robbers." Lu Qingping bowed repeatedly towards the two men. "Thank you, warriors. Thank you, both warriors. Thank you, benefactor, for saving me." "Are you from Lujiazhai?" the tall man asked. Lu Qingping was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yes, I am, from Lujiazhai." "Then please come with us, brother." The tall man reached out and grabbed Lu Qingping's arm. "Benefactor? What do you mean?" Lu Qingping panicked again. Could it be that these two people wanted to kidnap him somewhere and then kill him? A living two-legged sheep is easier to take away than a dead person. "Let's go. You'll know when we get there." Without saying anything, the two men carried Lu Qingping and left. "Silver. My silver. There's still my 5 taels of silver over there." Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen's home. "You said my second uncle had been away from the village all day?" Xie Qiao said. "He left the village yesterday morning and headed towards the county town. He hasn't returned yet." Lu Qingping left the village twice, but did not escape Lu Chen's eyes. But he didn't care. No matter what Lu Qingping did, no matter what schemes he used, it was of no use in front of him. At present, the troops in various parts of Fengzhou are already exhausted from dealing with the bandits in various places. With Marquis Jinyuan about to arrive, they had no time to take care of small Lu Jiazhai. "Madam, go and call all the girls in the front yard over. There are 60 or 70 girls in the front yard, and they have been taken care of for a long time. It's time to let them take some powerful pills." Xie Qiao has already talked to them privately in the past few days. If they are not lying, they should all be virgins. Soon, the atrium was filled with girls of all ages. Lu Chen took out a few bottles and distributed the powerful pills to them one by one. Half an incense stick later, Lu Chen arranged for them to go to the martial arts field for assessment, as usual. There were no surprises this time. 68 girls all passed. In the martial arts arena, the girls were divided into several teams. Lu Chen's eyes swept over their heads one by one. Except for one person whose loyalty is 96, the rest are all 100. As for why this girl has low loyalty, Lu Chen doesn't care. As long as it is above 90, there's generally no problem. "From today on, you'll be my subordinates, Lu Chen." Lu Chen said, "I only ask 2 things of you, absolute loyalty and absolute obedience to my orders. From today on, you are no longer ordinary people. You are real soldiers. Let's go." After the girls dispersed, Lu Chen called Zhao Dia, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan over. "We already have over 100 female soldiers. Break up these new and old female soldiers and reorganize them into 3 teams for now. Each of you will lead 1 team." Lu Chen suddenly said seriously, "Now I appoint Zhao Dia as the leader of the first team. Appoint Chu Yun as the commander of the second team. Appoint Lu Xiulan as the commander of Team 3. Zhao Dia and the other 2 all stood up straight, with solemn expressions and firm eyes. After several fights, the temperaments of the 3 of them changed drastically, and they no longer had the attitude of little women. "Tomorrow, you will divide your teams into 3 smaller teams. Then, select 3 individuals with outstanding abilities from your respective teams to serve as captains of each team. Also, when you train them, you should pay special attention to those female soldiers who have outstanding performance. You can focus on training them as future captains." Finally, Lu Chen added, "As soldiers, we must have military rules. I will formulate a set of military rules in the next few days, and then everyone will be required to remember every single one of them." The eyes of Zhao Dia and the other 2 were full of eagerness. From now on, they will be real soldiers. Chapter 61, Female General. Lu Chen quickly drafted a military regulation. Article 1. Every soldier must obey orders absolutely and strictly follow them. Article 2. Do not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Article 3. Do not arbitrarily beat or scold the people. Article 4. No looting. Article 5. Comrades must help each other and love each other, and must not bully the weak. Article 6. Lu Chen wrote more than 10 articles in a very eloquent manner. At night, He called Xie Qiao and Zhao Dia and others to discuss the military regulations again, check for omissions and make up for them, and finally finalize them. Chu Yun, in addition to being the commander of Team 2, you must also continue to serve as their literacy teacher. Don't miss the 1-hour literacy course every day. Zhao Dia, you will continue to serve as the chief instructor and be responsible for the daily training of female soldiers. Lu Chen, you will temporarily serve as the military staff officer, responsible for formulating tactical strategies before the war. Lu Chen wrote and drew on the paper again, carefully explaining to the 3 people some various tactical terms used in battle. You need to teach the female soldiers these tactical terms on a daily basis. When you give orders or communicate during training, try to use these terms as much as possible. This way, you won't make mistakes in combat. Finally, Lu Chen said, I need to tell you in advance that our team is much larger than this number of people. Each of you will be commanding thousands of troops in the future. Therefore, I hope that you will learn how to lead troops and how to fight as soon as possible. Grow up quickly and lay a solid foundation for leading troops in battle in the future. Brother Lu, we all remember it. Zhao Dia and the other 2 said in unison. Okay, go get some rest. After Zhao Dia and the other 2 went to the backyard, Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, you should spend more time with them on a daily basis and learn how they lead troops, how they train, and how they fight. Xie Qiao nodded. Husband, I will listen to you. Seeing Lu Chen's frown, she asked, Husband, are you worried about something? Lu Chen said, I've never had any experience leading troops in battle. I can only learn slowly through combat. As our business grows, the battles we face will surely become more and more difficult. This is why I asked you to learn how to lead troops. I hope we can learn from each other, help each other, and make progress together. This will also allow us to discuss matters in the future. Lu Chen's words were not just for show, but the real truth. Although he has the best of the best soldiers under his command, each of whom can defeat 100 enemies, sometimes one cannot rely solely on recklessness in a battle. He had no experience in fighting, so he could only make Xie Qiao worry more. When a husband and wife are of one mind, they can accomplish anything. At this time, Lu Qingping has been kidnapped by the 2 mysterious men and taken to a mountain village. There were dark hilltops, dilapidated thatched houses, and men with unfriendly faces carrying swords and spears. Seeing this, Lu Qingping secretly groaned in his heart. This is obviously a bandit's stronghold. For an ordinary person who enters a bandit's den, the outcome is obvious. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The tall man pushed Lu Qingping hard. The short man also patted Lu Qingping's shoulder vigorously. Are you still a man? You've been shaking all the way. Now that we're home, why are you still shaking? They both suffered a lot along the way. This limp guy was almost dragged back by the 2 of them, but they were both very tired. Lu Qingping didn't want to tremble either, but he couldn't control himself at all. His legs were shaking like sieves. Our general is in the room up ahead. Remember this. If you dare to speak nonsense when the general asks you questions, I'll break your legs and throw you into the ravine to feed the wolves. When Lu Qingping heard this, he could not move even further. However, his eyes rolled. What did he hear just now? General? So they really aren't bandits? Thinking of this, Lu Qingping felt a little relieved and no longer so nervous. The 3 of them came to the door of a thatched cottage. On both sides of the hut door stood 2 men holding spears. General, I have something important to report. Kumein. 2 men, one tall and one short, pushed Lu Qingping into the house. Inside the room, under the illumination of 2 oil lamps, Lu Qingping only saw one person in the middle, wearing armor, sitting upright in a wide chair. On either side of this man stood 2 men who looked like soldiers. He only took a glance, but didn't dare to look again, and immediately lowered his head. The tall man stepped forward and saluted. General, I have fulfilled my mission and finally captured a villager from Lijiazhai. Look up. Lu Qingping raised his head. It was not until this moment that he saw clearly that the general was actually a young and beautiful woman. She was wearing a Su Luo battle robe and golden armor, looking heroic, majestic, and beautiful. For a moment, Lu Qingping was stunned. Such a stunning woman, wearing mighty armor, has a myriad of graces. May I have your name? The female general opened her red lips slightly, and it looked like a lotus flower blooming from her mouth, which made Lu Qingping's heart flutter. My name is Lu Qingping. Are you from Lijiazhai, Fengqi Town, Hetou County? Yes, I am from Lijiazhai. Do you recognize Lu Chen? Lu Qingping was stunned. Why is this female general also asking about Lu Chen? The tall man said unhappily. The general is asking you a question. Lu Qingping hurriedly said, I recognize him. I recognize Lu Chen. He is my nephew. Lu Qingping has a good plan. If this female general was an old acquaintance of Lu Chen, and he was Lu Chen's uncle, not only would he not die here, he might even be treated well. Then tell this general everything you know about Lu Chen. The tall man glared at Lu Qingping fiercely. If you dare to say even a word of falsehood, humph. Lu Qingping was frightened and said hurriedly, I'll tell you everything. Lu Qingping was trapped in the devil's den. How could he dare to tell a lie? At that moment, he poured out everything he knew. What happened to Lu Chen recently cannot be explained in a few words. Lu Qingping spoke for more than 2 hours, until his mouth was dry and his lips were blistered, and he was almost done. The expression on the female general's face became more and more solemn. Okay, take him downstairs to eat, and then arrange for him to rest. Yes, General, I'll take my leave. 2 men, one tall and one short, led Lu Qingping out of the room. The female general pondered for a long time, then suddenly asked, Ning-er, Rower, what do you two think? The female soldier named Ning-er said, General, this guy's full of nonsense and should be killed. Rower said, with the general's divine power before him, how dare he lie? I believe what he said is about 70% credible. Ning-er said coldly, with only 10 men, you killed all of Su Hui's 1,000-man army. What a joke. Although Su Hui is a vile scoundrel, the soldiers he led are no less powerful than our Meng army. Do you think our Meng army can't defeat 10 little girls? How can you put the general in such a position? Chapter 62, Sun Lijing's Visit. Rower said, Ning-er, Su Hui is truly dead. I heard that his 1,000-man army has all vanished. Since he didn't surrender to Marquis Jingyuan, where else could he have gone? Could he have become a bandit? Ning-er said unconvincedly, didn't our Meng family army also disappear from the Jingyuan Marquis army? We can hide, but why can't Su Hui hide? We hid here because we knew in advance that Marquis Jingyuan was going to rebel. But what was Su Hui's motivation? Did he hide in the mountains because he thought grass roots and tree bark were delicious? Anyway, this unruly man doesn't tell the truth. I think it's better to kill him to avoid upsetting the general. The female general raised her hand and said, Stop arguing and let me be quiet for a while. The 2 girls then shut up. After a long while, the female general finally spoke. You go back and prepare. Tomorrow the 3 of us will rush to Lujiazhai. What? General, you can't do that. Ning-er said in surprise. Rower also rarely stood on the same side as Ning. She also said, General, you must not do that. If you really want to find out the truth, why not let Rower go alone to find out the truth? Yes, let Rower and I go. General, you must not take any risks. Lu Chen is treacherous and cunning, and has a cruel heart. If you fall into his hands, what will become of our 1,800-man Meng army? Yes, General, that Lu Chen bullied his own uncle so much, which shows how vicious he is. Moreover, he only accepts girls, so he must be a sex-hungry ghost. If he sees your beauty, he will definitely do anything to you. It will be extremely difficult for you to escape then. Snort. The female general slapped the armrest of her chair and said, How can I, Meng Ruyu, be easily bullied? I've made up my mind. Let's leave tomorrow morning. General, please think twice. Meng Ruyu said firmly. No need to say more. You can go down. Ning-er and Rower looked at each other and retreated helplessly. Lu Jiazhai, Lu Qingping's wife, was sitting at the gate crying loudly. Boss, you are so heartless. How could you have the heart to abandon me and run away? How could we, an orphan and a widow, survive? Lu Qingping, you bastard, where have you been? Lu Qingping disappeared for 2 days and 2 nights. These days, if you don't go home for 2 days and 2 nights, the chances of you surviving are very slim. Even if you were alive, he might not plan to come back. He cried and wiped her tears. Her heart was broken, which attracted many onlookers to watch the fun. Because all the able-bodied people in the house had gone to repair the city wall, most of the people watching the fun were old people and children. Although Lu Qingping's family did not have a good reputation in the village, he cried so sadly that some people couldn't help but want to find out the reason. Qingping's family, didn't Qingping tell you when he left? An old lady asked. When Mrs. He saw someone come and ask about it, she immediately stopped crying and sobbed. He said he was in a town and might be back later, but he never came back. Now that he's gone, how are we going to survive? Someone whispered. Maybe he went out to escape the famine on his own? Maybe they were robbed by bandits along the way. There's so many refugees outside. If he went to the town alone, he might have been killed by them, right? The onlookers said all kinds of things. The more he listened, the more anxious she became, and she began to howl at the top of her lungs again. At this time, someone reminded her, Qingping's family, isn't your daughter Xiaohua at Lu Chen's house? Go find Xiaohua. Maybe Xiaohua can help you find him. After all, Qingping is her biological father. Even if she hates you, she won't ignore him, right? Ah, yes. Your little Hua is very capable now. If she begs Lu Chen will definitely find a way. Yeah, look at Lu Chen. He has thousands of people working for him. If even Lu Chen can't do anything, then there's really nothing we can do. Yes, Qingping is Lu Chen's uncle. He won't ignore it. When he heard this, she immediately got up from the ground. I'll go find Xiaohua right now. She's my biological daughter. Her biological father is missing. Shouldn't she go find him? He wiped the tears from her face and ran to Lu Chen's house. When she arrived at Lu Chen's house, he was about to rush in but was stopped by Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan was holding a bowl of rice with a few pieces of greasy braised pork on top. As she ate, she said, "No one is allowed to enter without Brother Lu's permission." He glared and said, "I want to see my daughter. Why won't you let me in?" Yang Yuan picked up a piece of braised pork and ate it, ignoring her completely. He looked at the braised pork in Yang Yuan's bowl, and her thoughts on finding her man suddenly disappeared. Now she was only focused on the meat in the bowl. She thought of her daughter Xiaohua. Could she eat braised pork every day? White rice and braised pork, just thinking about it made her almost die of greed. Go, hurry up and call my Xiaohua out, and ask her to bring me a bowl of braised pork. Do you hear me? Yang Yuan continued to eat slowly. He was annoyed. She wanted to scratch Yang Yuan's face, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to do it. The girls in Lu Chen's family are all so strong that anyone can knock them down with just a flick of the finger. His tone softened a bit. Yuan, I am Lu Chen's biological second aunt. Go and call Xiaohua out. I will speak a few good words for you in front of Lu Chen in the future. Okay? Not good. Yang Yuan and the others had nothing to do at night, so they liked to gossip about Lu Chen's family affairs. They all knew that Lu Chen's two uncles treated Lu Chen very badly. Otherwise, he would not have refused his two uncles' help at the construction site. In the entire village, only his two uncles could not come to the construction site, which showed how much Lu Chen hated their two families. He was trying to beg for mercy at the door when she suddenly saw a few people coming from a distance. But it was Sun Lijing from Sunjiazwang. Sun Lijing only has jurisdiction over two villages. One is Sunjiazwang, and the other is Lujiazhai. As soon as he saw Sun Lijing, she immediately rushed to him. Sun Lijing didn't understand what she meant, so he could only listen to her patiently. How about this, Qingping family? When I go see Lu Chen, I'll tell him about your situation. But I can't guarantee whether he'll take care of it or not. He was very grateful to Sun Lijing. After Yang Yuan went back to report, Sun Lijing went in. It was not until then that he noticed the two girls following Sun Lijing. Who are these two girls behind him? They look quite pretty. He suddenly thought of something and raised her brows. No way. Is it possible that even Li Zheng's son is going to give his daughter to that little bastard Lu Chen? He suddenly lost his composure. Once upon a time, Sun Li was a very important figure in his eyes. Apart from the county magistrate, Sun Lijing is the most powerful one. He never expected that even Li Zheng's son would try to curry favor with Lu Chen. No, these two girls should be his granddaughters. Chapter 63, Mysterious Spy. You said you want to give me the entire Sunjiazwang? Lu Chenwan never expected that Sun Lijing would offer to give him a village as soon as he sat down. That's right. Master Lu, I've already discussed this with the village elders, and they all agree with my proposal. In the past 2 days, Sun Lijing sent people to Lujiazhai to inquire from various sources and finally found out Lu Chen's background. Lu Chen's strength is too incredible. Nowadays, there are successive years of famine and wars everywhere. Government officials at all levels and local garrisons were already preoccupied with their own affairs and had no time to care about the lives of the people. Sun Lijing could only find a way to save himself, and Lu Chen is undoubtedly the best choice. Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang are closely connected, and they look after each other. Farmers from the two villages often intermarry. Unfortunately, Sun Lijing made a wrong decision a while ago. Bandits and soldiers attacked Lujiazhai several times, and Sun Lijing had heard about it. He thought that the bandits and the government soldiers were too powerful, and even if the two villages united, they would only be seeking their own deaths. That's why he asked the villagers of Sunjiazwang to stay in the village and did not send anyone to support them. When Sun Lijing found out how Lu Chen single-handedly defeated the bandits and killed all the officers and soldiers, he regretted it deeply. Master Lu, I came here today to apologize to you. Your village was attacked by bandits and soldiers a while ago, and my village did not send anyone to support you. It was my fault. Lu Chen smiled and said, You're just worried that Sun Jiazwang will be implicated. You're thinking about your own village. What's wrong with that? Sun Lijing shook his head and said, Mr. Lu, I know you have a grudge against me, so I'm here to apologize, aren't I? He pointed at the two girls standing beside him and said, This is my eldest granddaughter, Sun Daqiao, and this is my youngest granddaughter, Sun Xiaoqiao. I'm sending them here to serve you as maids. What do you think? Sun Lijing is not stupid. The daughter of Lu Daji came to Lu Chen's house and lived a very comfortable life. She was also favored by Lu Chen. He said that he wanted his two granddaughters to be maids for Lu Chen, but he had already inquired about it. Lu Chen treated the maids and his family like his own sisters. He never beat or scolded them. He fed them well, dressed them well, and they had excellent skills. His two granddaughters came to Lu Chen's house to enjoy themselves. Okay, I'll take them. Lu Chen agreed very readily. Then he continued, You gave me your son Jiazwang and your precious granddaughter. You must have something else to say, right? Please speak. Sun Lijing was also unequivocal and said immediately, Master Lu, I have only one request. I would like to ask Master Lu to protect my son Jiazwang and protect it from the harm of the bandits and soldiers. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. In addition to protecting your villagers, you also have to provide them with 2 meals a day, right? Sun Lijing's face suddenly turned red all the way to his neck. Don't think that he was just sitting and discussing with Lu Chen, talking on an equal footing. In fact, he came here to beg for food today. Although now people in his village can come to Lujiazhai to work and have a full meal. But there are thousands of people building the city wall in Lujiazhai now. The wall will be completed soon. By then, Sun Jiazwang will be out of food again. The government doesn't care about the lives of the people, and the same goes for God. No crops could be grown in the fields, and the villagers had nothing to eat except the soil. A few days ago, more than 100 people starved to death in their village. Many of them were so hungry that they could only eat the soft mud in the ground to fill their stomachs, and eventually died of bloating. He was the only village head in the village whose family still had some coarse grains. There were nearly 20 people in his family, and they only ate 2 kilograms of coarse grains a day to survive. Even so, it can only last for a month at most. It happened that Lu Daji went to their village and asked the people in their village to help. Sun Lijing was still pretending to be holding a bridge, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Lu Daji, Miao Ye, and Miao Lingling sent several hundred kilograms of rice, and Sun Lijing's family also received a few kilograms. That night, their family had a delicious meal of rice porridge. This rice porridge is so delicious. How long has it been since I had such thick rice porridge? The next day, when more than 10 people in his family returned from work in Lujiazhai, Sun Lijing heard that they not only had thicker rice porridge to drink at the construction site, but also had meat and white flour buns to eat. Sun Lijing suddenly lost his composure. He decisively sent villagers to Lujiazhai to inquire. It didn't matter that he found out. He immediately came running over with his 2 granddaughters. There was enough rice and steam buns for every meal, and just based on this fact alone, his 2 granddaughters got a huge advantage. Seeing that Lu Chen had revealed his little thoughts, Sun Lijing felt a little embarrassed. He was just about to try his best to fight for some benefits for the villagers of Sun Jiazwang, but Lu Chen said, Uncle Village Chief, look, I've already taken care of thousands of refugees outside. How can I support the thousands of people in your village? This matter is settled. Sun Lijing was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. After thanking him, he did not forget to flatter Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, I can tell from the first sight that you are someone who can accomplish great things. You are upright and kind-hearted. You understand the overall situation and have a broad perspective. Your future is limitless. Listen, he is worthy of being the head of the village. His flattery is more classy than that of ordinary people. Sun Lijing left his 2 granddaughters behind and left with a happy face. Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao to arrange for the sisters Sun Daqiao and Sun Xiaoqiao to stay, and also give them 2 sets of military uniforms. He went into the study alone. This Sun family village can be very useful. Lu Jiazhai has a good geographical location, but the flatland area is too small, which seriously restricts the development of the city. He needed to build military camps, warehouses, arsenals, and training grounds in the city. After deducting these land uses, there would not be enough land left to build a living area for the villagers. However, the construction level of that era was limited, and it was impossible for him to build taller buildings. Sun Lijing's visit this time solved his big problem. Lu Chen thought it over again, and finally slapped the table lightly. It's settled. Lu Jiazhai will be the garrison, and Sun Jiazwang will be the residence. At this moment, Yang Yuhuan's voice was suddenly heard outside. Brother Lu Huaishan wants to see you outside. Lu Chen said, let him in. Lu Huaishan is Lu Daji's eldest son. A few days ago, Lu Chen asked Lu Xiulan to select members of the patrol team. When Lu Xiulan was selecting members for the patrol team, she also arranged for her eldest brother to be the team leader. Speaking of selfishness, Lu Xiulan definitely has some selfishness. However, Lu Huaishan does have this ability. Lu Huaishan came to the main room. Boss, two suspicious people were spotted on the construction site. They were asking questions and were spotted by the patrol team. They said they had fled here and were looking for work, but judging by their complexions, demeanor, and behavior, they don't look like refugees. They look more like spies. Boss, look. Lu Chen said, don't worry about it. You can control everything in the world, but can you control what other people say? Let them be. Chapter 64, Xie Qiao's Growth. General, I have said it long ago that Lu Qingping is a treacherous man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks. Everything he says is a lie. Ning'er said angrily when she saw Meng Ruyu. At this time, Meng Ruyu was dressed like a peasant woman, with some mud on her face, which concealed her extraordinary beauty. Hearing Ning'er's words, Meng Ruyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Did he really deceive this general? The Lu family village is not as he said. Rower said, General, the Lu family village is exactly as Lu Qingping said. Lu Chen has an invincible army of women. There are also thousands of refugees in his village who are building the city. Moreover, he feeds them every day with only refined rice, white flour, meat, and vegetables. Meng Ryu looked at Ning'er. Why did you say he lied to me? Ning'er said, General, please listen to me carefully. She then told Meng Ryu all the information she had obtained. After hearing this, Meng Ryu remained silent. After a long pause, she asked, Ning'er, you said that Lu Chen is not as sinister and vicious as Lu Qingping said? Ning'er said, that's right. General, Lu Chen is kind to everyone. He treats the villagers like a father and brother, and he's especially good to the refugees. He strictly disciplines his subordinates and tells them not to beat or scold the refugees. Everyone says he's a rare good man. Lu Qingping actually dared to lie to the general. He deserves to be killed. Ning'er said finally. Meng Ryu smiled and said, perhaps there is some hatred between the uncle and nephew. If I really kill him, I might offend Lu Chen. Rower said, General, what you said is absolutely right. Even if they have grudges against each other, they are still uncle and nephew after all. They must not be killed. Meng Ryu said, since they didn't do anything to you, then you two should go again tomorrow and learn more about this Lu Chen. Yes, General. Meng Ryu raised the corners of her mouth. Let me slowly come up with a plan for this matter. At the Lu Jiazhai construction site, Zhao Taidan was holding a sharp-edged engineer's shovel and slowly digging the soil in the ditch. Brother Taidan, take a break. I'm strong, so it's okay for me to do more. A refugee from another place had a smile on his face and grinned humbly at Zhao Taidan. Yeah, Brother Taidan, who are you? You're really being wronged by this job. Even if you just lie down and rest for a day, no one would dare to say a word against you. There was a large group of people surrounding Zhao Taidan, all of whom were refugees from other places. Zhao Taidan felt much relieved when he heard them talking to him so carefully. Then you guys will have to work harder. I'll take a break first. Oh, I was a little tired yesterday, and my waist is sore. Zhao Taidan pretended to hold his waist and was about to go to the side to take a break. Suddenly, a refugee rushed up and supported Zhao Taidan. Hey, Brother Taidan, why didn't you tell me earlier that your waist was sore? Look at you if you're not feeling well. Just take a break for a few days. Come, let me massage your waist and see how good my skills are. As he spoke, the refugee pinched and pressed Zhao Taidan's waist, making Zhao Taidan hum with pleasure. Zhao Taidan has been a little bit arrogant these days. In fact, he has been very honest recently. He even walks with his head down on weekdays and is very low-key. He was afraid that if he wasn't careful, Lu Chen would find fault with him and kick him out like the brothers Lu Qingping and Lu Qingyuan did. Then his family would have no way to survive. But somehow, several refugees learned from the villagers that he was actually Zhao Daya's biological father. From that moment on, he became the object of their flattery. Who is Zhao Daya? She is the #1 person in Lujiazhai, besides Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. He is highly valued by Lu Chen. Now, she's the head coach of those little female soldiers. In Lujiazhai, Lu Chen actually seldom directly manages matters, and most of the time, things are managed by several capable girls under him. As a result, among these thousands of villagers and refugees, Zhao Daya is the one who has the final say and is a person of real power. And Zhao Taidan is Zhao Daya's biological father. Wouldn't everyone be rushing to curry favor with him? With the flattery and praise of these refugees, Zhao Taidan became arrogant. Zhao Taidan! Suddenly someone shouted. Zhao Taidan was startled and hurriedly got up from the ground. He reached out and picked up the engineer's shovel next to him and pretended to dig the soil. When work started on the construction site, Lu Chen once said that anyone found slacking off would have 3 days' food deducted from them. If they were found slacking off again, they would be kicked out of the site and would never be hired again. Each section of the construction site will be assigned a foreman who is responsible for supervision. These foremen not only have the responsibility of supervising the work, but also have the power to reward and punish. Boss, a refugee said with a smile. Boss, Tian's waist is tired. We have done his work for him. Please let him rest for a while. The foreman was from Lujiazhai village. Seeing this, he didn't know what to say, so he turned around and left. Brother Taidan, is so famous that even the foreman doesn't dare to say anything. Right. Who is our Taidan brother, a mere foreman? How dare he come to control you? Zhao Taidan once again fell into the love potion of several refugees. In fact, Zhao Tian's case is not an isolated one. Anyone who has some relationship with Lu Chen tends to be lazy and slack to some extent. After finishing work that day, it was time to distribute rice. Xie Qiao rarely came to the food distribution site. Seeing Xie Qiao coming, the villagers who were distributing rice stopped. All the villagers and refugees looked at Xie Qiao, waiting for Xie Qiao to speak. Xie Qiao looked at the crowd, waiting to receive food, and slowly said, "At this construction site, we work for an hour and rest for 25 minutes. Do you feel tired?" "Ma'am, we're not tired. Not at all." "Madam, as long as I can eat my fill, what's the big deal about being a little tired? The only thing I'm afraid of is not having enough to eat. Working on this construction site is much easier than working in the fields. I've lived for most of my life and have done all kinds of work, but no boss can compare to you, boss." Everyone was talking at once. Some said they were not tired, some praised the host, and some said the food was delicious. No one said they were tired. Xie Qiao said seriously, "If you're not tired, then why do some people slack off? Remember, we don't support lazy people here, nor do we support cunning people." Xie Qiao spoke in a calm tone and with a nonchalant expression. But the scene was silent. Xie Qiao said, "Today someone saw Zhao Taidan sitting on the ground to rest while working. We are deducting 3 days' worth of food from him. If this happens again, please leave." Everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Taidan. Zhao Taidan wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He never expected that Xie Qiao would be so disrespectful to him. In the past, Xie Qiao was so shy in front of him that he didn't even dare to look people in the eye. It's only been 2 months, and she has changed so much. Xie Qiao left after saying this. As soon as he entered his own yard, Xie Qiao suddenly covered his cheeks. She felt her face burning. When the foreman reported this to her, her first thought was to find Lu Chen. The second thought was to find Zhao Daya. But in the end, she found no one. She decided to take matters into her own hands. Lu Chen will do great things in the future. She couldn't hold him back. She needs to grow up as quickly as possible and help Lu Chen achieve great things. Chapter 65. Sharpening the knife again? Over the next few days, there were noticeable changes in the people working on the construction site. They were usually lazy, but now they are all energetic. Zhao Taidan lost face in front of thousands of people, and no one wanted to be caught by the boss like him. Being embarrassed is a small matter, but being kicked out of the construction site involves the life and death of one's wife, children, and elders, so no one dares to encounter such bad luck. After hearing about this, Lu Chen went to find Xie Qiao and praised her for handling the matter very well. Then he and Xie Qiao found Zhao Daya and told her about this. Zhao Daya said indifferently, I only have one home now, and that is here. I gave my life back to my parents a long time ago. I no longer have parents. She completely severed ties with her original family. That day, Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu and asked him how long it would take to build a yard next to his house. Lu Chen was a little anxious. Now many refugees want to see him every day. These refugees are all because of the same thing. They wanted to send their girls of marriageable age to Lu Chen's house. The main reason they did this was to find a good way out for their daughter. These refugees have seen through it all. As long as they can enter Lu Chen's home, they will definitely have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Furthermore, if their daughter entered the Lu mansion, they would also be able to benefit from their daughter's fame. By then, maybe they can even settle down in Lujiazhai. If they could settle down in Lujiazhai, they would no longer have to wander around and would no longer be afraid of bandits and soldiers. Lu Chen is also short of people now and wants to recruit more subordinates. But I have no place to live. Tian Luzhu thought for a moment and said, it will be completed in about half a month. Lu Chen asked, how long will it take to build the city walls and moat? 1 month. It will be completed in a month at most. However, the tower outside the city has not yet been started, so it will probably take some time to complete. Lu Chen nodded and said, okay, let's do this. Once the yard next door is built, you can lead people to build a few more houses. I'll draw the blueprint for the houses and give them to you in the next 2 days. Tian Luzhu was stunned. More construction? Boss, how many more houses do you want to build? Yes, but these places can't really be considered houses. I have other uses for them. Lu Chen planned to build another barracks, a granary, an armory, a warehouse, and a training ground. Just build these for now, and we'll come back when we need them later. There's no rush for this. Let's finish building the city wall first. By then, we'll have enough manpower and we can start all of these projects at the same time. It won't take too long. Tian Luzhu naturally wanted this very much, and there was a look of joy between his brows. He is not afraid of working, but he is afraid of having no work to do. He could earn 5 kilograms of fine rice in just 1 day. Adding his 2 children, his wife, and his 2 daughters-in-law, he could earn more than 10 kilograms of rice a day. Moreover, Lu Chen's construction site also provides meals. He can save all the food and eat it sparingly when he has no work to do in the future, which will last him for a long time. Lu Chen saw what Tian Luzhu was thinking, but didn't say anything. Want to work? There will be work for you in the future. After the two finished their discussion, Lu Chen had just sent Tian Luzhu away when Lu Huaishan came running over. Boss, something's wrong. The construction site was not far from Lu Chen's home, but Lu Huaishan was running so hard that he was out of breath. What's up? Another bandit is attacking. Coming again. Lu Chen frowned. Do these bandits know that he is a big fat sheep? One after another came running. Oh, I see. Go and call back all the people on the construction site. Lu Huaishan ran away again. Lu Chen said, go and call Zhao Daya and the others to the front yard. Yang Yuan ran quickly to the martial arts arena. Soon, Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiulan, along with more than 100 female soldiers, gathered in the front yard. Lu Chen came in front of the female soldiers and said, all the new recruits who just joined a few days ago, step out. The new recruits stepped out and lined up in the front again. There are bandits outside the village attacking our village. You new recruits are going to battle today. You must wipe out the invading bandits. Any questions? The recruits all shouted, no problem. Set off, including the newly joined Sun Daqiao and Sun Xiaoqiao. A total of 70 new recruits, led by Zhao Daya and 3 others, quickly walked out of the yard and rushed out of the village. After they left, Lu Chen took the military binoculars and rushed to the village entrance with Xie Qiao. At this time, the location of the village entrance has been moved from the original village entrance to the location of the city gate under construction. The half-built city walls and moat can effectively block the invasion of foreign enemies. The bandits could only attack from the direction of the city gate. When Lu Chen arrived, the villagers and refugees working on the construction site had already retreated into the city. Zhao Daya and the other 2 each brought a team of female soldiers and lined up in a neat row outside the city gate. They held crossbows in their hands and carried long swords on their backs, ready for battle. On several hillsides in the distance, dust and smoke filled the sky and rolled in. Lu Chen stood in the middle of the city gate, looking forward with a telescope in his hand. 3 teams. Because the dust was so high, Lu Chen couldn't see how many people were coming from the opposite side. Judging from the situation, there are probably at least 2,000 people. Lu Chen guessed that these bandits were probably related to the two outsiders from a few days ago. Lu Huaishan said that the two outsiders were asking questions everywhere on the construction site, and it was obvious that they had no good intentions. Sure enough, isn't it here? It's just perfect. I was worried that these new recruits had no combat experience, so you guys sent them here to sharpen their swords. Lu Chen just found it funny. Everyone sees him as a fat sheep, but they don't think about whether they have the ability to take a bite of him. Everyone, target in front, crossbows ready. Pay attention to my orders. No one is allowed to act rashly without my orders. These bandits are here to kill us. If we don't kill them, they will kill everyone in the village. Tell me, should we kill them all? Even though there are many people on the other side, they're just ants to you. The three main officers, Zhao Daya and Lu Xiaolan, are giving orders to the female soldiers. These female soldiers have different backgrounds and experiences. Their personalities are also very different. Although they are extremely powerful now, some of them are timid and cowardly by nature, and they are inevitably afraid when facing a large number of brutal bandits. Zhao Daya and the other two still need to give them psychological preparation before the battle. At this moment, the bandits rushed towards the village. They were waving swords and guns in their hands and shouting loudly. Charge! Kill! Kill them all! Loot them all! Kill all the men and rob all the women! Kill! 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 The bandits split into 3 groups and rushed towards the city gate from the left, middle, and right directions. Seeing that the front line of bandits had entered the effective range of the crossbows, Zhao Daya raised her hand high and swung it down with all her might. Shoot! There was a sudden sound of thunder, and a row of crossbow arrows flew straight into the bandit group. The powerful crossbow arrow easily pierced the bandit's body. There were bursts of screams, and dozens of bandits were shot down in front of the formation. Chapter 66, How Come I Didn't Know I Had Friendly Forces? A repeating crossbow can hold 10 arrows. 70 people means 700 crossbow arrows. A round of crossbow arrows flew out, and before the bandits could catch their breath, another round of arrows rained down in front of them. Round after round of crossbow arrows knocked the bandits off their horses, and they soon lay on the ground. Bandits are engaged in a bloody business. They stepped on the corpses of their companions and continued to rush forward. In their eyes, the dozens of little girls in front of them were just fish on the chopping board. There were a total of 3,000 of them this time, while the number of refugees in this village was only 3,000 at most. 3,000 refugees are nothing compared to the combat power of their 3,000 bandits. Kill these kids, and this village will be ours. Kill them. Those refugees dared not show their faces when they saw us. They are all cowards who are afraid of death. Once we enter the village, we will kill them all and avenge our dead brothers. Kill. Seeing that the bandits were about to kill them, Zhao Daya shouted, Draw your sword. The female soldiers put away their crossbows and drew their swords. They gripped the knife handles tightly with both hands and stared at the bandits in front of them. When the bandits saw this, some of them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Look, these girls really aren't afraid of death. Do you think they'd attack someone with a knife? How old are these girls? I think some of them are only about 10 years old. I'm afraid they haven't even killed a chicken. At this time, Zhao Daya waved her hand and said, Charge! All the female soldiers leaped forward together, like sharp swords, piercing into the crowd of bandits. Kill! A group of female soldiers let out a crisp cry of killing. Immediately afterwards, there was a flash of knife light, and the bandits in the front row were instantly chopped to the ground. Kill! The female soldiers shouted together again, and before they finished shouting, nearly 100 bandits died on the spot. After the female soldier saw blood on her blade, she couldn't stop and became more and more adept at killing the bandits, making the bandits terrified and trembling. Oh no! How can these little kids be so ferocious? Some smart bandits already knew that they were facing a tough opponent this time. No wonder they dared to take on thousands of bandits with only dozens of people. It turns out they are really capable. The female soldiers rushed into the bandit camp, waving their long swords wildly, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, quickly harvesting the lives of the bandits. It was not until this moment that the female soldiers remembered what Commander Chu Yun had just said. These seemingly ferocious bandits were as vulnerable as ants in their hands. At this time, the half-built city wall was filled with villagers and refugees. I was wondering why the boss didn't let us help. Turns out he doesn't need us at all. I used to hear that the female soldiers raised by the boss were very strong, saying that one of them could beat 100 men. To be honest, I didn't believe it at all, but now I really believe it. Look at that girl. She's not even 10 years old, is she? She's short, not even as tall as the sword she's holding. But how come she's so skilled? Every strike of hers can take down a bandit. And sometimes she can even kill two with one strike. Strong. So strong. No, tomorrow I have to send my daughter to the boss. If my daughter can also learn such good kung fu, who will dare to bully her in this life? With her around, who will dare to bully our whole family? I have to get my niece to the boss too. My brother and sister-in-law are gone, and I only have this niece left. I have to let her live in the Lu mansion and enjoy a good life, no matter what. At this time, on a ridge not far from Lijia's High, Meng Ruyu frowned. Lu Chen really only sent those girls into battle, while those thousands of refugees just watched from the city walls. Lu Chen is so courageous. General, how did Lu Chen train these female soldiers? Why are they all so strong? Ningya asket putzlitli. Meng Ruyu shook his head. Training? Do you think these super strong people can be trained? Then, Ninger was speechless for a moment. If it is not acquired through training, then how is it cultivated? Meng Ruyu said, this Lu Chen has a secret technique. Secret technique. Ninger and Rower were both stunned. The information you've gathered says that a girl under his command who's only about 10 years old can fight 100 people at once. Do you think such a young child can be trained? Could she have been practicing martial arts and training since she was in her mother's womb? A strange smile appeared on Meng Ruyu's face. This Lu Chen is a little confusing to me. It's quite interesting. Ninger and Rower couldn't help but stiffen when they saw Meng Ruyu's expression. They often accompanied Meng Ruyu out hunting, and every time she saw prey, she had this expression. While the three were talking, the battle below had already become increasingly intense. The two sides were fighting fiercely, with shouts of killing coming one after another. General, the bandits are in disarray, Rower suddenly said. In fact, the bandits had no base at all. They don't even know how to set up a formation. So naturally, there's no concept of formation. But Rower had already seen that the bandits were already showing signs of defeat. The momentum of the bandits in the front was curbed, and the bandits in the back had very low desire to attack, which was reflected in the fact that their formation was disorganized and few people took the initiative to rush forward. Ninger was anxious. General, if we don't send troops now, it will be too late. Meng Ryu continued to observe for a moment, then said, beat the drum. Suddenly, a drumbeat sounded from behind the mountain. Attack! Meng Zhongyu gave an order. The messenger shouted, all troops attack. As the drumbeats became more and more frequent, a group of people rushed quickly towards the battlefield from behind a mountain. At the city gate, Lu Chen saw another group of people coming towards him from a distance and raised his eyebrows slightly. Another group? According to Lu Chen's careful observation, the bandits on the opposite side were not from the same group. He analyzed the clothes and equipment of these bandits and concluded that they were 3 different bandit gangs. Now, there's another group. Did he win the lottery today? 4 gangs of bandits came at the same time. He pondered carefully whether he should send out the more than 40 veterans. Later, judging from the equipment and formation of that group of bandits, their strength far surpassed the 3 groups of bandits on the opposite side. And there are quite a lot of them, estimated to be nearly 2,000. As a result, the total number of bandits was nearly 5,000. With so many enemies, can these new recruits withstand it? Even if they can hold on, there's no guarantee someone will get hurt. Husband, how about I take Xiaomei, Xiaolan, and the others upstairs? Xie Qiao saw that Lu Chen's face looked a little serious and knew what he was worried about, so he made a suggestion to Lu Chen. Lu Chen said, no rush, let's wait and see. Giving the new recruits some pressure first is a good thing for them. How many enemies are there in front of us? In the future, they will face enemies that are 10 times or 100 times more numerous. Fighting not only hones their personal strength, but also hones their character. Husband, look, something's wrong. Xie Qiao pointed to the front right. Lu Chen looked over. I saw that the group of people who came later were not heading towards the village entrance. Instead, they headed straight for the rear of the bandit group. Lu Chen suddenly lost his composure. Are they friendly forces? Where the hell did my friendly forces come from? How come I didn't know I even had friendly forces? Chapter 67, The Most Vicious Woman's Heart. Kill, kill. Amidst shouts of killing, Meng Ruyu's troops rushed into the bandits' rear like wolves and tigers. The bandits charged at the female soldiers led by Zhao Daya for a long time, but the female soldiers were unharmed and their morale was already low. Suddenly, they were attacked from behind by another troop and immediately fell into chaos. These bandits were originally a mob, and relying on their ferocity, they could only bully the unarmed civilians. They have no combat experience at all, let alone any tactical skills. Faced with such a situation, everyone was at a loss. For a moment, they didn't know whether to fight or flee. Some were forced to fight, some wanted to escape, some ran west, and some rushed east, and soon the situation became a mess. Meng Ruyu's troops had a clear goal. They advanced step by step, steadily and cautiously, with their weapons shining brightly, killing the bandits, and forcing them to retreat step by step. On the front, the female soldiers saw that a troop had cut off the bandits' retreat. Their fighting spirit became even higher, and they swung their long swords without mercy. They moved freely among the bandits, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves and slaughtering chickens and dogs, making the bandits cry for their parents. A bandit leader saw that the situation was not good, so he abandoned hundreds of his brothers and turned around and ran into the mountains. After running more than 2 miles, the bandit leader sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. It's over. It's all over. The team I worked so hard to build is all gone today. The bandit leader looked resentful and regretful. That damned woman. I was so blinded by greed that I believed her lies. A few days ago, a young woman came to the hill where he was. She dared to go to his evil ridge with only a few followers. She was really brave. Seeing that the woman was young and beautiful, he became malicious and wanted to force her to stay and become his wife. But one of this woman's followers beat several of his most capable men half to death with just one move. Only then did he sit down and talk to her honestly about business. According to the woman, she was also the boss of a nearby hill. Recently, she heard about a big deal. If it goes through, she will have no worries in her life. She has contacted several surrounding hilltops to partner up in this big business. He didn't quite believe it at first, so he sent spies to investigate. Sure enough, what she said was true. This Lu Jiazhai is indeed very promising. Just as the woman said, there are thousands of refugees in Lu Jiazhai, and it is difficult for a single family to swallow them all. So, he discussed with the bosses of several other hilltops and decided to go down the mountain together today to complete the deal. Damn it, the ancients were right. Women are the most vicious. Pretty women really all have vicious hearts. The bandit leader took a deep breath, patted his butt, stood up, and prepared to continue his escape. Sumatsi, where do you want to go? Sumatsi shuddered and turned around suddenly, and saw the beautiful face that he would never forget. You thief, I'm going to chop you up. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. It was this woman who caused him to lose everything in an instant. Sumatsi reached out and drew the big knife from his waist. Meng Ryu showed a sarcastic expression on his face. Boss Su, these hundreds of people under you are really bad. They can't even beat a few girls. I think you might as well go home and hug your children. Sumatsi was so angry that his face turned the color of liver. I want you dead. Sumatsi roared angrily and pounced towards Meng Ryu, swinging the big knife in his hand and chopping at her head. The next moment, Meng Ryu turned her delicate body lightly and came to the other side of Sumatsi. This girl is kind-hearted and will give you a ride. Meng Ryu gently patted Sumatsi with her jade hand. Sumatsi groaned, flew out like a kite, and fell more than 10 feet away. Meng Ryu clapped his hands, as if he was disgusted by having his hands dirty. She looked up towards the battlefield. There are still 2 left. We can't let them get away. At this time on the battlefield, Zhao Daya suddenly shouted, "Everyone pay attention. Those with red bandages wrapped around their arms are friendly soldiers. You must not hurt them." Zhao Daya was naturally happy to see someone coming to help kill the bandits. But she was afraid that the female soldiers would get so excited about killing that they would even kill the friendly forces who were helping to fight the bandits. Wouldn't that be disheartening? However, she soon discovered that the friendly forces had obvious markings, so she gave them a reminder. Standing at the city gate, Lu Chen also saw the difference of this so-called friendly army. These friendly troops, who came later, were well-disciplined and had a disciplined march. It was obvious that they had undergone rigorous training. Although the clothes they wore were civilian clothes, they were clean and tidy, very different from those sloppy bandits. Are they a group of people fleeing from the battlefield? Lu Chen felt that it was unlikely, as deserters would not have such military discipline. He looked at the mysterious, friendly forces on the battlefield and fell into deep thought. On the city wall, thousands of villagers and refugees also saw the changes on the battlefield. See? This team is here to help us kill the bandits. Where do they come from? Why would they help us? Could it be that Mr. Lu brought in reinforcements? Master Lu wants to find reinforcements, but does he have the time? The reinforcements arrived just as the bandits arrived. Do you think this is possible? These people watched the excitement on the city wall and chatted happily. This doesn't look like a bandit attack at all. It's clearly a scene of people eating melons. In fact, they also wanted to go out of the city to help fight the bandits. But Mr. Lu doesn't need their help at all. Looking at the performance of these female soldiers on the battlefield, even if they really went over to help, it would only affect their efficiency in killing the enemy. These female soldiers are really strong. Almost every one of them is a martial arts master, and killing bandits is like cutting straw. Look, there's a group of bandits trying to escape. No way, right? I knew they couldn't hold on for much longer. If we don't run now, when will we? If they want to run later, they won't be able to escape. Look, they've been intercepted again. They can't get away. No way. No way. Does Master Lu want to kill all these bandits? There are thousands of them. Look at our boss. He's incredibly brave. He wants to keep all these bandits here. I thought it would be great if we could just drive the bandits away, but I never expected that Master Lu would actually wipe them out. Awesome. So awesome. In fact, these villagers were overthinking it. Lu Chen really didn't think so. There were too many bandits this time, and he had too few soldiers available, so he had not originally planned to do this. Lu Chen just wanted to defeat these bandits. But unexpectedly, a friendly force appeared on the way. Lu Chen immediately changed his mind. He instructed Zhao Daya to cooperate with this mysterious friendly force to catch these bandits in one fell swoop. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will definitely cause trouble. Chapter 68. Actually, I am a farmer. On the battlefield, the three gangs of bandits were attacked from both sides and suffered terribly. Needless to say, Lu Chen's female soldiers are all tough bones. Not to mention chewing them, they will die if you touch them. The other force is not easy to deal with either. Although the individual strength of Meng Ruyu's troops was far inferior to that of Lu Chen's female soldiers, they cooperated impeccably with the help of their formation, and the bandits could not withstand their attack at all. So the bandits could only flee in all directions. Don't let them get away. Catch up with those guys. Stop them. They're trying to break out from there. Kill. Leave no one alive. Meng Ruyu's troops had just joined the battle for a short while when it became a one-sided crushing victory. Originally thought to be a battle of equal strength, it soon turned into an encirclement and pursuit war. The remaining two bandit leaders can only lead their men to burn, kill, and loot. How can they command a real battle? Seeing his troops suffer a crushing defeat, Zhang was suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. The bandits could only flee for their lives, and if they couldn't escape, they would fight on their own. Seeing this situation, Lu Chen could only feel sorry for the new recruits. It was a pity that they missed this good opportunity to hone their combat experience. Madam, take them upstairs. Although Xie Xiao and a group of veterans did not go into battle, they were guarding the city gate, ready to go. On the one hand, it can protect the people in the city, and on the other hand, it can also go into battle and kill the enemy at any time. Follow me. Xie Xiao gave an order and led more than 40 female soldiers to charge into the battlefield. With the addition of this new force, the bandits' doom came faster. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. I won't dare to. Amidst screams and pleas for mercy, the bandits fell one after another on the blood-stained battlefield. Most of the female soldiers under Lu Chen are children of the lowest class of people. They have seen too many evil deeds of bandits. Even if they have not seen them with their own eyes, they have heard about the bandits' brutal acts. Now, these bandits come to attack Lu Jiazhai. If Lu Chen hadn't been there, Lu Jiazhai would have definitely been captured by them. By then, one can imagine the fate of them and these people. Therefore, although they are young, they are ruthless in their actions. Seeing that the situation was settled, Lu Chen began to think about the post-war cleanup work. The work of searching for and burying the bodies was too troublesome and time-consuming. Although there are thousands of refugees at present, there are also many corpses of bandits. It seems that the construction site will have to be temporarily suspended again. Lu Chen looked around and saw Lu Daji standing not far away, also watching the battle. Lu Chen walked over. Uncle 13. Xiao Chen, Lu Daji said with a smile. I didn't expect so many bandits to come this time. I was scared to death. If it weren't for you, our village would be in trouble. Now that Lu Chen is becoming more and more powerful, Lu Daji has to be careful when talking to him. Lu Chen said, "It's all thanks to the villagers. Uncle 13, I'll need you to take care of the cleanup of the battlefield later." Lu Daji hurriedly said, "This is as it should be. Tell me, how should we do it? Tell me, I'm listening. When we clean up the battlefield later, have the village patrol oversee it. As usual, all the money and silver must be handed over to me, while the clothes and weapons will belong to the villagers and refugees. You will distribute them among them, and try not to cause any private fighting over the distribution. Also, tell them that anyone who dares to hide any money and silver found on the battlefield, no matter how much, will be expelled from the village immediately upon discovery." I know. Don't worry, I will take care of this. I will arrange for the patrol team and organize the refugees to prepare to clean up the battlefield." After Lu Daji left, Lu Chen saw that the war was nearing its end and there was no need for him to stay here, so he returned home. In fact, Lu Chen is a real farmer. He has done more farm work in the past month than any other farmer in the world. He entered the system space and started today's work. Cultivate 100 acres of farmland. Harvest all ripe crops. All brown rice is processed into polished rice. Process all the wheat harvest into flour. Plant 500 acres of rice. Plant 500 acres of wheat. Plant 200 acres of corn. Plant 200 acres of soybeans. Plant 100 acres of potatoes. Plant 50 acres of cabbage. We'll plant 50 acres of soybeans. Planting, looking at the quantities of various foods in the warehouse, those numbers made Lu Chen feel very proud. One day, the food in his space will be able to feed all the people of the Great Zhou dynasty. When that day comes, no one will go hungry anymore. However, the grain in his hands must never pass through the hands of officials of the Great Zhou kingdom. Once the food passes through the hands of those officials, no matter how much food there is, it will not be enough for them to embezzle. After taking care of the crops, Lu Chen left the space. He bought another 200 sets of military uniforms from the system store, in different sizes, all tailored to the female soldiers' bodies. He had just put the clothes in the room used as a warehouse when he heard footsteps outside. It was Xie Qiao, Zhao Daya, and the others who had returned from the battlefield outside the village with the female soldiers. It is not convenient for them to be present when the battlefield is being cleaned up. Although the refugees can now have enough food to eat, they're still extremely short of supplies. There are still many refugees who are half-naked. It is already late autumn, and the weather will get cold in another month or two. Although the clothes on the corpses of the bandits on the battlefield were soaked with blood, they were still hot commodities for these refugees. After the battlefield has been cleaned, there will probably not be even a single thread left. The female soldiers were all unmarried young girls, so they naturally could not stay on the battlefield to watch those ugly body arts. "Husband, all the bandits outside have been wiped out." Xie Qiao met Lu Chen and reported the battle results to him. Lu Chen said, "Okay, you have worked hard." Then he said to Zhao Daya, "Send someone to move the clothes from the west wing over here and distribute them to the girls according to their numbers. Have them take a bath and change into new clothes. As for the old clothes that have been taken off, put them all in the warehouse according to the old rules, without missing a single piece." The uniforms that the female soldiers took off were covered in blood and were difficult to wash clean. It is impossible to throw them away. These uniforms can only be worn by the female soldiers under his command and must not be circulated outside. Lu Chen put all the blood-stained military uniforms into the space warehouse. At this time, Xie Qiao said, "There's a young woman outside who says she is the leader of that team. She said she wants to see you to discuss something." Lu Chen then remembered that he had almost forgotten about this matter. He immediately said, "Send someone to cook right away. They helped us, so we should at least treat them to a meal." "Okay, my dear. I'll have someone cook right away." After Xie Qiao finished speaking, he continued, "Do you want to see the woman outside?" "Of course I do. Please ask her to come in. Since someone has helped him so much, there is no reason to turn him away. Although, she was actually doing more harm than good." Chapter 69. The Renowned General Meng. When Lu Chen saw Meng Ryu for the first time, his eyes lit up. This woman is stunning. Her beauty is different from that of ordinary women. The heroic spirit between her eyebrows makes it clear that she is a soldier. "Mr. Lu, I've heard so much about you." Meng Ryu bowed to Lu Chen with a dignified attitude, neither arrogant nor humble. Lu Chen smiled and said, Thank you for your help today, young lady. What's your name? My humble self, Meng Ryu, is sorry to bother you today. Lu Chen was stunned when he heard this. He looked the beautiful woman up and down before asking, You said your name is Meng Ryu? Meng Ryu smiled and said, I shall always keep my name and surname. I am Meng Ryu. Lu Chen still didn't quite believe it. Are you really the General Meng Ryu who fought against the Tartar soldiers? Meng Ryu nodded. That's me. Lu Chen was full of doubts and said, General Meng is famous and well known in the great Zhou dynasty. I have long heard of your great name and never thought I would have the honor to meet you today. It is truly an honor. I just don't know why General Meng is here today. Why did you come here? As he just said, General Meng Ryu was famous in the Zhou dynasty. If you ask anyone in the village now, they can all tell you some heroic stories about Meng Ryu fighting against the Tartar soldiers. In particular, the female army led by Meng Ryu fought bloody battles at the border, won countless victories, killed countless Tartar soldiers, and wrote countless heroic deeds that are worthy of praise. However, all the soldiers Meng Ryu brought today were men. Where did her female army go? When Meng Ryu heard Lu Chen's words, a hint of worry and anger appeared between her brows. Mr. Lu, please stop joking. I am now like a phoenix without feathers, worse than a chicken. I am as frightened as a dog that has lost its home. It is better not to talk about the past. Lu Chen felt that he seemed to have touched upon Meng Ryu's sore spot, so he didn't dare to ask any further. He introduced Meng Ryu. This is my wife, Xie Qiao. Meng Ryu had heard of Xie Qiao's name from the intelligence she had obtained. Then she said to Xie Qiao, Ryu greets Madame Xie. Madame Xie is dignified and elegant. She is truly a beauty. Xie Qiao stared at Meng Ryu with admiration and said, General Meng, I never thought I would be able to see you in person in this lifetime. General Meng, you are so beautiful. Meng Ryu is the idol of countless women, and Xie Qiao was once her little fantasies. She had fantasized countless times that it would be great if one day she could become a great general like Meng Ryu. Madame Xie, I'm just a rough soldier. How can I compare to your charming beauty? When Lu Chen heard this, he was surprised that these two guys were praising each other for business. He hurriedly said, Madam, please take General Meng downstairs to bathe and change clothes first. After Meng Ryu and the others left, Lu Chen instructed the kitchen to prepare a table of delicious food. If it were someone else, even if he sent troops to help him out, he would only be perfunctory and would not treat him sincerely. But this is General Meng Ryu. As a woman, she fought against the Tartars in the northern border for several years and exchanged countless blood for peace for the people of the northern border. Although the Zhou dynasty was corrupt and decaying, Meng Ryu's personal achievements cannot be erased. This Meng Ryu seems to have encountered some difficulties. Lu Chen thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why Meng Ryu would run from the northern border to the heart of the Central Plains. Now the Tartar soldiers are running around in the northern border, trying to take advantage of the Zhou dynasty's weakest time to break in. Meng Ryu was not fighting the enemy in the northern border at this time. What was she doing in the Central Plains? I can't figure it out. Lu Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the table. If you can't figure it out, forget it. Go to the store and see if there are any good ingredients. Then prepare some and try some today. The system store actually sells a variety of fresh dishes, the kind that are freshly made. It makes sense for armed stores to sell freshly fried shredded pork with fish flavor to be distributed to officers, right? There are many kinds of goods in the system store, and Lu Chen only recently found the prepared food category in the food category. And in the smaller categories under the prepared food category, there are various dishes. There are meat, vegetarian, hot, cold, Chinese, and Western dishes, everything you can think of. At this time, Meng Ryu was taking a bath. Miao Lingling is instructing her on how to use the various facilities and supplies in the bathroom. Little sister, where does this hot water come from? Meng Ryu was soaking in the bathtub. Amidst the hot steam, every pore on her body seemed to be smiling happily. Miao Lingling explained it to her enthusiastically. The water comes from the storage tank in the backyard. Then it's heated by the stove and finally flows here. What are these bubbles called? Why do they smell so good? Miao Lingling said, General Meng, this is called shower gel. It's specially made for bathing. Using it to bathe not only makes your body clean, but also makes it smooth and smells nice all day long. Miao Lingling patiently explained it to Meng Ryu. When she first came, she was also very curious about these things. She had never seen these things, let alone heard of them before. Meng Ryu had never heard of it either. She had once met the emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and even in the palace, there were no such things. It's like the square pieces of colored glass on the windows. Such pure and transparent colored glass, all exactly the same. Not even the emperor's house has it. This Lu Chen is becoming increasingly difficult for me to understand. Just as they were thinking this, the two people in the bathroom suddenly heard a strange sound. A blush instantly appeared on Meng Ruyu's pretty face. Tian Lingling said, "General Meng, are you hungry? The meal is being prepared outside. I just heard that my cousin asked the kitchen to prepare a large table of dishes, and they're waiting for you to wash them and eat." After Tian Lingling said this, Meng Ryu felt even more uncomfortable with the emptiness in her stomach. God have mercy on her. What kind of life has she been living in the past month? In order to take this gamble, she ordered all the remaining food in the village to be eaten up, which gave her soldiers some strength. She only had one meal for 2 whole days. The same was true for her soldiers. I hope Lu Chen can cook more, otherwise, I'm afraid my foodies will eat up his pot. When Meng Ryu finished bathing and put on her clothes, her face blushed again. Tian Lingling brought the entire set of military uniform and began to explain it to Meng Ryu. This is called underwear. This is too embarrassing. Meng Ryu hasn't known what it feels like to blush for many years. Tian Lingling was still young and didn't understand adults' thoughts. She even mentioned it specifically. This is what my cousin specifically told me to do. He said I should pick out a suit that fits your figure. Meng Ryu couldn't help but lower her head and take a look. This man was so rude. How could a man say such a thing? Also, the appearance of this underwear is really sexy. Chapter 70, I heard you want to recruit a younger brother? Meng Ryu originally refused the banquet that Lu Chen specially prepared for her. Over the years, she has always shared the joys and sorrows with the soldiers and eaten the same meals. If there is meat, everyone eats it together. If there is no food, everyone eats grassroots together. Never made special. After she had showered and changed her clothes, she wanted to go out and have dinner with her subordinates. But Xie Xiao grabbed his arm. Meng Ryu struggled twice, but couldn't break free. "General Meng, my husband prepared a banquet specifically for you. If you don't eat, wouldn't it be a disservice to his kindness?" Meng Ryu had no choice but to agree with her. First of all, she estimated that with her own strength, she really couldn't escape from Xie Xiao's hands. Secondly, she could already smell the fragrance of the food. What kind of life has she been living in the past month? He ate steamed bread and drank wild vegetable porridge every day and almost never ate salt. Not to mention the oil and water. "Gome, General Meng, please take a seat." As soon as Meng Ryu and the others entered the room, Lu Chen greeted them. "All of you, come and sit down." Except Meng Ryu and Xie Xiao. There are also Ninger, Rower, and Tian Lingling. Ninger and Rower hurriedly said, "Master Lu, we don't have to sit down." The two of them were Meng Ryu's close attendants, responsible for protecting Meng Ryu's safety. No matter where Meng Ryu went or whose house she visited, there was no seat for the two of them. When Meng Ryu was having dinner with the host, the two of them stood by her side. Only after Meng Ryu had finished her meal would the two of them have dinner with the servants of the host family. Xie Xiao smiled and gestured to Ninger and Rower. "Come and sit down. We don't have so many rules at home. Come, sit down and eat." In fact, what Meng Ryu couldn't stand the most in her heart was that people were still divided into different classes. But everyone in the world is like this, so she can only submit. When she saw Lu Chen and his wife like this today, she suddenly felt that Lu Chen was much more pleasing to the eye. "Since Master Lu and Madam Xie have said so, please sit down." Ninger and Rower hesitated for a moment and had to sit next to Meng Ryu. Meng Ryu looked at the dishes on the table. "This, Mr. Lu, this is too generous. I'm unworthy of it." When Meng Ryu saw the dishes on the table, she was extremely shocked. In the middle of the table, there was a large basin, and in the basin was a bear paw. This bear paw is more than 1 foot wide and as big as a basin. It is steamed to a shiny color, and one look at it will make you drool. Next to the bear paw was a huge red shrimp, nearly 2 feet long. Even though Meng Ryu was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a big shrimp. On the other side of the bear paw was a roasted suckling pig. The whole pig was roasted with golden skin, and oil was oozing out of it. Meng Ryu hasn't seen anything greasy for a long time. She felt she could devour the whole suckling pig herself. On top of that, there's a whole fish that she couldn't even name. In addition, there are whole chickens, whole ducks, goose liver, chicken feet. There were a total of 16 dishes and 4 soups, in addition to several staple foods such as egg pancakes, scallion rolls, and steamed rice with date cakes. Come on, Lu Chen gestured. Everyone, I won't say any polite words. Eat something first, General Meng, and I will have a few more drinks later. Meng Ryu said generously. Mr. Lu, then we won't be polite. Several people immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating. This meal was a very satisfying one. Meng Ryu hadn't had a full meal for a long time. Today's meal finally made up for all the pain her stomach had suffered during this period of time. Ninger and Rower were a little embarrassed at first, but the food was so delicious that they let themselves go while eating. Lu Chen didn't eat much. He ate slowly while quietly observing Meng Ryu. In the end, he was basically certain of one thing. The woman in front of me must be Meng Ryu herself. She possessed neither the brutality and pretentiousness of the superiors of this era, nor the bashfulness of a weak woman. It is consistent with the rumors about her among the people. Yes, it suits my taste. Seeing that Meng Ryu had almost finished eating, Xie Qiao picked up a bottle of white wine and poured wine for Lu Chen, Meng Ryu, and the other 3. You're still young, you can't drink. Seeing Tian Lingling staring at the wine bottle with anticipation, Xie Qiao immediately shattered her fantasy. Lu Chen picked up a bottle of lily orange from the side and poured a glass for Tian Lingling. Here, try this, it's much better than wine. Tian Lingling took a sip and immediately forgot about the wine. This is delicious. This is really delicious. Over there, Lu Chen and Meng Ryu had already finished their drink. Meng Ryu put down the wine glass and got straight to the point. Mr. Lu, are you interested in cooperating with me? Lu Chen smiled and said, Cooperation? General Meng must be someone who wants to control everything. Why don't you tell me that you want to take me in as your younger brother? Didn't you come here this time just to take me in as your subordinate? Meng Ryu was slightly startled. Did the news leak out? She looked at Ninger and Rower beside her. Only the 2 of them knew about this. General, Ninger heard you Meng Ryu. Rower didn't say anything, just shook her hands vigorously. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen and said solemnly, Mr. Lu, let's be frank. I came here this time to ask you to assist me in accomplishing something of enormous importance. Oh, Lu Chen looked at Meng Ryu with a hint of joking. Then why did you change your mind again? As you said, I am someone who wants to control everything, but I cannot control you, Mr. Lu. Lu Chen nodded appreciatively at Meng Ryu. General Meng, you are indeed a man who can accomplish great things. Meng Ryu stared at Lu Chen with her beautiful eyes. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Lu Chen remained silent and said, General Meng, you can rest here for 2 days. After 2 days, we can discuss this matter again. How about that? Meng Ryu pondered for a moment and said, Yes. This matter is a huge matter for both parties. Meng Ryu believes that Lu Chen needs to consider it carefully. Mr. Lu, I'll take my leave now. Okay, I'll take you there. Meng Ryu said goodbye and left the Lu mansion. Then, she took Ninger and Rower and headed straight for the village entrance. She still remembered her group of soldiers. Because there were so many people, cooking took a long time. Up to this point, her 1,800 soldiers had just started eating. General! General! Seeing Meng Ryu coming, the soldiers who were eating with their bowls stood up straight. Meng Ryu looked at the food in their bowls. 1-inch slices of fat, 1-inch pieces of fried tofu, vermicelli soaked in oil, white rice, and white and soft steamed buns. The soldiers all had their mouths full of oil. Meng Ryu's heart trembled. After such a long time, they finally had a full meal. Moreover, the standard of the food was so high that she had never seen it in the army before. In the past, in the army, even if we ate meat occasionally, each person would only get a small piece at most. Meng Ryu suddenly looked into the distance. There is endless yellow earth, and there's almost no green. The trees were withered and yellow, and even the bark had been peeled off. Where did Lu Chen buy the meat? Where did he buy the refined rice and flour? He even bought tofu, vermicelli noodles, and cabbage. Meng Ryu felt a dull pain in her head. Chapter 71. How can I find a brave warrior to kill the 4 directions? The bandit gang that attacked this time brought Lu Chen nearly 10,000 taels of silver. But Lu Chen felt it was a pity that he forgot to catch a few alive so that he could ask where their lair was. At night, when Lu Chen arranged for Meng Ryu to rest in the backyard, Lu Chen suddenly remembered this matter and asked Meng Ryu casually. Meng Ryu said, I heard from some of my subordinates that they are from Qingfeng Cliff, Evil Valley, and Broken Soul Mountain. These gangs of bandits have been entrenched here for many years, and many people recognized their leaders. Lu Chen didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise, so he said, "Can you let your men come with me? I want to go to their stronghold and wipe out the remaining bandits." "No problem. I'll call them over right away." Meng Ruyu asked Ninger to go to the base outside the village and find a few spies who were familiar with these mountain strongholds. "Madam, please arrange a room for General Meng in the backyard, so she can have a good rest." Xie Xiao accompanied Meng Ruyu to the backyard and found a room for her to rest. Meng Ruyu entered the room and saw that although the furnishings in the room were simple, it was very tidy. She was really tired today, so she lay down on the bed. "Huh? Why is this bed so soft?" Meng Ruyu pressed the bedboard under her with her hand and found it was extremely soft. Lying on it felt like lying on a cloud. "What is this made of?" He really knows how to enjoy himself. "I guess the Emperor's bed must be just like this, right? You know what? Lying on this is really comfortable." Meng Ruyu discovered that Lu Chen could surprise her anytime and anywhere. Meng Ruyu lay on the bed as soft as cotton and slept comfortably all night. She had never slept so soundly as she did today in all the years. When I woke up, it was already bright day. When Meng Ruyu got up to wash, Tian Lingling came to instruct her on how to use shampoo, facial cleanser, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrush. During his many years of military career, Meng Ruyu has always had a simple and rough lifestyle. But today, she suddenly felt that her life of just over a decade had been lived in vain. She went to war with her father at the age of 13, and her father died in battle when she was 15. Because of her outstanding military achievements, she was deeply trusted and loved by her father's former subordinates, so she naturally took charge of her father's former subordinates. Ever since she could remember, she practiced martial arts with her master every day, constantly strengthening her body regardless of the scorching heat or bitter cold. Afterwards, she entered the military camp, where she fought battles every day and was exhausted. I never knew what enjoyment meant. It seems quite good to use these things occasionally. Everyone loves beauty, not to mention that Meng Ruyu is just a 19-year-old young woman. Wait until Lu Chen comes back and buy some from him to keep with you. The 3 bandit strongholds were not close to Lujia's high and were dozens of miles away. It was not until the afternoon that Lu Chen rushed back with several of Meng Ruyu's subordinates. After returning to the village, several of Meng Ruyu's subordinates immediately reported to Meng Ruyu. "Thank you for your hard work along the way." Several spies all shook their heads. "General, it's not hard. It's not hard. I didn't sleep all night last night and ran over 100 miles straight. How could it not be tiring?" The leading spy, named Jiang Zan, replied, "General, it's not hard at all. It's only been one sleepless night. I'm used to it." Meng Ruyu smiled gently and said, "Tell me, did you encounter any trouble along the way?" Jiang Zan said, "No trouble at all. Not only is there no trouble, it's like walking on flat ground." When Lu Chen went out, he only brought one follower with him besides Jiang Zan and his friends. The attendant's name is Tian Ye. Judging from their conversation, she should be Lu Chen's cousin. Tian Ye didn't talk much along the way. She was just an ordinary farm girl. But when they arrived at the bandit camp, Jiang Zan and his companions were truly enlightened. There are dozens to hundreds of people left in each bandit stronghold. The first stronghold they arrived at was the Evil Valley. Although it was night, the gate of the Evil Valley village was still brightly lit and tightly guarded. Jiang Zan thought this would be another fierce battle. After all, there were only 6 of them. But who knew that Lu Chen just waved his hand and Tian Ye rushed up alone? Under the astonished gaze of Jiang Zan and others, Tian Ye jumped up and directly jumped onto the village wall, which was more than 2 meters high. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Before Jiang Zan and his friends could figure out what was going on, more than 80 people in the Evil Valley had been killed by Tian Ye. The same is true for the Qingfeng Cliff and Duanhuan Mountain that follow. Lu Chen was responsible for waving, while Jiang Zan and others were responsible for staring in amazement. Tian Ye was responsible for killing the bandits. "General, you don't know that Miss Tian Ye is so strong, so strong." Jiang Zan continued, "If we had a few, oh no, even just 2 warriors like Tian Ye in our army, our Meng family army would definitely be invincible, victorious in every battle." A trace of bitterness rose in Meng Ruyu's heart. Lu Chen has more than 1 or 2 Tian Yes under his command. The more than 100 female soldiers under his command may all have the same strength. Tian Lingling, who has been responsible for guiding her and using various novel items these days, is Tian Ye's sister. Meng Ryu had observed Tian Lingling before. Although she was only a little girl in her teens, her strength was unfathomable. Even if she took action herself, she might not be able to defeat this little girl who was only about 10 years old. I heard these girls are training in the next courtyard. If you have nothing to do, go check it out. Meng Ryu is now a guest of honor in Lu Chen's family. She can come and go freely and no one stops her. She turned around and went to Lu Chen's house. She didn't go to look for Lu Chen, but went directly to the martial arts field. At this time, Lu Chen was alone in the study, counting the spoils. This time when we went to the bandit stronghold, we got all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry, which was equivalent to nearly 30,000 taels of silver. Together with the 9,000 taels looted from the bandits before, the total amount was 38,000 taels. Adding to the previous nearly 20,000 taels, the total is more than 50,000 taels. He hasn't been spending much money in stores lately. Purchasing materials for building city walls and houses, as well as distributing weapons and equipment to the girls, also cost nearly 20,000 taels of silver, or nearly 20 million system coins. He now has more than 30,000 taels left on hand. Next, there are more and bigger projects, which will also require a lot of money. These more than 30,000 taels may not be enough. This is also thanks to the strong value of the system currency. If he had purchased these supplies in reality, he might have spent all the money he had on hand long ago. We have to find a chance to make some more money. Lu Chen felt that he was very poor. A small county magistrate could easily get tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. He can't be worse than a county magistrate, right? While Lu Chen was thinking about how to make money, Meng Ryu was already fascinated by the performance on the stage. On the training ground, these young female soldiers were actually practicing a set of superb and exquisite sword techniques. Chapter 72, the general, is actually a martial arts fanatic. From his master, Meng Ryu learned that he was a rare martial arts genius. It was precisely because of this that she became a half-step grandmaster at such a young age. This is also the reason why she is invincible on the battlefield. Although she is known as a general, only she herself knows that she has another identity, that is, a martial arts fanatic. People who love martial arts as if their life is like her, Meng Ryu, is just that. On the training ground, Zhao Daya was directing the female soldiers to practice swordsmanship. Thanks to the 100-fold proficiency bonus, the female soldiers' swordsmanship improved rapidly. Especially the new recruits who have just joined, they're making progress at a speed visible to the naked eye almost every quarter of an hour. And those veterans still have great potential for improvement. After all, this is the master swordsmanship that Lu Chen bought from the system store. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. This sword technique is completely different from the sword techniques that humans have explored step by step. The more Meng Ryu watched, the more fascinated she became. She was so absorbed in it for a long time that she seemed to have forgotten everything. General Meng, General Meng. A voice rang in her ears, and Meng Ryu finally woke up from her dream. So it's Miss Lu. Excuse me, may I ask where you learned this sword technique? Lu Xiaolan said, General Meng, this sword technique was taught to me by my young master. When she first started practicing this sword technique, Lu Xiaolan was just an ordinary girl who knew nothing about martial arts. But after practicing till now, she has mastered 70% of this sword technique. At this time, she was considered a top master in the martial arts field. Her vision is far beyond that of ordinary warriors. Of course, she knew the subtleties of this knife technique. It can be said that if this sword technique were to be leaked, it would surely bring about bloodshed in the martial arts world. Meng Ryu was a little surprised. You said this sword technique was taught by Master Lu? Exactly. Meng Ryu sighed in her heart. Is this Lu Chen a bottomless treasure? Miss Lu. Meng Ryu felt a little ashamed. She actually wanted to make this request. She was too embarrassed to face anyone. But she still followed her heart and said, I wonder if I can watch you train from the sidelines? Stealing other people's martial arts is a big taboo in the martial arts world. Moreover, this sword technique is so profound that if ordinary warriors can take a look at it, it will be of great benefit to their own cultivation. General Meng, since you're my young master's guest, I believe my young master will not be offended. You can look at it at will. If there are any shortcomings, I hope General Meng can give you some advice. Thank you very much, Miss Lu. Meng Ryu breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked, she saw that the training was over. Only then did Meng Ryu reluctantly leave the martial arts arena. At this time, Lu Chen had already set up another banquet. Seeing Meng Ryu coming out of the martial arts arena, he invited her to come over for dinner. Mr. Lu, I have a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Lu Chen smiled. Tell me what's going on first. I'd like to stay at your house for a few more days. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Can. Lu Chen agreed readily without any hesitation. This was far beyond Meng Ruyu's expectations. Doesn't he know what this means? If she stayed here one more day, Lu Chen would have to spend a lot of food to feed her 1,800 soldiers. But Lu Chen seemed to not care at all. Judging from his appearance, raising nearly 2,000 more soldiers seemed like just a matter of a few copper coins to him. Since he doesn't care, it means he has the ability. He's already supporting thousands of refugees on the construction site, so adding another 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers wouldn't be a big deal. Meng Ruyu prepared herself mentally and tried to dispel the uneasiness in her heart. Then, she settled down with peace of mind. This day lasted for a whole month. For the past month, Meng Ryu has been spending every day in the martial arts training grounds, rarely paying attention to what's happening outside. Anyway, her soldiers have good food and drink every day, and now she wants to take them away. I guess they are not very willing. The food here is so good. Eat meat every day. They didn't even dare to think about it before. It's a sin just thinking about it. Nowadays, many people don't even have tree bark to chew, but they eat meat every day here. It makes me feel guilty just thinking about it. A lot of changes have taken place in the village in this month. The military camp next to Lu Chen's house has been built. Matchbox-like houses for rows of houses surrounding yard. There are 10 rooms in a row, 2 floors above and below, for a total of 80 rooms. In addition to 4 public toilets, 2 kitchens, 2 laundry rooms, and 2 bathrooms, there are 70 houses. After the military camp was built, Tian Luzhu immediately took a team of people to start building a training ground. The training ground did not require too many houses to be built, so by the time the city wall was built, the training ground had already been completed. Tian Luzhu worked tirelessly and brought several teams to start building warehouses, armories, restaurants, and other facilities. Of course, the 1,800 soldiers brought by Meng Ryu cannot eat for free every day. The day after Meng Ryu arrived, she arranged for them to join the ranks of masons, moving bricks, plastering, carrying sand, and doing whatever they could, as long as they had no time to rest. The newly started projects are relatively small, far less than the construction volume of the city walls and moats. These projects only require a few hundred people at most. Meng Zhongyu alone brought 1,800 soldiers. Therefore, the refugees began to panic. There's no work to do here. Shouldn't Master Lu kick us out? Of course. They've taken care of us for so many days, so we should be content. Do you think they'll have to support us forever? If we leave here, where should we go? Although we have some food now, it won't last long. Alas, I will have to live a hard life again. I don't know when I can meet a good man like Mr. Lu again. What good things are you thinking about? If I could meet someone like Mr. Lu once in my life, I would be so lucky. At night, in the shacks outside the village, 2,000 or 3,000 refugees huddled in the darkness, all sighing. Oh, hurry up and pack your things. Tomorrow. Oh, we should leave tomorrow. This is the only place we can eat our fill in this life. Even if we starve to death in the future, it will be like we haven't been in this world. Many refugees packed their bedding overnight, preparing to set off the next day and continue wandering in this chaotic world. Early the next morning, Lu Huaishan came to Lu Chen's house. Master, those refugees outside the city are waiting at the city gate. It seems they are here to say goodbye to you. Lu Chen then remembered that there were some things he had not explained clearly to these refugees. In fact, this was also intentional on his part. He deliberately did not say anything definite so that these refugees would have a certain sense of crisis. Again, he doesn't keep lazy people here. Only with a sense of crisis can one have the motivation to make progress. Let's go and take a look. Lu Chen walked out after he finished speaking. Xie Xiao also hurriedly followed. When he arrived at the city gate, before leaving the city, Lu Chen saw a large crowd of people standing outside. Chapter 73. Continued construction. Mr. Lu, boss. When they saw Lu Chen coming out, 2,000 or 3,000 refugees shouted. Lu Chen waved at them, then looked at the bags on their backs and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Several respected and eloquent refugee representatives came to Lu Chen. Master Lu, thank you for taking care of us during this time. Now that the city wall is completed, it is time for us to leave. The refugees' eyes were filled with gratitude and reluctance. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Where are you planning to go?" The expressions on the faces of several refugees suddenly turned gloomy. Master Lu, the current situation is unstable, with wars going on everywhere. We don't know where to stay, so we can only take it one step at a time. Lu Chen said, since you don't have a better place to go, why don't you all stay in my Lu family village? When the refugees heard this, they were surprised and happy. Of course they would love it. A representative of the first-class people said, Mr. Lu, there's so many of us here. How can we eat here for free? Mr. Lu has been very kind to us these days, and we can't drag him down any longer. Lu Chen laughed and said, how can you eat for free? You work hard every day, and I should be the one thanking you. Without waiting for them to decline, Lu Chen continued, in a few days I have a big project here, even bigger than the city wall repair project. From now on, I will rely on your help. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, thousands of refugees immediately cheered. They don't have to leave anymore. No need to wander around and beg for food anymore. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Thank you for your grace, boss. The refugees expressed their gratitude in waves. After Lu Chen comforted these refugees, he returned home. Madam, tomorrow you go and tell those refugees that our Lu mansion wants to recruit 300 people. A good husband, or do you only want unmarried women? Lu Chen nodded. Of course. Now the military barracks next to the house are habitable. According to the standard configuration of these rooms, they can accommodate 280 people. 300 people can still fit in if they squeeze in a little. After the second phase of the military camp is built, we will be able to recruit more people. The area of the second phase military camp is much larger than the current one, and it can easily accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 people. Afterwards, Lu Chen asked someone to invite Lu Daji to his home and set up a table full of good wine and food in advance. In fact, Lu Daji's current life is worse than those refugees working on the construction site. Although these refugees work hard every day, they can eat several large pieces of fat meat every day. But Lu Daji couldn't do that. After all, he is the village chief of Lu Jiazhai. In name, he is the second most powerful person in the village after Lu Chen. As the village chief, he can't go to the construction site to do the hard work with others, right? It is precisely because of his identity as the village chief that he can only eat rice and drink rice porridge every day. Although days like this are many times better than before. But he can't eat meat. From the very beginning, Lu Chen set a rule that people working on the construction site were not allowed to bring food back home. No one dares to break the rules set by Lu Chen. Even Lu Daji's sons and daughters-in-law who worked on the construction site didn't have the courage to do that. Therefore, whenever Lu Chen went to Lu Daji to discuss village affairs, he would set up a table of delicious food for the village chief to enjoy. It was precisely because of this that when Lu Daji heard that Lu Chen was looking for him, he immediately ran over. Uncle 13, I asked you to come here today to discuss two matters, one big and one small. Lu Chen got straight to the point. Lu Daji gnawed on a soft, crispy chicken leg and nodded repeatedly. Go on. You go on. I'm listening. As for this matter, every household in the village has stored some rice. Later, villagers can exchange grain for pork. 1 pound of grain can be exchanged for 2 ounces of pork. Later today, you can inform the villagers about this matter. When Lu Daji heard this, he was so happy. Isn't this exactly what we've been dreaming about day and night? These days, he eats white rice and drinks rice porridge every day, but he always feels hungry. Later, he realized that he was not hungry, but greedy. Many times he looked at the rice stored at home and thought how great it would be if he could exchange it for pork. Unexpectedly, today Lu Chen just fulfilled his wish. Okay, this is great. Nephew Lu Chen, your idea really hits the nail on the head. Lu Daji's face flushed with excitement. The old woman and his family is so greedy for pork that her eyes are green with greed. So much so that every day when she saw the greasy lips of her sons and daughters-in-law coming home, she would get angry for no reason and always find fault with the children. And the second thing is the real thing, Lu Chen said. In fact, his suggestion to exchange rice for pork was a sudden idea he came up with. If the village chief, Lu Daji, is so greedy for meat, then the other people in the village must be the same. It's no big deal to occasionally let the elderly, the weak, women and children who cannot work on the construction site have a bite of meat. What's the matter? Tell me. Lu Daji put down the chicken leg in his hand. Since I can eat meat every day in the future, these 2 bites don't matter. Tomorrow, go find the village chief, Sun, and tell him I'm going to bulldoze all the houses in Sunjiazwang. Lu Daji was shocked and asked hurriedly, what happened? How do the people from Sunji Azwang offend you? Lu Chen smiled and said, Uncle 13, why are you so anxious? I just want to raise the entire Lu family village and rebuild the houses. They must all be two-story buildings made of blue bricks and large tiles. Lu Daji gasped, my God, how much money will this cost? Lu Chen shook his head. I don't just want to build a few hundred houses. I want to build thousands of houses in Sunji Azwang. Not only can the people of Sunji Azwang live in them, but all the villagers of Luji Azhai can also live in them. In addition, the thousands of refugees outside will also be able to live in Sunji Azwang. This, nephew, you are not kidding me, are you? With so many houses, it must be worth more than 100,000 or 200,000 taels of silver. Lu Chen secretly sighed that Lu Daji was indeed worthy of being the village chief. He estimated the amount of silver needed in one go. However, more than 100,000 or 200,000 taels of silver are definitely not enough. Because the house that Lu Chen wants to build is not just for accommodating the villagers from the two villages and the refugees from outside. He also wants to attract more people to settle here in the future. Just go and discuss this matter with Sun Lijing. As for the silver, I have some on hand. If it's not enough, I have other ways. Lu Chen bought building materials from the system store at a much lower price. Even so, the money he had was not enough. But he is not worried about it. Chapter 74, the first Grandmaster of the Great Zhou. Lu Chen plans to go to the county town when he has time. During this period, he was not short of money, because the bandit gangs around him were very smart and always gave him money. But now, he has to build the city wall of Sunji Azwang and thousands of houses in Sunji Azwang, and the money he has is definitely not enough. The area of Sunji Azwang is several times larger than that of Luji Azhai. Combined with the farmland near the village, it would be no problem to build Sunji Azwang into the size of a small county town. Sunji Azwang is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one mountain road leading out of the mountains. This trail is not far to the east of Luji Azhai. As for the path from Luji Azhai to Sunji Azwang, it is so rugged and difficult to travel on that it cannot be called a road at all. Lu Chen plans to build Sunji Azwang into a solid city. This city will be Lu Chen's permanent base in the future. Building a city costs a huge amount of money. This is also the reason why Lu Chen wants to go to the county town. I believe there are many treasures in the county town. If the silver and money he dug in the county town was not enough, he would go to the county town. If the county city is not enough, go to the state city. And if the state city is not enough, go to the capital. You can always dig up enough silver. However, the most important thing right now is to recruit new soldiers. As his territory grew larger, he needed more subordinates. This is the most important thing. The next day, the news that the Lu family wanted to recruit people spread quickly. The gate of the Lu mansion was suddenly crowded with people. Countless refugees came with their daughters, hoping to try their luck. Helpers like them can eat so well in Lu Chen's house. If their daughter enters the Lu mansion, won't her life be a paradise? However, the number of places is limited, and their daughter may not be able to enter the Lu mansion. Suddenly, Lu Chen's door was crowded with people, bustling with activity, and it was very lively. Why are you pushing me? I'm in the front. How did you get in front of me? I was standing here originally. Who pushed you? I'm talking to you about your daughter. How old is she? She must be around 17 or 18, right? Everyone here knows that Lu Chen doesn't accept older people. My daughter is only 13. She can definitely do it. Definitely can do it. My daughter, I'm counting on you from now on. Stop pushing. Stop pushing. Who stepped on my foot? It wasn't until Xie Qiao walked out the door that everyone calmed down. Everyone line up, come one by one. As soon as Xie Qiao spoke, everyone lined up obediently. A literate female soldier took a pen and paper and began to take notes on the table. Another female soldier was responsible for asking the girls about their situation. Name, age, where are you from, what are your parents' names? You've never been married. Have you? If you've been married, leave now. We won't accept you here. The recruitment process is proceeding in an orderly manner. It was a rare occasion that Meng Ruyu didn't go to the training ground today. As soon as she heard that Lu Chen was recruiting, she rushed over immediately. She wanted to see the qualifications of the girls Lu Chen recruited. After all, she is a half-step grandmaster, and her eyes are very poisonous. How this girl is born weak and sickly. How can she be a martial arts practitioner? No way, he even wants to take in a girl like this. What is Lu Chen thinking? This girl is barely normal, but she's also not outstanding at all. Which of my female soldiers isn't better than her? No way. You accepted this too. Speaking of which, this Lu Chen is indifferent to both sexes, so he'll take in any girl. Meng Ruyu watched and kept complaining in her heart. She looked for a long time, but couldn't find a good candidate with excellent qualifications among these girls. They're not picking people, they're just picking up junk. Meng Ruyu didn't look down on these girls. Rather, these girls are not cut out for martial arts. Isn't this misleading the young people? I won't watch it anymore. My stomach hurts. Meng Ruyu ran to the martial arts field angrily to continue observing and learning sword techniques. At this time, in a dense forest in the north of Hudou County, a team was hurriedly moving forward. The leaders were dressed in brocade clothes, riding tall horses, and looked majestic. One of them was a middle-aged man with a thin appearance, a pale face, and no beard. He had a pair of triangular eyes under his drooping eyebrows and looked cold and indifferent. Beside him, a white-haired old man rode side by side with him. He suddenly said, "Eunuch, this place is less than 100 miles away from the Lu family village. Do you need to stop and rest for a while?" The pale-faced, middle-aged man said calmly, "Mr. G, this operation concerns the fate of our great Zhou. How dare we slack off for even a moment?" Mr. G showed a slight disdain on his face. In such a poor and remote place, can there be hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Humph! Even we only know a little bit about this matter. It's obviously a matter of great importance. I hope Mr. G will be careful with his words. Mr. G then stopped talking and just looked at the group of disguised soldiers behind him. This time, there are 2 grandmasters and 2 half-step grandmasters. This lineup is enough to destroy top sect. Even the 50 soldiers behind them were all carefully selected top masters. It seems that the secret thing that the emperor is doing this time is determined to succeed. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the woods. Immediately afterwards, 200 or 300 people rushed out from the side of the road and surrounded the group. The leader, holding a mace in his hand, stood in the middle of the road with a fierce look. He said with full energy, "Leaving your money behind will save your lives." Mr. G sighed slightly. He killed so many people along the way that he felt no mercy. Among them were refugees begging for food on the road. There are also robbers like this who don't know how to live or die. "Mr. G, please," the white-faced eunuch said coldly. Mr. G had no choice but to urge his horse forward. The bandit leader swung his mace and said, "If you dare to come forward again, I'll smash your head off." Mr. G drew the long sword from his waist. "Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck for running into us." After saying that, he swung his sword, and a cold light flashed across. Before the bandit leader could block it, his head flew out. Seeing the big boss bleeding to death, all the minions shouted and surrounded him to kill him. "Kill!" The 2 men behind the white-faced eunuch also took out their weapons and charged into the crowd. 50 soldiers drew their swords and rushed towards the bandits. In an instant, cold light flashed and blood mist filled the sky. Screams were heard one after another. Lies are falling one after another. Facing these martial arts masters, 200 or 300 bandits were killed without any chance to fight back. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the bandits were killed or injured. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining bandits shouted, scattered like birds and beasts, and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. Mr. G took out a silk handkerchief and wiped the sword carefully. The white-faced eunuch patted his horse and continued forward, saying, "Mr. G is indeed worthy of being the #1 grandmaster of our great Zhou dynasty. He is truly amazing. This sword technique is so superb and has reached the pinnacle. I really admire him. I admire him." A hint of anger flashed in Mr. G's eyes. If this man did not have such great power, he would have torn him into pieces long ago. What a shame it is to let a great master be treated like a dog. Chapter 75, The General Wants to Bully the Little Girl. After recruiting 300 new people, Lu Chen arranged for Xie Qiao to give them powerful pills. After testing, all the new people passed the test. Lu Chen distributed uniforms and weapons to them, and asked Zhao Daya to lead them and the previous veterans to the newly built training ground for swordsmanship training. Meng Ruyu followed them all the way to the training ground. She wanted to see how much these girls with mediocre talents could achieve. More than 400 female soldiers were training seriously on every move in the training ground. Meng Ruyu, who was outside the field, became more and more frightened as she watched, and finally she was completely stunned. The girls who were just recruited had average qualifications yesterday. When Meng Ruyu looked at them again today, she found that they all had excellent talents. Moreover, these girls were very agile. Their sword movements were extremely fast and powerful, and each of them looked like someone who had practiced martial arts for many years. Meng Ryu kept rubbing his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. I've heard that there's a secluded sect in the snowy mountains of the far north. I heard that decades ago, they used a 1,000-year-old snow lotus to refine a marrow-cleansing pill. It's said that this pill can cleanse the bones and marrow, turning an ordinary person into a martial arts prodigy once seen in 1,000 years. Could it be that Lu Chen gave them the marrow-cleansing pill? Meng Ryu felt that she must be crazy for having such a thought. Decades ago, all the top masters of the great Zhou dynasty fled to the extremely cold land in the north, trying to snatch the marrow-cleansing pill. In the end, this battle for the marrow-cleansing pill led to the deaths of countless top masters. The last marrow-cleansing pill also disappeared. Just one marrow-cleansing pill caused a bloody storm in the entire martial arts world. But Lu Chen took out a full 300 once. 300 pieces. How is this possible? But if it wasn't for the marrow-cleansing pill, how could he have transformed these 300 girls? Meng Ryu wanted to rush into the Lu mansion and ask Lu Chen for clarification. But she immediately dismissed the idea. No matter how stupid Lu Chen was, he would never tell her. Next, Meng Ryu saw something even more shocking. These 300 new recruits had only practiced swordsmanship on the training ground for half a day, but they had already become quite skilled in it. No, it can't be said to be very formal. They have even grasped some of the essence of this sword technique. Meng Ryu felt that her worldview had collapsed. For the past month, she watched them practice this sword technique in the martial arts field every day. At night, she would practice secretly by herself. After a month, she had only begun to understand the basics and was far from mastering it. You know, she is a recognized martial arts genius in the world. And how is it possible that all these girls are gifted and talented? Could it be that the elixir Lu Chen gave them not only strengthens the tendons and marrow, but also significantly improves their comprehension? If that's true, then wouldn't this pill be a miracle drug? It was not until this moment that Meng Ryu understood why Lu Chen recruited people so casually. It turned out that he didn't care about their qualifications at all. No matter how poor their foundation is, once in his hands, he can make them look brand new from the inside out. Meng Ryu stroked her forehead gently and felt a dull pain in her forehead. She decided that she must find Lu Chen to get to the bottom of things. If she doesn't get to the bottom of it, she won't be able to sleep well. At dinner time, after eating and drinking, Meng Ryu mentioned this matter to Lu Chen. Mr. Lu, what secret method did you use to elevate those girls' talents to the highest level? Lu Chen knew she would ask this question. He then smiled calmly and said, General Meng, please forgive me, Lu Chen, but I cannot reveal this secret method to outsiders. Meng Ryu also knew that she came to ask because of her inner demons, and she shouldn't have asked. But she just couldn't help it. She was still unwilling to give up and asked again, Then what exactly do you want me to do so that I can tell you? Lu Chen extended his hand. Please enter my Lu mansion. What? Impossible. Meng Ryu almost jumped up. What's she doing here? She came here just to recruit Lu Chen as her subordinate. Later, when she realized that things were impossible, she wanted to cooperate with Lu Chen and create a great cause together. Now, Lu Chen actually wants to take her in as a subordinate. How could she agree? No, you will agree. Lu Chen smiled. You wish. Lu Chen stared into Meng Ryu's beautiful eyes and said, You have no choice. Meng Ryu said stubbornly, Why do I have no choice? If I don't become your subordinate, will I die? Yes. Lu Chen said, You and your subordinates have no money, no food, and nowhere to go. Where else can you go except my Lu family village? Meng Ryu was deflated all of a sudden. In fact, she has been thinking about this issue these days. After thinking about it, she couldn't think of a good way out. She brought her father's old subordinates from the northern border to the army of Marquis Jingyuan. Because of the rebellion of Marquis Jingyuan, she had to lead her people with some food and grass to live in seclusion in the mountains. If she had not accidentally learned about the existence of a person like Lu Chen, she and her subordinates would probably have been penniless by now and might even have become bandits. Lu Chen stared at the loyalty sign above Meng Ryu's head and had already decided on her. Meng Ryu's loyalty is now 82. Although this number is not too high, it shows that Meng Ryu already agrees with him very much. When she actually joins his team, This value will definitely exceed 90 or even exceed 95. Seeing Meng Ruyu's face changing from gloomy to bright, Lu Chen used his ultimate move again. If you follow me, I will also transform your body, and your strength will surely make a huge leap. Meng Ruyu sneered. Does this general still need to improve his bones? Do you think this general is one of those little girls you just picked up? Lu Chen smiled. Why? Do you look down on my soldiers? Meng Ryu didn't say anything because she really looked down on him. She didn't look down on those girls, but how could their aptitude and understanding compare to a genius like her? It was just because of Lu Chen's face that she didn't dare to say it out loud. Let's do this, Lu Chen said. Pick any of my soldiers. If you can defeat them, I will never mention this matter again. I will also give you another 10,000 dan of grain. What do you think? Really? No falsehood. Meng Ryu slammed the table and said, yes. Meng Ryu felt greatly insulted. However, compared to the 10,000 share of grain, she could still bear this little injustice. 10,000 dan of grain, if eaten sparingly, would be enough to feed his 1,800 soldiers for 2 whole years. Let's go pick someone. After saying that, Lu Chen and Meng Ryu went out and walked towards the military camp. Mr. Lu, we're all joking, but are you really planning on letting me pick on those newly arrived girls? Lu Chen looked at Meng Ryu with a strange look. Can you beat those girls in my courtyard? In Lu Chen's view, the girls living in his house are now considered veterans. Meng Ryu was really unsure about this. However, Meng Ryu felt a little reluctant to let a general who had fought on the battlefield for many years bully those farm girls who had only practiced swordsmanship for half a day. Forget it. For the sake of those 10,000 dan of grain, I'll break my vow this time. At worst, I'll be gentler later and not make the little girl cry. Chapter 76. The Imperial Edict has arrived. The two came to the military camp next to Lu Mansion. It was already evening. The girls were busy taking a bath and washing clothes, while many people gathered in a group, chattering endlessly. They were not yet fully familiar with the life and various facilities in the military camp, and everything felt new to them. Look at this house. It's so beautifully built. It's 1,000 times better than the shack we live in. Look at this window, and then look at this floor, and this bed, and this table. We have 3 meals a day here, and every meal has meat. It's truly a life of wonder. Look at the present, and think about the past, what kind of life we lived. Seeing Lu Chen, Meng Ryu, and others come in, the girls all stopped and stood in several rows. Hello, Master Lu. Hello, Madam Xia. Hello, General Meng. Girls, Lu Chen said, this is General Meng. She wants to pick one of you to fight with her. Whoever she picks, be careful and be gentle. Don't hurt General Meng. These new recruits are not like the girls selected from Lujia's High before. Before they came, they had been well fed and cared for a month or 2. The physical deficit is not great. After taking the Dolly pills, the body's strength is greatly improved. In addition, they practiced swordsmanship for half a day, which made up for their physical shortcomings. At this time, their physical strength has exceeded the limits of human beings. If they attacked with all their strength, Meng Ryu would not be able to withstand it. After Lu Chen said this, Meng Ryu felt that her self-esteem had suffered a critical blow. Girls, don't listen to Mr. Lu, Meng Ryu said immediately. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and signaled Meng Ryu to choose someone from among them. Meng Ryu casually pointed at a tall girl of about 15 or 16 years old and said, Little sister, what's your name? In reply to General Meng, my name is Chun Anan. Meng Ryu said gently, Chun Anan, are you willing to fight with me? Chun Anan puffed out her chest and said, I do. Lu Chen nodded. Okay. Chun Anan, remember what I said just now. Be careful when you attack. Don't hurt General Meng. Meng Ryu glared at Lu Chen fiercely, then said to Chun Anan, use as much strength as you can. Don't listen to Mr. Lu's nonsense. Xie Qiao said to Chun Anan, just remember, don't hurt General Meng. Okay, I'll listen to Madam Xia. Lu Chen said, you two start. The girls immediately cleared a large space in the middle. Meng Ryu and Chun Anan stood opposite each other. Meng Ryu waved. You come first. Chun Anan was not polite either, and walked up to Meng Ryu and punched her. Meng Ryu shook her head slightly. As expected, it was obvious that he had never practiced martial arts. The arms, body, waist, legs, feet, every part of the body is out of coordination. She tilted her body to avoid the punch and kicked towards Chun Anan. The two men soon fought together. The fight was very lively with people coming and going. Meng Ryu was reserved at first, and she didn't dare to attack with all her strength for fear of hurting Chen. However, the more she fought, the more she felt something was wrong. Chen's reaction speed is very fast, and many of her moves, if used on others, are generally difficult to dodge. But Chen was able to avoid it easily, and even had the strength to fight back. Moreover, every time the two of them fought, Meng Ryu felt that the opponent was very strong, and she was actually at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. As the fight continued, Meng Ryu felt even more upset. Because she found that Chen Ainen actually did as Lu Chen instructed, she did not use her full strength. Chen Ainen's punches and kicks were completely random. He was just fighting based on instinct. How to say it? Chen Ainen only used one set of boxing techniques from beginning to end. This set of boxing techniques is what everyone knows as the turtle fist. But even so, Meng Ryu tried her best, but couldn't do anything to Chen Ainen. Her punch was too powerful. How did she dodge this move? With that kind of speed and movement, is it possible for a human to do that? Meng Ryu was extremely shocked. What kind of opportunity did Lu Chen give these girls? Their strength has reached such a terrifying level. She has practiced martial arts for many years and has never been defeated in single combat. Today, is she going to be defeated by a little girl who doesn't know any martial arts? Boss, something terrible is happening. Suddenly, an urgent shout came from outside. Lu Chen said, stop fighting. Lu Chen knew that if the fight continued, Meng Ryu would definitely lose. After fighting for a while, Chen Ainen never used his full strength and was very relaxed throughout the whole process. Looking at Meng Ryu again, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lu Huaishan ran all the way into the military camp. What's up? Lu Chen looked at Lu Huaishan and thought that he came at the right time. If it weren't for him, Meng Ryu would have been in a difficult situation today. Meng Ryu has a strong sense of self-esteem. If she loses the fight today, she will probably feel uncomfortable for several days. Boss, someone from the capital is looking for you. They say there's an imperial edict. Everyone in the military camp was stunned. Imperial edict? How could the emperor's edict end up in this godforsaken place? Meng Ryu was the most nervous. She is nominally a subordinate of Marquis Jinyuan. Marquis Jinyuan has rebelled. So isn't she also a rebel? She immediately took out a veil and covered her face. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen worriedly. She didn't expect that the emperor would know about Lu Chen's existence so quickly. At present, Lu Chen only has a few hundred people on his hands. How can he resist the royal family? Lu Chen frowned slightly. What does this old emperor want from me? Let's go out and take a look. Lu Chen walked out of the military camp. Meng Ryu and Xie Qiao followed closely behind. In the military camp, 300 new recruits followed Lu Chen and others out one after another. At this time at the city gate, there was a hint of anger and murderous intent in the white-faced eunuch's eyes. How daring! Such a small village has built such a tall wall. Who are they defending against? Could it be the great Zhou dynasty? Mr. G stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, Eunuch, bandits are rampant right now, and the garrisons in various places are overwhelmed and have no time to care about these villages. It's understandable that they build a city to protect themselves. Mr. G discovered that whenever he stroked his beard, the father-in-law would become inexplicably angry. Therefore, he liked touching his beard more and more. Snort! The white-faced eunuch snorted coldly. Mr. G, are you saying that the great Zhou court is incompetent? Mr. G smiled and said, No. Our great Zhou dynasty has a clean and honest government. The current emperor is proficient in both civil and military affairs. The whole country is in peace and prosperity. A few small-time rebels and traitors are just minor inconveniences, not worth mentioning. That's good to know. The white-faced eunuch looked around the city and saw that most of the houses were dilapidated thatched houses, with only 2 houses that were decent. Just a bunch of troublemakers. This time he came here, he had to sleep in the open air all the way. When had he ever suffered such hardship before? He will definitely vent his anger later. Here I come. Mr. G pointed to a large group of people not far away. Chapter 77. Kill with one move. The white-faced eunuch looked at the group of people coming from the opposite direction. There was a young man in the lead, with a handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing. Behind him were hundreds of teenage girls. They were all dressed in sky-blue clothes and carried long swords on their backs. Although they could not be said to be beauties, They were all pretty and charming. The white-faced eunuch showed an undisguised look of contempt on his face. We thought he was so capable, but it turns out he's just a kid playing house. When Lu Chen and the others came closer, the white-faced eunuch cleared his throat and said loudly, "Lu Chen, accept the order." Lu Chen stopped, raised his eyebrows, and looked at these uninvited guests without saying anything. The white-faced eunuch looked at Lu Chen with a cold gaze. "Are you Lu Chen from Lijiazhai?" Lu Chen said calmly. "That's right." The white-faced eunuch said sternly, "Since you are Lu Chen, why don't you kneel to receive the imperial edict?" Lu Chen snorted softly. "Who do you think you are?" "Bull!" The two people behind the white-faced eunuch shouted in unison. Mr. G smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, this is the chief eunuch of the imperial court, the head of the Jinui, the chief eunuch of the imperial household, the chief eunuch of the imperial household, and the commander of the Baohe 3 stores, Sima Zhongxian, the eunuch Sima." Lu Chen was almost frightened by his long list of official titles. Any of these titles is highly sought after. It seems that this person is deeply favored by the emperor. However, his name seems to sound familiar. Lu Chen thought about it and shook his head. "I don't recognize him." Mr. G looked at Sima Zhongxian and saw that his face was terribly gloomy. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Lu, whether you recognize it or not, you must accept this imperial edict." Lu Chen spread his hands and said, "Why should I answer it?" "Rebellion! Rebellion!" Sima Zhongxian screamed in a hoarse voice. When he shouted, the 50 followers behind him all drew their weapons from their waists, gripped the hilts tightly with both hands, and pointed the tips of the swords upwards. Suddenly, the sword shone brightly and dazzlingly. Seeing that the other party wanted to use force, the more than 400 female soldiers behind Lu Chen all drew their swords, stared at the opposite side with sharp eyes, and were ready to take action at any time. At this time, hundreds of villagers and thousands of refugees had gathered around them. They were all shocked when they saw the tension between the two sides. This is a high-ranking official sent down by the emperor himself, and Master Lu isn't afraid at all. What are you afraid of? Master Lu has killed thousands of soldiers and officers, so why would he be afraid of these few officials? Since we follow Master Lu, we'll stick to it. If he rebels, then so be it. Don't be afraid of the ball. No matter what, this is the emperor's decree. It's okay for Master Lu to just pretend to do it. If he does this, will it anger the emperor and cause him to send troops to encircle and suppress us? I heard the old emperor is worried sick right now. There are Tartars in the north, rebels in the west, and the Marquis of Jinyuan is also rebelling in the south. How can he care about us? That's true, that's true. Mr. G watched coldly from the sidelines. Seeing Lu Chen's calm expression, not panicking at all, he smiled and said, "Put them away. Put all your weapons away. Let's talk it out." Sima Zhongxian looked at Lu Chen with cold eyes. "Do you accept this imperial edict or not?" Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately started cursing. "Get on with it. You damned eunuch. You're a bastard who will end your family lineage, and you're showing off your power on my turf." Lu Chen suddenly remembered who Sima Zhongxian was. This person flatters the emperor every day, drives out loyal ministers, commits many evil deeds, and has no conscience. A person like this cannot atone for his sins, even if he dies 1,000 times. If he doesn't take this opportunity to curse a few times, it would be a great loss. Sima Zhongxian was so angry that his eyes rolled back. He pointed at Lu Chen and said, "Catch him." Zhao Dia said crisply, "Protect the young master." Hundreds of female soldiers quickly stepped forward and formed several teams of human walls in front of Lu Chen, holding their long swords across their chests. "Ha ha!" The two half-step masters behind Sima Zhongxian both burst into laughter. One of them pointed at the female soldiers and said, "You ignorant little brats. I am Long Wentian, the leader of the Haotian sect. Today, I alone can kill you all." Zhao Dia said in a deep voice, "Who's willing to fight? Kill this beast." "I'm willing to fight." Hundreds of female soldiers shouted at the same time. Zhao Dia pointed at Xiaomei in the front row and said, "Xiaomei, go and kill him for me." Xiaomei stepped out of the line and came to the center of the field. Long Wentian was so angry that he almost laughed. He pointed at Xiaomei and stuttered, "You really want to die?" Xiaomei waved the long knife in her hand. "Come here quickly and die." Long Wentian looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian gritted his teeth and said, "Cut her into pieces." Long Wentian drew his sword, made a sword flower, and came to 5 steps away from Xiaomei. "Girl, I think you're pretty. If you follow me, I'll spare your life and take you to the capital to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. How about that? Xiaomei's face was frosty, and she said nothing. She swung her long sword and rushed straight towards Long Wentian. Long Wentian chuckled. Good timing. He used the rhinoceros gazing at the moon move and aimed his sword straight at Xiaomei's throat. Xiaomei twisted her body flexibly to avoid the sword tip and slashed at Long Wentian with the long sword in her hand. Long Wentian was shocked. What a fast knife! He retreated hastily, drawing his sword to defend himself. But he had a beautiful idea. But the reality is always unsatisfactory. All his plans were based on the assumption that the other party was a warrior of the same level as him. Pity. Not really. He moves too slowly. Xiaomei's knife is too fast. Swish. One knife. Just one knife. Long Wentian's head rolled to the ground. This. Mr. Ji couldn't help but gasp. Another half-step grandmaster behind Sima Zhongxian also made the same move as Mr. Ji at the same time. This is a gone now. A half-step grandmaster, the dignified leader of the Haotian sect, actually lost his life in a single blow. How is this possible? Many people think it's impossible. Sima Zhongxian's body stiffened. Including him, there were a total of 4 top-notch masters, and one of them was gone in the blink of an eye. Meng Ruyu, who was watching the battle, could see everything clearly even though she was wearing a veil. She also took a deep breath. The leader of Haotian sect is one of the famous top masters in the imperial city. Even she was no match for him. But Xiaomei chopped off his head after just one encounter. Meng Ruyu suddenly remembered the duel with Chun Ainen today. If the two of them were to fight with weapons, Meng Ruyu didn't know how many moves she could withstand. Mr. Ji. Sima Zhongxian screamed. Mr. Ji raised his head and said, I never fight with women. Sima Zhongxian asked sternly, could it be that Mr. Ji also intends to disobey the imperial order? At this time, another half-step grandmaster said loudly, Eunuch, He Chun wants to fight. Sima Zhongxian glanced at He Chun and asked, Are you sure? He Chun sneered. This woman is definitely cheating. I just need to be careful, and I will definitely win. He Chun simply didn't believe that a mere teenage girl could have the strength of a grandmaster. You know, there are only a handful of grandmasters in the entire Zhou dynasty. Moreover, they're all over 50 years old and have been immersed in martial arts for decades. Even if he told the world the truth, he wouldn't believe that the little kid in front of him could be a great master. Chapter 78 Brother, will you accept my younger sister? Lu Chen suddenly remembered something. These people opposite are either rich or noble. They must be very wealthy. Not to mention the leader, Sima Zhongxian, even the leader of the Haotian sect who was just killed as the leader of a sect. He must be very rich. He immediately said, Daya, capture them all alive. Zhao Daya turned around and said, Okay, Brother Lu. She said to Xiaomei, Xiaomei, go down and rest for a while. Xiaomei had no choice but to return to the queue. What she actually wanted to say was that she was not tired at all and did not need to rest at all. Xiaoju, you play in the next game. Xiaoju stepped forward with a knife in hand. Be careful, it has to be alive. Yes, instructor. Xiaoju came to the field. At this time, He Chun had already taken off his special weapon from his horse, a 9-foot-long Qinglong sword. Holding the Qinglong sword, he came to the front of the formation and saw that the girl had returned to the team, and another girl had replaced her on the field. He Chun felt regretful. If he had killed the girl just now, wouldn't it prove that his strength far surpassed Long Wentian? What a shame. What a shame. He Chun held the knife in both hands and came to about 2 feet away from Xiaoju, then stopped moving forward. He was afraid that he would fall into the other party's trap like Long Wentian. Little kid, Grandpa wants to teach you how to write the word death. After saying that, He Chun slammed the handle of the knife to the ground. With this force, He Chun leaped up and flew nearly 2 meters high. The first move of the Tyrant Blade. Mad Dragon Break. The Qinglong sword fell from the sky, as powerful as a raging fire, and chopped down Xiaoju's petite body. Before the knife arrived, the wind pressure had already made Xiaoju's hair dance wildly. I want you to know that in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are in vain. There was a cruel look on He Chun's lips. Xiaoju looked up at the knife, but her face was expressionless. He Chun added another 3 points of strength to his hands, exerting all his strength. Boom! A muffled sound. The ground shook. The knife fell to the ground, and dust splashed. The onlookers were all sweating. This knife is too powerful. The stirred-up dust covered the entire space within 10 feet of Xiaoju. Not knowing life or death. Ha ha! He Chun laughed. But the next moment, his laughter stopped. He habitually wanted to draw his knife, but found that the knife in his hand did not move at all. It was not until then that he saw Xiaoju standing in front of him in the thick smoke and dust. It's empty? How can it be split in the air? He Chun could see clearly that his sword strike seemed to have hit the target. Oh no! Could it be that I've fallen into a trap again? He Chun hurriedly drew his knife again, but the knife still did not move. Only then did he see that Xiaoju's hand was currently grasping the knife. Humph! Is your one hand stronger than my two hands? He Chun drew his sword with all his strength again. The knife didn't move at all. He Chun shuddered violently, and a chill spread through his body. Could it be that she really has the strength of a grandmaster? No, even a grandmaster probably wouldn't have as much strength as her. No, she must be cheating again. He Chun simply dropped the knife and stretched out his hand to grab Xiaoju's head. In addition to swordsmanship, his best skill is eagle claw. As long as he can catch Xiaoju, he will leave 5 bloody holes on her head. At this time, Xiaoju suddenly made a move and grabbed He Chun's wrist with just one grab. She pulled hard to the side. He Chun felt as if he was being dragged by several horses. He fell to the ground involuntarily, and his entire face hit the ground hard. He was about to stand up when Xiaoju stepped on his back. He tried hard to get up, but one of Xiaoju's feet seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. The dust settled. Only then did people see the situation clearly. He Chun was completely stepped on by Xiaoju. He was lying face down on the ground, his face covered in blood. His hands and feet were scratching and digging at the ground, like a turtle trapped under a huge rock. Helpless and ridiculous. Sima Zhongxian's face turned from white to blue, then from blue to red, and finally to the color of liver. Yi Yongnian. Ji Yongnian, who was watching He Chun's performance, was stunned and looked at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian called him by his name, which showed that he was really angry. Ji Yongnian was angry, but helpless. His entire family, as well as many relatives and friends, are all in the capital. He immediately said, "Father-in-law, I don't believe these girls are spirits." After saying that, he lifted his long gown and walked into the arena. At this time, 2 female soldiers had stepped forward, twisted He Chun's arms, and controlled him. Zhao Daya said, "Xiaoju, you have made great contributions in this battle. You can go down now." Then she looked at the female soldiers. "You Li Shui go up." "Yes, instructor." A little girl of about 14 or 15 walked into the venue, holding a long knife tightly. Seeing this, Sima Zhongxian's face turned dark instantly. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. These hundreds of little kids can't all possess the strength of a great master. Thinking of this, he felt his head go dizzy, his crotch loosened, and he couldn't help but urinate. Ji Yongnian came to the center of the field and bowed to Li Shui. "I am Ji Yongnian, the old lady, and I would like to ask for your advice. I hope you will show mercy and not break my old bones." Li Shui followed suit and bowed to Ji Yongnian. "Li Shui, please teach me, senior." Ji Yongnian drew his long sword and said, "This old sword technique is called Tianya. Tianya is far away. Life is short. I wield my sword across the world, not as a hero, but to kill. Kill." Before a ray of cold light arrived, the sword intent was already radiating. Li Shui narrowed her eyes. The sky was raining swords, each one pointing at her vital points. But 9 of them were fake and 1 was real, and Li Shui immediately saw the real sword. She rushed forward with her knife. Clang! A dragon roar sounded, lingering in the ears. Everyone saw a sword flying high into the sky. "You lose." The knife in Li Shui's hand was already placed on Ji Yongnian's neck. Ji Yongnian had a dazed look on his face. Everyone was shocked. One move. With just one move, Li Shui defeated the old man. Others may not understand the reason, but Sima Zhongxian only felt his crotch loosen again. "Xiantian, Xiantian, Xiantian." Sima Zhongxian was as shocked and horrified as if he had woken up and found that he had become a real man again. "Xiantian, you're actually an Xiantian master." Ji Yongnian's face was pale and his whole body was trembling. The realm of Grandmaster is not the limit of human beings. Above the Grandmaster, there is the innate realm. The innate realm only exists in legends. It is said that more than 100 years ago, a congenital master appeared in the Zhou dynasty. But that's just a rumor. There is no real evidence to support this. Ji Yongyan never expected that he would actually be able to see a master of the Xiantian realm with his own eyes in this life. But the ridiculous thing is that this innate master is just a teenager. At this time, Meng Ryu had hurriedly come to Lu Chen's side. "Mr. Lu, Brother Lu, are you still going to accept me as your little sister? What do you think of me? Am I qualified to be your little sister?" Chapter 79, The Serious Consequences of Answering the Question. Although Meng Ryu is a soldier, she is also a martial arts fanatic. Every martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty knew a name, Ji Yongyan. Ji Yongyan has been famous for a long time and is recognized as the best martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty. He had been promoted to Grand Master more than 20 years ago and had never met an opponent. But now, Ji Yongyan was defeated by an unknown little girl. Moreover, this little girl defeated the #1 martial arts master of the Great Zhou dynasty with just one move. Meng Ryu was so shocked that she couldn't express it in words. She knew that among Lu Chen's female soldiers, Li Shui was mediocre and unremarkable. Innate realm. When Meng Ryu thought of the 3 words Xiantian realm, her chest felt hot. If she also joins Lu Chen's team, could she also reach the Xiantian realm? This was something she never dared to dream of. Therefore, she immediately told Lu Chen that she was willing to follow him. We'll discuss this later. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he looked towards a field. Sima Zhongxian's eyes were darting around at this time, and he was already considering a retreat. Nothing could be done today, so it is better to run away. But he couldn't just flee in such a hurry. In front of hundreds of innate masters, he wanted to escape? How could it be that easy? "Lu Chen, do you admit your guilt?" Sima Zhongxian plucked up his courage and tried to maintain a tough appearance. At this time, Zhao Daya had already ordered people to take Ji Yongyan away. At this moment, Ji Yongyan had completely lost his previous carefree and detached demeanor. He had a wooden expression on his face, like a walking corpse, and was escorted to the back of the team by 2 female soldiers. Lu Chen smiled calmly and said, "You damn eunuch. What other tricks do you want to play? How dare you? You killed and injured the Emperor's envoy, and even arrested Mr. Ji. Do you know what the consequences will be? Lu Chen, you damn eunuch, if you have to fart, just do it now and don't waste my time." Consequences? Don't you think I don't know what the consequences are and need you to remind me? Sima Zhongxian was so choked by Lu Chen that he was speechless. After a while, he said, "If that's the case, don't blame me for telling the truth in front of the Emperor." He looked fierce, but was actually weak. He wanted to act pretentiously, but was afraid to anger Lu Chen. Lu Chen laughed. "Oh, damn eunuch. Do you think you still have a chance to speak ill of me in front of the Emperor?" If it were someone else who dared to call the eunuch a dead eunuch, Sima Zhongxian would have wiped out his entire family long ago. But the situation was stronger than him, so he could only pretend not to hear. "What do you mean?" Sima Zhongxian realized that something was wrong. "How do you say it?" Lu Chen shouted. "Catch them all. Don't let any of them go." Sima Zhongxian suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the city. Zhao Daya shouted, "Bring him back to me." The 2 female soldiers immediately ran away. At this time, there were only 50 soldiers left in the field. They were in a panic, wanted to run but not daring to, and were in a state of panic. They're not stupid. Even Ji Yongyan and 2 half-step grandmasters were defeated so miserably. These little karamis are not even as good as a plate of peanuts in front of so many innate realm masters. Dare to resist? They will eat you up in a matter of minutes. 400 female soldiers quickly surrounded them, making it impossible for them to escape. In less than a moment, the 2 female soldiers brought Sima Zhongxian back. It was not until this point that Sima Zhongxian completely gave up. Before, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps the strength of these girls is not at the innate level. Maybe it was true, as He Chun said, that they used some secret method to cheat and defeated Ji Yongyan and the other 2. But just now, he fought with 2 female soldiers. Actually, it wasn't really a fight. Sima Zhongxian was completely crushed by the 2 of them. In front of the 2 female soldiers, he was like a chicken countering a wolf and was subdued in an instant. He was a great master, one of the top masters in the Great Zhou dynasty, but he was dragged back by 2 teenage girls, twisting his arms like a chicken thief caught in the act. "Master Lu, Mr. Lu, what are you doing? I'm an imperial envoy sent by the Emperor." As soon as Sima Zhongxian saw Lu Chen, he started howling in a hoarse voice. Lu Chen looked at him and ignored him. He ordered all 50 soldiers to be tied up. Tie them up tight. They're all warriors. If you tie them loose, it won't work. Several female soldiers ran back to Lu's residence and brought back several bundles of ropes. These ropes were used to tie the scaffolding when the city wall was being built. They were all nylon ropes that Lu Chen bought from the system store. They were both strong and elastic, and very suitable for tying people up. Soon, the female soldiers tied up all the soldiers tightly. When it was almost Sima Zhongxin's turn, he started howling again. Master Lu, I serve the emperor every day. If I don't return to the capital for a long time, I'm afraid the emperor won't be able to eat or sleep well. Master Lu, please be kind and let me go. The emperor worries about state affairs every day, and his hair has turned white. If I weren't there to serve him, what would he do? Lu Chen smiled. How about I tie up the old emperor as well, so that it will be more convenient for you to serve him? Sima Zhongxian was immediately speechless. He didn't expect that Lu Chen would dare to say such outrageous words. Lu Chen came up to Sima Zhongxian and asked, "Don't you love arresting people? Let me ask you, if you capture someone with strong martial arts skills, how do you keep them under control?" Sima Zhongxian didn't understand what it meant at first, but when he thought about it, he broke out in a cold sweat. "You don't want to tell me, right? Then I'll ask someone else." At this moment, a man suddenly rushed forward and kicked Sima Zhongxian on the back. "Tell me or not. You want to be beaten, right?" The kick was so fierce that it knocked Sima Zhongxian to the ground. When he raised his face with difficulty, it was covered in blood, and even his nose was crooked. When Lu Chen looked, it was Chu Yun who took action. At this time, Chu Yun's face was full of hatred, and sparks were almost coming out his eyes. Sure enough, Chu Yun is a man with a story. But this was not the time to talk about this. Lu Chen let Sima Zhongxin go and looked at the soldiers. Before he even opened his mouth to ask, several soldiers began to answer. "Mr. Lu, I know. I'll tell you. I know that too, I say." Several soldiers talked at once and told one by one how they dealt with the warriors. Lu Chen shook his head after hearing this. "Oh, how cruel. But I like it." After saying that, Lu Chen took a small group of female soldiers home. After arriving home, he bought more than 50 iron chains for tying Tibetan mastiffs from the system store, as well as more than 50 handcuffs, several thick iron chains, and several thin iron chains. Then, with these things, he returned to the city gate. After the village was expanded, the city gate was more than 200 meters away from the village entrance, and the space was open, which was just right to be used as a square temporarily. Seeing the weapons in Lu Chen and the female soldiers' hands, and hearing the clanging sounds of the iron chains being dragged across the ground, Sima Zhongxian and the other soldiers were all frightened to the point of looking pale. The few soldiers who had answered the question just now regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have gone into so much detail. Chapter 80. Screaming like a pig being slaughtered. At this time, it was already dark, but the number of people watching the excitement at the city gate increased instead of decreased. Even the old lady who needed someone to help her walk rushed over from home. The screams of dozens of people in the field did not make the people feel uncomfortable. It serves them right. None of these officials are good people. Yes, not all the suffering we've endured is caused by them. My two poor children, if that damned official hadn't embezzled the relief grain, how could you too starve to death? And these soldiers, none of them are good. Where were they when our village was burned, killed, and looted by bandits? We ordinary people use our food to feed them, but when we need them, they become turtles. My poor parents were killed by bandits in order to protect me. I just like to hear their cries. The more miserable they cry, the happier I am. Yes, yes, yes. Me too. This is my favorite. Unfortunately, because they were a bit far away and it was too dark, they did not have a chance to see the bloody scene. Otherwise, they might have been happier. In the field, Chu Yun asked Lu Chen for help. "Brother Lu, let me take care of this damn eunuch myself." Lu Chen looked at Chu Yun, and the hatred in her eyes became stronger. Looking at her like this, if he hadn't been there, Chu Yun would have skinned Sima Zhongxian alive long ago. "Okay, just don't kill him." Chu Yun walked quickly towards Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian saw that Chu Yun had a bad look on her face and remembered the kick she had just given him, and suddenly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Sima Zhongxian soon let out a pig-slaughtering howl. His screams caused another uproar among the onlookers. "Listen, it seems like that damn eunuch is calling out." "Yes, that's him. He sounds like a woman. I heard that this eunuch holds a high position and is a favorite of the emperor. The higher the official, the more evil he commits. Why shouldn't he be in pain to death? It would be better if he were in pain to death. Listen, does his cries sound like someone slaughtering a pig? Like, really like. When my family slaughtered pigs in the past, they screamed so miserably. Amid Sima Zhongxian's miserable howls, Meng Ruyu came to Lu Chen's side and whispered, "Brother." Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her. "What big brother? How old are you?" "I am 19. Lu Chen, I'm only 16. Meng Ruyu looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. "Oh, I'm 3 years older than you." "Lu Chen, you don't want to say something like the girl is a junior in college, do you? Anyway, I'll just call you Big Brother. I like calling you Big Brother." Meng Ruyu is very smart. Calling him Big Brother will bring him many benefits. You can do whatever you want, but I don't have a sister like you. Meng Ruyu almost forgot about the important matter. She said softly, "Brother." Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over his body. Why did this sound so wrong? Where has the General Meng, who was so heroic and acted like the emperor and the most powerful person, gone? "Brother, I want to ask you for something." Lu Chen moved aside and said, "Let's talk about the matter, but please don't be like this, okay?" Xie Xiao was watching closely from his side. "Meng Ruyu, I just want to get closer to Big Brother. What are you thinking?" "Lu Chen, what's the matter? Tell me." "It's like this, Big Brother. Mr. G is already so old. Cannot." Meng Ruyu clenched her fists in anger. "Brother, this is the first time I've asked you for help. Could you please not refuse so bluntly? Why are you pleading for him?" Meng Ruyu loosened his clenched hands and whispered, "Mr. G is the #1 martial artist in the Great Zhou dynasty. He holds a high reputation among the martial arts community. If we treat him too harshly, we might offend the entire martial arts community." Lu Chen smiled. "I thought you, General Meng, would be different, but it turns out you are just like this." Meng Ruyu said awkwardly, "Brother, I have been practicing martial arts since I was young, and Mr. G has always been the person I admire the most." Lu Chen's expression suddenly changed. From the day he became a dog for the old emperor, he should have been aware of his role as a dog. Meng Ruyu was stunned for a moment and said nothing more. In fact, she also knew that countless people had died at the hands of Ji Yongnian, and a large number of them were innocent. Thinking of this, she felt relieved. However, when Meng Ruyu thought of the strong man whom she admired most since childhood, enduring the humiliating pain of an iron chain piercing his scapula, she still sighed inwardly. Lu Chen suddenly added, "Remember, martial arts masters, grandmasters are nothing to me. If you want, you can easily beat him to a pulp tomorrow." Meng Ruyu was overjoyed. "Brother, is it true? You are really my dear brother." Lu Chen chuckled. These so-called martial arts masters, so-called grandmasters, no matter how high their martial arts skills are, after all, just ordinary people. It's just that they have maximized the potential of the human body by working hard to strengthen their bodies. Compared with these girls under his command who have taken powerful pills, they are not worth mentioning at all. By this time, it was completely dark. A team of female soldiers had already brought lanterns from Lu Chen's house and arranged them in several rows in the middle of the field to make it easier for the female soldiers to deal with Sima Zhongxian and others. Lu Chen gave some instructions to Zhao Daya and Lu Xiulan, and then prepared to go home with Xie Xiao. Zhao Daya and the others are growing very fast. With strong strength as their backing, they have equally strong self-confidence. Their strong self-confidence allows them to handle various matters more easily. Lu Chen felt relieved to leave things to them. He and Xie Xiao had only taken a few steps when they heard someone shouting loudly from the city wall. "Who are you? What do you want? The city gates are closed. We can talk about it tomorrow." Xie Xiao said, "My husband, it seems like someone outside the city wants to come in." Only then did Lu Chen hear a faint noise outside the city gate. Sima Zhongxian and the other screams were so loud that he didn't notice them just now. "Let's go over and see what's going on." Lu Chen and Xie Xiao came to the city wall and looked down. I saw a large group of people gathered outside the city gate, at least 200 or 300 of them. "Brother, please be kind and let us go into the city. We've been walking for a few days and are tired and hungry. Please give us something to eat." "Uncle, let us in." "Brother, please give me something to eat. My child is fainting from hunger. If he doesn't eat something, he'll die." Lu Chen now has excellent eyesight. He saw that the people below were all ordinary refugees, so he immediately ordered people to open the city gate. Afterwards, he said to Xie Xiao, "Go back and tell someone to cook 2 large pots of porridge and arrange for a few people to serve them." Xie Xiao hurried home. At this time, the city gates were open and refugees poured in. Zhao Daya dispatched a team of female soldiers to maintain order to avoid chaos. Lu Chen looked at this group of refugees and felt that something was wrong. With so many refugees suddenly arriving, something must have happened. Chapter 81. Yes, I want. The Imperial Army has been defeated. Marquis Jing Yuan's rebels are coming. Before Lu Chen could ask, several refugees started shouting. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The most panicked were the thousands of refugees. Lu Chen had just settled them down and thought that he would finally have a few days of good life. Who knew the rebels would attack again? The rebels are coming, and I don't know if the walls of Lujiazhai can stop them. After all, the rebels are not bandits. There are tens of thousands of them. Lu Chen immediately ordered the patrol team to intensify patrols day and night. He also asked Zhao Daya to take Sima Zhongxian and others to several houses in the training ground. 5 or 6 houses were built on the training ground to store the soldiers' clothes, weapons, and personal belongings. Free up 2 or 3 rooms to detain Sima Zhongxian and others. As for whether it is too crowded, don't worry about it. Then Lu Chen called Tian Luzhu over and asked him to arrange more people to speed up the construction progress of several towers outside the city. Starting tomorrow, you'll take a few hundred people and build a section of wall and a gate at the entrance of Sunjiazwang. As for the other sections, we will build them slowly later. Tian Luzhu said, Okay, sir. I'll take people there early tomorrow morning. Also, arrange for another 3,000 men to build some houses outside Sunjiazwang. If the refugees aren't enough, select some from General Meng's men. These houses should be built in the same style as the military camp next to my home, all 2-story buildings. I'll draw you a blueprint later and explain the rough plan for Sunjiazwang. Also, after the gates of Sunjiazwang are completed, all other projects will be suspended and manpower will be concentrated on building houses. The weather is getting colder day by day. If we don't finish the houses soon, the refugees will suffer when winter comes. Okay, I understand, boss. Tian Luzhu nodded repeatedly. However, Tian Luzhu soon frowned. It's just, boss, the time is a bit tight. I'm afraid that we can't build so many houses before winter. Lu Chen said, I know. Let's build as many as we can. If not, let them squeeze in first. Tian Luzhu sighed. Boss, if you hadn't taken these refugees in, most of them would have starved to death or frozen to death in the winter. Do what you can and save those who can. After Tian Luzhu left, Lu Chen called Lu Xiulan over and asked her to select another 200 men from the young and strong men in Sunjiazwang to strengthen the patrol team. From now on, you will divide the patrol team into several small teams and patrol our Lujiazwang and Sunjiazai separately. You must not stop day or night. Okay, Brother Lu, I'll go right away. Lu Xiulan left in a hurry. At this time, Xie Qiao came over again after arranging the kitchen to provide porridge to the refugees. My lady, Sima Zhongxian only has 3 meals of porridge a day. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. Let them also experience the suffering we ordinary people endure. Xie Qiao snorted coldly. They're getting a good deal on this. How can the common people even have porridge to drink right now? Besides, our porridge is all white rice. When Lu Chen heard it, he thought, yes. Then cook some cornmeal porridge for them. You know, most refugees can't even afford cornmeal porridge. Xie Qiao smiled and said, Okay, husband, cornmeal porridge. Lu Chen harvested a lot of corn in his space warehouse. But these corns are all shelled. Of course, there's also cornmeal that has been ground. But how could Lu Chen let Sima Zhongxian and the others eat these? Cornmeal and cornmeal are 2 completely different things. Corn flour is flour made by mixing and crushing corn and corn cobs after the corn is peeled. This kind of corn noodles taste like a knife scraping back and forth across your throat. So sour and refreshing. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt sad. Lu Chen's predecessor was still looking forward to having another sip of cornmeal porridge before he died. In troubled times, people are like grass, living worse than a dog. It was not until then that the village chief, Lu Daji, came to Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been busy before, so he didn't dare to disturb him. Lu Daji apologized carefully. Xiao Chun, I've discussed this with the village head son 2 or 3 times, but he just won't convince me. He said that if all the houses in the village are demolished, the villagers in their village will have nowhere to live when winter comes. Lu Daji was afraid that Lu Chen would blame him. As the village chief, he can't even handle this little thing. Lu Chen smiled and said, I didn't think this through. I have arranged for Uncle Lu Zhu to go to Sunjiazwang to build a house tomorrow. Once the house is built, we will demolish their old house. Lu Daji finally breathed a sigh of relief and told Lu Chen about the imperial envoy coming to deliver the imperial edict. I was just looking for you about this. Please arrange some staff to take care of Sima Zhongxian and the others' food, drink, and toilet. You know, all my subordinates are girls, so it's not convenient for me to look after them. Sima Zhongxian and his companions were all wearing handcuffs and shackles, with an iron chain passing through their scapulas. They were also strung together in groups of 5. The slightest movement of their hands and feet would cause them to break out in sweats of pain, making anything they did uncomfortable. But even so, Lu Chen planned to arrange another 10 female soldiers, divided into 2 groups, to watch them day and night to prevent them from escaping. Only after arranging this matter did Lu Chen return home. When he got home, Lu Chen was not idle either. He asked Yang Yuhuan to call Meng Ruyu, who lived in the backyard. Meng Ruyu hurried over with a blush on her face, looking extremely excited. "Brother, are you planning to improve my cultivation?" As soon as she saw Lu Chen, she asked immediately. If she hadn't mentioned it, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about it. "It's like this. You will be my subordinate from now on. You're good at training soldiers and deploying troops. From now on, you and Zhao Daya will be in charge of military affairs. What do you think? I thought it was something else. Leave the military matters to me." Meng Ruyu agreed readily. "Don't you have anything else to say to me besides this?" Meng Ruyu stared at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen stretched out his hand, and in his palm was a powerful pill. When he agreed to accept Meng Ruyu, her loyalty instantly reached full level. So Lu Chen didn't say anything more and directly gave the ultimate reward. Just this. Meng Ruyu looked at the powerful pill in Lu Chen's hand and still couldn't believe it. Can such a small pill really instantly elevate her from a half-step grandmaster to the innate realm? You don't want it? Seeing Meng Ruyu staring at the pill stupidly without making any move, Lu Chen pretended to take it back. Yes, I want it. Meng Ruyu reached out to grab the pill and immediately stuffed it into her mouth. Lu Chen, look how anxious you are. I haven't even mentioned the side effects yet. Side effects? This medicine has side effects? Tell me quickly, what are the side effects? Why does my body hurt so much? This is poison. Why are you trying to harm me? Meng Ruyu wanted to grab Lu Chen angrily, but the severe pain in her body prevented her from doing anything. Lu Chen looked at her jokingly. The side effects I was talking about are what you are like now. Chapter 82, What is cornmeal? Is this the strength of the Xiantian realm? After the pain in Meng Ruyu's body disappeared, she closed her eyes and felt the power surging in her body. As a top-notch master, Meng Ruyu's vision is naturally extraordinary. Strength. She felt that there was infinite power in her body. Powerful. She felt that she had become extremely powerful at this moment. She felt that she was invincible and could do anything. She also felt that her body was as strong as steel and no one could defeat her. She also felt that she was as light as a swallow and wanted to fly into the sky. Innate realm. This is the innate realm. Meng Ruyu feels that her current self can beat 100 of her former selves. Meng Ruyu opened her eyes and saw Lu Chen looking at her with a smile. She stepped forward and grabbed Lu Chen's hand. Brother, you are a god, right? Apart from gods, who else would have such magical powers? You scratch me. Meng Ruyu quickly let go of her hand and smiled at Lu Chen embarrassedly. Her current strength is too great, and she hasn't adapted to it for a while. I'll let Zhao Daya teach you knife skills tomorrow. Meng Ruyu then remembered something and asked hurriedly, Brother, there's something I've never understood. Why are the girls under your command making such rapid progress in swordsmanship, while I've been studying for a month and still haven't gotten started? Lu Chen smiled and said, Try again tomorrow. I'll go find Zhao Daya right now. After saying that, Meng Ruyu ran out like the wind. Lu Chen shook his head. Does this still look like a great general? At this time, in the utility room of the training ground. What is this? Did you take the wrong thing? Is this food for people? My dog wouldn't even look at it if I gave it to him. 2 villagers carried a wooden bucket and were responsible for serving meals to Sima Zhongxian and others. Several other villagers removed their handcuffs. Sima Zhongxian looked at the porridge that was so thin that you could see your reflection in it, and he had no appetite at all. He-chun was already starving, so he picked up the bowl and drank. He just took a mouthful of cornmeal porridge and immediately vomited it out. I can't swallow it at all. It feels like with chips mixed with water. A villager named Lu Daniu said sarcastically, Hey, sir, Do you still think you are enjoying yourself here? Another villager said, "This is the cornmeal that we country folks eat most often. In this year of disaster, the people don't even have this to eat, and yet you're disgusted with it." Yes, yes, yes. If it weren't for Mr. Lu's kindness, we in Lujiazhai wouldn't even be able to eat this cornmeal. After hearing what he said, several soldiers also picked up their bowls and tried to take a sip. Bah. This is not for human consumption at all. It's too hard to drink. Do you have any steam buns? Forget the porridge, I just need 2 steam buns. When the villagers heard this, they all laughed so hard that they fell over. Steam buns? Are you dreaming? These days, who can even afford steam buns? Forget steamed buns, there's not even grass to chew on. It's already a favor from my master Lu to give you a bowl of cornmeal porridge. All the soldiers were dumbfounded. What? You're not saying we're just going to drink this porridge every day? Can you survive by eating porridge every day? You'll die of starvation in a few days. All the soldiers in the room wailed in grief. It would have been fine if he hadn't spoken, but as soon as he spoke, the wound was agitated again, and the screams of pain that had just stopped resounded again. Sima Zhongxian was like a bereaved family member and said nothing. However, Ji Onyan took the bowl and drank the whole bowl of cornmeal porridge in one breath. This caused all the soldiers to look at him. When I was young, I drank a lot of this cornmeal porridge. What these young brothers said is right. During the slack season, the people in the countryside drink this every day. Ji Onyan smacked his lips and added, "If you add a few wild vegetables, it will be even more delicious." Seeing him like this, all the soldiers were actually a little greedy. Ji Onyan looked at the soldiers and said earnestly, "Hurry up and drink it. If you drink one less bowl, you may lose a day of life." The soldiers looked at each other and felt that what Ji Onyan said must be correct. In addition, they had been hungry for most of the day, so they could only endure the discomfort and drink the cornmeal porridge in the bowl. Only Sima Zhongxian didn't even look at the porridge. It's not that he doesn't want to drink it, but after so many years of living a life of luxury, he really can't drink this porridge. Even if you drink it, you have to spit it out. It's better not to drink it, so as not to lose face in front of everyone. After the villagers who brought food left, the soldiers suddenly cried out in grief. Our king thought this was a good job. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have bothered to come in and endure this. I even gave my boss 100 taels of silver to squeeze in. I gave 200 taels. Oh my God, is this the life we live? When will it end? I just came in. I think there's a long way to go. They didn't say it out loud, but they were secretly criticizing it in their hearts. Everyone knew that there was meat to be had by following Sima Zhongxian, and everyone wanted to follow him to reap some benefits. But I didn't expect that I would suffer such a big setback this time. I wonder what the meal will be like tomorrow. They won't let us drink this every day, right? Who knows? I just finished this bowl of porridge, and I'm already hungry again. These soldiers, who had just finished dinner, were already looking forward to tomorrow's breakfast. However, the next morning, the soldiers waited and waited, but did not get any breakfast. It was almost noon when several villagers brought another large bucket. A soldier hurriedly took a look into the bucket and immediately sighed again. Ouch, cornmeal porridge again. Lu Chen angrily said, "Tell me, why didn't you send us breakfast?" A villager sneered. Breakfast? Where can I get breakfast? Don't you know that we only have 2 meals a day in the countryside? When the soldiers heard this, they sighed sadly again. They complained, but no one dared to swear at each other. Because yesterday, several of Lu Chen's men warned them that if they didn't behave themselves, they would be beaten into behavior. Even Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongyan didn't dare to say much, let alone them. This went on for 3 days. 3 days later, Sima Zhongxian finally started drinking porridge. After drinking the porridge, he licked his lips carefully, and it seemed quite delicious. These soldiers no longer complained that the cornmeal porridge was unpalatable. Not only did they not reject it, they even asked the villagers who served them to give them more. Do you think you could drink this porridge to your heart content? You're dreaming. Lu Daniu sneered bluntly. Poor soldiers, even after drinking the porridge, they were still hungry, just like they hadn't drunk anything at all. At this time, Meng Ruyu walked in with a ruthless pace. After seeing Meng Ruyu's face clearly, Sima Zhongxian's expression suddenly changed. Ew, are you General Meng Meng? Meng Ryu smiled and said, "It's me." Chapter 83, Money Over Life. General Meng, aren't you serving under the traitor Wang Lang, Marquis of Jingyuan? Why are you here? Meng Ryu smiled and said, "Speaking of this, I have to thank you, eunuch. If it weren't for your full support, How could I have been transferred to Wang Lang's subordinates? And if I hadn't been transferred to Wang Lang's subordinates, how could I have met Master Lu? Meng Ryu approached Sima Zhongxian and whispered, if I hadn't met Master Lu, how could I have advanced to the Xiantian realm? For the past 3 days, Meng Ryu felt like she was dreaming. For more than a month, she watched the female soldiers practice swordsmanship in the training ground every day, but she could never figure out the tricks. But after taking the powerful pill, she made rapid progress in practicing the sword technique. Meng Ryu asked Lu Chen about this several times, but Lu Chen just smiled and said nothing. At this time, Meng Ryu was at the Xiantian realm, and with Lu Chen's magical swordsmanship, she was not invincible in the world, but at least apart from Lu Chen, she was sure that no one in the world could be her opponent. This feeling of being invincible is so wonderful. First, Heaven Realm. Sima Zhongxian was shocked and felt mixed emotions. Not long ago, Meng Ryu had to be extremely cautious when she saw him, but in less than a year, the status of the two had changed dramatically. General Meng, what brings you here today? Your transfer to Marquis Jingyuan is just official business. I hope General Meng won't blame me. Meng Ryu laughed and said, I don't care about the past at all. As I said just now, I have to thank you, father-in-law, for this opportunity. She put away her smile and said seriously, Eunuch, are there any of your trusted confidants among these soldiers? Sima Zhongxian didn't know why she asked this and said, General Meng, I trust these people. Well, then you pick 2 of them and have them go to the capital to deliver a message to the old emperor. Okay. General Meng, what message are you delivering? Meng Ryu, of course it's the ransom. Don't you want to return to the capital and continue to enjoy your wealth and glory? Hearing Meng Ryu's words, the soldiers all showed surprise in their eyes. It was only 3 days, but they felt it was so long. When they learned that 2 people would be chosen to return to the capital to deliver the letter, they all looked at Sima Zhongxian eagerly, hoping that he would choose them. At this time, Ji Yongnian, who had kept his eyes closed, said, General Meng, I wonder how much ransom your Master Lu wants? Meng Ryu said, I won't hide it from you. The ransom for each of these soldiers is 5,000 taels of silver. Mr. Ji and this lord, he will each receive 100,000 taels of silver. Sima Zhongxian couldn't wait any longer. He asked impatiently, General Meng, how much is the ransom for our family? We have lived in poverty and have never been corrupt. The emperor occasionally gave us a few taels of silver, but I used it to help the poor. There's not a single copper left in our house. Sima Zhongxian knew very well that the emperor was worried about the money and couldn't sleep day and night. The ransom would most likely be paid out of their own pockets to redeem themselves. Meng Ryu was almost laughed out of anger by him. As everyone knows, among all the officials of the Zhou dynasty, who dares to say that he is richer than Sima Zhongxian? Even so, he is still crying poor. It is said that although Sima Zhongxian was rich enough to rival a country, he was extremely stingy. Even if a copper coin fell into a cesspool, he would reach out and fish it out. Once the money entered Sima Zhongxian's pocket, it would be difficult to pull out even if he had 8 horses. It seems that the rumors are true. Even though he is about to die, he is still holding on to his wallet tightly. He really values money more than his life. Meng Ryu immediately said, I don't care if you have money or not. If you don't give me the money, you'll have to spend the rest of your life in jail. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Master Lu is planning to build a dungeon. Then, General Meng, we really don't have any money. I wonder what our ransom is. Sima Zhongxian looked at Meng Ryu cautiously, fearing that she would say a huge number. Your ransom, eunuch, is 100,000. Meng Ryu had just finished speaking when he heard Ji Yongnian sigh softly. Obviously, the number of 100,000 disappointed Ji Yongnian. But Sima Zhongxian seemed to have stepped on his tail and almost jumped up. What? 100,000 taels of silver? General Meng, you might as well kill me. Even if you tear my old bones apart, I can't sell them for more than a few taels of silver. General Meng, I beg you, please ask Master Lu for mercy, saying that I am a powerless eunuch. How can I have so much silver? Sima Zhongxian begged bitterly, tears streaming down his face. If Meng Ryu hadn't been a woman, he would have pounced on her and hugged her thighs to beg her. Meng Ryu took a step back in disgust and said, Eunuch, I haven't finished speaking yet. Sima Zhongxian suddenly became alert. He hurriedly said, General Meng, even if it's 100,000 copper coins, our family can't come up with it. If it's a few thousand copper coins, maybe we can barely scrape together a bit. His performance was so realistic that Ji Yongyan and the soldiers almost vomited out the cornmeal porridge they had eaten the previous night. Meng Ryu took another step back and said, "Eunuch, listen carefully. Your ransom is 100,000 taels of gold." Sima Zhongxian rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Meng Ryu said no more and said, "Mr. Ji, when he wakes up, let him quickly choose someone. If he still doesn't have a good candidate when I come next time, I will chop off one of his arms." After saying that, he left without looking back. As soon as Meng Ryu left, Sima Zhongxian woke up. "I won't live anymore. I won't live anymore. What's the point of living? Without the money, what's the point of living anymore?" Sima Zhongxian burst into tears, weeping bitterly, weeping with all his heart, weeping until the sky was dark and the sky was dark. She cried for more than 2 hours, until her throat was hoarse and she couldn't make any sound, but she was still humming with tears and snot. Meng Ryu told Lu Chen about Sima Zhongxian's refusal to pay the ransom, laughing as she spoke. "This is worse than killing him." Lu Chen asked, "Isn't that a bit too much? What if he really doesn't want the money? Wouldn't all our efforts be in vain?" "Don't worry, my dear brother," Meng Ryu said. "It's only 100,000 taels of gold. For him, it's just a minor pain in the flesh, not a serious injury." "Really?" Lu Chen suddenly became interested. If he had a large amount of gold and silver on hand, he could fly to the sky and jump into the sea. Meng Ryu rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "Forget 100,000 taels of gold. Even if it were 1,000,000 taels of gold, it would only have slightly affected his bones." After hearing this, Lu Chen immediately frowned and began to think. Meng Ryu said, "You don't really want him to take 1,000,000 taels of gold, do you? I'm telling you, even if you kill him, he won't give you that much money. Don't believe me. He really is a man who values money over his life." Chapter 84, Preemptive Strike. This is not what Lu Chen was thinking. He was thinking about how to get all of Sima Zhongxian's property. From the moment Lu Chen learned that this man was Sima Zhongxian, he had no intention of letting him go. Where did Sima Zhongxian's vast fortune go after his death? Anyway, no matter where it goes, it will never fall into the pockets of ordinary people. Has anyone ever seen a portion of a corrupt official's property being confiscated and distributed to the common people? Never. However, the source of these properties is the hard-earned money of the common people. If that's the case, why doesn't Lu Chen snatch it away? With this money in his hands, at least he could help some people. How can this be called robbery? A gentleman loves wealth and gets it in a proper way. I only take ill-gotten gains. After Lu Chen gave himself some psychological counseling, he made up his mind. Go back later and release the man to collect the ransom. Meng Ryu was a little embarrassed. "I'm afraid that old thief Sima won't agree so easily." Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Why did Sima Zhongxian cry so sadly?" "Because he's reluctant to part with the money. Is there any need to explain that?" "That's right." Meng Ryu was puzzled. "What's right?" Lu Chen said. "Since he is crying for his silver, what does this mean?" "It means that he thinks that the silver no longer belongs to him. So he is crying. If he doesn't want to give up the silver at all, is there any need for him to cry so bitterly?" Meng Ryu was a little confused, but he felt that what Lu Chen said seemed to be correct. That seems to be the case. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's just a simple logic problem." "Logic? What logic?" "I'll tell you about this later. When you go there later, no matter what method you use, you must get it done as soon as possible. I'm very short of money right now." The project in Sunji Yazwang has been launched. During these few nights, Lu Chen bought a large amount of building materials in the system store. Money is spent like water. But this water has no source, so we can only find a way from Sima Zhongxian. After Meng Ryu left, Lu Chen called Chu Yun over. "Are you familiar with the capital?" Chu Yun said simply, "I lived in the capital for a few years." "Well, you get ready first. I'm going to the capital in a few days, and you can come with me then." A hint of hatred flashed across Chu Yun's face, but quickly disappeared. Lu Chen caught her subtle expression. Obviously, she has a great enemy in the capital. "Brother Lu, I'll go get ready." After Chu Yun left, Lu Chen called Zhao Daya over again. "Pick 4 smart female soldiers, preferably older ones, and have them come over." "Okay, Brother Lu." Zhao Daya left quickly and brought back 4 girls shortly afterwards. Seeing that they were all around 15 or 16 years old, Lu Chen nodded slightly. In this era, there are very few girls who are still unmarried at the age of 17. 16 years old is considered relatively old among unmarried girls. Lu Chen asked them some questions, such as what their names were, where their homes were, and who else lived at home. The girls answered calmly. Lu Chen chatted with them for a while and felt quite satisfied. After all, they were selected from hundreds of girls, so they must be outstanding. I've arranged for you to go to the capital. You might be leaving soon. Go get ready now. When you're ready, come back and I'll tell you the details. Before leaving, they always have to say goodbye to their family members. Also prepare your personal belongings. Daya, arrange a few more people to go to Hudo County to inquire about where Jinyuan Ho's army is camped and how many soldiers they have. Zhao Daya took the order and left. As soon as Zhao Daya left, Meng Ryu came back. How about it? Meng Ryu laughed and said, It's just as you said. The old thief Sima was stubborn at first, but as soon as I took out the knife and tried to chop off his arm, he immediately agreed to pay money to redeem his life. She continued, He's selecting people now, and he'll be able to leave in a while. Lu Chen said, I have arranged a few people to secretly follow them when the two of them set off. Meng Ryu asked doubtfully, Why are we following them? Their families are in the hands of the old thief Sima. How dare they run away? No, I just want them to lead the way. I want to send a few people to the capital first, but they don't know the way to the capital, so they're the ones leading the way. I see, but why did you send someone to Beijing? You'll know when the night comes. That night, Lu Chen called Meng Ryu, Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, and Lu Xiaolan to the main room. I called you guys here because I want to tell you something. I'm planning to go to the capital soon. Xie Xiao, who was preparing tea for several people, couldn't help shaking his hand when he heard this. Sima Zhongxian has oppressed the good, persecuted the loyal and righteous, and done all sorts of evil things. Now that he's in my hands, I won't let him go. However, he's still useful now, so it won't be too late to kill him after I'm done with him. Meng Ryu looked at Lu Chen. She didn't expect Lu Chen to be so cruel. Not only did he ask for a ransom, he even wanted to kill the person. However, she fully supports the move. Sima Zhongxian amassed a fortune. After his death, rather than letting his wealth fall into the hands of others, it would be better for us to benefit. So, I'm going to the capital this time to take over his property. Meng Ryu glanced at Lu Chen. Why didn't she realize before that this man was so shameless? Talking about robbery in such a high-sounding way. Zhao Daya and the others didn't say anything. No matter what Lu Chen said, they all supported him, because they know that Lu Chen has this ability. Lu Chen continued, Next, tell me how many soldiers we can stop with the current force we have. Zhao Daya thought for a moment and said, If we were just defending the city, we won't be afraid even if 30,000 or 50,000 soldiers come. Chu Yun said, I think 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers can stop it. Meng Ryu said disdainfully, Even if 100,000 soldiers come, we can still win the battle. Lu Chen asked, Can we do it without any injuries? The life of each of our soldiers is extremely precious, and we cannot afford even the slightest mistake. At this moment, everyone fell silent. If there were really tens of thousands of officers and soldiers, they only had more than 400 female soldiers, so it seemed difficult for them to remain completely unharmed. As the saying goes, swords have no eyes. Even if these girls are invincible in close combat, it will be hard to say if the enemy uses a large number of archers. So before I go to the capital, I plan to raid the camp of officers and soldiers stationed in Hudo County. Zhao Daya and the others were all stunned. Xie Xiao said, Sir, if the soldiers don't come to attack us, why don't we go and provoke them first? Isn't that a bad idea? She was worried about angering the government and sending more soldiers to besiege Lujiazhai. Lu Chen said, I've gotten a lot of information from the refugees these past few days. They say the government grain supply in Hudo County is almost gone, and these defeated soldiers haven't brought any with them, so they're searching for food. I think they'll arrive at our Lujiazhai in a few days. After all, our Lujiazhai is well known. Everyone knows that the thousands of refugees here eat meat and white flour buns every day. Meng Ryu understood. Brother, are you trying to take the initiative? Yes. I just want to strike first. Chapter 85. All personnel are issued assault rifles. As soon as Lu Chen said this, he was immediately questioned by Meng Ryu and Lu Xiaolan. It's just that they speak more tactfully. Meng Ryu immediately said, Brother, you must have your reasons for doing this, but have you ever thought about this? If the casualties are too great, who will stand in front of our Lu family village when that Jinyuan marquis attacks? Lu Xiaolan also said, Brother Lu, what General Meng said makes sense. Weakening the strength of the officers and soldiers is also indirectly boosting the strength of Jinyuan Ho. If Jinyuan Ho attacks and the officers and soldiers retreat without a fight, then we will become Jinyuan Ho's #1 enemy. Brother Lu, this doesn't seem good, does it? Meng Ryu is a veteran of the battlefield, has rich combat experience, and has a strategic vision far beyond that of ordinary people. Although Lu Xiaolan had not fought many battles, she was familiar with the Chu records and was well-versed in ancient war examples. Her ability to judge the overall situation was unmatched by few. Lu Chen knew that what they said made a lot of sense. However, they didn't know that they had a trick up their sleeve. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Lu Chen said, early tomorrow morning, call all the soldiers here. I want to give them new equipment. What equipment? Zhao Dai's eyes lit up. The weapons Lu Chen gave to the female soldiers were really useful. The crossbow is powerful, has a long range and high accuracy. The long sword is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud. It is also durable. After several battles, the blade is rarely damaged. Meng Ryu was also curious. What other equipment is more useful than your crossbow and longsword? During this period, she also tried the female soldiers' crossbows and longswords, which were much stronger than the standard weapons issued by the Zhou dynasty. What kind of equipment will Lu Chen give out this time? Tomorrow, you will know. After the meeting, Lu Chen bought 400 assault rifles for 1,000 magazines, 500,000 rounds of bullets, and some target papers from the system store, and placed them all in the east wing. The next morning, 400 female soldiers gathered at Lu Chen's family's training ground. Lu Chen ordered his men to carry 400 rifles and some ammunition to the training ground. Zhao Dai and the others were all extremely surprised when they saw the assault rifle. They had seen Lu Chen use an assault rifle before. With a few shots from it, a large number of enemies fell down. It was simply a powerful weapon on the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Lu Chen actually got hundreds of them this time. If you have this magical weapon in your hand, who in the world can be your enemy? Although Meng Ryu had never seen an assault rifle, she probably knew that it was a type of firearm. The Zhou dynasty did have firearms. However, the muskets of the Great Zhou dynasty were extremely ugly and crude, and there was a world of difference compared to Lu Chen's musket. But Lu Chen's musket is exquisite and beautiful, but it is useless. Meng Ryu immediately said, "Brother, this firearm is good, but the firing process is complicated. It takes a long time to fire a shot, and reloading is too slow. It's fine for auxiliary use, but it's definitely not suitable for use as a main weapon." Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, "General Meng, this musket is not that musket. You will know it after you use it." Meng Ryu was unconvinced. "I've seen plenty of muskets. I even led a musketry unit in a surprise attack on a Tartar barracks. How could I not know what a musket is?" Lu Xiaolan didn't want to argue with her, so she just smiled and said, "You'll know later, General Meng." After the rifles were distributed to each female soldier, Lu Chen picked up a rifle and explained and demonstrated it to the female soldiers. "This is the trigger. It's the most important part of this rifle. Only when you pull the trigger will the bullet be fired. This is the magazine. It holds 35 rounds. When you run out of bullets, press here to remove the magazine and replace it with a new one filled with bullets. Then you can continue firing. This is the rate of fire selector. When you need to fire a single shot, turn it here. If you want to fire 3 shots in a burst, turn it here. If you want to fire continuously, turn it here. If you want to hit the enemy, you must aim at him. If you want to aim, you must know the 3 points in a straight line. When you pull the trigger, you must hold your breath, keep your hands steady, and keep your eyes focused. Only by pulling the trigger smoothly can you kill the enemy with 1 shot. If you want to accurately hit the enemy, you need to know the distance. I've already taught you simple hand-to-hand distance measurement. Once you know the approximate distance, adjust the sight and position it to the corresponding position." After finishing his explanation, Lu Chen continued, "From now on, for the next 2 days, you must practice shooting for 7 hours every day. Don't slack off. Now, Zhao Dai will lead the team. Take your guns, these bullets, and these target papers, and go to the woods behind the mountain to start shooting training." Zhao Dai took a rifle and led the female soldiers to the back mountain. Meng Ryu also got a rifle, but she did not leave. Instead, she asked Lu Chen questions. "Brother, you said this musket can hold 35 rounds of ammunition at once. Is that true? Brother, if a soldier carries 10 or 20 magazines and hundreds of bullets, wouldn't he be invincible on the battlefield? Brother, The firearms of the great Zhou dynasty relied entirely on blind aiming beyond 50 steps. You said this rifle can fire accurately within 500 steps. Is that true, brother? The once mighty and domineering General Meng has now become a curious baby. Lu Chen, why don't you try it and find out? Only then did Meng Ryu hurriedly take his rifle and chase after the main force. After sending everyone away, Lu Chen suddenly saw Xie Qiao's face full of anticipation. Only then did he remember that he had not given her a rifle. My lady, you don't need to go to the battlefield, and you don't need to hold this rifle. Lu Chen suddenly took out a pistol and handed it to Xie Qiao. My dear, this pistol may not be as powerful as a rifle, but it is small and can be hidden on your body at any time. It is not easy to be discovered. It suits you very well. Xie Qiao approached the pistol with a look of surprise and played with it lovingly. Come, my lady, I'll teach you how to use it. Although this thing is small, it's very powerful. If you're not careful, it can hurt people or even kill them. So be extra careful when using it. Lu Chen gave Xie Qiao a holster and magazine pouch. You can put the gun and the pistol in your belt, here like this. Lu Chen personally helped Xie Qiao put on the holster and ammunition pouch. With the pistol on his waist, Xie Qiao looked even more heroic and had a unique charm. In fact, with Xie Qiao's current skills, he doesn't need a pistol to protect himself. Just for fun. I wonder how Xiao Qian and the others are doing. Xie Qiao suddenly said. Xiao Qian was one of the girls who followed Sima Zhongxian and his 2 soldiers to the capital. Because she was quite opinionated, Lu Chen appointed her as the captain of the traveling team. It's okay. With their abilities, no one in the entire Zhou dynasty can do anything to them. Besides, they're wearing the badges of the Easter Depot. Nowadays, people need a pass no matter where they go when they travel. However, the East Factory's badge is a pass that is 100 times more useful than a travel permit. At the same time, Lu Chen also gave them enough compressed biscuits to last them a month, some delicious military rations, and a few gold ingots so that they would not starve. Chapter 86 Midnight Raid. Hedo County Government Office. County Magistrate Wei Shuya is entertaining Fengzhou General Jiang Wenyu. Master Jiang, I'm telling you the truth. Lu Chen from Lujiazhai has raised thousands of refugees in his village. The food he provides them is better than what we have in this county government office. Wei Shuya has had a very hard time these days. There was not much food in the county to begin with. When Jiang Wenyu led his troops to retreat from Fengzhou City this time, it only took him a few days to eat up all the food in the county. If he didn't send Jiang Wenyu away, he might lose the food he had secretly stored. He may not care about the life and death of others, but he cannot ignore the life and death of his family. Jiang Wenyu slowly gnawed on a chicken leg, his expression unmoved. He said, I heard that Captain Su was killed by this Lu Chen. He's a very strange person, so don't deal with him lightly. Jiang Wenyu is not stupid. Lu Chen easily killed the 1,000 householder Su Hui, so he must be a tough guy. Although he had many soldiers, he could not withstand the pressure. It is a time of chaos now. Whoever has more soldiers is the boss. Even if the emperor wants to send him out, he has to be careful and not say anything too harsh. He has lost nearly 20,000 soldiers and horses in this battle against the rebels led by Marquis Jingyuan. If he loses more generals in Lujiazhai, his weight as the general will be much less than before. Master Jiang, let me tell you the truth. Hedo County has been plagued by famine for years, and the harvest has been completely lost. The grain in the warehouse is all disaster relief grain sent by the higher-ups, which was not much to begin with. Now, there is not even a grain left. What he meant was that Hedo County could no longer afford to support Jiang Wenyu soldiers. But Jiang Wenyu had no choice. If he retreated further north, it would still be a disaster area. If the disaster area goes further north, it will be not far from the capital. If the emperor issues an imperial decree at that time, saying that he is a poor leader and incompetent in suppressing the rebellion, and takes the opportunity to take back his military power, he will be in a difficult situation. After all, the emperor was at the foot of the imperial city and had no way to deal with the Tartars and the rebels, but he had plenty of ways to control him, the general. Therefore, as long as there is any way, Jiang Wenyu can no longer retreat northward. If there's really no food, I'll find a way myself. I heard that there are countless refugees in your Hedo County. These people are also useful. A hint of cruelty flashed in Jiang Wenyu's eyes. Wei Shuya felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect Jiang Wenyu to be so cruel and actually think about this. As long as he doesn't harm the people of this county, let him be. The large number of deaths of people in this county will also affect his political achievements. The two of them had their own thoughts and did not enjoy the banquet very much. After Jiang Wenyu had his fill of food and drink, he said goodbye and left the county government office. He took a few of his personal soldiers and left the city gate overnight, heading for the military camp. His troops were stationed not far outside the city. Before Jiang Wenyu reached the military camp, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the front. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dense gunfire. Oh no, could it be that Marquis Jinyuan has already chased us here? Jiang Wenyu panicked and hurriedly rode his horse towards the military camp. At this time, the military camp had already become a mess. Zhao Daya led 400 female soldiers and rushed into the military camp. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. The female soldiers, holding assault rifles, lined up in neat rows and pushed forward. The assault rifle is equipped with a flashlight and a red dot sight, which can accurately capture every enemy, even in the dark night. Any officers and soldiers who stood in front were immediately shot to the ground. The unsuspecting officers and soldiers were stunned by the sudden attack and could only flee in all directions. There were also some mid-level generals who wanted to organize people to resist, but under the powerful firepower of the female soldiers, the resistance force was instantly wiped out. The Lu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Zhao Daya followed Lu Chen's instructions and fired while shouting loudly. The female soldiers also shouted in unison. The Lu family army is here. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The Lu family army is mighty. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Slogans echoed in the military camp. Meng Ryu also held an assault rifle and walked at the front of the team. She aimed at a soldier hiding next to the tent and shot him down with one shot. This gun is so useful. It kills people effortlessly, much better than a knife. My spearmanship has improved so rapidly, just like my swordsmanship. After only 2 days of practice, I can already hit the target without missing a single shot. It's truly amazing. At this moment, in Meng Ryu's heart, Lu Chen was no longer an ordinary person. She even felt that Lu Chen might be a god who had descended to earth. No matter whether it is swordsmanship or gunmanship, if an outsider tries to learn it, he will never be able to learn it well. But if they took a powerful pill or joined Lu Chen's team, they would learn quickly and make rapid progress. Also, where did Lu Chen get such a useful rifle? Meng Ryu never knew that a musket could be so powerful. If I lead a musketeer team like this to the northern border to fight the Tartars, wouldn't those Tartar soldiers flee at the sight of the wind? She mentioned this to Lu Chen yesterday. Lu Chen said at the time that he would fight the Tartars sooner or later. Meng Ryu was very excited and said that she would personally lead a team to beat the Tartar soldiers. Defeating the Tartars is Meng Ryu's greatest wish. Too many of her female soldiers and her father's old subordinates died at the hands of the Tartar soldiers. Attention, a team is coming from the left. Zhao Daya reminded everyone. Meng Ryu saw a group of officers and soldiers rushing towards him. There were at least 1,000 of them. She swept over with a volley of bullets, knocking down more than a dozen people immediately. She quickly replaced the magazine and fired at the officers and soldiers again. The female soldiers concentrated their firepower, and after a round of bullets, a large number of officers and soldiers fell down. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining officers and soldiers retreated in a hurry. That's so refreshing. Meng Ryu had experienced countless battles, but had never felt so refreshed. The Lu family army is invincible, Meng Ryu shouted. The female soldiers also shouted in unison. The Lu family army is invincible. Meng Ryu. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Accompanied by bursts of loud shouts and dense gunfire, Zhao Daya led the team from the northernmost end of the military camp to the southernmost end of the camp. Kill it all. Kill them back. Zhao Daya gave the order. The team turned around and started fighting from south to north. There were many officers and soldiers, but they were frightened and few dared to charge forward. There were also some stubborn officers who, in order to gain merit, led their men to charge forward without regard for their lives. But soon, they were covered by dense hail of bullets and fled in all directions, abandoning their weapons and armor. Not far from the battlefield, Jiang Wenyu, guarded by dozens of his personal soldiers, looked gloomily at the place where the gunshots were heard. The Lu family army is invincible. The Lu family army is invincible. Hearing the loud shouts of these female soldiers, Jiang Wenyu already knew where these enemies came from. Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen. Chapter 87. Expanding the army again. Sir, I am incompetent and cannot stop them. Sir, their muskets are too powerful. We can't get close to them at all, sir. Sir, I hope you will punish me. I led a team up there, and in just one encounter, over 100 people were killed or injured. I couldn't get through. Several lieutenant generals and guerrilla generals knelt before Jiang Wenyu and apologized to him. Jiang Wenyu was extremely angry, but he also knew that it was not his subordinates' fault for being incompetent. He just saw from afar that hundreds of soldiers rushed forward and were instantly knocked down by muskets. Even if he led the troops personally, he would probably not end up well. Jiang Wenyu was furious, but he didn't know how he had offended Lu Chen. At this moment, he suddenly heard the gunshots gradually fade away. Several soldiers came running over. Report. Sir, the bandits have retreated to the north. Sir, there are only a few hundred bandits. Should we chase them and kill them? Jiang Wenyu kicked the brainless guy over with one kick. Of course, he knew that the other side had only a few hundred people, but these few hundred people could come and go freely in his camp and were invincible. How could they be easily provoked? Lu Chen, this feud is settled. Jiang Wenyu's face turned pale, and he was filled with hatred. Fortunately, his losses in this sneak attack were not great. Treat the wounded immediately and count the casualties. There was another bustle in the military camp, which did not gradually quiet down until dawn. While Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu were attacking the military camp at night, Lu Chen was not idle either. He sneaked into the county town and toured the entire county under the cover of night. The county town is not very big, with only 3 or 5 streets. Of course, he came to the county town this time to look for treasure. He is short of money right now, so he has to hurry and get some money. Although Hudou County does not have as long a history as Fengqi Town, it also has a history of 200 to 300 years. Lu Chen found nearly 200 treasure hiding places in the county. Unfortunately, most of these treasure hiding places are inside residential houses. Only 1/3 are outside residential areas. For example, under a well, under a tree, next to a ditch. While opening the map, Lu Chen dug out those treasure spots that were easy to dig. It was not until dawn that Lu Chen stopped, found a relatively secluded place, climbed over the city wall, and left the county town. In bits and pieces, he dug up more than 20 treasure spots that night and got about 6,000 or 7,000 taels of silver. Lu Chen estimated that if all the treasures in this county were dug out, there would be tens of thousands of taels of silver. This money is enough for him to alleviate his current urgent needs. In a valley more than 20 miles outside the county town, Lu Chen met up with the 50 female soldiers led by Chu Yun and returned to Lu Jiazhai. As for Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu, they led 350 female soldiers and continued to head south. On the way, Chu Yun asked Lu Chen worriedly, "Brother Lu, Marquis Jingyuan has nearly 100,000 soldiers and horses under his command, and he has also recruited several bandits along the way. His current force is a full 150,000. Daya and General Meng only brought about 300 people. Will they be in danger?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "They are only going to make our Lu family army famous, not to fight to the death with Marquis Jingyuan. With their abilities, if they won't leave, how can Marquis Jingyuan stop them?" Chu Yun thought about it and agreed. That's right. This time, Lu Chen led the female soldiers into battle, not just to attack the officers and soldiers' camp. They have now taken a detour to Fengzhou City. At this time, Marquis Jingyuan had just captured Fengzhou City and was feeling very proud of himself. They would never have dreamed that someone would dare to take advantage of them. They're going here just to intimidate Marquis Jingyuan and let him know that our Lu family village is not to be trifled with, and our Lu family army is no pushover. They're going here to show off our military might and let them know that if they want to provoke me, Lu Chen, they must first see if he has the teeth to do it. Don't let them end up breaking their front teeth instead of getting the fat meat. Lu Chen was really jealous of Sima Zhongxin's huge fortune, so he had to go to the capital and take all of his property. After he left, the troops of General Feng Zhou and the rebels of Marquis Jingyuan became the biggest threats to Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen had no choice but to strike first to let them know how powerful he was and prevent them from causing trouble. This is called nipping the threat in the bud. After returning home, Lu Chen arranged for people to spread the word in the surrounding villages that he, Lu Chen, wanted to recruit unmarried women from decent families. Before leaving, he wants to recruit a few hundred new soldiers. If you want to come quickly, it's only for today and tomorrow. After these 2 days, I won't accept any more. Lu Chen originally did not plan to recruit soldiers at this stage because the second military camp had not yet been built and there was no place to live. But judging from intelligence obtained in the past few days, both the officers and soldiers of Fengzhou City and the rebels of Jinyuan Ho are too numerous. This Fengzhou general, in order to preserve his strength, actually easily handed over Fengzhou City. It seems that the great Zhou dynasty has run out of luck. The officers and soldiers of Fengzhou General Jiang Wenyu did not suffer too many casualties in Fengzhou City, and there were still tens of thousands of them. The number of troops under Marquis Jinyuan was even more astonishing. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he decided to expand the size of the team. The news that Lu Chen was recruiting people spread like wildfire to more than a dozen surrounding villages. All of a sudden, these villagers who were suffering from hunger rushed to Lujiazhai with their families. As usual, Lu Chen arranged several female soldiers to receive the new recruits. Chu Yun is in charge of this matter. In just half a day, Chu Yun reported to Lu Chen, "Brother Lu, we have already accepted 400 new members. Do you want to continue? Is there anyone else?" Lu Chen asked. The surrounding villages are not too big, so it is already good enough to be able to gather 400 unmarried girls. "Brother Lu, many villages far away have also received the news, and many people are coming here continuously." Lu Chen understood. Which family doesn't have a few relatives? It was probably through word of mouth that the news reached villages farther away. In that case, let's collect another 200. This was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. If he recruits another 600 people today, the number of female soldiers under his command will reach 1,000. This can barely be considered a small force. At night, Lu Chen asked 600 new recruits to gather at the training ground. After he said a few simple words, he asked Xie Qiao to distribute the powerful pills. Then they were given a physical test. "Brother Lu, 3 people failed the test this time." Chu Yun reported to Lu Chen ashamedly. Chu Yun knew very well how precious the powerful pill in Lu Chen's hand was. Each one of them can completely change a person's life and make him or her invincible. This time, 3 more pills were wasted. What a pity. Lu Chen said, "It's okay, there are only 3 of them. It's still within an acceptable range. However, next time you must pay more attention and try to investigate more thoroughly." "Yes, Brother Lu," Lu Chen added. "The training of these new recruits will be entrusted to you and Lu Shilon. For the next 7 days, they must train for at least 6 hours a day. The soldiers from Fengzhou City, as well as the rebels of Marquis Jinyuan, may attack our Lu family village at any time. We must ensure that these new recruits have a certain level of combat capability as soon as possible." Chapter 88. Accidentally hitting Jinyuan Ho. Outside Fengzhou City, the camp of Wang Lang, Marquis of Feng Jinyuan. Suddenly, dense gunfire rang out, waking up the soldiers who were sleeping soundly in the tents. "Oh no! Enemy attack! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Get up! Soldiers are coming to raid the camp." The soldiers got up from their beds in a daze, picked up their weapons, and rushed out. The gunshots came from far away. Screams could be faintly heard. Who dares to attack? Could it be that the Fengzhou soldiers are attacking? Fengzhou General Jiang Wenyu was so frightened that he ran away. How could it be him? Could it be reinforcements transferred from the capital? Marquis Jinyuan Wang Lang was awakened by the guards. "What? Someone is robbing the camp." Wang Lang jumped up, picked up the gun on the bedside, and strode out of the tent. "Where are the enemy troops?" Someone came crawling over. "Report. Sir, a musketeer group is attacking at night." Wang Lang was startled. "Musketeers?" He was puzzled. A mere musketeer group dared to attack the camp? They must be tired of living. Without the cover of other arms, the musketeers would be vulnerable. He really couldn't understand how a group of musketeers could dare to raid the camp. "Are you looking for death?" He yelled. "Saddle the horses." My lord, no." A subordinate hurriedly stopped him. Wang Lang angrily asked, "Why are you stopping me?" "Sir, this musketeer team is extremely fierce. Our army has suffered heavy casualties. Sir, you must not take this risk." Wang Lang couldn't help but laugh. "What a coward. Just wait and see how I kill them all." Musketeers? To Wang Lang, they were just there to get killed. Wang Lang himself had a musket team, and he knew best how effective the musket team was. Even the musketeers dared to attack the camp, which showed that they did not take Wang Lang seriously. Tonight, Wang Lang is determined to kill to his heart's content. At this time, 2 soldiers had already brought the war horses over. Wang Lang mounted his war horse and raised his spear high in the air. "Follow me, my men." "Sir, sir, you can't do that. Sir." Before his 2 subordinates could stop him, Wang Lang had already spurred his horse to the place where the fire was bright. "No, quick, stop the marquis. Hurry up and catch up. Hurry up and catch up. If anything happens to the marquis, you will all lose your heads." At this time, someone shouted, "Quick, go and invite the second young master." "Yes, yes, only the second young master can stop the marquis." Suddenly, there was a loud shouting outside the Central Army tent. Wang Lang rode forward, with only 20 or so riders following him. Along the way, Wang Lang saw group after group of soldiers retreating from the front. Wang Lang was furious and cursed. "You good-for-nothings! I've raised you for nothing. Are you so scared of a few musketeers?" He shouted, "This lord is here. Follow me and kill the enemy." But the defeated soldiers ignored him and just ran away. Wang Lang was so angry that he shot a fleeing soldier with his spear. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. But even so, it still couldn't stop the soldiers from fleeing. Wang Lang looked up and saw a bright spot in front of him, with dancing beams of light, which did not seem to be torches. It's definitely not a torch. These beams of light are just accessories on assault rifles, high-intensity flashlights. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, each in charge of one route, led the female soldiers and crushed their way forward. They held assault rifles in their hands, lined up in a row, took small steps, and killed any god or Buddha they met. The road was littered with corpses. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The sounds of single shots and continuous shots filled the air like firecrackers. The front row is responsible for clearing enemies blocking the way. The 2 sides are responsible for eliminating enemies from the 2 wings, and the back team is responsible for protecting teammates in the front row from sneak attacks. Take steady steps and advance cautiously. All around them were corpses and pools of blood. Some rebels relied on their large numbers and wanted to use human wave tactics to overwhelm them. But from a distance, they were knocked to the ground by their powerful firepower. Seeing that the situation was not good, the rest had no choice but to retreat hastily. Meng Ryu enjoyed killing to her heart's content. After she emptied her magazine, she touched her waist and found that she had used up all the bullets she had on her. "Ninger, come here and lend me 2 magazines." Ninger reluctantly took out 2 magazines and handed them over. "General, Master Lu said that these bullets are consumed very quickly, so we should use them sparingly." Rower also said, "General, during training, Master Lu said that the gun is not meant to be used like this." Meng Ruyu's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. "You keep calling me Master Lu. What? Are you betraying me so soon?" Ninger and Rower were suddenly panicked. "General, that's not what I meant. General, I'm only trying to advise you with good intentions." Meng Ryu stretched out her jade hand and said, "If you give me 2 more magazines, I won't be angry with you anymore." Ninger and Rower looked at each other and sighed. Then he obediently handed over 2 magazines. "That's right." Meng Ryu quickly replaced the magazine and fired a long burst of shots in front of him. I saw a man who looked like an official riding on a war horse opposite. He let out a strange cry and fell off the horse. My lord! My lord! Oh no! The Marquis was shot. Come quickly! Protect the Marquis! Quick! Save the Marquis!" Poor Jinyuan Ho Wang Lang. He originally wanted to pick a soft persimmon to squeeze tonight, just as a pastime when he had nothing to do in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, as soon as they met, he was shot directly by Meng Yuru. Meng Ryu raised her eyebrows when she heard the chaotic shouting from the other side. "I think I shot a very important person." Zhao Daya also noticed the situation on the opposite side. She raised her hand and signaled the team to stop moving forward. Lu Chen only asked them to intimidate Marquis Jingyuan, but did not tell them to kill Marquis Jingyuan. If Marquis Jingyuan died at this time, would it affect Lu Chen's plan? While she was distracted, a group of people in front of her had lifted up the fallen Marquis and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Meng Ryu thought about it for a moment and said, "I think it's almost time. Let's retreat." Zhao Dai said, "Okay." She waved her hand and said, "The front troops will become the rear troops and withdraw from the camp immediately." At this time, the female soldiers had killed all of Jinyuan Ho's rebels, and few people dared to stop them. More than 300 female soldiers quickly rushed out of the barracks and disappeared into the night. At this time, inside Lu Jiazhai, Lu Chen exchanged the silver he dug from the county town into system currency. Millions in hand. An assault rifle costs 8,800 yuan, and 600 of them cost more than 5 million yuan. At $1 a bullet, he bought another 500,000 bullets. After buying all these, there is very little system currency left. If I want to equip the new recruits with long swords and crossbows, I'll have to wait until I have more money. Maintaining an army is really expensive. Lu Chen once again thought of the days when he was a poor man in his previous life. This made him more eager to get Sima Zhongxin's property. Chapter 89, The Marquis, is dead. For the next 2 days, Lu Xiaolan and Chu Yun trained the recruits from morning to night. These new recruits learned sword skills in the training ground in the morning and practiced shooting in the back mountain in the afternoon. Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and several female soldiers, disguised himself, took the East factory badges found on Sima Zhongxin and others, and quietly went to the county town. They stayed in the county town for 2 full days. Under Lu Chen's leadership, they first dug out the treasure outside the houses at night. Then, during the day, they used various means to enter people's houses and dug out most of the treasure buried underneath the houses. Because some residents in the city refused to cooperate, they were ultimately unable to clear out all the treasures in the county. Sir, there are 2 families who won't let us borrow their house, even if we give them money. Maybe they are wealthy. Mr. Lu, several families have very dilapidated houses. We offered to buy their houses with money, but they refused to sell them, saying they were their ancestral homes and would never sell them to anyone else. Only Xie Qiao knew that Lu Chen had supernatural powers and could find out where the silver was hidden, but the female soldiers did not know the reason. They thought it was amazing that Lu Chen could clearly tell where the silver was buried and which family had gold, silver, and jewelry buried several feet deep under their beds. These gold and silver have been buried underground for many years. Even if we don't dig them up, they will be a bargain for future generations. They may not be discovered until hundreds or even thousands of years later. It's better for us to save them. In 2 days, Lu Chen dug up 80% to 90% of the treasures hidden in various places in the county. Then he went home. After arriving home, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao counted the items in the house. I didn't expect that Hudou County was built not long ago, but there are so many rich people here. All of this is worth more than 50,000 taels of silver. This harvest was far beyond Lu Chen's expectations. There were 2 treasure locations that left the deepest impression on him. One of the places was in the corner behind a wealthy family's house, where there was actually a jar of silver ingots, weighing a total of 6,500 taels. There's another place in the backyard of the county government office, where there is an iron box filled with 1,000 taels of gold bricks. These must have been hidden by a corrupt official. For some unknown reason, he was unable to take these gold bricks with him until his death. Finally, having some money in his hands, Lu Chen took advantage of the night to buy a large amount of building materials and piled them at the entrance of Lu Jiazhai village. He went to Sun Jiazwang again and placed the building materials outside the village. These materials are enough to last for a while. Lu Chen also didn't forget about food. There was plenty of food in Lu Chen's space. He took out 500 tons of food from the space and piled them in the east courtyard. The east wing is quite large and can accommodate thousands of tons of grain. When the time comes, let Zhao Daya take people to build a tent. However, it doesn't matter whether you build a shed or not. Looking at the weather today, it probably won't rain for a long time. Everything is ready. As long as Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu return from the south, he can go to the capital with peace of mind. Although Fengzhou City is far from Hudou County, Zhao Daya and her men are fast and strong, and their marching speed is several times that of ordinary troops. If the situation is urgent, the female soldiers under Lu Chen can march 200 miles or even 300 miles a day without any problem. At this time, outside Fengzhou City, Jingyuan hosts Central Army Camp. The soldiers outside the tent were all very cautious and spoke in low voices, fearing that they would be used as a punching bag if they were not careful. There was a busy scene inside and outside the commander-in-chief's tent. Medical officers of all ranks came in and out of the tent door, all with frowns on their faces. Officers of all ranks gathered outside the big tent, looking worried. For 2 whole days, Jingyuan Huang Lang remained in a coma. These civil and military officials were in a panic. If anything happens to Marquis Jingyuan, what should they do? Marquis Jingyuan is their backbone. If something happens to Marquis Jingyuan, what should they do? Father, 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 why did you leave? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry came from inside the tent. Everyone outside the tent was shocked. Marquis Jingyuan, is he just gone like that? Yesterday, several medical officers said that the Marquis might still wake up. How come he suddenly disappeared in just one day? Father, father, why did you abandon your child and leave him alone? Wang Han, the second son of the Marquis's family, cried so hard that he almost fainted. Several of Marquis Jingyuan's capable men also burst into tears. The entire camp was shrouded in grief. Almost at the same time, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu rushed back to Lujiazhai. You said that Marquis Jingyuan was shot. Lu Chen was very surprised. This Marquis Jingyuan has really bad luck. Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu led more than 300 female soldiers and broke into the camp of an army of more than 100,000. They killed and wounded less than 3,000 of the enemy in total. How did I just happen to run into their head coach? Brother Lu, if Marquis Jingyuan died at this time, would it have a big impact on our Lujiazhai? Zhao Daya asked. Lu Chen smiled. He's just a Marquis of Jingyuan. Whether he lives or dies is irrelevant. He continued, according to the original plan, I will leave for the capital tomorrow to take over the property of the old thief Sima. Meng Ryu patted his chest and said, Brother, don't worry. With me here, no one can get close to Lujiazhai. The rifles Lu Chen gave them were so useful. As long as she has enough bullets, she is not afraid no matter how many enemies come. Just now Lu Chen said that he bought another 500,000 rounds of bullets. Together with the previous 500,000 rounds, there are a total of 1 million rounds of bullets. They have only used up more than 10,000 rounds of bullets in the past few days. Lu Chen remembered something and said, After I leave, you will only be able to eat rice and white flour buns every day. Zhao Daya immediately said, There's plenty of rice and steamed buns. Anyone who complains about the poor food can get out of Lujia village. Meng Ryu also said, Yes, whoever dares to complain about the food will be kicked out of Lujiazhai immediately. Lu Xiaolan said, Brother Lu, I think we should take advantage of your absence to change our meals. Instead of having meat every day, we can change it to only once every 2 weeks to avoid spoiling their appetites. Okay, from now on, I will pay less attention to matters like this, or even ignore them. It's up to you guys to decide. Lu Chen was very willing to follow the advice. At this time, Xie Qiao suddenly said, My husband, your second uncle, quietly returned to the village a while ago. He rarely went out after he came back, and many people didn't know he was back. Meng Ruyu's expression changed slightly. She looked outside the door and then at the corner of the wall, as if she was looking for something. She had released Lu Qingping long ago and returned 10 taels of silver to him. During this period, she also found out from various sources what happened between Uncle Lu Chen and his nephew. It was not easy for her to interfere in Lu Chen's family affairs, nor was it easy for her to say anything. I have nothing to do with him. You don't need to mention his affairs to me in the future. Just a passerby, Lu Chen didn't take Lu Qingping seriously at all. After everyone left, Xie Qiao said to Lu Chen, My husband, I want to go to the capital with you. Xie Qiao had wanted to tell Lu Chen about this for a long time. Since my lady wants to go, let's go together. Chapter 90 Buying a helicopter is not impossible. After taking care of the affairs at home, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and Chu Yun and rushed to the capital. Lu Chen dressed up as a young man from a wealthy family, while Xie Qiao and Chu Yun dressed up as Lu Chen's followers. The three of them packed their simple luggage, said goodbye to everyone, and headed north out of the village. 90 miles north of Hudou County is Majiang County. In broad daylight, the three of them couldn't travel too fast, but even so, they could reach Majiang County within a day. The entire route was filled with people fleeing with their families. Some went out to beg because of famine in their hometowns, while others went out to escape the war. The three of them walked in a hurry and quickly, and finally arrived outside Majiang County before dark. Lu Chen estimated that if he continued to travel in this way, it would take about half a month to reach the capital. When they arrived at the city gate, Lu Chen showed his badge to the soldiers guarding the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the unique tiger head mark of the East Factory on the waist badge, they immediately let him pass with a smile. Lu Chen had a plan in mind, and he thought there wouldn't be any trouble along the way. Madam, let's stay here for one night. If you are too tired from traveling, we can go by a carriage tomorrow. In fact, the three of them were not tired, but they were exhausted from the journey. Lu Chen always felt that Xie Qiao had worked too hard. This was the first time he took Xie Qiao out. Xie Qiao said, "A carriage might not be as fast as we can walk, so let's not buy it." Chu Yun also said, "We are traveling during the day, so we're a little slow. If we were traveling at night, we would be faster on foot than in a carriage." Lu Chen had no choice but to give up. The three of them found an inn and asked for 2 upper rooms. After having a simple meal in the inn, the three of them went back to their room to rest. As usual, Lu Chen entered the space to harvest crops and vegetables. After finishing his work, he slept in the space for a few hours. After waking up and leaving the space, Lu Chen looked at his watch and found that less than an hour had passed outside. There were no entertainment programs in this era, and Lu Chen was bored, so he looked through the product catalog in the system store. Even if you don't buy it, it's good to take a look. This is too cheap. Lu Chen was like shopping online, wanting to buy everything he saw. However, because many products are incompatible with the times, most of the time he has no choice but to give up. Now the store he saw was a helicopter. This helicopter is designed to be small and light, and costs only over 3 million. Lu Chen felt a little itchy and couldn't help but want to buy it. He carefully read the detailed introduction of the helicopter. Including the pilot, it can carry 4 people. The speed is 280 kilometers per hour, and the maximum range is 1,000 kilometers. This time, tens of thousands of taels of silver were dug up from the county town. If converted into system currency, it would be tens of millions. He spent 20,000 taels on buying building materials for his home, and now he still has 30,000 taels, which is 30 million system coins. It's not impossible to spend more than 2 million to buy a helicopter. Ouch, too careless. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. If he had thought of this earlier, why would he have gone through the trouble of walking to the capital? Just as he was considering whether to buy the helicopter, he suddenly heard a commotion in the inn. Lu Chen was too lazy to go out and watch the fun, since he had already slept enough in the space anyway. But soon there was a knock on the door. "Husband, it's me." Lu Chen opened the door, only to see Xie Qiao and Chu Yun standing outside. "Husband, do you want to go down and take a look?" Xie Qiao rubbed her eyes with her hands. Obviously, she was sleeping soundly just now. "Okay, let's go down and take a look." Lu Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but disturbing Xie Qiao's rest was not a good idea. At this time, 2 groups of people were arguing fiercely downstairs. "Don't tell me you're the county magistrate's brother-in-law. Even if the county magistrate comes, he has to be reasonable. I'm sleeping well in my room. Why should I give it to you?" The person who was speaking was a young man in his 20s. He was quite handsome, but he spoke in a very firm tone. The other group acted very unreasonable, obviously used to bullying others. In particular, there was a guy in his 40s with pockmarks all over his face who was screaming and spitting everywhere. "I told you to give up the house, and you have to give it up to me. If you dare not give it up tonight, I will make sure you can't leave Majiang County tomorrow." The young man was not to be outdone. "I won't let you out today. If you have the guts, don't let me out of the city gate tomorrow." The 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. Looking at them like this, Lu Chen estimated that it would take some time to determine the winner. Although the middle-aged man with pockmarks is a local tyrant and has the support of his brother-in-law, the county magistrate, this young man does not seem to be a good person either. If he didn't have some confidence, the young man would never dare to go against Ma Zi. Lu Chen shook his head and said, all right. Are you guys going to let others sleep?" As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. At the same time, Lu Chen also successfully drew the firepower to him. The middle-aged man with pockmarks has lived half his life, so he is naturally not a fool. He also realized that the young man who was arguing with him must be from some important background. It's just that he was embarrassed to save face and couldn't get off the tiger's back. Seeing Lu Chen showing up halfway, he immediately changed his target. He just glared at Lu Chen and started yelling at him. "Who on earth are you from? How dare you challenge your Uncle Su?" Lu Chen said coldly. "Who are you calling uncle?" "I call you uncle." As soon as Ma Zi said this, he felt something was wrong. He immediately flew into a rage. "You little brat, are you itching for trouble? Come, loosen his bones." The 2 men behind him immediately rushed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. They just quarreled for a long time, but neither dared to fight. What? Did they think he was easy to bully? Just as the 2 men were about to hit Lu Chen in the face with their fists, Chu Yun suddenly stepped forward, stretched out his arms casually, and the 2 men flew away immediately. Chu Yunlu's move shocked everyone in the inn. Ma Zi was also stunned. However, he quickly sneered, "You dare to hit my people in Majiang County? If I don't send you to jail today, I won't be named Su." He waved his hand and said, "Go, beat him to death." The 4 or 5 men behind him all took out their weapons, including iron whips and iron rods, but no swords or other sharp blades. Obviously, they know how to fight. Seeing this, the handsome young man hurriedly shouted, "Little brother, run." As he said this, he was about to step forward to stop the men, but his thin little body couldn't stop it. Several men, waving sticks and iron whips in their hands, attacked Lu Chen and the other 2. Lu Chen's face turned cold, and he said, "Just don't beat him to death." Just now, Chu Yin used his skill to knock the 2 men away. The 2 men were hardly injured after she knocked them away. I guess Chu Yin doesn't want to cause trouble. I just want to punish them a little so that they will give up. Who would have thought that this time they would go even further and even use weapons to beat the man half to death? Then you can't blame Lu Chen for being ruthless. Chu Yin nodded slightly and rushed forward to meet the men. Chapter 91. One gun to defeat the enemy. Chu Yin used thundering means as soon as he made a move. With one punch, she broke a man's nose, and with another punch, she knocked a strong man with a whip away. With a backhand palm, he chopped off another man's arm, and then kicked another man's calf and broke it. The last one left saw that the situation was not good and turned around to run. Chu Yin kicked him on the back, and he immediately vomited blood and fainted. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 aggressive men all fell to the ground. At this time, all the guests in the inn stood up and were surprised to see that Chu Yin, a thin and small man, could knock down 5 strong men at once. The middle-aged man with pockmarks was also frightened. Seeing Chu Yin looking at him coldly, he thought Chu Yin was going to do something bad to him, so he suddenly knelt down in front of Chu Yin. "Young man, please spare my life. Young man, please let me go. I will never dare to do it again." But Chu Yin ignored him, took 2 steps back, and stood next to Lu Chen. Ma Zi was the only one left kneeling there, feeling very embarrassed. The handsome young man hurried over and thanked Lu Chen. "My name is Lu Chen. May I ask your name, sir?" Lu Chen said, "Please don't mention your surname, Lu." "Thank you, Master Lu, for your help. And thank you, young man. May I ask your name?" Chu Yin said, "Chu Yin." "Thank you, young Master Chu. Thank you so much." After expressing his gratitude, Lu Chen kept asking Chu Yin questions and was extremely envious of her kung fu skills. "It's getting late, Master Lu. You should go to bed early." Without waiting for Lu Chen to say anything, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao and Chu Yin back to the room. They thought the matter was over. Unexpectedly, early the next morning, there was another commotion inside and outside the inn. Lu Chen got up and just opened the door when he saw someone standing outside. It was the young man Lu Chen from last night. "Is there something wrong?" Lu Chen was a little unhappy. Lu Chen, however, was unconcerned and said anxiously, "Master Lu, this is bad. Last night, that scoundrel brought a group of soldiers and officers to cause trouble for us." Lu Chen said coldly, "It's trouble for me. What does it have to do with you? Mr. Lu, you guys fought with that Su guy last night because of me, so of course it has something to do with me." At this time, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun came out from the next room. Lu Chen immediately left Lu Chen behind and went after Chu Yun again. Young Master Chu, did you sleep well last night?" Before Chu Yun could say anything, Lu Chen said again, "Young Master Chu, that guy got help again last night. I'll stop them here. You guys should run through the back door." Chu Yun didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Xie Qiao also looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen always felt that something was wrong with the 3 of them, but he didn't know what it was. "Mr. Lu, even if you want to run away now, do you think you can?" The other party came well prepared and brought a team of soldiers with them. They must have surrounded the inn by now. As he was speaking, a large group of soldiers armed with spears rushed in from outside the inn. The leader was fat and had a big round belly, as if he was pregnant with twins. "I have been ordered to arrest the bandits. All irrelevant people, please leave immediately." The innkeeper and the waiter in the inn were all so scared that they huddled together and hid in a corner of the counter, trembling. The guests in the inn hurriedly packed their luggage and ran out of the inn as if escaping. Soon, the only people left in the entire inn, besides the shopkeeper and the waiter, were Lu Chen and his 2 companions, along with Lu Chen and a few of his followers. At this time, the middle-aged pockmarked man named Su from last night squeezed to the front among a group of soldiers. He saw Lu Chen and others on the 2nd floor at a glance. "Sir, it's them. They're the ones who injured me last night." The big-bellied officer looked up at Lu Chen and the others. "All of you get off here." He was a general, but he only earned a few taels of silver throughout the year. The county magistrate's brother-in-law is really rich. He gave out 500 taels of silver at once. For the sake of 500 taels of silver, we have to perform this drama to the fullest today. However, the situation did not seem to be what he thought. The four people upstairs were not scared to death by him, nor did she run up to him and try to get close to him. What's even more infuriating is that they never even looked at me straight in the eye from beginning to end. The general was immediately furious. He thrust forward a fat hand and said, "Guys, take them down." A group of officers and soldiers rushed upstairs with their spears in hand. Lu Chen and others were standing at the stairs. Chu Yin was about to take action when he saw Xie Xiao take out a pistol from his arms. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. A soldier who was rushing in the front was shot in the shoulder. He could not stand due to the pain, and his body fell backwards. Unfortunately, this soldier was a big and strong man. When he fell, he knocked over several people behind him, and they all rolled down the stairs. "Are there any muskets?" The general was stunned. However, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. "They really are bandits. Oh no, they might even be rebels. God help me." If he could capture a few of Marquis Jing Yuan's spies himself, he would have a chance of promotion. "Humph, it's just a musket. Come on, if you catch one, I'll give you 5 ounces of silver." When they heard that there was a reward, all the soldiers became excited and rushed up the stairs without caring about their lives. These people had served in the army for many years and knew that although the sound of a musket was scary, it was not practical. It takes a pack of cigarettes to fire a shot and reload the bullet. During this time, he doesn't know how many times he has died. Therefore, they're not afraid. Snap! 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 Xie Xiao fired several shots in a row, and several more soldiers were shot and rolled down the stairs. The general stretched his head and looked ahead carefully in confusion. He saw clearly that there seemed to be only one musket on the opposite side. But how could a musket fire several shots in succession? He didn't see the man loading gunpowder and bullets either. At this time, Xie Xiao said indifferently, "If anyone dares to come forward, they will die." She didn't aim at vital points when she fired those shots just now. These soldiers might have received timely medical treatment, so their lives should not be in danger. But if they still don't know how to live or die, then she won't be polite. She had 4 magazines on her person, plus the one in her pistol, for a total of 5 magazines and 75 rounds of ammunition. There were only a few dozen people inside and outside the inn. She was alone with just one gun, and that was enough to handle it. At this time, the general flag saw that his men were looking at each other, and no one dared to step forward, and he was immediately furious. "You cowards! I've been raising you for nothing. They only have 1 musket, and there are so many of you. Are you afraid of your mother? Come on, come on. Anyone who dares to retreat, I'll chop you down." At this time, Xie Xiao aimed his pistol at the general flag. The general flag shuddered, his head shrank into his neck, and he hurriedly took 2 steps back and hid behind several soldiers. "Yes, they only have 1 musket. What are you afraid of? Go, come on, come on." A small flagman who loved to flatter the general flag the most shouted loudly. The morale of the soldiers was aroused again. They shouted and charged forward with their guns. Bang! A soldier had just stepped onto the stairs and had not taken 2 steps when a gunshot rang out, hitting him in the chest. He groaned and fell backwards. One of his companions was startled and shouted, "Neo Air has been shot dead." Upon hearing this, the soldiers who had rushed forward just now all retreated like a tide, all the way to the door of the inn. The general was stunned for a moment when he suddenly realized that he was the only one left in the entire inn. Chapter 92. See you later. Seeing the pistol in Xie Xiao's hand pointed at him, the general's sweat broke out on his forehead. Seeing that the official refused to leave, Xie Xiao became angry. She pulled the trigger and heard a gunshot. The general flag fell to the ground. Xie Xiao was slightly stunned. She didn't mean to kill him. Did I make a mistake? Just as she was wondering, several brave soldiers rushed in from outside the inn and dragged the general flag out of the inn in a hurry. Lu Chen didn't care about these things. He was staring at the pistol in Xie Xiao's hand. "My little brother, your musket." Xie Xiao put away the gun before he could finish his words. Lu Chen could only sigh helplessly. Lu Chen said at this time, "Let's go. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid more and more people will come." After saying that, he walked out of the stairs. Lu Chen followed closely behind Lu Chen and said, "Mr. Lu, it's not that easy to leave right now." Outside the inn, dozens of soldiers were blocking the door. They were holding swords and guns, and look quite intimidating. Of course, if Lu Chen and others are not strong enough, then they're not just bluffing, they are really trying to kill people. Lu Chen strolled leisurely in the garden, and as he walked, he politely said, "Excuse me, please make way." At this time, the general was lying not far from the door. Several soldiers were checking his injuries with sweat on their foreheads. They are quite strange. The general only had a slight scratch on his left ear, but other than that, he was fine. Why is he not doing well? No matter how much I called, he wouldn't wake up. Some smart people knew what was going on, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. It was obvious that he fainted from fright. Over there, Lu Chen and his group were walking through a thick wall of people. These well-behaved soldiers, who usually acted arrogantly, were extremely cowardly at this moment. Seeing Lu Chen and the others coming, they all made way for him. However, there are also those who do not believe in evil. When Lu Chen and his men were about to break through the human wall, the two soldiers in front stood in front of them with their heads held high. Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at the two soldiers with an indifferent expression. Chu Yun said in a bad tone, "Get out of the way." Instead of moving aside, the two soldiers started shouting loudly. "Catch them. They don't have guns in their hands, so why are you afraid? Go. Come on, everyone." Only then did Lu Chen notice that the two people in front of him were not ordinary soldiers, but two small flags. A general flag leads 50 soldiers, and a small flag leads 10 soldiers. The general flag is roughly equivalent to the platoon leader, and the small flag is equivalent to the squad leader. Hearing the shouts of the two small flags, the soldiers suddenly regained their courage. They shouted loudly and pointed their swords and guns at Lu Chen and others. "Catch them. They injured the general flag. We must not let them escape. Brothers, go." Seeing the soldiers approaching with swords and spears in their hands, Lu Chen turned pale with shock. He had just said that it was difficult to escape, but this Mr. Lu insisted on forcing his way in. Now, he was trapped in a tight circle. If he didn't obey the rules, countless transparent holes would appear on his body in an instant. "You're really looking for death." Lu Chen's face turned cold, and he swung his right hand forward. The two small flags blocking in front of him were immediately knocked away, knocking over several soldiers behind him. Almost at the same time, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also took action. Their sleeves fluttered like butterflies. In the blink of an eye, the soldiers around them who were holding swords and guns suddenly fell to the ground. If your eyesight is not very good, you may not know what happened. "Ouch! Oh my God! Whose gun stabbed me in the ass? Damn! I was shot in the waist. Who stabbed me?" The soldiers lay on the ground, screaming one after another. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers were all frightened and retreated one after another, and no one dared to step forward. Lu Chen was stunned. Wow, these three are all martial arts masters. No wonder they are so fearless. Several of Lu Chen's followers showed expressions of relief at surviving the disaster. Master, I'm so scared. Let's go." "Leave? Where to go? The city gates are closed now. How can we leave?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Chen and the other two eagerly and said, "Let's just follow Master Lu." Lu Chen turned around and looked at Lu Chen. At this time, the lights on both sides of the street were dim, and Lu Chen couldn't see Lu Chen's expression clearly. He hurriedly took a few steps and came to Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked, "Are you sure you want to go with us?" Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I will follow you." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't regret it. Lu will never regret it." Lu Chen smiled. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also smiled without saying anything. Lu Chen was puzzled and didn't know what the three of them were laughing at. However, he soon found out. Lu Chen led the group through twists and turns, and suddenly they came to a small alley and stopped. Lu Chen didn't understand what Lu Chen was going to do. Lu Chen took out a short-handled engineer's shovel from the bag behind him. "Just dig towards the corner of the wall." Lu Chen fainted. He stammered, "Master Lu, you're not planning to dig a tunnel out of the city from here, are you?" Lu Chen didn't say anything. He dug for a while and dug out a small jar from the ground. He snapped the seal open, felt around inside with his hand, a smile on his face. He didn't expect that he had dug up a treasure, which contained more than 10 large gold ingots. They were all gold ingots weighing 20 taels each. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately put these gold ingots into the space warehouse. Alas, the silver I hid here 2 years ago was stolen. Lu Chen clapped his hands angrily. Lu Chen was confused by Lu Chen's operation. Why would he, a native of Hetou County, bury the silver in Majiang County? This guy carries a shovel with him when he goes on a long journey, but as long as he doesn't dig a tunnel, it's fine. Lu Chen put the engineer's shovel back into his bag and continued walking forward. They came to a secluded place at the foot of the city wall. Lu Chen looked up at the city wall, then looked at Xie Xiao and Chu Yun. Xie Xiao and Chu Yun both nodded. Lu Chen looked at Lu Sitian deeply and said, "Master Lu, we will never meet again." After he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped up and flew up to the city wall, which was 3 or 4 meters high like a swallow. Lu Sitian was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, Xie Xiao and Chu Yun also jumped onto the city wall. Lu Sitian wanted to cry after watching this. His followers were all dumbfounded. It seems that when people leave the city, it is as easy as walking on a flat road. But what about them? Just thrown away like this? Lu Sitian looked up at the tall city wall, wanting to cry, but unable to. They came all the way here just to see how others flew onto the city wall. Lu Chen and the others left easily. But what should they do? As soon as the sun rises, they will be thrown into jail. I'm afraid going to jail is a good thing, but I'm afraid they will have to suffer torture and humiliation. Chapter 93, What the Hell is Soft and Fragrant? Because it was not wartime, there were not many soldiers patrolling the county walls. Most of the few soldiers were lazy and sleeping. After Lu Chen and the other two arrived at the city wall, they could not see a single person. Xie Xiao looked down at the city wall, then turned back to ask Lu Chen, "Husband, are we really going to abandon him?" Chu Yun also said, "After all, this matter is caused by us. If we abandon them like this, Master Lu's life will be in danger." "Okay, then help him." Lu Chen continued, "We can save him, but we have to hurry to the capital. We can't let him follow us any further." Xie Xiao said, "Okay, I'll talk to him about this." Lu Chen reached into his bag, took out a large roll of rope, and threw it towards the bottom of the city wall. Just when Lu Sitian and his companions were at a loss as to what to do, they suddenly saw something falling from the city wall. One of the attendants came closer and took a look, then exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, it's a rope." Lu Sitian's worry turned into joy. "At least they are thoughtful. Miss, you go up first." Lu Sitian said, "Okay, wait until I get up there, then I'll pull you up." An attendant came over and tied the rope around Lu Sitian's waist. Then he pulled the rope downwards to signal the people above that they were ready. Chu Yun pulled the rope from above and soon pulled Lu Sitian onto the city wall. "Thank you so much, Master Lu, for rescuing me. Thank you all so much." Lu Sitian escaped death and was extremely grateful to Lu Chen. Lu Chen didn't say anything, but threw the rope down again and pulled up several of Lu Sitian's followers one by one. When he pulled up the last follower, the followers seemed to be frightened and could not exert any strength at all. Lu Chen could only put his arms around his waist and carry him up to the city wall. Why is Lu Sitian's follower's body so soft? I even seem to smell a fragrance. What the hell is this? However, because he still had to go down to the outside of the city wall and do some work, Lu Chen didn't have time to think about it. After some trouble, the group finally left Mahjong County and headed north at night. At this time, Lu Jiazhai, in a main hall where Lu Chen often holds meetings. Zhao Daya, Lu Xiaolan, Meng Ruyu and others were discussing the possible war they might face. Today, there are rumors among refugees that Marquis Jingyuan is dead. I don't know whether this is true or not. Lu Xiaolan said first. Meng Ruyu frowned slightly. If Marquis Jingyuan is really dead, his second son will definitely take the opportunity to cause trouble. Lu Xiaolan, how do you say that? Meng Ruyu said, "You know very little about Marquis Jingyuan, so let me briefly introduce him. Except for the time she went out a few days ago, Zhao Daya has never left the village in her life. Before this, she had never even been to the nearest Fengxi town. She knows very little about the outside world." When she heard Meng Ruyu say this, she immediately pricked up her ears. In this regard, Lu Xiaolan is better than Zhao Daya, but her strength is limited. Although she read a lot, she knew very little about the people and events of the Zhou dynasty. "Sister Meng, please tell me what kind of person this Marquis Jingyuan is." Meng Ruyu told the story slowly. "Do you know why Wang Lang, a mere marquis, was able to dominate 2 counties and 1 state in the south? Did you also know that when the late emperor was still alive, he toured the south of the Yangtze River 3 times? Did you know that when Wang Lang was young, he went to the capital several times to receive audiences from the late emperor? Why did the late emperor show such favor to a hereditary marquis who had nothing to do with him?" A glint flashed in Lu Xiaolan's eyes. Marquis Jingyuan. He is actually the late emperor's. Meng Ruyu nodded. Yes, you are right. Zhao Dia didn't understand. What is he to the late emperor? Tell me. Lu Chen laughed softly and said, Marquis Jingyuan is the late emperor's adopted son. Zhao Dia was stunned. After a long pause, she asked in confusion, Don't they say that every emperor has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? How could he be short of women? Why would he keep women outside? Have you ever heard that domestic flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers? Meng Ryu said with a smile. Zhao Dia was unconvinced. How can wild flowers be more fragrant than domestic flowers? I don't believe it. Meng Ryu said, Let's not talk about Marquis Jingyuan anymore. I want to talk mainly about his second son. When Zhao Dia heard this, she hurriedly asked, Then tell me quickly, is his second son also keeping a mistress outside? Meng Ryu. Lu Chen pulled Zhao Dia and said, Let Sister Meng speak. Wang Lang's second son is called Wang Han. This Wang Han has high aspirations, but unfortunately, he's completely suppressed by his big brother Wang Qi. He wants to turn over but can't, just like Wang Chun who was stepped on by Xiao Ju that day. Zhao Dia thought of Wang Chun's miserable appearance that day and said sympathetically, Sister Meng, if you say that, Wang Han is quite pitiful. Pathetic ass. This Wang Han is nothing. Meng Ryu became furious whenever she thought of Wang Han. The first time she experienced the feeling of being bullied by a dog was from the dog Wang Han. This Wang Han, relying on his position as a local tyrant, bullies men and women all day long and commits all kinds of evil. The local people all hate him to the core. What's even more infuriating is that he actually wants to target me. Zhao Dia. Sister Meng is so beautiful. Isn't it reasonable for him to have his eyes on you? Meng Ryu was furious. Zhao Dia, I don't want to talk to you. Zhao Dia hurriedly said, Okay, I won't say anything more. Go ahead and tell me. Meng Ryu then continued her lecture. But this time, she spoke very quickly so as not to let Zhao Dia interrupt her. Finally, Meng Ryu said, So this time, in order to seize power from his elder brother Wang Qi, Wang Han will definitely use the death of Marquis Jingyuan to raise an army to attack our Lu family village. Lu Chen had seen many such power struggles in Chu Ji and agreed with them deeply. Zhao Dia said, It's okay. Even if Wang Han wants to attack our Lu Jiazhai, it won't take 10 days or half a month. They are still 200 or 300 miles away from us. Besides, Jiang Wenyu's tens of thousands of troops are stationed in Hedo County. By the time he reaches us, Brother Lu should have returned from the capital. No matter how critical the situation is, Zhao Dia firmly believes that as long as Lu Chen is there, no one else can help. Lu Xiaolan and Meng Ryu both shook their heads. Zhao Dia asked hurriedly, What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang Wenyu can't even hold on for half a month? Meng Ryu smiled. I've led troops for many years and am very good at judging people. Jiang Wenyu is a cunning thief and a sly old sly. In troubled times like these, whoever has more troops is the boss. Do you think Jiang Wenyu will fight to the death with Wang Han? Lu Xiaolan agreed. That's right. Zhao Dia slammed the table and stood up. If Wang Han has the guts to come forward, I'll make sure he never returns. Chapter 94. Expelled from the village. After the unexpected death of Marquis Jingyuan, Zhao Dia and Meng Ryu felt a great deal of pressure as they anticipated that his son Wang Han would likely become a soldier. But the construction of Lu Jiazhai is still in full swing. Neither the local villagers nor the refugees who came later knew anything about this matter. They had a rare few days of good days. They could eat enough, their lives became comfortable, and their lives were much more relaxed. After dinner that day, a group of refugees sat at the foot of the city wall, as usual, chatting and gossiping. They only work 4 or 5 hours a day on the construction site, so they actually have plenty of free time. I heard that our boss went on a long trip and may not be back for a long time. While chatting, someone suddenly brought up Lu Chen. That's right, I haven't seen Mr. Lu and his wife for 2 days. It's a mess outside, with wars everywhere. It's not easy for the boss to stay at home. Why go out? I heard that he went out to do big business and make money. That's right. We have thousands of people to feed and drink. This is a huge expense every day. If we don't find a way to make money, no one can afford it. Alas, the boss is doing this for us. If it weren't for the treats he gave us, why would he work so hard to make money? If Master Lu hadn't taken us in, We would have starved to death on the road. As they were talking, a discordant voice suddenly interrupted. Once this boss leaves, our good days will be over. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Zhao Dalai. Zhao Dalai is well known among the refugee circles. Some people heard from Zhao Dalai's fellow villagers that Zhao Dalai was originally a ruffian in their village and was a well-known tough guy. His original name was not Zhao Dalai, but a nickname given to him by others. So many people called him that no one remembered his original name. When everyone saw Zhao Dalai coming to join the fun, they stopped talking. Zhao Dalai seemed not to notice the disgusted expressions on everyone's faces and sat down in the crowd. Damn it, I haven't eaten meat for 2 days and my mouth is already dry as a bird. When I was back home, whenever I felt like it, I could just go out and shoot a bird. Whether it was cooked or roasted, it was always delicious. Someone sarcastically said, "Did you shoot a bird from someone's chicken coop?" Zhao Dalai was immediately annoyed and wanted to lose his temper. But when he saw that the man was big and strong, he looked like he was not someone to be trifled with. So he said, "No matter where he got it from, I have plenty of ways to satisfy my craving. You sound so good. So why didn't you stay home and enjoy your life yesterday, instead of running out to suffer like this?" Zhao Dalai was pushed so hard that he couldn't speak for a long time. At this time, an old man said, "I feel like we haven't suffered much in Lujiazhai. In most of my life, I haven't eaten as much meat as I have in this month. We also have white rice and white flour buns every day. Who would have dared to imagine such a good life before?" Zhao Dalai rolled his eyes. "What good life is this? I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't eat meat." Everyone couldn't help but move away from Zhao Dalai. A mysterious expression suddenly appeared on Zhao Dalai's face, and he lowered his voice and said, "You don't know, right? Those girls raised by the boss still have meat to eat every day. This is no secret." Before leaving, Lu Chen left some bacon for his family. In the shade of the yard, there are bacon hanging everywhere. There were people coming and going in the yard all day long, and many people saw it. This was something he specially reserved for the female soldiers to eat. After hearing what Zhao Dalai said, someone finally couldn't help but said dissatisfiedly, "What does it have to do with you what others eat? If you have the ability, why don't you join the Lu Mansion as a soldier? If you can't be a soldier, you can become a general steward." A skinny middle-aged man nearby also said, "Yeah, why do you always think about good things? If it weren't for Master Lu, you'd still be begging on the road. If you couldn't get any food, you'd just be clinging to a tree and chewing on its bark. But now I'm afraid there's not even any bark left to chew on." Zhao Dalai was choked repeatedly and immediately became angry. He stood up suddenly, pointed at the skinny middle-aged man, and cursed. "Did I talk to you? Who are you? Do I know you? You just come up and confront me? What? I don't show my power, and you think I'm a sick cat." The middle-aged man was not to be outdone. He stood up and continued to rant. "What's the matter? You're talking about the boss behind his back, and I don't want to hear it. Go ahead and bite me." The people around rushed forward to persuade them to stop fighting, and after a quarrel, the two finally calmed down. That night, Zhao Daya and others learned about this matter. Zhao Daya was so angry that she slammed the table. It's true. The old saying is right. A little kindness pays off. A big kindness pays off. We won't keep such an ungrateful person. Lu Xiaolan smiled and advised her, "Daya, actually, this may seem like a small matter, but it shows that even though we stopped feeding them meat, there's still many people who are dissatisfied." Meng Ryu said, "Since they think our food is not good, let them go somewhere else to live a better life." Lu Xiaolan agreed repeatedly. "That's right. From now on, anyone who repays kindness with enmity will be kicked out of Lujia village, one by one." Zhao Daya immediately said, "Let me take care of this." Zhao Daya acted decisively and handled the matter personally the next day. Zhao Daya publicly announced that she would expel a dozen people who were secretly complaining about this and that and wanted to stir up trouble from Lujiazhai. When these people heard that they were going to be driven away, they all cried and refused to leave. Where can they go after leaving Lujiazhai? In this year of great disaster, where can they find food and drink? Where can they find rice and steam buns? When Zhao Daya saw that they were acting like a spoiled child, she ordered people to drive them out of the city. Since then, Lujiazhai has become much more peaceful. However, although Lujiazhai seemed calm on the surface, Zhao Daya, Meng Ryu, and others were discussing countermeasures every night. Sure enough, my words came true. Meng Ryu said, "I heard that Wang Han didn't bury Marquis Jingyuan. After he buried his father, He led Marquis Jingyuan's army and carried the coffin north, saying that he would not be a human being until he avenged his father. Lu Chen laughed. This man, for the sake of power, not only has he no shame, he even abandons his ancestors. Meng Ryu also laughed and said, I wonder if his elder brother Wang Qi will be so angry that he will die when he hears this news. As long as Wang Han gets the military power, he will never let go even if he dies. Zhao Daya was worried. I heard that Marquis Jingyuan has over 100,000 men under his command, and we only have 1,000. How can we fight this battle? Brother Lu has instructed us that none of our soldiers can die. Meng Ryu said seriously, then intensify the training. From today on, train for a full 8 hours every day. That's right. Sharpen your sword before the battle. Even if it's not sharp, it will be bright. Zhao Hadaya agreed with both hands. Lu Chen suggested, we can't just think about passive defense. I think we should take the initiative to attack before Wang Han attacks us and dampen his spirit. Meng Ryu clapped his hands and said, Great. You and I are on the same page. Come, let's discuss how to take the initiative and strike fear into their hearts so they won't dare underestimate our Lu family village. Chapter 95. Come, I'll take you flying. After leaving Majiang County, Lu Chen and his 2 companions, along with Lu Sitian and several others, walked for the entire night until dawn, having only walked less than 20 miles. It was pitch black at night. Lu Chen and the other 2 had their bodies modified, and their eyesight was far superior to that of ordinary people. However, Lu Sitian and his followers took 1 step forward and 1 step back. They were exhausted, but still could not walk fast. The next morning, Lu Chen said goodbye to Lu Sitian, saying that he had something urgent to do and had to leave first, so he would not be going with Lu Sitian. Chu Yin walked several miles, still recalling the expression on Lu Sitian's face at that time, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Even Xie Xiao felt that Lu Chen was being unreasonable. Husband, we can actually take them for a walk. I see that Miss Lu is from a wealthy family. If it really doesn't work out, we can ask them to buy a carriage and we can go together. It will be nice to have someone to accompany us on the road. Lu Chen was a little confused and asked, Ms. Lu? Which Miss Lu? Xie Xiao and Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lu, what are you looking at? Young Master Lu is actually a girl. Female. Lu Chen was shocked. Xie Xiao jokingly said, Look, my husband. Do you regret abandoning them? Lu Chen shook his head. I can't say I regret it, but why didn't I think of this? In his previous life, Lu Chen had little experience with women. The experience he was talking about refers to the ability to distinguish between men and women. Many men dress as women, or women dress as men, and he finds it difficult to tell whether they are men or women. Chu Yun said, The world is in chaos right now. Many young women disguise themselves as men for safety. Just like me and my wife, don't we also disguise ourselves as men? Lu Chen suddenly asked, Then Miss Lu, these followers, aren't they also women? My dear, they are all women. I thought so. Lu Chen remembered hugging one of the followers last night and felt something was wrong at the time. But these are all small things. Whether it was Mr. Lu or Miss Lu, they were just passers-by who met by chance. We have to rush to the capital as soon as possible and get things done quickly. I'm always a little worried about my family. Xie Xiaodao comforted Lu Chen. Husband, what could possibly happen at home? Just relax. Who would dare to mess with those girls at home? Chu Yin also said, Yes, Brother Lu. Even if there is something, it may not be a bad thing to let them handle it themselves. After walking for a while, the 3 of them sat down to rest. Lu Chen took out a few pieces of bread, some sausages, and a few bottles of water from his bag. Although Chu Yun has followed Lu Chen for a long time, she still doesn't know where Lu Chen's various supplies come from. Seeing that Lu Chen's bag was not big, but he kept taking things out, Chu Yun was very surprised. Lu Chen only told his secret to Zhao Daya and Xie Xiao. Didn't tell anyone else. Therefore, although Chu Yun felt that Lu Chen must have a big secret, he never knew what this secret was. They had been out for such a long time, but the food Lu Chen brought out was extremely fresh. Chu Yun even felt that the bread in his hand was still warm. I made up my mind. We'll rush to the capital tomorrow. If there are no complications, we'll be able to return home in a few days. Xie Xiao and Chu Yun were both stunned. My dear, the capital is still 1,000 or 2,000 miles away from here. Even if we could fly, we wouldn't be able to reach the capital tomorrow, right? Chu Yun also thought that Lu Chen was talking nonsense. Lu Chen said, If I really wanted to, I could get to the capital today, but it's a little inconvenient. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Chen has always been steady. Why is he talking like this today? Is it because I'm too worried about my family and my mind is confused? In order to reassure Lu Chen, the two of them hurried on their journey all day long. But Lu Chen was not in a hurry to travel and asked the two to walk slowly and not to panic. Around noon, they found a farmer's house, gave the owner 100 coins, and rested for 2 hours at their house before setting off again. In the evening, the three of them came to a hillside to rest. Lu Chen took out 2 roast ducks wrapped in oil paper, a few scallion pancakes, and 3 bottles of water from his bag. Seeing that Chu Yun was staring at the bag on Lu Chen, Xie Qiao just smiled and said nothing. After a simple dinner, Chu Yun hurried on his way. Lu Chen, however, was admiring the beauty of the sunset and said, "No hurry, let's rest for a while." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun looked at each other and thought Lu Chen looked strange. As the sky gradually darkened, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun urged Lu Chen again. Lu Chen then said to the two of them, "Madam, Chu Yun, do you know what it feels like to fly in the sky?" Xie Qiao was stunned, then suddenly surprised and happy. She thought to herself, could it be that my husband is really an immortal? They can fly in the sky, so what else could they be but immortals? Chu Yun secretly said that it was not good. Lu Chen is crazy. This person looked fine. Why did he suddenly start talking nonsense? Wait for me for a moment, and come over when I call you. After saying that, Lu Chen turned to the other side of the hillside. Chu Yun nervously said to Xie Qiao, "Madam, is Brother Lu okay?" Xie Qiao smiled slightly. "It's okay, he's fine. But does he look fine like this?" "Madam, let me ask you, has Brother Lu been possessed by evil spirits today?" Before Xie Qiao could say anything, Lu Chen's voice came from not far away. "Madam, come here." Xie Qiao pulled Chu Yun up and said, "Let's go over and take a look." Chu Yun didn't know what Xie Qiao wanted her to see, so she had to follow Xie Qiao around the hillside. What is this? Juujun screamed. A huge creature with an extremely strange appearance was resting on a piece of grass at the foot of the hill. It's as weird as it can be. Even if Chu Yun racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what the hell this thing was. Not only Chu Yun, but even Xie Qiao was stunned. After a long pause, she murmured, "Husband, what is this?" Lu Chen patted the helicopter and said, "This is called a helicopter. Come, all of you get in, and I'll take you flying." "Fly? You said this thing can fly." Xie Qiao looked around the helicopter. "This thing has no wings. How can it fly?" In addition to having the same idea as Xie Qiao, Chu Yun was even more surprised at where Lu Chen got such a big thing from. Could it be that he also took it out of his bag? Chu Yun suddenly had a bold idea. At the same time, she had another thought. Could Brother Lu be a monster? Come on, sit on it. Seeing the changing expressions on their faces, Lu Chen roughly guessed what they were thinking, so he spoke in a commanding tone. Xie Qiao was not afraid, as she had 100% trust in Lu Chen. "Come on, Xiaoyan, let's go up. Look, there are a few seats inside, specially reserved for people to sit." Lu Chen reminded them, "You sit in the back row." After the three of them were seated, Lu Chen briefly explained the precautions to them. Then he pressed the start button. The propeller immediately began to turn, and the huge wind and waves stirred up dust. Chapter 96. Traveling thousands of miles a day. High in the sky, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun held each other's hands, their palms full of sweat from nervousness. "Husband, how high above the ground are we?" Lu Chen looked at the display panel and said, "About 1,000 feet. 1,000 feet. It would have been fine if they hadn't asked, but after asking, their faces turned even paler. They were thinking at the same time, if they fell from such a high place, wouldn't they be smashed to pieces? "Don't worry, my lady. This helicopter is very safe." If Lu Chen bought a helicopter, it would only cost 3,000 taels of silver. But he also bought helicopter driving skills in the system store, and it was God-level driving skills. A God-level skill book costs 1 million system coins, which is 1,000 taels of silver. With the support of God-level flying technology and the fact that this helicopter is a system-produced one, there is absolutely no problem with its safety. Seeing Lu Chen so confident, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun gradually became less afraid. They looked outside, but only saw a dark land under the sky. Apart from that, there were only a few scattered lights, which might be the lights in a small town or county. It would be great if it were daytime. I wonder what the ground looks like from the sky. Xie Qiao sighed. Lu Chen smiled and said, "When I'm free one day, I'll find a deserted place and take you flying again, so you can enjoy the scenery below. Chuyin said hurriedly. I don't want to. I was scared to death after sitting on it once. I don't want to sit on it again. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao both laughed. After a while, Xie Qiao asked again, Husband, does this helicopter really fly that fast? I think it's quite stable in here. Lu Chen said, If I keep flying like this for a whole day and night, I can fly almost 10,000 miles. 280 kilometers per hour, 24 hours, is almost 6,000 kilometers. However, this is only theoretical data, and it is impossible in reality. But flying 5,000 kilometers is also possible. However, this number scared Xie Qiao and the others again. More than 10,000 miles. Are you serious? Can you fly more than 10,000 miles in a day and a night? Oh my God, so fast. Our great Zhou dynasty from the northernmost to the southernmost can't be that far, right? It's too fast. I heard that it takes several months for someone to travel from Jiangnan to Beijing by carriage. Lu Chen said, Actually, this helicopter is still quite slow. There's another kind of airplane that can fly 40,000 to 50,000 miles in a day and a night. In the past, passenger planes had a speed of nearly 1,000 kilometers per hour, several times that of helicopters. What? Flying 40,000 to 50,000 miles in a day and a night. Is that true? Lu Chen didn't say it, but he thought to himself, Can I say that I have really sat on it? However, Xie Qiao thought that the helicopter they were riding in and the plane Lu Chen mentioned should be the work of immortals. Who else can fly tens of thousands of miles in a day and a night except immortals? But why does this immortal's treasure look so strange? The three of them talked and chatted, and several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chen suddenly said, It's almost time. I guess we're not far from the capital. Chuyin was surprised and asked, So fast? Xie Qiao also said, We haven't even spoken much. How come you're here already? If we travel normally, traveling day and night, it will probably take more than half a month. And it felt like the helicopter they were riding and was only over an hour old, and they already arrived? That's pretty fast. Pay attention. I'm about to start landing. Lu Chen controlled the helicopter and slowly descended in altitude. He observed the nearby terrain, found a secluded place, and landed steadily on a small open space. Finally, I'm down. I feel at ease standing on the ground. Xie Qiao breathed a sigh of relief. Chuyin also felt relieved. The feeling of staying in the sky was not very good. The main reason is that it is pitch black outside, and you can't see anything, which makes people feel lost. You guys go to the front and wait for me for a while. Lu Chen sent the two away, and after they were far away, he put the helicopter into the space. Then I looked around. The place was deserted, and I had no idea where it was. He had only heard that the capital was located a little to the north and east of Hedo County, but he had no idea how much east it was. He also heard that Lujiazhai was about 1,700 miles, or 850 kilometers, away from the capital. He didn't know whether this distance was accurate or not. No matter what, their current location is not far from the capital. Lu Chen said, It's still early in the morning. Let's find a place with people around and ask how far it is to the capital. The three of them came to a high hill and looked around. There seems to be a small village over there. Let's go over there and ask. The three of them walked for several miles and arrived at the village. It was early in the morning, and knocking on the door to ask for directions in the middle of the night would disturb other people's sleep and would definitely be annoying. If you meet someone with a bad temper, they might even curse at you. If someone has a bad temper, he might even accuse the three of them of being thieves and robbers and arrest them and bring them to justice. After all, in this era, there are few good people who stay up late at night and wander around. Lu Chen had a solution. He took out 2 paper bags from his bag, one of which contained a roast chicken and the other contained a large piece of cooked beef. Although this place is in the north and there is no famine, in this rural area, it is rare to eat meat throughout the year. After everything was ready, Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao and the others to wait outside the village. He went into the village alone, picked a house at random, and knocked on the door gently. This family doesn't even have a yard. They look very poor. After knocking several times, an old voice came from inside. Who is it? Old man, I'm sorry to bother you. I came here to visit relatives and got lost. I wanted to ask you for directions. After a while, the door opened, and an old man with a bent back, holding an oil lamp in his hand, shone it towards Lu Chen. Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Chen handed over the 2 paper bags in his hand. Old man, I'm sorry to bother you, but this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise it. The old man wrinkled his nose and immediately smelled the aroma of meat wafting from the paper bag. Look at what you were saying. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. The old man smiled so hard that his eyebrows were not visible. His family had been out of food for 3 days and had been eating porridge made of wild vegetables every day. He never expected that in the middle of the night, someone would actually bring meat to his mouth. Isn't this God's blessing? Sir, if you ask, I will tell you everything I know. Lu Chen asked, Old man, how far is this place from the capital? You going to the capital, sir? I know that very well. Go northeast for 60 miles. You see that mountain, right? Once you cross it, you'll see the gate tower of the capital. Lu Chen was relieved. He had flown to the capital this time purely on a blind guess, but he didn't expect that he would guess right. Chapter 97. The most righteous people are butchers. Have you heard? Marquis Jingyuan is dead. Marquis Jingyuan died? He was in the prime of life. How could he die? It's a good thing he died. Who made him start a rebellion? It's perfect. It's perfect that he died. We don't have to hide from war anymore. That's wrong. You are totally wrong. What's wrong? How can we rebel if he's dead? The old Marquis is dead, but there's still the young Marquis, right? His family's title is hereditary. What hereditary succession? He's already rebelled. What hereditary succession is there? You don't know yet, do you? I heard that the young Marquis carried the coffin to the battlefield, saying that he wanted to avenge his father. Are you saying that the old Marquis was murdered? Tell me quickly, who killed him? Who is the young Marquis going to seek revenge on? I just heard it. Don't take it seriously. I heard that the old Marquis was killed by a musket. What? A rifle? Yes, it's a musket. This is absolutely true. There's no denying it. Musketeer. Whose musket is so powerful that it can kill the Marquis in an army of over 100,000? Yeah, tell me, whose musket is the most powerful? This. Could it be? The news that Wang Han carried the coffin to the battle to avenge the old Marquis spread quickly across the central plains like a gust of wind. At the foot of the Lujiazhai wall, it's time for the daily gossip again. At dusk, the sun sets. A long line of men formed a queue and enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation at the foot of the city wall. Could it be our boss? I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. Oh my God, if our boss really did this, then the young Marquis would definitely come after our Lu family village to seek revenge. Oh my God, I heard that Marquis Jingyuan is rebelling this time and has brought hundreds of thousands of troops with him, preparing to attack the capital. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. If he really comes to attack our Lujiazhai, what shall we do? All the refugees in Lujiazhai were in panic. Even the villagers of Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang were all in a panic. Ever since Lu Chen and the other two left, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and Lu Xilan would gather at Lu Chen's house every night to discuss village affairs and potential threats of war. They got together again tonight. Meng Ruyu started by saying, the spies I sent out just reported back that they encountered refugees coming from the south. They told them that Wang Han has led his troops north, targeting Hudou County. Zhao Daya asked, how long will it take them to get to Hudou County? Their vanguard is expected to arrive in Hudou County tomorrow night, but the main force may take another 2 days to arrive. Lu Xiaolan looked at Meng Ruyu and asked, is there any movement from General Jiang? Their troops are looting food everywhere. If they can't grab food, they're looting people. They don't care if they're men or women. They arrest anyone they see, even the elderly and children. When Meng Ruyu said this, his fists were clenched tightly. Zhao Daya asked doubtfully, why are they robbing people? Even if they're capturing able-bodied men, they can't spare women and children as well, right? Lu Xiaolan sighed. Daya, have you ever heard of two-legged sheep? Do sheep have 2 legs? I only know sheep have 4 legs. Lu Xiaolan, aren't humans just 2-legged sheep? Zhao Daya tilted her head and thought for a while, then suddenly punched the table. The sturdy wooden table was instantly smashed to pieces by her punch. Meng Ruyu screamed, Daya, you're in trouble. Lu Xiaolan also said, Brother Lu really cherishes this table. I heard he spent a lot of money to buy it. But Zhao Daya didn't care about this at all. Her eyes were blazing with fire as she angrily said, I've decided. Tomorrow night, I'm going to take a team and kill that damned General Jiang. Meng Ruyu shook her head. Daya, why are you doing this? Lu Xiaolan also said, Daya, throughout history for thousands of years, haven't we ordinary people always been 2-legged sheep? The difference is that sometimes we slaughter them and eat them directly, and sometimes we slowly bleed them and eat them later. In comparison, slaughtering them and eating them directly is more enjoyable. Meng Ryu gestured his approval towards Lu Xiaolan and said approvingly, "This general never imagined that a small Lu family village could hide a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix." Lu Xiaolan said modestly, "How can I compare with Brother Lu? If Brother Lu is the bright moon in the sky, I am not even a star." Seeing the two of them looking around and talking about other things, Zhao Daya became angry again. She wanted to slam the table, but the table was gone, only a pile of wooden boards on the floor. Seeing Zhao Daya's expression, Lu Xiaolan smiled and said, "Daya, have you ever thought about this? If you kill Jiang Wenyu, who will stand in front of us when Wang Han leads his troops to attack?" Zhao Daya was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, she was still angry and said, "No matter what, I can't let Jiang Wenyu leave our Hedo County. Even if I don't kill him now, I don't want him to have an easy life." Meng Ryu asked, "So what are your plans?" Lu Daya, "I will lead my men to raid his camp tonight." She continued, "When I attacked his camp last time, I felt uneasy. He hadn't provoked us, so why should we attack him? But now I think I was too gentle." Lu Xiaolan said, "Then I'll go with you tonight. I'll have to trouble General Meng to stay in the village." Meng Ryu said, "Okay. Thank you two sisters for making this trip. Remember to bring some shields in case they use archers against you." The last time Jiang Wenyu and Jinyuan Ho were raided, they were completely unprepared. But this time, they will most likely arrange archers specifically to deal with their long-range firepower. Lu Xiaolan said gratefully, "Thank you, General Meng, for the reminder. As expected of a general who often leads troops in battle, you are so thoughtful." If Meng Ryu hadn't reminded her, she and Zhao Daya might not have thought of this. After the three of them dispersed, Zhao Daya and Lu Xiaolan immediately gathered 400 people, took dry food, equipment, and ammunition, and marched quickly under the cover of darkness. At midnight, they arrived outside Jiang Wenyu's camp. "We'll form teams of 100 people each. I'll lead one, Sister Xiaolan will lead one, Miao Yiye will lead one, and Xiaoju will lead one. We'll charge in from 4 directions and leave them with nothing to worry about. All of you, pay attention and see where they've detained the captured civilians. If you find them, release them. Anyone who dares to stop us will be killed without mercy." Zhao Daya was really ruthless this time. She never imagined that people could be so bad. In the past, she followed Lu Chen wholeheartedly just to repay his kindness. She did whatever Lu Chen asked her to do and had no ideas of her own. But now, she gradually had her own ideas. Her idea is, kill all the beasts in the world. Chapter 98, Second Attack on the Military Camp. Inside Jiang Shiyu's central military tent, Jiang Shiyu paced back and forth in the tent anxiously. A staff member was reporting to him news from various sources. "We have received accurate intelligence that Marquis Jinyuan is dead. His second son, Wang Han, holds military power and is marching north. Hedo County is their only route, so you need to make plans early." The Xiangqing garrison said they were suppressing bandits and couldn't send troops to support us. The Huozhou general was fighting the rebel Lu Han in the Meiyang area. They said they still wanted us to send troops to help him. It's impossible for us to send troops. In short, no one in the nearby states and counties was willing to help him fight against the army of Marquis Jinyuan. Jiang Shiyu finally understood. At present, all parts of the Great Zhou are fighting on their own. The emperor in the capital is now extremely busy, and he is only concerned with the urgent matters at the foot of the imperial city. He has no time to take care of other things. Of course, he does not have the ability to do so now. Even if the emperor issues an order, the various factions will pretend to obey, but secretly disobey. You say yours, and I just do mine. Jiang Shiyu was in a dilemma. He would never fight to the death with Marquis Jingyuan's army under any circumstances. So, go north to Beijing? Absolutely not. As long as he arrives near the capital, the emperor will only ask him to do 3 things. The first possibility is that the emperor will let his troops serve as cannon fodder and go to the north to fight head-on against the brave and warlike Tartar soldiers. The second possibility is that the emperor also wants him to be cannon fodder and sends him to fight against the biggest rebel Li Min. However, Li Min has more than 500,000 soldiers and horses under his command, so this battle cannot be fought at all. The last possibility is that the emperor will deprive him of his military power and send a trustworthy person to take over the troops and let them garrison the capital. No matter which path he took, Jiang Shiyu would never accept it. So should I go east or west? The north is not an option, and there is the army of Marquis Jinyuan in the south, so he can only consider the east and west routes. Jiang Shuyu shook his head again. Going west is definitely not an option, because many rebel groups come from the west, and if he goes there, he will be like a sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. Go east? That place is the territory of several old enemies in the officialdom. If he goes there, won't he be at their mercy? Damn it. Every path leads to a dead end. What the hell did I break? Damn it, God, you're trying to kill me. The staff member said, Sir, according to the spies, Wang Han's vanguard may arrive soon. I hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. Jiang Shuyu frowned. If he had a way, why would he wait until now? Just when he was frowning, he suddenly heard a familiar sound outside. Jiang Shuyu's heart suddenly trembled. Damn it, it's not happening again, is it? A few days ago, the unstoppable musketeers allowed Jiang Shuyu to see what powerful firepower was. Jiang Shuyu also has 2 musketeers under his command, but his 2 musketeers could only provide support to the main force. Combat effectiveness is almost dispensable. However, that night, Jiang Shuyu was stunned when he saw his soldiers falling down in large numbers in front of the mysterious musketeers like harvested wheat straw. Report. A soldier came hurriedly to report. Sir, several musketeers are attacking the camp. A few. Jiang Shuyu was shocked. The day before yesterday, a musketeer team threw his camp into chaos. Today, several of them came at the same time. Sir, these musketeers are very small, with only about 100 men each. Jiang Shuyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the same musketeers from a few days ago, but this time they divided one team into several teams. Where are musketeers? Jiang Shuyu suddenly asked. Someone immediately rushed into the tent from outside. Sir, the musketeers are on standby. Jiang Shuyu's face darkened. Order the musketeers to avoid the enemy raiding the camp. Do not engage in fire with them. Although his musketeers were not very strong in combat, they were built with a huge investment. If we lose money here, it will be a huge loss. After seeing the other side's musketeers and then looking at his own musketeers, Jiang Shu knew very well that there was a huge gap between their combat effectiveness. Order the archers to suppress them from a distance, and then send a few teams of shield soldiers to press forward. I still don't believe it. With only a few hundred people, do you really think I can't do anything to you? In fact, the most important thing for Jiang Shuyu right now is to find a way out for himself. He really didn't take this small musketeer team seriously. At this time in the camp, Zhao Daya and Lu Chen and several others, each leading 100 people, broke into the military camp. The rifles in their hands were all equipped with high-powered flashlights, and the bright beams of light danced wildly, piercing the sky and blinding the eyes of the soldiers who came to block them. Da-da-da. Amidst the dense gunfire, the enemy soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Be careful. There are archers lying in ambush ahead. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Zhao Daya immediately ordered, Raise your shields. This time she arranged for half of the people to carry shields. Rows of riot shields blocked the crowd. The tall riot shield not only covers the whole body, but also protects teammates. Zhao Daya shouted an order. Shoot the archers on the opposite side first. After the opposite side fired a round of arrows, the female soldiers stretched out their rifles from the gaps in their shields. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, they fired accurately at the archers in the distance. In the blink of an eye, most of the archers were wiped out. Seeing that the situation was not good, the remaining people did not dare to fight and fled away in a hurry. At this time, the sword and shield soldiers who had been on standby formed rows of shield walls and advanced towards the female soldiers step by step. Zhao Daya raised her rifle and aimed at a shield. Bang, bang, bang. A long burst. The soldier hiding behind the shield fell to the ground. There were 3 holes as big as eggs on the shield. Zhao Daya was overjoyed and shouted, Hit them all. Their shields can't stop our bullets. Upon hearing this, all the female soldiers raised their guns, aimed, and fired at the shield wall. Suddenly, the sword and shield soldiers were beaten to the ground, with countless casualties. Not good. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Someone shouted and ran away. Seeing someone leading others, the rest of the people all followed and fled in all directions. In a moment, the shield troops that had been in good order just now collapsed. Instructor, these tents are full of tied-up civilians. They all remembered what Zhao Daya had instructed them to do before and took a look at all the tents they passed by. Zhao Daya said, "Your team will untie them, and the rest of you will provide cover." After being released, all the men, women, young and old in the tent kowtowed to Zhao Daya to express their gratitude. They all thought they were doomed, but who knew they could escape death and survive, which made them all burst into tears. "All of you follow behind us and fight your way out of the military camp." Zhao Daya, with the female soldiers and a large group of civilians behind them, continued to charge and fight in the military camp and continued to search for the kidnapped civilians. Some fearless people came with a large group of people, wanting to surround and kill them, but Zhao Daya and her men opened fire at full power, and in just one encounter they beat the officers and soldiers and made them flee in panic. Chapter 99, they were all excited. Jiang Wenyu's face looked very ugly. "There's so many of you, and you can't do anything about hundreds of girls. You're such losers. You're all losers. Losers." Under Jiang Wenyu's harsh rebuke, the two guerrilla generals hung their heads in shame and remained silent. Jiang Wenyu was usually quite gentle when leading his troops, but this time he was really angry. He was already in a bad mood, and these subordinates' performance tonight was terrible. Jiang Wenyu finally found a way to vent his anger and scolded several of his subordinates harshly. "Comandeli." Lieutenant General Li hurried forward and said, "I'm here." Jiang Wenyu said, "You lead the troops and capture them all." Lieutenant General Li, "Yes, sir." After saying this, he walked out of the tent with his head held high and chest puffed out. Before leaving, he glanced at the two guerrilla generals. It was just a trivial matter, yet he, a lieutenant general, had to take action personally. Lieutenant General Li left the Central Army camp and immediately assembled 5,000 troops. Although he knew that the enemy had only a few hundred people, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy, so as not to follow in the footsteps of the two guerrilla generals. "I'll deploy 10 times more troops than you. I don't believe I can't defeat you." At this time, the raided military camp was already in chaos. Without senior officers in charge, it was impossible to organize an effective attack. Lieutenant General Li personally led 5,000 troops to the battle area. "General, that dancing beam of light ahead is where the enemy is." Lieutenant General Li sat upright on his horse and looked carefully for a while. "Yes, judging by the number of light beams, there should be around 100 people." He immediately ordered 5,000 men to surround the enemy from all sides, from loose to tight, and finally trap the enemy to death in the encirclement. "Humph! I'll pile you up to death, even if I have to use human lives." In this battle, Lieutenant General Li is determined to win. At this time, Miao Ye was leading a team of people, charging deep into the military camp while searching for the detained civilians. At first, they encountered fierce resistance, but when the enemy found that they could not get close to them, they wisely hid far away. Therefore, they did not encounter many officers and soldiers now, only a few scattered troops. The female soldiers were somewhat relaxed at this time. Is this really a military camp with tens of thousands of people? Where did all these people go? He's scared of being beaten by us. They're all cowards. Cowards? Who says it's not true? How can we win a battle with soldiers like this? Just as they rushed forward and chatted in low voices, Miao Ye realized that something was wrong. There were many figures swaying in the distance, but they were not approaching. "Pay attention to the surrounding situation," Miao Ye shouted. The female soldiers used the powerful flashlights on their rifles to shine into the distance, and soon discovered that there were people everywhere around them. "Captain, we seem to be surrounded," a team leader reported to Miao Ye. "We are surrounded," said another team leader. Miao Ye was excited. "Really? Are we really surrounded?" Judging from her appearance, it seemed that it was not them who were surrounded, but the enemy who was surrounded by them. The female soldiers also seemed very excited. Although the surprise attack on the enemy camp is exciting, there are some shortcomings. The enemy was too weak, and they had no room to display their strength. "This time, we finally have a tough battle to fight," Miao Ye reminded everyone. "Every team, pay attention to protecting the people." Not long after, someone reported again, "Captain, the enemy is getting closer and closer. They are using tents as cover and have narrowed the encirclement." Miao Ye said, "When we fight later, just fire at full power. After you run out of bullets, we will engage in hand-to-hand combat with them." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers became even more excited. They are not fragile range troops. What they are best at is close combat. Kill. Kill! Kill them all! Suddenly, shouts and cries of killing arose everywhere. Countless soldiers in helmets and armor swarmed in from all directions. They brandished spears and broadswords, shouted loudly, and rushed towards Miao Ye and the 100 or so girls like a tide. Lieutenant General Li sat in the rear, half closed his eyes, and looked towards the battlefield. His 5,000 brave soldiers were densely packed, armed with swords and spears, and were unstoppable. The other side, with only 100 or so people, was like a small boat in the vast ocean. I would be drowned in the surging crowd in an instant. How could a firefly's light even hope to rival the sun and moon for brilliance? How absurd! Li Kanjiang twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of disdain. At this moment, he suddenly heard a burst of gunfire as dense as a rainstorm. Along with the sound of gunfire, his brave soldiers fell down one after another like rows of human walls. The shields in their hands were like paper and were useless. It's quite strong indeed. However, Lieutenant General Li was not worried. He originally wanted to kill the other party with his own lives. It's all under his control. However, it seemed that too many of his soldiers died. With the help of the opponent's powerful light beam, Lieutenant General Li clearly saw that in the middle area where the two sides were fighting, the bodies of his soldiers had piled up into a small hill. In just a moment, thousands of his soldiers were killed. Seeing that all those in the front were killed, the people behind became frightened and the momentum of the charge quickly slowed down. Lieutenant General Li shouted hastily, "Everyone, charge forward! Anyone who dares to retreat will die." He waved his hand forward and the supervisory team rushed to the battlefield quickly. Lieutenant General Li felt stable again. He knew the musketeers well. So what if the enemy's firepower is very strong? The gunpowder bullets they carry will eventually run out. By then, they will be at the mercy of others. I just don't know what they look like. I haven't tasted such hot women yet. Do you want to keep a few? I'll send a few to General Jiang and keep a few for myself. This is feasible. Just as Lieutenant General Li was daydreaming, nearly half of his 5,000 soldiers had been killed or wounded. When he woke up from his sweet dream, he was surprised to find that the enemy's firepower showed no signs of weakening. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lieutenant General Li felt something was wrong. Nearly half of his 5,000 men had been killed or wounded, and the soldiers were so frightened by the enemy's powerful strength that they had lost all their fighting spirit. If this continues, his soldiers will surely be defeated and flee in all directions. At this moment, he was suddenly overjoyed. The enemy's gunfire was obviously much less. They've finally run out of powder and bullets. Lieutenant General Li was greatly encouraged. He shouted loudly, "Men, charge! They have used up all their bullets. Kill them all. The reward for killing one is 10 taels of silver, and for capturing one alive, the reward is 20 taels of silver." All of a sudden, those soldiers who were beaten and had their necks shrank suddenly became extremely brave. They shouted loudly and rushed forward recklessly. "Kill! Sisters, put away your guns and draw your swords. Follow me." Miao Ye put away her gun and replaced it with a knife. She was the first to jump over the wall of corpses and charge into the enemy camp. Behind her, all the female soldiers drew their long swords from their backs. "Kill!" The female soldiers took the initiative and launched a counterattack. Each of them rushed into the enemy camp like a little tiger descending from a mountain. Chapter 100, A Fierce Battle. Miao Ye took the lead and rushed towards the front group of enemy soldiers, suddenly slashing out with the long sword in her hand. The two leading enemy soldiers were immediately chopped into 2 pieces. "Kill!" Miao Ye shouted tenderly, swung her long sword horizontally, and 3 more enemy soldiers were cut in half. This group of enemy soldiers looked like they had seen a ghost. Their eyes almost popped out. Is this still a human being? This little girl is not very old, but she kills people as easily as cutting vegetables. "Kill!" The female soldiers charged into the enemy's formation, slashing with their long swords. For a moment, blood splattered everywhere and screams were heard everywhere. Nearly half of the soldiers brought by Lieutenant General Li had been killed just now, and their morale had long been low. Seeing these female soldiers descending like gods, with each sword attack taking lives, they were shocked and at a loss. When Lieutenant General Li heard his subordinates screaming, he gritted his teeth in anger. They are not only musketeers, but also experts in close combat. Lieutenant General Li suddenly felt that the number of soldiers he brought this time was still a little too few. Even if this battle can be won, I'm afraid there will be more than 3,000 casualties. Even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. The enemy team on the opposite side is just one of several sneak attack teams. These girls are so fierce. At this moment, someone suddenly came to report. Report, sir, it's bad. Our people can't hold on any longer. Please send reinforcements. Lieutenant General Li was stunned for a moment. Then he was so angry that he laughed to death. Who's attacking? Isn't it them, not us? 5,000 grown men fighting 100 little girls, and you still have the nerve to say you can't hold on and need reinforcements. Lieutenant General Li kicked the soldier who came to report to the ground. He was just about to order the man to be dragged out and beheaded when he heard someone come to report. Sir, the enemy is too fierce. Our army has suffered heavy casualties. If we don't withdraw, I'm afraid we will be completely wiped out, sir. Lieutenant General Li looked towards the battlefield. The battlefield, which was bright as day just now, was now dimly lit. It turned out that many of the soldiers holding torches had fled in all directions. Only a small number of people were still holding on in the front line, but they were retreating again and again. When Lieutenant General Li saw this, his face turned pale. 5,000 people couldn't stop the enemy's mere 100 people. Report, sir, something bad has happened. Another group of enemies is coming from the east. Lieutenant General Li felt a tightness in his heart. Just in this team of 100 people, he has lost at least 3,000 people. If another group of enemies comes, how can he fight this battle? Retreat. Pass my order. Everyone retreat to the central camp. Lieutenant General Li is very aware of the current situation. Nothing in terms of face or money is important. What is important is your own life. There's a mountain of silver in his house. If he dies here, who knows who will get the most out of the silver? He also had 5 concubines, all of whom were as beautiful as flowers, and he also didn't want to let others get them. As soon as the order was given, Lieutenant General Li turned his horse around and fled towards the central army camp with a group of his personal soldiers. On the other side, when Zhao Daya rushed over with her team of female soldiers, she saw Miao Ye leading her team to chase and kill the enemy soldiers. After Miao Ye killed an enemy soldier with a single blow, she saw Zhao Daya and the others. Sister Daya, why are you here? Miao Ye asked curiously. Zhao Daya was relieved to see that Miao Ye and the others were safe and sound. She said, I heard a lot of gunfire from your side, and then the gunfire stopped. I knew you were encountering a large group of enemy soldiers, so I rushed over to support you. I didn't expect Sister Ye to be so brave and win the battle. She looked at the piles of bodies of officers and soldiers, which showed how fierce the battle had just been. Miao Ye said, Sister Daya, should we charge in twice more? Zhao Daya said, let's stop here today. Jiang, when you can't get away anyway. Zhao Daya wanted to kill more soldiers and officers more than Miao Ye, but she also knew that the overall situation should be prioritized. Send a message to Lu Xiaolan and Xiaoju. Protect the civilians and evacuate the military camp. Just as Zhao Daya and others were slowly withdrawing from the military camp, Jiang Wenyu's face in the central army tent was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. Commander Li, please explain in detail. You led 5,000 men to surround and kill a squad of 100 men, but why were you defeated so completely? Lieutenant General Li's face was heavy as he said, My lord, it's not that I'm incompetent, it's simply that the enemy is too strong. I acknowledge my guilt and ask for your punishment. Jiang Wenyu angrily asked, Is your fault that the enemy is too powerful? Jiang Wenyu certainly knew that the enemy soldiers were strong, but it was really shameless that Lieutenant General Li did not mention a word about his own poor command. Lieutenant General Li knew that it was useless to say more, so he just remained silent. In fact, he knew clearly in his heart that no matter who led the troops to fight the enemy tonight, they would only return in defeat. Those female soldiers didn't look like mortal flesh and blood. They were all like they were made of iron. Even if the general personally led a large group of troops, the result would be the same. Report. Another soldier came to report. Sir, the enemy has retreated. Lieutenant General Li couldn't help but look pleased. If he hadn't led his troops in a bloody battle just now, how could these enemy soldiers retreat? Jiang Wenyu looked at Lieutenant General Li deeply. This fool, could it be that he thinks the enemy retreated because of him? Sir, when the enemy retreated, they also took away many civilians from the military camp. Jiang Wenyu murmured, so they launched this night raid just for those 2-legged sheep. Lieutenant General Li said, Sir, would you like me to lead the troops to hunt them down and get those two-legged sheep back? Snort. Jiang Wenyu snorted coldly and walked away. In the early morning, Zhao Daya led his troops back to Lu Jiazhai. She asked the female soldiers to rest early. She went to find Meng Ruyu and told her about the battle tonight. Meng Ruyu said, "You did the right thing. You didn't raid Jiang Wenyu's main camp. This made it difficult for Jiang Wenyu to figure out our intentions. This will make it easier for you to assassinate him later." Zhao Daya has already discussed this with Meng Ruyu, and she is determined to take Jiang Wenyu's head. But this matter has to be delayed until after Wang Han and Jiang Wenyu fight. The bullets I brought this time are a bit too few. There are too many enemies and there are not enough bullets. Next time I go out to fight, I must bring more magazines. If that doesn't work, I will just bring boxes of bullets. This is Zhao Daya's summary of tonight's battle. Meng Ruyu, however, had a different opinion. Master Lu once told me that during a battle, one must always pay attention to the number of bullets remaining. If they're low, they must be used sparingly and not all at once. Fortunately, we all have martial arts skills. If we didn't, and we ran out of bullets early in the battle, we would be dead. Zhao Daya nodded and said, "Brother Lu also told me about this. I will pay attention to it next time." Meng Ruyu then said, "I wonder where Mr. Lu is now. I heard that we are nearly 2,000 miles away from the capital. Even if we walk as fast as we can, it will probably take 10 days to get there." What they didn't know was that Lu Chen and the other two had already arrived outside the capital. Chapter 101. Peace and Prosperity in Troubled Times. This is really the capital. I didn't expect that in less than 2 hours, we arrive in the capital from Lu Jiazhai. Husband, your helicopter flies so fast. At this time, it was just dawn and the city gate had not yet been opened. Lu Chen and the other two simply waited at the city gate and took a look at the scenery outside the city. From the look on Lu Chen's face, Chu Yun seemed to be very familiar with the capital. "Chu Yun, is your home in the capital?" Xie Qiao asked. She also noticed that the closer they got to the capital, the more solemn Chu Yun's expression became. "Seems to be full of worries." "Yes and no," Chu Yun said ambiguously. Since she didn't want to say it, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao didn't ask any further questions. "This city wall is really high, much taller than the city wall of our Lu Jiazhai," Xie Qiao exclaimed. When Lu Jiazhai was building the city wall, Xie Qiao thought it was a waste of manpower and resources to build the wall so high. But now, after seeing the city walls of the capital, Xie Qiao suddenly felt that the walls of Lu Jiazhai were pitifully low. Lu Chen smiled and said, "This city wall wasn't built overnight. I don't know how many generations of people build it over and over again before it finally reached its current state. It must be very lively in here, right?" Xie Qiao couldn't wait to go into the city and take a look. Like Lu Chen, Xie Qiao was a country boy who had never seen the world. "Everything is new to me." Capital, once upon a time, Xie Qiao felt that this was an extremely distant name. She even felt that she would never have any connection with the capital in her life. Not to mention the capital, she had never even been to the county town before fleeing famine with her parents. Unexpectedly, she would have the opportunity to come to the capital. To her, it was like a dream. The three chatted outside the city for a while, and as soon as it got light, the city gate opened. "Let's go into the city." Lu Chen brought the two of them and followed the long line of people to the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city checked people's identities and belongings one by one. These are turbulent times, so they are checking very strictly. "What are you carrying? You can't bring these into the city. If I say you can't come in, you can't come in. Get out." A woman who entered the city carrying a bamboo basket was pushed to the ground by the soldiers guarding the city. The bamboo basket fell to the ground, and the two pheasants inside were flapping around on the ground. The woman didn't dare say anything more. She could only support her injured leg and walk away slowly with tears in her eyes. When they found Lu Chen and the other two, Lu Chen didn't say anything. He just lifted up a corner of his clothes and showed his East Factory badge. The two soldiers immediately showed a flattering expression. "Sir, please." The three of them entered the city smoothly. "Let's find an inn to stay in first, and then go out to find out about the old thief Sima. You two can also take a walk around the city." Lu Chen took into consideration that Xie Qiao had never been to the capital, so he must have a look around. After all, he was coming to the capital, and it would be unreasonable not to see the scenery of the capital. In the next few days, Lu Chen and the other two asked around and easily found out where Sima Zhongxian's house was. Although Sima Zhongxian lived in the palace, He bought several houses in the capital. Not only did he buy a house, but he also had a wife and 3 concubines. Xie Qiao didn't understand this. My dear, isn't Sima Zhongxian a father-in-law? Why does he marry a wife and keep concubines? Lu Chen smiled. Is this strange? Many eunuchs with some power are like this. He continued, today we are going to Zhuwu Avenue. The old thief Sima's main residence is on that street. Go and get ready. We will leave soon. On the second day after arriving in the capital, Lu Chen asked Xie Qiao and Chu Yun to go to the street to buy women's clothing. Disguised clothes were worn on the road for convenience, but once we arrived in the capital, we had nothing to worry about. After the 2 of them were dressed, the 3 of them rushed to Zhuwu Avenue. Zhuwu Avenue is one of the most prosperous streets in the capital. At this time, there are many shops, crowds of people, and it is very lively. This time, they can not only gather intelligence, but also go shopping, which is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chu Yun, where did you go last night? Xie Qiao asked Chu Yun quietly. Chu Yun climbed out the window in the middle of the night last night, so Xie Qiao naturally couldn't hide it from him. Go and see an old friend. Chu Yun's response was simple. Oh. Xie Qiao didn't ask any more questions and looked at the street vendors. Husband, this silk flower is so beautiful. If you think it looks good, then buy it. Husband, what is this food? Is it delicious? Let's try it and see if it tastes good. 3 servings, please. My husband, look at that. Husband, look at this, it's really fun. There are indeed countless delicious and fun things to do in Beijing. Lu Chen felt emotional. Outside the capital, some places suffered from continuous famine. Some were ravaged by war, and some were starving people who had to trade their children for food. But looking at the capital city, it was eerily quiet. People seemed to be living in peace and prosperity. Carriage! Quick! The horses are frightened. Get out of the way! Someone suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone looked and saw a carriage galloping towards them. People on the street moved to the sides. Xiaonan! Xiaonan, get out of the way! A woman screamed and rushed toward a little girl standing in the road. The little girl was only 3 or 4 years old. She looked at her mother blankly, not knowing what was going on. The carriage was about to reach the little girl. The woman had just pounced on the little girl and wanted to pull her up to avoid her, but it was too late. When everyone saw this, they all showed an expression of pity on their faces. They had already foreseen the tragic plight of the mother and daughter. At this critical moment, Lu Chen swayed and came to the front of the carriage. He slapped out with his palm, hitting the horse's head. Boom! The horse's head was completely deformed and bloody. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chen slapped out with his palm again, and with a whoosh sound, the front end of the carriage was smashed to pieces. The entire carriage was forced to stop by his palm. The mother and daughter saw Lu Chen standing in front of them like a door god, snatching them back from the gates of hell. The woman knelt down in front of Lu Chen and said, "Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for saving my life. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid both my mother and I would have died. I will never forget your great kindness." Lu Chen pulled the woman up and said, "No need to be polite. Since you've seen it, there's no reason to just stand by and watch someone die." At this moment, someone suddenly started cursing. "Who is it? Which blind bastard smashed my carriage? Ouch, my head. Damn it. You little beast, you dare to smash my head? I'll make you pay with your life." Lu Chen looked back and saw a young man in his 20s in fancy clothes climbing out of the carriage in a panic. He covered his head with his hands, and blood was oozing from between his fingers. 2 servants then climbed out of the carriage and supported the young man in fancy clothes on the left and right. "Master, are you okay? Do you want to go to the infirmary first?" "Oh, master, this wound on your head. Oh, I'm so heartbroken. When have you ever suffered this?" "Master, it must be very painful." Lu Chen's face suddenly turned ugly. It turns out that the horse is not frightened at all. Instead, this man deliberately galloped his horse wildly on the street. Chapter 102. To forcibly seize a woman. Lu Chen ignored the young man. He comforted the frightened mother and daughter and let them leave first. Judging from the arrogant and domineering appearance of this young man, he must be from some important background. If he had no power or influence, how could he dare to ride his horse wildly in broad daylight? Who knows, he might cause trouble soon. He had just sent the mother and daughter away, and when he looked back, he saw the young man staring blankly at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. After the transformation of the Dali pills, their bodies were completely transformed from the inside out. Even in the capital, their looks are 1 in 1,000. Especially their skin, which is delicate, smooth, and as smooth as if it were broken by babies. Among the many young women on the street, the two of them were glamorous and very different. Obviously, this young man is crazy about her. "Madam, Chu Yun, let's go." Lu Chen said goodbye to Xie Qiao and Chu Yun and was about to leave. "Stop," the young man shouted. Lu Chen turned around and looked at him coldly. "Did I let you go? I don't think you are from the capital, do you?" The young man came over with ill intentions, his eyes darting between Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun turned away with disgust on their faces. Lu Chen also frowned. If this wasn't the capital, Lu Chen would have slapped him in the face for looking like he deserved a beating. It's just that he had just arrived in the capital and was not familiar with the place. Besides, he had things to do and didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing that Lu Chen and the other two ignored him, the young man immediately became angry and embarrassed. "You ignorant bastards, you hurt me, and you still want to leave?" The two servants beside him were wrapping and tying strips of cloth around the young master's bleeding forehead. When they heard their master's words, they all cried out, "Yes, you want to leave? No way. If you don't pay me 18,000 taels of silver today, you won't be able to leave. Our young master is such a precious person. Asking you to pay 10,000 taels is already a bargain for you." "Yes, you got a bargain." The two lackeys sang in unison and cooperated perfectly, but their master didn't seem to appreciate it. He kicked the two servants to the ground one by one. "Damn it. Is your son such a money lover? Do you think I'm a beggar at the city gate?" The two servants got up from the ground, smiled flatteringly at their master, and then shouted at Lu Chen again. "That's right. My master said, how can 10,000 taels be enough? At least 50,000 taels will be enough. That's right. How could my young master be so easily dismissed? 50,000 taels. If you don't take 50,000 taels, don't even think about leaving." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Such lackeys are rare. They are really two good dogs. However, these two lackeys were wrong again this time, and they still failed to scratch their master's itch. "Get out of here." The young man raised his leg to kick again, but he lost his balance and almost fell. Two servants hurried forward to support him. Lu Chen thought it was quite interesting to watch their performance, so he pretended to be watching a play and watched them with interest. The two lackeys were too tactless, and the young master had no choice but to finally reveal his cards himself. "It's okay for you to leave if you want, but these two ladies have to stay." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun were stunned. How did this involve them? Their faces immediately darkened. Lu Chen also said with a cold face, "Are you trying to forcefully take this girl away from me?" At this time, many people had gathered around to watch the fun. Those who knew this young man began to discuss it in low voices. "Isn't this Chen Weiwei, the second son of Minister Chen of the Ministry of Works? This fellow is utterly evil. He relies on his sister's support and bullies men and women all day long, doing all kinds of bad things. I heard that he drove a decent woman crazy a while ago. Her family had nowhere to turn to for help, and Minister Chen forced them to flee the capital. Alas, what a sin. I'm afraid these two girls will also suffer." Chen Weiwei saw everyone whispering. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he knew it was not a good thing. So he started yelling at everyone. "Get away from me. You're disturbing me. If you don't get out of here, I'll arrest you. You all look like spies for the rebels. Do you want the military to investigate you?" Everyone was so scared that they took a few steps back, but they did not disperse. They just stood a little distance away and looked over here. Chen Weiwei raised his chin proudly towards Lu Chen. "It seems to mean, I'm so awesome." Then he waved his hand at the two lackeys. "Go, bring them both over to me. I want to take a closer look." "Okay, sir." The two lackeys nodded and bowed to Chen Weiwei, said okay, turned around and straightened their backs immediately. They walked towards Xie Qiao and Chu Yun in a swaggerant style. Looking at them now, how could they still look like two lackeys? They looked like generals who had just returned from their morning court session. Lu Chen watched coldly and did not step forward to stop it. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun remained calm and pretended not to see the two people. "Ladies, please." A servant looked down at Xie Qiao and Chu Yun with his nose in the air, his expression arrogant, like a superior giving orders to his subordinates. Xie Qiao and his partner, one was looking at a small stall not far away with great interest, while the other was admiring the clouds in the sky. The two servants were used to being treated like dogs, so how could they not know that they were not treated as human beings at all? He immediately became angry. A servant stepped forward and tried to grab Chu Yun's clothes, cursing, "Shameless bitch. My young master likes you. It's a great blessing for you." How could Chu Yun let such a person touch her? She kicked the boy right in the chest. The servant let out a scream and flew out. When he fell to the ground, he vomited several mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. It was obvious that he had suffered serious internal injuries. When Chen Weiwei saw this scene, he was shocked at first, and suddenly a wicked smile appeared on his face. What a fierce young lady. She even knows Kung Fu. Wonderful. So wonderful. I've played with many women, but I've never played with a woman who knows Kung Fu. Thanks to the blessing of God, I'm so lucky this time. Before he could finish his obscene words, Lu Chen rushed over to him and slapped him on the cheek. Bang! The crisp sound of a slap rang in everyone's ears. Lu Chen's slap was very skillful. Not only is the blow heavy, but it is also extremely loud and crisp. Too loud. It's much louder than the sound of firecrackers. Chen Weiwei was stunned by the slap. His ears were still buzzing for a long time, and his brain was not working well. When he came to his senses, he felt a burning pain on his face. He put his hand to his face and almost fainted. He felt that half of his face was swollen as big as a steam bun. It hurts so much when I touch it. Chen Weiwei pointed at Lu Chen. He wanted to curse, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't even speak. Chapter 103 Fight. Lu Chen fought and felt great about it, but he also knew that he couldn't stay here for long. Then he said to Xie Qiao and the others, "Let's go." Just as the three were about to leave, the servant who hadn't been beaten by Chen Weiwei shouted hurriedly, "You are not allowed to leave." If Lu Chen and the other two were allowed to leave like this, his life would be in danger. But he also knew that Lu Chen and the other two were not easy to deal with, so he didn't dare to stop them, and just made a fuss from a distance. Lu Chen didn't even bother to look at him, and left with Xie Qiao and Chu Yun. After encountering such a thing, the three of them were no longer in the mood to go shopping. They hurriedly walked around the street, and then returned to the inn early. In the inn, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao discussed the matter. We have a general understanding of Sima Zhongxin's situation. Next, we will go tonight to investigate and find out his financial situation. We will find out how much money he has in his manor and shop, how much cash he has, how many banknotes he has, his total capital, and where his vault is. Once we have figured out all this, we will come and capture him in one fell swoop. Chu Yun said, "This matter is not easy to handle. We came here in a hurry, and time is tight. It is really not easy to sort out his huge family business in a short time." Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's okay. I have my own way to deal with this matter. To deal with extraordinary people, one must do extraordinary things." He had already thought about this before coming. It's just that the specific operation is a little difficult. It requires careful planning. That night, Lu Chen sneaked into Sima Zhongxin's mansion alone and did not come out until dawn, and then returned to the inn to rest. As usual, although he appeared to be sleeping in the room, he actually went into the space to rest. After all, the speed of time flowing in space is different from that in reality. Sleeping for 4 hours in space is less than half an hour outside. It is estimated that the speed of time flowing may be a ratio of 10 to 1. After waking up in the space, Lu Chen was busy harvesting crops and vegetables before coming out of the space. Lu Chen hides during the day and comes out at night, so Xie Qiao and Chu Yun must be a little bored staying in the inn. Lu Chen took out some fruits, snacks, and other food from the space, and then called Xie Qiao and Chu Yun to his room. "Husband, you haven't come back all night, just get some sleep." Regarding Xie Qiao's concern, Lu Chen certainly couldn't say that he was sleeping soundly in the space. "It's okay, I don't sleep much anyway." Lu Chen used the spring water he took out from the space and asked the inn waiter to make tea and bring it up. The three of them ate fruit snacks, drank fragrant hot tea, and chatted while looking at the street view outside the window. Although I am in a foreign land, life is actually quite good. But good times are often short-lived. The three of them were enjoying their rare leisure time when they heard a commotion outside. Although Lu Chen didn't open the door to look, he heard voices outside. "The patrol battalion is catching fugitives. Get everyone here out." There was another commotion outside. Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The tree wants to be still, and the wind stops. What can I do? Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. "Sir, please come out for a moment. The patrol camp is looking for some prisoners. Please come out for a moment." It was the shop assistant's voice. "Let's go." Lu Chen stood up. Xie Qiao took a sip of the fragrant tea, then stood up and said with a smile, "This capital city is also so chaotic." Chu Yun followed Lu Chen and Xie Qiao, and the three of them left the room. As the three of them walked out of the room, they heard someone shouting downstairs, "It's them! Sir, it's them!" Lu Chen looked downstairs and saw the servant who had followed Chen Weiwei yesterday. He smiled and looked at Xie Xiao beside him. Look, you still say that the capital is in chaos. Isn't this chaos caused by us? Xie Xiao chuckled. Chu Yan looked at Lu Chen seriously. Brother Lu, should we fight or flee? B. Lu Chen said firmly. He saved the mother and daughter yesterday, but was arrested by the soldiers. This was such a rotten dynasty. He had to teach them a lesson. Escape? It doesn't exist. If he is in a place where reason is not accepted, then he himself is the reason. If they dare to act recklessly under the emperor's feet, then what good is this emperor? The three of them walked down the stairs slowly and came to the lobby. Sir, it was these three who crashed into my Chun Mansion's carriage yesterday, and also smashed my young master's head. Not only did they refuse to pay compensation, but they also beat my young master's face until it was swollen. The servant said this with confidence, but his men hid behind several officers and soldiers and did not dare to approach Lu Chen and the other two. The leading officer and soldier looked at Lu Chen, then at Xie Xiao and Chu Yun behind Lu Chen. Then he waved his hand and said, "Tie him up." Several officers and soldiers, as ferocious as wolves and tigers, came up with iron chains in their hands and tried to put them around the necks of Lu Chen and the other two. In their view, these three people were like birds in a cage at their mercy. At this moment, Chu Yin suddenly stepped forward and reached out to grab an iron chain. Several officers and soldiers were all stunned. They didn't know what was wrong with this young lady. Everyone knows that in this capital city, no one dares to resist arrest. Of course, this only applies to ordinary people. Isn't the law just for the people? You little bastard, you dare to resist arrest? Don't you want to live? As a soldier spoke, he grabbed Chu Yun with one hand. However, the place where his hands grabbed was inappropriate. How could Chu Yun indulge him? Anyway, Lu Chen had already spoken, so she just let go and did it. She slashed out with her palm, hitting the officer's forearm. Crack! A crisp sound. Ah! A scream. Ah! My arm is broken. Chu Yun looked at him coldly, his eyes as cold as ice. It was just an arm, and she wanted to dig out his eyes. The leader of the soldiers was furious upon seeing this. He shouted, "How dare you? You have such a guts. Do you know where this has come on? Arrest them all. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Suddenly, more than a dozen officers and soldiers rushed forward and attacked Lu Chen and the other two. When the dozen or so officers and soldiers who were waiting outside the inn saw the fighting break out inside, they all rushed into the inn, filling the already not very spacious lobby. Looking for death, Chu Yun shouted, swung the iron chain in his hand, and waved it wildly at the officers and soldiers around him. The heavy iron chain, coupled with Chu Yun's strength, meant that every time she swung, she exerted a force of over 1,000 pounds. Bang! Bang! Crash! Ouch! Oh my God! It hurts so much. The inn was in chaos. The sound of tables and chairs falling to the ground. The sound of being hit by an iron chain. The sound of screaming pain. The sound of howling. There were also screams and curses in the middle. For a moment, it was extremely lively. Looking at the officers and soldiers again, they were all knocked to and fro by the iron chains. Some had blood on their faces, some were holding their chests and stomachs, and some were holding their arms and thighs. None of them could stand steadily. Even the leader of the officers and soldiers was frightened by the scene and crouched down, his eyes darting around, trying to find a safe place to hide. Chapter 104 renforcement arrive. Someone's been beaten to death. Run! Suddenly, someone shouted, and the group of officers and soldiers crawled out of the inn. When they ran outside the inn, they found that the number of people was wrong. There are still 10 of us in there. The leader of the officers and soldiers was just a small sentry. When he heard this, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. If he lost a few of his men here, not only would his position as a small official be over, he would probably be severely punished. Go in immediately and rescue the people, the whistle ordered sternly. Sir, my leg seems to be broken and I can't walk anymore. A soldier sat on the ground, holding one leg, grimacing in pain. Another person also shouted, Sir, my head is broken and the bleeding won't stop. I have to go to the hospital for treatment immediately. Sir, I'm injured too. This little bitch is really ruthless. I was hit in the chest, and it's so hard to breathe. The sentry looked around at everyone and found that except for him, all the other soldiers were injured. Help! 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 A soldier with blood all over his face crawled out of the inn with difficulty and stretched out his hand to ask for help. The whistle pulled him over and asked anxiously, How many of our brothers are there inside? There are still 8 or 9 brothers inside. Some are seriously injured and unable to move. A few others seem to be beyond saving. The sentry was scratching his head anxiously. He suddenly grabbed a soldier who was less seriously injured and said, "You, quickly go find Captain Han and ask him to send someone over." When the soldier heard that he was asked to get reinforcements, he immediately ran there, not looking injured at all. The whistle was so angry that he kept cursing, "What a bunch of cunning and slippery soldiers." At this time, someone brave enough peeked into the inn but didn't see anything. The light in the room was too dim, and he could only see several people lying on the ground. Some of them were motionless, while others were struggling in pain. The whistle hurriedly asked, "What's going on inside?" The soldier just shook his head. "I can't see clearly. Where are the 3 villains?" The soldier said, "I didn't see it." The whistle plucked up his courage and looked inside, but he didn't see the man and 2 women. He turned around and said, "You all, go in and drag our people out." Seeing that everyone was unwilling, the sharp whistle gritted his teeth and said, "If you still want to survive in the capital, you must listen to me today." The soldiers had no choice but to bite the bullet and move forward slowly. Inside the inn, only their companions were lying on the ground, and the 3 men were nowhere to be seen. Everyone was relieved and hurriedly dragged the people out. Looking at the people being dragged out, the whistle's heart sank. "Sir, 3 are dead, and the remaining 6 need immediate medical attention, or their lives will be in danger. Then what are you still standing there for? Go to the clinic and ask the doctor to come over." The soldiers were busy bandaging the wounds of the seriously injured. Before the doctor arrived, I saw a large group of people coming to the street corner. "It's Captain Han who brought his men here," a soldier shouted excitedly. Just now, his leg was rubbed by the young lady's chain. At first he thought his leg was broken, but it turned out to be just a skin break. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. Even so, he hated it to death in his heart. In the past, they were the only ones who bullied others in this capital. How could they have encountered a situation like today? If he catches those 2 little bitches later, he will give them a good beating. General Han came in front of the crowd with a group of people, looking angry. The sentry stepped forward and said, "Sir, there are 3 fierce bandits inside. They are ruthless. 3 of our brothers have been killed and 6 have been seriously injured." Seeing how miserable they were, General Han suppressed his anger and said, "All of you, please retreat." At this time, several carriages came from the other side of the street. Several doctors got out of the carriage and saw the wounded soldiers on the ground. They hurriedly asked people to carry them onto the carriage and rushed to the clinic. After the doctors sent the wounded away, Captain Han looked at the sentry coldly. "Grown-ups." The whistle's legs went weak, and he knelt in front of Captain Han. "Sir, the 3 people in there are too powerful. I am incompetent and guilty. Please punish me severely." Han Bazong didn't have time to punish him at the moment, so he just asked, "Are they still in the inn?" "Inside. Inside. My lord, this inn has no back door. They can't escape." Han Bazong waved his hand and said, "Surround them." The 100 or so people he brought immediately surrounded the inn tightly. Shield soldiers lead the charge. Spear soldiers follow. Charge in and capture them. All of a sudden, dozens of people rushed into the inn with murderous intent. When they entered the lobby, they saw that it was empty. "Damn, it looks like they escaped." "Of course he escaped. You'd be a fool not to." "Yeah, isn't he going to run away and wait for us to catch him?" Several soldiers were talking in low voices when they saw that there seemed to be someone in a room upstairs, and they seemed to be talking inside. Some people really don't care about their lives. They didn't escape when they had such a good chance. Are they just waiting to die? Brothers, go upstairs. Go ahead. Hurry up and catch him and call it a day. I still want to go back and touch him a few more times. Superior. A group of soldiers rushed upstairs in a hurry. "This is it." A soldier pointed to a guest room on the 2nd floor and said. The other soldier kicked the door without saying a word. Boom! The door panel was kicked to the ground with great force. Then the soldiers saw 3 people in the room. I saw the 3 of them sitting at the table, leisurely eating snacks and sipping fragrant tea. The soldiers at the door were stunned. They all wondered if they had come to the wrong place. There are heavy troops surrounding this place outside, but they still have the leisure to drink tea here. If you know what's good for you, surrender immediately. The leading soldiers rushed in and were ready to put their swords and guns to the necks of the 3 men. "Get out of here!" Chu Yun's mouth burst into spring thunder, and he shouted loudly. She reached out and grabbed one man's wrist, swung him hard, and threw him onto several soldiers behind him. There was a loud crash, and several soldiers were knocked to the ground. Chu Yin immediately stood up and kicked the two men out of the room, then kicked them again, sweeping the other two out like garbage. Because she used too much force, these people were kicked downstairs and their lives were unknown. Seeing this, the soldiers behind rushed into the room shouting. But as soon as they rushed in, they were kicked out one by the people inside and fell straight downstairs. Now, the people behind no longer dared to rush forward. Who can withstand the force of kicking someone so hard that they can fly? The second floor is more than 10 feet above the ground, and falling from it would nearly kill you. No, this idea is difficult to implement. I will report it to the master right away. I'm going to. Several smart soldiers decisively ran downstairs to report to the commander. Chapter 105. Burn down the inn? When General Han heard the soldiers' report, he immediately became furious. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. He walked into the inn with his knife in hand. Inside the inn, there were 6 or 7 dying soldiers lying there, who had obviously just fallen from the upstairs. Someone come. At his command, more than 20 soldiers immediately rushed in from outside. Because the lobby is small, more people cannot come in. Everyone, get up here. The soldiers also didn't believe it. There were only 3 people on the opposite side, and 2 of them were young women. Even if they were good at fighting, could they defeat so many strong soldiers? So they rushed upstairs with knives and guns in hand. Charge! Charge! A soldier, not knowing whether to encourage himself or others, shouted and rushed into the room first. Bang! He went in quickly and came out even faster. He went in standing, but when he came out, he flew headfirst downstairs. When the soldiers behind him saw this scene, they all shuddered. How painful it must be to fall from such a high place. However, if your head is facing downwards, the pain may only last for a moment and then disappear. Han Baotou was so angry that his eyes were blazing with anger when he saw that the soldiers were staring at each other, but no one dared to step forward. Everyone come at me. Anyone who dares to retreat will be punished by military law. The soldiers were helpless and could only move towards the door timidly, but still did not dare to rush in. Whoever dares not to move forward, I will chop off his head. Han Baotou didn't expect that his men were so afraid of death, so he used his most powerful killer move. The soldiers had no way to retreat and could only rush into the room, brandishing their swords and guns. Bang! 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 As soon as these soldiers rushed in, they were kicked down the stairs one after another. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers were piled on the floor of the inn. Some of them broke their arms and legs and kept screaming. Some lay on the ground motionless, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Everyone, come down here. General Han was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He shouted loudly and called all the soldiers back. I want to see what kind of people they are. Commander Han picked up his knife and was about to go upstairs. At this moment, someone nearby grabbed Han Bazong's sleeve. My lord, calm down. You can't put yourself in danger. Mr. Han suddenly came to his senses. Yes, he didn't even know who was on the other side, and if he rushed in rashly, the consequences would be unpredictable. He has been cautious for half his life, and has lived in peace in the capital for too long in recent years, but today he is so careless. Everyone, get out of here. He looked at the soldiers lying on the ground and said, carry the wounded out and treat them. Captain Han left the inn and ordered his soldiers, keep watch over me. If you dare let anyone escape, I'll kill you. He wasn't just talking. Their patrol camp lost so many people in this small inn, and this matter has become a big deal. If these 3 people were allowed to leave safely, it would be a huge joke. Stay here for a while. I'll be back soon. General Han mounted his horse and rode away quickly. The remaining soldiers all breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought someone would dare to kill our patrol officers in the capital. How dare they? This is a serious crime of treason. How dare they do this? Yes, the capital city has more than just our patrol battalion. To be honest, our patrol battalion is nothing in the capital city. If we talk about the strongest troops and horses, it has to be the 5 cities military division. What do you think? Has our leader gone to the 5 cities military division to ask for help? That should be it, right? Isn't the task of suppressing bandits in the capital the responsibility of the military affairs department? If the 5 cities military commission doesn't have the capability, then we can only ask the Iron Guards of the East Factory to take action. Are you kidding me? The 5 cities army can't handle these 3 people? Do you really think they're freeloaders? Speaking of which, these three people are really amazing, so strong. The soldiers waited in place, chatting and gossiping. This wait lasted more than an hour. They found no movement in the inn. No one inside was seen trying to break out. Finally, a group of soldiers arrived at the intersection. TSK, TSK. Look at them. This is what we call a strong army and powerful horses. Compared to my family, our patrol camp is like a rag picker. The responsibilities of the Wuching Bingmasi are extremely broad. They were not only responsible for arresting thieves, but also for maintaining the cleanliness of the capital, such as cleaning rivers and repairing roads. In addition, they also have the responsibility to prevent and fight fires. They also have the duty of guarding and security, duties of guarding prisoners, etc. The power is much greater than that of the patrol camp. In fact, the patrol camp was established because the Wuching Bingmasi was too busy, so patrol camp was set up to make up for the shortage of staff in the Bingmasi. Deputy Commander Su is here, personally leading the team. The Nandingmen Bingmasi had 1 commander and 4 deputy commanders. Su Yuanji was one of the 4 deputy commanders. Su Yuanji was riding on his horse. Behind him, besides a dozen other riders, there were people with swords and spears everywhere and a crowd of people. There were more than 1,000 strong soldiers wearing helmets and armor. Someone whispered, "Our captain is really impressive." Deputy Commander Su actually brought so many troops with him. Now those rebels can't escape. I feel like this is an exaggeration. Is it worth it for so many people to come? There's no room in this alley. Su Yuanji came to the door of the inn and asked several soldiers, "Are they still inside?" A soldier said humbly with a smile, "Master Su, please rest assured. We have surrounded this place so tightly that not even a fly can escape." Su Yuanji immediately called out to his subordinates, "Surround them first." More than 1,000 soldiers were unable to surround a small inn, and most of them could only stand on the street. The streets were lined with city dwellers who came to watch the excitement. There are many new things happening in the capital, but things like today are rare. The people all looked to see who the person that the 5 cities military department and the patrol battalion were jointly trying to capture was. It actually caused them to make such a big fuss. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Su Yuanji nodded with satisfaction and said, "Divide the archers into 4 teams and go up to the left and right rooms of the inn." Only then did Captain Han step forward and say with a smile, "Master Su, the formation you set up is truly foolproof. It's just SOSO. Su Juan Li Smai Modet Li." After saying this, he shouted towards the inn, "Everyone inside, listen carefully. If you don't come out, I will order the inn to be burned down." Han Bazong was shocked. The inn was on fire? This is the capital city. How dare Lord Su set fire? The houses here are next to each other. If one house catches fire, it is very likely that the entire street will be engulfed in flames. Chapter 106 being an official means following procedures. Burn? Of course, Su Yuanji didn't dare to burn down the inn. He was just shouting these words to attack people's minds. If he could solve this problem without spending a single soldier, why wouldn't he do it? But they waited for a long time and saw no movement in the inn. Su Yuanji shouted again, "Listen up, everyone inside. If you don't come out, I'll bombard the inn and turn you into a pile of minced meat." Captain Han glanced at the troops of the 5 cities army, but there was no trace of any cannons. Obviously, Deputy Commander Su was trying to scare people again. This happened again and again. After Su Yuanji called out several times, everything in the inn was back to normal. In that case, we have no choice but to charge forward. When Su Yuanji said this, there was no embarrassment on his face. This is just a process. If there are casualties among the soldiers later, there is no reason for either the superiors or the subordinates to blame him. Anyway, he has tried his best in front of everyone. At Su Yuanji's command, the soldiers of the Wuching Bingmasi immediately rushed into the inn. These officers and soldiers are well equipped, with iron armor and steel guns, strong shields, and sharp swords. They are all as fierce as wolves and tigers, and their eyes are full of desire for military merit. As long as you can personally capture a rebel, promotion and wealth are inevitable. After all, in the capital, if you want to make a contribution, this is the only golden opportunity. Kill. Charge. The officers and soldiers shouted loudly and rushed in a line. Soon, there was a burst of commotion from inside. Bang! 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 Crackle. Immediately afterwards, officers and soldiers retreated from the inn in a panic. Then, some more officers and soldiers dragged their injured companions out of the inn. Many people were retreating from inside, but more people were continuing to rush in. One side was rushing in, the other side was retreating out, and for a moment, the entrance of the inn was extremely lively. Su Yuanji frowned. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the situation was not good. But judging from the current number of casualties, it is still within an acceptable range. Fewer and fewer people were rushing in, but more and more wounded soldiers were escaping. The officers and soldiers behind began to be timid and hesitated to move forward. Su Yuanji started shouting again, but this time he spoke to the officers and soldiers. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. Now is your time to serve the court. Charge in. Capture this traitor. I demand you bring him to justice at all costs. The officers and soldiers were forced to rush in again after hearing his roar. However, they could not hold on for a moment and wilted again. Su Yuanji's face was solemn as he said, "We can't go on like this. These soldiers all have families. Who doesn't have parents? Who doesn't have wives and children? We can't let them die in vain." Han Bazong was secretly complaining in his heart. What were you doing before? Captain Han looked carefully and found that there were more than a dozen people who were dead, not counting the wounded who were rescued. Stop the attack. Su Yuanji ordered all officers and soldiers to suspend the attack. He frowned again, looking worried about the country and the people. I'm sure the people inside must be highly skilled in martial arts. How can ordinary soldiers like these be a match for these people from the underworld? This is impossible. This is impossible. Captain Han, didn't I tell you long ago that the people inside are incredibly fierce? Who are you trying to impress with this look of just knowing something? As expected, the higher the official position, the better he is at acting and the less popular he is. Their popularity has long been eaten by dogs. It seems that this matter must be carried out by the Iron Guards of the East Factory, and only then can it be accomplished in one battle. Su Yuanji muttered to himself. It was not until then that Han Bazong finally understood. This deputy commander, Su, probably had a plan in mind long before he came here. All of the above, the shouting and the desire to capture the criminals at all costs, were all acting. Feng Er, go to the East Depot and tell them that I've encountered some fierce bandits who have entered the capital. I've been unable to capture them for a long time, and dozens of them have been killed or injured. I have no choice but to ask the East Depot's Iron Guards to come and support me. Feng Er received the order and rode away quickly. This series of operations made Han Bazong extremely impressed. See, this is how an official is done. Watertight. Captain Han saw all of Su Yuanji's actions and couldn't help but express his feelings. He said, Master Su, don't worry. As long as the East Factory Iron Guard arrive, these few rebels will be easily captured. Su Yuanji put on the painful mask of concern for the country and the people again, nodded slightly, and said, Well, this matter is serious. We must not let the criminal escape. If such a lawless person escapes, the harm he will cause will be endless. The two chatted idly and waited for a long time before they saw a few fast horses coming to the street corner. Han Bazong had sharp eyes and saw a familiar face at a glance. Master Su, look over there. That's Huang Yunzhong. Deputy Commander Huang from the East Depot has arrived in person. Su Yuanji was also slightly stunned. Although Huang Yunzhong is a deputy on the surface, he is actually the most powerful person in charge of the East Factory. Because the commander of the East Factory was Sima Zhongxian. Since Sima Zhongxian was with the emperor for a long time and did not have much time to manage the East Factory, Huang Yunzhong took charge of all affairs of the East Factory. Su Yuanji knew how terrifying Huang Yunzhong's status in the capital was. Even a first-rank official did not dare to put on airs in front of Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong can arrest anyone he wants in the capital. Apart from the royal family, there is no one he dares not arrest. Soon, Huang Yunzhong rode his horse to the door of the inn. He looked at Su Yuanji and Han Bazong with an arrogant look. There are only a few such people in the capital's public security system. He had seen both of them before. He then asked, Master Su, what happened here? Su Yuanji then explained the cause of the accident in detail. Su Yuanji only knew one thing, but not the other. He only knew the second half of the incident, and he was unaware of the real cause. Without waiting for Huang Yunzhong to ask any more questions, Captain Han took the initiative to step forward and explain the cause of the incident. Huang Yunzhong's face was expressionless. He simply said, So, it was only because Minister Chen's second son got into a conflict on the street that dozens of soldiers were killed or injured. Su Yuanji looked at Captain Han. General Han immediately broke out in a sweat. He did things for others in exchange for their money. If this matter is discovered by the Eastern Depot's iron guards, his life would be in danger. Sir Huang, I knew from the first sight that those three were not good people, so I risked my life to keep them here. Unfortunately, I am incompetent. That's enough. Huang Yunzhong coldly interrupted Han Bazong's defense. In his mind, he had already sentenced Minister Chun and Commander Han to the crime of having their property confiscated and being sent to prison. Once this matter is over, these two men will be put in the dungeon and stay there obediently. At this moment, Mr. Han was so frightened that his whole body went limp. It is said that no official who angered Huang Yunzhong could survive. Huang Meifeng, Zhao Daqing, you two go into the inn and take a look. Huang Yunzhong was too lazy to say more to the two of them and gave the order directly. Chapter 107, There is a Monster. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing are the two top masters of the East Factory. Whether in Beijing or outside, if the East Factory has troubles that cannot be solved by the lower levels, these two people usually take action. They have all reached the level of Grandmaster and are the absolute pillars of the East Factory. But the two of them keep a low profile and don't like to show up in public. Su Yuanji had only heard of their names before, but had never had the chance to meet them. He didn't expect that just to catch a few bandits, the East Factory would send out its top-level combat force. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing received the order and entered the inn one after the other. With these two taking action, the three rebels should surrender obediently, right? Su Yuanji and his men had been staying here for too long and were already feeling a little tired. He just wanted to go home early, warm up a pot of good wine, prepare 2 delicious dishes, let his most considerate concubine drink a few glasses with him, and then do what a man should do. On the other hand, although Captain Han was still standing there stubbornly, he had actually lost all hope, and everything in front of him seemed to have nothing to do with him. He regretted it so much. He regretted taking Minister Chen's money to do things for others. Not only is everything lost, but it's hard to say whether you can save your life. At this time, inside the inn, Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing entered the inn and saw that it was in a mess. It was obvious that the previous fight was extremely fierce. They looked up at the guest room. Then he walked up the stairs, came to the door of the guest room. In the guest room, a man and 2 women were drinking tea at the table. Drink tea? Are they still drinking tea now? They were surrounded by heavy troops outside, yet they still had the leisure to sit there and drink tea. Huang Meifeng and Zhao Daqing looked at each other. These 3 people are not simple. The two did not rush in. Instead, they stood outside the door, one on the left and one on the right. Lu Chen was drinking tea when he suddenly felt something was wrong. So he looked outside the door, which had no door. Why don't you come in? Lu Chen said with a smile. Although he was nailed to death in this and today on impulse, he had his own ideas. Today he wanted to test how powerful this old emperor was. Then, based on the emperor's performance, we will formulate a strategic plan for the Zhou court. So far, the military power of the capital is not something to be feared. However, looking at the 2 people outside the door, they seem to have some skills. 3. Huang Meifeng bowed to Lu Chen and the other 2, and his attitude was quite good. We 2 are from the Eastern Depot, Iron Guards. Please come with us. Shuyan was already addicted to fighting at this time. She said directly, if you want to fight, then fight. Don't try this on us. After hearing this, Huang Meifeng had no time to express his opinion, but Zhao Daqing got angry. Zhao Daqing drew out the long sword from his waist with a clang and pointed it at Chu Yun. How dare you? You ignorant child. The capital is such an important place. How can we tolerate your presumptuous behavior? Chu Yun laughed when he heard it. Then why don't you come in? Zhao Daqing was extremely angry and rushed towards Chu Yun with his sword. He had just heard someone talk about it outside. Of the 3 people in the inn, only 1 young woman took action, while the other 2 did not make any move from beginning to end. I think what they're talking about is this hateful, beautiful woman. Since he was a child, he heard his mother say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious she is. His mother hadn't lied to him. He killed this very vicious woman now. He thrust out his sword without holding back. The sword was as powerful as a rainbow, aiming straight at the opponent's throat. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly made a move, and with a casual slap of his palm, he hit Zhao Daqing's sword. The tip of Zhao Daqing's sword immediately turned a 90-degree bend. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yun slapped out with a palm as fast as lightning, hitting Zhao Daqing in the chest. Zhao Daqing flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Huang Meifeng, who was standing outside the door, originally wanted to catch Zhao Daqing, but as soon as his hand touched the corner of Zhao Daqing's clothes, he felt a strong force coming and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Just like that, Zhao Daqing, like many other soldiers before him, tragically fell downstairs. Huang Meifeng leaned over to look downstairs and saw Zhao Daqing lying motionless on the floor, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Huang Meifeng was shocked. Zhao Daqing is as powerful as him, and both of them have been in the Grandmaster realm for many years. Over the years, the two of them have worked in the East Factory and rarely encountered rivals. Unexpectedly, the young woman only used one move, and Zhao Daqing was defeated so thoroughly. Grandmaster? Could she be a Grandmaster? There were no more than 10 Grandmasters in the Great Zhou dynasty. At least 4 of them never show up easily. There are only 4 or 5 Grandmasters in the open. This woman is so young. How could she be a Grandmaster? The realm of Grandmaster is the ultimate dream of every warrior. Every Grandmaster has immersed himself in martial arts for decades before he can reach this supreme realm. Huang Meifeng had never heard of a Grandmaster under the age of 40. Even if we count back 300 years, there's never been a Grandmaster under the age of 40. Monster. It's a monster. Huang Meifeng was not a fool like Zhao Daqing. He went downstairs without looking back, quickly left the inn, and came to Huang Yunzhong. Grown-ups. Huang Meifeng leaned close to Huang Yunzhong and whispered, Zhao Daqing was knocked down the stairs by that woman. His life or death is uncertain. Huang Yunzhong's usually calm face finally showed a slight movement. Even if he took action himself, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Daqing in one move. Huang Yunzhong immediately made an accurate assessment of the opponent's strength. He can't afford to offend the people inside. He only thought for 2 breaths, then immediately said, Meifeng, go get 4 siege crossbows. Huang Meifeng was startled. 3rd uncle. Go! Huang Meifeng said no more and hurriedly rode away. When Su Yuanji heard the conversation between the uncle and nephew, he felt a chill on his back. Be good. The people inside were so serious that Lord Huang had to use a siege crossbow. And there are 4 of them. How powerful is his strength? If they really wanted to break out, I'm afraid my 1,000+ soldiers would be in vain. If they really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. At this time, Su Yuanji was looking forward to going home early. At this moment, a soldier came to report. Su Yuanji was very displeased when he saw the terrified expression on his soldier's face. It was really embarrassing for him that Lord Huang was still standing here. What's the panic? The soldier's face was still filled with fear as he said, Sir, the people in the inn are capable of sorcery. Magic. Su Juandiangui Sautet Asong. Under the clear blue sky. Where on earth can there be a demon in such a place where dragons reside? Grown-ups. The soldier didn't know why Su Yuanji was angry, so hesitantly said, Sir, just now, I saw a strange object fly out of the inn and fly all the way to the sky. He raised his head and pointed to the sky. Sir, look, that mosquito-sized thing in the sky flew out of the inn. I dare not tell a single lie. Everyone looked up at the sky, and vaguely, there seemed to be a small dot in the sky. Chapter 108 Reconnaissance Drone. Su Yuanji was full of suspicion and asked in a deep voice, Did you really see clearly? Wasn't that a bird they released? The soldier gestured with his hands and said, Sir, besides me, several people saw it. It had 4 legs, no head, no tail, and it seemed it didn't even have a body, just 4 legs. Su Yuanji was so angry that he laughed at his words. Even Huang Yunzhong felt that what the soldier said was complete nonsense. Su Yuanji was really furious this time. He shouted, You bastard! What kind of thing has only 4 legs? And it can fly with only 4 legs? And fly so high? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? The soldier was speechless and could only say, Sir, if I hadn't said they were monsters, then the thing he released must also be a monster. How daring of you! Take him away and give him 20 blows with a military stick. Several soldiers came over and dragged the soldier away without saying a word. Soon, a scream was heard from not far away. My lord! My lord! Everything I said is true. My lord! The soldier was being beaten and still shouting intermittently. This little episode did not affect Huang Yunzhong's plan, but he looked up at the sky from time to time. He had excellent eyesight, but he could only barely see a small black dot in the sky. The black spot stopped in the sky, sometimes not moving, sometimes moving. Huang Yunzhong felt that this should not be a flying bird. So what exactly is it? He couldn't figure it out. Sir, the siege crossbows have arrived. The soldiers on the street made way. A group of soldiers led the way, and 4 carriages pulling 4 siege crossbows passed through the crowd and arrived outside the inn. Huang Yunzhong ordered, "Immediately set up 4 siege crossbows on the nearby rooftops and aim them at the inn from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north." The soldiers worked hard, setting up ladders to the roof and carrying crossbow carts. After a while, they finally managed to place the 4 siege crossbows properly. Seeing that the siege crossbow was about to be in place, the gloom on Huang Yunzhong's face finally dissipated a little. At this time, inside the inn, Chu Yun was extremely in awe of Lu Chen. Lu Chen called the thing that just flew into the sky a drone. Chu Yun no longer wanted to ask how it flew into the sky. After all, she came here by helicopter. But this drone can look down at the ground from the sky, and everything on the ground is displayed in a small square frame. Lu Chen was drawing on it while chatting with the two of them. "I didn't expect so many people to come and fill up the entire street." What do they bring this time?" Lu Chen said as he enlarged the image. Chu Yun and Xie Qiao watched from the side, amazed. Even Xie Qiao couldn't help but ask, "Husband, your drone is flying in the sky. How come what it sees appears on the board in your hand?" Lu Chen said, "I can't explain this to you all right away. I'll explain it to you in detail when I have time. However, even if I explain it, you might not understand." The two were about to ask a few more questions when Lu Chen suddenly said, "They actually brought in siege crossbows." Siege crossbow. Xie Qiao had no idea about siege crossbows, but Chu Yun was shocked. "Look, they're installing crossbows on it." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun looked at the picture carefully. Sure enough, there was a siege crossbow on each of the surrounding roofs, and there were several people next to each siege crossbow, busy working. "Not good," Chu Yun said. "This siege crossbow is extremely powerful. It can be equipped with several crossbow arrows at the same time. If they are fired at the same time, it will be invincible." She turned her head to look at the wooden wall of the inn and said, "The walls of this inn can't hold it up at all." Lu Chen put down the handheld terminal and said, "Then don't let them launch." After saying that, he took out a rifle from his bag. When Chu Yun saw Lu Chen's action, the expression on his face was very interesting. The rifle must have been at least 4 feet long, and his bag was less than 2.5 feet in total. So, how did this rifle fit in? When Lu Chen took out the huge helicopter before, he went around behind the mountain to prevent them from seeing it. Now he doesn't even pretend anymore. But then, the expression on Chu Yun's face became even more interesting. Because after Lu Chen took out a rifle, he took out 2 more rifles in succession. Xie Qiao looked at Chu Yun and explained to her with a bit of embarrassment, "My husband, he once met an immortal, and this is the magic that the immortal gave him." Lu Chen didn't care about that. He said, "Take your guns, find your positions, and shoot all the soldiers near the siege crossbows." He took out a dozen more magazines from his bag and distributed them to them. The situation was urgent, and Chu Yun didn't have time to digest what Xie Qiao had just said. He took his gun and went out with Xie Qiao to find a suitable shooting position. The reason why Lu Chen bought a drone from the system store was to prevent the officers and soldiers from using powerful weapons. He was right in his guess. After repeated setbacks, the officers and soldiers really got a powerful weapon. When he came to the window, Lu Chen saw a siege crossbow on the roof diagonally in front of him. Several soldiers nearby were installing thick crossbow arrows on the crossbow. Lu Chen fired a few bursts at them. Several soldiers were shot and fell from the roof screaming. As soon as he fired the gun, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun also opened fire. After a burst of gunfire, Lu Chen looked at the drone's operating terminal and found that no one was standing near the 4 siege crossbows. However, in addition to these siege crossbows, there were also many people lying in ambush on the surrounding rooftops. Lu Chen observed carefully and found that they were all archers. But they haven't shown up yet. Lu Chen was not afraid of them at all. They all have physical strength 10 times that of ordinary people and amazing defense. Ordinary arrows probably can't break their defense at all. What tricks will they use next? Lu Chen only needs to use the drone to wait and see what happens. Outside the inn, Huang Yunzhong heard a burst of gunfire and felt something was wrong. Sure enough, a soldier came hurriedly to report, Sir, something bad has happened. All the brothers who were installing the crossbows have been shot down by muskets." "Musketeers? They actually have muskets in their possession." Su Yuanji immediately said, "Traitors. They are indeed traitors." The Zhou dynasty strictly prohibited private possession of firearms by the people, and violators would be executed immediately. Since these three people are holding guns, they must be traitors. Huang Yunzhong glanced at Su Yuanji unhappily. Only now do you realize they are traitors? It's just a musket, huh? Is that all you have? Huang Yunzhong looked down upon muskets from the bottom of his heart. Its accuracy and range are not as good as those of a bow and arrow, and it takes too long to reload the bullet, which is far less useful than a bow and arrow. He immediately said, "Send someone back up to the roof immediately and tell them to hurry up. Don't give them time to reload their muskets." Su Yuanji nodded repeatedly beside him. This Mr. Huang is indeed calm. Su Yuanji also knew the disadvantages of the musket, and he also looked down on this thing. He had a musket hidden at home, and he had played with it a few times when he had nothing to do. This musket is fine when it's close, but it's useless if it's a little far away. It's okay to hide it on your body for emergency self-defense, but it's far inferior to a bow and arrow on the battlefield. Chapter 109 Demolition of the Inn. Several teams of soldiers climbed onto the roof again, preparing to continue installing arrows on the siege crossbows. But they were discovered by Lu Chen and his two companions. After a burst of gunfire, all the soldiers were shot and rolled down. This time Su Yuanji was in command personally. He immediately ordered the soldiers behind him to catch up and continue climbing onto the roof. He believed that the three people in the inn had to reload their ammunition after a round of shooting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they quickly went up and finished loading the siege crossbow. Only in this way could they seize the initiative. However, Su Yuanji saw an incredible scene. The soldier who climbed onto the roof again was shot down by the muskets in the inn before he could make any move. Su Yuanji was puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the three people in the inn to reload the ammunition into their muskets in such a short time. But this was not the time to think about these things. Su Yuanji continued to order the soldiers to climb onto the roof one after another. Bang! 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 Gunfire was heard again, and the soldiers on the roof were shot again. Su Yuanji finally got angry. He immediately gave orders to the archers who had been lying in ambush nearby to shoot arrows into the inn. The archers who were lying in ambush on the roof had been waiting impatiently for a long time and could finally come out to work. They drew their bows and began shooting arrows at the inn. A large number of arrows flew into the inn through the windows, and some arrows hit the outer wall of the inn. After they fired a round of arrows, people heard a burst of dense gunfire. Many archers were shot down by muskets in the inn just as they shot their arrows. The gunshots were dense, and the musket bullets fired from the inn were extremely accurate. Suddenly, the archers who were shot fell to the ground one after another. Seeing the heavy casualties among the archers, Su Yuanji was very worried. He couldn't understand why the firepower in the inn was so fierce. There seemed to be a musketeer group of over 100 men inside. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why. At this moment, Huang Yunzhong spoke. "If there is no other way, then we can only attack with force." Su Yuanji hurriedly said, "Sir, we have tried this before, but a forced attack resulted in too many casualties." Huang Yunzhong said coldly, "As a soldier, I should serve my country even if it means death." Huang Yunzhong was already a little anxious at this time. If this matter drags on for too long and is discovered by the emperor, his career as the head of the East Factory will probably be over. Just 3 rebels left him, the commander of the East Factory, helpless. How could he have the face to go out and see people? Huang Yun said again, "You must immediately transfer another 1,000 people over. I will also transfer 200 iron guards from the East Factory to assist you in encircling and killing the rebels." When Su Yuanji heard Huang Yunzhong say that he wanted to transfer 200 iron guards, he had nothing to say. After all, the lives of the East Factory iron guards are much more valuable than those of his military officers. Su Yuanji immediately summoned his subordinates and gave them a passionate pre-war mobilization speech. He had prepared this argument several years ago, but unfortunately, he never had the chance to use it. When he took it out today, the soldiers were really excited. Kill the rebels and protect the emperor. Suppress the rebels and stabilize the capital. Sacrifice me as one person, and you will gain peace for thousands of people. Finally, Su Yuanji looked towards the door of the inn with a firm gaze. "Brothers, charge!" The soldiers raised their swords and guns and rushed into the inn. Su Yuanji really wanted to attack forcefully this time. Not only did he order his men to attack from the main gate of the inn, he also ordered them to bring a ladder and prepare to enter through the window of the inn. At the same time, He ordered people to bring hammers and axes to break open the weak points of the inn. He had already made up his mind that if the attack failed again, he would order his men to demolish the inn. Kill the rebels. Capture the rebels and protect the capital. The soldiers shouted and rushed towards the inn from all directions. One part of it is entered directly from a gate. More people used ladders to try to rush in through the second-floor window. Some people took hammers and axes and smashed and chopped the wooden walls of the inn. Inside the inn, Lu Chen and his two companions had already engaged in a battle with the officers and soldiers. It is called a battle, but in fact it is like a lion fighting a rabbit. Lu Chen and the other two wandered around the inn, and wherever there were soldiers, they would kill them. Soon, the corpses in the entire inn piled up like a hill, and the ground was covered with blood. But there were more officers and soldiers outside rushing in. However, when the officers and soldiers who rushed in saw the tragic situation inside the inn, many of them began to feel nauseous and vomit. Later, when the officers and soldiers came in, they encountered a wall of corpses and could not break in even if they wanted to. Su Yuanji certainly knew what the situation was like inside, because in just a few incense sticks, he had lost 200 or 300 of his subordinates. Stop the attack. Su Yuanji could only order the attack to stop. He looked at Huang Yunzhong. Where are the promised East Factory Iron Guards? So many of his brothers have been killed or injured, but there is still no sign of their people from the East Factory. Huang Yunzhong was extremely shocked at this moment. There were only 3 people in the inn, and 2 of them were young women. Their fighting power is so strong. Huang Yunzhong saw Su Yuanji looking at him. His expression remained calm as he said, "Since we can't break in, let's tear down this inn." Su Yuanji agreed, but then added, "Let me and my men catch our breath for a while." Huang Yunzhong knew that Su Yuanji was waiting for the Iron Guard from their East Factory. He said nothing at the moment and just waited for the East Factory Iron Guards to arrive. Different from ordinary soldiers of Bingmasi, the Iron Guards of Dongchang are all well-trained soldiers, and one of them is as good as 10 ordinary soldiers. Soon, 200 guards from the East Factory, led by Huang Meifeng, hurried to the inn. Huang Yunzhong ordered, "Tear down this inn. I wonder how they can hide anymore." When Su Yuanji saw Huang Yunzhong's action, he was so angry that he almost fainted. It turns out that the soldiers from his Bingmasi were only sent to die, while the Iron Guards from the East Factory came here just to demolish the house. 200 guards from the Eastern Depot, plus numerous soldiers from the Military Affairs Department, armed with all sorts of weapons, started smashing and demolishing the inn. "Look, the inn is about to collapse." Some soldiers shouted excitedly. The people watching the excitement, not far away, all looked as if it had nothing to do with them. "I can't say I'm happy, nor can I say I'm unhappy. The inn is not theirs, so just demolish it. As for the owner and manager of the inn, they might have been thrown into jail by now. They dared to let the rebels stay in the inn, which in itself is tantamount to treason. The inn is about to collapse." Many people pointed at the rickety inn and shouted loudly. "Now the 3 rebels inside are dead, right? That's for sure. When the inn collapsed, they must have been buried inside. How could they still be alive?" However, some people also raised questions. "They're so powerful, they shouldn't be easily crushed to death in there, right?" As he was speaking, he saw that under the strenuous efforts of many soldiers, the inn finally began to tilt and slowly fell to one side. "It's collapsed. The inn is collapsed. Get out of the way. Run away. Everyone retreat. Retreat quickly." All the soldiers scattered and quickly fled from the vicinity of the inn. There was a loud boom sound. The inn collapsed with a loud bang, and dust rose high and spread everywhere. Chapter 110, Moving Position. Seeing the inn collapse in the dust, Su Yuanji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Yunzhong's frown relaxed as he said, "It's too easy for these thieves to die like this." According to the usual practice of the East Factory, such unforgivable villains would be tortured in all kinds of ways in the East Factory before they could die in pain. As soon as Huang Yunzhong finished speaking, he heard a commotion among the soldiers. "Look, what's that? No, the traitor inside is still alive. They're trying to escape. Quick, stop them. They're trying to get away." Amid the soldiers' shouts, 3 figures flew out from the flying dust, leaped into a small building next to the inn. Seeing this scene, Huang Yunzhong felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. He felt suffocated and almost suffered internal injuries. Su Yuanji's face turned pale when he saw this. They worked hard for most of the day, suffered countless casualties, but in the end, all their efforts were in vain. They razed the inn to the ground, but the 3 rebels were unharmed and simply move to another place? Do they have to start from scratch again? Another strong attack. Are we going to demolish the small building next door? For the first time in his life, Huang Yunzhong deeply experienced what it meant to be powerless. They mobilized a large number of people and tried every possible means, but they were unable to do anything against the three rebels. At this time, Huang Yunzhong suddenly thought of someone. If Sima Changong were here, he would definitely find a way to bring these three thieves to justice. Before this, Huang Yunzhong had complicated views on Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian was grateful to others for their help and took good care of him in his daily life. Huang Yunzhong showed respect to Sima Zhongxian on the surface, but deep down, he couldn't stand Sima Zhongxian's character. Although I can't flatter him, I just don't bother. Although I can't be as ruthless as him, that's just because I don't want to be ruthless. Although my methods of control are not as good as his, that's just because I'm too lazy to do so. But overall, I'm not worse than him, at least not by much. Huang Yunzhong had a very high opinion of himself, and even felt that he was not much worse than Sima Zhongxian. Even without him, Huang Yunzhong could still run the East Factory successfully. But today, Huang Yunzhong missed Sima Zhongxian a little. If Sima Zhongxian were here, he would definitely not be as helpless as he is now. Encircle this courtyard. Huang Yunzhong could only give such an order. He could no longer mobilize a large army like he did when attacking the inn, resulting in heavy casualties and nothing gained. Master Su, please wait here. I'll go back first. Huang Yunzhong remained calm and showed no signs of panic. He gave Su Yuanji some instructions and rode away. When Su Yuanji saw Huang Yunzhong leave, it seemed that he had come up with a good idea, and he felt relieved. He shouted to the soldiers, "Everyone, surround this small building. Don't let anyone escape." It was getting dark, and Su Yuanji wanted to go home for dinner, but he was afraid that something might go wrong here, so he could only wait patiently. He was waiting for Huang Yunzhong. After Huang Yun returned to his own residence in Dongchang, he immediately revealed his true form. He paced back and forth in the room like an ant on a hot pan. Unfortunately, neither the factory owner nor Mr. G is in the capital right now. There's only one grandmaster in the capital right now, but I don't have the means to go and pay him a visit. If this matter drags on any longer and the emperor finds out, I don't know if I can keep the hat on my head. How about setting up cannons and bombarding them? No way. If we make such a big noise, the emperor will definitely find out. The reason why Huang Yunzhong didn't want the emperor to know was because he didn't want to leave the impression of incompetence in the emperor's mind. In the capital, he can't even catch a few petty thieves. How can he continue to be the deputy commander of the East Factory? Just as he was racking his brains to find a foolproof plan, he suddenly heard his personal guard come in to report. "Sir, Xiao Detzi from the palace has arrived. It looks like he has something urgent to do." Huang Yunzhong was startled. "Xiao Detzi? Quick, please invite him in now. I'm going to go out and meet him." Xiao Detzi is the emperor's personal eunuch, so even a first-rank official has to give him some face. Huang Yunzhong did not dare to be arrogant. He straightened his official uniform and walked out quickly. "Oh, Mr. Huang, you seem to be free today." As soon as Xiao Detzi saw Huang Yunzhong, he greeted him in a neutral tone. Huang Yunzhong's heart sank, and he quickly said with a smile, "I wonder why you are free today, sir." "Sir Huang, the emperor wishes to see you. Please come in." Huang Yunzhong was shocked. This was the first time that the emperor summoned him alone. "Eunuch, I wonder why the emperor summoned me." Huang Yunzhong said this as he stuffed 2 gold ingots into the bag. When Xiao Detzi saw the 2 gold ingots, his cold expression immediately became as warm as a spring breeze. "Sir Huang, are you going to Nandingmen to capture some rebels today?" Huang Yunzhong shuddered in his heart. Whatever he feared would come true. The emperor eventually found out about this, but he was extremely puzzled. Even if the emperor knew about this, how could he possibly take care of it personally? Although the 3 rebels caused quite a stir, the emperor has a lot of things to worry about right now. No matter what, it is not his turn to ask about such a small matter. Huang Yunzhong was nervous all the way and followed Xiao Detzi into the palace. On the other side, Lu Chen and the other 2 moved from the inn to the cloth shop next door. This cloth shop is just a small store, not even as big as the inn next door, but it's very clean inside. The owner and waiter of the cloth shop had long been ordered by the officers and soldiers to close the shop on the grounds of money security, and everyone had left the shop. It's quite quiet here, better than the inn. Lu Chen is not picky about places. He thinks any place is good. After all, it is just a temporary place to stay. He observed the movements of the officers and soldiers outside through the perspective of the drone. After the battle at the end, the officers and soldiers became much more obedient. They all stayed outside quietly and did not take any other actions. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Chen was already thinking about how to rest tonight. He himself has no problem. He can enter and exit the space at any time, and no one could do anything to him. Tonight, when you go to bed, you two must take turns keeping watch to prevent the soldiers from launching a surprise attack. Chu Yun said, if they're not afraid of death, they can come. Xie Qiao also said, I think they probably won't dare to come again. They suffered too many casualties today. I guess they won't dare to make any more trouble. Forget about them. Come on, let's eat something first. Lu Chen took out a few scallion pancakes, a roast chicken, 2 pieces of cooked beef, and 3 bottles of water from his bag, and put them on the table. When you're away from home, keep things simple. Chu Yun no longer worried about where Lu Chen got these things from. Xie Qiao said that he used magic, so it can be considered as magic. However, the food still tastes very good. After the 3 of them had a big meal, it was getting dark outside. Lu Chen was about to take a break when he suddenly approached the window cautiously and signaled Xie Qiao and the others to be careful. Someone's approaching outside. Chapter 111, A Secret Deal with the Emperor. At this time, although the cloth shop was heavily guarded, they were relatively far away from it and no one dared to get too close. The 3 of them heard a faint sound outside, slowly approaching the cloth shop. Xie Qiao took out his pistol and became alert. Chu Yun came to the window, silently, ready to launch a counterattack against the attacker. 3 seniors, are you here? A muffled voice came from outside. Chu Yun asked in a deep voice, who is it? I am Huang Yunzhong, the deputy commander of the East Depot. I have no ill intentions in coming here, but I have something important to discuss with a few seniors. When Lu Chen heard this, he found it strange. Wasn't it this deputy commander Huang who commanded the soldiers to besiege the inn outside during the day today? Lu Chen now has amazing hearing. Today, he learned from many soldiers that in addition to the deputy commander of the 5 cities army, the other leader of the team is this deputy commander Huang. Lu Chen was very puzzled. This man led his troops to besiege him during the day, but at night, he came to meet him privately. He didn't know what was going on. Come in and talk, Lu Chen said. With the strength of the 3 of them, there is no need to be afraid of Huang Yunzhong's conspiracy and tricks. Let me hear what he wants to talk to me about. A figure flashed in from the window. There were no lights or candles in the cloth shop, but Lu Chen could still see Huang Yunzhong's face clearly. He is about 40 years old, looks mature and steady, with a murderous look between his brows, which is in line with his identity as the deputy commander of the East Factory. Huang Yun greets the 3 seniors again. Huang Yunzhong used the dim light from outside to see the 3 people in the room and stepped forward to salute them. For people in the underworld, strength comes first. Although Lu Chen and the other 2 are young, they are incredibly powerful. Huang Yunzhong did not dare to be arrogant and could only regard himself as a junior. Lu Chen said calmly, tell me, what's the matter? Huang Yunzhong did not answer, but took out something from his sleeve and handed it to Lu Chen respectfully. Please take a look, sir. Lu Chen reached out to take it, but it turned out to be a roll of fine Han paper. He unfolded the Chinese paper and saw that it was covered with tiny calligraphy. I heard that when you first arrived in the capital, you suffered many injustices. Lu Chen only read the beginning and was slightly stunned. This is actually a secret letter from the emperor to him? Huang Yunzhong is the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot. Since he brought the secret letter from the emperor, it should not be fake. Although the room was dark, Lu Chen could still see the words clearly. He quickly finished reading the secret letter, and his expression became a little strange. The emperor's current condition is so critical that he's desperately trying every possible means. Lu Chen remembered that Sima Zhongxian had brought the imperial edict to Lu Jiazhai before. He read the content of the edict and found that it also meant to summon him. Huang Yunzhong couldn't see the expression on Lu Chen's face. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't say anything, he asked, Sir, before I came here, the emperor told me that as long as you can help the emperor resolve the dilemma in the northern border, you can ask for any conditions you want. Lu Chen said, please ask everyone outside to leave first. If I want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Huang Yunzhong hurriedly said, I will withdraw my troops immediately. As for what you said in the letter, I will think about it and get back to you tomorrow. Huang Yunzhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that there is still room for negotiation on this matter, so that's easy to say. At least he can reply in front of the emperor. Then I'll take my leave now. After Huang Yunzhong finished speaking, he didn't stop, turned around and walked out of the small building, disappearing into the night. Not long after, Lu Chen and the other two heard some noise outside. After a commotion, the area outside the cloth shop became quiet. Only then did Xie Qiao ask Lu Chen, "My husband, was it really the emperor who sent him?" Lu Chen nodded. "It should be." "Then, what does the emperor want to see you about?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "The old emperor has been in a state of panic lately. He really has no other options, so he actually wants me to help him deal with the Tartar soldiers in the north." Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both looked incredulous. Chu Yun said, "In his eyes, we are traitors." Xie Qiao also said, "Is this emperor's brain broken? What on earth is he thinking?" Lu Chen said, "What else can I think of? Let the tiger devour the wolf." Driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Xie Qiao and Chu Yun both fell in a deep thought. Lu Chen was also thinking quickly. What he needs now is a large amount of gold and silver to exchange for various supplies and weapons and equipment in the system store. It would not be impossible if we could make a fortune from a great Zhou court. But if you want him to help the Zhou dynasty completely solve all kinds of problems, that is definitely not possible. The Zhou dynasty was so corrupt and decadent that it was beyond repair. So, wouldn't it be great if he took the opportunity to make a fortune before the demise of the Zhou dynasty? Xie Qiao and Chu Yun knew that Lu Chen was thinking about something, so they didn't come to disturb him. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Lu Chen and the other two spent most of the day leisurely in the cloth shop. In the afternoon, Huang Yunzhong quietly entered the cloth shop again. He chose the right time. If it was too early, it would seem that he was too impatient and he was afraid of upsetting Lu Chen and the other two. If it was too late, he was afraid that the emperor would be waiting anxiously. Huang Yunzhong remembered that last night when he went to the palace to meet the emperor and reported Lu Chen's attitude to him. The emperor's face, which looked so miserable that it made people feel heartbroken, finally showed a hint of joy. Huang Yunzhong was so happy at that time that he wanted to burn incense to comfort his ancestors right away. "Gentlemen," Lu Chen didn't wait for Huang Yunzhong to ask any more questions before he directly put forward his conditions. "First, I want 10 million taels of silver. Don't rush to refuse on the emperor's behalf. I have my own way of dealing with this matter. Second, I want all of Sima Zhongshan's property. I want to personally oversee the confiscation of his property. Third, I want you to send a team of East Factory Iron Guards to walk around the capital with me. I need to find something in the capital. Fourth," Lu Chen listed a long list of conditions. Huang Yunzhong broke into a sweat after hearing this. Finally, Lu Chen said, "Did you remember everything? If you can't remember, I can write it down. Remember, remember. I have memorized them all. This is a message for the emperor. Every word is worth a fortune. How could he not remember it?" An hour later, King Zhou Ming, Zhou Yuzhao, heard the conditions proposed by Lu Chen from Huang Yunzhong. After hearing this, Zhou Yuzhao remained silent for a long time. In fact, among the conditions proposed by Lu Chen, only the first and second ones made Zhou Yuzhao feel a little uncomfortable. 10 million taels of silver. If he could come up with 2 million taels of silver now, he wouldn't have such a headache that he couldn't sleep all night. But people said that he didn't need to worry about the 10 million taels, so it was fine. As for confiscating Sima Zhongshan's property, Zhou Yuzhao was very confused. He is just a eunuch. How much wealth can he have? At best, a few thousand taels would be good enough. Just copy it. At most, he will supply Sima Zhongshan afterwards. Zhou Yuzhao thought about it and felt that all these conditions did not involve his royal interests. In fact, it's not that Lu Chen doesn't want to kill the old emperor, but he's so poor now that he can't get much meat even if he wants to. Go tell Lu Chen now and tell him I agree. Huang Yunzhong left the palace happily. At this moment, Zhou Yuzhao suddenly remembered another thing. He said his name is Lu Chen. Zhou Yuzhao touched a few whiskers on his chin. I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Chapter 112. Confiscating property is still the most profitable. This is the first time in the 17 years since he ascended the throne that Zhou Yuzhao has been so efficient in his work. After leaving the palace, Huang Yunzhong rode his horse at full speed and rushed to the cloth shop where Lu Chen was. He told Lu Chen that the emperor had agreed to all his conditions. This was something Lu Chen had expected. The next day, Huang Yunzhong came to see Lu Chen again. As soon as they met, he handed over a plaque made of pure gold. "Mr. Lu, with this sign, you can go anywhere in the entire capital, except for the imperial palace." Lu Chen took it in his hand without even looking at it, and stuffed it into the space without even looking at it. This gold medal is worth at least 100 taels of silver, so don't miss it. Mr. Lu, I have secretly surrounded Sima Zhongxian's several houses. You can go and search their houses whenever you are free. When saying this, Huang Yunzhong felt very complicated. He didn't know how Sima Zhongxian had offended the powerful man in front of him. But Sima Zhongxian had been kind to him after all, and he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Sima Zhongxian's property being raided. I'll go right away, Lu Chen said without hesitation. The important thing is to put the money into your pocket as soon as possible. Okay then, I'll take you there right away. Huang Yunzhong had already prepared the men to search the house, and they were already waiting outside Sima Zhongxian's house. Not only that, all his iron guards in the East Factory are on standby at the East Factory. They don't have to do anything these days, just to cooperate with Lu Chen's actions. The emperor was so anxious about this matter that he wanted everyone in the capital to cooperate with Lu Chen's actions. The Heluku Pass in northern Xinjiang could be breached at any time. By then, the elite cavalry of the Tatar soldiers will be able to reach the city in just a few days. At this critical moment, how could the old emperor not be anxious? Lu Chen and his group rode horses to Sima Zhongxian's main residence. At this time, the people in Sima Zhongxian's house seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and were already in a panic. Huang Yunzhong knew that the matter was of great importance and sternly warned his men. If anyone dares to take even a needle or thread, all his clans will be killed. When they searched houses on weekdays, the clothes of these East Factory guards were stuffed full of stuff, and they made a jingling sound when they walked. Huang Yunzhong just pretended not to see it. But this time is different from the past. When the East Factory Iron Guards heard Huang Yunzhong say this, they knew that the matter was of great importance, so they had to give up their thoughts of getting rich. At Huang Yunzhong's command, the fierce and ferocious East Factory Guards rushed into Sima's mansion. Suddenly, there were ghosts howling, chickens flying, and dogs barking in the house. Dig 3 feet deep. Don't leave a single penny behind. Huang Yunzhong shouted loudly to the Iron Guards. He was saying this to the Iron Guards, and at the same time was also expressing his firm attitude to Lu Chen. Soon, boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry fill the yard. Any bottles and jars that are worth a little money, gold bowls, tea sets, tables, chairs, and beds made of fine wood. Nothing will be left out. In the end, there was nothing superfluous in the entire house except the walls and tiles on the roof. Even the windows made of golden nanmu wood were all taken down. Sir, look at the rockery in the garden and the golden fir tree next to it. Do you want to dig them up too? In the back garden, Huang Yunzhong pointed to a rockery and a tree and asked Lu Chen cautiously. Lu Chen looked at the back garden that had been demolished into pieces and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. The marble floors in the garden were all leveled and neatly stacked in a yard by the guards. No need. Lu Chen waved his hand. This rockery is so big that he feels it is too obstructive in the space. The tree was at least 200 or 300 years old, with lush branches and leaves, and he also felt it was a nuisance. He had never expected that the so-called house search would be so thorough. However, he thought this was not bad. He has a lot of use for it. For example, if those high-quality woods were placed in the future, any small piece of them would be worth a fortune. And with those marble floors, he could use them to decorate his own garden in the future. However, he needs to find a place to put it now, and he will put it in the space warehouse later. Put these things somewhere first, and I'll take care of them later. Huang Yunzhong immediately said, Sir, I have already arranged a warehouse for you. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Then take it to the warehouse first. I will count it myself. Not to mention anything else. Just counting these properties is a huge project, time-consuming and laborious. Lu Chen decided to do it himself. When the confiscating team rushed to Sima Zhongxian's second house, Lu Chen had already started counting the property in the warehouse. His method of counting was simple. After placing these properties into the space warehouse, an inventory of these properties will be automatically generated. Then he just needs to take out the belongings again. The East Factory's iron guards worked day and night, and the house raiding operation lasted a full day and night. Finally, all the proceeds from the house search were piled up in the warehouse. Lu Chen accepted them all. Looking at the list of property in the system, it would be a lie for Lu Chen to say he was unhappy. He is now truly rich enough to rival a country. So, is it time to upgrade this treasure hunting function? The treasure hunting function of the system can be upgraded. It's just that the system coins required for upgrading are too many, so Lu Chen always chooses to ignore it. To upgrade the treasure hunting function, 100 million system coins are required. That is 100,000 taels of silver. Now, he doesn't lack this little money. Upgrade. After 0.01 seconds, Lu Chen checked the treasure hunting function again. Treasure hunt. Level 2, 1.2 billion system currency required to advance to the next level. Treasure hunting. In addition to discovering unknown treasures, you can also discover owned treasures, and you can also discover the level of the treasure. The upgraded treasure hunting function is much easier to use than before. In the past, only ownerless treasures could be discovered. Now, not only can you detect treasures that have owners, but you can also know the level of the treasure. The higher the level of the treasure, the more valuable the treasure inside is. Lu Chen just happened to use this function right now. However, right now he needs to deal with Sima Zhongxian's property. Those house deeds and land deeds still need to be converted into silver. Lu Chen then handed the matter over to Huang Yunzhong. Sell these shops and fields as soon as possible. I only want cash. Huang Yunzhong agreed readily. He also repeatedly assured that the selling price of these shops and land would definitely satisfy Lu Chen. Lu Chen knew that his methods were nothing more than forced buying and selling. But Lu Chen didn't want to care about these. There are few good rich people in Beijing now. You deserve to be cheated. Next, there's the 10 million taels of silver that the old emperor promised. Lu Chen didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so great. Sima Zhongxian's fortune was as high as 28 million taels. This was enough to cover 2 or 3 years of the Zhou dynasty's fiscal revenue. The old emperor of the Zhou dynasty cried poor every day, but he didn't know that all the officials under him were rich. If Lu Chen doesn't take them, when the great Zhou dynasty collapses in the future, all of them will fall into the hands of rebels or Tartars. 10 million taels? That's just talk. Any third or fourth rank official in the capital city would have more than a few 100,000 taels of silver at home, not to mention those first and second rank officials. Commander Huang, next, please take me to visit the homes of those high-ranking officials in the imperial court. Huang Yunzhong agreed without hesitation. Mr. Lu, please. Huang Yunzhong had already anticipated what Lu Chen was going to do next. A group of people came to the outside of house. Mr. Lu, this is the residence of Ning Mingzhu, the left prime minister. Lu Chen stood at the gate of the courtyard and looked at the house. After a moment, Lu Chen shook his head. No need to go. Let's go to the next one. Huang Yunzhong didn't understand what he meant, but he didn't dare to ask more questions, so he had to lead Lu Chen to the right prime minister's residence. There was a reason why Lu Chen didn't want to go to Ning Mingzhu's house. As he traveled along the way, he saw that many wealthy families had several or even dozens of treasure hiding places. But there is only one treasure hiding spot in Ning Mingzhu's house. Moreover, this treasure spot is only a second-level treasure. A second-level treasure, worth only 1 to 10,000 taels of silver. Although Ning Mingzhu cannot be said to be an honest official, he is definitely not a corrupt official. Then let him go for now. A mere few thousand taels of silver is not enough to delay things. Chapter 113 Confiscation of Property. Since Lu Chen didn't get any benefits from the left Prime Minister Ning Mingzhu, he could only make up for it from the right Prime Minister. Huang Yunzhong is a smart man. By the way, if he wasn't smart, he wouldn't be able to reach his current position. He took Lu Chen directly to the residence of right Prime Minister Wei Jing. Lu Chen stood outside the gate of the Prime Minister's mansion and was in a daze for 3 minutes. Then, he said something in Huang Yunzhong's ear. Huang Yun frowned after listening again. As the nominal deputy commander of the East Factory, everyone in the circle knows that he is actually the head of the East Factory. As for Sima Zhongxian, he might not visit the East Factory for several months. Although Wei Jing is the powerful right prime minister, Huang Yunzhong usually ignores him. In his usual words, Wei Jing? Just a greedy parasite. Asking him to lower himself and pretend to be nice to Wei Jing was really a bit too much for him to lose face. But since Lu Chen said so, he could only do as he was told. Surround the Prime Minister's residence, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. If I see even a mosquito fly out, you will all die. After giving the order, Huang Yunzhong ordered someone to go forward and knock on the door. At this time, everyone in the Prime Minister's residence already knew that the East Factory Iron Guards were on standby outside the door. Several female relatives were hugging Wei Jing's thighs and crying. Master, please let me take our child away. Perhaps we can even preserve a little bit of the Wei family's bloodline. Master, please have mercy on me, because I have served you wholeheartedly for so many years. Master, As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Wei Jing was also annoyed. He had no idea why he got into trouble. The East Factory dispatched a large number of iron guards to surround the Prime Minister's residence. According to common sense, this was equivalent to cutting half of his neck. Know your own affairs. These days, which official is innocent? Not one. In the entire capital, if the emperor wants to investigate, he will find out that everyone is guilty and should be beheaded. Run? Where are you running to? Wei Jing sneered. Today, his entire family will be executed as prime minister. No one can survive. He used his last bit of strength to shake off the concubines who were clinging to him. He walked out of the room with his head held high. Even if he dies, he wants to die with dignity. Greed? Who isn't greedy in this world? Why should Wei Jing die? He is not convinced. Come to the yard. Wei Jing ran into Huang Yunzhong head-on. Wei Jing lifted his skirt and prepared to kneel down to receive the order. But Huang Yunzhong reached out and grabbed him. Prime Minister Wei, long time no see. Are you all right? Wei Jing was stunned. Something seems wrong. Huang Yunzhong looked as usual, as if he had met an acquaintance while buying vegetables on the street. He pulled Wei Jing aside and started chatting. Master Wei, I'm on an official business trip today under the orders of the emperor. I'm passing by your residence, so I stopped by to bother you. I hope Master Wei won't blame me, right? Wei Jing was a little confused, but he had been an official for many years and had seen all kinds of big scenes. He soon had a smile on his face and started chatting with Huang Yunzhong. Master Huang, I haven't seen you for a long time. I really miss you. Master Wei, although Wei Jing looked calm and composed on the surface, he was actually trembling with fear in his heart. Because he saw behind Huang Yunzhong, there was a large group of iron guards with frosty faces and sharp blades in their hands. In addition, he also saw a young man and two young girls. Judging from their demeanor and appearance, they were not ordinary people. Lord Wei. When Wei Jing saw Huang Yunzhong's face suddenly change, his heart trembled, and he knew in his heart that what was coming had finally come. This is Mr. Lu. Huang Yunzhong solemnly introduced Lu Chen to Wei Jing. Wei Jing didn't understand what was going on and could only exchange a few words with Lu Chen. Master Wei, Lu Chen is under the emperor's orders to apprehend the rebels in the capital. According to spies, Master Wei's residence is hiding gold, silver, and treasures that the rebels used to start a rebellion. As soon as Lu Chen opened his mouth, Wei Jing was so frightened that his legs trembled and he almost collapsed. If he were to be associated with the traitors, how could his entire family of several hundred people survive? Master Wei, there is no need to panic. Lu Chen smiled and said, Perhaps Lord Wei is not aware of this matter. I'm just here to take a look. Wei Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he still felt something was wrong. Lu Chen suddenly pointed to the pond in the courtyard and said, Drain the water and dig it out for me. Wei Jing's eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. Huang Yunzhong reached out and grabbed him. When Wei Jing regained consciousness, he saw several large locked iron boxes placed next to the drain pond. Wei Jing closed his eyes and fell down again. However, this time he pretended to be faint. Huang Yunzhong grabbed him again and pinched his philtrum with his fingernails. Wei Jing opened his eyes immediately in pain. His legs went limp, and he knelt down in front of Huang Yunzhong. Master Huang, where did these boxes come from? Master Huang, you must believe me, these are not my Prime Minister's mansion's things. A cold light flashed in Huang Yunzhong's eyes, but it only flashed for a moment. He put a smile on his face again and helped Wei Jing up from the ground. Master Wei, why are you so alarmed? I never said these things belonged to your residence. These could just be the rebels' hidden treasures. Wei Jing's eyes flickered, not knowing what Huang Yunzhong meant. At this time, Lu Chen had already rushed to the next location with the iron guards. Here, dig for me. And here, break it open for me. There's a secret door here, break it open. Lu Chen found one hiding place after another, and the iron guards dug them up one by one. Bags and boxes of gold and silver were moved into the yard by the guards. Looking at these gold, silver, and jewelry, Huang Yunzhong's face became more and more gloomy. He himself was not clean either, and he had also embezzled a lot of money. But the money he embezzled was nothing compared to Wei Jing's. He made a rough estimate and found that the pile of gold and silver in Wei Jing yuan was at least 7 million taels of silver. What's funny is that a few days ago, the emperor cried poor to all the officials in the court, wanting them to take out some of their savings to alleviate the current difficulties of the court. But all these officials said that their families were unable to make ends meet. At most, they could come up with a few hundred or 1,000 taels of silver. Huang Yunzhong heard that Lord Wei Jingwei only took out 600 taels of silver, and he took it out in 3 installments. It's rotten. It really is rotten. Huang Yunzhong shook his head and sighed. Wei Jing looked at the piles of gold and silver in the yard, his face pale. This was all the savings he had accumulated through 40 years of hard work as an official. Overnight, it was all gone. He was so heartbroken that he wanted to die. What frightened him even more was that he had embezzled so much gold and silver, and the only fate that awaited him was the confiscation of property and the extermination of his clan. He lowered his head and fell hopeless. It's like a death row inmate waiting for sentencing. Load them all onto the wagon and take them away. At Huang Yunzhong's command, the iron guards immediately stepped forward, moved the gold and silver out of the prime minister's residence, and loaded them onto the carriages outside the door. Wei Jing's entire family, young and old, were like quails in the cold wind, huddled in the corner and shivering. During the whole process, Wei Kyoto kept his head down and his eyes closed. At this moment, he didn't dare to think about living at all, and just hoped to die quickly. At some point, all the guards in the courtyard had withdrawn. Outside, the sound of rolling wheels gradually faded away. Finally, there was silence. Wei Jing looked up and saw that everyone in the yard, young and old, was safe and sound. Wei Jing looked around in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Chapter 114, Becoming the Richest Man in the World. Over the next few days, Lu Chen led the East Factory Iron Guards to raid almost all the first rank, second rank, third rank, and fourth rank officials in the capital. A total of 70 million taels of silver and more than 2 million taels of gold were obtained. Together with Sima Zhongxian's 28 million taels, the gold and jewelry in Lu Chen's hands now amounted to more than 130 million taels of silver. Lu Chen did not stop there. In the next few days, he took the Iron Guards and dug up all the ownerless treasures buried in various places in the capital. They also obtained a total of more than 10 million taels of gold and silver. With 150 million taels of silver in hand, Lu Chen was full of confidence. He is definitely the richest man in the world now. Even the old emperor is far inferior to him. At this time, inside the palace, Zhou Yuzhao was listening to Huang Yunzhong's report. More than 100 million taels. Zhou Yuzhao slapped the armrest of the chair, causing him to grimace in pain. He was angry and happy at the same time. What makes people angry is that these corrupt officials are so bold that they can embezzle such a huge amount of money. The good news is that Lu Chen said he would only take 10 million taels, so wouldn't the remaining 100 million taels be a bargain for him, the emperor? But Zhou Yuzhao soon discovered that Huang Yunzhong looked unhappy and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Huang Qing, do you have anything else to say? Huang Yunzhong bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, Lu Chen said that he only found 10 million taels from those officials' homes. What? Zhou Yuzhao stood up suddenly. Huang Yunzhong shuddered with fear, his voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, Lu Chen said that he has only found 10 million taels of silver in recent days. How dare you, you little brat? Zhou Yuzhao's eyes widened. He could hardly believe his ears. Your Majesty, I just checked the warehouse where the gold and silver are stored. There are indeed only 10 million taels of gold and silver in the warehouse. Zhou Yuzhao was furious. Where did the rest of the money go? Your Majesty does not know. Zhou Yuzhao pointed at Huang Yunzhong and cursed. Incompetent. Trash. You sent that person out, and you're always with him. How could you not know where the money went? Tell me, did you collude with Lu Chen to embezzle this money? Huang Yunzhong was so frightened that he kowtowed repeatedly, and his forehead was bleeding. I deserve to die. I am innocent. I really don't know. In the imperial study, Zhou Yuzhao kept cursing. Occasionally, there was Huang Yunzhong's cry for injustice. It lasted for nearly 2 hours. In the end, Zhou Yuzhao had no choice but to accept reality. He had remembered it a few days ago. This Lu Chen is the mysterious young man from Lujiazhai in Hudou County. But he didn't understand why Lu Chen suddenly came to the capital. He sent Sima Zhongxian to announce his intention to recruit him. But where was Sima Zhongxian at that moment? Could it be that he had been traveling along the way and had not yet arrived at Lujiazhai? Later, Zhou Yuzhao also figured out. 100 million taels of silver in exchange for the eternal security of my kingdom. Isn't that too much of a loss? After all, if he lost even the throne, the more than 100 million taels of silver would not be in his hands. 2 days later, Lu Chen's motorcade left the capital in a mighty procession. In addition to a team of guards and coachmen, there were also 1,000 unmarried girls accompanying them. 1,000 unmarried girls. This was one of the conditions he negotiated with Zhou Yuzhao. If he were asked to go to the northern border to fight against the Tartar soldiers, it would be impossible without soldiers. A corps of 1,000 elite girls should have no problem dealing with the Tartars who mainly use cold weapons. On a flat grassland, Lu Chen jumped off an exquisitely decorated carriage. In addition to 1,000 girls, the old emperor also gave him 200 carriages and 400 strong horses to pull them. He and Xie Qiao rode in one carriage, Chu Yin rode alone in another, and the rest of the carriages were loaded with gold, silver, and jewelry worth 10 million taels of silver. General Zhang, please take your men back to the city and bring the driver back with you. We will then go to the northern border on our own. General Zhang was startled and said hurriedly, Lord Lu, the emperor asked us to escort you to the northern frontier. Lu Chen's face turned cold. Just tell the emperor that this is my intention. General Zhang was in a dilemma. When the emperor summoned him, he told him to obey Lu Chen all the way and not to disobey his orders. But the emperor also said that he must escort Lu Chen and others to the northern border. Seeing General Zhang's constipated face, Lu Chen didn't want to embarrass him. So he said, if you want to follow us, that's fine. However, I don't want to see you. You just need to follow us from a mile away. General Zhang then breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Lu Chen waved his hand. You can leave now. Seeing Lu Chen behaving like this, General Zhang was furious, but he didn't dare show it on his face, so he had to retreat with his guards. After General Zhang and the others left, Lu Chen said to Xie Qiao, old rules, you know. Xie Qiao nodded slightly. Husband, I understand. She and Chu Yun gathered 1,000 girls together and questioned them one by one. This time it's quite good, 1,000 girls, all claiming to be virgins. Actually, this is easy to understand. When Zhou Yuzhao heard Lu Chen say that he wanted him to send 1,000 unmarried girls, Zhou Yuzhao thought that Lu Chen was a sex-hungry ghost who wanted to enrich his harem. Therefore, special care was taken when selecting the girls. After all the girls were assured of their innocence, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun began to give them powerful pills. Remember, these precious pills were found by Master Lu after going through countless hardships. After taking these pills, you will be Master Lu's people in life and his ghosts in death. Do you remember this? These girls didn't know what the power pills were, and they all nodded in agreement ignorantly. In fact, they have no other choice, because their indentures are all in Lu Chen's hands. If they left Lu Chen, no one in the entire Zhou dynasty would dare to take them in. So, they had nowhere to escape even if they wanted to. Lu Chen stood on a hillside, looking at the group of girls, and nodded secretly. The quality of these recruits is much better than those recruited in previous times. Their physical fitness is better than that of ordinary children from poor families, and they don't seem to be too hungry recently. At the same time, their ages are all between 13 and 16 years old, and their minds are more mature. Before leaving, Xie Qiao and Chu Yun had already registered them. At this time, you only need to release the powerful pills. Lu Chen didn't want to see the girl's painful expression after taking the powerful pill, so he came to the front of the convoy. It was quite difficult to transport 10 million taels of silver with 200 carriages. But there's nothing we can do about it. Carriages are easy to deal with, but horses are a precious strategic resource. Especially now that war is raging, the value of horses has increased several times. The emperor has done his best for Lu Chen by being able to gather 400 strong horses. Lu Chen walked past the carriages and put all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside into the system space. After he put all the gold and silver in the 200 carriages into the space, the girls who had eaten the powerful pills had gradually adapted to their new bodies. Lu Chen came up to them and asked, "Are there any of you who could drive a carriage? Raise your hand if you can." Most of the girls shook their heads. The drivers are usually men, and there are very few women who could drive a horse-drawn carriage. Only a dozen girls raised their hands. You can teach those who don't know how to drive. Everyone must learn how to drive. Driving a car is not a difficult technical job. For these girls, the most difficult thing to overcome is actually shyness. But after they took the powerful pills, their strong physical functions gave them strong self-confidence, so it was not difficult to overcome their timidity. Chapter 1:15 Mysterious Girl. A dozen girls who could drive carriages were divided into a dozen groups and used a dozen carriages to teach the girls who could not drive carriages how to drive. Lu Chen was thinking about the various supplies needed for the journey. Grain, vegetables, meat, eggs, pots and pans, long swords and crossbows, pistols and rifles, clothes and shoes, bulletproof vests and helmets, tents and sleeping bags. After making some estimates in his mind, Lu Chen took a list, bought supplies in the system store, and put these supplies into the carriage one by one. These supplies occupied a total of 100 carriages. The other 100 carriages were used as their passenger vehicles. Because these carriages were carrying heavy gold and silver, they were more spacious and sturdy than ordinary carriages, and each carriage could easily carry a dozen people. When the convoy set off again, there was bound to be some chaos. After all, most people didn't know how to drive, and it was normal for novices to have some minor accidents on the road. However, as the new recruits gradually mastered the skills of driving, the convoy slowly got back on track. At this time, except for the coachman, the other girls were still following the carriage on foot. They took turns learning to drive the cart. Xie Xiao and Chu Yun were not idle either. They followed the carriage and recorded the height and body shape of each girl, as well as the size of their shoes. Around 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Lu Chen ordered the convoy to stop and rest. He also ordered people to move all kinds of cooking utensils and food from the carriage and cook on the spot. Most of these girls had no idea what was in the carriage, so they were not surprised to see the stove and food inside. But the guards following from a distance were no longer calm. General Zhang was standing on a hilltop. When he saw Lu Chen directing 1,000 girls to cook, he was completely bewildered. Their escort team has a special team for transporting food and fodder, carrying the food and fodder needed for the journey. Where did Lu Chen and his team get the stoves and food? General Zhang also discovered another strange phenomenon. The ruts of the carriage in front showed that most of the gold and silver in the carriage seemed to be missing. 200 horse-drawn carriages carried hundreds of thousands of kilograms of gold and silver, and each carriage contained nearly 4,000 kilograms of weight. But he could see from the ruts that many of the carriages ahead were empty, and even those that were loaded held far less than 4,000 kilograms of cargo. Also, the girls seemed to have gained unusually good physical strength. The infantrymen in their escort team were sweating profusely while running, and they barely managed to keep up with them. Before setting off, Huang Yunzhong told him not to panic no matter what strange things he saw along the way. This Lu Chen really has many unknown secrets. While the girls were busy cooking, Lu Chen had already put their military uniforms and boots into the carriage. These military uniforms and boots are numbered. When you receive them, you just need to tell your name to get your own clothes, shoes, and socks. Although this dinner was not very sumptuous, it was a rare delicacy for these girls. Rice, cabbage, radish and bacon stew, and seaweed egg drop soup. Most of them came from poor families around the capital. They were sold by their families for various reasons. On weekdays, they could only eat half full and rarely had the opportunity to eat rice and meat. Lu Chen seldom communicated with these girls. He earned their loyalty through his actions. While they were busy eating, Lu Chen discovered that 3 girls were very different. At this time, the loyalty of the girls generally exceeded 95 and the lowest exceeded 90, but the loyalty of these 3 girls was very suspiciously low. The loyalty level on one of the girls' head was only 61. The loyalty of the 2 girls beside her was only 65 and 69. The girl with a loyalty level of 61 was about 15 or 16 years old, and the other 2 girls were about 14 years old. The 3 of them were inseparable and seemed to be very familiar with each other. Lu Chen found an opportunity to quietly ask Xie Xiao what the 3 of them were called. Xie Xiao had noticed them a long time ago, and when Lu Chen asked her, she immediately gave their names. The older one is called Zhao Yingxue. The other 2, the thinner one is called Yi Qin, and the other one is called Qin Shi. At first glance, their names sounded normal, but Lu Chen soon noticed something was wrong. Yi Vin, Vinji, Qin Shi. These 2 names seemed to be the names of maids in wealthy families. Xie Qiao said, "My husband, don't worry. They might be the daughters of a wealthy family who have fallen on hard times." Lu Chen looked at Chu Yun beside him and didn't say much. Although Xie Qiao's words made sense, Lu Chen didn't believe them at all, because he could see the loyalty of these people. Although their loyalty is very low, Lu Chen is not afraid. Even if their loyalty is only 10 points, it means that they are not hostile. As for their origins, Lu Chen was too lazy to check. Lu Chen looked at the position of the sun and said to Chu Yun, "After dinner, rest for half an hour. Then you teach them the sword techniques and let them practice until midnight before going to bed." "Okay, Brother Lu. I'll teach them archery tomorrow and spearmanship the day after tomorrow. They must practice until midnight every day." The crossbows, rifles, and pistols are all in the carriage. They will be taken out and distributed to them when needed. Understood, Brother Lu. Don't rush the journey in the next few days. Try to make sure they have a certain level of combat capability before you reach the northern frontier. Okay, Brother Lu. Just as Lu Chen was busy training new recruits on the road, Wang Han's army had already arrived outside Hedo County. Wang Han's army of more than 100,000, plus horsemen, coolies, and other logistical troops, totaled 200,000 troops, claiming to be 300,000. We have arrived 50 miles away from Hedo County. In the county town, County Magistrate Wei Shuya was discussing countermeasures with General Jiang Wenyu and others. Lord Wei, if we simply hold the city, I dare say I wouldn't be afraid even if Wang Han had another 100,000 elite soldiers. But with no food or supplies inside and no reinforcements outside, my army will ultimately perish if we defend the county. If what General Jiang said is true, then we can only abandon the city. Jiang Wenyu snorted coldly. It's up to you whether to abandon the city or not. My duty is to preserve my strength and fight the traitor Wang Han to the end. Wei Shuya continued to linger. The rebels are attacking with an army of hundreds of thousands. How can the few hundred Yamen runners and city guards in our city resist? As the general, you are responsible for defending our territory. Can you really bear to abandon the people in this city? At this critical moment of life and death, Wei Shuya did not want to bear the blame for abandoning the city and fleeing. Jiang Wenyu ate and drank for free here and robbed so many people and finally wanted to just walk away? How could such a cheap thing happen in the world? Sir Wei, there is no food. It is impossible for me to let my men die here. Master Jiang, the two of them were talking back and forth, and the atmosphere was full of tension. Sitting on both sides were the county magistrate of Hedo County, his legal advisor, and several lieutenant generals and guerrilla generals under Jiang Wenyu. They all had wooden expressions and just watched from the sidelines. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that the two people who were quarreling were just putting on an act for everyone to see. In the end, there will only be one result. Jiang Wenyu led his troops to retreat, and Wei Shuya fled the county with his family. Chapter 116. Enemy? Benefactor. Less than 2 hours after Wang Han occupied the county town, Lu Xiaolan and Meng Ruyu, who were stationed in Lujiazhai, had already received the news. The spies stationed inside and outside the county came back one after another to report. Jiang Shuyu's army is moving camp. Jiang Shuyu's army is retreating to the northeast. County Magistrate Wei Shuya has already sent his family out of the county. Wang Han's army is about to arrive outside Hedo County. County Magistrate Wei Shuya disguised himself and quietly slipped out of Hedo County with a few followers. Wang Han's army is camped 5 miles south of the county town. Wang Han's army is launching a massive attack on Hedo County. The defenders in the city are leaving and surrendering. Wang Han's army occupied Hedo County without bloodshed. Jiang Shuyu's army is slowly retreating to the northeast, and their destination seems to be Majiang County. In the main hall of the Lu mansion, Meng Ruyu found a folding fan from somewhere and held it in his hand. He looked like a scholar and said while shaking his head, "You finish your song, and I come on stage. The king's flag changes on the city wall." Zhao Daya, however, looked anxious. "General Meng, we must not let Jiang Shuyu escape." Meng Ruyu was very confident. "Don't worry, sister. He can't run away." Zhao Daya couldn't wait any longer. "Since Jiang Shuyu can't take the bullet for us, why don't you let me kill him now?" Although Jiang Shuyu commanded nearly 100,000 soldiers and horses, Zhao Daya dared to guarantee that as long as she was given 100 men, she could break into Jiang Shuyu's camp and chop off his head with her own hands. "There's no rush for this," Meng Ruyu said. "If you kill him now, his tens of thousands of men will be leaderless and will surely bring disaster to the surrounding people." Zhao Daya gritted her teeth and said, "With Jiang Shuyu here, they won't harm the people." She has not forgotten the heinous crimes committed by Jiang Shuyu. Meng Ruyu was stunned when she heard this. She didn't think about that. She was just acting according to her usual thinking. In an army, only the core figures can restrain them. But if an army falls into the hands of evil and scoundrels, their harm may be even greater. Meng Ruyu pondered for a moment, then said, "You may have your reasons, but with nearly 100,000 soldiers and horses, if no one restrains them, they will surely wreak havoc on the surrounding counties and towns. The consequences will be disastrous. I still think it's better to kill him." Zhao Daya insisted on her point of view. Sister, don't be anxious. Let me think about it carefully. For the first time in her life, Meng Ruyu hesitated in making a military decision. She spent a long time thinking about this. During this period, follow-up news came one after another. Jiang Shuyu's army is moving slower and slower, as if they are waiting for something. Wang Han sent a force of about 20,000 men northward. Jiang Shuyu's troops are accelerating northward, seemingly unwilling to engage with Wang Han's troops. It seems that Wang Han's 20,000-strong army is targeting our Lujiazhai. I have ascertained that this 20,000-strong army is led by Wang Han himself, and he is accompanied by a coffin. When the last piece of news came, Meng Ruyu and Zhao Daya finally determined the purpose of Wang Han's trip. Wang Han's army is less than 20 miles away from Lujiazhai. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Daya was both nervous and excited. She immediately ordered, "Everyone gather and prepare for battle." She thought for a moment, then issued several orders in quick succession. All villagers and refugees from Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang must retreat to their villages. All men aged 15 and over and under 60 must take up their weapons and prepare to assist the troops in defending the city. Gather all women over 13 and under 50 and temporarily organize them into the logistics support force. Miao Xiaolan, the two of you take 400 people and rush to the gate of Sunjiazwang. Make sure to defend the gate. Xiaoju, take your men to open the warehouse and move the crossbows and ammunition inside to the city wall. The remaining Lu family troops will be divided into two teams, led by General Meng and me. Take your weapons and follow me. The entire Lujiazhai was bustling with activity. On the mountain road leading from Lujiazhai to the county town, Wang Han's 20,000-strong army was marching towards them. At the front of the team was a huge coffin. Following closely behind the coffin was a cavalry team of 500 men. The leader was a man wearing silver armor, sitting upright on his horse. He stood straight, looking so majestic that one couldn't look directly at him. It was Wang Han, the second son of Marquis Jingyuan. There was a general standing beside him, walking side by side with him. This general was Wang Han's cousin Chen Qi. My cousin's loyalty and filial piety are truly unmatched in the great Zhou. Chen Qi did not hesitate to praise Wang Han. Originally, Marquis Jingyuan had only one general under his command. As soon as Jingyuan Marquis Wang Lang died, Wang Han immediately promoted two generals out of turn. These two generals were Wang Han's cousin and his younger cousin. This Chen Qi is Wang Han's cousin. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. Wang Han looked towards Lujiazhai, his eyes full of hatred. For a small village like Lujiazhai, my cousin actually mobilized an army of 20,000. Heaven and earth can bear witness to your filial piety. Wang Han's eyes were still looking towards the Lu family village, and he said, "Even a lion fighting a rabbit will use all its strength." It is said that the Lu family village's musket team is extremely powerful. Cousin, do you have any method to defeat them? Wang Han's expression was calm. Thunderbolt, break it with force. Chen Qi said flatteringly, "Cousin, you are so confident. I admire you so much. But that Lu Chen is ridiculous. I'm afraid he's hiding in the village trembling right now." Wang Han said proudly, "To try to stop a chariot with a mantis arm is to overestimate one's own abilities." Having just taken over Hudou County, Wang Han was very proud of himself. He felt that he was no worse than his father. A small Lujiazhai was just a stepping stone for him to consolidate his military power. Thinking of Lu Chen, Wang Han sneered in his heart. If it weren't for Lu Chen, how could he have obtained military power? Speaking of which, Lu Chen is his great benefactor. Thinking that he was about to cut this benefactor into pieces, or even cut him into pieces, Wang Han felt a little bit reluctant. Cousin, Lujiazhai is just ahead. Chen Qi pointed straight ahead. Wang Han looked at Lujiazhai from afar, and a strange look flashed between his brows. Although it was still far away, he could still see the difference of this small village. The city wall is built to be comparable to that of a county town. Wang Han pointed forward with his whip. According to the original plan, we will set up camp on the hillside opposite the city gate and let the troops rest for a while. Chen Qi took the opportunity to flatter Wang Han again. My cousin really cares about his subordinates. It's just a small village, and you can't bear to let them tire out their troops and attack the city. Due to his lack of strength in all aspects. Chen Shi was just a marginal figure under Jingyuan Ho for many years. He had finally managed to hold Wang Han's thigh tightly, so he naturally couldn't let go easily. Chen Shi knew very well that flattery could never be worn out. As long as he uses this technology properly, even if he has no ability at all, he can still ensure wealth and prosperity for the rest of his life. Chapter 117, Opening the Door to Meet the Enemy. The gate tower of Lujiazhai is extremely simple and far inferior to the gate tower of the county town. Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu stood on the city gate tower, observing Wang Han's troops spreading all over the city opposite. Just south of the entrance to Lujiazhai village, that is, 2 miles away from the entrance to Lujiazhai city, is a large hill. On this side of the mountain, there are several hills with relatively flat terrain. Wang Han's troops were setting up camp at the foot of a larger hill. Are they preparing for a long-term battle? Zhao Daya asked doubtfully. Zhao Daya thought that Wang Han had an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. Shouldn't they have attacked the city the moment they arrived? Why bother setting up camp there? Meng Ryu didn't understand why at first, but she soon came to her senses. If Wang Han avenged his father so easily, how could he demonstrate his filial piety? Zhao Daya, Sister Meng, means that he wants to pretend that this battle is very difficult? Meng Ryu nodded and said, "That's right. Wang Han has just taken over the military power. There are probably still many veteran officers in the army who don't truly obey him. According to the law, Wang Han's elder brother Wang Qi is the one who should hold the military power. Wang Han is trying to gain political capital for himself." Zhao Daya shook her head. "These guys are really cunning." Meng Ryu looked at Zhao Daya and said, "Do you want to go out of town and do something? Look at them. They don't even take our Lu family village seriously." Outside the city, part of Wang Han's troops were busy setting up camp, while more of them were scattered here and there, lying or sitting on the hillside, as if they were not here to fight, but to enjoy the scenery. As for the Lujiazhai in front of them, it seemed to have already been in their pocket, and there was no need to worry at all. Zhao Daya was thinking the same thing, and upon hearing what Meng Ryu said, she immediately said, "All right, I'll take 200 men out of the city and let them experience the might of our Lu family army first." Zhao Daya immediately gathered 200 female soldiers and lined them up inside the city gate. Each of them held a long knife in her hand, a rifle on her shoulder, and 6 magazines full of bullets on her chest. "Open the gates. Lower the drawbridge." The city gate slowly opened and the drawbridge over the moat was lowered. There is no water in the moat right now, so the moat can only slightly delay the enemy's attack, and its effect is not very significant. On the city wall, the villagers and refugees who were helping to defend the city were all frightened when they saw this scene. When they saw so many rebels coming outside the city, they were already extremely panicked. Many of them felt that with the military forces in the city, they could not resist so many rebels outside the city. In their view, the 20,000 troops were spread all over the mountains and plains, boundless and densely packed. How could a small Lujiazhai compete with them? At this time, they saw the city gate wide open and the drawbridge lowered, and they thought Zhao Daya was going to open the city and surrender. However, when they saw Zhao Daya leading 200 female soldiers and rushing towards the rebels like the wind, they finally understood. It turned out that Zhao Daya and the others were planning to attack the enemy camp. A villager from Lujiazhai was stunned and said, "Daya is such a brave girl. With just a few people like them, they dare to charge at so many rebels." A refugee also said, "I heard that the rebel army on the other side has 20,000 people. The number of people Zhao Daya brought with her is probably not even enough to fill their teeth." Yes, 200 versus 20,000. Are they going to die? They're just courting death. Although these villagers and refugees knew how powerful Zhao Daya and the female soldiers were, there were simply too many rebels before them. They had never seen so many enemies before, and they were almost scared just by looking at the scene. The enemy army was like a sea of people, while Zhao Daya and her companions were like a leaf. The difference in numbers between the two sides is just too great. At this time, Wang Han and Chen Shi were standing on the slope of the mountain. When Lu Jiazhai opened the city gate, soldiers came to report that they had already seen it. But they didn't understand what Lu Jiazhai meant by this move. Are they going to surrender? Not only the two of them, but everyone else also thought of this. No matter who it is, seeing their 20,000 strong army, they would probably be scared out of their wits. What's more, it's just a small mountain village. Wang Han naturally did not want to see Lu Jiazhai surrender. He was already thinking about how to turn a blind eye to Lu Jiazhai's surrender. He led a large army here to avenge his father. He would definitely massacre the entire Lu Jiazhai and would never accept their surrender. Cousin, look, they're about to storm the camp. Zhen Qi pointed at Zhao Daya and others who were rushing towards him and said to Wang Han. Wang Han breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't surrender, anything would be fine. Attack the camp? It's ridiculous. Even if his troops were unprepared, it was not possible for just 100 or 200 people to storm the camp. He didn't even give any orders, just let his subordinates act accordingly. Of course, Wang Han knew that the enemy's muskets were powerful, but that was just a nighttime attack on the camp. Now it was broad daylight, and he didn't believe that the enemy could make much trouble. Just as Wang Han expected, his men were not mediocre. A guerrilla general saw Zhao Daya leading his troops out of the city gate and immediately gave orders. The enemy has left the city. Assemble and meet them. The guerrilla general shouted loudly, and the soldiers who were lying or sitting were immediately awakened. They saw a team rushing out of the city. There were only about 200 people in the team, and they didn't care much. They're the troops of Marquis Jinyuan, and their combat effectiveness far exceeds that of the officers and soldiers of the Great Zhou. They simply looked down upon the team rushing out of the village. These men lazily gathered together and prepared to line up to meet the enemy. But Zhao Daya's team came very quickly. Before they could gather together, Zhao Daya had already led her team to their front. Kill! Zhao Daya gave a delicate shout, and 200 female soldiers brandished their long swords and charged into the group of rebels. You came so quickly. The guerrilla general secretly exclaimed, "Great!" and hurriedly shouted, "All soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy." After saying that, he drew out his sword and led a team of people to meet Zhao Daya and others. Kill! The female soldiers shouted, their swords flashed, and in an instant, they chopped down hundreds of rebels. When Wang Han's army saw Zhao Daya's fierce attack, they woke up from their carelessness, gathered their spirits, picked up their weapons, and surrounded and killed Zhao Daya and others. Kill! Kill one person, and you'll be rewarded with 10 ounces of silver. Seeing that his subordinates were rushing to join the battle, and he himself could not squeeze into the battle group, the guerrilla general could only cheer on his soldiers from the periphery. When the rebels heard that there was a reward to be received, they became even more desperate and rushed forward, fearing that they would miss the reward if they were a step late. Kill! Zhao Daya's clear and loud shout rang out again. Immediately afterwards, all the female soldiers shouted "Kill!" in unison. Suddenly, the shouts of killing from both sides shook the sky. The sword shines brightly and blood appears. In the battle group, Zhao Daya was agile and rushed left and right. Wherever she went, the rebels were thrown to the ground. All that could be heard were continuous screams, and living lives fell to the ground. The guerrilla general suddenly felt something was wrong. The soldiers coming towards him were all young and beautiful female soldiers, but the screams he heard were all made by men. There was not a single woman's scream. Chapter 118, Iron Wall. The guerrilla general quickly came to a high hill and looked towards the fierce fighting. It was not a big deal at first glance, but sweat immediately broke out on my forehead. I saw 200 female soldiers in the encirclement, charging forward and killing from behind, their courage unstoppable. On the other hand, their team was defeated and corpses were everywhere. What a strong girl, the guerrilla general couldn't help but say inwardly. These female soldiers are all very skilled, as swift as the wind, and extremely ruthless. Any soldier who approached within 10 feet of them was killed in the blink of an eye. He took a quick look and found that the number of soldiers lost on their side had reached 600 or 700. The guerrilla general looked around and found that nearby troops were rushing towards this side in an endless stream, and he felt a little relieved. No matter how powerful you are, if you're made of iron, how many nails can you hammer? Sooner or later, you will still die. Although he saw that these female soldiers were fighting braver and braver and showed no signs of exhaustion, the guerrilla general still felt that this was a death charge. On the hillside, Wang Han was in a commanding position and could see the situation on the battlefield clearly. His face turned ugly. He was not too far away from the battlefield. From his angle, the female soldiers looked like ants, while the soldiers surrounding them looked like elephants. But even so, his soldiers suffered heavy casualties. Cousin, go down and see what's going on. Chen Qi had been secretly observing Wang Han. Seeing Wang Han's unhappy expression, he immediately said, "Cousin, I'll be right over. These good-for-nothings are making you worry about such a small matter. What a bunch of losers." After saying this, he mounted his warhorse and galloped down the mountain with a few followers. Before he could reach the destination, he heard a series of popping sounds, as loud as frying beans. Chen-Chi couldn't help but shudder and subconsciously tighten the reins. The warhorse neighed and raised its front hooves high, almost throwing Chen-Chi off the horse. After Chen-Chi sat down again, he looked forward. The tragic scene before him made his heart tighten. I saw the soldiers in front of me lying on the ground in rows, accompanied by bursts of miserable howling. Chen-Chi looked towards the wall of Lu Jiazhai. On the city wall, a row of female soldiers in uniform were holding muskets and shooting at the dense crowd. Amidst the dense gunfire, large numbers of soldiers in dense formations fell in pools of blood. Not good. Chen-Chi knew too well how powerful the other side's musketeers were. Some time ago, his uncle, Marquis Jinyuan, died at the hands of these musketeers. But Chen Shiwan didn't expect that the enemy's musketeers had such a long range. At this time, the soldiers in the front were more than half a mile away from the top of the city, but the enemy's muskets could still hit them, and they were so accurate. Chen Chi hurriedly turned his horse's head and fled up the hillside. "General Chen!" Wang Han shouted loudly, and Chen Chi saw that he had arrived in front of his cousin's formation. Chen Chi's face turned red. He knew how embarrassed and frightened he looked. However, he rolled his eyes and said hurriedly, "Cousin, the rioters' musketeers have too far range. Cousin, give the order and have the troops retreat to the hillside." Wang Han's expression eased slightly, and he said, "Pass on my order. Retreat from the front. The Marquis has given orders. Retreat from the front. Retreat from the front. Retreat quickly." Accompanied by the shouts of the messenger, Wang Han's front line quickly retreated. Because of their large number of people and their disorganized formation, they left behind hundreds of corpses on their retreat. Zhao Daya and others were having a great time killing when they saw the rebels around them retreating one after another. When they heard gunshots coming from the top of the city wall, they realized what was going on. "Let's retreat too. Everyone, retreat back to the city immediately." Zhao Daya led the female soldiers and rushed all the way back to Lu Jiazhai. Behind them were some scattered arrows that had missed their target. Some archers in Wang Han's army discovered that Zhao Daya was about to retreat, so they immediately drew their bows and arrows and shot at Zhao Daya and others. But in the end, they didn't hit a single arrow. As soon as Zhao Daya climbed up the city gate tower, Meng Ruyu came over and praised her highly. "Sister, you are truly brave. This battle has brought fame to our Lu family army and the prestige of the Lu family village." Zhao Daya said regretfully, "It's a pity that you opened fire too early. If you had let us charge for a while longer, you could have killed more rebels." Meng Ruyu said, "The large forces behind them are coming one after another. If you are any later, I'm afraid you will be surrounded and it will be troublesome." "Why be afraid of them?" Zhao Daya said with her chest puffed out. "Wang Han's troops are well-trained and well-equipped. I'm worried about you, sister." "Thank you, sister. I'm just a little unwilling." Meng Ruyu patted Zhao Daya's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, sister. I will let you kill her happily." She looked up at Wang Han's army outside the city and said, "Although your victory this time out of the city was not great, it did greatly intimidate Wang Han's rebels. The next battle to defend the city may be much easier." After saying this, Meng Ruyu realized that she was already drifting. This time, Zhao Daya went out of the city to fight and wiped out at least more than 1,000 of Wang Han's troops. Combined with the long-range firepower of the defenders in the city, a total of about 2,000 people of Wang Han's army were wiped out. In this battle, Wang Han's army lost 10% of its troops. 2,000 men, 1/10 of our military strength, and I, Meng Ruyu, can't even look down on such a victory. Meng Ruyu found that she had become inflated without knowing when. On the hillside, 2,114, over 2,000 casualties in one enemy raid. Wang Han's face was as black as charcoal. The battle hadn't even started yet, and he had already lost 10% of his troops. How could he not feel heartbroken? How not to be angry? "My lord." Wang Han tried hard to control his emotions, turned his head to look at an old man next to him, and forced a smile on his face. "Uncle Ji, what do you think of this Lu Jiazhai?" His Uncle Ji was named Ji Chongqing. Ji Chongqing has followed Jinyuan Ho Wang Lang for 20 years. Although he holds no official position, he enjoys a high prestige in Jin Yuanho's army. It can be said that the rise of Marquis Jin Yuan in the southern corner was entirely due to Ji Chongqing's advice. Even though Marquis Jin Yuan has passed away, Wang Han doesn't dare to show off in front of Ji Chongqing. Strictly speaking, Ji Chongqing can be considered half a teacher to Wang Qi and Wang Han. He often beat up the two brothers when they were young. It can be said that his prestige is very heavy. Ji Chongqing frowned slightly and said, "If the young Marquis wants to capture this city, I'm afraid the current 20,000 troops will not be enough." Wang Han was surprised. "Uncle Ji, according to the spies, there are only 1,000 female soldiers in this camp. My troops are 20 times theirs. How can this be impossible?" Ji Chongqing shook his head slightly. "In my opinion, we need to adjust another 40,000 to be absolutely sure." 60,000. Wang Han couldn't help but scream. Is this city an iron wall? 60,000. With 60,000 soldiers, we can capture even a provincial capital. Chapter 119. Sniper rifle explodes late at night. Zhao Daya led 200 female soldiers out of the city to raid the rebels, killing countless enemies and finally escaping unscathed. Although Zhao Daya herself was not satisfied with the results of this battle, she gave great confidence to the villagers and refugees in Lujiazhai. They were originally panicked, but now they felt much more at ease. But they didn't feel at ease for long. At dusk, the female soldiers and villagers guarding the city wall saw an endless army appearing on the distant mountain road. This army is endless and seems to have no end. Until midnight, they still saw this endless army of torches. Inside the Lu mansion, Zhao Daya, who had always been carefree, now frowned. In the main hall, there were a dozen or so key military figures. In addition to Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, there are Miao Yiya, Miao Lingling, Lu Xiaohua, Sun Daqiao, Xiaoju, Xiaolan, and others. Lu Xiaolan, who was originally in charge of Sun Jiazwang, also made a special trip back. Zhao Daya spoke first. Looking at this situation, Wang Han is determined to wipe out our Lujiazhai. If they besiege our Lujiazhai with an army of 100,000 or 200,000, tell me how we should fight this battle. Lu Xiaolan said, the terrain outside Lujiazhai can't accommodate Wang Han's 200,000-man army. I think they only transferred a part of their forces here. Yes, Sister Xiaolan and I have the same idea. The area outside Lujiazhai is not enough to accommodate even an army of 100,000, let alone 200,000. Meng Ryu agreed with Lu Xiaolan's opinion. Miao Yiya said, I think Wang Han's army's main attack direction is Lujiazhai. Why don't I bring 200 people back? Meng Ryu shook his head. If a fight really breaks out, Wang Han will definitely send a force to attack the gate of Sun Jiazwang, and the soldiers there cannot move. Zhao Daya said, when an enemy comes, we must fight him with our troops. When a flood comes, we must block it with earth. Come, let's see how to deploy our troops and how to arrange the logistics personnel. We must first make arrangements. Meng Ryu said, men will take up weapons to help defend the city, while some women will transport supplies. We'll also find some skilled women to reload the empty magazines. Lu Xiaolan then added, to prevent the enemy archers from suppressing us, we need to take all the shields in the warehouse to the city wall. Zhao Daya said, gather all the combatants and logistics personnel later and assign them their respective tasks. Also, have the elderly and children who cannot participate in the battle stay at home and not go out unless necessary, so as to avoid being injured by stray arrows. By the time everything was arranged, it was already early morning. Everyone who attended the meeting went back to rest and recharged their batteries for the upcoming battle. Only Zhao Daya came to the warehouse where the weapons were stored. She looked around the warehouse, but didn't see the weapon she was looking for. After thinking about it, she went to the house where Lu Chen lived. In addition to the bedroom, Lu Chen's residence also has a study, a separate bathroom, and a kitchen. Zhao Daya searched Lu Chen's room with a flashlight for a long time before she found a rectangular box on a shelf. Zhao Daya opened the box, and her eyes lit up. Sniper rifle. She didn't hold out much hope. Because she knew Lu Chen's abilities, there were many important things that Lu Chen had placed in a place where no one else could ever find them. Unexpectedly, he left the sniper rifle in the room. As for bullets, the bullets used in this sniper rifle are compatible with the assault rifles they are equipped with. Great! With this gun, I, Zhao Daya, can have a good time. Lu Chen once took Xie Qiao, her, and Lu Chen to practice shooting in the mountains. He said the sniper rifle has a range 3 to 4 times that of an assault rifle. Zhao Daya also used up several magazines with this sniper rifle. Although the sniper rifle has a slow rate of fire and a magazine only holds 10 rounds, its range is extremely long and its accuracy is higher than that of an assault rifle. Zhao Daya installed a sight on the sniper rifle and also installed a silencer on it. It's nighttime now, and I use a silencer just because I'm afraid the sound of gunfire will disturb others' rest. By daylight, she wouldn't need the silencer. According to Lu Chen, the silencer will affect the range and power of the sniper rifle, but the impact is not too great. Zhao Daya took the sniper rifle and 2 magazines, walked out of the Lu mansion, and ran towards the city gate. When she arrived at the city gate tower, the soldiers and villagers guarding the city saw her and greeted her one after another. When the villagers and refugees who were sitting on the ground to rest saw her, they hurriedly stood up. Zhao Daya looked a little dazed for a moment. A few months ago, she was an inconspicuous little girl in the village. A skinny little girl who went hungry for 9 meals out of 3 days, was beaten and scolded by her stepmother every day, and had no idea what the future would hold. An invisible person who no one cares about and no one asks about. Even if he has been dead for a month, many people in the village may not know about it. And now, the entire Lujiazhai, including the villagers of Sunjiazwang, are full of envy and awe when they see her. Zhao Daya let out a long breath and stood still at a parapet. Outside the city, Wang Han's military camp was brightly lit. On the distant mountain road, Wang Han's troops were still holding torches, marching towards this side like a long dragon, and soon merged into Wang Han's army camp. Zhao Daya pulled the bolt of the gun with a bang. The sound made several female soldiers and villagers nearby look over here in surprise. "Sister Daya, why don't you go and rest? What are you doing here at this time?" Zhao Daya took a look at her and found out that she was Sun Lijing's granddaughter, Sun Xiaoqiao, who was also Sun Daqiao's sister. Zhao Daya stuffed the 2 magazines on her waist into Sun Xiaoqiao's hands and said, "Come, load the bullets for me." "Sister Daya, what are you doing?" Before Sun Xiaoqiao could finish her question, she heard a bang. The sound is not too loud, but not too soft either. It also attracted some female soldiers and villagers from farther away. Zhao Daya fired a shot and saw a small commotion in the opposite camp. Through the sight, she saw several soldiers running around in panic and heard faint shouting. A smile appeared on Zhao Daya's lips. Then he moved the gun towards the soldier next to the corpse. The soldier was squatting beside the corpse, as if trying to rescue the dead soldier. Bang! The soldier fell to the ground. Suddenly, the scope of the riot spread, more soldiers were running around, and the shouting became louder. This sniper rifle is really useful. Zhao Daya couldn't help but admire. The distance from her to the destination was 1.5 miles. She didn't even have to use any skill, but every shot hit the target. Of course, this doesn't mean that she was shooting indiscriminately. After all, at such a long distance, the height difference, wind direction, temperature, and humidity must all be taken into consideration. But Zhao Daya was also surprised because she knew nothing about these things before. But now, she can quickly take these environmental factors into consideration one by one, and finally put the crosshairs in the most appropriate position to complete the kill with one shot. Chapter 120: The Terrible Gun. The sniper rifle used by Zhao Daya is semi-automatic. Although it is not as powerful as a bolt-action sniper rifle, it is easier to operate and has a faster rate of fire than a bolt-action rifle. After she tried firing a few shots, she gradually got the hang of it, and her shooting speed became faster and faster. A distance of several hundred meters is a piece of cake for the sniper rifle in her hand. Zhao Daya was one of the first people to follow Lu Chen. She was also a high-ranking military official, so she often practiced shooting on weekdays, and her marksmanship was more sophisticated than others. After one magazine was emptied, Zhao Daya fired every shot accurately and killed 10 enemies, all of them hitting their vital points. At this time, the camp opposite was in chaos. She took out the empty magazine, took the new magazine handed to her by Sun Xiaoqiao, loaded it, and continued to aim at the target opposite and shoot. There were more than 10 people surrounding Zhao Daya, and they also saw the scene in the camp opposite. However, they had never seen the sniper rifle in Zhao Daya's hand. They all looked at the sniper rifle in Zhao Daya's hand with curiosity. Although they did not dare to disturb Zhao Daya from shooting, it did not affect their whispering. "How does this gun shoot so far? It's much farther than our assault rifles." It shoots more accurately than an assault rifle. Look, what's that cylinder on the gun? Why is the instructor aiming through it? The instructor's shooting is accurate, and her eyesight is also very good. From such a long distance, I can't even see the person opposite me, but she can still shoot so accurately. It makes very little noise when it shoots. If we all had a gun like this, wouldn't we be able to beat the enemy into a panic? But the rate of fire of this gun is a bit slow. If there are too many enemies, this gun will not be as good as an assault rifle. Yes, I think this kind of gun is only suitable for killing enemies at long distances. At close range, an assault rifle is more effective, but it shoots really far and accurately. Zhao Daya was completely focused and concentrated on aiming and shooting. After a few magazines were fired, Wang Han's camp opposite was in chaos. Many soldiers were running around and shouting. Zhao Daya only shot those who were standing still, which was more efficient. Although she was confident that she could hit the running soldiers, it would take too long to aim. As the soldiers fell one by one, Wang Han's soldiers became smarter. They looked for various shelters and hid behind them to avoid being shot. But Zhao Daya's efficiency in killing the enemy did not decrease. The enemies nearby hid, but there were still countless fixed targets farther away. In fact, she prefers to shoot soldiers hiding in dark corners. The sight on the sniper rifle has night vision function, so even if the enemy is hiding in a dark place, he cannot escape her eyes. Bang! 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 One gunshot, one enemy soldier killed. Zhao Daya killed with such pleasure. But everyone in Wang Han's camp was in danger. It seemed as if a sword was hanging over everyone's head, and no one knew when it would fall on them. Wang Han sat in the central military tent, feeling both resentful and angry. It was a pity that he couldn't even get a good night's sleep. What made him angry was that all the people in Lujiazhai should be cut into pieces for daring to harass his tens of thousands of troops at night. Although the harassment from the bandits in Lujiazhai did not cause much loss to his subordinates, he received reports from 7 or 8 subordinates in a short period of time. The bandits didn't send any troops out of the city. They just shot at us from the top of the city wall. And it seems they only had one musket. Wang Han's face was gloomy. The enemy's musket is really powerful. It can hit the target accurately from such a distance. Wang Han couldn't help but clench his fists. If he ordered the troops to retreat, they would have to wait until dawn to launch the attack, and the morale of the soldiers would definitely be low. If they did not retreat, the enemy would continue to kill their soldiers, and these soldiers would be in panic and unable to rest. Wang Han gritted his teeth in hatred. This is like a mosquito that comes while you're sleeping. Although it doesn't cause much harm, it will make you upset and unable to fall asleep. Pass my order, the troops retreat 1 mile. Wang Han still didn't believe it. If he retreated 1 mile, could the enemy's muskets still reach him? In fact, he wanted to retreat 2 miles directly, but the place was so small that the large army had no way to retreat any further. Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Han forced himself to suppress his anger and laid down to continue sleeping. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for a while and was very tired. He fell asleep not long after lying down. When he woke up, it was already daybreak. There was still a lot of noise outside. Someone come. A personal guard immediately entered the tent. What's the commotion outside? The guard bowed and replied, My lord, the bandits in Lujiazhai have been shooting our soldiers with muskets. Wang Han said unhappily, Didn't I order them to retreat 1 mile? Could it be that they haven't retreated yet? My lord, if we retreat 1 mile, the thieves in the city can still accurately shoot our soldiers. Wang Han's sleepiness disappeared, and he sat up straight. How far is the front army from the city wall at this time? My lord, the distance is more than 2 miles, less than 2.5 miles. Wang Han was stunned. Can their muskets really shoot that far? My lord, it is indeed so. Wang Han quickly left the tent and looked towards the city wall opposite. He roughly estimated it and muttered, It's definitely more than 2 miles. How many casualties were there last night? My lord, the report just came from the front that there have been 436 casualties. Wang Han just felt a little dizzy. A gun. The enemy only used 1 gun to kill more than 400 of his soldiers in such a short time. What's even more terrifying is that the enemy's muskets have such a long range. Fortunately, it seems that they only have 1 musket like this. Wang Han couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be if the other party had dozens or hundreds of the same muskets. Wang Han saw that many soldiers in the military camp were hiding behind their tents, each with their necks shrunk like a frightened bird. No. Wang Han asked again. Why are the soldiers in the central camp also so panicked? My lord, it seems the enemy's muskets can even reach the central camp. When he said this, Wang Han clearly saw the guard's eyes flickering, and he looked panicked, as if he wanted to shrink his neck but didn't dare to. What? Wang Han was shocked. He was nearly 4 miles away from the city wall. In other words, the enemy's muskets can shoot this far. Wang Han turned around and went into the tent. His attire was too conspicuous. If the other party shot him, he would probably follow his father. After entering the tent, Wang Han was shocked and frightened. Pass my order and summon all the generals. Wang Han felt a panic in his heart and had a bad premonition. He seemed to have oversimplified this battle of revenge. After all, Lujiazhai is just a poor mountain village, so Wang Han did not specifically collect information about this village. In his original idea, he only needed to give an order and Lujiazhai would collapse. But this may not be the case. This small mountain village seems to hide many unknown secrets. Chapter 121. First Battle Victory. Since the late night of yesterday, the harassment on the top of Lujiazhai city has never stopped, and Wang Han's entire army could not sleep at all in the second half of the night. Wang Han felt that his central military tent was not safe, so he moved his tent to the back of the camp. After breakfast, the entire army will attack and capture Lujiazhai in one fell swoop. Wang Han said viciously while enjoying a delicious breakfast. The troops had not had enough rest, and he did not want to rush into the attack. But if he didn't attack the city, the muskets on the city walls would continue to kill and injure his soldiers, and the soldiers would not be able to sleep well. It's just a small village. Even if the soldiers can't sleep well, it shouldn't matter, right? Although Wang Han thought so, he was not sure, because Ji Changqing felt that this village was not simple. He originally thought that Ji Changqing was just worrying too much, but now, he also began to have doubts in his heart. Amid the continuous gunfire from the top of the city wall, Wang Han's army had a hasty breakfast and immediately lined up. Of the 60,000 troops, only 30,000 participated in the siege, and the remaining 30,000 were reserves. The 30,000 siege soldiers were divided into several echelons and took turns attacking Lujiazhai. The terrain here is narrow, and it is unrealistic for 30,000 soldiers to attack the city at the same time. On the top of the city wall, Zhao Daya continued to shoot at the enemies outside the city. She's really a little addicted. She counted them one by one in her mind. 855, 856. As she continued shooting, her marksmanship became more and more proficient. The master's marksmanship has reached infinite perfection. The progress in actual combat far exceeds the speed of progress in daily training. When she saw the enemy soldiers lined up in neat formations, she remembered her responsibilities. Zhao Daya put down the sniper rifle with regret. When she wanted to turn back to mobilize troops, she found that the soldiers and civilians in the city were already on high alert. Meng Ryu had already arranged everything she wanted to do. On the top of the city wall, the female soldier had already thrust her rifle out of the battlement and was crouching down, aiming at the enemy opposite. Behind them were bundles of crossbow bolts and ammunition boxes. The men were holding various weapons and staring closely at the enemy soldiers under the city. The women stood in groups of 2 or 3 in front of the ammunition boxes, ready to load ammunition for the female soldiers at any time. Zhao Daya was about to say thank you to Meng Ryu when she suddenly heard a low horn sound from afar, followed by the sound of war drums that gradually became faster. Meng Ryu pointed outside the city and said, "Look, they're starting to attack the city." Zhao Daya looked outside the city. I saw Wang Han's army slowly advancing towards this side. The front ones are shield soldiers, the middle ones are spear soldiers, and the back ones are archers. There were also many soldiers in the middle, carrying ladders and surrounding the battering ram. In addition, there were many laborers carrying large and small baskets of soil, sand, and stones, ready to dump them into the moat. Meng Ryu said, "Pass on my words. Wait until the enemy is within half a mile before you open fire." She continued, "Get your shields ready. If the enemy shoots, hide behind your shields. Everyone except the spearmen, get down on the ground." Looking at the enemies outside the city, who were as dense as locusts, the battle-hardened Meng Ryu felt his scalp tingling. The villagers and refugees who were helping to defend the city on the top of the city were even more frightened and panicked when they saw the huge siege scene. When had they ever seen such a scene? What's more, these are the enemies they are about to face. Getting closer, closer. Seeing the enemy soldiers getting closer and closer to the city, the soldiers and civilians on the city walls were so nervous that they dared not breathe. "They're speeding up," someone whispered. Outside the city, Wang Han's attacking troops began to change from slow and firm steps to a jog. Soon, they ran faster and faster, and the neat team began to become disorganized. Meng Ryu estimated the distance between us and the enemy. Suddenly, she raised her right hand high and swung it downwards. Fire! Da-da-da. Gunshots suddenly rang out. It makes a loud noise like frying beans. Bullets rained down on the enemy lines. A large number of sword and shield soldiers who were rushing in the front fell down in an instant. The shields they relied on could not save them from death. Focus on shooting at their battering rams and ladders. Zhao Daya Shotet. The female soldiers immediately focused their attention on the battering rams and ladders, firing at them fiercely. Within a distance of 200 meters, these Wang Han soldiers became like targets for the female soldiers to practice their shooting skills. In just a moment, Wang Han's attacking force suffered countless casualties, and many of the injured but not dead soldiers struggled and rolled among the corpses, crying and screaming. It's like hell on earth. Even the villagers and refugees who were helping to defend the city felt that the scene was too cruel and bloody. This is not a siege at all. They are clearly here to die. Zhao Daya still felt that it was not enough and shouted loudly, "Increase the firepower!" She wanted to deal a heavy blow to Wang Han's troops and severely kill their fighting spirit. On the top of the city wall, the sound of gunfire suddenly became more frequent. Da-da-da. Bang, bang, bang. Dense bullets shot into the dense siege troops. The scene was like dry straw in summer encountering a sharp sickle, falling down in rows. Soon, the moat was filled with the bodies of soldiers who had died in miserable conditions. Blood soaked the dry earth. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a bugle call was heard from Wang Han's army. The remaining troops participating in the siege retreated like a tide, and their retreat speed was much faster than their attack speed. The villagers on the city wall cheered when they saw the enemy retreat. Retreat. The enemy is retreating. We beat them back. The enemy has retreated. We won. Before, when these villagers saw so many enemies, many of them thought that with so few people, they would never be able to stop the enemy from attacking the city. But now, seeing the enemy coming at them with all their might and being beaten back to flee in panic, everyone was delighted. Some people have even turned their previous fear of the enemy into disdain and contempt. These rebels are nothing special. They look scary, but they're all weaklings. Who says it's not true? What's the point of having more people? Are they more powerful than our Lu family army? Yes, a row of muskets fired at them, and they fell down in droves. Our Lu family army's musket team is really powerful. Meng Ryu saw the enemy retreat, but there was no joy on her face. She ordered, "Rest here for a while, drink some water, and wait for the enemy's second wave of attack." Zhao Daya looked at the corpses scattered on the ground outside the city and made a silent estimate in her heart. About 3,000 people. This result is already very impressive. Meng Ryu, however, was not as optimistic as Zhao Daya. She said to her, "This is most likely just Wang Han's exploratory attack. The troops they sent out are not elite, but what we often call cannon fodder. In terms of combat experience, Zhao Daya cannot compare with Meng Ryu." Therefore, Zhao Daya asked humbly, "Sister Ryu, are you saying that their second wave of attack will be more fierce?" According to common sense, it should be like this. Chapter 122 Elite Vanguard. What Meng Ryu said was correct. The attack launched by Wang Han was indeed exploratory. Wang Han paced back and forth in the tent, his facial expression changing back and forth. Fortunately, he listened to Ji Chongqing's advice and sent the cannon fodder with the lowest combat effectiveness to lead the charge. If it were up to him, he would have sent out elite troops in one fell swoop to crush Lu Jiazhai into pieces. Fortunately, if we hadn't listened to Uncle Ji, there would have been heavy casualties this time. Ji Chongqing, who was standing quietly aside, did not answer what Wang Han said, but a look of worry appeared on his face. He had a vague sense of foreboding. This ambitious second young master, whose talents are far inferior to Wang Qi's, is probably making a wrong calculation. He attacked Lu Jiazhai under the pretext of revenge for his father, originally hoping to gain some political capital for himself, but now it seems that he will probably end up losing more than he gains. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Wang Han. Even Ji Chongqing did not expect that Lu Jiazhai would be such a tough nut to crack. Alas, even if Wang Han can capture Lu Jiazhai, I'm afraid he'll lose a few teeth. Both Wang Han and Ji Changqing knew it very well. No matter what, this Lu Jiazhai must be taken. Who made him quarrel all over the world and seek revenge for his father. If he dared to give up halfway, not to mention his elder brother Wang Qi, just the old subordinates of Marquis Jingyuan would be able to make Wang Han miserable. Wang Han considered it over and over again, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "This time, let the vanguard army attack this city." Ji Changqing was shocked when he heard this and looked at Wang Han. Seeing Wang Han's determined face, Ji Changqing shut his mouth. Marquis Jingyuan had a total of 15,000 vanguard troops under his command, who were the backbone of the siege force. This time, Wang Han came to attack Lu Jiazhai and brought 5,000 vanguard troops. He originally planned to use these 5,000 advanced troops as a reserve force. If Lu Jiazhai was really a tough nut to crack, he would send these 5,000 advanced troops in a battle. But now, Wang Han has changed his mind. This battle was the first tough one Wang Han encountered. If he suffered heavy losses in this small village, his position would be unstable. A small Lu Jiazhai actually forced me into such a situation. Wang Han was filled with hatred. Ji Changqing did not stop him this time. He knew in his heart that all he cared about was winning or losing on the battlefield. But Wang Han also has to consider the gains and losses outside the battlefield. Let him be. Ji Changqing sighed in his heart. On the top of Lu Jiazhai city, Meng Ryu held a telescope and observed the movements on the opposite side. Zhao Daya! Meng Ryu suddenly cried out. Zhao Daya was also staring at the enemy opposite. When she heard Meng Ryu's strange voice, she hurriedly took 2 steps closer. What's wrong, Sister Ryu? It seems Wang Han is serious this time. Oh, Zhao Daya suddenly became alert. What do you mean? Meng Ryu handed her the telescope and pointed outside the city with her slender white jade finger. Look, the enemy has sent many more troops this time than last time. Also look behind their troops. Zhao Daya took the telescope and looked in the direction Meng Ryu pointed. Those are archers. Yes, if we let the archers get close and suppress them with arrows and cooperate with the siege troops, it will be troublesome. Zhao Daya immediately shouted in a crisp voice. All sharpshooters, listen to my orders. On the top of the city wall, hundreds of female soldiers shouted in unison. Sharpshooters, stand by. All the female soldiers under Lu Chen have learned master-level marksmanship. These 100 female soldiers were formed by Zhao Daya a while ago. They're the best of the best female soldiers and the ones with the best marksmanship. Attention, your target is the enemy archers in the distance. Clear. 100 sharpshooters aimed their guns at the archers behind the enemy. Woo! The attack horn sounded outside the city. Wang Han's troops launched the second wave of attack. Meng Ryu and Zhao Daya stood side by side, looking at the army outside the city with sharp eyes. Kill! Kill! Suddenly, there was a burst of shouting and killing outside the city. Wang Han's troops rushed towards Lu Jiazhai like a tide. Just looking at the momentum, it far exceeded their first wave of attack. There was no wave of emotion on Meng Ryu's jade-like face. Zhao Daya, however, kept her eyes on the archers behind the attacking force. Sharpshooter, fire! When she saw the enemy archers entering within 400 meters, she suddenly let out a delicate cry. Bang! 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 The sound of bursts of gunfire came from the top of the city wall. When a sharpshooter shoots at a distant target, he seeks accuracy. Even if you can't kill one with 1 shot, at least you can kill one with 2 shots. The archers following behind the attacking troops had no idea that they would be attacked first, and dozens of them were shot down in an instant. For a moment, these archers were in panic. Because they were located at the rear of the troops, they had no shield protection and could only passively take the beating. Out of habit, they huddled together, hoping to rely on their teammates' bodies for protection. Their actions made it easier for the sharpshooters on the city walls to shoot. Bang! 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 The sharpshooters on the city wall fired fiercely at the archers who were crowded together. These archers fell in a pool of blood before they could even shoot an arrow. Fire! At this time, Meng Ryu also gave the order to shoot. On the top of the city wall, gunshots like firecrackers rang out again. Da-da-da. On the top of the city wall, bursts of gunfire were as rapid as a storm. Outside the city wall, there were screams and people and horses were falling to the ground. Charge! Kill! Wang Han's vanguard army lived up to its reputation. They charged bravely despite the heavy hail of bullets. But the faster they rushed, the faster they died. The closer they got to the city wall, the more bullets were fired at them. These powerful soldiers fell one after another on the way to charge. On a distant hilltop, Wang Han, protected by a team of personal guards, was watching his brave soldiers fall to the ground one after another. His face turned pale and then dark. His heart was bleeding at this moment. These elite vanguard troops were all trained with great effort by his late father over many years. Now, they were dying one by one before his eyes. Yichang Kink suddenly spoke. Young Marquis, in my opinion, let them withdraw. At this time, more than half of the 5,000 vanguard troops had been killed. If they had been any later, they would probably have been completely lost. Chen Shi, who was standing by, wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and couldn't utter a word in the end. He is incompetent, but not stupid. He knows exactly when to speak and when not to speak. At this critical juncture, if he said anything wrong, he might be doomed. Wang Han's brows knitted tightly together, and he finally managed to utter a few words. Sound the horn, retreat. After saying that, he walked towards the tent without looking back. Ji Changqing looked at his back for a long time without moving. It's time to pick up the eldest son. Chapter 123, Tartar Attack. Northern Xinjiang, Hulukhu. Hulukhu Pass is located in a dangerous area and is shaped like a gourd, hence its name. At the location of Hulukhu, there is a 300-foot-long city wall. At this time, the city walls were filled with flags and densely packed with soldiers. The ground under the city wall was covered with dark red stains, and blood had already soaked the ground. On the plain, 3 miles outside the city, there were Tatar soldiers all over the mountains. Cavalry phalanxes, infantry phalanxes, rows of cannons, ladders, catapults. The scene was grand and the formation was orderly. General He Guizhi was wearing heavy armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He looked tired and looked at the enemy soldiers opposite with a serious look. He has been stationed in Hulukhu for 8 years and has fought against the Tartar soldiers countless times. In the past year, the frequency and intensity of the enemy's sieges have increased, and he has felt more and more exhausted. Especially this month, the enemy attacks the city every day, day and night. His troops were exhausted, but the reinforcements he was waiting for never arrived. Hulukhu was the front line of the battle with the Tartar soldiers, and everyone knew that it was an absolute meat grinder. No one wants to send their troops to die. They pretended to obey the emperor's orders, but no one could do anything to them. Higuaiji felt sad. He could only rely on his passion to hold on. Sir, the Tartar soldiers are coming. A subordinate reported anxiously. Higuaiji saw the enemy troops advancing slowly towards the city. The enemy began to attack the city again. Looking at the enemy getting closer and closer, Higuaiji's eyes were burning and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Boom! 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 The sound of cannons rumbled and the enemy's cannons opened fire. Bend over! At Higuaiji's command, the soldiers on the city wall lowered their bodies to avoid the incoming bullets. Bullets hit the city walls and the top of the city, sending rubble flying everywhere. Some soldiers were hit and smashed beyond recognition on the spot. The soldiers on the city wall were in panic. Higuaiji shook her head secretly. His old troops had long been exhausted, and most of the defenders were new recruits who were added later. These young men who were forcibly captured had very limited combat effectiveness and low morale. Higuaiji looked at the soldiers in chaos on the top of the city wall and felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. I wonder how long he can hold out with such troops. Immediately afterwards, the enemy's catapults were also activated. Huge rocks flew up to the top of the city, flew into the city walls, fell into the military camp, and smashed the houses. Higuaiji was already accustomed to such scenes, and he was not alarmed. But when he looked at the enemy camp, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The Tartar soldiers are making quite a big noise today. In the past, when enemy soldiers attacked the city, although the scene was equally grand, the actual number of troops deployed was very limited. But judging from the situation today, it seems like they're going to do something big. Send the order immediately, and order the reserve troops to be on full alert. Lieutenant General Li Wei received the order and hurried down the city wall. Higuaiji frowned. Could it be that the dozens of sieges this month were all deliberate attempts to deceive the enemy? Just to catch them off guard today. This kind of thing has happened before. 2 years ago, the Tatars did the same thing. They always made a big show of force, but only mobilized a small force when attacking the city. After this happened so many times, Hijaji thought the Tartars were bluffing. Suddenly one day, the enemy launched a large-scale attack on the city. The Tartars almost succeeded that time. From then on, Hijaji became wary of this move by the Tartars. We fight with all our might in every battle to defend the city. Although doing so would make the subordinates more tired, it is better than the city being destroyed and people dying. Hijaji carefully observed the enemy's movements. Oh no, they really want to repeat their old tricks. Hijaji secretly said that this was not good. Things are different now. 2 years ago, most of his troops were elite. At that time, we were still able to fight against the Tartar soldiers. But now, 90% of his troops are forced to join the army, and their combat effectiveness and fighting are far inferior to the troops 2 years ago. Looking at the Tartar soldiers swarming over the mountains and plains, Hijaji clenched her teeth. The muscles on her face were tense, and the veins on the back of her hand holding the halberd bulged. Ah! Fight to the death. As long as the city is alive, people will live. If the city is destroyed, people will die. At this moment, Hijaji had already made up her mind. He didn't even order anyone to notify his family members in the city. He never even thought about seeing her for the last time. Kill. At this time, there were shouts and cries of killing inside and outside the city. Countless arrows were shot from the top of the city wall and flew into the Tartar army. Below the city, the Tatar archers and cavalry archers drew their bows and shot arrows onto the top of the city walls and into the bodies of the soldiers defending the city. Kill. On the ladders, the Tartar soldiers waved scimitars in their hands and climbed up to the top of the city wall fearlessly. Kill. Hijaji thrust the spear in his hand and stabbed the tip into the chest of a Tartar soldier who had just climbed onto the top of the city wall. Kill. The sound of killing was deafening from both inside and outside the city. At this time, Deputy General Li Wei was assembling reserve troops. He also felt that something was unusual today. As a veteran with 20 years of military service, he has been feeling uneasy and unable to sleep well recently. At this time, the guard to the south gate came to report. Report. General, a convoy is coming from the south of the city. Li Wei was stunned. Fleet? But a convoy transporting provisions? Although Haluku had not received any reinforcements, there was still no shortage of food and fodder. The court would send a grain transport team every month. But didn't a grain transport team just arrive 10 days ago? It's not a grain transport team. It's a team of carriages, a total of 200 carriages. Li Wei was stunned again. 200 carriages? He was a little confused. Whether it is a grain transport team or a merchant caravan, they would not have a lineup of 200 carriages. General, there's another group of soldiers following behind the convoy. However, they're only following from a distance and don't seem to be traveling with us. After hearing this, Li Wei became even more confused. However, he was happy in his heart. How many soldiers are there in that team? What Li Wei would like to see most at this moment is reinforcements. General, that group of soldiers has about 500 men. Li Wei was suddenly deflated. A mere 500 soldiers and horses, if placed in Haluku, would not be enough to fill the teeth of the Tartar soldiers. Could it be that he is the son of some prince who is so bored that he comes here to gain military merit? Li Wei Gasa. 200 carriages. This prince's display is quite impressive. I wonder how many concubines and servants are packed in these 200 carriages. Li Wei was filled with resentment. This group of royal relatives, not only sucking the blood and marrow of the people, but also causing trouble everywhere. Not only do they not contribute to the country, but they also hold back the soldiers in the front. They are truly hateful. Right now, the military situation at the border is urgent and the Great Zhou dynasty is in danger. Yet they still have the mind to do these weird things. Li Wei's face was as cold as frost. Murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he snorted slightly. Send a few people to investigate. If there's no problem, welcome them in. Now that they are here, let them see a real battlefield. And those 500 soldiers, once you're here, don't even think about leaving. As for lining up to welcome you, forget about it. He didn't even plan to report the matter to General He so as not to affect his fight against the enemy. Chapter 124. Entering the city. Lu Chen's convoy stopped outside the city. After 1,000 female soldiers got off the carriages, they lined up outside the city gate. These female soldiers were dressed in neat blue military uniforms, wearing helmets, bulletproof vests, long military boots, belts around their waists, long swords and crossbows on their backs, assault rifles in their hands, a row of magazines on their chests, 3 grenades, a pistol, and a short knife hanging around their waists. They were armed to the teeth. Although these female soldiers are not tall, they are all beautiful, especially their skin, which is white, delicate, and as smooth as a baby's. These female soldiers were selected by order of the current emperor, so they are naturally good-looking. After being transformed by Lu Chen's powerful pills and nourished by the space spring water, they were completely renewed from the inside out. They lined up neatly in a square formation outside the city gate, looking heroic and high-spirited, like beautiful roses made of steel, and were particularly unique. The soldiers on the city wall had never seen such a scene before, and they were all staring in amazement. Is this a female soldier? Each of them is so beautiful. Can they really fight? They should be female soldiers, right? Look at them. They're all standing straight, and their formation seems to be more orderly than ours. Ugh, stop flattering yourself. We're so far behind their team. Yes, look, they're standing there, each one like a clay sculpture, motionless. What are they holding? Are they muskets? They seem a little too short. Hey, any one of them is prettier than Sai Diaochan, the most beautiful girl in our city. If I could marry a wife like her, It's not even dark yet. Stop dreaming. When Captain Chen, who was out of the city for inspection, saw these female soldiers, he couldn't help but look dazed for a moment. These female soldiers are really amazing. After being amazed, Captain Chen's brain was no longer sufficient. Are these reinforcements? If they are not reinforcements, then what are they doing? Just when Captain Chen was confused, Lu Chen took out a scroll of Imperial Edict and stuffed it directly into his hands. Captain Chen took the Imperial Edict in his hands and couldn't help but shudder. He still recognized this bright yellow thing. Unexpectedly, he, a small captain, would one day touch the Imperial Edict with his own hands. But aren't Imperial Edicts read out by special people? What does it mean to put it in his hand? See for yourself, Lu Chen said lightly. Captain Chen opened the Imperial Edict tremblingly and read it quickly. Afterwards, he looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. Then look at the rows of female soldiers behind Lu Chen. They really are reinforcements. Lord Lu, please. Please come into the city. Captain Chen hurriedly invited Lu Chen into the city. As for General Li and his 500 soldiers not far away, Captain Chen did not take them seriously. After all, the Imperial Edict only mentioned Lu Chen and did not mention General Li and his subordinates at all. As soon as he entered the city, Captain Chen immediately ordered someone to report to Lieutenant General Li Wei. At the same time, he led Lu Chen and his party to the inner city. Paluku Pass is actually a small gourd-shaped city. The small inner city is a military camp, and the outer city is a residential area. Are the Tartars attacking the city today? Lu Chen asked casually. Captain Chen quickly replied, That's right, Lord Lu. The Tartar soldiers have been attacking the city every day lately. He listened attentively for a moment, then said, It seems like there's a lot more noise today. Lu Chen's eyes flashed slightly. It's more than just a little louder. Just now, Lu Chen saw with his own eyes a huge rock hitting the roof not far ahead. At this time, Li Wei had received the message. An Imperial Edict has arrived from the capital. The Imperial Edict said that reinforcements were sent. Female soldier. Tell me again. You said the reinforcements were only 1,000 female soldiers. And let these 1,000 female soldiers assist Lord He in defeating the Tartar soldiers. Absurd. Absurd. Did the Imperial Edict really say that? After confirming it again and again, Li Wei was extremely angry. Is the current emperor going insane? How could he do such an unreasonable thing? Commander Wei, gather 3,000 men immediately and follow me to take a look. Li Wei suspected that this group of people were falsely conveying the Imperial Edict. The current emperor cannot be so foolish. Soon, the Lieutenant General Wei called up 3,000 soldiers and followed Li Wei to the outer city. As soon as they left the inner city, they saw Lu Chen and his team of 1,000 female soldiers. Seeing these female soldiers, Li Wei's anger surged even more. Although they look well-disciplined and their outfits are quite intimidating, they are obviously young. They were all teenage girls, and the oldest was no more than 18 years old. The youngest one looks only 12 or 13 years old. Can such female soldiers fight in wars? They can't even lift slightly heavier weapons, right? Even if they were truly elite female soldiers secretly trained by the emperor, how could a mere 1,000 people cooperate with the defenders in the city to defeat the Tartar army? Li Wei secretly cursed the current emperor. You, the great Zhou dynasty, deserve to be destroyed. Li Wei stood still with his horse and sword. looking coldly at Lu Chen and the two beautiful girls behind him. Since you've come to the battlefield to fight, you've brought two concubines with you. Li Wei couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked at Lu Chen with an even more unfriendly look. Lu Chen looked normal. Captain Chen hurriedly handed the imperial edict in his hand to Li Wei. Li Wei glared at Lu Chen fiercely, took the imperial edict in his hand, and read it carefully. The imperial edict must be true. Li Wei sighed in his heart. The great Zhou dynasty is doomed. Li Wei closed the imperial edict and looked at Lu Chen and his female soldiers again. He spoke slowly, his tone cold and full of joking. Sir Lu, the general is fighting the Tartars on the city wall. Would you like to rest for a while, or join the battle immediately? Lu Chen said calmly. No rush. With him around, even if the Tartar soldiers attack, they will all be forced to lie down. He came to help, but he didn't want to be treated coldly by others. Seeing Lu Chen's attitude, Li Wei's anger rose to his throat, and he could no longer suppress it. He took a heavy step forward and was about to explode. Cousin, wait a minute. Suddenly, urgent shouts were heard from not far away. Li Wei looked up and saw a general running towards him hurriedly. Li Wei raised his eyebrows. Han Zheng. The person who came was his cousin, Li Su and Li Hanzheng. Li Wei then remembered that his subordinates had just reported that in addition to the 200 carriages, there was also a troop of 500 people. It seems that these 500 people are led by Li Su. Cousin, Li Su came to Li Wei painting. Only after seeing his cousin Li Su did Li Wei confirm that the imperial edict was not fake. Cousin, this is Lord Lu Chen. Lord Lu, this is my humble cousin, General Li Wei. Li Su smiled and hurriedly introduced them to each other. He jogged all the way because he was afraid that his straight-minded cousin would have a conflict with Lu Chen. During the time Lu Chen was in the capital, he turned the entire capital upside down. Even Huang Yunzhong from the East Factory was by his side every day, which shows how important he was to the emperor. Chapter 125, City in Danger. Although Li Su tried to mediate with a smile, Li Wei and Lu Chen did not seem to appreciate it. Li Wei still looked at Lu Chen with disdain and contempt. Lu Chen had a calm expression and ignored everyone. Li Su was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. My lord, be careful. Suddenly, someone shouted urgently. Everyone looked and saw a rolling stone coming from the sky. The landing point was exactly where Lu Chen and others were. Quick, get out of the way. Li Wei roared and quickly flew to the side. Although he looked down on Lu Chen and the female soldiers he brought with him, if anything happened to Lu Chen, he and the generals here would be held responsible. Seeing how much Li Su cares about Lu Chen, it is obvious that Lu Chen is a favorite of the emperor. When Li Su saw the rapidly approaching rolling stones, his hair stood on end in shock. This stone weighs at least 100 to 200 kilograms. If it hits a person, the person will probably be turned into a pile of meat paste in no time. And the place where the rolling stone fell seemed to be exactly where Lu Chen and his companions were standing. The officers and soldiers around were in a panic. But at this moment, Lu Chen seemed to be unconcerned and still stood there motionless. Li Wei flew to the side and looked back. Seeing Lu Chen and others like this, he thought they were all scared silly and felt anxious and angry. Get out of the way. He wanted to remedy the situation, but there was no way to do it. Even if he rushed over, he would only lose his life in vain. Besides, the rolling stones are already in sight. It is too late. At this critical moment, a light shout was heard. A graceful figure rose from the ground and leaped more than 10 feet high. She swept across the air and kicked the oncoming boulder hard. Bang! The rolling stone turned abruptly in the air and crashed into the open space on the side. Boom! A cloud of dust rose up, and the boulder hit the ground heavily, breaking into 2 pieces. This! Everyone was stunned. Is this something a human can do? A rolling stone weighing nearly 200 pounds with a force of 1,000 pounds. Is no way human power can stop it. After a while, someone couldn't help but gasp. Everyone looked at the girl behind Lu Chen. This beautiful girl is only 28 years old and looks frail, but she actually has such brute strength. Li Wei shifted his gaze from Chu Yun and looked at Lu Chen again. He didn't expect that the girl next to Lu Chen was actually a martial arts master. No wonder he is so arrogant and looks down on others. What a shame. If this woman could serve in the army, she would definitely become a fierce general. When he thought of this, Li Wei suddenly thought of another female general. A hint of worry appeared between his brows. What the great Zhou dynasty lacked was never brave generals, but an emperor who knew how to use people well. It's really sad that such a brave woman cannot resist foreign enemies and can only serve as a follower of a playboy. Report. General. General. Li Wei looked back and saw a soldier stumbling towards him. General, the city gate is in danger. The general has ordered you to lead your troops to the north gate immediately. Li Wei's face changed drastically. Obviously, the Tartar soldiers were coming with great ferocity. Li Wei pointed at Chun Xianhu and several other generals and said, You, lead the troops to the city walls and assist the general. Li Wei pointed at Li Su and said, You, take your men and follow me to guard the city gate. Li Su couldn't help but shudder and shrank his neck. Guarding the city gate? That is the most dangerous place. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no chance of survival. After the enemy broke into the city, the first to bear the brunt were the troops guarding the city gates. Cousin, Li Su's face looked like a bitter gourd, and he wanted to say that the troops he brought were only to protect Lu Chen and his group. The troops he brought with him, with their shining armor and waving flags, looked quite intimidating. But only he knew that these wealthy soldiers from the capital city lived a life of luxury on a daily basis. They could bully the common people, but how could they be fit to go to the battlefield? Li Wei's face was as cold as ice, and his words were even colder and piercing. Anyone who disobeys military orders will be executed. Li Su's body trembled, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he was about to cry. It's obvious that my cousin is asking for death. Although he had a close personal relationship with his cousin, Li Wei was known for his impartiality and did not care about personal feelings at all. Li Su looked back at the 500 soldiers behind him. All of them had expressions as if they had eaten shit on their faces. They all thought it was an easy job, so how could they have imagined that they would have to go in a battle and kill the enemy? The ferocity and cruelty of the Tartar soldiers were known to everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty, including the military and civilians. It is said that 10 soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty could not defeat one Tartar soldier. There are only 500 of them. If they encounter the Tartar soldiers, what difference will it make to them just throwing their heads away? At this moment, they suddenly heard a cold voice. Chu Yun, take 200 men to the city gate and don't let a single Tartar soldier in. Chu Yun proudly replied, Don't worry, Brother Lu. Chu Yun will never fail in your mission. She immediately called up 3 teams and hurried to the north gate. Li Wei looked at their departing backs with a look of shock on his face. Then he looked at Lu Chen again. What was he sending these delicate little girls over there for? To the Vine? Even if that young expert leads the team, what use is she alone? At this time, Lu Chen said again, The rest of you, follow me. After saying that, he headed straight towards the city wall. 700 female soldiers followed closely behind. Li Wei took a deep breath and glared at Li Su with cold eyes. Why don't you catch up? This useless cousin is even worse than a woman. Look at these female soldiers. Although their combat effectiveness is not that good, their courage is 100 times stronger than Li Su. Being forced to this point, Li Su had no choice but to force the issue. He gritted his teeth and said, Brothers, follow me. I'm going to die anyway, so I might as well give it a try. At this time, on the city wall, the bloody battle is in full swing. The Tartar soldiers surged onto the city walls wave after wave. The soldiers defending the city fought hard, with swords flashing and killing sounds everywhere. Below the city, there were densely packed Tatar soldiers. They were fearless and brave, stepping on the corpses of their companions and marching forward against the rain of arrows from the top of the city. Bang! 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 The battering rams slammed against the city gate. The heavy crashing sound made Guizhi, who was on the top of the city wall, feel a pang of palpitations. His heart sank little by little. Really, the Tartar soldiers are determined to win today. In the past, when the Tartar soldiers attacked the city, the casualties on both sides were only a few hundred, and at most 1,000. But today, in just half an hour, the casualties on both sides have reached nearly 3,000. And the enemy's offensive is becoming more and more fierce. I'm afraid it will be difficult to end this peacefully today. Kill. Brothers, kill these sons of bitches. Guizhi used a powerful move to split a Tartar soldier's head in half, and then roared loudly to boost the morale of the soldiers. A Tartar soldier took advantage of this opportunity and stabbed Guizhi in the waist with his sword. When a personal soldier rushed forward, swung his sword to rescue, and chopped the scimitar in the Tartar soldier's hand. But it was half a second too late. The Tartar soldier's scimitar still stabbed a bloody hole in Guizhi's waist. Higuaji endured the pain and kicked the Tartar soldier to the ground. The two personal guards were furious and started hacking at him. In an instant, he was chopped into a bloody mess and unrecognizable. My lord! My lord! Several personal soldiers surrounded Higuaji. Higuaji covered the wound with her hand, and large amounts of blood flowed out from between her fingers. It's over. Higuaji sighed in her heart. His sigh was not because of the pain in his body, nor because he would die here today. He was grieving for the people of the entire Zhou dynasty. Chapter 126, City Fall. The Zhou army's commander is injured. A Tartar soldier nearby was quick-eyed and ecstatic. He raised his arms and roared, ignoring the swords and knives on his body. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Bing chopped him to the ground with a sword. The great Zhou commander was seriously injured. The great Zhou general is injured. Higuaji is seriously injured. A few more Tartar soldiers shouted excitedly. Soon, there were shouts from both inside and outside the city. Higuaji was seriously injured. The great Zhou commander is seriously injured. Kill the great Zhou commander and get the reward. Chop off Higuaji's head and get a promotion. The morale of the Anzi soldiers was greatly boosted, and each of them bravely took the lead, and the attack became more fierce. When the officers and soldiers of the great Zhou heard that Higuaji was seriously injured, they were all filled with grief and helplessness, and their morale was shaken. As one side gained strength while the other side lost strength, the offensive and defensive battle on the city wall soon became a one-sided situation. More and more Tatar soldiers climbed up to the top of the city wall and fought with the defenders. On the city wall, the Zhou army suffered more and more casualties. The Tatar soldiers became braver as the battle went on. For many years, Higuaji has been the backbone and mainstay of Heluku Pass. If he falls, Heluku's combat power will be reduced by at least 40%. As the blood drained away, Higuaji felt her body growing weaker and weaker. He used his halberd to support himself, struggling to stand steady, and shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't fall for the Tartars' evil plan. Kill all the Tartar soldiers." However, his voice was soon drowned out by the shouts of the Tartar soldiers. More and more Tatar soldiers rushed to the top of the city wall, and the soldiers of the great Zhou struggled to hold on. It was only a matter of time before the Zhou army suffered a complete defeat. Inside the city gate, the defenders at the city gate saw Chu Yun coming with 200 female soldiers, and their faces were full of confusion. Where do they come from? Are they reinforcements? No way. Are all the men of the great Zhou dynasty dead? Will the court send female soldiers to support us? Even if they are reinforcements, there wouldn't be only this few, right? Such a small number of people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in our teeth. Look at them. They look so delicate. Do they look like soldiers? TSK, they're so beautiful. Each one is as pretty as a flower. It's such a shame for them to be soldiers. Right. With their looks, they can easily find a wealthy family to be their concubines. Why would they come here to die? Chu Yun ignored these wolf-like gazes and turned a deaf ear to the discussions. As soon as she arrived at the city gate, she ordered the female soldiers to line up, draw their swords, and stand by. The heavy city gate was already in danger under the repeated attacks of the battering ram. The city could be broken at any time. After Li Wei and Li Su led a large group of people to the city gate, Li Wei saw that the situation was urgent and began to deploy troops. Captain Chun, take your men and guard the left side of the city gate. Commander Feng, take your men and guard the right side of the city gate. Li Wei frowned and thought for a moment, then looked at Li Su. Li Su felt a chill in his heart and felt that something was wrong. General Li, take your men and defend the front. Li Su looked at Li Wei in disbelief. Is this really his cousin? This is clearly his enemy. Not only does he want me to die, he also wants me to die without a complete body. By then, when the Tartar soldiers rush in large numbers, he will probably be trampled into a pulp. General Li, wait a minute. Li Wei was stunned and looked at Chu Yun, who was walking slowly towards him. Does this girl have anything to say? Li Wei didn't know Chu Yun's name. He didn't even know if Chu Yun was a soldier, so he could only call her girl. General Li, let us defend the front. That's absolutely not true, Li Wei said without hesitation. Chu Yun said coldly, if the general refuses, I will use force. The order Lu Chen gave her was not to let any Tartar soldiers step into the city gate. If we rely on these wealthy soldiers brought by Li Su, I'm afraid the Tartar soldiers will rush in as soon as they confront us. When Li Wei heard Chu Yun's words, he immediately became annoyed and said, Miss, do you know that this city gate concerns the millions of people in my entire Great Zhou dynasty? Chu Yun pointed at the 500 soldiers Li Su had brought with him and said, Do you really expect them to protect the millions of people of the Great Zhou dynasty? Li Su lowered his head and looked away in shame. He wished someone would die for him. Li Wei pointed to the thousands of soldiers behind him and said, What about adding them? At this moment, there was a loud boom. The city gate has been broken. Li Wei was very anxious. Quick, push up, push up. Chu Yun waved his hand and said, Charge. The female soldiers received the order and quickly pressed towards the city gate. The soldiers guarding the city wanted to stop them, but they were easily pushed to the ground by them. At this time, the Tatar soldiers who poured in from the broken hole in the city gate were waving swords and guns, shouting and charging forward. Kill! The female soldiers shouted and rushed into the doorway. Their posture left Li Wei and the other soldiers dumbfounded. They don't seem to be on the defensive at all, but on the offensive. Many of the Great Zhou soldiers who blocked their way were pushed to the ground by them. Some female soldiers even jumped onto the heads of the Great Zhou soldiers and rushed into the doorway. Kill! Amidst the shouts of both sides, they collided with each other in an instant. Suddenly, blood spurted out, broken limbs flying everywhere. The Tartar soldier who was rushing in the front was beheaded before he could even see what was happening. Immediately afterwards, rows of Tartar soldiers poured in. The female soldiers in the front row swung their swords skillfully again and again. Some of the female soldiers in the back took care of the fish that had escaped the net, while others rushed to the front row to join the battle. Although the battle was fierce and the scene was chaotic, their actions were orderly. Chu Yun stood behind the team, watching the battle at the city gate with a hint of approval in his eyes. The hard training these days has indeed been effective. Li Wei, who was not far away, frowned. These female soldiers look very brave, but they are women after all. How can they be a match for the wolf-like Tartar soldiers? Quick, Captain Su, take your men and press forward. Ma Lauer, take your men to the right side of the city gate. An Feng. Li Wei looked at Li Su and said, Order your men to rush to the left side of the city gate and assist Captain Chun. After some deployment of troops, Li Wei looked towards the city gate again. The sound of killing was still deafening. Only, Li Wei was confused. Half an incense stick of time passed, and the female soldiers were still fighting inside the doorway, and there were many more female soldiers outside the doorway. Logically, after such a long time, there should have been only 200 or so female soldiers who should have been gone long ago. Li Wei found a high ground and looked into the doorway. This! Inside the doorway, there was a wall more than 1 person tall. Wall of corpses. A human wall made up of corpses. Many Tatar soldiers struggled to climb over the human wall, but were chopped to the ground by the female soldiers in the blink of an eye. Li Wei observed carefully and found that everyone in this wall of people was wearing the uniforms of Tartar soldiers. There was not a single female soldier. The clothes on these female soldiers were extremely eye-catching, and Li Wei definitely wouldn't be mistaken. Chapter 127. The battle is fierce. The battle towards the city gate was fierce, and the battle on the city wall was even more brutal. More and more Tatar soldiers rushed to the top of the city wall, and the Great Zhou soldiers on the top of the city wall suffered heavy casualties. Soldiers in the city continued to rush to the top of the city wall to provide support, but most of these later soldiers were new recruits who had just joined the army. They lacked training, physical fitness, fear of fighting and death, and could not compete with the Tatar soldiers who had been fighting for many years. Seeing that the enemy's attack was fierce and his own troops were afraid of death, Higuaiji knew that the situation was hopeless. My Great Zhou is over. Higuaiji sighed inwardly and used up her last bit of strength to push away the 2 personal soldiers who were protecting her. Then he raised the halberd in his hand, his eyes wide open, and looked at the Tartar soldiers who were rushing towards him like waves. Even if I die, I will live and die with this city. He raised the long spear in his hand and stabbed it hard at a Tartar soldier in front of him. This Tartar soldier was strong and sturdy. With a wave of the scimitar in his hand, he swept Higuaiji's long spear aside. The Tartar soldiers had ferocious expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of greed as they looked at Higuaiji as if they were looking at a pile of gold. The leader of the banner had already announced that whoever beheaded Higuaiji would be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and be granted the title of Marquis. The 2 sides fought for many days, and the Tartar soldiers knew that the general of the Great Zhou wearing red armor was the commander of Huluku. Therefore, in today's battle, these Tartar soldiers rushed towards Iguaji without caring about their lives. It is for the purpose of promotion and title. Go to hell. The Tartar soldier slashed at Higuaji on the head with a knife. Seeing this, several personal guards were extremely shocked and angry. They wanted to come to rescue, but were surrounded by a group of Tartar soldiers. Lord He! The bodyguards' eyes were bloodshot and they cried out in grief. Higuaji was too weak to dodge. He could only close his eyes silently. When a crisp sound, a scream followed. Higuaji opened her eyes in surprise. But I saw one of the Tartar soldiers' arms flying high up, and a scimitar was still held in the broken arm. Higuaji turned her head slightly and saw a petite figure thrusting a long knife into the chest of the Tartar soldier. Go to hell! The strangely dressed girl kicked out and kicked another Tartar soldier away, and he flew headfirst down the city wall. Higuaji was confused, and, just as she was wondering, she saw more female soldiers in the same attire appearing on the city wall. They held long swords and slashed left and right at the Tartar soldiers on the city walls. Their moves were simple and smooth, and each sword strike killed a Tartar. Where did they come from? Higuaji tried hard to figure out what was going on, but the next moment his eyes went dark and his body tilted to the side. Two bodyguards hurriedly supported him. Quick, send the master down for treatment. Several personal soldiers hurriedly lifted Higuaji up. Seeing that fame, wealth, and power were right before their eyes, a group of Tartar soldiers refused to let them leave and rushed towards this side desperately. At this time, 3 female soldiers with strange objects hanging all over their bodies and long swords in their hands stood in front of the group of Tartar soldiers. The Tatar soldiers were slightly dazed when they saw the 2 beautiful girls, but they only paused for a moment and immediately brandished their scimitars and killed the 3 female soldiers. Kill them. Kill Higuaji. Kill. If it were any other day, these Tartar soldiers would definitely capture such a stunning beauty alive. But at this time, 10,000 taels of gold and the title of Marquis of 10,000 households were obviously more important. The 3 female soldiers looked at the group of Tatar soldiers with cold eyes. Yi Qin, Qin Shi, you 2 will cover the battle for me. Ji Qin and Qin Shi hesitated for a moment, then lowered their heads together. Yes, miss. Zhao Yingxue swung the long sword in her hand and rushed towards the Tartar soldiers. These days, she has been training hard every day. Although she knows that her strength is improving day by day, she has not really experienced actual combat. Today is a good time to test it. Kill. In the blink of an eye, the 2 sides collided with each other. Swish. Zhao Yingxue slashed with her sword, and a Tartar soldier was cut in half. Bang! A Tartar soldier was kicked out and immediately lay on the ground without a sound. A glimmer flashed in Zhao Yingxue's eyes. The Tartar soldiers, who were once regarded as tigers and wolves by the military and civilians of the Great Zhou dynasty, were actually so vulnerable. In her eyes, the Tartar soldiers' sword-wielding movements were so slow and weak, like those of 3-year-old children. Zhao Yingxue was full of energy and confidence. She gripped her sword tightly and charged towards the Tartar soldiers. The Tartar soldiers came forward with their swords, but before the blades in their hands could touch the corner of Zhao Yingxue's clothes, she chopped them to the ground. Zhao Yingxue struck again and again with her sword skills that she had practiced these days, and she displayed them flexibly and freely. In a flash, more than 10 bodies fell dead in front of her. Several of Higuaji's personal soldiers were almost stunned. When facing the soldiers of the Great Zhou, each of these Tatar soldiers could fight 1 against 3. Even their own personal guards were quite afraid of them. But the young girl in front of him could deal with these brutal Tartars as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Kill. On the top of the city wall, there were still shouts and cries of killing. But the momentum of the Tatar soldiers had obviously weakened a lot. After hundreds of female soldiers joined the battle, the number of Tatar soldiers on the city walls decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the commander-in-chief, Higuaji, was no longer on the city gate tower, the morale of the Great Zhou army was boosted again. There is no other reason. The combat effectiveness of these female soldiers who have just joined is too amazing. Wherever they went, Tatar soldiers fell down in large numbers. Any Tartar soldier who encountered them was no match for them. It is true that if you touch it, you will die. If you touch it, you will perish. Soon, almost all the Tartar soldiers standing on the city wall were slaughtered. There were several female soldiers guarding each of the dozens of siege ladders. As soon as any Tartar soldiers climbed up to the top of the city wall, they would be killed to the ground immediately. At this time, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty had no place to use their skills. All they could do was throw the corpses of the Tartar soldiers on the city wall down the city wall and carry the wounded and injured Zipeo into the city. These female soldiers are so fierce. Where do they come from? They should be reinforcements sent by the imperial court, right? If the imperial court had sent these female soldiers earlier, we wouldn't have to wait here for so long. With their help in defending the city, we in Haluku will no longer be afraid of the Tartars. The soldiers of the Great Zhou who had been fighting desperately just now actually had time to chat. In fact, the battle was still fierce at this time. The Tartar soldiers below the city continued to rush towards the top of the city, but few could reach the city wall. Although they were densely packed and used human tactics to force their way forward, the female soldiers were too efficient in killing the enemy. They rushed forward quickly, but the female soldiers killed even faster. Soon, the Tartar soldiers outside the city noticed something was wrong. The bodies of the Tartar soldiers were thrown from the top of the city wall, and each of them died in a miserable way. It is obvious that the casualties on the attacking side were very heavy. Chapter 128, Turning Defense into Offense. Seeing that the battle situation on the city wall had stabilized, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao down the city wall. They came to the city gate to see how Chu Yun and the others were doing. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun and the other 200 female soldiers were so free. At this time, corpses piled up like a mountain inside the city gate, almost blocking the entire gate. Occasionally, 3 or 2 Tartar soldiers would not believe in evil and would climb over the pile of corpses. As soon as they showed their heads, they would be hacked to death by the female soldiers. The Tatar soldiers had basically given up the idea of attacking from the city gate. Thousands of defenders just stood there in the city, doing nothing. But there was a certain degree of embarrassment on their faces. Lord Lu. When Lu Chen saw Li Wei coming towards him, he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself, his face slightly red, and he no longer had the arrogance he had when they first met. Master Li, what's the matter? Seeing that Lu Chen still looked calm and composed, with the same expression as when the two met, Li Wei felt ashamed. Li Wei bowed deeply to Lu Chen and said, "Thank you, Lord Lu, for your help. If it weren't for you, Haluku would have fallen to the Tartars today. I thank you, Lord Lu, on behalf of the people of Great Zhou." Lu Chen said, "No need. I'm just taking money from others to help them get rid of disasters." Li Wei was stunned and looked up at Lu Chen, not understanding what he meant. Lu Chen didn't explain either. Li Wei bowed to Lu Chen again and said, "Master Lu, I was disrespectful just now. I hope you will forgive me." Lu Chen waved his hand. "No need." He thought for a moment and said, "Send someone to clean up the bodies at the city gate later." Li Wei looked at Lu Chen in confusion, not knowing what he meant. At this time, the corpses in the city gate can just prevent the Tartar soldiers from attacking the city. If the corpses are moved away, wouldn't it allow the Tartar soldiers to enter the city? Suddenly, Li Wei's heart was shocked. Could it be? Li Wei raised his eyebrows and nodded heavily. Okay. His heart was pounding and his head felt a little dizzy. At this time, outside the city, in the Tatar Central Army formation, under a general's flag, a general with a full beard was sitting upright on a big chair, looking at the Hulu Valley city wall in the distance. His face turned blue, his eyes were gloomy, his cheeks were twitching, and there was a faint sound of grinding teeth. A military officer beside him bowed and said, "Master, our army has been attacking for a long time, but has not been able to take the city. The casualties among the soldiers are heavy. If we continue to fight, we will probably lose our vitality. I think it is better for us to retreat and rest first." Doug seemed not to hear it and just stared at the gate tower on the city wall. He didn't understand why. Higuaiji was clearly seriously injured and the Zhou army was doomed to defeat. So why did the situation suddenly change? Which elite force of the Great Zhou dynasty is that new force that suddenly appeared on the city wall? At this time, someone came forward to report. Reporting to the flagmaster, according to reports from the front, our army has suffered nearly 10,000 casualties, and Doug looked at him with a grim look. The man shuddered and said hurriedly, "Almost all of them were killed, with only a few injured." What? Doc stood up suddenly. He had fought for many years and had never encountered such a situation. Almost all of them were killed. This means that these 10,000 soldiers will never come back. The total population of their tribe is only over 500,000. Excluding the elderly, the weak, women, and children, there were less than 100,000 people who could go into battle and kill the enemy. This war cannot continue. Doug was filled with anger and gritted his teeth. Pass my order, retreat. Send the flag master's order to withdraw the troops. Send the flag master's order. The entire army retreats. Soon, bursts of dense gong sounds came one after another. The command flag is waving. The Central Army, the Left Army, and the Right Army all started moving. One phalanx after another moved slowly and orderly to the south. The Tartar soldiers who were attacking the city had no desire to fight any longer. When they heard the horn, they turned around and ran back. Seeing the Tartar soldiers retreating like a tide, all the great Zhou soldiers on the city wall gave thunderous cheers. The Tartars have retreated. The enemy is retreating. We won. We won. We held it again. The soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty on the city wall waved their flags vigorously, their faces flushed with excitement. Originally, they thought that Hulukku could not be defended today, but who knew that a team of extremely brave female soldiers came from heaven and defeated the Tartar soldiers in no time. They looked at the female soldiers standing proudly on the top of the city wall, their eyes full of admiration. They looked delicate and weak, but they are so brave. Kill. Suddenly, an inopportune voice sounded. This penetrating voice instantly drowned out the cheers of the great Zhou soldiers. The soldiers looked toward the source of the sound. Lu Chen's arm was like a sharp arrow, pointing directly at the Tartar soldiers outside the city. The soldiers were stunned. What does he mean? Isn't the battle over? How to kill? Who to kill? Could it be? Is he going to? No way. Impossible. Is he crazy? Even if we beat back the Tartars, what if? Just as the soldiers of the great Zhou were secretly guessing, an incredible scene left them all stunned. The female soldiers on the top of the city suddenly jumped up and jumped out of the city together. What are they doing? This? Oh my God. The walls are so high. Are they going to commit suicide? If I fall down, will I be alive? But then they saw 700 female soldiers falling to the ground. As soon as the female soldiers came to the ground, they immediately chased after the retreating Tatar soldiers. They were swifter than war horses and more agile than leopards, and they charged into the enemy camp in the blink of an eye. There was a flash of sword light, and the Tartar soldiers at the end of the team fell down. When some Tartar soldiers discovered that they were being pursued, they immediately tried to stop them. But soon, these Tartar soldiers were killed on the spot. The soldiers on the city wall were staring in amazement. They actually dared to chase the Tartars. How did they manage to escape unscathed after jumping from such a high wall? There are only a few hundred people, and the Tartar soldiers are as many as 60,000 to 70,000. How dare they do this? No matter how powerful they are, what will they do when the Tartar cavalry arrives? Just as the soldiers on the city wall were discussing, Li Wei at the city gate had already issued an order. Clear the doorway immediately. Quick, 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 quick. Li Wei shouted. The soldiers rushed into the doorway and assisted the female soldiers in moving the bodies out of the doorway. There is strength in numbers, and they soon cleared a path through the doorway. Chu Yin waved his hand and said, "Leave the city and chase the enemy's soldiers." After saying that, she was the first to rush out of the city gate. 200 female soldiers followed her out of the city. Thousands of soldiers in the city looked at each other, wondering what they wanted to do. Li Wei roared, "Soldiers, follow me out of the city and kill the enemy." The soldiers finally came to their senses. Go out of the city and kill the Tartars. Kill, kill, charge. Under the leadership of Li Wei, thousands of Zhou soldiers filed out and rushed out of the city. Chapter 129, Three-Sided Encirclement. Charge! Kill! Amidst shouts and cries of killing, 1,000 female soldiers and thousands of Zhou soldiers rushed towards the Tatar troops. The female soldiers rushed to the front, and they raised their swords and killed the Tartar soldiers one by one, cleanly and neatly. They were skilled in knife skills, and every move was a killing technique. Wherever they went, the ground was littered with corpses. Seeing how ferocious they were, the Tartar soldiers dared not engage in battle and fled for their lives. The soldiers of the great Zhou, behind the female soldiers, became courageous when they saw that the Tartar soldiers, who were usually so rampant, had become weaklings. They followed them and fought hard against the enemy. Doge, who was retreating, had already received the report from his subordinates. Zhou's soldiers are chasing after us out of the city? Doug couldn't believe it. Exactly. Sir, the Zhou army has sent several thousand soldiers and horses, and they are heading this way. Doug couldn't help but laugh. Good, very good. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation in all these years. They are a barbarian tribe skilled in riding and shooting, and are good at field combat. For decades, in countless battles with the Zhou dynasty, including battles on the plains and in the wild, the barbarians had never been defeated. The generals of the Great Zhou also knew that the barbarians were good at field combat, so they always tried to avoid fighting with them on the plains. Duoj led his troops to attack Huluku and tried every means to lure Zhou soldiers out of the city to fight a decisive battle with them. But Higuaiji always avoided fighting and just held her ground. That old bastard Higuaiji is seriously injured, otherwise they wouldn't dare to leave the city. Doug was secretly delighted. Aritai, lead 10,000 cavalrymen to attack from the left wing. Fuin, lead 5,000 cavalry to attack from the right wing. Today I will definitely take down the Gord. Doge didn't expect that the Zhou army generals were so stupid that they dared to go out of the city to pursue. Considering that Duoj has led his troops in battle for many years, would such a large-scale retreat give the enemy a chance to pursue and kill him? Change formation. The front army becomes the rear army. Pass on my order, surround and kill all the Zhou troops outside the city, leaving no one alive. The war drum sounded. The command flag is waving. The voices of the messengers came one after another. The retreating Tatar soldiers received the order, quickly stabilized their position, and charged towards the Zhou soldiers. Of the 30,000 Tatar cavalrymen who had been plundering the city, 15,000 were divided and rushed towards the Zhou soldiers from the left and right wings. Not good. Li Wei finally noticed the unusual movements of the Tartar soldiers and secretly groaned in his heart. I was so out of my mind. I actually listened to that kid, Lu Chen's nonsense. The thousands of infantrymen he brought out of the city were no match for the Tatar cavalry. He looked around, trying to find Lu Chen to discuss whether they should retreat into the city quickly. He searched everywhere and finally saw Lu Chen. This Lu Chen, he's actually still on the city wall. At this time, Lu Chen was standing on the city gate tower, watching the battle below the city leisurely. What should I do? Li Wei was in a dilemma. He wanted to lead his troops back into the city. But how could these two-legged beings outrun the four-legged Tatar cavalry? Fight them. Li Wei quickly made a decision in his mind. This was the only solution he had. If he ordered a retreat at this time, his entire army would surely be wiped out by the Tatar cavalry. If we fight the Tartar soldiers to the death, we may be able to save a few of their lives. Form a formation. Meet the enemy. Libei Ruadat. The Zhou soldiers who were following the female soldier to pick up the missing pieces heard Li Wei's order and suddenly realized that the Tatar soldiers who were retreating just now had surrounded them from 3 directions. What's even more terrible is that on their left and right wings are large groups of Tatar cavalry. All of Zhou Bing's faces turned pale with fear. It's over, it's over. I'm going to die. My life is over. With so many Tartar soldiers and cavalry, even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't survive today. Every soldier of the Great Zhou dynasty was filled with despair when faced with the Tatar soldiers all over the mountains. Especially Li Su and his 500 soldiers, they were almost scared to death when they saw the momentum of the Tartar soldiers. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made this trip even if you gave me 10,000 taels of gold. Li Su regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. At this moment, a clear and beautiful voice rang in their ears. Teams 1, 2, 3, 4 form a long snake formation and meet the enemy head-on. Teams 5, 6, and 7 rush to the left wing. Sheath your swords, aim your rifles, and shoot the Tartar cavalry on the left wing. Teams 80, 90 rush to the left wing. Sheath your swords, aim your rifles, and shoot the cavalry on the right wing. The 1,000 female soldiers charging on the battlefield were quickly divided into 10 teams. 400 female soldiers from 4 teams formed a human wall in the south direction, blocking the front. The other 600 female soldiers were divided into 2 groups, blocking the left and right wings of the main force, holding their rifles. Seeing this, Li Wei was surprised at the well-trained female soldiers, but still felt sad. Although they have muskets, with only 1,000 of them, how can they be a match for tens of thousands of Tartar soldiers? Even if they have the ability to defend the city, how can they stop the Tartar cavalry on this plain? What Li Wei was thinking was also what the soldiers of the Great Zhou were thinking. Even the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty on the city walls were terrified when they saw the situation outside the city. From a high vantage point, the soldiers on the city walls had a clear view of the battlefield outside the city. Thousands of Great Zhou soldiers looked so pitiful and helpless when facing the Tatar soldiers who outnumbered them by more than 10 times their number. Lord Lu. On the city gate tower, a lieutenant general looked at Lu Chen and spoke stutteringly. Lu Chen glanced sideways. What's the matter? Lord Lu, should we send out a troop to support them? Lu Chen stared out of the city and said calmly, no need. Bang, bang, bang. Snap, snap, snap. Outside the city, a burst of gunfire rang out like firecrackers. The assault rifles in the hands of 600 female soldiers opened fire almost at the same time. The Tatar soldiers who were charging towards the Zhou army with their horses whipped were thrown to the ground in an instant. Countless war horses were shot and rolled on the ground. Hundreds of Tatar cavalrymen were shot and fell off their horses. Hundreds of female soldiers lined up, aiming and firing leisurely. They are calm and unhurried. It was as if they were not on the battlefield, but practicing archery in the back garden. Thump, thump, thump. The gunfire continued. The war horses fell to the ground one after another, and the Tatar cavalry fell off their horses one after another. This scene stunned the Zhou soldiers both inside and outside the city. What kind of muskets are they holding? Don't they need to load their muskets? How do they shoot so accurately? This firepower is so strong. In a blink of an eye, thousands of war horses and thousands of Tatar cavalrymen lay dead on the battlefield. These soldiers and horses lying in a pool of blood seriously hindered the charge of the cavalry behind them. This also gives female soldiers more time to shoot and makes it easier for them to aim and shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The Tatar cavalry suffered heavy casualties, and their formation began to become chaotic. Kill. Charge quickly. The Tartar general waved the scimitar in his hand and shouted loudly. Chapter 130 Goddess, Heavenly Soldiers. The Tatar cavalry suffered countless casualties in the dense rain of bullets and could not reach the female soldiers for a while. The female soldiers who were facing the enemy head-on were also showing off their skills at this time. When they fought on the city walls, they were restricted in their movements due to the limited space. Only at this moment can they truly show their skills. Kill. Every time the shining long sword was raised, it could take the life of a Tartar soldier. Go to hell. Every time the female soldiers kicked out, they could break the enemy's bones and kill them on the spot. They became braver as the battle went on. Although the Tartar soldiers were brave, no one could get close to them. All around them were the corpses of the Tartar soldiers, each of whom had died in a horrific manner. The Tartar soldiers were defeated by them. They are not human. They are demons. The Tartar soldiers had never seen such brave soldiers, let alone female soldiers. These female soldiers were all agile and strong as bulls. One Tartar soldier's head was smashed by a female soldier with one punch, which scared the surrounding Tartar soldiers out of their wits. A female soldier kicked a Tartar soldier away, and he flew 5 meters into the air. There was also a female soldier who chopped a Tartar soldier in half from head to toe with one blow of her sword. The scene scared several Tartar soldiers so much that they wet their pants on the spot. The bravery of these female soldiers also caught the attention of the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty. Oh my goodness! If anyone marries a woman like this, he probably won't dare to speak loudly. Otherwise, if she raises a finger, he won't be able to bear it. Look at that female soldier. I've been watching her. She's already killed 16 Tartar soldiers in a row. Amazing. Incredible. That tall female soldier, I saw her kill 3 Tartars with one blow, slicing them all in half. How brutal. These soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty once again became spectators at this time, and there was no place for them to use their skills at all. At first they wanted to join the battle, but later they gave up and just watched from the sidelines. Even if they rushed forward, they would only hinder the female soldiers from killing the enemy. Without these Great Zhou soldiers around them, the female soldiers could let go and kill as much as they wanted. At this time, the soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty on the top of Haluka City were also extremely surprised to see such a situation on the battlefield. They saw that the female soldiers were divided into 3 teams. 2 teams were constantly shooting and killing the Tatar cavalry. Those cavalry who usually showed off their might were now knocked to the ground by the muskets. The team of female soldiers who faced the Tatar infantry head-on formed a long line and defeated the Tatar soldiers, who outnumbered them by 100 times, forcing them to retreat step by step. What kind of army is this? How can they be so powerful? It's like a heavenly army. Yes, it's like a divine soldier sent from heaven. Female heavenly soldier. Goddess soldiers. Goddess heavenly soldiers. They're the goddess's celestial soldiers. Goddess heavenly soldiers. Goddess heavenly soldiers. At some point, the soldiers of the great Zhou on the city wall began to shout loudly. Goddess heavenly soldiers. Goddess heavenly soldiers. The goddess's heavenly soldiers are mighty. The goddess's heavenly soldiers are invincible. Long live the goddess's heavenly soldiers. Hearing the loud shouts of the great Zhou soldiers, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. What? Goddess celestial soldiers? Goddesses? Well, considering their looks, it's not an exaggeration to call them goddesses. But the word celestial soldiers, well, let them be whatever they want. They have the mouths on their bodies, so call them whatever they want. At this time, the Tatar army was in formation. What's going on? Doge found a high ground and looked down at the battlefield. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. In the past, these few thousand Zhou troops would have been trampled in a meat paste by his cavalry. But today, these cavalrymen suffered so many casualties. Master, look at those female soldiers and the musketeers. Their muskets are truly formidable. Our cavalry can't even get close to them. Listening to his subordinates pointing and criticizing, Doug felt annoyed. He also realized that it was not the bravery of the great Zhou soldiers, but the female soldiers in their strange costumes. That row of hundreds of female soldiers actually killed and forced his tens of thousands of brave warriors to retreat. This has never happened before. Where do these female soldiers come from? Master, I don't know either. During the siege, it was the sudden appearance of these female soldiers that caused us to fail. These female soldiers are very brave. I think each of them can fight 10 people at once. Doge couldn't help but stroke his beard and nodded slightly. He thought to himself, how wonderful it would be if I could have hundreds of female soldiers like this around me. These female soldiers can not only protect his safety, but also feast his eyes. At night, they can also... Doug couldn't help but laugh. Several generals nearby looked at each other, wondering what their flag master was laughing at. How could the flag master still laugh when so many of his warriors were killed or wounded on the battlefield? Doug suddenly spoke up. Do you think you can capture these female soldiers alive? If we can recruit them, they will become an elite force. Several subordinates looked at each other again. Sir, these female soldiers are too brave. It will not be easy to capture them alive. Doge's face darkened. Then wait until they are exhausted, and then capture them. Thinking that these female soldiers would be used by him, Doug's previous unhappiness disappeared. I think it must be spicy and flavorful enough. Doug chuckled again. However, his good mood did not last long. Seeing that his invincible cavalry was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye and that the troops in front were retreating step by step, Doge frowned again. At the same time, he began to mutter to himself. Our warriors didn't eat meat today. How dare they live in this world when they can't even beat a few women? Damn it, there's so many of them, yet they are forced to retreat again and again. It really makes me so angry. At this time, a person stood up next to him. Uncle, I am willing to lead an elite force to capture them alive. Duoj looked over and saw that it was his nephew Haoya. Haoya is in his 20s and is very strong, like a calf. This man was extremely brave and was once awarded the title of the bravest warrior of the barbarians. Doge was a little hesitant. His elder brother died in the war a few years ago, and he only had this one son. He treated Haoya like his own son. Seeing Duoj's expression, Haoya puffed out his chest proudly and said, Uncle, these are just a few women. I will definitely catch them all in one fell swoop. Doge hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, Okay, take my 3,000 Jinwei soldiers with you. A general nearby tried to dissuade him. Master, no. Another general also said, Haoya can't take risks. Master Bannermaster, the Jinwei army is the elite of our elite, and we must not lose any of them. That's right, my lord. The warriors of the Jinwei army must not suffer any casualties. Compared to Haoya's life, these generals were more unwilling to see the Jinwei army suffer losses. Although the Jinwei army is composed of infantry, they are well equipped and each of them has excellent martial arts skills. Each of them can fight 10 enemies at once. The 5,000 Jinwei troops are the backbone of their barbarian tribe. As long as the Jinwei army exists, the barbarians will never perish. Now that Dog is going to send 3,000 Jinwei troops to fight, how can they not panic? Chapter 131, The Power of the Grenade. Jinwei Army. The Tartar Jinwei army is going to battle. Haoye led 3,000 Jinwei troops into the battlefield, and the soldiers of the Great Zhou on the city wall immediately screamed in surprise. The Jinwei army was all dressed in black clothes and armor, holding black shields and black spears. They pressed towards the center of the battlefield like a dark cloud. Even before the person arrives, he or she already feels a heavy pressure on others, making it hard to breathe. The cheers of the Great Zhou soldiers suddenly fell silent. Everyone knows how ferocious the Tartars' Jinwei army is, and they are invincible wherever they go. 7 years ago, a general of the Zhou dynasty led 20,000 troops and encountered the 3,000 Jinwei army at Guoyuling. After a bloody battle, the Zhou army suffered 15,000 casualties, while the Jinwei army only lost more than 200 people. Since that great battle, the Great Zhou army never dared to engage in battle with the Jinwei army again. It's bad. Once the Jinwei army shows up, these troops outside the city are in danger. It looks like they've dispatched at least 2,000 to 3,000 Jinwei troops. It's said that every member of the Jinwei army is a skilled martial artist, capable of fighting 10 enemies at once. These female soldiers may be very strong, but their numbers are too few. How could they possibly be a match for the 3,000 Jinwei army? Their shields are incredibly strong. Even blades can't break them. Their spears are over 10 feet long and weigh dozens of pounds. Even the thickest armor can't stop them with a single thrust. The Zhou soldiers on the top of the city wall were whispering to each other, looking at the Zhou soldiers and female soldiers outside the city, their faces full of worry. Chu Yin on the battlefield also noticed the arrival of this powerful army. Killing with such a heavy iron shield is really a bit troublesome. Chu Yin frowned slightly. She had experienced many battles, and this Jinwei army was probably the most difficult force she had ever seen. Kill! 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 The Jinwei army marched forward with an unstoppable pace. Their heavy footsteps were uniform, and they shouted kill every few steps forward. The shields in their hands formed a steel shield wall that looked indestructible. The Tatar soldiers on the battlefield automatically gave them a large open space. Chu Yin knocked down a Tartar soldier with one sword, and looked again at the Jinwei army that was getting closer and closer. Chu Yin suddenly had an idea. She shouted, "Get the grenades ready." The female soldier who was swinging her knife heard the order and immediately took the grenade at her waist. Chu Yin pointed at the Jinwei army and said, "Blow them up." The female soldiers pulled out the pull rings and threw the grenades into the densely packed Jinwei army. Hundreds of grenades fell into the Jinwei army. This scene stunned all the surrounding Tatar soldiers and Great Zhou soldiers. They didn't understand what these female soldiers were doing. Are they trying to stone the Jinwei army to death? Such a small stone, even if it hits their heads, it probably won't even scratch the skin of their helmets. Just when they were full of doubts, a violent explosion sounded. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the deafening sound of the explosion, countless balls of fire rose from the Jinwei army. Accompanied by flames and smoke, the Jinwei army was instantly blown to pieces. Countless broken limbs flew into the air, and blood fell like rain. High explosive grenades are extremely powerful, and each grenade can kill or injure 7 or 8 people. However, many of the grenades landed very close to each other, and their damage ranges overlapped, so they did not achieve the maximum killing effect. Even so, this round of grenade bombing caused heavy casualties to the Jinwei army. There were endless screams in the Jinwei army. The originally neat formation was now tilted to one side and the other. Countless wounded soldiers of the Jinwei army rolled on the ground in pain and howled. This scene stunned both sides of the war. What is this? How can such a small thing be so powerful? These few hundred little things could kill or injure thousands of Jinwei soldiers in one go, right? The soldiers of the Great Zhou dynasty on the city wall could see more clearly. They were in a commanding position and could clearly see the losses of the Jinwei army. Almost half of the 3,000 Jinwei troops were killed or wounded. Oh my God, this is too strong. If we had this powerful weapon, we wouldn't be afraid of any number of Tartars coming. Yeah, if we had this thing, we could throw it into the crowd below the city while defending it. That would be really cool. Just as people were talking about it, Chu Yin had already given another order. Keep exploding the grenades. Chu Yin discovered that using grenades was very suitable for dealing with these black armored soldiers. Their formation was dense, and although the female soldiers were not afraid of fighting them head-on, their efficiency in killing the enemy was too low. Using grenades is just right. The female soldiers took out the grenades again, pulled the pull rings, and threw the grenades towards the concentrated area of the Jinwei army. Each of them has amazing arm strength and can easily throw a grenade hundreds of meters away. The grenade fell into the Jinwei army, and the explosion sounded again. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard everywhere. The Jinwei army was blown to pieces and could no longer maintain its formation and began to flee in all directions. Although they were brave, they could not sit and wait for death. After seeing the power of grenades, they were afraid of this unfamiliar weapon. Seeing this, Doge, who was watching the battle from behind, was shocked and angry, and his whole face was distorted. My shock army! My Haoya! Doge, who is usually calm, was now roaring and waving his arms, as if he had gone crazy. In just the blink of an eye, half of their barbarian tribe's core fighting force, the Jinwei army, was lost. How could he not feel heartbroken? Lord Flag Master! Lord Flag Master! Several subordinates hurriedly grabbed Doge. Master, please give the order to withdraw. Master Banner Master, if we continue to fight like this, our barbarian tribe will be in danger. Lord Flag Master. Hearing the shouts of his subordinates, Doge suddenly calmed down. Yes, now is not the time to be sad. If he didn't handle the situation properly at this moment, their barbarian tribe would be really finished. Losing half of the Jinwei army was a heavy blow to the entire barbarian tribe. But if the fight continues, Doge looked towards the battlefield. Send the order, withdraw. 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 The sound of gongs rang out incessantly. The Tatar soldiers, who had long lost interest in fighting, immediately began to retreat. The Tatar soldiers have been fighting for many years and have rich combat experience. Although they retreated, they did not lose their composure. Retreat. The Tartar soldiers retreat. On the city wall, the soldiers of the great Zhou cheered again. The Tartars are defeated. We won, but their cheers were somewhat guilty. After all, this victory has nothing to do with them. They all looked at Lu Chen on the city gate tower. It was this young man who, with only 1,000 female soldiers, forced 70 to 80,000 Tartar soldiers to flee in panic. Many people are speculating about the identity of this young man. Royal relatives? A descendant of a general? With him here, my great Zhou is stable. With him here, the people of our great Zhou will no longer be harmed by the Tartar soldiers. Lu Chen, standing on the city gate tower, had no idea what these people were thinking. He just does things for money. The great Zhou dynasty? It's none of his business. He raised his arm and swung it forward. Chu Yin saw Lu Chen's gesture and immediately understood. Kill. Everyone, follow me and kill. Chu Yin took the lead and rushed towards the Tartar soldiers. Chapter 132. Repel the enemy. Haoya had thought of countless ways of dying, but he could never have imagined that he would die at the hands of a woman. He dodged the first wave of grenade bombing, but failed to avoid the second wave. After seeing the power of grenades, he saw a grenade flying towards him, and he immediately flew away and avoided the grenade. But unfortunately, he happened to fall next to another grenade. He was injured in several places, including his arms, thighs, and back, and was bleeding profusely. If it were normal times, subordinates would have come to rescue him long ago. But at this time, there was chaos all around. The Jinwei army, who was usually as steady as a mountain, was frightened by the grenade and fled everywhere. No one noticed him at all. When he heard the gong sounding for the retreat and crawled to the rear with difficulty, he heard shouts of killing behind him. Haoya looked back and saw a young female soldier in strange clothes and holding a long sword, running towards him. Haoya was not a coward. He immediately drew out a short knife from his waist and wanted to fight to the death. Who knew that the female soldier didn't even look at him, but leaped over and stepped heavily on his chest. With the sound of bones breaking, Haoya lost consciousness immediately. He died so humiliatingly and so silently. He was the bravest warrior of the barbarians, but he died like an ant. The girl was like stepping on an ant. Kill! Amid shouts and cries of killing, Chu Yin led the female soldiers to charge towards the defeated Tatar soldiers. At first, the Tartar soldiers could still try to stop their pursuit, but soon, under the devastating force of the female soldiers, the Tartar soldiers were quickly defeated and completely disorganized. Li Wei saw that the Tartars' formation was in chaos and they were fleeing in a hurry, so he immediately ordered his troops to attack them. The defeated Tartar soldiers left behind countless corpses on the road. The Tatar cavalry protected Doge and others in the formation and fled quickly to the north. Doug had never suffered such a defeat in his life, and he felt both hatred and shock. He looked back from time to time to see if Zhou Bing was chasing him. I wonder how Haoye is doing. In addition to Haoye, he was also wondering how many of his 3,000 Jinwei troops were left. Also, if the king knew about today's battle, I don't know how to punish him. He might not even be able to keep his position as the leader of the flag. Doug gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to Jianzhou." He wants to go to Golden State to regroup and make plans. Behind them, Chu Yin still led the female soldiers to hunt down the Tatar infantry. After chasing for more than 10 miles, Li Wei's thousands of Zhou soldiers could no longer run and were all panting. Li Wei had no choice but to watch Chu Yin and the female soldiers continue to charge forward. Gather the troops, rest for a while, and then go back to clean up the battlefield. Only then did Li Su and the team breathe a sigh of relief, finally saving his life. The faces of the 500 soldiers under his command were all filled with joy at having survived the disaster. But they were puzzled. Those 1,000 young girls were obviously weak and powerless when they arrived. How come they became so brave in just a few days? Although they knew that these female soldiers trained every day on the way here, no matter how much training they received, it was impossible for them to change so much. Just when Li Wei led his troops back to the city, the Zhou army in Haluka City had already left the city and started cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Chen looked at the fleeing Tatar troops in the distance and pondered in his heart. In today's battle, the Tartars suffered nearly 20,000 casualties. This did not achieve Lu Chen's goal. Although the Tartars were badly injured, they still had the strength to fight and still posed a threat to the northern border. So, should we take the initiative to attack and launch a surprise attack on the city occupied by the Tatar soldiers? Just as he was thinking about it, a large group of Zhou army generals surrounded him. Master Lu, thank you for your hard work. Today is all thanks to you. Master Lu, I am Hong Qi. Honored to meet you, Master Lu. I am Jiang Huaishan, your humble servant. Honored to meet you, Lord Lu. Lord Lu is young and promising, and he is the pillar of our great Zhou dynasty. These generals flattered him, tried their best to get to know him, and tried their best to get in touch with Lu Chen. With such a magical weapon in hand, Lu Chen will probably be able to rule the Zhou dynasty in the future. I guess even the one sitting on the dragon throne has to give him some respect. Surrounded by generals, Lu Chen went down the city wall and returned to the inner city military camp, where they arranged a banquet to celebrate his victory. Inside the general's mansion, after emergency treatment by several medical officers, He Guizhi slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately asked anxiously, "Is the city still there?" The guard standing nearby stepped forward and said, "Sir, the Tartar soldiers have retreated." He Guizhi was stunned. The Tartars retreated? Exactly. Sir, the female soldiers led by Lord Lu are extremely brave. They killed the Tartars and put them on the run. They have already chased them for 10 miles. Really? Sir, Lord Lu's female soldiers held the city walls and killed countless enemies. The Tartars were frustrated in their siege and had to stop. Lord Lu ordered the female soldiers to go out of the city and pursue them. A fierce battle broke out with the Tartars outside the city, and the Tartars were defeated. The personal soldiers recounted the battle reports from the front one by one. Higuaiji couldn't believe her ears. The troops led by Doge outside the city were the main force of the barbarians. They mobilized almost all of the country's troops with the goal of breaking through Haluku in one fell swoop, and then marching south to the capital. His wolfish ambitions are obvious. The plan is huge. How come he was beaten away so quickly? Is it just relying on Lu Chen's mere 1,000 female soldiers? When he was commanding the battle on the city wall, he had already received a notice that a young man named Lu Chen had brought 1,000 female soldiers. It seems that the person who was rescued from the Tartar soldiers was a young and beautiful female soldier. 1,000 female soldiers faced 70 to 80,000 Tartar soldiers, and they actually won? What kind of army is this? Sir, the battlefield is being cleaned up outside the city, and both sides are being counted. According to previous reports, the Tartar casualties in this battle are nearly 20,000. Dog sent out 3,000 Jinwei soldiers, but they didn't expect the female soldiers to throw out strange firebombs. Most of the 3,000 Jinwei soldiers were killed. It's estimated that only a few hundred escaped with their lives. Higuaji was extremely surprised. Nearly 20,000 Tatars were wiped out in one battle. This achievement is unprecedented. The barbarians had only 5,000 Jinwei troops in total, and this time they lost more than 2,000 people. This was definitely a heavy blow to the Tatars. This time, the Tatar soldiers were severely injured, and it would probably be difficult for them to recover within 2 years. Good, great. Higuaji applauded repeatedly. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were bright at this time. He is even more energetic than when he was not injured. Where's Lord Lu now? Your Excellency, the generals are currently celebrating Lord Lu's victory at a banquet. Of course. Higuaji tried hard to sit up, but pulled the wound and couldn't help but grin and frown. He wanted to meet Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen was chatting with several guards while waiting for the banquet to begin. You said the Tatar soldiers would retreat into Jianzhou City? Lord Lu, that's right. Doge will definitely lead his troops into Jianzhou City for rest and recuperation. How far is Jianzhou City from here? Jianzhou is about 80 miles away from here. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Oh, more than 80 miles. For his female soldiers, it took less than an hour to travel. Chapter 133, Celebration Banquet. When Xu Yun led her team back to Heluku, many Zhou soldiers saw a large group of Tatar captives following them. This is something new. The Tatar soldiers fought extremely tenaciously. Even if they were injured on the battlefield, they would commit suicide and would not allow the Zhou soldiers to capture them alive. How did these female soldiers capture so many Tatar soldiers? Judging from the number of prisoners, there are at least 2,000 of them. What surprised Zhou Bing even more was that these Tatar captives were not tied up, but just followed the female soldiers obediently. In fact, Qian also fell helpless. When she led her troops in pursuit for nearly 30 miles, many of the Tatar soldiers were exhausted and could not run anymore. These Tatars were physically weak and could no longer catch up with the main force. Xu Yun led the female soldiers to kill a group of troops. The remaining Tatars were so frightened by their extraordinary bravery and strength, like gods descending from heaven, that they put down their weapons and surrendered to the female soldiers. Xu Yun had no choice but to ask the female soldiers to stop chasing and bring the captives back to Heluku. The Tatar captives had already been frightened by the female soldiers and had no intention of resisting. However, these Tatar soldiers were all weak and exhausted, so they spent too much time on their way back. As soon as they arrived at the city, a large number of Zhou soldiers rushed out of the city, tied up more than 2,000 Tatar soldiers, and took them into the city. When Xu Yun led the female soldiers in, they were warmly welcomed by the Zhou army, defending the city. They expressed their admiration without reservation and cheered loudly on the city walls and in the streets. Goddess Heavenly Soldiers. Long live the goddesses' heavenly soldiers. The goddesses' heavenly soldiers are mighty. The female soldiers marched with heroic steps and arrived at the city gate amid the attention and cheers of the crowd. Li Wei led a group of generals to welcome them into the city. The central square of the inner city, which is also the parade ground, was already filled with tables and chairs, and the celebration banquet had already been prepared, waiting for their triumphant return. Li Wei respectfully invited them to the banquet. On ordinary days, the celebration banquet would be a celebration for the whole city, and all the defenders would drink to their heart's content. But today's banquet is only for 1,000 female soldiers. All the credit for today goes to them. Those who accompanied him were all senior generals defending the city. In addition to Li Wei, even the injured general Higuaji came. Higuaji was seriously injured and unable to come. After Lu Chen learned the news, he personally delivered some healing medicine to Higuaji. The healing medicine that Lu Chen bought from the system mall was far ahead of its time and had amazing efficacy. In less than half an hour, Higuaji, who had been lying in bed unable to move, was able to get out of bed and walk slowly. Higuaji and the generals defending the city were even more in awe of Lu Chen. At the banquet, Higuaji and several generals personally accompanied Lu Chen. Xu Yun and Xie Qiao sat on the left and right sides of Lu Chen. After learning that Xie Qiao was Mrs. Lu, Higuaji and the generals did not dare to act rashly, which allowed Lu Chen to avoid the toast from the generals. During the dinner, Higuaji, Li Wei, and others tried to find out Lu Chen's identity by asking him indirectly, but Lu Chen was vague and did not answer at all. Although Higuaji, Li Wei, and others were itching to do it, They could do nothing about it. Li Wei hesitated for a moment and asked, Master Lu, how long will you stay? When the generals heard Li Wei finally ask this question, they all pricked up their ears. If we have Lu Chen's magic army, what do the Tartars have to fear? Lu Chen said casually, we will stay for 2 days and then go back. Higuaji's heart sank. Li Wei and other generals also changed their expressions. Only 2 days. Although the Tartars suffered heavy losses in today's battle, their main force is still there. If they rest for a while, they are likely to make a comeback. By then, the Tartars' attack might become even more frenzied. The Zhou army suffered heavy casualties today. If we wait until then, it will be difficult to defend Huluku. The generals' faces all darkened. There is no more joy just now. Lu Chen was also a little absent-minded at this time. He looked at the female soldiers at the banquet and frowned slightly. The loyalty displayed on the heads of the female soldiers was almost uniformly 100. 3 of them, however, were out of tune with the others. The female soldier, named Zhao Yingxue, has a loyalty of only 75. The other 2 female soldiers who were inseparable from her, one showed as 89 and the other showed as 90. Lu Chen didn't know why the loyalty of this female soldier, named Zhao Yingxue, increased so slowly. Chu Yun, in which direction did the Tartar soldiers retreat? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Chu Yun said, northeast direction. Lu Chen looked at Higuaji and asked, Master He, is Jianzhou in the northeast? Higuaji didn't know why Lu Chen asked this question, so she replied, Master Lu, Jianzhou is in the northeast, about 85 miles away from Huluku. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, you will lead your troops to Jianzhou tonight and attack Jianzhou under cover of darkness. What? Attack the Golden State tonight? Higuaji and all the generals were shocked. It was already dusk. Even if we set off now, it would take a long journey and we would probably not reach Jianzhou until tomorrow afternoon. Besides, everyone had just gone through a great battle and was exhausted. How could they possibly make a long-distance march? Sir Lu, no. Higuaji hurriedly dissuaded him. Li Wei also said, Jianzhou city is strong, and there are tens of thousands of Tartars guarding the city. This is absolutely unacceptable. Lu Chen smiled and said, Master He, there is no need to say more. I have made up my mind. He didn't want to stay here and resolve the matter early so that he could return to Lujiazhai as soon as possible. Chu Yun said, Brother Lu, I will lead the troops to Jianzhou later. When you go, bring 10 grenades with you from the carriage. Throw all 10 grenades into Jianzhou city tonight. Don't leave any behind. Chu Yunxio's eyes lit up and she nodded heavily. Brother Lu, I understand. Grenades are extremely powerful. If each person has 10 grenades, that would be a total of 10,000 grenades. If 10,000 grenades were thrown into Jianzhou city, the scene would surely be extremely spectacular. She was determined to make the Tartars remember this horrific night forever. Although Li Wei and other generals did not know what a grenade was, they heard the word thunder. They all know about thunder. The thunder was very loud. They all remembered the huge explosions and noises on the battlefield today. Master Lu, the grenade you mentioned is the one that happened today. Lu Chen nodded calmly. That's right. The generals suddenly became excited. 1,000 female soldiers carrying 10,000 grenades. That's 10,000 explosive bombs. They all witnessed the power of grenades today. If the enemy soldiers gather in a group, one grenade can kill 7 or 8 people. If these 10,000 grenades were thrown into Jianzhou city, the scene would be... It's exciting to think about it. Li Wei was the first to stand up. Sir Lu, I have an unwelcome request. Li Wei doesn't want to miss such a big battle. Lu Chen waved his hand and said, Generally, this is a night attack, so you can't ride on horseback. Can you reach Jianzhou city on foot before midnight? Li Wei was suddenly deflated. Not to mention before midnight. Even if he ran until noon tomorrow, he would not be able to reach Jianzhou city. Moreover, there was obvious disdain in Lu Chen's eyes when he looked at him. Li Wei also felt that even if he went, he would only be a drag on others. In that case, then, forget it. Chapter 134. Resolving the Northern Frontier's Dilemma. Although Li Wei could not follow the female soldiers to Jianzhou city, he still sent more than a dozen groups of spies to Jianzhou city. The spies he sent out had not yet returned, but Chu Yun had already returned triumphantly with the female soldiers. Chu Yun and the others returned the next morning. As soon as he returned to Huluku, Chu Yun reported the battle situation to Lu Chen. I sent out 400 people to block the 4 city gates. I'll take the rest of the group and climb up the city walls under cover of night, kill the Tartar sentries on the walls, and then sneak into the city. After entering the Tartar barracks, we assassinated a group of Tartar soldiers, but they soon discovered us. The Tartars gathered their forces and laid siege to us. We killed the Tartars while throwing grenades into the crowd, killing countless Tartar soldiers. An hour later, all the Tartar soldiers were stunned by the grenades and began to flee out of the city, but were blocked by our people at the city gate. Without any other choice, the Tartar soldiers could only take the civilians in the city with them and flee outside. These civilians included the elderly and weak Tartars, as well as citizens of the Great Zhou. To avoid harming innocent people, I could only order them to be careful. In the end, many Tartar soldiers managed to escape. In this battle, we annihilated approximately 45,000 people. Later, I learned that there were a total of 65,000 Tartar soldiers in Jianzhou City, and about 20,000 Tartar soldiers escaped. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. The results of this battle had exceeded his expectations. There were only about 100,000 strong and able-bodied Tartar men. More than 60,000 of them were annihilated this time. It is estimated that within 10 to 20 years, the Tartars will no longer be able to pose a threat to the Zhou dynasty. Also, I led a small team to charge into the city lord's mansion and wiped out the entire place. I also beheaded the Tartar commander who commanded the battle yesterday and brought his head back. Lu Chen said, "I'll send his head to General He later." Yes. When He Guizhi heard Chu Yun report the results of last night's battle, she was so excited that she almost couldn't hold back. The major concern of the Great Zhou for decades was easily resolved by Lu Chen. Li Wei and other generals were all very excited when they heard the news. Li Wei immediately asked He Guizhi for permission to hold a grand banquet in the city for the military and civilians to celebrate together. The news spread quickly, and the entire city's military and civilians were jubilant, and every household was overjoyed. Soon, news came from Fengyang Pass in the southeast that all the Tartar soldiers confronting Fengyang Pass had retreated and the siege of Fengyang Pass was lifted. Huching in the northwest also reported that all the nearby Tatar camps had been destroyed and the Tatars retreated in panic. The crisis in the northern border has been resolved. He Guizhi immediately wrote a battle report and sent someone to deliver it to the capital. "Han Zheng, you are such a lucky star. This time you have sent me a great god." During the break of the banquet, Li Wei got drunk and hugged his cousin Li Su, praising Li Su repeatedly, which was extremely rare. Li Su was flattered and secretly delighted at the same time. Although he did almost nothing after the war, he must have contributed to this great achievement. When he returns to the capital, he will definitely be promoted. The banquet lasted for 3 days. Before the banquet was over, Lu Chen said goodbye to He Guizhi. Life on the frontier was harsh, and the banquets here weren't very tasty, not as sumptuous as the meals they had on the road. He didn't need to stay here any longer. "Lord Lu, I won't say much to express my gratitude. This time, Lord Lu will return to the capital and will surely be favored by the emperor. When the time comes, I will need your continued support." In the past 2 days, He Guizhi expressed countless words of gratitude to Lu Chen, but when he left, he could only say some polite official words. Lu Chen knew in his heart that when they met next time, they might have become enemies on the battlefield. Li Su originally wanted to follow Lu Chen back to Beijing, but was rejected by Lu Chen. On the way here, Li Su followed him all the time, which delayed his journey a lot. When Lu Chen led his team to leave, He Guizhi, Li Wei, and other soldiers accompanied them for more than 10 miles. Many soldiers and civilians also followed the team and sent them off for a long distance. Many of them kept wiping away tears, reluctant to leave. If it weren't for Lu Chen, they might have become dried bones in the city by now. Inside the carriage, Lu Chen was half lying comfortably on the soft couch. Xie Qiao held a drone terminal in his hand, controlling a drone to scout the situation on the road ahead. On the way here, Xie Qiao had been operating the drone every day and had already become very skilled at it. Let's go to the capital again, and then go back to Lujiazhai. Before, when he was in Lujiazhai, he sent Xiao Qian and 3 others to the capital to serve as his advance guard. Later, he took a helicopter directly to Beijing. It is estimated that Xiao Qian and the other 3 are still waiting for Lu Chen's arrival in Beijing. A group of 200 carriages traveled day and night towards the capital. At this time, Lujiazhai, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu and others were discussing matters in the lobby of Lu Chen's house. Since Lu Chen left, They have been gathering together every day to discuss the war and the construction of Lujiazhai. Lu Chen left a large amount of construction materials in the village, enough for large-scale construction within 2 months. The entire Lujiazhai has begun to take shape. In Sunjiazwang, next door, the city wall has been mostly built, and the south gate has been completed long ago. After the failure of the attack on Lujiazhai, the troops of Jingyuan Hoang Han focused their main attack direction on Sunjiazwang. They thought that Sunjiazwang was poorly defended and wanted to capture Sunjiazwang first and then attack from the rear of Lujiazhai. However, they did not expect that Sunjiazwang was even more difficult to attack. Sunjiazwang is different from Lujiazhai. There was a narrow passage outside the south gate of Sunjiazwang, which prevented the army from deploying and taking advantage of its military strength. After attacking for 2 days and leaving behind 3,000 corpses, they shifted their main attack direction to Lujiazhai again. But Wang Han learned his lesson this time and only carried out small-scale harassment outside the city and did not launch another large-scale attack. Knowing that there were muskets with extremely long range in Lujiazhai, Wang Han had no choice but to deploy his troops to the mountains farther away, thinking that only in this way could he sleep well at night. Sister Xiaolan, you will lead 100 people to steal the camp tonight. Lu Xiaolan, okay. Tonight, it was finally her turn. These days, they took turns leading the team to attack Wang Han's troops outside the village at night. Wang Han thought that if he withdrew his troops to the mountains a few miles away, he would be able to get a good night's sleep. Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu will not let them get their wish. They would take 100 or 200 people out of the city every day, disturbing Wang Han's troops. Then Wang Han must be regretting his decision to death right now, right? Meng Ryu said cheerfully. Zhao Daya said, what on earth is he trying to achieve? He loses soldiers and generals every day, yet he refuses to leave. Lu Xiaolan raised her red lips slightly. As long as he dares to leave, his men will immediately turn against us. Yes, he used the excuse of revenge for his father to seize military power. Without this excuse, his position would be unstable. After all, his elder brother is the true heir. Several people all laughed. This is called riding a tiger, and it's hard to get off. The room was suddenly filled with a happy atmosphere. Chapter 135 Retreat. At midnight, outside Lujiazhai city, in the Jingyuanhu camp, the crisp sound of gunfire arrived as expected. The camp was in chaos again. On the city wall, Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu were holding night vision binoculars, observing the battle situation outside the city. Behind them are several veteran figures of the Lu family army, including Miao Yi, Ninger, and Rower. Sister Meng, please look towards the southeast, Zhao Daya suddenly said. Meng Ryu looked and saw a faint figure swaying on a mountain road a few miles away. Have they got reinforcements? The two of them looked carefully through night vision binoculars. It doesn't look like reinforcements. This force only has 2,000 to 3,000 people. They stopped. They're hiding in that valley. Could it be that they're planning to launch a surprise attack on Wang Han's troops, just like us? Unlikely. If it was a surprise attack, they wouldn't have so few people. Who could they be, then? Maybe some bandits from a nearby hill? Who knows? Don't worry about it. They're just a handful of people and pose no threat to us. The night attack outside the city was the same as before. After watching for a while, the two of them felt bored. Sister Iya, you take the people to guard here. If there is any change outside the city, you can take people out of the city to support. Your sister Daya and I will go back first. Meng Ryu handed the night watch job to Miao Yi. Miao Yi is Lu Chen's cousin, so Meng Ryu and Zhao Daya are deliberately cultivating her. Miao Yi did not disappoint their expectations and performed very well during this period. The next day, Meng Ryu just woke up and heard someone reporting from the front yard. General Meng, the enemy outside the city has begun to withdraw. Meng Ryu was slightly surprised. Why did Wang Han withdraw his troops? She frowned and thought for a moment. Then her brows relaxed. Something big must have happened in Wang Han's army. Otherwise, he would never withdraw his troops so easily. But what could it be? Outside the city, Jingyuan was waiting for the Central Army camp. The army is in the process of breaking camp and setting up camp, and the vanguard troops have begun to pack up and leave. On a hillside, Wang Han, who was once full of vigor and vitality, was now tied up with a gloomy face. In front of him was his brother Wang Qi, and next to him stood military advisor Ji Chongqing. The winner takes all, and he lost, so he can't blame anyone else. but he still felt unwilling. Wang Hanwan never expected that Ji Chongqing would betray him and secretly invite his brother Wang Qi over. As soon as Wang Qi arrived at the army, the generals immediately turned against him and sided with him. In just a blink of an eye, Wang Han, who used to be the leader of 100 troops, became a commander without any troops. Brother, my dear brother, how could you be so ignorant? Wang Qi looked disappointed. Wang Han's face was expressionless, and he did not respond. Look at this. Look at this. Father painstakingly built up this little fortune over 30 years, and in just a few days, you've lost nearly half of it. Brother, what can I say about you? Wang Qi's tone was gentle, but every word he said was heartbreaking. If I had come a few days later, wouldn't you have squandered all our wealth? In these troubled times, without troops, our entire family would have been devoured. After Wang Qi finished his performance, he waved his hand. Cousin, escort your cousin back to his fiefdom and let him reflect on his actions. Chen Qi on the side immediately said, Yes, Lord. At dawn today, Wang Qi arrived with his troops. As soon as Chen Qi saw Wang Qi, he was the first to step forward and express his loyalty. His operation really brought him rich rewards. He took these 5,000 soldiers and went back to guard the marquee fiefdom, which was also Wang Qi's last retreat. This shows how important he is in Wang Qi's heart. Cousin, please. Chen Qi turned to Wang Han and immediately put on a different expression. Several soldiers came forward, lifted Wang Han up without saying a word, and stuffed him into a carriage. Chen Qi mounted his warhorse and set off with 5,000 soldiers. The generals each performed their duties and commanded the troops to leave in an orderly manner. Wang Qi and Ji Chongqing stood on the hillside and did not leave with the main group immediately. Uncle Ji, who exactly is Lu Chen from Lujiazhai? Ji Chongqing replied, This Lu Chen is a native of Lujiao village. I've made many inquiries, but I can't find any doubts. He's just a poor kid from a mountain village, but he seems to have risen overnight. The young female soldiers under his command are all capable of fighting 100 men at once. They're truly amazing. Ji Chongqing told Wang Qi about the battles that had taken place in recent days. The more Wang Qi listened, the more frightened he became. Uncle Ji, never make an enemy of this person again. Although Wang Qi does not believe in ghosts and gods, he has always stayed away from certain things that cannot be explained. In times of great chaos, monsters and demons are everywhere. It is better not to provoke someone if you can. Only 100 female soldiers were sent out from the city last night, but they turned the entire camp upside down, causing countless casualties. What was even more terrifying was that when they cleaned up the battlefield at dawn, they didn't see a single enemy corpse. They escaped unscathed. It's really scary. Uncle Ji, let's go too. Wang Qi looked at the many wounded soldiers in the team and sighed inwardly. I can only go back to Hudou County to rest for a while. Seeing the enemies outside the city, leaving one after another, the soldiers and civilians of Lujiazhai all rushed to the top of the city wall. The enemy soldiers are retreating. Great! Our Lujiazhai is saved. Our Lu family's female soldiers are truly formidable. They managed to hold off an army of tens of thousands. Yeah, who would believe this if I told anyone? The female soldiers are amazing. The soldiers and civilians of Lujiazhai crowded on the city wall, and their cheers shook the earth. Although Lu Chen's female soldiers were unstoppable and the enemy was repeatedly defeated when attacking the city, it would be a lie to say that he was not afraid when he saw the tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city every day. The enemy was repelled, and the soldiers and civilians in Lujiazhai were all overjoyed. Zhao Vidaya, Meng Ryu, and others were mixed with joy and sorrow. The good news is that the enemy finally retreated and Lujiazhai was saved. What worries me is that the opportunity for daily combat training is gone. In this chaotic world, female soldiers must grow up as quickly as possible. Although they are very powerful in combat, they are still young and their minds are not yet mature. Many of them could not accept the sight of so many dead bodies, broken limbs, and blood. It would be more accurate to say that it was to let them get used to the cruelty of the battlefield as quickly as possible rather than to train them. Come on, let's have another meeting. This time it was Zhao Daya who proposed it. The main content of the meeting was to build the city and recruit new soldiers. The city planning still follows the blueprint that Lu Chen had already drawn, but there must be a charter for which facilities should be built first and which can be postponed. During this period, they were busy fighting enemies outside the city, and the construction speed inside the city was obviously slowed down. In addition to building cities, there is also the task of recruiting new soldiers. In this battle, Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others clearly felt that they were short of troops. The defense line of the two villages, Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang, is a bit long, and each key defense point needs to be heavily guarded. We must recruit more new soldiers. Distribute leaflets to the nearby villages, saying that Lujiazhai is recruiting new soldiers. Chapter 136, Never Abandon. Lu Chen's caravan traveled day and night without stopping for more than half a month, and finally saw the capital city in the distance. Lu Chen lay in the carriage every day, eating and sleeping and eating, with Xie Xiao to talk to him, and his life was very comfortable. Because I don't have to worry about all kinds of affairs like when I was in Lujiazhai, I feel more comfortable and at ease. Brother Lu, come and have an apple. Xie Xiao handed the peeled apple to Lu Chen. My wife treats me so well. Come, have a bite too. Lu Chen took the apple and put it to Xie Xiao's mouth first. Xie Xiao's face flushed slightly, and she wanted to refuse, but in the end she opened her red lips and took a small bite. Although the two have not yet had their wedding night, their intimate behavior is almost the same as that of a married couple. Watching Lu Chen slowly chewing the apple, Xie Xiao asked, "Husband, are we going to the city like this? 200 carriages. Even princes and ministers don't have such a grand display. Go and make arrangements. Have Chuyin take them to a secluded place nearby for training. After I'm done with my business, I'll leave the city and meet up with them." "Okay, I'll go right away." The carriage stopped, Xie Xiao got off, and came back soon. Chuyin said she wants to go to the capital for something. "Why don't we find someone else to lead the team? The captain named Zhao Yingxue is pretty good." Lu Chen raised his head and looked at Xie Xiao. "Zhao Yingxue?" "Yes. She is the captain of the 9th team." These captains were all selected by Chu Yun. Among these female soldiers, Lu Chen was most impressed by Zhao Yingxue. In the entire team, she has the lowest loyalty. After all this time, her loyalty level hasn't exceeded 80. The other two girls who were slightly more loyal seem to be her followers. "How about this?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Go and ask if anyone else wants to go into the city to do business. They can come with us." These female soldiers may all have been selected from the capital, and they may have relatives and friends in the capital. If I take them back to Lujiazhai, I will definitely let them see their relatives before leaving. Also, if they have relatives in the capital, they can bring them back to Lujiazhai. Xie Xiao followed his words, gathered the team together, and asked them some questions. Soon, 40 or 50 people stood out from the team. Some wanted to go into town for personal matters, while others wanted to bring their loved ones with them. Lu Chen glanced out the car window and found that Zhao Yingxue and the other two were among them. I just don't know if she's going to the city to do some business, or if she has relatives in the capital. After Xie Xiao made some arrangements, the convoy split into two. One team rushed to the west of the capital, and the other team rushed to the capital. Lu Chen took 8 carriages and rushed to the capital. When they arrived at the city gate, Lu Chen's convoy was stopped by the soldiers guarding the city. "Who are you? Where are you from? Do you have a pass? What's in your car?" When Lu Chen got off the car, he immediately saw that the eyes of those soldiers were full of greed, like hungry wolves eyeing a fat sheep. Seeing Lu Chen get off the car, several soldiers immediately came up to Lu Chen with their sword in hand. At this time, Lu Chen and others had changed into casual clothes. Lu Chen was dressed in businessman's clothes, and at first glance he looked like a weak and vulnerable fat sheep. Lu Chen reached into his waist, pulled out a plaque made of pure gold, and waved it in front of several soldiers. When the soldiers saw the words on the gold medal, their faces suddenly changed color with fear, and they all fell to their knees with a thud. Don't mention it, this brand is quite useful. This was something Lu Chen had specifically taken from Zhou Yuzhao when he was doing business with him that day. As if I were here in person. Who wouldn't be afraid? Even the princes, emperors, and princesses had to bow their heads when they saw this sign. Lu Chen ignored the soldiers kneeling on the ground and stepped onto the carriage. The soldiers knelt on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, until the entire convoy entered the city. Then they crawled up from the ground tremblingly. Goodness, who is this person? It's not our job to know anyone, even if we ask. Yes. Oh, I was so scared. I almost lost my life. Thinking about how they had just wanted to blackmail this young man, several soldiers broke out in cold sweat. Lu Chen and his group's convoy arrived at the Dou family inn, threw down a large ingot of silver, and booked the entire inn. As for the guests who have already checked into the innkeeper will be responsible for negotiating with them and ensuring that any money owed is refunded or compensated. After settling down in the inn, Lu Chen asked these female soldiers to do their work and look for their relatives, and then come back to the inn after they were done. Lu Chen was not afraid that they would never come back. Their loyalty is full, and Lu Chen is very confident in them. But he was somewhat worried about Zhao, Yingxue, and the other two. If they want to leave on their own, then let them go. Lu Chen didn't care about this. Having 3 more of them wouldn't make much difference, and having 3 less wouldn't make much difference either. What surprised Lu Chen was that Chu Yun did not leave the inn. Zhao Yingxue and 2 others also did not leave the inn. After Chu Yun arranged his own room, he came to Lu Chen's guest room. "Brother Lu, where's the meeting place you and Xiao Chen mentioned? I'll go find them." Lu Chen asked, "Don't you have something to do in the capital?" "My business is not urgent for now." Lu Chen understood and said, "I told them about the South City Gate, but I don't know if they are there." After Xiao Qian and the other 2 arrived in the capital, they must have heard about the heroic deeds of Lu Chen and his companions. You should also know that Lu Chen took 1,000 female soldiers to the north. Therefore, Lu Chen didn't know whether they were guarding the meeting place. "Brother Lu, I'll go take a look." Lu Chen nodded. "Okay, then go ahead." Chu Yin went out and left. During this period, especially on the way back to the city, Lu Chen discovered that Chu Yun seemed to be worried. She always has a secret, and she has known this since the day Lu Chen rescued her. In the evening, Chu Yun brought Xiao Qian and the other 2 to the inn. When Xiao Qian and the other 2 saw Lu Chen, they acted as if they had seen their parents whom they had not seen for a long time. Their eyes were red, and it was obvious that they had just cried. "I'm sorry for putting you through this period of time." Lu Chen comforted Xiao Qian and the other 2. In fact, Xiao Qian and the others are only in their teens. Although they are all very capable, they are still children after all. They traveled a long distance to the capital, thinking that they would be able to meet Lu Chen soon. However, when they arrived in the capital, they learned that Lu Chen had already left. They didn't know whether Lu Chen would come to the capital again, and whether they should continue to wait there. Without Lu Chen's order, they did not dare to return to Lujiazhai. This makes them feel abandoned. So, they could only wait at the South City Gate every day, looking forward to it. Seeing them like this, Chu Yin joked, "Look at you, you're all soldiers who fought on the battlefield and killed people, and you're still crying." On the way back to the inn, just now, the 3 of them cried almost the entire way. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, my Lu family army will not abandon any of my sisters." He traveled hundreds of miles to the capital just to pick up the 3 of them. Chapter 137 Revenge. At night, Imperial Palace, Hall of Mental Cultivation. Zhou Yuzhao was looking through memorials from various places. The crisis in the northern border has been resolved, and Zhou Yuzhao's mood has been obviously much better in the past few days. He didn't expect that he actually made the right bet. A little Lu Chen actually eliminated his biggest worry for decades. "Your Majesty, Princess Jing'an requests an audience." Zhou Yuzhao's hand shook, and the memorial fell onto the desk. "Hurry, let her in." Zhao Yingxue, wearing a luxurious long dress, walked into the hall and bowed gracefully. "Xue Vater." Zhou Yuzhao was both angry and pitiful, wanted to scold him but unwilling to do so. "Tell me, where have you been all this time?" "Father, I have been to the northern frontier these days." Zhou Yuzhao was stunned. "What? You? Why did you go to northern Xinjiang? What were you doing there?" Zhao Yingxue did not answer. She bowed again and said, "Father, I have come here to bid you farewell." Zhou Yuzhao was surprised and said, "Goodbye? Goodbye what? Where are you going?" "I have joined Lu Chen's army. I am afraid I will not be able to fulfill my filial duties to my father. I hope you will not blame me." "What? You?" Zhou Yuzhao understood it all at once. When she disappeared, Lu Chen was heading to the northern border. So, she also participated in the Battle of Northern Frontier. You are really fooling around. You are a princess. How could you? How could you?" Zhou Yuzhao was so angry that he was shaking. Even ordinary families would not allow their unmarried daughters to show up in public easily, let alone a royal princess. And she joined the army as a female soldier. Zhao Yingxue's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She hurried forward to support Zhou Yuzhao. Father, please don't get angry and hurt yourself." Zhou Yuzhao tried hard to shake Zhao Yingxue off, but found that Zhao Yingxue's slender arms seemed to have 1,000 pounds of strength. Zhao Yingxue helped Zhou Yuzhao sit down slowly, then said, "Father, let me explain the reason behind this." In a hall late at night, the flickering candlelight illuminated the father and daughter, their faces showing very different expressions. In the residence of Qi Shang, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Qi Shang was sleeping soundly in the tent when he was suddenly awakened by a sudden movement. With the moonlight outside the window, Qi Shang saw a figure in the room. "Who?" Qi Shang sat up suddenly. The figure remained motionless. Qi Shang shouted, "Come here. There's an assassin. Come quickly. Catch the assassin." There was a sound of chaotic footsteps outside. The door was violently slammed open, and two burly servants rushed in. "Master, master, the assassin is—" Before the servant could finish his words, he saw a masked man standing in the middle of the room. Without saying a word, the two servants swung their swords at the masked man almost at the same time. The masked man waved his arm, and the two servants flew backwards. One hit the wall, and the other flew out of the door. Soon, more servants arrived upon hearing the noise. They rushed into the room one after another, but were all kicked to the ground by the masked man. Suddenly, the Qi mansion was in chaos, with torches everywhere. More than a dozen servants were kicked out of the door by the masked man and lay on the ground, unable to get up. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. The rest of the people no longer dared to force their way in and just shouted loudly outside the door. Seeing how powerful the masked man was, Qi Shang was so scared that he shrank on the bed, not daring to move. He bravely shouted, "Who are you? What is my grudge against you?" The masked man took 2 steps closer. "Master Qi, have you ever forgotten the Chu family?" "Chu family? Which Chu family?" The masked man sneered. "How many Chus have you harmed?" Qi Shang suddenly realized. "Who are you to Chu Huaiming?" The masked man did not answer, but just looked at Qi Shang quietly. "Could it be that you are Chu Huaiming's daughter Chu Yin?" Chu Yin still didn't answer. Qi Shang felt the cold, murderous intent, and his whole body went cold. He begged for mercy in a trembling voice. "My dear niece, the death of your entire family has nothing to do with me. It was Sima Zhongxian who ordered me to do this. I am just a small official, so I dare not disobey you." Chu Yin bent down, picked up a knife from the ground, and walked towards Qi Shang. Qi Shang knelt on the bed and kowtowed repeatedly. "My dear niece, please spare my life. I held you in my arms when you were a child. A few years ago, I wanted you to marry me and become my daughter-in-law. For the sake of our past friendship, please spare my life." While begging for mercy, he secretly looked behind Chu Yun. Behind Chu Yun, a figure was slowly approaching, with a long sword in his hand raised high. Just as his long sword was about to chop down, Chu Yun seemed to have eyes on his back and kicked the man hard from behind, knocking him out. With the sound of bones breaking, the man's body slammed hard against the wall, his eyes rolled back, and he died on the spot. Qi Shang cried out in great sorrow, "Jingge, my Yingye, Yingye." There was also a burst of crying and shouting from outside the door. A woman cried and shouted, "Why don't you go in and kill him? My Jingge, kill the assassin quickly." Another 7 or 8 servants rushed in with knives, but were kicked out one by Chu Yun and lay on the ground, their life or death unknown. Now, no one outside dared to come in anymore. Seeing his son's tragic death, Qi Shang was angry, sad, and afraid. He didn't know where Chu Yun learned her skills. A little girl like her had such amazing skills. Chu Yun looked outside the door, then turned to Qi Shang. "Master Qi, since you have already recruited your entire family, it is time for you to die." Qi Shang's eyes suddenly widened. Originally, Chu Yun had not taken any action because he was waiting for his family. "Oh no, please let my family go. I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Please don't kill my family." Qi Shang kowtowed to Chu Yun again and again. Chu Yun chuckled softly. "Let your family go? Then have you ever let my family go? I'm the only weak woman left in my family, and you still chased me for thousands of miles. At that time, did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Qi Shang was suddenly speechless. "Go to hell." Chu Yun swung the big knife in his hand, and blood splattered. Then she walked out the door. Outside the door, there were more than 20 servants lying down, and more than 20 servants standing, and more than 30 members of Qi Shang's family. Chu Yun gripped the hilt of a knife tightly. At this moment, she thought of the tragic deaths of her parents and siblings. "Today I, Chu Yun, will avenge you." She suddenly rushed towards the crowd. The knife flashed. A scream was heard. There were cries and shouts everywhere. After a moment, the yard was silent. Chu Yun threw away the blood-stained sword, jumped up, and disappeared into the night. Inside the Dou family inn, Lu Chen heard a slight sound outside. This should be Chu Yun coming back. Then Zhao Yingxue hasn't come back yet. Although Lu Chen didn't want to know where they were going, he also didn't want to monitor their actions all the time. But his keen hearing made him passively accept this information. Chapter 138: The Fight Comes. The next day, as soon as Lu Chen got up, Xie Qiao brought him breakfast. A bowl of white porridge and a few meat buns. Lu Chen ate the hot meat buns while chatting with Xie Qiao. When Chu Yun came back last night, he smelled strongly of blood. Xie Qiao whispered, "Oh." Lu Chen didn't want to get involved in other people's private affairs. When Zhao Yingxue came back, it was almost dawn. Only then did Lu Chen become interested. Xie Qiao didn't know how loyal Zhao Yingxue was to Lu Chen. When I saw her this morning, she didn't look very well. I don't know where she went last night. The two chatted for a while, and Lu Chen asked, "How about we stay in the capital for a few more days?" In his previous life, Lu Chen was accustomed to the prosperity of big cities and really looked down on the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. Except for the area near the palace, which was somewhat interesting, the rest of the place was tattered, filled with ragged, poor people and beggars. Apart from the fact that there were more people there, he really couldn't tell where it was prosperous. But when Xie Qiao went out on the street, he always seemed to have endless fun seeing new things. No wonder. Xie Qiao was born in the countryside. If she hadn't fled, she might never have even entered the county town once in her life. Still not? Let's go back after they finish their work. Xie Qiao felt a little homesick. Lu Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and said, "Okay, let's go out for a walk today while they're still here." After breakfast, Lu Chen took Xie Qiao out of the inn and came to the street. The two of them strolled around casually, buying anything they saw that was delicious or interesting. Occasionally, when I see an interesting shop, I go in to take a look. Before they knew it, they arrived at a busy street. "Look, there's the palace." Lu Chen pointed to a tall red wall not far away. The last time he came to the capital, Lu Chen was busy and had little time to wander around. Although Xie Qiao had seen the palace several times, he had never gone close to take a closer look. The two came to the outside of the palace. Xie Qiao looked at the high walls of the palace, his eyes gleaming. "Husband, do you think we'll have a chance to get in?" Lu Chen laughed. "Don't worry, there will definitely be a chance. If you want, we can go in and take a look around tonight." Xie Qiao shook his head. "I'm going to go in openly." Lu Chen held Xie Qiao's hand and said, "That day will come, I promise." Lu Chen understood the meaning of Xie Qiao's words. But what she meant was not what Lu Chen thought. Lu Chen didn't want to explain this and said he would talk about it later. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard someone shouting nearby. "Brother Lu." "Thank you, sister." Lu Chen turned his head and saw a young and beautiful girl, accompanied by several maids, walking towards them quickly. Lu Chen glanced at the strange girl and then looked at Xie Qiao in confusion. He didn't know this woman. Xie Qiao looked at the woman, confused at first, but she soon smiled. She smiled at the newcomer and said, "It's Miss Lu." "Miss Lu, so your family is in the capital." She said to Lu Chen, "Husband, have you forgotten? Back then, when we were in Mahjong County, we rescued a Mr. Lu." Only then did Lu Chen come to his senses. That day he also hugged one of Miss Lu's followers. "Thank you, Sister Lu, Brother Lu, for saving my life that day. I haven't had time to thank you yet. When did you come to the capital? What a coincidence. I didn't expect to have the chance to meet you again. Come on, let's go to my house. My parents can't stop talking about you." "Thank you, sister. Actually, my name is not LV Sitian. My real name is LV Cici." Lu Cici took Xie Qiao's hand affectionately, and without saying anything, she took Xie Qiao to her home. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao didn't even have the chance to refuse. Xie Qiao was held by Lu Cici's hand and looked at Lu Chen helplessly. Lu Chen could only give her a wry smile. Actually, Lu Chen can't be considered her benefactor at all. Strictly speaking, it was Lu Chen who implicated them. Lu Chen just sent them out of the county. Lu Chen really couldn't understand what Lu Cici was trying to do. So, the two had no choice but to follow Lu Cici across 2 streets and head towards Lu Cici's home. A maidservant beside Lu Cici kept her head down since the moment she saw Lu Chen, and she would secretly glance at Lu Chen from time to time. She was the follower that Lu Chen had held in his arms in Mahjong County that day. The situation was urgent that day, and Lu Chen didn't know that she was a woman, so he hugged her without knowing it. From that day on, she always recalled Lu Chen's strong arms and hot chest. Every time she thought of that moment, her heart began to beat like a deer. When she saw Lu Chen again today, She didn't dare to look at him directly. Lu Chen didn't know about this. He didn't even know that the maid beside him was the follower he had hugged that day. Lu Chen doesn't care about unimportant people and things at all. Sister Xia, Brother Lu, this is my home. Lu Chen looked up at the door of Lu Cici's house. Looking at this tall gate and large courtyard, it is obviously a wealthy family. This is not surprising. Lu Cici is always accompanied by several maids, so she is definitely not an ordinary person. After crossing the front yard and arriving at the middle hall, Lu Cici immediately shouted loudly, "Dad! Mom! Look who's here!" Soon, a middle-aged couple came out. The man looked scholarly, and his demeanor clearly showed that he was an official. The woman has delicate makeup and looks wealthy. The beautiful middle-aged woman saw Lu Chen and Xie Qiao and asked, "Cici, who are these two?" Lu Cici hurriedly introduced them. "Dad, Mom, they're the two who saved me in Majiang County that day. Brother Lu, Sister Xie, this is my dad, and this is my mom. Dad, Mom, he is Brother Lu Chen, and she is Sister Xie Qiao." After listening to their daughter's introduction, the middle-aged couple looked surprised. "Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, thank you so much for saving my life. Come in, please." As they were talking, Lu Chen and the other two were invited into the house to sit down, and the maid brought them fragrant tea. During the conversation, we learned that Lu Cici's father was a military officer in the secretariat named Lu Wenyan, a third-rank official, and her mother, Su, was Lu Wenyan's original wife. The couple has 3 sons and 1 daughter. As the only daughter in the family, Lu Cici is very much loved at home. Last year, Lu Cici went back to her hometown to accompany her grandmother. A few days ago, she returned to Beijing and met Lu Chen and others on the way. Faced with the various words of gratitude from Lu Wenyan and his wife, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao felt guilty, but they had no way to defend themselves. They chatted for a while, and it was already noon, so Lu Wenyan and his wife ordered people to set up a banquet to entertain Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. Just as they sat down at the dinner table, they heard a commotion outside. Immediately afterwards, someone came down in a panic to report, Master, something's wrong." Lu Wenyan looked displeased. "What happened out there?" "Master, Lord Feng has brought his men to our door." "What?" Lu Wenyan stood up suddenly. Chapter 139, Xie Qiao shows off his power. Lu Wenyan hurried to the front hall, and Lu Chen, Lu Cici, and others followed quickly. Outside the gate, hurried footsteps could be heard. A group of soldiers as ferocious as wolves and tigers rushed in. The leading general had a sinister expression, and the sword at his waist clanged. "Lord Lu, you seem to be having a great time." The leading general sneered, his eyes sweeping across Lu Chen and Xie Qiao like a knife. Lu Wenyan suppressed her anger and stepped forward. "Sir Feng, you should know the crime of trespassing into an official residence." "What crime?" Lord Feng glared. "Your little bastard severely injured my son. If you don't hand your little bastard over today, don't blame me for turning my back on you." "Master Feng, you're going too far." Lu Wenyan was so angry that her face turned red. "Feng Liangkai set up a trap to frame my son in order to force him to marry me, and you're blaming him instead. Do you really think there's no law in our great Zhou dynasty?" Feng Zhang sneered repeatedly and said, "General Lu, if you know what's good for you, you'll betroth your daughter to my son Liang Kai, and today's matter will be written off. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't even think about it." The two of them argued back and forth, arguing fiercely. Lu Chen quickly understood the general idea. After analyzing the verbal battle between the two, he basically figured out what had happened. This Lord Feng's name is Feng Zhang. His young master Feng Liangkai accidentally saw Lu Cici on the street a few days ago, and he wanted to take her into his room. Feng Liangkai was a notorious playboy. Although he already had several wives and concubines at home, he still liked to flirt with other women and take advantage of other people's wives and daughters. Of course, Lu Wenyan would never marry her daughter to such a man, let alone as a concubine. So, under the guidance of an expert, Feng Liangkai set a trap with himself and came into conflict with Lu Wenyan's second son Lu Zhenjing. Afterwards, Feng Liangkai used this as a threat to force Lu Cici to be his concubine. Although Feng Zhang was a great general, he was also a useless general. However, his sister was a concubine in the harem and gave birth to a prince for the emperor. From Feng Zhang's words and behavior, Lu Chen guessed that Feng Zhang's sister and mother were not favored by the emperor. Even so, a concubine who gave birth to a prince could at least bring some respect to her natal family. Therefore, Feng Zhang has the capital to be a bit arrogant and domineering. Although Lu Wenyan's rank was not low, he had no foundation, so he could not afford to offend Feng Zhang. It was not until then that Lu Chen understood. He looked coldly at Lu Cece, who was standing beside him. It turned out that Lu Cece had other intentions when she brought the two of them to his house. This family seems to be warm and hospitable, with good conversation and a gentlemanly demeanor. But each of them has 800 minds. Haha, savior. What a savior. However, Lu Chen was not too angry. I think Lu Cece has been forced into a desperate situation and has started to try all kinds of methods. She thinks that just picking someone up from the street can save her from the fire pit. Lu Chen had no impression of Lu Wenyan, but he remembered that when he plundered officials in the capital last time, he did not target Lu Wenyan. This shows that Lu Wenyan is not a corrupt official, or at least not very corrupt. At this time, Xie Qiao also came to his senses. There was also some displeasure in her eyes when she looked at Lu Cece. However, Lu Cece seemed not to notice the strange looks from Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. At this moment, she was like a frightened little white rabbit, her eyes full of panic and fear. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Cece. Her fearful look was not entirely fake. Over there, Lu Wenyan and Feng Zhang had already done enough foreplay and were finally ready to take action. You're not going to hand him over? Guys, go in and smash him. Feng Zhang waved his hand, and his soldiers immediately rushed into each house. Slow. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Feng Zhang narrowed his eyes and said sinisterly, Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you meddle in my business? Xie Qiao dodged and slapped Feng Zhang in the face. Feng Zhang staggered and almost fell down. He stroked his numbed face with his hand, his eyes full of disbelief. In this capital city, who dares to slap him in the face in public? Lu Wenyan and his wife were also stunned. Xie Qiao slapped Feng Zhang in the face in public. Was he trying to kill himself? They had begun to regret it. I regret letting Lu Chen and the other two stay. The two of them are leading the Lu family into a trap. Lu Cece didn't expect that Xie Qiao would dare to attack Feng Zhang, and her face turned pale with shock. You're looking for death. If you dare to hit my master, I will kill you. Feng Zhang didn't even need to say anything, as several soldiers nearby immediately rushed towards Xie Qiao with their swords drawn. Xie Qiao didn't take them seriously at all. With a few punches and kicks, he knocked the soldiers to the ground. Kill her. Daring to beat an official appointed by the imperial court is considered as treason. Kill her now. Feng Zhang covered his face with one hand and pointed at Xie Qiao angrily with the other. All the soldiers in the yard brandished their swords and guns and rushed towards Xie Qiao. Seeing this scene, Lu Wenyan's family of 3 suddenly panicked. This matter has become a big deal today. Lu Wenyan couldn't care less about anything at this moment. She hurriedly shouted, Spare his life. Lord Feng, wait a minute. I am willing to marry my daughter to your talented family. After all, he didn't want to implicate innocent people because of his family affairs. Feng Zhang seemed to be crazy at this time. He roared, Kill her. Kill her. Lu Cece also pleaded sadly. Master Feng, I want to marry Liang Kai. Please don't kill her. Feng Zhang didn't listen at all and continued to shout and order his men to surround and kill Xie Qiao. He was used to being rampant in the capital, and now that he had suffered such a great humiliation, how could he let Xie Qiao go? Not only did he want to kill Xie Qiao today, he also wanted to forcibly take Lu Cece back and make her his son's wife. Kill her. Chop her into a pulp. This group of soldiers, all of them looked ferocious, surrounded Xie Qiao and raised their weapons towards him. Xie Qiao originally only wanted to give these soldiers a light punishment, but she didn't expect that they would actually kill her, and she suddenly felt murderous intent. Lu Chen was also annoyed. He said coldly, My lady, don't leave anyone behind. He didn't intend to do it himself. There will be many more battles to fight in the future, and Xie Qiao also needs to hone his character. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xie Qiao no longer held back. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the big knife. He bent down slightly, swung the big knife in his hand, and drew a circle in front of him. In an instant, there was a chorus of screams. 5 or 6 soldiers were cut in half. Suddenly, the scene was a mess of blood and flesh. The soldier who was cut into 2 pieces did not die on the spot. Their upper bodies rolled on the ground in pain, howling. It's horrible. Lu Wenyan and his wife both covered their eyes and dared not look anymore. Lu Cece's body went limp, and she almost fainted. When the soldiers around saw this scene, they all trembled like sieves and could hardly hold the weapons in their hands. Although they often bullied the people, and some of them even killed people, they had never seen such a scene. Everyone was so frightened that their hands and feet went limp, and no one dared to take a step forward. Chapter 140. Why am I feeling a bit nervous? Although these soldiers did not dare to move forward, Xie Qiao had no intention of letting them go. She held a bloody sword in her hand and attacked the soldiers like an eagle slaying a rabbit. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen soldiers were killed by Xie Qiao. These soldiers were so frightened that they didn't even have a chance to move the weapons in their hands before they died. But soon, the remaining soldiers all came to their senses. Run! This is a murderer! Run away! The soldiers fled frantically towards the courtyard gate. Fortunately, they still had some rationality and did not forget to take their master Feng Zhang away. If they left Feng Zhang to die, they would still be dead even if they escaped. Feng Zhang, who had already become paralyzed with fear, was carried out of Lu's mansion by the soldiers. After Feng Zhang and others left, Lu Wenyan's family of 3 all looked despairing. How to clean up this mess? Feng Zhang will never let the Lu family go. What awaits the Lu family may very well be the destruction of the entire family. Lu Wenyan looked at Lu Chen, who had a calm expression. He didn't understand why Lu Chen was still so calm until now. Mr. Lu, you'd better run away. Madame Lu is so skilled. You two will definitely be able to escape the capital. Lu Wenyan heard from Lu Cixi that Lu Chen's identity was mysterious and the people around him were very skilled in martial arts. But he didn't expect that Xie Qiao's martial arts skills were so amazing. With just one strike, he killed several people. It even frightened the military general Feng Zhang so much that he couldn't even walk. Su then stepped forward and bowed to Lu Chen and Xie Qiao, saying, Mr. Lu, Madame Lu, I have the audacity to ask you to take my Cixi with you. Lu Cixi cried, Mother, I won't leave. Even if I die, I want to die with you. Su hugged Lu Cixi, and the mother and daughter cried together. Lu Wenyan looked at the mother and daughter with a sad face. Xie Qiao looked at the family of 3 and couldn't help but smile. She took Lu Cixi's hand and said, Sister Cixi, you are so young. Don't be so anxious all day long. Upon hearing this, Su raised her head and looked at Xie Qiao with tears in her eyes. Mrs. Lu, are you willing to take Cixi with you? Xie Qiao shook his head. When Su heard this, she lowered her head sadly again. Lu Chen said, Uncle and Aunt, Miss Cixi, as the saying goes, when an enemy comes, we must fight him with our troops. When a flood comes, we must block it with earth. Please don't panic. Lu Wenyan on the side sighed inwardly. Things have come to this point, who cannot panic? With all these corpses on the ground, his Lu family has no chance of survival. If he had known this, he would not have opposed Feng Zhang and would have let his daughter marry Feng Liang. Although Lu Cixi would have suffered some injustice, at least the lives of her family could have been saved. There was a gloomy atmosphere in Lu's mansion. At this time, Feng Zhang was leading hundreds of East Factory guards towards Lu's mansion. The leader was Huang Yunzhong, deputy commander of the East Factory. Sir Huang, please act impartially and execute the entire family of Lu Wenyan. Leave no one alive. You know, that little bitch is as pretty as a flower, but she hits so hard. That one palm strike knocked out 3 of her teeth. Feng Zhang complained all the way. Those 2 are highly skilled in martial arts. They must be rebels outside the city. They are colluding with that old villain Lu Wenyan to plot against our great Zhou. The more Huang Yunzhong listened, the more he felt something was wrong. His expression became increasingly ugly. General Feng, don't think I don't know what happened between you and Lu Wenyan. We both know who's right and who's wrong. Huang Yunzhong spoke in a bad tone. Others were afraid of Feng Zhang, but Huang Yunzhong didn't take him seriously. After Lu Chen and others left the capital, Huang Yunzhong had already found out the news about Sima Zhongxian through various secret channels. It turned out that Sima Zhongxian quietly left Beijing and headed for Lujiazhai. And Lujiazhai is Lu Chen's territory. Sima Zhongxian may have been in danger. So, now the entire power of the East Factory has fallen into the hands of Huang Yunzhong. How could a little Feng Zhang catch his eye? As Lu's mansion got closer and closer, Huang Yunzhong began to feel panic for some reason. Counting the days until the great victory in Northern Frontier, he should be able to return to the capital, right? Huang Yunzhong will never forget the tears of excitement in Zhou Youjiao's eyes when he received the good news. The mountain that had been hanging over the Zhou dynasty for decades was easily broken by Lu Chen. The emperor no longer has to worry about the Tartars invading the border. It is easy to imagine how important Lu Chen is in the emperor's heart. Those 1,000 gentle women, when they arrived in the northern frontier, unexpectedly all became indestructible warriors. How did Lu Chen do it? How did he manage to rout the Tartar army and kill 60,000 elite Tartar soldiers with only 1,000 female soldiers? This Lu Chen is truly unfathomable. Just as he was thinking this, Feng Zhang said, "Sir Huang, we have arrived at the Lu residence." Huang Yunzhong looked up at the gate of Lu Mansion, hesitated for a moment, and stepped in. In the courtyard, there were bloody corpses everywhere. Each person's death was extremely horrific. This scene seems familiar. Huang Yunzhong's heart beat rapidly. At this time, Feng Zhang had already started shouting loudly, "Old thief Lu, come out and die." With a top master like Huang Yunzhong, what is there to be afraid of a mere little girl? Huang Yunzhong's heart beat faster. He glared at Feng Zhang fiercely. Feng Zhang didn't understand what was going on, so he quickly smiled at Huang Yunzhong and extended his hand to invite Huang Yunzhong to go first. In the central hall, Lu Wenyin suddenly stood up. "Here I come." Su and Lu Cece also stood up nervously and looked towards the front yard. Lu Wenyin looked at Su and Lu Chen and the others and said, "Mr. Lu, Madam Cece, please wait here. I'll go out and take a look." After saying that, Lu Wenyin walked towards the front yard with heavy steps. As soon as she entered the yard, Lu Wenyin's heart sank. The yard was filled with murderous guards from the Eastern Depot. The man in the lead was Huang Yunzhong, the deputy commander of the East Factory, who was feared by all the officials in the court. Lu Wenyin quickly walked up to Huang Yunzhong and said, "Master Huang, I didn't know you were coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you." When Feng Zhang saw Lu Wenyin, he jumped up immediately as if he had seen the murderer of his father. "Old thief Lu, where did you hide the rebels?" Lu Wenyin looked at Feng Zhang and said angrily, "Master Feng, I, Lu, have no grudge against you. Why do you want to kill my Lu family?" Feng Zhang laughed wildly. "Haha, old thief Lu, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? If you had sent your daughter to my house earlier, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Old thief Lu, do you regret it? Ha ha ha." In the midst of his laughter, his voice suddenly stopped. He pointed behind Lu Wenyin and said, "Look, Mr. Huang, those are the two. They kill my people." Lu Wenyin was shocked and looked back quickly. "I saw Lu Chen and Xie Qiao walking towards this side. Lu Cece followed behind them." Lu Wenyin suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. He had just told Lu Chen that if the situation became bad, he should immediately take Lu Cece and escape through the back door. Unexpectedly, not only did they not leave, but they came to my door. "It's over. It's all over." Lu Wenyin felt disheartened. Chapter 141, I don't understand anything. Thank you for the gift from Taoist Master Wu Yu. Thank you for your support. Quick, Master Huang, catch them. I'm going to peel off their skin. I'm going to chop them into pieces. I'm going to throw them into the frying pan. Feng Zhang pointed at Lu Chen and the others and yelled at Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong suddenly waved his hand and slapped Feng Zhang in the face. This slap stunned Feng Zhang. At the same time, Lu Wenyin was also stunned. No one present knew what was happening. Only a few of the East Factory Iron Guards had strange expressions on their faces. They had all seen Lu Chen, so they naturally knew how powerful he was. Want to catch Lu Chen? Do you still want to skin Lu Chen alive? Chop him into pieces? Throw him in a frying pan? Just ask Deputy Commander Huang if he dares. Huang Yunzhong naturally didn't dare to do that. He didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention him, even the current emperor would not dare to have any thoughts about Lu Chen. Lu Chen was able to defeat the Tartar army in an instant, leaving them in disarray and in a crushing defeat. If he wanted to do something to the emperor, it would not be difficult. Huang Qing, if you have the chance to see Lu Chen again, you must be extra careful and never neglect him in the slightest. This is what the emperor repeatedly told Huang Yunzhong. Huang Yunzhong left Feng Zhang, who was bewildered, and walked quickly towards Lu Chen. When Lu Wenyin saw Huang Yunzhong heading straight for Lu Chen and the others, her face suddenly turned pale and her body began to stagger. Lu Cece, who was hiding behind Lu Chen, was also scared out of her wits. Huang Yunzhong, the great killer of the East Factory, would make everyone, no matter whether they were officials or civilians, break out in cold sweats just by hearing his name. It can be said that Huang Yunzhong is a more terrifying existence in the capital than the current emperor. After all, the emperor would definitely not do many of the dirty work himself, and Sima Zhongxian would not show up easily, so all of them were done by Huang Yunzhong. He killed people like crazy and left countless corpses on his hands. Looking at Huang Yunzhong approaching step by step, Lu Cece was frightened out of her wits. Wouldn't just kill someone, would he? It's me who has implicated brother Lu and sister Xia. Although Su was not as upset as Lu Cece, she also felt a chill in her heart. Wherever Huang Yunzhong went, there were corpses everywhere. Huang Yunzhong came up to Lu Chen and the others and bowed. Master Lu, I didn't know you were here. I didn't mean to offend you. I hope you will forgive me. Huang Yunzhong lowered his posture very low, almost kneeling down. Oh, Lu Chen said calmly, but his eyes drifted towards Feng Zhang, who was not far away. Sir Huang, long time no see. I wonder what brings you here today. Little one. When Huang Yunzhong heard Lu Chen's unfriendly tone, sweat immediately broke out on his forehead and his mind went blank. He had just come up with such great difficulty, but he had completely forgotten all the words he had spoken. The last time Lu Chen came to the capital, he had already witnessed how powerful Lu Chen and his men were. He originally thought that was Lu Chen's true strength. But after Lu Chen went to the northern border, Huang Yunzhong realized how wrong he was. The person in front of me is someone who can turn the world upside down. Standing in front of Lu Chen, Huang Yunzhong felt a sense of oppression like a mountain coming towards him. For a moment, Huang Yunzhong was unable to utter a word. Could it be that he was leading people to capture Lu Chen? Seeing Huang Yunzhong, the great killer of the East Factory, standing in front of Lu Chen like a trembling little quail, everyone present was stunned. LV Wenyan. So what happened? Lu Cece. Am I dreaming? Feng Zhang. Did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Lu Chen just stood there calmly, not saying a word, just looking at Huang Yunzhong. At this time, Xie Qiao spoke up and broke this strange situation. She took Lu Cece's hand and said, Master Huang, this Miss Lu is my very good sister. Huang Yunzhong was stunned and looked at Lu Cece. Miss Lu? Who is Miss Lu? He suddenly remembered that this was the residence of General Lu Wenyan. Then, this Miss Lu should be Lu Wenyan's daughter. Huang Yunzhong woke up as if from a dream, his face smiling like an autumn chrysanthemum, and he hurriedly greeted Lu Cece. So if it's Miss Lu, Huang greets Miss Lu. Looking at Huang Yunzhong with a fawning look on his face, Lu Cece was suddenly shocked and at a loss. This Lord Huang, who was feared by all the officials in the capital, was actually saluting her. If she told this to her younger sisters, wouldn't their jaws drop? Lu Cece didn't know where to put her hands. She knelt hurriedly and said, Greetings, Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang. Su, who was standing by, almost popped her eyes out of her head. LV Wenyan, who was not far away, also stretched her neck and stared in amazement. Xie Qiao only said that she was her little sister, and Huang Yunzhong, the great killer, was able to kneel down and fawn on Lu Cece. They really can't understand. Feng Zhang, who was standing in front of a group of iron guards, began to feel a buzzing in his head. His mind was a mess, and he had no idea what was going on. But he still retained his last bit of clarity. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. It seemed that he had wanted to forcibly take Lu Cece away and make her his son's wife. Now, Huang Yunzhong's attitude towards her. So, Feng Zhang knew instinctively that it was not advisable to stay here for long. He turned around and wanted to leave the yard. Several iron guards came forward and blocked Feng Zhang's way. Feng Zhang wanted to go around, but more guards formed a human wall and surrounded him. Feng Zhang's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. It's over. Feng Zhang only felt that his eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he fell to the side. Two iron guards, one on each side, lifted him up. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Zhang's soldiers also wanted to leave quietly, but they were all pinned to the ground by the iron guards. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen nodded slightly. Huang Yunzhong is a sensible person, and the iron guards under his command are also quite sensible. He looked at Lu Wenyan. Uncle Lu, since Mr. Huang is here, how about letting him handle the matter between you and Mr. Feng? Only then did Lu Wenyan take a frivolous step and come to Huang Yunzhong. Sir Huang, please come inside and discuss in detail. He came to Lu Chen again. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, please. A few of them moved to the central hall and sat down. Lu Wenyan quickly explained the whole story. Huang Yunzhong nodded continuously while listening to show that he was listening very carefully. Master Lu, please rest assured. I will leave this matter to Huang. I will definitely give Master Lu an explanation. He is just a general without real power. Killing him is as easy as killing an ant. So what if his sister is a concubine in the palace? If she dares to offend Lu Chen, she, as a concubine, will suffer no good consequences. Seeing that the deadlock had been resolved, Lu Wenyin felt as if she had been to the gates of hell and was almost exhausted. Huang Yunzhong saw that the matter was resolved and did not dare to stay any longer, so he said goodbye to Lu Chen and ordered the iron guards to take Feng Zhang back. After seeing Huang Yunzhong off, Lu Wenyin and the others returned to the hall. "Thank you so much, Master Lu." As Lu Wenyin said this, she was about to kneel down to thank Lu Chen. Lu Chen stretched out his hand to stop him. "It's just a small favor. There's no need to do this." Lu Wenyin pulled Lu Cixi and wanted to kneel down to Lu Chen. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao stopped him again. Xie Qiao scolded him. "Uncle, please don't do this. Cixi and I are sisters. How can I accept such a generous gift from you?" Lu Wenyin said, "Mr. Lu, Madam Lu, I have the audacity to ask for a favor." Chapter 142, There is a new member. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This Lu Wenyin is getting even more demanding. Originally, he was passively involved in this matter because it was the Lu family who set the trap for him. If it weren't for Xie Qiao's words, he really wouldn't bother to care. Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent, Lu Wenyin wanted to pull Lu Cixi to kneel down together. Lu Chen was helpless. Xie Qiao had already said that Lu Cixi was her younger sister, so how could he accept Lu Wenyin's gift again? "What is it, please tell me?" Lu Chen's tone was no longer as kind as before. Lu Wenyin also knew that he was greedy, and his face was filled with shame, but he still said, "Mr. Lu, when you leave the capital, please take my daughter with you." Lu Chen was puzzled. "Since Miss Lu is fine, why do you want her to leave Beijing?" Lu Cixi next to her also looked confused. Lu Wenyin sighed deeply, her face full of sorrow. He looked around and whispered, "Mr. Lu, what are your thoughts on the current situation?" Lu Chen said, "The Great Zhou dynasty is running out of time." Hearing this, Lu Wenyin's brows relaxed. If Lu Chen was loyal to the Great Zhou court, he would never say such a thing. Then he could speak freely. So Lu Wenyin said, "That's right. Although the crisis in the northern border has been resolved, rebellions are rising everywhere in the Great Zhou. Our Great Zhou is in imminent danger." Master Lu is absolutely right. Lu Wenyin continued. "The largest rebel group in the western border is extremely powerful. They claim to have 1 million soldiers and are marching eastward. Wherever they go, they're unstoppable. They have already occupied most of Shaanxi County and are heading straight for the capital. It won't be long before they reach the city." Lu Chen nodded secretly. Lu Wenyin had a very accurate view of the current situation. Besides the Western Territory rebels, there's also the Marquis of Jingyuan in the south. Although he's dead, he still has 2 sons. Compared to the Western Territory rebels, Marquis of Jingyuan's troops are smaller, but they're all elite, far superior to the motley crowd of Western Territory rebels. Their evil ambitions are known to everyone, and their goal is also the capital. Lu Chen, Xie Qiao, Su, Lu Cixi, and others sat in the room, listening to Lu Wenyin's long and eloquent speech. Finally, Lu Wenyin said, "I have 2 sons, both serving in the army. If anything were to happen to the capital, I would be willing to take my family and live and die with the Great Zhou. However, my daughter Cixi is just a woman, so she doesn't have to sacrifice herself for the country. I beg Master Lu to let my daughter leave the capital with you to save her life." Hearing her father say this, Lu Cixi burst into tears. Lu Chen felt emotional. It is estimated that when the city is broken, most of the corrupt officials, big and small, will abandon the Great Zhou and turn to the rebels. However, Lu Wenyin, an honest official, was determined to die with honor. But Lu Chen did not agree with Lu Wenyin's idea. He knew that the Great Zhou was corrupt, but he still swore allegiance to it until death. All in all, Lu Wenyin is just blindly loyal. Xie Qiao put his arm around Lu Cixi's shoulders and asked, "Uncle Lu is right. Please leave Beijing with us." Lu Wenyin was overjoyed and said hurriedly, "Thank you both for taking me in. I would like to express my gratitude to you both." At this moment, Lu Cixi raised her tearful eyes, looked at Lu Wenyin and Su, and cried, "I won't leave. I want to be with my parents. Even if we die, we will die together." Lu Wenyin said sternly, "Cixi, don't you listen to your father?" Su also said firmly, "Cixi, no matter how naughty you were in the past, you must listen to Dad this time." "I don't." Lu Cixi cried and shook her head. "You must leave." Lu Wenyin said, "If the capital is stable in 3 years, you can come back then." Xie Qiao also said, Cece, listen to your uncle. If the court can hold on to the capital, it won't be too late for you to come back then. Lu Cece is not a 3-year-old child. She also understands that if she leaves today, it may be a farewell forever. The suffering of human beings is nothing more than separation between life and death. In the end, after much persuasion, consolation, and soft and hard tactics, Lu Cece finally agreed to follow Lu Chen out of Beijing. Before leaving, there is inevitably another sad scene. Uncle Lu, if something happens in the capital and you have nowhere to go, you can go to Lujiazhai in Hudou County. Miss Lu and I will be waiting for you. Lu Cece, Dad, Mom, you must go find your daughter. Your daughter will always be waiting for you. Su kept wiping her tears. She hugged Lu Cece and patted her shoulder gently. We will go. We will definitely find you. Finally, Lu Cece knelt down to bid farewell to her parents and left the Lu mansion with Lu Chen amidst tears. Following Lu Cece were her 2 personal maids. It was already evening when the group returned to Do's inn. After returning to the inn, Lu Cece was still crying. Xie Qiao knew that she had not been able to see her 2 brothers, and she felt very sad. Because of the Feng family's affairs, Lu Cece's second brother hid in his eldest brother's military camp. Xie Qiao asked Chu Yun to take her to meet her 2 brothers in the evening. That night, Chu Yun took Lu Cece out of the inn quietly to meet her 2 brothers. The next day, most of the female soldiers who had gone out to do personal business returned to the inn, but a few still had not returned. In the afternoon, Xie Qiao came to Lu Chen's guest room. Husband, Cece has several sisters who also want to follow us out of Beijing. What do you think we should do about this? Lu Chen was a little surprised. What's going on? Last night, after Chu Yun took Cece to see his brother, he thought of her sisters and asked Chu Yun to take her across half of the capital to meet her sisters. Xie Qiao said with a smile. Chu Yun was very busy last night. He didn't come back until dawn and is still sleeping in the house. Lu Chen understood. Look, all her sisters sent servants to look for Cece, saying that their parents also want to send them out of the capital. Lu Chen smiled. In that case, let's take them all with us. They are all unmarried women anyway, so we can all be sent to the army. It seems that these officials and their families all know that the Zhou dynasty is doomed. But Lu Chen didn't understand how Lu Cece had seduced her little sisters. She had actually seduced all of them. Okay, I'll go tell Cece right away. Xie Qiao was about to go out immediately. Wait, Lu Chen stopped her. Tell Cece to let her sisters bring a few more personal maids. The more the better. Okay, got it, husband. Xie Qiao left quickly. In the evening, Lu Cece brought her 4 little sisters to see Lu Chen. Brother Lu, her name is Yuan. Her name is Jiang. Lu Cece introduced them to Lu Chen one by one. In addition to her 4 little sisters, there was also a large group of maids they brought with them, a total of 20 people. At this time, all the female soldiers who had gone out had returned to the inn. The city gate had not been closed yet, so Lu Chen immediately asked everyone to pack up and leave the city immediately. Chapter 143, God opens his eyes. The setting sun was blood red, stretching the shadows of the 200 carriages very long. Lu Chen opened the curtains and watched the convoy, winding like a snake as it rolled over the cracked official road. The scene along the way was unbearable to watch. Countless figures crawled like ants on the cracked, lush slopes. Xie Qiao operated the drone and observed the road conditions ahead. There are too many disaster victims on this road. 3 days after leaving Beijing, a large number of disaster victims appeared on the road. Some of them were refugees fleeing famine, while others were refugees avoiding war. By the 5th day, the official road was filled with victims stretching as far as the eye could see. Lu Chen's motorcade was luxurious and sleek and had no soldiers or guards, so it naturally attracted the covetousness of many disaster victims. Those who were brave enough wanted to get closer to the convoy, but were pushed away by the female soldiers on the carriages. If there are still those who don't know what's good for them, the female soldiers will use even more severe measures. If someone is not afraid of death and rushes forward, the female soldiers will strike without mercy and either kill or injure him. Xie Qiao couldn't bear it and said to Lu Chen, Husband, it seems that this can't go on. Even if they did not take the initiative to provoke the victims, they would be so hungry that they would definitely rush towards the convoy one after another. This will inevitably result in casualties. Lu Chen said, When night falls, let's find a secluded place, pack up the carriage, and go back on foot. Xie Qiao nodded. Okay. Lu Chen closed his eyes. He bought 100,000 bags that could hold 5 kilograms of grain from the system store, and used his mind to put the rice in the warehouse into these bags. The farmland in the space now stretched as far as the eye could see. Rice, wheat, corn, potatoes, and sweet potatoes are staple foods that account for 90%. The remaining 10% is various vegetables, fruits, and melons. The food he now has is enough to feed 1,000,000 troops. There are many victims on this road, so he should save as many as he can. These days, he has been growing food in the space every day. There are millions of tons of rice alone in the space. Rice can be eaten directly by just boiling it in water, which is quite convenient and is most suitable for giving to disaster victims. Master, please be kind and give me something to eat. Miss, my child is starving and barely has a last breath left. Please save my child. Good man, please give me something to eat. Outside the carriage, begging voices were heard one after another. Lu Chen looked outside the carriage again. On both sides of the convoy were piles of disaster victims, each of them skinny and bony, staring at the carriage with eager eyes. Let the convoy drive to the valley next to it. Lu Chen pointed to a valley not far away. The convoy left the official road and headed towards the valley. Behind the convoy, there was a long line of disaster victims. The convoy drove through the rugged mountains with difficulty and entered the valley. There are many disaster victims following the convoy. Xie Qiao saw through the aerial drone that a group of thousands of disaster victims were following the convoy. Lu Chen added, "Tell Chu Yun to send a team to stop the disaster victims behind." Not long after, Xie Qiao continued, "The victims have been stopped, but they remain where they are and have not left. Don't worry about them. Look for a good place to camp in the valley." Soon, Xie Qiao used the drone to find a flat place in the valley. The convoy arrived at the camping site, and everyone got off the carriages. As soon as they got off the carriage, Lu Cixi and her sisters gathered around Lu Chen and Xie Qiao. The maids around them also followed. "Sister Xie, where are we going? How long will it take to get there?" Although Lu Cixi knew that Lu Chen and the others were going to Lu Jiazhai, they had no idea where Lu Jiazhai was. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen, and Lu Chen nodded slightly at her. Xie Qiao then looked at Lu Cixi. About 3 days. Lu Cixi and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was already dark at this time, and the female soldiers who were intercepting the victims also rushed over. After seeing how powerful the female soldiers were, the victims dared not come again and all retreated back to the official road. Lu Chen asked them to take out food from the carriage to fill their stomachs. Each carriage was stocked with a variety of food, including bread, meat buns, purified water, cooked beef, roast chicken. This food is only enough for one day, and Lu Chen will add more to the carriage every day. After eating, Lu Chen took out 25 powerful pills and gave them to Xie Qiao, asking her to distribute them to Lu Cixi and others. After several days of running around, the loyalty of Lu Cixi and others generally increased to between 70 and 90. Lu Cixi has the highest loyalty, reaching 95. With the previous experience of Zhao Yingxue and the other two as a lesson, Lu Chen also became wary of Lu Cixi and the others. That's why I haven't given them the magic pills. It's also a test. Now it seems that there's nothing wrong with their origins. After Lu Cixi and others got the powerful pill, they didn't know what it was. They just looked at Xie Qiao and didn't dare to eat it easily. Xie Qiao said to Lu Cixi, "Sister, eat this, and you will truly become one of us." Lu Cixi hesitated for a moment and then stuffed the pill into her mouth. Yuan, Jiangpinger, and others also swallowed the powerful pills. Soon, Lu Cixi and the others looked painful. Some people cried out in pain. The female soldiers next to them watched them suffer with the joking expressions of experienced people. Although it is painful, it is a great blessing. After a while, Lu Cixi and the others finally felt the changes in their bodies and were all extremely surprised. One girl couldn't help it and punched a dead tree as thick as a bucket. With a click, the dead tree broke and fell down with a loud bang. "This is amazing." These newcomers were all overjoyed and excited, and they all tried their hand with nearby trees and stones. "It's clearly dark, but I can still see things so clearly. I feel so light. I can jump up to a height of more than a person with just a light jump. If I jump hard, can I jump at the top of the mountain?" The scene was a bit chaotic for a while. After Lu Chen gave some instructions to Xie Qiao, he left the valley and returned to the official road. Both sides of the official road were filled with victims lying on the ground. They lived in piles and patches in family or clan units, crying out incessantly for food. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Chen quietly dropped bags of rice next to the victims. He would put more bags of rice in the piles, depending on the number of victims, if the disaster was large, and fewer bags of rice if the disaster was small. He walked along the official road, constantly taking out bags of rice from the space and throwing them next to the victims. He moved forward very quickly and threw the rice bags even faster. Many victims only saw a flash of a figure, and Lu Chen had already run far ahead. "Oh, what is this?" An old man was so hungry that he couldn't sleep. Suddenly, he heard some movement beside him. He touched it with his hand and found a bag. He touched it carefully again and felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. As an old farmer who has done farm work all his life, he felt that it seemed to be filled with grain. He quickly took out his sickle for self-defense and gently cut the bag. He put 2 fingers into the bag and took out a few grains of rice. Rice! This is rice. Oh my God, this is rice. Soon, more and more victims found that they had 1 or several bags of rice around them without knowing when. God has opened his eyes. God has given us food. The victims knelt on the ground and thanked God. Chapter 144, Strange Bandits. It was almost dawn when Lu Chen returned to the valley and reunited with everyone. After working all night, he finally delivered 100,000 bags of rice. At first, he delivered the rice 1 bag at a time, but later he found that this method was too slow. Even if he worked until dawn, he still could not deliver all the 100,000 bags of rice. Later, he simply sent them in piles, each pile being 100 bags. Even so, he barely managed to deliver all 100,000 bags of rice. After returning to the camp, Lu Chen filled the carriage with food and more than 1,000 backpacks. In addition, he also placed more than 1,000 well-made daggers in the carriage. He asked everyone to take out backpacks from the carriage, 1 for each person, and asked them to put food and daggers into the backpacks. These foods are all easy to store and relatively filling, and this is their dry food for the journey. After everyone had breakfast, Lu Chen asked Chu Yun to lead the team away first and leave all the carriages behind. After Chu Yun led the team away, Lu Chen stored all 200 carriages into the system space. After the carriage was folded up, Lu Chen frowned as he looked at the 400 horses pulling the carriage. He only knew that he could put dead objects into the space, but he didn't know whether he could put living things into it. "We can only try it first." He approached a horse, and with a thought, the horse entered the space. Lu Chen entered the space with his mind to check. I saw the horse standing in the space, looking at the unfamiliar space scenery, and seemed confused. There are living things in there. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. He couldn't understand the rules of the system space. Logically speaking, food in space can be kept fresh and time seems to stand still. But at the same time, the plants in the space can grow and time flows very quickly, so the seed sown can be harvested in a few days. I tried it again today and found that animals can actually survive in space. This is somewhat contradictory. However, Lu Chen was not too surprised. Since it was a different dimension, the rules here must be different from those in the outside world. Since the space could hold living things, he put all 400 horses into the space. These horses are all fat and strong. They must be war horses. Keeping them might be useful in the future. As Xie Xiao watched Lu Chen collect hundreds of war horses one by one, her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. The man in front of her is her god. His magical abilities were displayed before her time and time again, and every time she was fascinated. "Husband, let's go." Lu Chen took Xie Xiao's arm, and the two walked out of the valley. Before reaching the official road, Xie Xiao saw wisps of smoke rising into the sky on both sides of the road. The victims were all cooking by the roadside. Xie Xiao was stunned. These disaster victims were begging for food yesterday, but why were they all cooking today? She smelled the rich aroma of rice and suddenly turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen also looked at Xie Xiao and smiled without saying anything. Both of them had experienced hunger and knew the difficulties faced by disaster victims. Selling children and eating their own children is so tragic. "Let's go." Chu Yun and the others are just ahead. Chu Yun and his team were walking on the official road, and there were no more disaster victims around asking them for food. But their team is still eye-catching. Although they were not wearing military uniforms at the time, their bright and beautiful attire, coupled with their stunning looks, attracted all the disaster victims on the official roads wherever they went. "It's still a bit eye-catching," Lu Chen said inwardly. He planned to walk a little further and reach the plain area, where he would leave the official road and be away from the crowd, and then he would be able to march at high speed. Lu Chen and Xie Xiao chased for a while and caught up with a large group led by Chu Yun. Lu Cece followed Chu Yun and was talking to her excitedly. Sister Yun, I'm as light as a swallow now. I feel like I can run 100 miles a day. Ju Jun's my, just 100 miles? You underestimate yourself. What kind of pill is it that big brother Lu gave us? It's amazing. I feel like a completely different person with endless energy. Lu Cece's sisters were very excited about the changes in their bodies and kept chattering as they walked. After walking for another half day, at noon, the female soldiers took out dry food from their backpacks and started to eat lunch. The victims on the official road also began to make fires and cook, and the aroma of rice was everywhere. Lu Chen was eating a bag of biscuits when he suddenly turned his head to look at the hill next to the official road. There were shadowy figures of people swaying there. Lu Chen said to Xie Xiao, "These grains really attracted hungry wolves." Xie Xiao looked in the direction Lu Chen was looking. "Are they bandits?" Lu Chen nodded, "Probably." Chu Yun had also discovered the bandits on the top of the mountain at this time. She immediately ordered the troops to stop and form a line. Then he asked Lu Chen whether he should wipe out this group of bandits. Lu Chen glanced at the team and finally looked at Lu Cece and her sisters. Chu Yun immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Cece, Yuan, Zhangping, step out. Lu Cece and others looked at Chu Yun, not understanding what he meant. Chu Yun waved at them and said, 25 of you, come to the front. Lu Cece and others came to the front of the team. Take the knives out of your bags. Lu Cece and the others obediently took out their knives. Chu Yun pointed to the hilltop in the distance and said, "Do you see those people? They are most likely bandits." Only then did Lu Cece understand that Chu Yun wanted them to kill the bandits. "Can we do it?" Lu Cece asked timidly. Chu Yun said seriously, "In our team, we can never say no at any time." Seeing the panic-stricken faces of Lu Cece and the others, Chu Yun slowed down his tone and said, "This is a hurdle that every soldier in our Lu family army must pass. As long as you join our Lu family army, you must go into battle and kill the enemy." Lu Cece and her sisters looked at each other. When they came, they didn't say they wanted to join the army. They're all daughters of officials, delicate ladies from noble families. How could they fight and kill each other? As they were talking, the bandits on the hilltop were already pressing towards the official road. Lu Cece and others felt their scalps tingling when they saw the huge group of bandits. Chu Yun said, "The mission of the 25 of you is to repel these bandits." "Sister Yin, you mean just let us go? Kill these bandits?" Judging from the number of bandits, there are at least thousands of them. Are they really relying on these 20 or so people to fight against thousands of bandits? They all know that they are no longer the same as they were in the past, but the difference in numbers is too big. Kill. Kill people. Steal food. Steal women. Kill. The bandits rushed towards this side from slow to fast. Among the crowd of bandits, there was a tall and thin middle-aged man who was holding a big knife and shouting loudly. But his steps were getting slower and slower, as if his legs were being pulled by something. He was originally at the front of the team, but halfway through, he was almost at the back of the team. When several fast-running bandits passed by the tall and thin man, they all cast contemptuous glances at him. "This coward. He's always like this. It really disgusts me." That's right. This guy is always sneaky and cunning like this, following behind and doing nothing. He's just a scoundrel. But let me tell you what, people like him have a long life. I've never seen blood on him. Chapter 145 Mai. Charge. Grab the food. Hurry, hurry. They have food. The faster you run, the more food you can grab. Charge. Look, there's so many women there. Grab them and warm your bed. The faster you run, the slower you run. First come, first served. The bandits rushed towards the official road. When they saw a large group of young women standing by the official road, their eyes lit up like hungry wolves. The tall and thin bandit still followed the other bandits slowly. He looked at the young women and shook his head. Why didn't they run away when they saw the bandits? Were they waiting for them to catch them? Soon, a large group of bandits rushed to the official road. Upon seeing this, the victims on the official road all scattered and fled in all directions. Of course, when they fled, they did not forget to take the rice bags and pots and pans with them. In a blink of an eye, all the nearby disaster victims fled. When Lu Cece and her sisters saw the bandits all over the mountains, they were already scared out of their wits. They instinctively wanted to hide behind the female soldiers, but they saw Chu Yun's stern gaze. Lu Cece stood at the front of the team and felt the greatest pressure. Seeing the bandits approaching, Lu Cece suddenly remembered what she had said to Chu Yun before. I can break a stone with one kick. If I kick someone, won't it break their bones? Lu Cece's mind suddenly seemed to be enlightened. That's right. I'm not the weak and helpless young lady I used to be. I can barely be considered a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Lu Cece's hand suddenly clenched the dagger. The two bandits rushed in front of Lu Cece. Their eyes were full of lust when they looked at her. Lu Cece suddenly felt a chill. Come, little lady, follow me, I will support you. As a bandit said this, he stretched out a dirty big hand and wanted to grab Lu Cece. Without time to think, Lu Cece cut the bandit's palm with a knife. A scream. The bandit's palm was chopped off and fell to the ground. Bloody. Lu Cece was so scared that she took 2 steps back. Seeing this, the other bandit's eyes widened and he swung the big knife at Lu Cece's head. Lu Cece subconsciously dodged to the side and then kicked forward. The bandit groaned and flew backwards. He flew 7 or 8 feet in the air before falling into the crowd. Lu Cece could hardly believe it. Is this something she could do? The ferocious bandits were so vulnerable. At this time, Yuan, Zhang Pinger, and others were also hit head-on by the bandits. They suppressed their panic and fought the bandits instinctively. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Yuan and others discovered that these bandits were extremely weak. With just a few punches or kicks from them, the bandits were either dead or disabled. With just a casual swing of their swords, they could easily cut off the bandits' limbs. These bandits were as ferocious as wolves and tigers, but their attacks seemed slow and powerless in their eyes. When they discovered this, they became bolder. Bandits are nothing more than that. Soon, Lu Cece and the others let go. They went from panic and fear at the beginning to passive resistance, and finally to actively fighting the enemy, successfully completing the transformation from rich girls to warriors. However, most of them are still not accustomed to fighting on the battlefield, and they cannot accept the sight of blood and dead bodies psychologically. But the ferocious bandits and the big knives in their hands made them unable to think too much and could only keep attacking and wielding their knives. Lu Chen stared at the battlefield, not commenting on the performance of Lu Cece and the others. Lu Cece and her friends were born in a wealthy family and have never experienced any hardship. It is not easy for them to achieve this. These women are so powerful. I've hit a wall today. I can't do it. Although Lu Cece and the others were on the passive defense, they were like killing gods in the eyes of the bandits. If they rushed forward, one would die, and if they rushed forward, 2 would die together. They were no match for them at all. Seeing that Lu Cece and the others were like a solid wall, no matter how many rushed forward, they were all killed by them with one sword. The bandits finally became scared, especially when they saw that there were more young women dressed in the same way, standing behind Lu Cece and the others. The bandits became even more frightened. Some of the bandits no longer dared to charge forward and just stood behind, waving their weapons and shouting. The tall and thin bandit who had been hiding at the end of the bandit group kept shouting and moving back and forth, but did not rush forward. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. As expected, no matter what time, it is better to be cautious. Look, they suffered a big loss this time. Where do these girls come from? They are so skilled. He looked at the group of young women not far away, puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to see a familiar face. That person. The tall and thin bandit suddenly widened his eyes. That young man, how come he looks so much like my Chunner? Chapter 146, Forced to Become a Bandit. But why is Chunner here? This place is 700 or 800 miles away from his hometown, and there is no way his child could run so far away. But no matter how the tall and thin bandit looked at it, the young man in gorgeous clothes looked very much like his son. Alas, I miss my child like crazy too. In this disaster year, Chunner might not even have wild vegetables to eat, so how could he be dressed so luxuriously? The tall and thin bandit felt sad. At this time, Lu Cece and others became more and more courageous. Seeing that the bandits were vulnerable in front of them, they became braver and killed the bandits more easily. Seeing that the situation was not good, a few bandits shouted and turned around and ran away. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a mountain collapsing. These few bandits who were fleeing took the lead, and the rest of the bandits had no intention of fighting anymore, and all fled towards the mountains. Lu Cece and others chased for a while, and then stopped and returned to the official road. Lu Chen did not order the bandits to be killed. Among these bandits, except for those who were rushing in the front, the bandits at the back were all pale and thin and had little desire to fight. Obviously, most of this group of bandits were disaster victims. Keep moving forward, Lu Chen ordered. We're still far from home, so the most important thing now is to hurry on our way. After this battle, Lu Cc and other new recruits have seen blood, so they will not be panic-stricken when encountering a big battle in the future. Just as Lu Chen led his team towards the south, they came to the bandits' lair. A row of low thatched houses lie halfway up a mountain. Lu Honkai walked with tired steps, bent down, and walked into a thatched hut that was leaking everywhere. In the thatched hut, a woman in her 30s was concentrating on weaving straw sandals. Yunyong. The woman raised her head and saw Lu Honkai and called out in surprise, "Boss, you're back." She hurriedly stood up and looked at Lu Honkai carefully. She was relieved to see that he was fine. "Huinyang, I saw someone on the official road today." Huinyang panicked and asked hurriedly, "But we are old acquaintances? What would happen if someone he used to know saw Lu Honkai and found out that he was a thief?" Lu Honkai nodded, then shook his head. "Maybe I saw it wrong. I saw someone who looked a lot like our Chunner." When Huinyang heard this, she suddenly grabbed Lu Honkai's sleeve and said, "Really? Did you really see our Chunner?" Lu Honkai shook his head again. "Maybe I saw it wrong. That person is dressed in gorgeous clothes and has an extraordinary demeanor. Although he looks like our Chunner, but how could he appear here? I must have been dazzled." Huinyang took a step back and sat down dejectedly on the straw mat, tears streaming down her face in silence. At this time, there was a burst of shouting and cursing outside. "You lazy bitch. You eat for free, and you just slack off every day. Why don't you hurry up and wash these clothes?" Huinyang quickly wiped the tears from her face, forced herself to stand up, and walked out of the hut. A stout woman pointed at the pile of rags on the ground and said in a domineering tone, "Lu family, hurry up and wash all these clothes and sew up the holes. If you don't finish these today, you too won't have any food tomorrow." Huinyang bent down and lowered her head, saying yes repeatedly. Lu Honkai watched the fat woman walk away, his eyes full of resentment. He came to Huinyang and whispered, "Huinyang, let's escape." Huinyang's eyes dimmed, and she shed tears as she asked, "How can I escape?" They did manage to escape, but were all caught by the thieves and severely beaten. In the past, they couldn't escape even if they were dozens of miles away from home. This place is hundreds of miles away from their hometown. Even if they escape, the journey is extremely dangerous and they have no food. It would be very difficult to escape back home alive. "Well," Lu Honkai let out a long sigh. Huinyang raised her head and looked straight at Lu Honkai. "Master, you must remember not to take any risks. No matter what, we must go home. Chunner is waiting for us at home." "Huinyang, I know." Lu Honkai looked determined and nodded heavily. At night, Lu Chen led the female soldiers and galloped all the way across the flat field. The female soldiers marched much faster on foot than in carriages. "It's just that I get less than 2 hours of rest every day, so I'm a little sleep-deprived. But after taking the powerful pills, their physical fitness has been greatly improved. If they encounter special circumstances, it will not be a big problem even if they do not rest for several days and nights. Marching at night is the most worry-free. You don't have to worry about bandits or robbers. Just focus on getting on your way. But it's troublesome during the day. During the day, there were disaster victims everywhere, as well as large and small groups of bandits. Whenever they encountered bandits, Lu Chen would order Lu Cc and more than 20 others to meet the enemy, taking the opportunity to improve their combat skills. Chapter 147, Training with Soldiers. Majiang County is just ahead. After passing Majiang County, we'll reach Lujiazhai. Lu Chen looked at the Majiang County city wall in the distance. "I have been out for more than 2 months, and I don't know how Lujiazhai is doing." Hedo County is located at the junction of Jiangnan and the Central Plains. This land has always been a battleground for military strategists and has often been plagued by wars. Lujiazhai is eye-catching and will definitely not be peaceful. Xie Qiao took Lu Chen's hand and said softly, "I miss Daya and the others too." Lu Chen held Xie Qiao's delicate hand tightly and said, "When Lujiazhai is built, we will get married." Lu Chen felt quite guilty. Earlier, Lu Chen had planned to hold a wedding with Xie Qiao, but due to the successive wars, it has been delayed until now and has not been possible. Xie Qiao's face turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. She saw Lu Chen's feelings for her and felt sweet in her heart. She had no objection, no matter how Lu Chen arranged it. At this time, there was a faint noise ahead. Xie Qiao looked ahead and said, "It seems our people have been stopped." Soon, Zhao Yingxue came hurriedly. "Brother Lu, there's a large group of soldiers ahead, saying they want to use our people as soldiers." Zhao Yingxue's face was filled with resentment, but she was too embarrassed to say the following words. Xie Qiao's expression instantly turned cold. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. He's almost at his doorstep. Who would dare to provoke him? Whose team is it? Lu Chen asked. Zhao Yingxue replied. It should be the troops of Jiang Wenyu, the general of Fengzhou. Fengzhou General Jiang Wenyu? Lu Chen asked. Aren't they in the south? How could they be defeated so quickly? If Lu Chen remembered correctly, wasn't Jiang Wenyu's troops blocking Jinyuan Ho's troops from moving north? Zhao Yingxue replied. This, I don't know. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Yingxue and found that her loyalty had risen to 95. Her loyalty has increased rapidly these days. In this case, there's no need to deliberately explore her origins. After all, she is already her own. As usual, let Lu Cixi and the others take the lead. Lu Chen said. Lu Cixi and her team were the ones who fought and killed several gangs of bandits they encountered along the way. This time, let them face officers and soldiers with stronger combat effectiveness and see how they perform. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a fight broke out in front. Zhao Yingxue said, Brother Lu, I'll go over and take a look. Lu Chen nodded and said, Go ahead. Zhao Yingxue left in a hurry. Lu Chen and Xie Qiao followed. When they arrived at the front, the two sides were already fighting. The surrounding disaster victims fled in all directions, fearing that they would be affected. Chu Yun and the female soldiers lined up in front. Only Lu Cixi and 20 or so recruits were fighting in the formation. Lu Chen watched for a moment and found that Lu Cixi and her men were unstoppable, forcing the officers and soldiers to retreat again and again, without any chance of resistance. Yes, they're making rapid progress. Even if they encountered well-equipped regular troops, Lu Cixi and her team felt no pressure at all. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, he saw the officers and soldiers on the opposite side retreating. Why did they all run away? Lu Chen wondered. Xie Qiao smiled and said, I'm scared because I got beaten. Lu Chen looked at the enemy corpses on the battlefield. There were only 300 or 400. Judging from the size of the enemy troops, there are at least 3,000 to 4,000 of them. They retreated decisively, but no one knew why. Lu Chen ordered the troops to bypass the county town and continue to advance. By nightfall, we will be able to return to Lujiazhai. The team continued to move forward. In Majiang County, after hearing the report from his subordinates, Jiang Wenyu's face became gloomy and uncertain. Sir, I believe this group of plainclothes female soldiers is so brave and unstoppable that they must be from Lujiazhai. Jiang Wenyu's mouth twitched, and he felt a little nervous. What you fear will come to you. What he feared most at this moment was not Jinyuan Ho's troops, but the mysterious female soldier unit of Lujiazhai. Marquis Jinyuan led tens of thousands of elite troops to attack Lujiazhai for nearly 2 months, losing a large number of soldiers and horses and gaining nothing. In the end, they had to withdraw in a hurry. How could Jiang Wenyu's troops be a match for Lujiazhai? Pass my order, march tonight. Jiang Wenyu smelled a hint of danger. If he is not careful, his life may be lost here. Chapter 148 Kill Him. It was already evening when Lu Chen rushed back to Lujiazhai. They were still more than 10 miles away from the village, and spies had already passed the news back. When Zhao Daya heard that Lu Chen had returned, her face was full of joy. She immediately issued an order. Immediately gather all the soldiers and civilians of Lujiazhai and Sun Jiazwang to welcome Brother Lu back. A moment later, the villages of Lujiazhai and Sun Jiazwang were in chaos. Master Lu is back. Hurry up. Master Lu is back. Old woman, hurry up. I heard that Master Lu brought a lot of female soldiers with him. Hurry up and bring some food from home to give to Master Lu and the female soldiers. Hurry up and go to the city gate to welcome Master Lu. Tens of thousands of soldiers and civilians poured out of their homes or military camps. Except for the old man lying at home, unable to move, almost everyone gathered at the gate of Lujiazhai, crowding both sides of the roads inside and outside the city. When Lu Chen brought 1,000 female soldiers to the outside of the city, he saw a crowd of people at the city gate. Immediately afterwards, thunderous cheers were heard. Welcome back, Master Lu. Master Lu, all is well. Mr. Lu, you miss us so much. You are finally back. Welcome, Master Lu. When Lu Chen was away, the soldiers and civilians in the city were not harmed by the soldiers and bandits, but they were frightened every day when facing tens of thousands of soldiers. If Lu Chen were there, they might not be so scared. Lu Chen is the backbone of Lu Jiazhai. Only when Lu Chen is around will they feel at peace. Lu Chen didn't expect to enjoy such a grand welcome ceremony and was quite touched. He walked at the front of the team, taking steady steps, smiling and waving to the crowd frequently. At the same time, he also saw dark red stains everywhere on the ground outside the city gate. Obviously, after he left, Lu Jiazhai must have experienced a great battle. However, the city walls and gates were not damaged, indicating that the enemy did not pose a threat to Lu Jiazhai. Lu Chen also discovered that there were a lot more female soldiers in the city. This is recruiting new soldiers. It just so happened that Lu Chen was planning to recruit soldiers after he came back, so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Zhao Yingxue was walking in the team, looking around as she walked. This is the Lu family village that father mentioned. She observed everything carefully. This city wall is quite strong. Although it has experienced great battles, it remains unscathed. There are thousands of female soldiers in the city and several thousand villagers, with a total population of over 10,000. Some of these female soldiers are extremely powerful, but others are extremely weak. I guess they haven't taken the magic medicine yet. Lu Cece and her sisters also looked at the small town with curiosity. Sister Cece, this will be our home from now on. This city doesn't look very big. This place is so remote, and there's nothing around. It looks so poor. Veteran figures such as Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu were guarding the city gate. When Lu Chen approached, they all came forward to greet him. Zhao Daya's eyes were misty as she stepped forward and saluted. Brother Lu, welcome home. Meng Ruyu also said, Mr. Lu, you still remember to come back? I thought you were just enjoying yourself outside and didn't want to leave. The others also greeted Lu Chen. Surrounded by the crowd, Lu Chen returned home. Zhao Daya immediately asked the kitchen to prepare a banquet. Chu Yin was busy arranging the check-in for the newlyweds. After a busy period, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu came to see Lu Chen. Zhao Daya said anxiously, Brother Lu, if you don't come back, I'll have to make my own decision. However, Sister Meng also agrees with this. When Lu Chen heard this, he was surprised to find that something happened just after he came back. What's the rush? Meng Ruyu chuckled. Daya has a wish that has not been fulfilled, but I need to ask Brother Lu for your permission. What's going on? Meng Ruyu said, about Jiang Wenyu. Lu Chen was puzzled. Jiang Wenyu? Zhao Daya said, yes, Brother Lu, we just got the news that Jiang Wenyu is going to run away. Killing Jiang Wenyu is Zhao Daya's biggest concern at the moment. This Jiang Wenyu is simply not a human being. Zhao Daya will feel unhappy if she doesn't kill him. Jiang Wenyu wants to run away. Lu Chen recalled that they were intercepted by Jiang Wenyu's troops on the way, and they retreated as soon as they engaged in the battle. Yes, they are already preparing to leave Majiang County and move eastward. Zhao Daya was afraid that Lu Chen would not agree, so she briefly told him about the unscrupulous things Jiang Wenyu had done. Lu Chen didn't have much to say about this. In such a chaotic and disastrous year, there are countless people like Jiang Wenyu. Since he deserves to die, let's kill him. Chapter 149, Is Anyone Still Hungry? After nightfall, you will take 500 men, catch up with Jiang Wenyu's troops, and capture his head. Zhao Daya nodded heavily. Okay, Brother Lu. During this period of time, although she led her troops to fight against Wang Han's troops, she was thinking about Jiang Wenyu every day. If she doesn't kill this man, she won't be able to sleep well. Lu Chen added, your primary mission this time is to kill Jiang Wenyu. Strike a decisive battle and return quickly. When he was chatting with Meng Ruyu just now, Meng Ruyu talked about the changes in Zhao Daya during this period. Zhao Daya has transformed from a timid and weak girl into a female devil who kills people without blinking an eye. She even likes to go into battle and kill enemies more than Meng Ruyu, who comes from a military family. Lu Chen believed that Zhao Daya's bloodthirsty nature could no longer be indulged. Killing is to stop killing, not killing for the sake of killing. After dinner, Zhao Daya immediately gathered 500 female soldiers, took their weapons and equipment, and left the city under the cover of night. Lu Chen left home and walked around Lu Jiazhai and Sun Jiazwang alone. After almost 3 months away, Lu Jiazhai and Sun Jiazwang have completely changed. Rows of two-story residential buildings are neatly arranged. The barracks are in good order. Most of the ground has been hardened and is no longer the bumpy and dusty dirt road it used to be. At present, there is still some infrastructure that has not been completed. Some are under construction, while others are temporarily shelved due to insufficient building materials. He looked to see which facilities were still unfinished and what materials were missing. He purchased the insufficient materials from a space. There were not enough weapons in the arsenal, so he bought weapons from the system space. He had consumed a lot of ammunition recently, so he bought more. The food in the warehouse was almost gone. The bacon, dried meat, and various vegetables had already been eaten up. He took out some more from a space and piled them in the warehouse. Now, he has plenty of money and can spend it lavishly. In the military camp, Zhao Yingxue happened to be assigned to the same room with Lu Cici and her 4 little sisters. Due to the addition of a large number of new recruits a few days ago, housing is a bit tight, and now 6 people live in one room. In addition to the 5 of them, there was also a female soldier named Li Xionyang. Li Xionyang is considered a veteran. The room is not small, but spacious, and each room has a private bathroom. Like other recruits before them, Zhao Yingxue and her friend were also very surprised when they saw the bright glass windows and the various bathroom supplies. What surprised them even more was the light bulb on the roof that was as bright as daylight. Even Zhao Yingxue, the princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, couldn't help but want to touch it and see how it emitted light. Also, there are several large packages of sanitary napkins in the cabinet in the room. When the veteran told them its purpose, Zhao Yingxue, Lu Cici, and the others all blushed. They didn't expect that there was such a useful thing in the world. All of this was bought by Master Lu, Li Xionyang said to them. Master Lu is so mysterious and powerful. He bought all the materials used to build the city. In fact, the reason why Lu Chen's image is so tall and sacred in the minds of these soldiers and civilians had a lot to do with his ability. No one has ever seen where Lu Chen bought these supplies. They didn't dare to ask. Zhao Yingxue and Lu Cici had the same idea in their minds. Zhao Yingxue followed Lu Chen from the capital all the way to the northern border, and then from the northern border to Lujiazhai. Along the way, so many weapons, equipment, and food suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out where they came from. But these must have a lot to do with Lu Chen. Lu Cici suddenly asked Zhao Yingxue, Sister Yingxue, I heard that you are all from the capital. Where do you live in the capital? Zhao Yingxue was startled, and after a pause, she said, I came from another place to visit my relatives in the capital. Lu Cici said, oh. She obviously felt that Zhao Yingxue didn't want to say it, so she didn't ask any more questions. In these troubled times, it is understandable that many people have secrets that they are reluctant to share with outsiders. Yuan, Lu Cici's little sister from her time in Beijing, said, Sister Yingxue, I hear you have a Beijing accent too. Lu Cici quickly glared at Yuan. This girl talks too much. Miss, please have pity on me and give me something to eat. Zhao Yingxue's expression changed slightly. This voice sounds a little familiar. Li Xionyang said impatiently. That old guy's making trouble again. Lu Cici asked curiously, Who is that? Yuan also said, This is a female barracks. Why is there a man living here? Jiang Pinger said, Is it a man? Why do I sound like a woman? Zhao Yingxue asked casually, Is there a shortage of food in Lujiao village? Why is this person complaining of hunger? Although the meal tonight is not sumptuous, it is filling and everyone can eat as much as they want until they are full. No one should go hungry. Chapter 150. Overthrowing the Great Zhou Dynasty. You don't know. Li Xionyang lowered her voice and began to gossip in a mysterious tone. That old man was a big shot from the capital, a very important one. He originally came to deliver the imperial edict. In the end, he was taken to the military camp by Master Lu. Actually, our Lu family village already had a prison built, and these prisoners should have been sent there long ago, but Master Lu was not in the village, and Sister Daya and General Meng had no say, so they are still imprisoned in the military camp. In fact, Li Xionyang did not know the real reason. Sima Zhongxin benefited from Ji Yongnian's help. Even though Meng Ruyu's strength far surpassed Ji Yongnian at this time, Ji Yongnian had held the title of the #1 master in the Great Zhou for many years. Meng Ruyu was extremely passionate about martial arts and naturally had great respect for Ji Yongnian. After all, Ji Yongnian has always been her idol. She just didn't want to see Ji Yongnian, the #1 master of the Great Zhou, in such a miserable state that she let them continue to live in the barracks. Zhao Yingxue's guess was finally confirmed. She and her father, Emperor Zhou Yuzhao, both believed that Sima Zhongxian was detained in Lujiazhai by Lu Chen, and it turned out to be true. Sima Zhongxian is a martial arts expert, and Ji Yongnian is the best master in the Great Zhou dynasty. Yet, they were defeated by Lu Chen. After Zhao Yingxue took the powerful pill, although she killed many people on the battlefield, she never had the chance to fight with martial arts masters. Therefore, until now, Zhao Yingxue still doesn't know how strong she is. Lu Cixi and her sisters were also shocked. The names of Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongnian were well known to them, as they were from prominent families in the capital. Lu Cixi was also surprised. Brother Lu is so powerful. Li Xiu Niang Laoga. Why should Master Lu take action against such a small character? She pointed to the side and said, "The girl who defeated Ji Yongnian lives next door to us. Her name is Li Shui." Zhao Yingxue, Lu Cixi, and others were shocked. When they were chatting just now, Li Xionyang had already said that these female soldiers living in the military camp were just ordinary female soldiers. Those corps members all lived in the backyard of Lu Chen's house. The senior female soldiers lived in the front yard of Lu Chen's house. To put it bluntly, those living in the military barracks are just ordinary female soldiers. An ordinary female soldier actually defeated Ji Yongnian, the #1 master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Yingxue, Lu Cixi, and others all felt that their brains were not enough. If that's the case, do they all have the ability to defeat Ji Yongnian? They're all top martial arts masters. Zhao Yingxue suddenly felt a little pity for Sima Zhongxian and Ji Yongnian. One of them is the head of the East Factory, who possesses tremendous power, and the other is the best master in the Great Zhou. At this time, he was locked up in Lu Chen's military camp like a dog. He couldn't even get enough food and was howling with hunger all day long. Somehow, Zhao Yingxue thought of her father again. If there comes a day, Zhao Yingxue didn't dare to think any further. Inside Lu Chen's mansion, Lu Chen handed a big bag to Xie Qiao. "You will distribute these pills to the new recruits tomorrow." Xie Qiao took the heavy bag and looked at Lu Chen. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Xie Qiao looked a little strange, Lu Chen asked, "Husband, how many of these pills do you have?" Xie Qiao initially thought that Lu Chen only had a few pills. Later she thought there were only a few dozen pills. Later, she thought there were hundreds or thousands of pills. But now, Xie Qiao took the bag, and she estimated that there were several thousand pills in the bag. "How many magic pills does Lu Chen have?" Lu Chen said calmly, 100,000 pills. Xie Qiao's hands trembled. 100,000. 100,000. What's the concept? With just 1,000 female soldiers, they defeated the Tartars. If there were 100,000 elite female soldiers, wouldn't it be easy to take over the entire Great Zhou? Xie Qiao stared straight at Lu Chen. "The man in front of me is so strong." Lu Chen seemed not to notice Xie Qiao's strange look and said, "With the new recruits recruited by Daya, our total strength has reached 6,000. Next, we should get down to business." Xie Qiao stared at Lu Chen infatuatedly and asked unconsciously, "What's the matter?" "Bulldoze Dazhou." Xie Qiao shuddered and immediately woke up. "What? Overthrow the Great Zhou." Chapter 151. Capture the king first. Zhao Daya led 500 female soldiers and ran through the mountains and fields like a cheetah, and soon arrived at Majiang County. Jiang Wenyu's troops were heading eastward, and only a small tail of Majiang County was left. Zhao Daya sent out a team of 30 people, sneaked up on Jiang Wenyu's team, and captured a dozen prisoners without anyone noticing. Among the prisoners were 2 low-ranking officers. After a surprise interrogation, the prisoners quickly confessed all the military information they knew. From this, we learned that Jiang Wenyu's Central Army arrived later and was located in the back half of this long team. After dealing with these prisoners, Zhao Daya led his team to quietly chase Jiang Wenyu from the flank. On the official road, many officers and soldiers held torches, forming a winding fire dragon. Because they had to travel all night, the officers and soldiers complained bitterly. Zhao Daya led her team and moved forward silently parallel to Jiang Wenyu's large force on one side of the official road. Around the hour of Cho, Zhao Daya finally caught up with the Central Army where Jiang Wenyu was. Those people riding big horses must be officials. A female soldier pointed at a group of cavalry on the official road. There were at least 500 cavalrymen in this team. They held torches high and closely protected a dozen people. The armor worn by these dozen men was obviously different from that of other cavalrymen. They all held their heads high and chests puffed out, with arrogant expressions and great style, and it was obvious that they were of extraordinary status. Pass the order down. Mission objective: capture those dozen officials alive. Zhao Daya gave orders in a low voice. The order was quickly passed on. Zhao Daya gripped the long knife tightly and suddenly jumped up from her hiding place. Kill! Before she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed towards the cavalry. Behind her, 500 female soldiers rushed towards the cavalry like tigers descending from the mountains. Kill! Amid the crisp shouts of killing, the cavalry was in a panic. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Oh no! Enemy attack! Protect the general! Quick! Form a formation to meet the enemy. The cavalry hastily formed their formation. Jiang Wenyu's heart was beating rapidly as he was protected in the formation. Sure enough, his intuition was correct. Since leaving Majiang County, Jiang Wenyu always felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Quick, stop them. Come with me. The rest of you wait and stop them. While giving orders, Jiang Wenyu galloped towards the other side of the official road. More than 10 generals and a team of personal soldiers beside him hurriedly followed. When Jiang Wenyu heard that the person who attacked at night was a woman, he knew something was wrong. The people coming must be female soldiers from Lujiazhai. These female soldiers were extremely brave and could kill people as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. They were unstoppable. The soldiers under his command were no match for him. The generals under Jiang Wenyu were also aware of this. Quick, protect the general. The infantry behind the cavalry also rushed towards this side. Zhao Daya cut off the head of a war horse with a knife, turned around, and kicked another war horse to the ground. At this time, the female soldiers had already fought with the cavalry. Suddenly, there were shouts, cries, neighings of horses, and screams. Normally, the cavalry would crush the infantry, but today, the situation was completely reversed. The female soldiers were as light as a swallow, flying high and low in the cavalry formation. Before the cavalrymen could even draw their spears and swing their swords, they were cut down from their horses. Because the torches were swaying randomly and the visibility was unclear, many cavalrymen met their demise before they could even see the enemy clearly. More infantrymen surrounded and attacked the female soldiers from the front and back ends of the team. The female soldiers quickly divided into 5 teams of 100 people, one of which followed Zhao Daya and attacked Jiang Wenyu's personal guards. The other 2 teams focused on dealing with the cavalry. The remaining 2 teams attacked the infantry that came to support them. Zhao Daya led 100 female soldiers and rushed straight into the rear of the enemy like a sharp knife. Her only target is Jiang Wenyu. A fearless low-ranking general led a squad of cavalry and bravely stood in front of Zhao Daya. He thrust a gun in his hand and stabbed at Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya jumped up and swung her long sword. The steel spear in the general's hand was instantly knocked away. The general lost feeling in his entire arm from the shock of the sword. Go to hell! Zhao Daya swung the knife again in midair. A huge head flew high into the sky, and blood mist filled the sky. Kill! Zhao Daya shouted again. An enemy soldier on a nearby warhorse was cut in half. Jiang Wenyu looked at Zhao Daya and others who were getting closer and closer, feeling both shocked and frightened. Today my life ends. Chapter 152, Beat the Beast. Jiang Wenyu's intuition has always been accurate. The same is true this time. Jiang Wenyu is very desperate now. His tens of thousands of troops were like chickens and dogs in front of these female soldiers. His several hundred cavalrymen and the thousands of infantrymen who continued to arrive could not hold out for less than an incense stick of time under the fierce attack of several hundred female soldiers. He was then picked up by Zhao Daya like a chicken. In a valley, Jiang Wenyu and a dozen senior generals were tied up tightly and thrown to the ground like dead dogs. Surrounding them were hundreds of blackheads. There are also dozens of dazzling beams of light. These beams of light shone on the faces of Jiang Wenyu and others, and the dazzling light made them dare not open their eyes. In their ears, they could hear the female soldiers chattering and whispering. He is the general? What kind of rank is a general? I heard that the general is a very important official, but I don't know how important he is. Look, he leads tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. He must be a very high-ranking official. No matter how high-ranking an official is, he was still captured alive by our eldest sister, wasn't he? Yeah, I don't think he's that good. Jiang Wenyu and a dozen generals felt extremely humiliated at this moment. They felt like beggars lying on the street, being pointed at and talked about. Just now, they were the majestic and arrogant masters, but in the blink of an eye, they fell into the dust and became miserable prisoners. Zhao Daya strode over and stepped on Jiang Wenyu's chest. Jiang Wenyu felt as if all his bones were crushed, and the pain made him break out in cold sweats. He was unwilling to accept it. He didn't know why the female soldiers from Lu Chen wanted to be his enemy. "Tell me, are you Jiang Wenyu, General Jiang?" Zhao Daya asked sternly. It had come to this point, and Jiang Wenyu knew he couldn't escape. He said with pain, "Yes, it's me. Lady, I wonder when I've ever offended you." Zhao Daya kicked Jiang Wenyu on the calf again. Crack! Jiang Wenyu almost passed out from the pain. The female soldiers also gasped when they heard this. "Tell me, how many people have you killed?" Jiang Wenyu felt a chill in his heart and kept silent. "You won't tell me, will you?" Zhao Daya kicked Jiang Wenyu again on his other calf. There was another bone-breaking sound that made one's scalp tingle. "I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Jiang Wenyu was in such pain that he could only say, maybe 4,000 or 5,000. Zhao Daya raised her foot and stepped on Jiang Wenyu's palm, rolling it hard on the ground. Several strong flashlights shone on Zhao Daya's military boots. Judging from her strength, Jiang Wenyu's palm was probably completely broken. Jiang Wenyu let out a series of pig-slaughtering howls. Lady, I might have remembered it wrongly. It's not 4,000 or 5,000, maybe more than 10,000. Zhao Daya glared at Jiang Wenyu with fire in her eyes and stepped harder. Jiang Wenyu pleaded repeatedly, "My dear hero, I was wrong. It's not more than 10,000, it's more than 20,000. Zhao Daya raised her foot and stepped on Jiang Wenyu's other hand. Auntie, please spare my life." Jiang Wenyu wailed continuously, and his screams broke through the sky. Seeing Jiang Wenyu in such an ugly state, several female soldiers couldn't help but mock him. He's a high-ranking official, and he can't even bear this little pain. Yeah, look at him. He didn't even say a word, even when his head was chopped off. This is so embarrassing. If your soldiers saw you like this, they would probably die of laughter. These female soldiers had heard something about Jiang Wenyu's evil deeds. I heard that he ordered his troops to capture people everywhere to use as military rations. He captured all the men, women, and children from many villages. It was really tragic. Many of the female soldiers are from Hutto County. Several people from a village where the female soldiers lived were captured by Jiang Wenyu's troops. If they had not been taken in by Lu Chen, they might have already been in Jiang Wenyu's belly. Such a demon would never be satisfied, even if he died 1,000 times. Zhao Daya pointed at the dozen or so officers nearby and said, "And you too. You are accomplices to the evil, and your crimes are equally unforgivable." This time, before Zhao Daya could make a move, dozens of female soldiers rushed forward and started punching and kicking them. Although these female soldiers did not use any brutal force, they were too strong. Each punch and kick had a force of several hundred pounds, which made these generals cry for mercy. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy did not work at all, and the female soldiers became even more brutal. "Damn it, you all deserve to die. The people support you with their blood and sweat so that you can protect them, not harm them. Hit hard. Hit hard. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Vampires. Demons who eat human flesh and leave no bones." These female soldiers control their strength, and each punch hit the flesh but was not fatal. They followed Zhao Daya for a long time and understood her thoughts. Why did Zhao Daya want to capture them alive? Of course, I don't want them to die quickly. Chapter 153, Military System. It was already the next morning when Zhao Daya led the team back to Lu Chen. Xie Qiao has gathered all the new recruits. She and several other key military personnel, including Miao Yiye, Miao Lingling, Xiao Mei, and Xiaoju, were distributing powerful pills to thousands of new recruits. Following the previous procedure, Xie Qiao had the new recruits take the powerful pills and tested whether they were effective. In order to minimize the waste of precious pills, Meng Ruyu had already conducted strict screening of the new recruits, and those who did not meet the requirements had been eliminated in advance. Therefore, this time I took the Dolly pills, not a single one was wasted. I have to say that women of this era are much better than those in later generations. Lu Chen was very satisfied with the result. After all the new recruits were transformed into formal soldiers, Lu Chen summoned all the senior military officials to the Lu Mansion. "Our team is growing stronger and stronger. From now on, our team will be a regular army, not a makeshift team. Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, Chu Yun, Lu Xiaolan, and others did not know Lu Chen's plan in advance. After hearing what he said, they all sat upright and listened with serious expressions. Lu Chen took out a dozen pieces of paper and handed them to Zhao Daya and others. Then he continued, since it's a regular army, it should have a military system. Many of you, especially General Meng Ruyu, know that the army has a military system. 5 people form a squad, 10 people form a small flag, 50 people form a general flag, and 100 people form a centurion. However, the army we want to build is different from the military system of the Great Zhou dynasty. Lu Chen spoke eloquently about the military system of later generations. My initial idea is this. If there are any shortcomings, you can point them out and we can discuss improvements. Soon, Lu Chen put forward his idea. There are 10 people in a class. 30 people form a row. A company of 100 people. A group of thousands of people. 10,000 people become teachers. Because the female soldiers under him have incredible combat power, the largest combat group is at the division level. At the same time, he also deleted the 2 combat units, battalion and brigade. 3 squads make a platoon, 3 platoons make a company. There's a company headquarters with a company commander and a deputy company commander. The company headquarters has a total of 10 people, and a company has a total of 100 people. Within the company, the 3 platoons are designated as Company 1, Company 2, and Company 3. 9 companies form a regiment, with a regimental headquarters, a commander, and a deputy commander. The headquarters consists of 100 people for a total of 1,000 people in a regiment. 9 regiments form a division, with a division headquarters, a division commander, and a deputy division commander. The division headquarters has 1,000 people, and a regiment has a total of 10,000 people. At present, our army has more than 6,000 soldiers, so there are 6 regiments. Currently, our army has fewer than 10,000 men. These 6 regiments will be tentatively designated as a division, and we will call it the 1st Division. Our army currently has a total of 54 companies, which are the 11th, 12th, 13th, and up to the 64th company in order. Our army currently has 6 regiments, numbered 101st, 102nd, 103rd to 106th. Lu Chen finally said, next, let's discuss whether this military system can be improved further. Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others were very excited when they held the military system list drafted by Lu Chen. They followed Lu Chen and finally took that step. The goal is very clear and specific. Lu Chen is going to lead them to achieve great things. The table listed by Lu Chen is clear and concise. You can understand it at a glance, and it is easy to remember. Meng Ruyu took the lead and said, Brother Lu, I think the military system you designed is very good and does not need any further improvement. Since the former female generals said so, Zhao Daya and the others naturally followed suit. Lu Chen said, since everyone agrees, let's discuss who will take the positions of division commander, deputy division commander, and chief of staff, as well as the candidates for the commanders and deputy commanders of the 6 regiments. What followed was another heated discussion. An hour later, the candidates for officers at all levels were basically finalized. The position of the 1st Division of the Lu family army was held by Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya didn't expect that she would be the supreme commander. She was flattered and declined repeatedly. But after much pushing and shoving, no one dared to sit in this seat except her. Meng Ruyu served as deputy division commander. The chief of staff is Lu Xiaolan, who is well-read and good at strategy, making her the most suitable person for the position. Chu Yun is responsible for the security of Lu Chen and Xie Qiao, and leads the guard regiment. Below are the candidates for the positions of group leaders. Chapter 154, renamed Lu Jiabao. The choice of a group leader was quickly decided. The leader of the 101st Regiment is Miao Yiya. The commander of the 102nd Regiment is Xiao Ju. The leader of the 103rd Regiment is Xiao Hua. The commander of the 104th Regiment was Yang Yuhuan. The commander of the 105th Regiment is Ning Er. The commander of the 106th Regiment is Xiao Mei. Among these group leaders, except Ning Er, who is Meng Ruyu's personal bodyguard, the other ones joined relatively early. Xiaoju and Xiao Mei were the first to join Lu Chen's team, besides Chu Yun. The 2 of them are the oldest of the 5, almost 16. Among the other 3, Xiaolan is just over 13 years old, and Xiaoyan and Xiaoxiang are even younger, only 11 or 12 years old. Although the three of them joined relatively early, due to age restrictions, they can only be entrusted with important tasks when they are older. Miao Yiye is Lu Chen's eldest cousin. With the careful training of Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu, she is capable of standing on her own. Xiao Hua is Lu Chen's eldest cousin. Yang Yuhuan is from this village. Originally, she was just guarding the gate for Lu Chen. Recently, she has performed well in battles, so this time she was assigned the position of leader of the 104th Regiment. Afterwards, they finalized the candidates for deputy regiment commander and company commander of each company one by one. Next is the issue of staffing. Lu Chen asked Zhao Daya to bring the list of soldiers and reorganize the new recruits and old soldiers. From the smallest class to the highest regimental level, new recruits and veterans are mixed together, so as not to reduce combat effectiveness. Lu Chen also arranged the next training schedule for the new recruits. After 3 days, Lu Chen finally arranged all the affairs of the army in the village. Lu Chen was finally able to take a short break. In his spare time, he would eat something with Xie Qiao at home or walk around the village to see the various facilities in the military camp and residential area of Lujiazhai. At this time, Lujiazhai had basically become an independent military camp. The adjacent Sunjiazwang is a residential area. There are still several families in Lujiazhai. In addition to the village chief Lu Daji, there are 4 or 5 families who have not moved to Sunjiazwang. Lu Chen did not urge them because the military camp in Lujiazhai had not been completed yet, so there was no rush. Lu Chen learned from Zhao Daya and others that Lu Daji had his own little thoughts on why he had not moved to Sunjiazwang yet. Zhao Daya told Lu Chen that Lu Daji had looked for her several times and asked her in a very subtle way how to get the position of village chief when she arrived in Sunjiazwang. After all, Lu Daji is only the village chief of Lujiazhai, and Sunjiazwang has its own village chief. In response to this, Lu Chen decided to completely cancel the names of the 2 villages, Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang. Now that the 2 villages are basically connected, they share the same name. Although Lujiazhai and Sunjiazwang are not small in scale, they are definitely not large, so it is obviously inappropriate to name them as cities. Then let's call it Lujiabeo from now on. That day, when Lu Chen was patrolling in Lujiazhai as usual, he happened to meet Lu Daji. As soon as Lu Daji saw Lu Chen, he came forward to greet him. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lu Chen told Lu Daji about the village's name change. When Lu Daji heard this, he agreed immediately. Great, that's great. Lujiabeo, this name sounds really domineering. Yes, it's domineering. Although Lu Chen doesn't talk much with the villagers on weekdays, he often talks and chats with Zhao Daya and others. Unintentionally, he infected Zhao Daya and others with many new words of later generations. Zhao Daya and her friends then spread these new words to other villagers. From now on, you'll be the village chief of Lujiabeo, and Sun Lijing of Sunjiazwang will be the deputy village chief. Uncle 13, what do you think? When Lu Daji heard this, he laughed so hard that snot bubbles almost popped out of his nose, and his old face looked like a blooming old chrysanthemum. He was so happy that he didn't know what to say. It's done. It's done. It's done. Being promoted from village chief to head of the village was once his biggest dream in life. Now, even Sun Lijing was surpassed by him, and his dream finally came true. Lu Chen smiled and said, "From now on, our Lu family castle will be handed over to you. Uncle 13 will have to worry about it from now on." "Don't worry. Relax. Don't you trust your uncle's character? I promise to do my best to make our Lu family castle better and better." Among the several female soldiers following Lu Chen, one was from Lujiazhai village. When she heard what Lu Daji said, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. What does the good or bad of Lujiabeo have to do with you? Chapter 155, The Princess Meets the Prisoner. That night, Lu Chen held a meeting with Zhao Daya and others as usual. Holding meetings every night has now become a habit. Regardless of whether Lu Chen is there or not, Zhao Daya and Meng Ruyu will hold a meeting in the evening. If there are important matters, they will discuss them. If there are no important matters, they will talk about various trivial matters in the village. Generally speaking, this meeting does not last long. When there is nothing to do, it will end with just a few simple words and will not take up too much of everyone's time. Lu Chen told everyone about the name change of Lujia village to Lujiabeo. Zhao Daya and others naturally had no objection. While the meeting was going on, a female soldier came in, whispered a few words to Zhao Dia, and then left. Zhao Dia looked up at Lu Chen. Lu Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Zhao Yingxue, the company commander of the 13th Company, and 2 deputy company commanders went to the barracks. They seemed to have gone to meet Sima Zhongxian and the others. If Zhao Dia hadn't said it, Lu Chen would have almost forgotten about Sima Zhongxian. It's this Zhao Yingxue again. When Lu Chen saw Zhao Yingxue yesterday, her loyalty had increased from 95 to 98. She is the one whose loyalty increases the slowest among all the female soldiers, bar none. The 2 female soldiers who had been following her were now extremely loyal. In the entire Lu family castle, Zhao Yingxue is the only one with less than 100 loyal members. I'll go over and take a look. Chuyan immediately stood up and prepared to go out. Lu Chen gestured for her to sit down. It's okay, she may just have some personal matters to deal with. Chuyan was still a little worried and hesitated for a long time before sitting down again. Lu Chen looked at Chuyan again. It seems that not only Zhao Yingxue and Sima Zhongxian have a past relationship, but Chuyan also seems to be an old acquaintance of Sima Zhongxian. Inside the military camp, in a dark room, Sima Zhongxian was lying on a pile of hay, groaning weakly. There were more than 20 people lying in the small room. In addition to Sima Zhongxian, there is also Ji Yongnian, who was once the best master of the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhao Yingxue walked in quietly. Sima Zhongxian shouted immediately when he saw someone coming in. "Is there anything to eat? Quick, give me something to eat. I am starving." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to the shadow like a beggar. Zhao Yingxue looked at Sima Zhongxian in the dark. Although the room was dark, she could still see Sima Zhongxian's appearance clearly. At this time, Sima Zhongxian was no longer as arrogant as before. He was skinny and haggard, like a hungry ghost. Zhao Yingxue took out a steamed bun from her pocket and handed it to Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian suddenly made a move and snatched the steamed bun from Zhao Yingxue's hand like lightning. His speed was so fast that he didn't look like a person who was starving to death at all. After Sima Zhongxian grabbed the steamed bun, he immediately stuffed it into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the steamed bun weighing 4 taels was swallowed into his stomach. Sima Zhongxian made strange noises. After eating a steamed bun, he seemed to regain some vitality. "I never thought I could still eat a steamed bun. Ha ha! It's worth it even if I die." Zhao Yingxue looked at this person quietly. She felt complicated. She was not very familiar with the person in front of her, having only met him a few times. She had only often heard of this person from other people. After a pause, Sima Zhongxian suddenly asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Yingxue was silent for a moment, then said, "I just follow my father's orders to come and see if you're dead or not." After saying that, she turned around and went out. The door closed again, and the room was filled with darkness. Sima Zhongxian stood in the darkness for a long time. Sima Zhongxian suddenly burst into tears. He cried so miserably and sadly, as if he had suffered all kinds of suffering in the world. He looked like his parents had just died, and also like his own son had just died. It's like a child who has just been abandoned by his family. I feel both wronged and sad. Ji Yongnian, who was lying next to him, kept staring at Sima Zhongxian. Sima Zhongxian cried for an entire hour. He continued to sob until his throat was hoarse and he could no longer cry. "Who is she?" Ji Yongnian asked. It would have been better if he hadn't asked. After he asked, Sima Zhongxian's whole body trembled violently again. After shaking for a long time, he finally stopped sobbing. Jingin. Ji Yongnian was stunned, not knowing what he meant. Suddenly, his body shook violently. Jingin? He only knew one person named Jingin, and he had seen her once before. It was just that time had passed so long that he had forgotten what she looked like. Ji Yongnian couldn't believe it and said hurriedly, "You mean?" "Yes, it's her." Ji Yongnian was silent. How could Princess Jingin, who is in the Deep Palace, appear here? What was she here for? Of course, Ji Yongnian couldn't have thought that she was here to save them. This Lu Jiazhai may not be as strong as a rock, but it is definitely an iron wall. Even if the Imperial army came, it would probably be difficult to break through. What's more, how could the Imperial court at the moment have the energy to send out a large army to attack this small village? "Master Ji," Sima Zhongxian suddenly spoke. "Master Ji, I'm afraid my time is running out, but if I can see Princess Jingin and eat another steamed bun, even if I die, I can rest in peace." Chapter 156, The First Step of the Great Cause. Sima Zhongxian's premonition soon came true. If Zhao Yingxue hadn't gone to see Sima Zhongxian, he would have almost forgotten about this. After the newly recruited soldiers underwent a short training, Lu Chen discussed another matter with Zhao Daya and other senior military officials. After training, these new recruits have acquired a certain level of combat capability, but they still need to undergo certain actual combat tests before they can become true soldiers. Therefore, I have decided to send out the team in batches during this period to wipe out all the bandits and robbers in the area around Lujiabao. With Lujiabao as the core, all bandit dens within a radius of 100 miles must be completely eliminated. From now on, this nearly 10,000 square kilometers of vacuum area will be the sphere of influence of our Lu family fort. While Lu Chen was talking about his plan, he explained to everyone what radius, kilometers, and vacuum area meant. In the following period of time, Lu Jiabao sent out a number of troops, which rushed to the surrounding areas and companies. Battle reports were reported every day, and the bandit dens entrenched in the surrounding areas were destroyed one by one. Not far to the west of Lu Jiabao are continuous mountains, which contain many bandit dens and are the main areas to be cleared. Most of these bandits are a mob and are completely vulnerable. There are also many so-called bandits, who are actually just disaster victims with no way out who huddled together for warmth. Lu Chen specifically instructed the various departments that if they were not extremely vicious bandits, there was no need to kill them all. Because more than a dozen companies were sent out of the city to suppress bandits every day, after more than 10 days, the bandits in the surrounding areas were basically wiped out. Brother Lu, what should we do about Hudou County and Majiang County? Meng Ryu asked Lu Chen during a routine meeting in the evening. Hudou County and Majiang County are both within the sphere of influence of the Lu family fort, as Lu Chen mentioned. This also corresponds to what Lu Chen had said to Xie Qiao before, the first step in the strategic plan to overthrow the Great Zhou dynasty. Hudou County and Majiang County, which are within the sphere of influence of Lu Jiabao, were the first to be hit. The reason why Meng Ryu asked this question was because this move was of great significance. If this step is taken, it means that Lu Chen's grand ambition has officially begun. Lu Xiaohua's 103rd Regiment will be stationed in Hudou County, and Xiaoju's 102nd Regiment will be stationed in Majiang County. Lu Chen used the strategy of stationing rather than attacking. In other words, these two counties must be taken. At the same time, Lu Chen had another meaning. If these two county towns are captured, then the two regiments will have to be temporarily stationed there. Jiang Wenyu's troops, previously stationed in Majiang County, had already left, while Wang Qi's Jingyuna troops were still stationed outside Hudou County. Zhao Daya looked at Lu Xiaohua and Xiaoju. It's up to you. The 102nd Regiment, led by Xiaoju, was in good shape. They hardly needed to fight and were able to occupy Majiang County without bloodshed. But Lu Xiaohua was different. The 103rd Regiment she led was facing the Jingyuan Ho troops of nearly 100,000 people. According to reports from spies lurking in Hudou County, Wang Qi gradually transferred several troops from the southern headquarters. Now the size of Jingyuan Ho's army has increased again, and it is estimated that there are nearly 100,000 people. However, among these 100,000 people, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 logistics troops, and the frontline troops are at most 60,000 to 70,000. Ever since being promoted to group leader, Lu Xiaohua has felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. She always felt that she was not up to such a heavy responsibility. When she heard Lu Chen asking her to lead the troops to attack Hudou County alone, she felt like a huge rock was pressing on her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Of course, this is just psychological pressure. Lu Xiaohua tried hard to overcome the pressure. She stood up and said firmly, "I promise to complete the task." Of course, she understood that Lu Chen was cultivating her. If she failed to live up to Lu Chen's feelings, she would be very disappointing to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded slightly at Lu Xiaohua. "Gather all the weapons and equipment you can. I'll give you 3 days to capture Hudou County." Lu Xiaohua nodded heavily. "Brother, please rest assured, I will definitely do it." After arranging this matter, Lu Chen looked at Chu Yun. "Sima Zhongxian has been eating for free here for so many days. It's time to send him on his way." Lu Chen had already made a plan. Once he got the money to redeem Sima Zhongxian, he would send him on his way. He had long seen from Chu Yun's attitude towards Sima Zhongxian that Chu Yun hated Sima Zhongxian to the core. In this case, the matter of Sima Zhongxian will be left to her. Sure enough, when Chu Yun heard this, a complicated expression instantly appeared on his face. "Thank you, Brother Lu. for your help. Chapter 157. Being your concubine. Dozens of female soldiers escorted Sima Zhongxian, Ji Yongyan, and others out of the cell. Sima Zhongxian and others, who had not seen the light of day for a long time, finally left the dark cell. They breathed the fresh air and bathed in the bright sunshine, but they were not happy at all. The square of the Lujiabao military camp was already surrounded by villagers. Chu Yun summoned the villagers in advance and asked them to attend the public trial. The villagers certainly wouldn't miss the excitement. Thousands of villagers gathered in the huge square, but it was not crowded. There are several tables and chairs in the center of the square. Chu Yinduan sat in the middle, with two female soldiers sitting on each side of her. The female soldiers escorted Sima Zhongxian and others to the center of the square. "Kneel down!" The female soldiers shouted loudly, and the 50 iron guards who followed Sima Zhongxian immediately knelt down. Sima Zhongxian looked at the surrounding villagers and had no choice but to kneel down as well. Ji Yongyan held on for 3 more breaths and finally lowered his head and knelt on the ground. A female soldier on the stage said loudly, "The public trial begins." Chu Yun looked at Sima Zhongxian. "Sima Zhongxian, do you admit your guilt?" Sima Zhongxian didn't look up or speak. Chu Yun looked at the female soldier sitting next to him and said, "You come," and read out the charges. The female soldier took a few pages of paper in her hand and began to read in a sonorous tone. Sima Zhongxian was the Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Palace of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the director of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Household Department, and the superintendent of the Baohe 3 stores. When the villagers heard about Sima Zhongxian's official position, they all burst into an uproar. Many villagers have never seen Sima Zhongxian. They had no idea how important these official positions were, but they heard words like Imperial Palace and Jinyui Factory Master. The title of the Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Palace sounds very impressive. The Grand Chamberlain of the Imperial Palace is someone close to the emperor. How can this official position be too low? The 3 words Jinyui are even more well known. The Iron Guard and the Jinyui are all martial arts masters, and they are cruel and ruthless, killing people like crazy. Their notoriety is well known to everyone. Sima Zhongxian's crimes are as follows. The first one, persecuting loyal and good people. Sima Zhongxian, for his own selfish desires, formed a clique and excluded those who dissented. Second, corruption and abuse of power. Master Lu, under the orders of the current Great Zhou Emperor, confiscated Sima Zhongxian's property. They seized a total of 20 million taels of silver, 800,000 taels of gold, over 300 jade rui jade ornaments, over 200 coral trees, various jewelry and jade artifacts, and 25 carts of antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. Clause 3. Oppressing the people. The villagers turned a deaf ear to the crimes that were read out next. They were all furious, pointing at Sima Zhongxian and shouting angrily. "The corrupt official! Kill him! Kill him! These gold and silver are all the hard-earned money of us, ordinary people. Yes, these are all the blood and sweat of the people. They are all the flesh and blood scraped from us, ordinary people. Killing him 1,000 times won't satisfy my hatred. I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Master Chu, please peel off his skin and pull out his tendons. 20 million taels of silver. There's still 800,000 taels of gold. Oh my God, if all this gold and silver were piled up in this square, it would be a huge pile. Can this square hold all the space? Those are all white silver mountains and glittering gold mountains. Even in a good year, they worked hard but could not save more than 2 taels of silver in the whole year. And this corrupt official actually embezzled so much gold and silver. So hateful. He really deserves to die. He should be torn into pieces." Just as the villagers were denouncing Sima Zhongxian like a tsunami, Meng Ryu was at Lu Chen's house, pleading for Ji Yongyan. Ji Yongyan is, after all, a martial arts giant of the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. As far as I know, he hasn't done anything evil. Isn't it a bit hasty to kill him like this? Lu Chen shook his head and said, "General Meng, do you know how harmful it is to be an accomplice to a tiger? I believe that those who are accomplices to a tiger should be punished just as severely as the main culprit. He was just following orders. He had no choice. Most of the time, he couldn't disobey the emperor's orders." Lu Chen still shook his head. This is not a reason for him to escape punishment. Meng Ryu was unwilling to accept this. She didn't want to see the hero she had admired since childhood die like this, and die in such a humiliating way. Brother Lu, if you can save his life, I am willing to marry you as my concubine. Lu Chen looked at Meng Ruyu in surprise. This arrogant female general actually said something like becoming someone's concubine. Chapter 158, Lightning Speed Breaking of the City. Ji Yongyan finally saved his life. Chu Yin personally took action and severed Ji Yongyan's meridians, and all his martial arts skills were wasted. Afterwards, Ji Yongyan was expelled from Lu Jiabao. Meng Ruyu did not go to see Ji Yongyan off. She didn't even look at him. Ji Yongyan probably didn't want his former die-hard fans to see his miserable condition at this moment. Chu Yun gave the order again, and dozens of female soldiers took action at the same time, killing 50 iron guards. Several other martial arts masters were also killed on the spot. According to Lu Chen, these iron guards and several martial arts masters were supposed to give them a chance to live. But Chu Yin was well prepared. Since the day Sima Zhongxian and others were imprisoned in the military camp, she specifically instructed the guards guarding the cells to keep an eye on everyone in the cells at all times. These people lie in dark cells every day and can only chat to pass the difficult time. As the saying goes, a thief will confess himself if he is not beaten for 3 years. The content of these people's daily conversations was secretly recorded by the guards. These guards are all female soldiers who have taken powerful pills, and their hearing is far beyond that of ordinary people. The private conversations of these prisoners could not escape their ears. Before they knew it, they had confessed all their past sins. After Chu Yin looked through these records, he found that each of them was guilty of numerous crimes and none of them was innocent. Therefore, Chu Yin had already sentenced these people to death. Their deaths were not unjust at all. After getting rid of these people, only Sima Zhongxian was left. Chu Yin cut off Sima Zhongxian's limbs and handed him over to the angry villagers for them to do whatever they wanted. It is conceivable how tragic Sima Zhongxian's end would be after he fell into the hands of the villagers. While Chu Yin was dealing with Sima Zhongxian and others, on the other side, Lu Xiaohua had already led 1,000 female soldiers and attacked Hedo County. Most of Wang Qi's Jingyuna troops were stationed outside Hedo County. There were not many troops in the county town, only more than 10,000 elite troops directly under Wang Qi. Although Lu Xiaohua is only 14 years old, she is very studious. In many battles, in addition to receiving guidance from Meng Ruyu and Zhao Daya, when she led her own team to fight, she also often thought about how to fight and how to fight well. The senior officers of the Lu Jiabao army were already well aware of the deployment of Wang Qi's troops in Hedo County. Therefore, Lu Xiaohua ignored the enemies outside the city and directly launched an attack on Hedo County. The first step of our army's action: attack the city walls as quickly as possible. Step 2. After entering the city, immediately charge into the county government office. Step 3. Eliminate the remaining enemies in the city. Step 4. Defend the city. Step 5. Send most of our forces out of the city to search for the enemy. Step 6. Drive Wang Qi's troops completely out of Hedo County. Formulating a battle plan is what Lu Xiaohua learned from Lu Chen and others. Wang Qi, who was in charge of the Hedo County government, had just received news that the enemy was attacking the city. Less than a quarter of an hour later, he heard the news that the county town had been breached. Sir, something bad has happened. The enemy has entered the city and is heading towards the county government office. Sir, please leave quickly. Leave quickly. Wang Qi was horrified. He had never fought against Lu Chen's troops. Although he knew that Lu Chen's female soldiers were powerful, he didn't know they were so powerful. How did they break into the city? Wang Qi had already deployed heavy troops to guard the 4 city gates. A large number of archers were deployed on the top of the city to prevent Lu Chen from sending troops to attack. Unexpectedly, the county town was breached in just a quarter of an hour. Those female soldiers, they can fly. They flew to the top of the city. The soldier who came to report was so scared that his face turned pale as paper. The city wall was several meters high, but the female soldiers jumped onto it as if it were flat ground. Before the archers on the city wall could react, these female soldiers killed all the archers. The speed of killing was as fast as killing chicks. The defenders in the city were terrified when they saw how ferocious these female soldiers were. They had no desire to fight anymore and collapsed at the first blow. When Wang Qi was feeling flustered, he heard the sound of fighting outside. So fast. They've already rushed to the county government office so quickly. Wang Qi couldn't believe this was true. Not to mention the tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city. There are more than 10,000 elite soldiers even in the county. How did they let the enemy attack? Aren't there only 1,000 of them? Are all my soldiers just eating for free? Wang Qi couldn't figure it out. He didn't have time to think about it at the moment. Quick, saddle your horses and leave through the east gate. The sounds of fighting outside were getting closer and closer. If he didn't leave now, he might not be able to escape. Chapter 159 Marshal Lu. When Lu Xiaohua led his men into the county government office, it was empty. Company 1 will defend the county government office. Companies 2 and 3 will rush to the east city gate and eliminate the enemy soldiers along the way. Companies 4 and 5 will rush to the south gate. Companies 6 and 7 will go to the west gate. In order to facilitate issuing orders, the 9 companies in this regiment are all named companies 1 to 9. To the outside world, her 9 companies were numbered 19 to 27. Lu Xiaohua sent out each company one by one. She led a company to search the entire county government office. The back hall of the county government office was in a mess, with a large number of scattered boxes piled on the ground. These boxes were exquisitely crafted and obviously contained valuables. It looks like the enemy left in a hurry and didn't have time to take these things away. Lu Xiaohua smashed open a box at random and found that it was full of white silver ingots. They are all corrupt officials. Lu Xiaohua cursed angrily. Thinking of Lu Xiaohua, before she entered Lu Chen's family, she had not saved a single penny in more than 10 years. Her ex-parents didn't even let her touch a penny in the house, not to mention small change. She took a quick look and saw that there were at least 50 or 60 boxes here, and she estimated that they were filled with either gold, silver, or jewelry. Count these boxes and register them. Lu Xiaohua left behind a platoon of female soldiers and led others to continue searching other places. After she finished searching the entire county government office and returned to the lobby, she heard reports of the battle from outside. Report. A messenger came running over. Report to the commander. The 4 city gates are wide open. Wang Qi's troops inside the city have fled one after another. The remaining enemy forces in the city have been basically wiped out. After Wang Qi escaped from the county town, the troops he deployed in the county town were leaderless and could only flee outside the city. Lu Xiaohua said, "Close the city gates. Send 50 people to guard each of the 4 gates. The rest of you should all climb the city walls and defend the city." Yes. The messenger rushed off. Soon, the troops in the 4 directions sent messengers to report and quickly conveyed Lu Xiaohua's order back. After that, more than half an hour passed and there was no further news. The heavy stone in Lu Xiaohua's heart was finally put down. It seems that after Wang Qi escaped from the city, he did not immediately order an attack on the city. So what is Wang Qi's plan? Lu Xiaohua decided to hold back and wait and see what Wang Qi would do. Outside the city, plainclothes scouts from Lu Jiabao had already passed the news back to Lu Jiabao. When Lu Chen learned that Lu Xiaohua had already entered the county town, he smiled with relief. The cheap cousin he bought did not disappoint him. If he personally led his troops to attack the county town, he would probably use the same tactics. Meng Ruyu, Zhao Daya, and others were also drinking tea at Lu Chen's house at this time. Your cousin is worth cultivating. Meng Ruyu was also very satisfied with Lu Xiaohua's performance. Zhao Daya also agreed with her. He is a talented general. Lu Chen was also very happy. His cousin fought so beautifully in her first battle, which made him feel extremely comfortable. I wonder what's going on in Majiang County. Zhao Daya smiled. Of course I'll tell you. Majiang County is a little far away from Lu Jiabao, and the battle situation there has not yet been reported back. But no one was worried. Majiang County only has a pitifully small number of city guards and dozens of constables. Just the female soldiers under Lu Chen can easily defeat them all by sending anyone over. As they were chatting, news came from Hudou County. The 103rd Regiment has occupied Hudou County. All enemies in the city have fled. The city gates are now closed. There's no unusual movement from Wang Qi's troops outside the city. Lu Chen nodded repeatedly. Not bad. They occupied the county town so quickly. It took just over an hour from the time they entered the county town to the time they occupied it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was extremely fast. He looked at everyone. What do you think Wang Qi will do next? Will he launch an attack tonight? Meng Ruyu thought about it and shook his head. I don't think he will. Zhao Daya said. It's not that he can't, it's that he doesn't dare. Meng Ruyu said, yes, that's right. I don't think Wang Qi will follow in Wang Han's footsteps. After all, his silly and foolish brother, suffered a great loss in our Lu family castle. Will Wang Qi be so foolish as well? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, Wang Qi will withdraw his troops. He raised his voice and said, someone come. The communicator outside the door came in after hearing the sound. Pass on my order. Order the 103rd Regiment to send troops out of the city immediately and seize Wang Qi's food and supplies. Yes. The communicator received the order and left quickly. Meng Ruyu clapped his hands and laughed. Marshal Lu, that's a brilliant idea indeed. Lu Chen glanced at her sideways. What marshal? Zhao Dai said, Brother Lu, I think what Sister Meng said is right. From now on, you will be our marshal, Marshal Lu. From now on, we will call you Marshal. Chapter 160 Walkie-Talkie. News from Majiang County soon arrived. As expected, the 102nd Regiment led by Xiaoju captured Majiang County without bloodshed. When the defenders in the county town saw Xiaoju and her team preparing to attack the city, they immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. The county magistrate in the county government office had just heard that the county town had been breached, and before he had time to escape, he was captured by the female soldiers who rushed into the county government office. Lu Chen instructed, this county magistrate cannot be killed. Keep him for now. He will be useful in the future. All the affairs in a county still need to be handed over by the county magistrate. At present, Lu Chen does not have a suitable person to handle government affairs. He will make arrangements once he has the manpower. Xie Qiao was a little worried about Lu Xiaohua, so he asked Lu Chen if he wanted to send someone else to assist her. Lu Chen waved his hand. No, this is a good opportunity for her to exercise. So we're going to wait like this. Lu Chen smiled and said, yes, just wait like this. He wasn't just waiting there. He finally had some free time these days, so he took the time to look at the various products in the system store. He became interested in the walkie-talkies in the store. There are many types of walkie-talkies, and their prices vary depending on the communication distance and product performance. One of the walkie-talkies has an effective range of 5 to 15 kilometers and costs 3,500 yuan per pair. This walkie-talkie has a long battery life, a long call distance, and is waterproof. According to the instructions, it is sturdy and durable and can withstand frequent drops and bumps. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen bought a pair and showed them to Zhao Dai and Meng Ruyu. They often saw Lu Chen take out new gadgets, and they were still curious when they saw the walkie-talkie. Look, this thing can make calls over 10 or 20 miles away. Come, let me show you how to use it. Meng Ruyu was surprised and said, can they talk to each other even though they are more than 20 miles apart? Lu Chen nodded, yes. This distance is not fixed. Sometimes there are too many obstacles in the middle, and the communication distance is short. If it is on a plane with an unobstructed view, the communication distance is longer. You should pay attention. This thing is so useful, Meng Ruyu said excitedly. If this walkie-talkie is used on the battlefield, it will be very convenient for deploying troops. Lu Chen explained the operation instructions to them twice according to the instructions. Okay, take it and go out and try it. Zhao Dai took one and went out. On this side, Meng Ruyu turned on the intercom and talked to Zhao Dai. Sister Meng, can you hear me? Over. I hear you. Over. I'll run farther and try again. Over. Okay, I'll wait for you. Over. Can you still hear me now? Over. I can't hear you. Over. The two played for a long time. Meng Ruyu asked, is this a lot of walkie-talkies? Lu Chen said, it's enough. Then, let's start with 100. If every regimental commander, company commander, and even platoon leader has one, it will save a lot of trouble when fighting in the future. Okay, but 100 might not be enough. By then, everyone from squad leaders to platoon leaders and company commanders will have one. Meng Ruyu's eyes sparkled. Really? That's great. Lu Chen said, this thing needs electricity. I will distribute some power banks when the time comes, and then I will tell you how to charge it. Speaking of electricity, Lu Chen is considering installing some solar panels in the military camp in the village. His home uses a gasoline generator for electricity. Although he has no shortage of gasoline, solar panels can solve the problem once and for all. Once installed, he will have a steady supply of electricity in the future. By then, every household in Lujiabao will have electric lights installed, and there will no longer be darkness at night. In the evening, Lu Chen bought hundreds of walkie-talkies and put them in the warehouse. He asked Zhao Dai and Meng Ruyu to take them out and distribute them to the officers at all levels who stayed in the fort. Zhao Dai and Meng Ruyu gathered officers at all levels, distributed walkie-talkies, and explained how to use them. In the evening, Lu Chen continued to browse various products in the system store. He suddenly saw the tablet computer among the electronic products, thought about it, and clicked on it to take a look. He had seen tablet computers before, but he hadn't thought much about them at the time. There is no internet, this tablet only has an operating system, and there is nothing to play with. So when he saw the tablet category, he didn't even bother to click on it. But this time, when he clicked in to take a look, he unexpectedly discovered a treasure he had never dared to imagine. This is a real treasure. Chapter 161, The All-Powerful Tablet. The tablet computers in the system store are as diverse as other products. There wasn't much point in having so many categories, but Lu Chen discovered a category of pre-installed software and data among them. In other words, tablet computers in this category are equivalent to databases and classrooms for various subjects. Some tablets come pre-installed with a plethora of songs, others with operas, movies, TV shows, books, picture albums, and humanities materials. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that all the tablet computers under a small category were pre-installed with erotic movies. Tens of thousands of tablets, tens of thousands of terabytes of short movies. None of them are the same. I can never finish watching it all in my lifetime. I can never finish watching it all. I can never finish watching it all. Some tablets are pre-installed with various practical and learning software, through which people can learn various skills intuitively. Of course, there are also various games. For example, there are softwares that can be used to learn how to drive a car, how to fly a plane, and even how to drive a tank. There are also softwares that can be used to learn how to operate a ship. Seeing these tablet computers pre-installed with various information and software, Lu Chen wanted to pinch himself a few times. Apart from anything else, since coming to this world, he has never played games, watched movies, or even read many books. If he had known that these things were sold in stores, why would he have stayed awake with nothing to do every night? Of course, playing with things is only secondary to losing one's ambition. The main reason is that the knowledge contained in these tablets is so rich that it almost covers all modern knowledge and skills of later generations. Let me just mention the most important points. If you want soldiers and commanders to quickly improve their command and combat skills, you only need to let them fight with a tablet computer or practice tactical deduction more, and they can grow quickly. In addition, Lu Chen happened to start expanding his power at this time. So, how to manage the territory he had conquered, how to set up various departments, etc., with the information on the tablet. What did he have to worry about? Couldn't he just copy the information on the tablet directly? In addition, with tablet computers, it will be more convenient for female soldiers to learn cultural knowledge in the future, and they will be more interested in learning. Furthermore, when his troops go out to sea in the future, the operation of ships will also be a problem. With tablet computers, they can also learn knowledge in this area very conveniently. Just thinking about it makes me feel so good. Lu Chen was so excited that he couldn't sleep again that night. He only managed to sleep for 2 hours until dawn. When he got up, Xie Qiao had already prepared breakfast. 2 crispy fried dough sticks, 2 hot cabbage and vermicelli vegetarian buns, and a bowl of hot soy milk with sugar. Lu Chen was eating when someone came outside. Report. Lu Chen put down the bun in his hand and asked, "What's the matter?" Report to the marshal. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Meng Ruyu, that little bitch. She actually gave him the title of marshal. The title of marshal sounds a bit earthy. It's also very inflated. The 103rd Regiment has seized Wang Qi's army's logistics convoy overnight, seizing over 2,600 transport vehicles of all kinds. Over 3,300 mules, horses, cattle, and donkeys. Very good. Tell Lu Xiaohua to keep up the good work and drive all of Wang Qi's troops out of Hetou County. Yes, Marshal. Just as the communicator was about to leave, Lu Chen called him again. After transporting the enemy's food back to the county, send soldiers to guard it day and night to prevent the victims from stealing it. You can ask Captain Lu to arrange for people to build porridge stalls and provide porridge to the people in the city. Yes, Marshal. The communicator left quickly. Lu Chen immediately called the messenger and asked him to call Zhao Daya, Chu Yun, Meng Ruyu, and several high-ranking military officials over. Soon, Zhao Daya and others came to Lu Chen's study. There is a conference room in Lujiabao, but if there are not many people, Lu Chen is still used to holding meetings at his own home. Lu Chen took out a few tablets and distributed them to everyone. Brother Lu, what is this? Zhao Daya fiddled with the tablet computer back and forth, not knowing what it was. Meng Ruyu looked expectant. Is this like that walkie-talkie? Can it be used on the battlefield? Lu Chen glanced at Meng Ruyu and said, Just remember to fight. When Meng Ryu heard that it had nothing to do with the war, his face showed a clear lack of interest. However, when Lu Chen turned on the tablet and opened a movie on it, everyone, including Meng Ryu, couldn't take their eyes off it. Chapter 162, I cried. Look, they're moving in there. They're even talking. Brother Lu, are they locked up in there by you? How did you get them in there? Is there a human or a ghost in here? Is there a god in here? Brother Lu, please tell me what's going on. Several little girls chattered and put their heads on the tablet computer, feeling extremely curious. Lu Chen didn't say much and just let them watch it for themselves. After watching for a while, they finally figured out something. They're all martial arts masters, fighting in there. This one, Fang Shiyu, is the most powerful. No one can beat him. However, I don't think his martial arts skills are that good either. He definitely can't beat me. That's right. No matter how powerful they are, can they be more powerful than Brother Lu? After watching a movie, Zhao Daya and the others were reluctant to blink for fear of missing a single scene. Oh, it's gone. Several of them were still unsatisfied. Zhao Daya looked at Lu Chen anxiously. Brother Lu, why are they gone? Where did you hide them? Let them out. Lu Chen originally wanted to take out the tablet and discuss a big matter with them, but he underestimated their curiosity. Aside from Meng Ryu, who was a bit older, the other girls were all teenagers. Seeing something so new and exciting, they all transformed from tough warriors into innocent little girls again. It seems that if they're not allowed to have enough fun, they will definitely not have the mind to do their work. Helplessly, Lu Chen had to play another movie for them. Okay, let's look at another one. This tablet computer contains only old movies, not any new ones. Lu Chen opened one at random. Several people leaned over to the small screen again. Please make way first and wait and see. Lu Chen took the projector next to him. Draw all the curtains. When the curtains were drawn, the room suddenly became dark. Lu Chen projected the film onto the snow-white wall. His action caused another round of screams. How'd this picture get on the wall? Marshal Lu, how did you put them on the wall? Even Xie Xiao held Lu Chen's arm tightly, looking panicked. Husband, they won't jump down from the wall, right? Yeah, what if they jump down? They shouted for a while, and when they saw that there was no danger, they gradually calmed down and began to concentrate on watching the movie. Wow, these people are so ugly. They look like bandits? All bandits deserve to die. But these bandits don't seem very vicious. Oh, monster. Why is there a monster in here? It turns out Chun Shensanyang is a female monster. How scary. Look, he can fly. He must be a god, right? Fairy Zixia is so pitiful. She was captured and made a concubine of a bandit. After watching the whole movie, Xie Xiao, Zhao Daya, and the others were all in tears. Meng Ryu wiped the tears from her face. All men are bad. Zhao Daya also choked up and said, Fairy Zixia is so pitiful. In the end, she couldn't be with Zizunbo. Seeing that they were crying sadly, Lu Chen took out another tablet and played a few episodes of Tom and Jerry for them. Only then did Zhao Daya and the others burst into laughter. But they were still a little depressed because Fairy Zixia was dead after all and would never come back to life. After they gradually calmed down, Lu Chen took out another tablet and projected the contents onto the wall. Now, let's get down to business. Lu Chen held an iron rod and pointed at the wall. We have already captured 2 county towns. Attacking a county town is easy, but governing it is not easy. Zhao Daya and others immediately sat up straight. Why has the great Zhou dynasty reached such a predicament? Why is corruption rampant among officials? Why do the people work so hard but still end up in poverty? First, take a look at the content above. You need to read it several times and think about it while you read. Once you have thoroughly understood the knowledge above, we will begin to discuss how to build our military, ordinary system. You must study seriously and attentively. For every hour of study, you can continue watching the movie you just watched. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the little girls all cheered. Lu Chen finally said, Remember, you have to watch it for at least 10 days or half a month. Chapter 163, This is a life or death struggle. Regarding the establishment of the military, regular system, due to certain reasons, Lu Chen decided not to discuss the details. Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu have always been deeply influenced by the imperial power ideology of this era. It will take time to change their ideas. Then let them learn more about the progressive ideas of later generations. After seeing more, they will gradually accept them. At this time in Hutto County, The battle between Lu Xiaohua and Wang Qi's troops was not as easy as Lu Chen and his men had thought. Lu Chen believed that the Jingyuan Marquis army, led by Wang Qi, would surely collapse after losing its food and supplies. Lu Xiaohua, the commander of the 103rd Regiment, also thought so. However, both Lu Chen and Lu Xiaohua were wrong. When Wang Qi learned that the food and grass had been taken away, he went crazy and ordered his army to launch a fierce attack on Hudou County. Tens of thousands of troops surrounded Hudou County and attacked day and night. 1,000 female soldiers of the 103rd Regiment fought bloody battles on the city walls. This battle lasted for 2 full days. The ammunition they brought with them was quickly used up. When they ran out of ammunition, they engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. On and under the city walls, Wang Qi's soldiers suffered countless casualties. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses piled up like mountains. Lu Xiaohua didn't expect Wang Qi to be so tough. Seeing that the originally scheduled 3-day period was approaching, Lu Xiaohua became anxious. She personally led the regiment's 100 female soldiers to the city wall. Have I stirred up a hornet's nest? Why is Wang Qi spending so much money? Lu Xiaohua felt a little headache looking at the dense enemy troops under the city. They have no food to eat, so they will definitely fight us to the death. The person who spoke was Miao Lingling. Although Miao Lingling was only 9 years old, Zhao Daya and others still appointed her as the company commander of the 22nd Company. In fact, according to Lu Chen's idea, he would first assign her a position as a squad leader, and then entrust her with important tasks when she was older. But Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others strongly recommended her to be the company commander. For selfish reasons, they must of course arrange a good position for Lu Chen's cousin. For the public, they felt that Miao Lingling was a very clever and intelligent child. If she was nurtured, she would become a great person in the future. Lu Chen couldn't persuade them and could only let them arrange it. Because she was too young, she was assigned an older deputy company commander. The deputy company commander is Lu Cixi. Although Lu Cixi has little experience, she was born in the capital and grew up in an official family. She is knowledgeable and older, so it is quite appropriate for her to be the deputy company commander of Miao Lingling. After hearing what Miao Lingling said, Lu Xiaohua realized how important food was to Wang Qi's troops. It was a year of famine at this time and place, and Hudou County was at the center of the disaster area. It was extremely difficult for Wang Qi to raise food from the surrounding areas. Sister Lingling is right. No wonder they want to fight us to the death. Lu Xiaohua is Lu Chen's cousin, and Miao Lingling is Lu Chen's cousin. They're distant relatives, so they are relatively close. They have been hungry for 2 days and can't hold out for much longer. Miao Lingling pointed at Wang Qi soldiers who had reached the top of the city wall and said, "Look at them. They don't even have the energy to kill anyone." Sure enough, Lu Xiaohua saw that although Wang Qi had many soldiers, they were all hungry and weak, and their fighting capacity was not even half of what it was the day before. Lu Xiaohua looked towards Wang Qi's camp in the distance and said, "You continue to defend the city." Then she yelled to the direct company behind her, "Follow me." After saying that, she jumped off the city wall. In midair, she had already drawn the long knife from behind. Before she even landed on the ground, the long sword had already slashed out. She chopped an enemy soldier in half with her head. 100 female soldiers followed Lu Xiaohua down the city wall and charged into the enemy camp. Lu Xiaohua swung his sword horizontally, killing 2 enemies, and then shouted again, "Follow me." She took the lead and rushed forward. 100 female soldiers formed a sharp arrow-shaped attack formation behind her, like a sharp blade, tearing a huge hole in the dense enemy troops. "Kill! Kill!" The female soldiers' shouts were tender and lively, but to the enemy's ears, they sounded like the devil's voice from hell, like the howling of souls. Wherever they went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. On the top of the city wall, Miao Lingling jumped onto a bench that was brought specially for her and looked out from the battlements of the city wall. "Sister Cixi, judging from the direction the captain and the others are heading, is that Wang Qi's base camp?" Lu Cixi also noticed Lu Xiaohua's intention. It looks like she's planning to raid Wang Qi's headquarters. Chapter 164. Loss of Troops and Generals. Wang Qi soon received news that 100 female soldiers had rushed out of the city. He was surprised at how brave these female soldiers were. With only 100 of them, they dare to come out of the city and confront our tens of thousands of elite soldiers? The young officer who came to report lowered his head and stammered, "My lord, no, it's not like that." Wang Qi was puzzled. "What is that?" The young general lowered his head even more. "If our troops encounter them, they will only be killed. There's no way to stop them. Right now, they are rushing towards our camp. My lord, you should stay out of the way for the time being." Wang Qi was shocked. "They are coming this way?" "Yes, my lord. You'd better leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it might be too late." Wang Qi was furious, but he quickly calmed down. Why does this sound so familiar? It seemed that he had heard it once when he was in the county government office 2 days ago. At this time, 2 lieutenant generals rushed in. Wang Qi looked at the 2 lieutenant generals with unfriendly eyes. The 2 lieutenant generals seemed not to notice Wang Qi's look and said hurriedly, "My lord, hurry up. Those girls are coming to kill us. Quick, my lord, please leave. If you're any later, we'll be in trouble." Wang Qi then realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly got up and went outside the tent. Sure enough, a group of female soldiers in distinctive clothes appeared in the army, charging towards this side like a sharp sword. The troops standing in front of them were like hot oil being poured on the snow and were instantly wiped out. How come they are so powerful? His elite troops were being harvested like weeds by the female soldiers. These female soldiers don't look like they are fighting on the battlefield. They moved freely among the army, and his elite troops were unable to slow down their charge. They walked and killed along the way, and behind them was a real bloody road. Wang Qi suddenly felt his scalp tingling and cold sweat broke out on his back. Send the order. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly." Shocked and frightened, Wang Qi stuttered for the first time in his life. Just yesterday, he received news that his old enemy Jiang Wenyu was ambushed by a female soldier unit on his way out of Majiang County. He and more than 10 generals were captured alive, and their whereabouts are still unknown. At that time, when Wang Qi discussed this matter with the generals, he was full of sarcasm and ridicule towards Jiang Wenyu. They said that Jiang Wenyu was a bad leader, his soldiers were incompetent, and his army was full of good-for-nothings. It was ridiculous and pathetic that he could be captured by hundreds of female soldiers, even though he was protected by tens of thousands of troops. Unexpectedly, just 1 day later, the same thing happened to him. Thinking of this, Wang Qi felt his face getting hot. "Go!" Wang Qi didn't care about anything else and climbed directly onto a warhorse. "Pass on my order." "The army retreats immediately." After saying that, he rushed to the rear with a few guards. No matter what, he cannot follow in Jiang Wenyu's footsteps. The troops who were attacking the city were already hungry and tired, and the enemy was extremely fierce. When they heard the gong sound, it was like the sound of nature, and they all ran to the rear. Lu Xiaohua, who was charging forward, looked at the enemy soldiers fleeing behind him, not knowing what was happening. The enemy retreated just like that. The retreating enemy soldiers on both sides just retreated past them without even a second glance at them. Lu Xiaohua felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have led her troops to raid Wang Qi's base camp at the beginning. Wang Qi was unwilling to withdraw his troops, even though more than 20,000 of them were killed or wounded. As long as he wasn't the one who died, he could sit in the central military tent and shout, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Now, when it was his turn, he retreated immediately. "Coward! Where's the marquis? I'm afraid it's just a rat." Lu Xiaohua looked at the enemy soldiers retreating like a tide with a look of contempt. Order all companies in the city to send half their forces out of the city to pursue the enemy. We must drive them out of Hutto County. The 3-day deadline is almost here." This was Lu Xiaohua's first time leading troops in a battle, and she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of Lu Chen. Upon receiving the order, the female soldiers in the city jumped off the city wall and rushed towards Wang Qi's retreating army. Poor Jingyuan Ho's elite troops. They hadn't eaten much for 2 days, and they were so hungry that their hands and feet were weak. After fighting for 2 consecutive days, how could they outrun these female soldiers who had taken the powerful pills? Many of them lost their lives on the way to escape. There were also many new recruits who had just joined the team. They took off their simple leather armor, threw away their weapons, and fled for their lives. Wang Qi's army of 100,000 lost more than 40,000 men in Hutto County. When Wang Qi escaped 60 miles away, gathered his troops, and counted the number of people in each group, he was filled with anger, hatred, shock, and fear. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Chapter 165 Advanced Version of the Power Pill. While Lu Xiaohua led his troops to hunt down Wang Qi's army, Lu Chen was still at home learning about future knowledge with senior military officials. In his previous life, Lu Chen didn't know much about officialdom, so he also needed to learn about this area. Although Zhao Daya and the others were forced to study, they also watched with great interest. Gender equality? Women can go out to work? They can even become officials? This is unbelievable. These new ideas subverted their cognition. It makes them feel both novel and excited. But what made them even more excited was the TV series that Lu Chen played for them during their study breaks. These 2 days, Lu Chen showed them the urban drama Love Apartment. The reason why Lu Chen showed them these was just to help them accept the new concepts of the future more quickly. At the same time, he also asked them to learn some modern vocabulary from his previous life so that it would be more convenient for him to communicate with them. The lighthearted and lively Love Apartment fascinated Meng Ruyu and her friends. Whenever the time came and Lu Chen turned off the TV series and started studying, these girls would look at him with resentment in their eyes. Xie Qiao had no objection, because Lu Chen specially gave her several tablets, which were full of movies and TV series. Because these tablets are all installed with recovery software, all the data in the hard drive will be reset after restarting. So Lu Chen is not worried that they will delete certain files due to accidental operation. This Lu Ziqiao is so funny. Zheng Xiaoxian is hilarious. I think they're all hilarious. Before they knew it, Zhao Daya and the others had learned many new words. Lu Chen didn't watch it with them. He was holding a tablet and writing a plan. Now that he has started his road to hegemony, he must have a plan. Recruiting troops, expanding territory, and dealing with all parties. There must be a charter for all of this. While writing and drawing on the tablet, he suddenly heard the mechanical system prompt sound. Bye. Congratulations. You have expanded your first sphere of influence and received a gift pack. Lu Chen was stunned. Apart from the initial 100,000 power pills he received, the system never sent him any more gift packages. Now that he has his first territory, the gift package has arrived. Is this a hidden mainline growth mission? Lu Chen opened the gift package. Bye. Congratulations on obtaining 10 advanced power pills. Lu Chen was stunned again. What? There's an advanced version of the power pill? So will there be an enhanced version in the future? Or even an ultimate version? Or even an ultimate enhanced version? Advanced version of a strength pill. This can only be taken after taking the basic version of the strength pill. After taking this, the host will gain a 5-fold increase in strength, a 2-fold increase in agility, and a 5-fold increase in physical strength based on the previous level. When used by unmarried girls other than the host, they can gain a 5x increase in strength, a 2x increase in agility, and a 5x increase in physical strength based on the previous level. After seeing the description of the advanced version of the strength pill, Lu Chen was completely stunned. The basic version of the Dali pill can increase strength and physical strength by 10 times and agility by 1 times. The advanced version increases strength and physical strength by 5 times and agility by 2 times. On the surface, the improvement of the advanced version of Dali Wan is not that great, but it is based on the previous basis and the basis that has been improved before. Since the basic attributes are already very high, the attributes improved by the advanced version can almost be described as terrifying. The previous 10 plus 50 times multiplied by 5 is 60 times. 2 times the agility is 6 times. A body that is 10 times larger than an average person is already considered a little Superman. So what about 60 times? In the past, although Lu Chen was not afraid of swords and knives, if he encountered an enemy using powerful firearms, he might be somewhat worried about getting injured. But if he takes the advanced version of the strength pill, his body will be much harder than steel. I'm afraid that even if a large caliber bullet is shot at him, it will not hurt him at all. Lu Chen couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately took out one and swallowed it. He regretted it the moment he took it. The basic version of the powerful pill made him feel excruciating pain after taking it. This advanced version has such a huge improvement. Wouldn't my whole body be more painful? However, the pain he expected was far from what he thought it would be. He was just feeling a little unwell, with only slight aches and pains throughout his body. Oh, that should be it. After he took the basic version of the powerful pill, his body was strengthened inside and out, and his ability to resist external damage increased tenfold. This made him feel less pain. Chapter 166: The Earth Beneath My Feet. After the effect of the powerful pill wore off, Lu Chen closed his eyes and felt the feeling of becoming stronger again. This feeling is so wonderful. Not only did his strength increase, he even felt that his soul seemed to be sublimated. It is a real transformation. What's that smell? Why is it so bad? Zhao Daya wrinkled her nose and looked around, looking for the source of the smell. Everyone else also smelled the bad odor and looked towards Lu Chen. Their sense of smell is very keen, and they instinctively find the source of the smell. Lu Chen coughed lightly, got up, and went to the bathroom. Brother Lu, what's hiding on your body? It stinks. Is he eating durian again? Durian doesn't taste like this. They must be hiding something delicious. The snail noodles they had last time smelled stinky, but they tasted really good. Lu Chen, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, didn't expect that the advanced version of the powerful pill he took this time would have the effect of cleansing the tendons and marrow. After expelling all the filth and impurities from his body, Lu Chen felt refreshed and relaxed from the inside out, as if floating in the clouds. Could it be that I have entered the realm of immortal cultivation? What level of qi refining should I be at now? Of course, Lu Chen was just thinking about it. This is a normal mortal world, not a world of immortal cultivation. At best, he is just a little Superman. When Lu Chen returned to the room, the way Meng Ruyu and the others looked at him changed again. These little people looked at Lu Chen with eyes that were almost tearing. Do you think Brother Lu looks better? Really? I think he suddenly looks so handsome too. He's much more handsome than the other male protagonists in the apartment. What do you mean by much more handsome? How can they compare to Big Brother Lu? Big Brother Lu alone can take on dozens of them. How can it be dozens? It should be hundreds. Although they were all whispering, Lu Chen heard every word they said. At this time, the five senses were also enhanced several times, and it increased 5 times on the basis of the tenfold increase that had already occurred. That's 60 times that of an ordinary person. Lu Chen could clearly hear every subtle sound and every breath in the entire Lu mansion. Hey, although I don't believe this is a world of immortal cultivation, my strength is really like that of a cultivator who has just started his immortal journey. Lu Chen was a little looking forward to it. If his territory expanded further, would he get another enhanced version of the powerful pill? Oh, then it can't actually be called a powerful pill. It should be called an elixir. For example, it is called Guyuan Dan, Jinyuan Dan, Peiyuan Dan, and so on. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt that this world full of disasters and wars was so magnificent and beautiful. As the strongest person in the world, Lu Chen couldn't help but hum an ancient song silently. The earth is beneath my feet. The country's economy is in our hands. Who dares to speak anymore? Who raised the 6 kingdoms? Which unified power will dominate? Whose record is higher than my own? High and mighty. Look, everyone. My kingdom is as beautiful as a painting. Just as Lu Chen expected, a quarter of an hour later, the battle report from Hudo County came back. Report. Brother Lu. Meng Ruyu interrupted the communicator. You should call him Marshal Lu. Yes. Report to Marshal Lu. The 103rd Regiment has driven all of Wang Qi's troops out of Hudo County. Lu Chen said, well, that's right. Order the 103rd Regiment to set up defenses in various locations to prevent Wang Qi's troops from counterattacking and harassment from bandits in the surrounding areas. Yes. Lu Chen thought that since he had already conquered his own territory, he naturally could not let the people in his jurisdiction starve. But if it doesn't rain, crops can't be grown in the fields. It was also impossible for him to use the food in the space to provide unlimited support to the people. He suddenly looked out the window, and after thinking for a moment, he immediately had an idea. During this period, he discovered that the weather here was not always sunny and cloudless. Many times, there are still clouds in the sky. Sometimes the clouds in the sky are quite thick. But it just didn't rain. If it doesn't rain, I'll make it rain for you. Lu Chen decided to carry out artificial rainfall in the area under his jurisdiction. As long as it rains, crops can be planted in the fields, and people have hope for their lives. Do it as soon as you think of it. Lu Chen said to everyone, don't look at this for now. He took out a tablet computer that had been prepared long ago from the warehouse, and after some operations, a learning software appeared on the video screen. This is the operating manual for a new weapon. You all must study it carefully. When the time comes, you will be required to teach this knowledge to the soldiers below. When they heard Lu Chen say this, everyone stared at the screen intently. In the video, the operation of the anti-aircraft gun is being demonstrated. Chapter 167, The Ninth Heaven Fairy Descends to the Mortal World. At night, Lu Chen called Xie Qiao to his room. At present, Xie Qiao has moved from the backyard to the main yard. Lu Chen lived in the east room, and Xie Qiao lived in the west room. They were separated only by a main hall and a corridor leading to the backyard. There were only two of them living in the entire main courtyard. The dozen or so rooms in the east and west wing were temporarily used as warehouses, where some important supplies were stored. Although the two lived very close to each other and could walk to each other, Lu Chen rarely asked Xie Qiao to come to his room at night. Therefore, Xie Qiao felt a little nervous when he went there. After all, the two are only husband and wife in name only and have not yet officially married. My husband, what do you want to call me for? Xie Qiao's expression was a little unnatural. Before she followed her parents out to escape the famine, many of her playmates had already married. Although she is only 16 years old, she is already considered an older girl. Therefore, Xie Qiao felt shy and a little scared. Unfortunately, the spring breeze is kind, but the willows are heartless. Lu Chen didn't realize this. As a person from later generations, Lu Chen always felt that Xie Qiao was just a little girl who had just entered high school. He couldn't bear to do it because he was so young. Come, my lady, take this pill. Lu Chen handed the advanced version of the powerful pill to Xie Qiao. Xie Qiao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. This pill is almost identical to the previous powerful pill. Husband, this is... Lu Chen put the pill into Xie Qiao's hand. Don't ask so many questions, just eat it. Xie Qiao didn't ask any more questions, because Lu Chen would not harm her after all. She took the pill and swallowed it. Soon, Xie Qiao smelled a foul odor. This smell is exactly the same as the smell on Lu Chen today. Husband, I'm leaving first. Xie Qiao certainly didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of Lu Chen, so she ran back to her room and hid in the bathroom to wash off the foreign object that suddenly appeared on her body. When Xie Qiao changed his clothes and returned to the bedroom, he noticed the changes in his body. Am I becoming stronger again? Xie Qiao felt that he had not become a little bit stronger, but too much stronger. If she could kill a cow with one punch before, now she is powerful enough to kill an iron bull. Even if it was a body of steel, she had the confidence to blow it up with one punch. My husband must be a god. If he weren't a god, he wouldn't have such an elixir. Xie Qiao had begun to have doubts about what Lu Chen had said to her before about dreaming about immortals. My husband must be hiding his abilities. He isn't immortal. Thinking that her husband was actually an immortal, Xie Qiao couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. The next day, when Xie Qiao appeared in front of Zhao Daya and others, he immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Meng Ryu looked Xie Qiao up and down, his eyes full of disbelief. Sister Qiao Yu, how did you become so beautiful? Lu Xiaolan was also envious. Sister Xie, it's only been one night. How come you seem like a different person? Zhao Daya directly grabbed Xie Qiao's hand and looked at Xie Qiao carefully from head to toe, inch by inch. Look at your delicate skin. So smooth and moist, you don't look like a human at all, but more like a fairy from heaven descending to earth. Meng Ruyu's face was filled with sourness. That guy Lu Chen is so lucky. If you two get married, I don't think he'll be able to get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. What, 3 days and 3 nights? Zhao Daya was the first to disagree. 3 days and 3 nights is for ordinary people, but is Brother Lu an ordinary person? I think he will be unable to get out of bed for at least a month. When she said this, no one noticed that a trace of subtle loneliness flashed across Zhao Daya's face. Listening to everyone's teasing, Xie Qiao was so embarrassed that blood was almost dripping from his face. When Lu Chen came out and saw Xie Qiao, he was also stunned. Is this still the same dark and skinny little bean sprout? All the beauties in the world combined cannot compare to Xie Qiao. He didn't expect that the advanced version of the power pill would have such an effect. Not to mention anything else, the beauty benefit alone makes all the wonders of the world pale in comparison. He had already heard what the girls had just said. What, a month? Who are you looking down on? With my current physique, it'll take at least 3 months. Lu Chen felt that the wedding had to be moved forward. Although Xie Qiao is young, she is mentally mature. In addition, she took 2 powerful pills, so her body should be more mature. Right? Chapter 168 Daddy is here. After lying dormant for a few months, Lu Qingping began to swell again. For several months, Lu Qingping lived in a dark corner like a cockroach, almost never interacting with others. His identity is very embarrassing. He is Lu Chen's second uncle, but is also extremely disliked by Lu Chen. The villagers also tried their best to avoid him, neither trying to get close to him nor deliberately distancing themselves from him. At the beginning, his family had a very difficult time. He could only survive in the cracks, relying on his wife to find some small jobs outside to support the family. Later, the villagers saw that Lu Chen seemed to have forgotten his uncle, and they treated him as an ordinary villager and did not treat him differently. Tian Luzhu, who was in charge of the construction of the entire village, saw that He Qingping's family was having a hard time, so he gave him a job doing odd jobs, which allowed him to barely make a living. In the past 2 days, He Qingping's home, which had always been invisible, suddenly became lively. The villagers had all heard of Lu Qingping's daughter, who was in charge of Hudou County and whose status was even higher than that of the county magistrate. So, some villagers came to Lu Qingping's house and tried to get close to him under various pretexts. Of course, most of these so-called villagers were later refugees, not the original inhabitants of Lujiazhai. Second brother Lu, it's time for you to enjoy your life in the future. Yes, second brother Lu, you really gave birth to a wonderful daughter. She's the head of a group, leading over 1,000 people. I heard your daughter captured Hudou County and is now living in the county government office. She's so impressive. Second brother Lu, I will have to rely on you a lot in the future. Like most farmers in the countryside, Lu Qingping gradually lost himself after listening to these flattering words. That night, He Qingping lay on the worn bed and chatted with He. Old woman, tell me, am I the county magistrate's father? Our Xiaohua has made it big now. Shouldn't we also enjoy the good life with her? He opened her eyes wide in the darkness, but didn't dare to say a word. She hadn't forgotten how she treated Lu Xiaohua before. Before Lu Xiaohua was sold, she beat her 3 times a day and starved her for 9 meals in 3 days. He is called a money loser and a cheap bastard every day. How could Lu Xiaohua not hold a grudge against her? I heard that our Xiaohua found dozens of boxes of gold and silver treasures in the county. We don't want much. Give us 2 boxes of gold and 3 or 5 boxes of silver, and we won't have to worry about anything in this life. Lu Qingping was full of longing. I think our nephew Lu Chen is an ambitious man. The female soldiers under his command are all very strong. I think it's possible for them to march into the capital and sit on the throne in the future. By then, our Xiaohua will at least be made a general. Ah, general. I am the general's father, and you are the general's mother. Seeing that he sure didn't say anything, Lu Qingping continued to fantasize. Although I didn't treat Lu Chen very well in the past, I am his second uncle after all, and his father's younger brother. If he ascends the throne in the future, wouldn't I become the emperor's uncle? Emperor's uncle, The more Lu Qingping thought about it, the more excited he became. He covered his mouth with the tattered quilt covered with dirt and laughed nonstop. He remained silent. Ever since Lu Xiaohua was sold to Lu Chen, she no longer had any thoughts about Lu Xiaohua. She is regretting it now. If she had known that Lu Xiaohua would be in this situation, she would have provided her with good food and drink every day and would not have let her do any work. Lu Xiaohua, who commanded 1,000 female soldiers, is her own daughter. She is now the head of a county, sitting in the county government office, and is very powerful. But her daughter has long since stopped recognizing her as her biological mother. Lu Qingping didn't think so. He already had a plan in mind. The next day, Lu Xiaohua is working in the county government office. Have all the soup kitchens been arranged? Has the bully who kidnapped the girl yesterday been caught? Are there any bandits disturbing the people around here? Have you found all the teachers I asked you to find? How's the selection of constables going? Recently, Lu Xiaohua has been following Lu Chen and has learned a lot. She knows what is important, what should be done, and what should not be done. While I was busy, someone came to report. Captain, someone wants to see you outside. Lu Xiaohua raised her head from the desk. Who is it? It's you, your father. These female soldiers all knew more or less about Lu Xiaohua's past. They knew that Lu Xiaohua was not close to her family. After hearing this, Lu Xiaohua's expression did not change at all. She just said calmly, no one outside of you will be seen. Outside the county government office. When He Qingping heard that Lu Xiaohua didn't see him, he immediately became anxious and started shouting at the yamen. Xiaohua, I'm your father. You can't possibly deny even your biological father. His shout immediately attracted people around the yamen. Chapter 169, 20 Strike-Offs. These days, there are almost no entertainment activities, and everyone likes to watch the fun. In a short while, more than 100 people gathered outside the county government office, and more people were rushing towards this side from a distance. Xiaohua, do you really not recognize me as your biological father? He Qingping is very good at playing the victim. His pitiful and miserable appearance really gained the sympathy of people who did not know the truth. Xiaohua, I ran dozens of miles to find you. I didn't eat a single bite of food or drink a single drop of water. He secretly glanced at the onlookers and continued shouting. Xiaohua, why don't you invite me in and sit down? Can't you even come out and see me? The people pointed fingers at He Qingping, but no one dared to speak up for him. Although Lu Xiaohua is just a teenage girl, her reputation has shocked the entire Hedo County. She led only 1,000 girls and defeated the 100,000-strong army of Marquis Jingyuan, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, and completely routed the army. Who dares to provoke this killing god like her? These people only dare to whisper a few words. Is this guy really Captain Lu's biological father? Look at how ragged he is and how little flesh there is on his face. Captain Lu is such a high-ranking official, but he doesn't care about his father. Who knows? Maybe this person is pretending to be an official relative. Who has the audacity to claim to be Captain Lu's relative? He must have had enough of life, right? I think there must be something hidden behind this. If this man is really Captain Lu's biological father, then Captain Lu is not very filial, is he? He came all this way, but she refused to let her father in and didn't even meet him. I don't think Captain Lu is a very good person. This man is truly pitiful. He raised his daughter with great difficulty, and now she has become so successful, but she doesn't even want her own father anymore. Alas, people's hearts have changed. This group of people said all kinds of things. Lu Xiaohua, who was sitting in the lobby, had already heard the whispers outside, and her face turned very ugly. Ever since she entered Lu Chen's home, she never thought about her original home, her parents, and her younger brother. In the past, she worked like a slave at home, was not well fed and clothed, was hungry every day, and was beaten all day long. In the end, they sold her to Lu Chen in exchange for more than 10 kilograms of food. They never treated her as a human being. It's better not to have a family like this. Lu Xiaohua took out the indenture from her body. In fact, Lu Chen had already returned the indenture contract to her, but she had kept it by his side. Lu Xiaohua handed the indenture contract to a female soldier next to her. Take this indenture and read the contents to the people outside. She thought about it and said, after reading it, show the indenture to the people who can read, then beat the man with 20 sticks and drive him out of the city. She didn't want to spank Lu Qingping. These 20 spankings were meant to completely put an end to He Qingping's thoughts. It saves him from thinking about nonsense all day long. Lu Cece came over to ask Lu Xiaohua about the establishment of a police station and happened to encounter this incident. Lu Cece arrived late, and she didn't know anything about Lu Xiaohua's past. He immediately asked Lu Xiaohua, Sister Xiaohua, is that man outside really your father? Yes, he is my biological father. He used to be. Lu Cece didn't expect that Lu Xiaohua and her parents were so incompatible. It was even more strange. What had happened to make her turn against her parents? She, a rich girl born in a wealthy family, simply couldn't understand it. Lu Xiaohua briefly recounted the suffering she had endured at home in the past. Lu Cece was stunned when she heard this. There are actually such parents in the world. Is this true? Are you lying to me? Lu Xiaohua rolled her eyes at her. Xiao Daya is even worse off than me. Lu Cece was surprised. Is there anyone worse off than you? Yes, Sister Daya was beaten to death by her mother. If my brother Lu hadn't given her the magic medicine, the grass on her grave would be 3 feet high by now. There's such a thing? That's really tragic. Lu Xiaohua snorted softly. Is it miserable? In Daweishu village to the east of us, there are 2 families who are exchanging children for food. Lu Cece was so shocked that she covered her mouth. Lu Xiaohua asked again, have you ever eaten dirt? What? Eat dirt? Lu Xiaohua said calmly. Just a few days before I went to Brother Lu's house, I went to the village entrance to dig up dirt to eat. My family wouldn't give me any food. Even the bark and grass roots in and around the village had been eaten clean. I was so hungry that my stomach ached. I had no choice but to dig up dirt to eat. Lu Cece was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. She lived a life of luxury in the capital, yet was still picky about her meals. How could she have imagined that the poor people had such a hard life? It's like suffering in the frying pan of hell. Chapter 170, I'm so angry. He Qingping's buttocks were beaten to pieces, and when he limped back to Lujiabeo, it was already dawn. His trip to the county town and back took him a full day and night. He was so tired and hungry that he didn't know how he managed to walk back. He didn't drink a drop of water for a whole day and night, and his feet were covered with blisters from walking. Open the gate. Open the city gate. He Qingping knocked on the door weakly, his voice not much louder than a mosquito. Fortunately, the soldiers guarding the city gate were female. If ordinary villagers were guarding the city gate, they would not be able to hear He Qingping's shouts at all. The spotlights on the city gate tower were turned on, and the city below suddenly became as bright as day. The glaring light made He Qingping dare not look directly at it, and he quickly lowered his head. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing here? The female soldier on the city wall asked 3 soul-searching questions. He Qingping replied, I'm from this village. Open the door quickly. Wait until daybreak. The city gates won't be opened at night. Most of the original villagers of Lujiazhai moved to Sunjiazwang in the back mountain, leaving only 3 or 5 families in the village. He Qingping is one of them. The 2 female soldiers guarding the city came from the capital with Lu Chen. During this period, He Qingping tried not to appear in front of people every day like a rat in a gutter, so the female soldiers guarding the city did not recognize He Qingping. Lu Qingping felt that if he didn't go home to eat something, he might lose his life at the city gate. He used all his strength to say, Girl, I am Lu Chen's biological uncle and Lu Xiaohua's biological father. You, quickly open the door for me. Upon hearing that this man was Lu Chen's second uncle and Lu Xiaohua's biological father, the female soldiers guarding the city did not dare to neglect him and immediately found an old soldier to check. This female soldier happened to be from Lujiazhai village, and her name was Lu Pandy. When she saw that it was Lu Qingping, she smiled and said, Oh, isn't this my second uncle? Brother Pan, please open the door for me. I'm almost dying of exhaustion. Uncle, what have you been up to? It's almost dawn. I think you should wait until the city gates open before coming in. Lu Qingping felt that he could not wait until dawn, so he could only beg, Brother Pan, I'm hungry and thirsty, and I'm also injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive if I don't eat something now. Please, open the door for me. Lu Pandy was not in a hurry and just continued to chat with Lu Qingping. Uncle, where have you been? Did you go up the mountain to hunt wolves? How did you get covered in blood? Lu Qingping also knew that Lu Pandy did it on purpose. He felt ashamed, angry, and resentful. In addition, he was tired, hungry, and injured. He couldn't breathe and fainted on the spot. Only then did Lu Pandy lazily say, All right, open the city gates and have someone carry him back. Is he made of paper? How could he die of anger after just a few words? The reason why Lu Pandy treated Lu Qingping like this was because her experience was too similar to Lu Xiaohua's. It can't be said to be exactly the same. It's absolutely exactly the same. So when Lu Pandy saw someone like Lu Qingping, he wanted to kick him to death. In fact, it's not just Lujiazhai. Many families in the surrounding villages are similar. If it were a normal year, these girls might have had an easier time. But when disaster strikes, these girls become the first victims. Their parents wish that these money-losing girls would die sooner. If a girl dies, the boys in the family will have more food to eat, and perhaps they can save their lives in years of disaster. It all comes down to one word, poverty. Early the next morning, Lu Chen heard that his second uncle had fainted at the city gate due to anger. A few months passed, and Lu Chen almost forgot about this person. After more than half an hour, Lu Xiaohua also sent someone back. She sent someone back to ask Lu Chen for instructions on many matters concerning the management of the county. For example, how much tax should be collected from shops, whether the case requires another specialist to make the judgment. The patrol officers who are being formed need to be paid a certain monthly salary. Finally, she mentioned He Qingping. Lu Chen did not comment on He Qingping's matter. As he stood higher and higher, He Qingping was almost like dust in his eyes. He was too lazy to even say a word for such a person. His main job now is to complete the artificial rainfall issue first to stabilize people's hearts. Zhao Daya and her colleagues learn the operation techniques of anti-aircraft guns every day. In 2 days, he will be ready to pull out the anti-aircraft guns and try to carry out artificial rainfall in the surrounding areas. He had already bought 20 sets of anti-aircraft guns for artificial rainfall from the store, as well as 10,000 special shells for artificial rainfall. Chapter 171 Anti-Aircraft Guns are coming. A few days later, Meng Ruyu, Zhao Daya, and others said that they had basically mastered the operation of the anti-aircraft gun. Lu Chen tested them and was quite satisfied with the results. Of course, they only know how to operate it. If they want to use it proficiently, they still need to practice it in practice. So, one morning, 2 rows of mighty anti-aircraft guns appeared in the military camp. In order to transport these anti-aircraft guns, Lu Chen also took out 100 war horses from the system space. 20 cannons require 40 war horses. The other 50 war horses were distributed to 50 female soldiers, who temporarily served as weather observers. They will be assigned to various places in Lu Chen's territory, and when they find clouds somewhere, they will immediately ride horses to report. In fact, they run faster than war horses. But in broad daylight, they would be too conspicuous running around, so they were allowed to ride horses. The remaining 10 war horses were kept as reserves. The sudden appearance of 20 anti-aircraft guns in the military camp immediately attracted the female soldiers. What is this? It looks weird. It looks like a cannon, but the barrel is way too long. The female soldiers gathered around the anti-aircraft gun and took a closer look. Some couldn't help but touch it. This gun has a double barrel. It's just a little too thin. The iron cannons we captured before were much thicker than this. Where do they come from? Aren't our city gates blocked at night? Were they pulled in? Its muzzle is facing upwards. Are you going to use it to shoot birds? In fact, anti-aircraft guns can also fire horizontally, and their power is quite strong when firing horizontally. Lu Chen plans to bring these anti-aircraft guns to the battlefield when the opportunity arises. The anti-aircraft gun he bought was of 37mm caliber. Although the caliber was smaller, it was easy to move and could be pulled by a horse. Moreover, the 37mm caliber twin-barrel gun is easy to operate, and female soldiers can operate it with a little training. Lu Chen, Zhao Daya, and others stood at the gate of Lu Mansion. Okay, go teach them how to operate it. Zhao Daya and her colleagues came to the square and gathered the female soldiers together. After some introduction, the female soldiers finally understood that these cannons were indeed used in warfare. Now, you will start learning the operation methods and essentials from us in batches. Once you've mastered the operation, you can all try it out. We might even set up an artillery unit in the future. When Zhao Daya was watching the anti-aircraft gun operation techniques, she had already learned that there was a branch of the military called artillery. Artillery can be behind the troops, bombarding enemy positions, or providing fire support to friendly troops on the front line. She had seen the power of artillery in the video. A large caliber artillery piece could create a huge hole in the ground with one shot. If it hits a person, his limbs will be blown to pieces on the spot, and he will no longer be able to see the human form. The power is extremely amazing. In the next few days, Zhao Daya and others taught the female soldiers how to operate anti-aircraft guns every day. Lu Chen found Tian Luzhu. Tian Luzhu has been in charge of the construction projects in Lujiabao. Due to the large number of projects, Tian Luzhu has been very busy. Recently, most of the projects in Lujiabao have been completed and Tian Luzhu can relax a little. Lu Chen looked for Tian Luzhu because he wanted him to lead the engineering team to build another warehouse outside the city. Later, he would inevitably store some bullets and shells in the fort. Bullets and shells are extremely dangerous materials, and it is too unsafe to keep them in the fort. Because the supplies stored in this warehouse are relatively dangerous, if it is built inside the fort, in the event of an accident, it will cause serious casualties. Therefore, I plan to build this warehouse outside the fort, preferably 3 miles away from the city wall. Okay, I'll go out of town these next couple of days and look for a suitable location. These days, Tian Luzhu has been worried that once all the projects in Lujiabao are completed, he will have no work to do. It just so happened that Lu Chen asked him to start a new project, so Tian Luzhu was naturally very happy. Another 10 days passed. Zhao Daya and others have taught some female soldiers how to operate anti-aircraft guns. Although only a small number of female soldiers have mastered the operation skills of anti-aircraft guns, Lu Chen no longer wants to wait. Because it was a rare, cloudy day these 2 days. And the clouds are numerous and thick enough. In a drought year like this kind of weather is very rare. He immediately called Zhao Daya and others together. There's some ammunition in the warehouse. Transport it outside the south gate. Also, pull out a few anti-aircraft guns for live-fire drills. Let me see the results of your training these days. Chapter 172, Dragon God Cannon. Zhao Daya and others were very excited when they heard that they were going to conduct a live-fire drill. After all, they had only seen artillery firing in videos and had never actually fired artillery. Okay, I'll go right away. Zhao Daya immediately ordered people to transport 5 cannons and a batch of artillery shells out of the city. Since the video included precautions for transporting artillery shells, the operating manual for transporting artillery shells was also explained when teaching the female soldiers how to operate anti-aircraft guns. Zhao Daya did it herself and supervised the female soldiers as they carefully transported the ammunition belts. One ammunition belt contains 30 shells and weighs more than 100 pounds. There are 2 ammunition belts for 1 gun, and a total of 10 ammunition belts for 5 guns, with 300 shells. Slow down. Hold it tight. Don't drop it. If it drops, you'll be dead. Fortunately, these female soldiers have gone through multiple stages of baptism, including taking powerful pills, arduous training, and killing on the battlefield, and their psychological qualities are extremely strong. Otherwise, Zhao Daya's words would have scared these female soldiers so much that they didn't know which leg to move first. 5 anti-aircraft guns were arranged in a neat row outside the city, and the female soldiers stood in front of the guns in a line. Meng Ryu, Lu Chen, Chu Yun, and others were also standing not far away, watching the actual combat drill of the anti-aircraft guns. Lu Chen and Xie Xiao also arrived hand in hand. Lu Chen pointed at the dark clouds in the sky. Your targets are the clouds in the sky. Fire where the clouds are dense. Do you understand? The female soldiers said in unison. Understood, sir. Let's get started. The female soldier immediately took the gun position and pointed the muzzle high up at the clouds in the sky. Thousands of onlookers looked at the anti-aircraft guns with great anticipation. During this period, many of them had the opportunity to see female soldiers operating anti-aircraft guns, but they had never seen them actually fire the guns. Report to the commander. Gunner number 1 is ready. Gunner number 2 is ready. Chu Yun ordered. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannons roared at the same time. One shell after another flew into the sky and exploded in the clouds. After a round of shelling, the gunner turned the muzzle and pointed it at another cloud. Boom, boom, boom. As the artillery fire continued, some villagers covered their ears in shock, while others looked up at the bursts of bullets in the sky. It hit so high, it's even above the clouds. I wonder what would happen if this cannon hit a person. I guess it can blow a person into several pieces, right? The sound of the cannon could be heard from far away, and villagers from even farther away also rushed over here upon hearing the sound. The villagers who were concentrating on watching the cannon fire suddenly felt a chill on their faces. Someone wiped it with his hand, but it was water. Water? Is this rain? It's raining. It's raining. It's finally raining. The villagers cheered loudly and waved their arms excitedly towards the sky in the rain, hoping for more rain. Finally, it's raining. We can plant crops again. How many years have I not seen rain? Help! Rain, please give more. Please give more. Many people cried with joy, their tears mixed with rain, their faces covered with tears and rain. The children were jumping and dancing in the rain, completely ignoring the fact that their clothes were soaked. Some children have never seen what it rains like since they were born. They didn't understand what the rain meant. They just played happily in the rain. The entire Lujiazhai was filled with joy because of the rain. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, Yes, the effect of this rainfall is very good. Tonight, you should arrange for people to go to various places to carry out artificial rainfall so that our entire jurisdiction can be moistened by the rain. Chu Yun was surprised and asked, Brother Lu, you said, this rain was caused by our artillery? Lu Chen smiled. Of course. The conversation between Lu Chen and Chu Yun spread among the villagers like waves. The villagers were all so shocked that they were speechless. Today's rain was actually caused by Lu Chen using a cannon. No wonder. As soon as they fired, it started to rain. I see. They thought it was God who had opened his eyes to the thief. It turned out to be a grace bestowed by Lu Chen. Thank you so much, Master Lu. Thank you, boss. You have done a great deed. Mr. Lu, you are truly a god. Could it be that Master Lu is the reincarnation of the Dragon King? Otherwise, how could he control the wind and rain? With Master Lu here, we won't have to worry about droughts anymore. If he wants it to rain, it will rain, and even heaven has to listen to Master Lu. Some people even looked at the anti-aircraft guns with gleams in their eyes. These cannons are meant to convey the Dragon King's wishes. When the Dragon King heard the cannon fire, he sent down heavy rain. I think this is the Dragon King cannon. Yes, the Dragon King cannon. What Dragon King cannon? I think it should be called Dragon God cannon. Yes, it's the Dragon God cannon. The Dragon God cannon. Dragon God cannon. Master Lu is the Dragon King descended to the world, bringing rain with the Dragon God Cannon. Mr. Lu is a god, and this cannon is the Dragon God Cannon. Dragon God Cannon. Dragon God Cannon. The villagers cheered and shouted loudly at Lu Chen. The huge sound wave was like a tidal wave, and soon almost all the people in Lujiabao came running. Lu Chen didn't expect that the villagers would give these anti-aircraft guns the name Dragon God Cannon. You know what? This name is quite domineering. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun, since they call this the Dragon God Cannon, then let's call it the Dragon God Cannon from now on. Okay, that's a really fitting name. In fact, before this, even Chu Yun didn't know that these cannons could bring down rain from the sky. Not only her, but also Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, and others did not know about it in advance. Lu Chen didn't even mention this to Xie Qiao. Therefore, their mood at this moment is not much different from that of these villagers. Especially Xie Qiao. Her eyes looking at Lu Chen were full of tenderness, affection, and admiration. My husband is so capable. How many other abilities does he have that I don't know about? Xie Qiao was surrounded by great happiness. Being able to marry Lu Chen is a blessing she has earned through many lifetimes. Lu Chen said to Chu Yun again, order more artillery shells, and then move these artillery pieces 10 miles away so that it can rain somewhere else. Chu Yun made arrangements immediately. Soon, these Dragon God cannons left Lujiabao under the reluctant gaze of the villagers. But the rain continued to fall. It was a patter, neither loud nor soft. Small puddles soon formed in the dry fields. The dusty dirt road was also soaked by the rain. This is truly a blessing after a long drought. The villagers were immersed in great happiness. They caught the rainwater with their hands and drank it directly into their mouths. They stepped in the mud and water, and although their feet were covered in mud, they enjoyed it. Lu Chen was also infected and was in a very happy mood. The people's wishes are not high. They will be satisfied if there is good weather and a good harvest, and the grain they harvest is enough to feed themselves. Lu Chen had a plan in mind. In the future, he would buy thousands of anti-aircraft guns and station them in various places. In this way, the world will no longer be afraid of drought. Chapter 173, The Sword Points at the City. Artificial rainfall is only the first step in Lu Chen's plan to pacify the people. Only when there is water in the land can we farm. But at this time, the people had no food or seeds. That night, after Chu Yun came back with a few Dragon God cannons, he was called over by Lu Chen. The room was already full. In addition to Zhao Daya, Meng Ruyu, Lu Xiulan, and others, there are also a dozen veteran figures. Lu Chen told us about his plan. You can post notices everywhere. Anyone who wants grain seeds can take their household registration card and go to Lujiabao or the county town to register for purchase. If you don't have money, you can buy on credit. When the harvest comes next year, you can return twice the amount of grain. If you're struggling, you can borrow some food from us on credit to tide you over, but you must return it next year. You should remind the people that the grain harvested from these crops should not be saved for seed, as the grain yield will decrease year by year. In addition to wheat and rice seeds, we also have potato and sweet potato seeds. The yield of these two crops is very high. If you're interested in growing these two crops, you can give them a try. Because of the famine in recent years, the people in our jurisdiction can be exempted from taxes for 3 years. After 3 years, the tax will be 10%. Lu Chen spoke in detail, and Meng Ruyu and others wanted to record it. No need to remember. Lu Chen distributed the prepared documents one by one. He had printed these documents in advance and bound them into books. Everyone listened and looked at the documents they received. In fact, the main topic Lu Chen talked about today was not agricultural issues. How to build management agencies at all levels is the focus today. You've all learned a lot about this over the past few days. I'll focus on a few points here. Based on these points, you can discuss how to allocate officials and manpower at all levels of institutions. First of all, you must remember that no official should be allowed to touch the money. They must never be given the opportunity to embezzle money. Those who manage money and those who manage accounts must be separated. Also, investigation and arrest must be separated from judgment and sentencing. The highest official in a place does not have the power to dismiss the officials below him. If his official position comes from above, then such an official will only flatter the superiors and bully the subordinates. What use is he? In addition, Lu Chen spoke eloquently for nearly half an hour. Only through checks and balances and mutual supervision can officials, big and small, be deterred from slacking off and from taking bribes and perverting the law. I will station our female soldiers in each location. In principle, they are only responsible for the city's security and cannot interfere in local affairs. However, they also have a responsibility to supervise local officials. If someone brings a complaint to them, they cannot handle it directly. They can only supervise the case handling process. The military, government, and law should each perform their respective duties and not interfere with each other. The highest official in a region is solely responsible for the overall situation, managing and coordinating all subordinate departments. Note, he must never hold any real power. Human nature is inherently evil. Even a good person, once in power, will find it difficult to resist their greed. Everyone has weaknesses, whether it's money, sex, personal preferences, or the ties of family. They are corrupted day by day, and over time, even a strong man can be reduced to rotting pus. Next, let me talk about the school. When we run a school, in addition to teaching literacy and poetry, we will also teach arithmetic, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and natural sciences. When the time comes, I will give you these textbooks. You can find some talented students and have them study them slowly. Finally, Lu Chen said, use what I've said as a basis to come up with a framework, and I'll make selections and modifications later. Meng Ryu raised a crucial question. Marshal Lu, where do these officials come from? Lu Chen said, the local gentry and common people will nominate and select the official themselves. If anyone wants to be in this position, they can also nominate themselves. If someone is elected but unpopular during his tenure, he can be removed from office at any time through consultation among several departments. After listening to what Lu Chen said, Zhao Daya and others felt that his ideas were wild and incredible. Still, it sounded like it could work. You can take your time to think about what I'm saying and experience it. There's no rush. Lu Chen continued, at present, we are still focusing on expanding our influence. He pointed to the southeast and said, next, I plan to take Fengzhou. Hudou County belongs to Fengzhou. Fengzhou has 17 counties under its jurisdiction, which is almost half of a county and is almost the largest state in the Zhou dynasty. But in recent years, Fengzhou has also been the area hardest hit by disasters. If the disaster in Fengzhou had been brought under control, the number of people who starved to death in the Zhou dynasty would have been reduced by at least half. The general of Fengzhou was Jiang Wenyu, who had just died. Chu Yin suddenly said, I heard that after Jiang Wenyu's death, his troops were scattered. Several rebel groups in Fengzhou are ready to make a move and appear to be preparing to capture Fengzhou City. I heard that there are only a few thousand soldiers in Fengzhou City. If they really want to attack the city, Fengzhou City will be difficult to defend. In addition to the spies sent out, Lu Jiabao also collected a lot of information from refugees. Chu Yun is in charge of many affairs in Lu Jiabao, and she is mainly responsible for intelligence. When Lu Chen heard this, he immediately said, in that case, I will go to Fengzhou. He thought for a moment and said, then send a company over to investigate the situation. I'll be there shortly. Then let's send Zhao Yingshue's 13th company. Zhao Yingxue is the most steady among these company commanders. She is very thoughtful in what she says and does. I think it's a good idea to send her. Chu Yin suggested. Mentioning Zhao Yingxue, Lu Chen couldn't help but think of her loyalty, which had always been less than 100. For so many days, Zhao Yingshue's loyalty has been stuck at 99 and she just can't fill it up. Okay, then let's go with Company 13. He said to Chu Yun, please make arrangements and let them bring enough supplies. He turned around and said to Xie Qiao, you should prepare in the next 2 days. Let's go together. Xie Qiao's expression was a little unnatural, and she just said vaguely. That night, Xie Qiao found Lu Chen. Husband, I won't go this time. Xie Qiao said hesitantly. Lu Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Don't you like going out? I just want to rest at home for a while. You should go alone this time. Lu Chen suddenly realized. That's right. We just came back less than a month ago, and I made you suffer the hardships of the road again. Blame me for not being considerate of my wife at all. Xie Qiao lowered his head slightly and said softly, the journey wasn't hard. How could I have suffered by going out with you, my husband? I just want to stay home for a while. Lu Chen took Xie Qiao's delicate little hand and said, okay, I'll go alone. You have so many sisters at home to keep you company. You won't be lonely after all. Xie Qiao suddenly looked up and said, husband, you always need someone to take care of you on the road. This time, let Daya go with you. Let Daya accompany me? Lu Chen was a little confused and didn't understand what Xie Qiao meant. Xie Qiao smiled and said, "You see, Daya has never been far away from home. Can't you take her out to see the world?" Lu Chen frowned, feeling that something was wrong with Xie Qiao. But come to think of it, Zhao Daya has indeed never traveled far. Over the past decade or so, she has suffered countless hardships from her parents and is a child with a miserable life. It would be good to let her go out and see the world. Chapter 174, Raising an Ungrateful Person. When Zhao Daya learned that Lu Chen wanted to take her to Fengzhou City, she was very surprised. "Just bring Sister Xie with you, and I won't go, okay?" Lu Chen said. "She wants to rest at home for a while, so she won't go this time. She was the one who suggested that you and I go together." Zhao Daya was even more surprised, but since Lu Chen said so, she didn't refuse. She also wanted to visit the state capital. In the past, she had always looked forward to going to the county town one day to see how lively it was. As Lu Jiabao became more and more prosperous, and she saw so many new things with Lu Chen, her thoughts gradually faded. But it would be nice to be able to go to the state capital, which is more prosperous than the county town. At least, after listening to Lu Chen's arrangements, she was secretly excited for half a day. The reason she was excited wasn't just because she could go to the state capital, but it was Xie Qiao's attitude. What does Sister Xie mean by that? Isn't she worried about asking me to go out with Brother Lu? She thought about it for a while, and then felt that she was overthinking. Xie Qiao is now as beautiful as a fairy. How could Brother Lu treat me? Zhao Daya's heart was in turmoil. After Zhao Yingxue led the 13th company to Fengzhou City in batches, Lu Chen arranged some matters at home. He put the grain seeds in the space into the warehouse and divided out more than half of them and ordered people to transport them to the county town. Then he handed the task of artificial rainfall over to Chu Yin. At night, he piled some construction materials outside the city, where Tian Luzhu wanted to build a warehouse. This time in Fengzhou City shouldn't be too long, and Lu Chen doesn't have much to deal with. Considering that the infrastructure of Lu Jiabao would be almost completed by the time Fengzhou City was taken, Lu Chen had already started preparing for the wedding in the system store. In order to make the scene look more prosperous and lively, Lu Chen had already purchased thousands of red lanterns in advance and placed them in the warehouse. Fireworks are of course indispensable. Things like red envelopes, red paper, wedding candies and cakes, whatever he could think of, he would buy them first to avoid forgetting them later. Lu Chen has always been conflicted about getting married, because for him in later generations, getting married in his teens always felt psychologically unsatisfactory. According to his original idea, they would get married when Xie Qiao was 18 or 19 years old or 20 years old. But now, every time he saw the delicate and pretty Xie Qiao, he always wanted to swallow her in one bite. That's settled. We'll do it when we get back from Fengzhou City. All right, how could I have forgotten about this? Lu Chen suddenly remembered something important. He went to the East Room and found Xie Qiao. "Madam, where is your hometown? I think you mentioned it before, but I forgot." Ever since Xie Qiao entered Lu Chen's home, she rarely mentioned her family. After all, she was sold to Lu Chen as a wife by her parents. Logically, she should have no relationship with her family anymore. But Lu Chen couldn't help but think about her. Since they were about to get married, he had to go to her hometown to see if her family was there. If her parents returned to their hometown, he, as their son-in-law, should go there. "Husband, why are you asking this?" Xie Qiao didn't understand why Lu Chen mentioned her family. Lu Chen smiled gently and said, "I'm going to Fengzhou City. I remember your hometown is in the east. If it's convenient, I'll go see if my parents-in-law are home." Lu Chen considered bringing Xie Qiao's parents to live with him when the time comes. It's not like he can't afford it. His own parents were gone, so Xie Qiao's parents would be his parent from now on. Xie Qiao hesitated for a moment, but still told Lu Chen her hometown address. "My home is in Shijuan de Guizi Town, Yinqing County." After hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and said nothing. After being here for a few months, Lu Chen has a better understanding of the surrounding area. Yinqing County is nearly 200 miles away from Lu Jiabao and no longer belongs to Fengzhou City. However, when going to Fengzhou City, he could also take a detour and take a walk. The next day, Lu Chen asked Zhao Daya to harness a carriage and arrange a female soldier who could drive, and then they were ready to set off. Just when Lu Chen was browsing the system store and wanted to buy some food and daily necessities for the journey, a female soldier came hurriedly to report outside. "Report to the marshal." Lu Chen asked, "Is there something wrong?" The female soldier hesitated for a moment before saying, "Marshal, Sun Li is looking for you outside. Sun Lijing was the former head of Sunjiazwang and Lujiazhai. Although he is no longer the head of the village, people still habitually call him Lijing. Let him in. When Sun Lijing came in, his face was dark, as if someone owed him 800 strings of cash. Mr. Lu, these ungrateful bastards. Look at these ungrateful bastards. Even if you feed your food to dogs, you can't feed it to these ungrateful bastards. Sun Lijing kept calling Lu Chen an ungrateful person. Lu Chen vaguely understood what had happened, and his face suddenly became gloomy. What's going on? Please tell me slowly. Lu Chen asked someone to bring some refreshments. Sun Lijing took a sip of tea and roared, What the hell is this? Master Lu, you must not be soft-hearted this time. These black-hearted, ungrateful wolves. Sun Lijing told Lu Chen everything that happened in the original Sunjiazwang, which is now the residential area. Master Lu, are you raising a bunch of ungrateful wolves? What kind of life did they live before? They were almost starving to death. If it weren't for your kindness, Master Lu, would they still be alive today? I'm afraid all their bones have been gnawed by wolves. Lu Chen stood up and said, Let's go and take a look. The two of them got up and walked out to the residential area. Zhao Daya, who was already preparing to leave with Lu Chen, also hurriedly followed. The three of them passed through the military camp, walked around a cement-paved mountain road, and entered the residential area. Compared with the Sunjiazwang a few months ago, the Sunjiazwang of today has undergone tremendous changes, which can be said to be a world of difference. In the past, there were only 2 or 3 households in Sunjiazwang that lived in blue brick and tile houses, and the rest were all low thatch houses. Now, there are neat rows of 2-story houses, all of which are equipped with bright glass windows and snow-white exterior walls, looking clean, tidy, and spotless. Straight cement roads lead to the doorsteps of every household. There are flowers and plants planted on both sides of the road. There is a large square in the middle of the village. There is also a circle of flowers and plants outside the square. There are benches on the edge of the square for people to rest. Rows of buildings, centered on the square, are arranged in an orderly and grand manner, making the entire Sunjiazwang look like a villa community in later generations. But now, this village, which ranks first in the world, has been destroyed by discordant noise. At this time, there were about 100 or 200 people gathered in the square, and the noise came from them. Thousands of villagers gathered around them, and it was obvious that they were just onlookers. Chapter 175, The Greed of the People. Seeing Lu Chen coming, the villagers who were watching the excitement outside spontaneously made way for him. After Lu Chen arrived, the noise died down instantly. Lu Chen came to the front of the noisy crowd with no anger on his face. On the contrary, his expression was gentle, his attitude was kind, his eyes were gentle, and even his voice was kind. What happened? None of the more than 100 or nearly 200 people dared to step forward and answer. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed out from the side. It was the village chief, Lu Daji. Boss! Lu Chen looked at Lu Daji. As far as he knew, this was the first time Lu Daji called him boss. In the past, Dongjia was the name used by tenants to address landlords, and it was also the name used by shop owners and employees to address bosses. Before, Lu Daji had never called Lu Chen boss. Lu Chen nodded secretly. Lu Daji was a good man. On this occasion, he did the right thing. Lu Daji came to Lu Chen angrily and pointed at the group of people in the middle of the square. Boss, do you know what they are going to do? Lu Chen pretended not to know and asked, Uncle 13, what are they going to do? Lu Daji said angrily, They want you to buy them new clothes, new beds, and new tables and chairs. The onlookers suddenly burst into an uproar. What? Why do they want Master Lu to buy them this and that? Are they Master Lu's biological sons? How could they have thought of that? Why don't they just go to heaven? You've only had a few days of full meals, and you don't know who you are? None of these people are good. Look, that guy is my neighbor. He always climbs over the wall to peek at my wife. And that guy with the mole on his face, I've seen him snatch food from children several times. Lu Chen looked at the group of people with a calm expression, without any anger at all. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Lu Daji stamped his foot and said, Boss, you don't even know what they're talking about. They actually want you to give them meat every day. They say they're tired of eating rice every day, and they're starving because of the only cabbage and radish and the watery soup. The onlookers all booed. They don't even go out to see that people are starving to death everywhere. Forget rice. There's not even tree bark to eat. I heard from the disaster victims outside yesterday that more and more people are starving to death these days. Giving them meat every day? What are they thinking? Why are they only thinking about good things? I think it's good enough for us to eat meat once every 10 days or half a month. This life is 100 times more comfortable than the good years before. You people are really greedy. These guys are all lazy and good-for-nothings, just lying in bed every day waiting for something good to happen to them. Lu Chen listened to the crowd's condemnation and came to the group of troublemakers. Are these all you requested? Intimidated by Lu Chen's majesty, almost all of these people lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lu Chen, let alone respond to him. Lu Chen pointed at the ones closest to the front and said, "You guys, tell me what you think." Those who are causing trouble and standing at the front are usually the leaders. The leader glanced at Lu Chen with lowered head and a pleasant look. Seeing the faint smile on Lu Chen's face, he suddenly became bolder. Aren't benefits achieved through struggle? If you don't fight for it, no one will ever give it to you for free. If they try hard, maybe Lu Chen will soften his heart and arrange it for them. That boss. The leader, a short and strong middle-aged man, stammered as he spoke. "Boss, I see that my neighbor has meat to eat every day, and I'm so greedy." The middle-aged man stopped talking and looked up to steal a glance at Lu Chen. Seeing that Lu Chen still had that indifferent expression, he continued, "Also, boss, I see other people's homes have new beds, new tables and chairs, but I have nothing at home. All of them are broken things picked up from other people's discarded things. So, Lu Chen didn't say anything, just looked at him quietly. Of course he knew that although these people all lived in the same village, their lives were not the same, some good and some bad. For example, in order to earn more money to support their families, some people will look for some work to do, such as helping others, working on construction sites, and so on. In addition, most of those who can eat meat every day are relatives of the female soldiers under Lu Chen. Even if these female soldiers had money, they couldn't buy food and goods, so Lu Chen didn't pay them. In addition to giving them some food to supplement their families, they're also allowed to give the delicious food they save from their teeth to their families. Almost all families who can eat meat every day have female soldiers. What's wrong? What's wrong with the relatives of my subordinates living a better life than others? Isn't it right? Why are they jealous? Seeing that Lu Chen remained silent for a long while, the middle-aged man stammered again. "Boss, look, we live in such a nice house, but the house is full of shabby things. This is not good, don't you think?" Lu Chen understood again. This is a legendary story about a woman who lost her family because she bought a lipstick. After buying lipstick, don't you have to put some powder on your face? After tidying up her face, she also needs to tidy up her hair. Otherwise, it won't match her face. Then you need to buy a good headdress. I bought a headdress, but it seems like something is missing around my neck. Then buy a necklace. After some negotiations, she finally arranged for an $8 million luxury car. After listening to the middle-aged, wretched man's thoughts, Lu Chen looked at the villagers around him who were watching the excitement. "Do you have the same idea as them?" The crowd of onlookers all waved their hands hurriedly. No, I don't think so. My family's life is so much better now than before. How could I dare to have any other thoughts? Right now, I just want to farm well. When I grow enough food, I will definitely hand it over to my boss to repay him for saving my life." Right. Every day, I'm just thinking about how to repay my boss's kindness. How dare I think about these things? Lu Chen turned around and looked at the group of troublemakers again. These people didn't know what Lu Chen was thinking, and they all looked at him eagerly. Lu Chen took a quick look and found that these people were all victims of the disaster that came later, and none of them were villagers from the village. Uncle 13. When Lu Daji heard Lu Chen's tone, he knew that something interesting was about to happen. He immediately came up to Lu Chen and said, "Boss, what can I do for you? Where's our patrol?" Although there is no external threat to Lu Jiabao at present, the previous patrol teams are still there. They are now only responsible for village security, night watch, fire prevention, and theft prevention. Lu Daji immediately shouted to the crowd, Huaishan, what are you doing? Hurry up and bring your people over to work." Lu Huaishan is the son of Lu Daji and has always served as the captain of the patrol team. When he heard his father calling him, he immediately rushed in with the patrol members who had already been assembled. Chapter 176, Break Your Legs. The patrol team also had about 200 people. At Lu Huaishan's command, they came to the scene with knives in hand and a menacing look. When the troublemakers saw this situation, they immediately panicked. "What's this for? Boss, what are you doing? Boss, if you don't agree with what we said, we won't mention it. What's the point of making such a fuss? Boss, just pretend we didn't say anything. I'm going home. Yes, I won't mention it anymore. I'm going home now. Lu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to them and waved his hand, kicked them all out of Lu family castle, and never allowed them to set foot inside the castle. He actually also thought about the matter of repaying kindness with resentment, but he didn't expect these people to be so greedy. Before he went to the capital, he did often distribute meat to the villagers. After Lu Chen went to the capital, the meat stored in the village was quickly consumed, and Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu no longer distributed meat to the villagers. After returning from the capital, Zhao Daya and Meng Ryu both advised Lu Chen not to give meat to the villagers anymore. Even for those who worked as helpers, Lu Chen reduced their meat rations. This group of troublemakers may have had a few days of good times with meat to eat, and suddenly they were deprived of meat, so they felt unhappy. Lu Chen felt that it was his fault. He was the one who spoiled these people. At this moment, when the group of troublemakers heard that Lu Chen wanted to drive them away, they were suddenly struck by lightning. They know very well what life is like for the poor people out there. Disaster victims passed by Lujiabo every day, and they saw how miserable those victims were. If they were driven out of Lujiabao, their good days would be over. Before Lu Huaishan's patrol team could take action, all the troublemakers fell to their knees. They begged Lu Chen not to drive them away. Boss, I've gone crazy. Please don't bother with me. Please be kind and don't chase us away. Boss, please be kind and forgive us this time. Boss, we won't dare to do it again next time. Please forgive me this time. Right. We will never dare to have any unreasonable thoughts again. There was no need for Lu Chen to say anything. The surrounding villagers started talking one after another. They sneered and accused the group of people of shameless behavior. What? You're asking the boss to be kind? You're a bunch of ungrateful bastards. Dream on. You guys are like this, and you still want another chance? I guess I'll have to beg the boss to forgive you in my next life. Oh, you also know that this is unreasonable, right? We all thought you didn't know. The group of people who were causing trouble were suddenly drowned in the villagers' spit. Lu Huaishan and the others were not idle either. The patrol members waved their swords and shouted harshly, urging the troublemakers to get out of Lujiabao as soon as possible. Seeing this, the few troublemakers who were leading the riot simply lay down on the ground and started acting like scoundrels. They lay on the ground, their mouths busy. This is my home. Why are you trying to drive me away? I won't leave. If I leave Lujiabao, how can I survive? You might as well just kill me. Right. You might as well just kill us all. Going out is a dead end anyway, so you might as well die here. My house and property are all in Lujiazhai. Lujiazhai is my home, and no one could drive me away. If you have the guts, just kill me. I won't leave. I won't leave. Lu Chen looked at the people lying on the ground and making a fuss as if they were idiots. They don't think he really doesn't dare to kill them, do they? He was about to speak when he saw Zhao Daya striding over. Zhao Daya has been standing behind Lu Chen. She gritted her teeth in hatred as she listened to what these people said. Seeing them lying on the ground and acting like scoundrels, he could no longer hold back. She walked forward and stepped on one person's thigh. I'll break your dog legs. Just heard a click. The sound of broken bones was clearly audible and very crisp. Ouch! A terrifying howl resounded over the square. Zhao Daya stepped on it again. The man's other leg was also broken by her. This time, the man's loud howl instantly died down and turned into a low wail. His face was covered in sweat from the pain, and he didn't even have the energy to shout loudly. Seeing that Zhao Daya was so unreasonable and just started to attack, the other people were so scared that they quickly got up from the ground and looked at Zhao Daya tremblingly. Zhao Daya didn't give them any chance to regret. She went up and launched several consecutive flying kicks, all of which hit their knees. A series of bone-breaking sounds rang out in the square. Chapter 177, A Single Man and a Single Woman. Zhao Daya waved her hand and said, "Throw them out." A group of patrolmen rushed forward, pulled up several people with broken legs, dragged them on the ground, and led them out of the city like dead dogs. Zhao Daya looked at the group of troublemakers with a stern look, as fast as lightning. At this moment, she didn't look like a teenage girl at all. He was clearly like a great general who looked down upon the world, majestic, cold, and inviolable. Under the pressure of Zhao Daya's gaze, this group of people were silent as a cicada in fear. Zhao Daya opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was as clear and cold as ice breaking on a cold night. Who among you still doesn't want to leave? No one spoke. This group of people didn't dare to say a word. He walked out of the city in silence. It was like a death row prisoner being escorted to the execution ground by officers and soldiers. The patrol members were relieved. They followed the group and escorted them out of Lujiabao. After the group of troublemakers left, the villagers in the square all breathed a sigh of relief as if they had seen off the plague god. Although they did not join the riot, they were afraid of being implicated. If Lu Chen was unhappy, he might expel them from Lujiabao. None of these people are good people. They should have been kicked out long ago. Yes, look at them. They all have shifty eyes. If it weren't for our boss's suppression, they would definitely be stealing and cheating people in the village. Yes, we are all honest people, so we don't want to have anything to do with them. A few days ago, that bald guy named Diao asked me to go to his house to gamble, but I refused to go. I knew he was not a good person. And that short, fat guy named Chun, he came to my house to chat last month, and when he left, he even took one of my bowls. I haven't spoken to him since. While these villagers were criticizing those people, they were also trying their best to distance themselves from the matter. After the matter was settled, Lu Chen said goodbye to Lu Daji and everyone else, then went home. Zhao Daya no longer had the domineering aura she had just now. She took small steps and followed Lu Chen closely, like a young wife who was bullied at home every day. After a while, Zhao Daya asked Lu Chen cautiously, "Brother Lu, you won't blame me for acting on my own initiative just now, right?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "You did very well. Decisive, neat, and quick to cut the Gordian knot. With just one move, he frightened those villains." Lu Chen felt that Zhao Daya was much more mature than before, and she didn't seem like the same person at all. This made him feel that it was absolutely right to take Zhao Daya out this time. Let her go out more often and see the world. She will definitely be his most capable person in the future. Come on, it's time for us to leave. Lu Chen felt a little relieved. Fortunately, this group of people happened to be causing trouble at this time. If he eliminated these cancerous people before leaving, he would have nothing to worry about. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao said goodbye to each other at the city gate. The two talked for a long time. Before leaving, Xie Qiao held Zhao Daya's hand and said, "I'll trouble you to take care of our big brother Lu along the way." Zhao Daya said carelessly, "Sister Xie, don't worry. With me here, brother Lu will definitely be well." Lu Chen looked sideways when he heard this. This Zhao Daya is really heartless. After saying goodbye to Meng Ruyu, Lu Xiaolan, and others one by one, Lu Chen got on the carriage. With Xie Qiao and a dozen other girls watching, the carriage slowly left Lujiabao and headed towards the distant mountains. After the carriage disappeared, the group headed towards Lu Mansion. Meng Ruyu quietly asked Xie Qiao, "Sister, are you so confident in letting brother Lu take Dyer out with him? Even if they go out together, you should arrange 2 carriages for them. They are riding in the same carriage, a man and a woman alone." This is not Meng Ruyu making up gossip about others behind their backs. Although they have accepted many new things and have many new ideas recently, who knows if sparks will fly between a young man and a woman who are so passionate about each other, eating, living, and riding in the same carriage day and night. Moreover, Meng Ruyu had heard long ago that Zhao Daya was Lu Chen's childhood sweetheart before Xie Qiao entered Lu Chen's house. If Xie Qiao had not appeared, Zhao Daya might very well be Lu Chen's fiancé now. Xie Qiao smiled and said, "Brother Lu is the greatest man in the world. He is just a hidden dragon in the abyss now, and his status and position will surely be extremely noble in the future. I am a little peasant girl, and it is a blessing for me to marry him. Sister Meng, do you think I am worthy of a man like Brother Lu?" Meng Ruyu laughed secretly when she heard this. In this case, does she have a chance? Chapter 178, Who Hasn't Been Beaten Before? In the carriage, Lu Chen and Zhao Daya sat opposite each other. The journey was boring, so the two of them couldn't help but chat to pass the time. Since traveling through time, Lu Chen rarely chatted with Zhao Daya, or rather, they had never chatted at all. Although the two met every day, they only talked about work. Now that they were alone together, they naturally had to chat about family matters. In fact, the two of them had a lot to talk about. After all, they had known each other since childhood, or even for a lifetime. "Brother Lu, do you still remember when you were a kid and fell out of a tree while trying to rob a bird's nest?" Lu Chen dug this out from the depths of his memory and nodded. "Of course I remember. Zodaya suddenly lauget. You fell into the pond, and when you came out, a fish fell out of your trouser leg." As she spoke, Zhao Daya couldn't stop giggling. "You held the fish and ran home quickly, saying you wanted your aunt to make you fish soup." Zhao Daya was already laughing so hard that she was bent over. As a result, when I got home, my aunt beat me up with a bamboo stick." Zhao Daya was out of breath. Lu Chen didn't feel embarrassed. Who hasn't been beaten as a child? To save face, Lu Chen also said, "Do you remember that time when you were tired from playing and fell asleep in a haystack and a big rooster pecked at the soles of your feet?" Zhao Daya nodded vigorously. "I remember, why not? After being pecked awake by the rooster, you ran home crying, shouting about how scary the knife mountain was and how painful it was for your feet to climb it." Zhao Daya nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I still remember it. I remember having a dream. Bandits tied me up and asked me to walk on a mountain of knives. The mountain was full of knives. I stepped on the tips of the knives, and it hurt so much. The soles of your feet are almost bleeding from being pecked by the rooster. How can it not hurt?" Zhao Daya's eyes were hazy, as if she was reminiscing. "I was so happy when I was little. Even though I often didn't have enough to eat, I had to endure the cold, and I had to work every day. I still felt that I was so happy as a child. Sometimes I really want to go back to my childhood." At some point, a crystal tear flashed in the corner of Zhao Daya's eyes. Both of them suddenly fell silent. Lu Chen's mood was complicated. After he traveled through time, he regarded Zhao Daya as an ordinary girl next door. But Zhao Daya would definitely not think so. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen asked the female soldier driving the carriage, "Arya, where are we now?" The female soldier driving the carriage was from Beijing, and her name was Arya. This female soldier was specially picked by Zhao Daya. One of them is called Daya, and the other is called Arya, which sounds like they're sisters. "Brother Lu, we have just left the territory of Hedo County." Before they knew it, the carriage had traveled 40 or 50 miles. After leaving Hedo County, the number of refugees on the official road increased significantly. From time to time, people followed the carriage, crying and begging for food. In this situation, Lu Chen certainly couldn't take out the food. He asked Arya to drive the people away, as long as they don't go too far and try not to hurt anyone. But this was just Lu Chen's wishful thinking. Some refugees grabbed hold of the carriages, while others blocked the way and prevented the carriage from moving forward. Arya had to take action. She swung the whip and killed the man half to death. Only in this way can we have peace for a while. But it was only for a while. Soon more refugees came forward to stop the car and ask for food. Lu Chen was not very annoyed, because these refugees were just trying to survive, and they had not committed any unforgivable crime. But this will definitely affect the journey. He felt a little regretful. He should have brought a few female soldiers with him. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind the carriage, "Sir in the car, sir in the car, can I discuss something with you?" Neither Lu Chen nor Zhao Daya responded. "What's up? Isn't it just for food?" "Sir, the three of us, father and son, are escorts from the escort agency. If you don't mind, we three can temporarily serve as your guards." Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Are you really escorts?" The man outside hurriedly replied, "Sir, I would never dare to deceive you. My father and I are indeed escorts." Before Lu Chen could say anything, the man continued, "I don't want any wages either. Just give us the leftover food." Sure enough, after all, it's still about begging for food. Lu Chen seriously suspected that the three of them, father and son, were not bodyguards at all, but had fabricated identities just to make a living. Chapter 179, Father and Son. Just when Lu Chen was considering whether to invite these three people, the man started shouting loudly, Go away now. If you block my young master's way again, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless." Then, we heard the screams of the victims outside. "Ouch, why did you hit someone? They haven't even asked you to come, and you're already rushing to be their dog? We are all here to eat. Why don't you give me a way to live?" There was another round of bang-bang sounds outside, and the screams of the victims became louder. Then there was a series of shouting and cursing. After a while of commotion, things outside gradually calmed down. Lu Chen smiled and said to Zhao Daya, "They still have some tricks up their sleeves." Zhao Daya remained silent. Who doesn't know how to hit someone? She's the best at this. Boss, do you think I'm doing a good job? Don't worry, we three are here with you all the way, so you don't have to worry. Lu Chen said, "Not bad." After saying that, he opened the curtain and handed out a paper package. There were 5 or 6 meat buns in the paper package. Although they were not hot, they were still very fresh. The man outside took the meat bun, touched it with his hand, and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Thank you for the reward." Lu Chen asked, "What are your names?" To answer the host, "My younger son's name is Chi Danian, my older son's name is Goshen, and my younger son's name is Erden." Lu Chen laughed when he heard it. This name was really chosen casually. Then he stopped talking, reclining on the couch and closing his eyes to rest. Outside the carriage, Chi Danian distributed the buns to his two sons. The three of them wolfed them down, and in the blink of an eye, all the meat buns were in their stomachs. "Oh, I ate too fast, I haven't tasted it yet." "Me too. I haven't smelled meat in over a year. I finally got 2 meat buns, but I ate them so quickly. I regret it so much." "Who's sitting in this carriage? They're still eating meat these days. Could it be that? Rice meat?" "No way. Brother, don't say that. I just had a bite of meat, and you're making me feel sick." It was obviously Chi Danian's 2 sons talking. Although their voices were very low, Lu Chen heard them all. At this time, Chi Danian spoke. "You 2 boys, stop talking nonsense. This is pure pork and scallion stuffing. The pork is top-notch, with just the right amount of fat and lean meat. It tastes absolutely delicious. But who still raises pigs these days? People don't even have pig food to eat, so how can we feed pigs?" Chi Danian lectured them. "You are still young and inexperienced. No matter how poor the times, rich families still enjoy delicious food and fish every day." As he spoke, Chi Danian's voice suddenly lowered. "You haven't seen the young man sitting in this carriage, but he's really, I don't know what to say. Let me put it this way. I've never seen such a handsome young man in my life. He's 10 or 20 times more handsome than the one in the painting. TSK, TSK. I really opened my eyes. I'm so lucky." After hearing this, his 2 sons also felt itchy. "Really, Dad? Then tell me in detail, how good-looking is he, and what makes him so good-looking?" "Yes, Dad, tell me about it." Chi Danian's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. "Let me tell you, his face is truly as beautiful as a crown of jade. His skin is so delicate, almost as if it were dripping with water. It's white with a hint of red, and red with a hint of tenderness. If he wasn't born with a masculine aura, I would have thought he was a woman disguised as a man." "Really, Dad? You're not kidding us, are you?" Lu Chen was surprised to hear the sound of Chi Danian's 2 sons slurping their saliva. It was just like when Lu Chen drooled in his previous life when he watched a food host set up a large table of delicious food in the middle of the night and ate heartily. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that Chi Danian's 2 sons have a preference in that area? But Lu Chen didn't know what to say. You can't say that he heard the whispers between the 3 of them, right? After a while, Lu Chen asked, "Brother Chi, why are there fewer and fewer people on the road?" He could tell by listening that there were obviously fewer refugees on this road. Chi Danian came to the carriage and said, "Boss, the road ahead is Huangyo Ridge. There are several gangs of bandits here. They often come down the mountain to rob people. Many people don't dare to take this road anymore." "Oh, then aren't you afraid of bandits?" Chi Danian laughed heartily. "Boss, you don't know this, do you? I'm a great martial artist, and I don't take ordinary thieves seriously. Otherwise, I would have advised you to change your ways long ago. Oh, it turns out that Brother Chi is also a martial arts master. I'll rely on you a lot along the way." Lu Chen said with a smile. "I still say the same thing. Please rest assured, with me here, no one can touch a hair on your head." Chi Danian pounded his chest so hard that it shook the mountains. Chapter 180, A Loud Shout Drives Away the Bandits. Lu Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Chi, what does this great martial artist mean?" "Don't worry about it. I just don't know much about martial arts." Lu Chen only knew that Meng Ruyu was a martial artist, and he had casually asked Meng Ruyu how the martial arts realms were divided. Meng Ruyu thought Lu Chen was just teasing her and didn't answer. Hence the question. Lu Chen's question hit the spot for Chi Danian. He immediately explained the confusion to Lu Chen. In the martial arts world, the lowest level is the disciple, the next level is the warrior, the next level is the master, and the next level above the master is the great master. Chi Danian did not continue speaking. He believed that a young man like Lu Chen would not be able to come into contact with martial artists of higher levels. Lu Chen was surprised after hearing this. "Brother Chi, you are amazing. You are actually a top expert." Chi Danian enjoyed it very much and laughed a lot. Zhao Daya rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. Is a great martial artist really that powerful? There are also masters and grandmasters above. Meng Ruyu is a half-step grandmaster. and she is the real top master in the Great Zhou dynasty. Several people in and outside the carriage were chatting casually, and before they knew it, they had entered Huang yelling, "Hey!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the carriage. "This mountain is mine." He had barely finished speaking when Chi Danian roared like thunder, "Get out!" The bandit in front was so frightened by Chi Danian's loud shout that he swallowed his words back into his stomach. "If you don't want to die, hurry back to the mountain and hug your wife. Otherwise, I will make sure you never come back." Although Lu Chen and Zhao Daya had not seen Chi Danian's appearance with their own eyes, they believed that he must look very majestic and domineering now. The bandit leader didn't expect to run into such a tough guy, and his momentum weakened a bit. "How can you talk like that? Are you the one who's robbing me? Or am I the one who's robbing me? Even if you didn't want to be robbed by me, there's no need to humiliate me like this, right?" The bandit leader seemed to be afraid, but he didn't want to lose face in front of his men, so he wanted to find a way out. Chi Danian didn't give him the chance at all. He sternly said, "Are you going to get out or not? If you don't regret it." The bandit leader might have encountered such a ruthless person for the first time, so he didn't dare to say anything more and said, "The Green Mountains remain unchanged, Green." "Fuck you." There was a sound of footsteps, and Chi Danian seemed to rush forward. "Hey, can I just leave? Look at you. You won't even let me finish my words. Let's go. Let's go now." There was another burst of chaotic footsteps outside, which soon died down. "Wow, Dad, you're awesome." "Yeah, you didn't even have to do anything. You scare them out of their wits." "Dad, with you here, the young man in the carriage will definitely have a safe journey." "That's right, our father's strength is not exaggerated." Chi Danian shouted loudly, scaring away the vicious bandits, so Lu Chen naturally had to say a few words of compliment to him. Lu Chen also said, "Brother Chi is really brave. With just a few words, he can make a group of bandits flee." "Amazing. I don't deserve it, boss. You are really embarrassing me. It's such a small matter, not worth mentioning." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Of course I deserve it. With Brother Chi here, I feel at ease on this journey. Young master, you can rest assured. My father's heavenly killing palm is also very famous in the martial arts world. This reputation was earned through hard work." Chi Danian was flattered by Lu Chen and his two sons, but he was still laughing. "My abilities are not exaggerated. Back in Qingzhou Prefecture, I fought against many enemies alone and wiped out the largest gang in Qingzhou Prefecture." Lu Chen and Zhao Daya sat in the carriage and smiled at each other. The way these three talk is like a drama. After a while, Chi Danian asked again outside, "Boss, we have been traveling so fast and so slowly that we missed our place to stay. I am afraid we won't be able to reach Hongjiu County before dark." Lu Chen said, "If we can't make it to the county town, then we can stay outside. It's not a big deal." Chi Danian didn't say anything more. Since the young master is not afraid of sleeping outside, the three of them are used to sleeping in the open air, so naturally there is no problem. In the evening, the group stopped by a river. Lu Chen and Zhao Daya got off the carriage. As soon as the two of them got out of the car, they stunned Chi Danian and his two sons. Chi Danian never expected that there was a young and beautiful woman sitting in the carriage. He was a great martial artist, but he didn't even notice the existence of this woman along the way. Is this great martial artist he is supposed to be a fake? His two sons were staring at Lu Chen with their eyes wide open. Their father had indeed not lied to them. This young man was so handsome. He is so handsome that he doesn't look like a real person. He is actually 100 times more handsome than the people in the paintings. Chapter 181, there is an ambush. 6 people were sitting around a bonfire. The red firelight illuminated the faces of several people. Zhao Dai's face was very hot. After getting off the car, just now, Chi Danian and his two friends all called her Mrs. Lu. Zhao Daya blushed immediately. But the strange thing is that Lu Chen didn't give any explanation and just let others misunderstand him. What does Lu Chen's attitude mean? In fact, Lu Chen felt that he didn't need to explain anything to outsiders. If he really explained that Zhao Daya and he were innocent and just had an ordinary relationship between superiors and subordinates, then what was the matter with the two of them sitting in the carriage all the time? Chi Danian's two sons also blushed like Zhao Daya. Chi Danian had never said anything before, and Lu Chen hadn't noticed it either. It was only after he got off the car that he discovered that his two sons were actually twins. They look almost identical. Just now, after Gosheng and Gooden saw Lu Chen, their expressions and actions were always weird. Sometimes they stared at Lu Chen in a daze, and sometimes they lowered their heads and dared not look at him. Lu Chen was more careful this time, and he looked at Gosheng and Gooden carefully. They're not women disguised as men, are they? They look so heroic, they don't look like women in disguise. Are they both gay? 2 large lamb legs were roasting on the campfire, sizzling with oil and smelling delicious. Lu Chen sprinkled the barbecue ingredients on it and spread some sauce on it. The smell was so good that it could make the vegetarian little white rabbit crying against the wind 30 miles away. Chi Danian, his sons, and his 3 men stared at the lamb legs on the grill with 6 eyes, swallowing their saliva from time to time. Chi Danian suddenly realized his own loss of composure and said hurriedly, "I haven't eaten a leg of lamb in years." Lu Chen asked, "Brother Chi, you are such a great martial artist. How could you be so destitute? With all your skills, you won't starve, will you?" Chi Danian sighed. "Aren't all good people like this these days? If I don't want to make money that's not in good conscience, won't I have to starve?" As soon as Lu Chen heard it, he knew that he had a lot of stories, so he didn't ask too much. "It will be ready soon. Come, meat alone is not enough. Here's some breads to go with the mutton." Lu Chen took out a few thick scallion pancakes and distributed them to several people. Although Chi Danian and the other 2 were very hungry, they ate very slowly this time, chewing their food carefully and looking like they were enjoying it very much. After they had eaten for a while and were almost full, Chi Danian finally had time to talk to Lu Chen. "Mr. Lu, I heard that Fengzhou City has been in turmoil recently. Your accent doesn't sound like you're from Fengzhou. Why are you going to Fengzhou City? If I were you, I would definitely not go." Chi Danian also had good intentions. With Lu Chen's appearance, if he arrived in Fengzhou City, who knows how many people would covet him. Even if you don't play with it, it's still a pleasure to watch at home. Lu Chen said casually, "Isn't it that during the war, my family wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and add some land? Fengzhou has fertile land and many plains, so I want to get some real estate." Chi Danian was shocked and said, "Mr. Lu, are you crazy? How dare you buy land in this day and age?" Lu Chen chuckled and didn't say much to him. Chi Danian then sighed for a long time, feeling sorry for Lu Chen. This man is delicate and tender, with a good appearance, and he has a huge amount of money. If he enters Fengzhou City, won't he be eaten up without leaving anything behind? The night was long and the few people were in the wild, so they had no desire to sleep and sat by the fire and chatted casually. This is really tough for the group of people on the opposite hill. Damn it, why are they talking so much nonsense? This is never going to end, is it? I've already peed 3 times. Why aren't they sleeping yet? Old Du, how about we attack? With just his heavenly killing palm, how can he possibly flip over the palms of our hands? The old man called Lao Du is named Du Laosheng. He is not a bandit, but he does the activities of a bandit. His men came to report today that there was a carriage with extremely fine workmanship, and the person sitting in it should be of very noble status. The person protecting the carriage was Chi Danian, the famous master of the heavenly killing palm, who was well known in the area within hundreds of miles. Du Laosheng hadn't made any money in the past few months, so when he heard the news, he immediately decided to do it. But he, like Chi Danian, is at the level of a great martial artist, so it would be unsafe for him to act alone. So he immediately contacted his old partner Jiang Mi. If the 2 join forces, Chi Danian will definitely die. But after they quietly caught up with the carriage, Du Laosheng began to have doubts again. Chapter 182 Get Out. Du Laosheng has been wandering around the world for most of his life, doing all kinds of bad things and making countless enemies. The reason he can live to such an old age is because of his caution. In such a chaotic situation, how could they dare to go out alone in such a luxurious carriage? As for Chi Danian, it was obvious that he was hired by them along the way. Du Laosheng had heard a lot about Chi Danian. This person's face is the most unpredictable. Sometimes thick, sometimes thin. When he is thin-skinned, he cares more about face than anyone else. When you are thick-skinned, it's like you have no skin at all. The poor appearance of Chi Danian and his 2 brothers has nothing to do with this carriage. It seems that Chi Danian was forced to stick to someone to be a bodyguard. In other words, this carriage originally had no guards. They have no guards, yet they drive such a luxurious carriage. Are they afraid that others will rob them? So what do they rely on? Therefore, Du Laosheng repeatedly suppressed Jiang Mi's eager thoughts and waited until he was sure before taking action. But Jiang Mi said that Du Laosheng is getting more timid as he gets older. Since he's a rat, why does he lick cat X? Jiang Mi suggested that they take action tonight, otherwise he would do it alone. By then, Du Laosheng will have nothing to do with the benefits. Du Laosheng insisted on his plan. Wait a little longer, Wait until they fall asleep, then we will launch a sneak attack and get rid of Qi Danian. This time we will be safe. Zhang Gumi sighed. Okay, since we waited for so long, why not wait a little longer? After saying that, he gave Du Laosheng a contemptuous look. That expression is hard to describe. At this time, in front of the fire, Lu Chen covered his mouth and yawned, saying, Okay, it's getting late, it's time to rest. Qi Danian was full and sleepy, so he and the others prepared to go to bed. Lu Chen and Zhao Daya slept in the carriage. The carriage is of very high specifications and has a large and spacious interior. In addition to being able to sleep two people, there are also hidden partitions underneath where valuables can be placed. Before, Lu Chen and Xie Qiao slept in it, each on one side, without affecting each other. Hao Arya took out her sleeping bag and a mat. She spread the mat on the ground, then lay on the sleeping bag and zipped up the bag. She lay inside like a silkworm cocoon, airtight. The hood on the sleeping bag covered her head and tied a rope around her chin, leaving only her eyes exposed. Hao Arya's action left Qi Danian and his two sons stunned. It would be so comfortable to bring something like this with you when you go out, and you'll never feel cold. They wanted to ask her where she bought such a strange quilt, but she had already gone to bed, and the three grown men were too embarrassed to go up and ask. As for Qi Danian and the other two, they seemed to be in a very miserable situation. The three of them only had some important things in their bags and had no way of bringing bedding. So the three of them found a stone next to the carriage, sat beside the stone, and curled up with their backs against the cold stone. On the night of early winter, they prepared to endure a difficult night. Even so, the three of them felt extremely satisfied today. I finally filled my stomach today and even had some meat. Not only did I get to eat meat, but it was also a roasted lamb leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's great to follow such a boss. I'll be on duty in the first half of the night, and you'll be on duty in the second half. Before going to bed yesterday, Qi Danian gave some instructions. Lu Chen did not sleep in the carriage. He heard everything the group of people on the opposite hill said. He didn't believe in the idea of hearing and seeing things from afar before, but now he really believes in it. He could actually hear what those people were saying even though he was more than 300 meters away. And tonight the wind is favorable. I guess they should take action in half an hour at most, right? Rather than being disturbed by them, just as I fall asleep, I might as well not sleep at all. Lu Chen took advantage of this opportunity to browse the system store again. The variety of goods in store is comparable to that of Bao Bao and CC. You can't see all of it in a lifetime. The vast majority of them are weapons and equipment, as well as various logistical supplies. He thought that if he wandered around, he might see what he wanted. As he was browsing various goods, he suddenly heard some noise outside. Here I come. Lu Chen coughed lightly to remind Qi Danian. Unexpectedly, there was no movement from Qi Danian's side. Only then did Lu Chen remember that his hearing was dozens of times better than that of an ordinary person. It is normal that Qi Danian didn't hear it. After a few breaths, he suddenly heard Qi Danian shout, Who? Get out here! Chapter 183. Fight if you want. Zhao Daya couldn't sleep either. Since she grew up, she has rarely been so close to Lu Chen. The two of them slept in the same carriage. Wasn't that almost the same as living in the same room? She suddenly understood what Xie Qiao said to her before leaving. She didn't dare to think too deeply about it. When she thought about it a little, she felt both sour and sweet in her heart. Even though she didn't dare to think too deeply, she still couldn't sleep. As soon as she heard some movement outside, Zhao Daya prepared to get off the car. Protecting Lu Chen is her unshirkable duty. But she was stopped by Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his strength for the time being. After Qi Danian saw that they were fully capable of protecting themselves, he might feel embarrassed to be their bodyguard anymore. It was not until Qi Danian shouted outside that Lu Chen said, Let's go out and take a look. As soon as the two got off the car, they saw Qi Danian and his two companions surrounded by a dozen masked men. I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. Even though we were so careful, you still found us. Du Laosheng felt very sorry. They had just approached and had no time to take action when Qi Danian heard the noise. He had no idea what had gone wrong. Du Laosheng may not know at all that it was not Qi Danian who alerted him, but there was another reason. Hao Arya, who seemed to be fast asleep, heard someone approaching early in the morning. She quietly grabbed a small piece of dirt and threw it on Qi Danian's shoes. Hao Arya is from the capital and is an extremely smart girl. Since Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity, she naturally wouldn't act on her own. Qi Danian looked at the dozen or so masked men. They all walked steadily and had a deep breath. They were obviously martial artists. The other party was obviously well prepared. Otherwise, they would not have sent out so many experts to deal with the three of them. His heart sank slightly, and he felt that this night might not end well. Qi Danian asked coldly, "What do you think?" Du Laoxing chuckled and said, "The once famous heavenly killing palm has now been reduced to serving as a bodyguard. You ask why we're here, but why are you serving as a bodyguard? Are you planning to rob and kill your boss?" Jiang Mi, who was standing next to Du Laoxing, spat inwardly. This old Du Sheng was really a piece of shit. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to flatter others. When Qi Danian heard this, he jumped 3 feet high. "Since you know that Grandpa is the heaven-killing palm, you should know that I always keep my word and never do anything unkind or unjust. Unlike you, you are all cowards who dare not show yourselves in public." Qi Danian spoke these words with great righteousness and passion. Du Laoxing, Jiang Mi, and others all felt their faces getting hot, but luckily they were masked and it was nighttime, so no one knew that they were blushing. Jiang Mi coughed lightly and said, "There's no point in saying more. Mr. Qi, after tonight, your name of the heavenly killing palm will no longer be known in our great Zhou dynasty." Qi Danian, however, was not afraid at all. He turned to his 2 sons and said, "Remember, as long as we are still breathing, we must not let them touch Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu." Gosheng and Gooden responded at the same time, "We all listen to Dad. If we have to die, we die together." Du Laoxing said no more. If it were someone else, he would have to give some advice, telling the people in the carriage to stay and the rest to leave, so that they would avoid a fight. But the person they are facing tonight is Qi Danian, so it definitely doesn't make sense. Then let's fight life or death. Get started. As soon as Du Laoxing finished speaking, Qi Danian took the first step. He slapped Du Laoxing opposite him. At the same time, he shouted, "If you want to fight, then fight." Du Laoxing knew that his heavenly killing palm was powerful, so he didn't dare to take it head-on and retreated quickly. Unexpectedly, Qi Danian's palm was just a bluff. He had not yet used up all his strength, and suddenly slapped the person next to him. The man had just entered the martial arts master realm, so how could he dodge? The palm hit him right in the chest. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man flew out. Jiang Mi was furious. He brought this guy here. He thought that it was 2 against 1 tonight, and these juniors are just here for training, but he didn't expect that one of them would be killed in return. A martial artist who was hit by Qi Danian's heavenly killing palm would have no chance of survival. One person was lost before the battle even started. What a huge loss. Jiang Mi squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Qi Danian yelled at this time, "Protect Master Lu." After saying that, he rushed towards Du Laoxing alone. He had already seen that this person should be the leader. If he could kill or cripple this person by chance, he might still have a chance of survival tonight. Du Laoxing hadn't expected Qi Danian to come up with such a desperate attitude, and he was already a little scared. He hurriedly shouted, "Brother Jiang, come quickly." Jiang Mi originally wanted to capture Lu Chen and Zhao Daya first, but seeing this, she had no choice but to help Du Laoxing. The 2 of them worked together to entangle Qi Danian. On the other side, a dozen masked men pounced on Lu Chen, Zhao Daya, and the other 2. Gosheng and Gooden rushed over quickly and stopped them. The 2 sides soon fought to the same place. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. It seems that the situation is not good. He only took a quick glance and knew that Qi Danian, his father, and his sons were at an absolute disadvantage. Chapter 184. Come fight. Qi Danian and his son were not just at a disadvantage. They were completely crushed. Qi Danian's strength is that of a great martial artist, and Lu Chen can see that the person he is facing is also a great martial artist. Fighting 1 against 2, he had no chance to fight back and no chance of winning at all. Looking at Gosheng and Gooden, they should be at the martial artist level. Among the dozen or so masked men on the opposite side, at least 4 or 5 were at the martial arts master level. Add to that a few others who are weaker, and even if they just try to fish, they can still cause them great trouble. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 of them were beaten badly by the dozen or so men, with wounds all over their bodies. If they were not so nimble and agile, they might have been lying down by now. Seeing the situation on the field, Zhao Daya rubbed her hands anxiously. It was obvious that her hands were really itchy. Lu Chen smiled slightly and secretly took out a handful of mung beans from the space. He flicked his finger and a green bean flew out. Another finger popped out and another green bean flew out. His fingers kept moving and green beans flew out one by one. The situation on the field suddenly took a turn for the worse. Du Laosheng gathered all his strength and chopped the big knife in his hand straight towards Qi Danian's waist. It was as fast as lightning and with great force. This knife was intended to cut Qi Danian in half. But just when he had cut halfway, he suddenly felt a numbness in his waist and most of his strength was lost. His originally sharp sword became light and fluttery, without any strength at all. Almost at the same time, Jiang Mi found a flaw in Qi Danian and was about to use his fatal series of kicks, but he suddenly felt a numbness in his knees, and he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Looking at the dozen or so masked men who were fighting against Gosheng and the other two, all their brave and fierce moves had disappeared. They were all staggering, as if they had drunk too much fake liquor. Qi Danian and his two sons were also veterans of battle. Although they didn't know what had happened, they were overjoyed and seized this rare opportunity. They used a variety of tricks, including ultimate, ruthless, and despicable ones, to kill the enemy and hit their vital points. All I heard was a burst of shouting. Ouch! Not good. 3 or 4 of the masked men who were fighting against Gosheng and the other two fell down at once. Over there, Du Laosheng was also hit by Qi Danian's palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Mi was also forced to retreat again and again by Qi Danian and had no strength to fight back. He also wanted to fight back, but every time he tried to use force, he would feel pain, soreness, and numbness in his body for no reason. His strength and energy were completely drained, and he couldn't use any of his moves. Jiang Mi secretly thought that something was wrong. How bizarre. What happened to me today? Du Laosheng on the other side was also very anxious and angry. He didn't understand what was going on. This is really a ghost. Is this place not clean? For a moment, Du Laosheng also suspected that someone was secretly playing tricks, but he was completely unaware. He even took the time to look at Lu Chen and the other two. The 3 men were standing next to the carriage and could not be seen clearly in the darkness. But Du Laosheng believed that this matter had nothing to do with them. They were standing so far away that even if they were throwing hidden weapons, it would be impossible for them to be so accurate. Du Laosheng was injured and vomited blood. Qi Danian did not give him a chance to think. His pair of flesh palms danced like a whirlwind of fire wheels, dazzlingly forcing Du Laosheng and Jiang Mi to retreat step by step, exhausted from coping. Qi Danian became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He shouted loudly, and with his voice to show his strength, he slapped Jiang Mi's shoulder hard. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Mi had 1,000 ways to avoid being hit, but he just couldn't dodge it. Because he felt a needle-like pricking pain in his ankle, the pain spread from his foot to his leg, then to his waist, and finally to his arm. Half of his body was out of his control. This slap took Jiang Mi's life. He cried out, ah! His shoulder bones were shattered. Qi Danian succeeded in his attack, and his courage increased 100-fold. As long as they defeat these 2 masters, the 3 of them and Lu Chen will not have to die tonight. On the other side, Gosheng and the other 2 were fighting more and more skillfully, as if they were assisted by God. The 2 of them beat more than 10 strong guys to the point that they cried for their parents. This had never happened before. Give me your life. Gooden kicked the masked man in front of him. His kick hit the man so hard that he fainted. Gome, let's fight. Gosheng's fists hit the enemy's chest and face like a gust of wind. The opponent could only take the beating and had no power to fight back. Chapter 185 Die with Eyes Open. Thank you to Taoist Master Wu Yu for the 3rd generous gift, and thank you again for the reward. Thank you for your support. I also thank all the readers who support this book. Every gift, every reminder, and every comment is a great support to me. Thank you very much. Children who often cheat know that even if they win, they don't feel much sense of accomplishment. Qi Danian and his son were in the same mood at this time. They won this life-and-death battle inexplicably. At the beginning, this group of robbers attacked fiercely, and every move was fatal. But later on they seemed to be possessed by the play god, and were simply sending themselves to death. In this battle, 7 of the enemy were killed and 5 were wounded, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Seeing that the situation was not good, they wanted to escape, but some of them slipped as if they had stepped on dog shit and fell to the ground, while others fell to their knees as their legs went weak while running. Brother Qi is indeed a martial arts master. Lu Chen clapped his hands in praise. Qi Danian turned defeat into victory and escaped death, but in the end he didn't know what happened. He rarely refrained from boasting and spoke the truth. Boss, these guys are actually quite strong. Two of them are as strong as me, and we're on par with them. Maybe they ate something bad yesterday and had diarrhea. Otherwise, it would be really hard for me to defeat them. Boss, let's be honest, we're really lucky this time. Goshing and Gooden also echoed. Lu Chen smiled and said, anyway, it's a good thing you guys are here this time, otherwise the three of us would be in trouble. Chi Danian laughed heartily. As long as the boss can give me some food, it will be worth it even if I risk my life. As they were talking, Du Laosheng, who was lying on the ground, shouted, I don't accept it. I don't accept it. Gosheng walked over and kicked him. Du Laosheng felt pain, but screamed even louder. I refuse to accept this. You, the heavenly killing palm, are a well-known figure in the martial arts world, yet you engage in such despicable activities. I will never accept this, even if I die. Du Laosheng felt misérable. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. He was a great martial artist, but tonight his strength was reduced to the level of a warrior. Sometimes his performance is even worse than that of ordinary people. It's like being possessed by an evil spirit. Chi Danian must have used some shameful means tonight. Chi Danian, tell me, what tricks did you use on us? Chi Danian was also full of hatred in his heart. He knew his name, but still dared to kill people and rob them. This person must be a well-known figure in the underworld. How could he let this villain go if he had provoked Chi Danian? But what they said was true. Everything that happened tonight was strange, so it's no wonder that people became suspicious. But the problem is that even he himself didn't understand what was going on. Chi Danian couldn't help but secretly glance at Lu Chen. Could it be that this person is behind this? But it doesn't look like it. Lu Chen just pretended not to see it. It was dark anyway, and Chi Danian couldn't see the expression on his face. But tonight he used up 2 tails among beans, which was a bit of a loss. Chi Danian walked over, gave Du Laosheng a hard kick, and cursed, You piece of shit! You're not very skilled in martial arts. You've only learned a few mediocre skills, yet you dare to imitate others and rob people. Now that you've been beaten, you're blaming me. Seeing this, Gosheng and Gooden also punched and kicked Du Laosheng. Du Laosheng had been beaten severely and tortured by the 3 men. He was in so much pain that he didn't even have the strength to scream. At this moment, he was actually a little envious of Jiangmi. Fortunately, Jiangmi died early and did not have to suffer such pain and humiliation. At this time, Lu Chen said, send them on their way, so we can have some peace and quiet. Chi Danian, his son, and his 2 sons immediately killed Du Laosheng and his companions. Du Laosheng felt extremely regretful before his death. He had long seen that there was something wrong with these people, but in the end he couldn't resist his greed and his death was well-deserved. But he really wanted to figure out what went wrong tonight. But until the end, he died in an unclear manner. He really died with his eyes open. After solving tonight's troubles, Lu Chen chatted with Chi Danian for a long time and praised him again. Finally, they went to bed again. The next day, they continued their journey as usual. It was less than 200 miles, but it took them 2 or 3 days to reach Yanqing County. After some inquiries, Lu Chen finally found Xie Qiao's hometown, Xie Village, Deguizi Town. As Lu Chen expected, Shizhuang was also a very poor little village with only a few dozen households in the entire village. Seeing a horse-drawn carriage coming into the village, almost everyone in the village came, as if they were going to big market to watch Lu Chen and others. Look, a carriage. This is a precious item only the rich people in the city have. Who are they? What are they doing in our village? I don't know. I haven't heard of anyone in our village having a wealthy relative. TSK, look at this carriage. It's really beautiful. What kind of wood is it made of? It's so fine and shiny. It's really beautiful. Oh, look at that guy getting off the carriage. He's so handsome. I've never seen anyone so handsome. Look at the clothes he's wearing. There's not even a patch on them. How rare. Even Li Zhengzhao's clothes have several patches on them. More than 200 people in the village surrounded Lu Chen and his companions, pointing and talking. Chapter 186, A Wasteful Trip. An old man in his 50s came up to Lu Chen and his companions. Dear guests, I'm the village chief of Xie Village. My name is Xie Yuan. May I ask what brings you to our village? Lu Chen asked, Village Chief Xie, may I ask if there's a person named Xie Changguei in your village? Xie Yuan was surprised and asked, Changguei? Changguei is my nephew. What do you want from him? Lu Chen said frankly, I am Xie Qiao's fiancé. Lu Chen had barely finished speaking when he was drowned out by the exclamations of the surrounding villagers. What? He's Xie Qiao's husband. Didn't Changguei sell Xie Qiao? How did she get such a wealthy husband? I heard that Changgue sold Xiao Qiao to a poor family as a daughter-in-law, but she doesn't look poor at all. Yeah, I heard Xie Qiao only sold 3 pounds of corn flour. Could it be that Xie Qiao ran away later? Ran to a wealthy family? But which wealthy family would marry her as a principal wife? I'm afraid they wouldn't even give her the title of concubine, right? Hey, no matter what, Xiao Qiao is lucky. Yes, Xiao Qiao is so lucky. She found such a good family. Xie Qiao is so good to my child. Why doesn't my daughter have such a good life? I watched Xie Qiao grow up, and I never thought she would climb up the social ladder and become the wife of a wealthy family. Lu Chen had no choice but to wait for the villagers to calm down before asking them any more questions. However, he also realized that Xie Qiao's parents were probably not at home, otherwise they would have come out to meet him long ago. To be honest, I came to Guizhuang this time just to welcome my future father-in-law and mother-in-law to my home. Xiao Qiao and I are getting married soon, so naturally my parents-in-law have to be there. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, there was another round of commotion. Oh, Changgue and his wife are so lucky. Their daughter married well. Their son-in-law even drove a carriage to pick them up. I'm so envious. Look at our son-in-law, Changgue. He's so handsome and kind-hearted. He's here to take Changgue and his wife to enjoy a happy life. TSK. Changgue's family will have endless blessings in the future. Lu Chen was speechless. Whenever he opened his mouth to speak, he would draw sighs from the villagers. It's no wonder. People in a small village like this have rarely left their homes and their lives, and their horizons and knowledge are limited to that of a small village. It is natural that they would be surprised when they suddenly see someone like Lu Chen. But it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Amidst bursts of screams and exclamations, Lu Chen finally learned the whereabouts of Xie Changgue and his wife. It turned out that they had returned to the village a while ago, but they couldn't bear the hunger and ran to Fengzhou City to live with their relatives. Half of the people in Xizhuang village are now begging outside to escape famine. Some of the people in the village really cannot leave, while others can still barely hold on. If there is any chance of survival, they will not leave their homes. Lu Chen was a little puzzled. Since Xie Changgue had relatives to rely on, why did he flee from famine and sell his children? We can only talk about this after we meet them. With the villagers of Xizhuang reluctantly watching them go, Lu Chen and his party left Xizhuang and rushed to Fengzhou City. Brother Lu, I didn't expect Uncle Xie and Aunt Xie to go to Fengzhou City as well. Although this trip was in vain, it's okay because we're going to Fengzhou City as well. In the carriage, Zhao Dias said to Lu Chen. She felt a little sad. If her parents were nicer to her, maybe she would. Lu Chen said, I think this is hard to say. As for what kind of difficult thing to say, Lu Chen is not clear now. The group walked for a few more days and finally arrived at Fengzhou City that day. The closer we got to Fengzhou City, the more chaotic the situation became. Lu Chen's carriage was stopped and robbed by several groups of people. These people were just ordinary bandits, and the one with the highest martial arts skills was only at the warrior level. With Qi Danian, his father, and his 2 sons around, they naturally wouldn't be allowed to get away with anything, so they were all driven away by Qi Danian. Seeing Fengzhou City right in front of him, Qi Danian seemed a little absent-minded, as if he was sick. Although the father and son had been traveling hard these days, they had eaten very well. Meat is indispensable for every meal, as well as big white steamed buns and meat dumplings. When they arrived in Fengzhou City and separated, the 3 of them would never have such a good life again. Chapter 187. Are you going to rebel? After arriving in Fengzhou City, Lu Chen went straight to the West Gate. He and Zhao Yingxue agreed to meet at the West City Gate. When he arrived outside the West City Gate, Lu Chen did not see Zhao Yingxue, but saw her former follower, Yi Qin, the current deputy company commander of the 13th Company. Lian, Sister Zhao will wait for you here at night. I'll take over during the day. Sister Zhao is resting in the city now. Yi Qin didn't expect that there were 3 outsiders following Lu Chen, so she changed the way she addressed him to Zhao Yingxue. Is everyone here? Lu Chen asked. There were more than 100 people in the 13th Company, and it would be too conspicuous if they traveled together. So Lu Chen asked them to split up and travel separately. Yi Qin replied, Brother Lu, everyone is in the city and has been properly accommodated. Has there been any movement in Fengzhou City these days? Yi Qin glanced at Qi Danian and the other 2 beside him. Qi Danian tactfully led his 2 sons to the side. Since they had already arrived in Fengzhou City, the 3 of them should have separated from Lu Chen and the others. But Qi Danian was reluctant. Even if they separated after entering the city, perhaps they could still get another good meal. Dad, what exactly does Mr. Lu do? Goshing asked Qi Danian in a low voice. Qi Danian turned his head to glance at Lu Chen, who was speaking, and lowered his voice and said, Dad can't tell either, but the girl he's talking to doesn't look simple to me. Gooden, who was standing by, leaned over and asked, Dad, why isn't it simple? Qi Danian lowered his voice even more. Your father has also seen the world. The girl who spoke to Master Lu, her posture and demeanor, actually looks a bit like she came from the palace. His words scared Goshing and Gooden. Qi Danian continued, Dad, in his early years, had the good fortune to meet a woman from the palace. Her every move seemed to be perfectly executed. Apart from her, Dad has never seen anyone else like her. The girl who was talking to Master Lu, her facial expressions and movements were exactly like that of the palace maid. Is this true? I don't believe it, Gosheng said in shock. He said he didn't believe it, but he had to admit that he had never seen a woman in such a posture. They were talking in low voices when Lu Chen called them over. Brother Qi, let's go into the city. Thank you all for your hard work on the way here. Once we get into the city, let's have a couple of drinks. Lu Chen seemed to see through what Qi Danian was thinking and invited him warmly. Qi Danian hurriedly said, How dare I let Master Lu spend any more money? Brother Qi, there's no need to refuse. You've been desperately protecting the three of us all this time. How can we not repay this kindness? Qi Danian no longer refused. When entering the city, the guard stopped Lu Chen and his group. These days, there are refugees everywhere and not everyone can enter the city. When several officers and soldiers saw Lu Chen's nice carriage, their eyes lit up. There's been too little money these days, but today, I finally made a big profit. What are you doing? What's in the carriage? Get out of here. I want to check it out. Several officers and soldiers, holding swords and guns, all with ferocious looks on their faces, surrounded the carriage, fearing that it would run away. How could Qi Danian not see what these officers and soldiers were thinking? But he dared to beat the bandits, but did not dare to attack the officers and soldiers. It's not that I don't dare, but that I can. Counting back 18 generations, none of his ancestors had ever stolen, robbed, cheated, or committed fraud, let alone rebelled. Daring to attack officers and soldiers is tantamount to treason. Even if it is not treason, they can still accuse you of treason. But Qi Danian couldn't just do nothing, right? Otherwise, he would be sorry for Lu Chen's delicious food. He stepped forward, smiling apologetically, and said to the officers and soldiers, My lords, roll. An officer pushed Qi Danian impatiently, but failed to move it. The soldier's expression suddenly changed, and he raised his knife. Do you want a rebel? Several other officers and soldiers came over immediately and surrounded Qi Danian, his father and son. Qi Danian had a bitter face. He had done nothing, so why did he want to rebel? Are all soldiers so unreasonable? He was angry, but he couldn't do anything. Just when Qi Danian was in a dilemma, Lu Chen jumped off the carriage, took out something from his body, and waved it in front of several officers and soldiers. Several officers and soldiers immediately knelt down. Chapter 188, Three Pairs of Parents. Qi Danian had thought along the way that Lu Chen was not an ordinary person, but he did not expect him to be so unusual. The soldiers guarding the city were so frightened that they fell to their knees just by looking at the badge. So what is his identity? With this question in mind, Lu Chen and his companions entered the city. Fengzhou City is much larger than the county town. Although it is a year of famine, the city is still very bustling. But there was a look of worry on the faces of the people in the city. Jiang Wenyu died inexplicably in Majiang County, and his tens of thousands of troops fled in all directions. As a result, several gangs of bandits around Fengzhou City started to make trouble again. There have been more than 10 cases of bandits robbing villages outside the city, but the villages outside the city are generally not rich. If the greed of these bandits is not satisfied, Fengzhou City will probably suffer. And this is almost a done deal. In the past few days, many spies who had sneaked into the city for bandits have been caught. They also confessed, saying that their leader had sent them into the city. Brother Qi, you have such skills. Why don't you find a job in Fengzhou City? It's better than wandering around outside, right? On the way to the inn, Lu Chen found some topics to ask Qi Danian. Qi Danian shook his head. I have offended too many people over the years, both in the black and white worlds, and they all want me to die quickly. I dare not stay in Fengzhou City. Lu Chen thought about it and realized that Qi Danian's stubborn personality must have blocked many people's path to wealth. Then you can also go to other places. The north is too chaotic. You can go to the south. Qi Danian shook his head again. It's hard to leave my hometown. I'm afraid that if I die one day, even my body won't be able to end up in my hometown. After hearing this, Lu Chen stopped asking questions. Lu Chen and others came to the Hakala Inn. Before they arrived, Zhao Yingxue was already waiting outside the inn. Beside her, there were 4 or 5 female soldiers aged 13. Brother Lu, you're here? Zhao Yingxue knelt and saluted Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled and said, there was a slight delay along the way. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. After the two chatted for a few words, Lu Chen invited Qi Danian to go to the restaurant for dinner. Several people ordered a large table of delicious food and wine at Yilexuan, the largest restaurant in Fengzhou City. Lu Chen also had 2 drinks, which was rare for him. Qi Danian changed his usual behavior. He sat at the table and just focused on eating without saying a single word. His appearance made Lu Chen feel a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. After the meal, everyone divided their food. Qi Danian and his 2 grown-up sons once again became helpless refugees. When the 3 of them were wandering aimlessly on the street begging for food, Goshen couldn't help but ask Qi Danian, Dad, are you here at the table today just to eat more? Why don't you say a word? Qi Danian's face darkened slightly, his brows furrowed, but he did not answer. Finally, after his 2 sons repeatedly questioned him, he let out a long sigh and said, Do you have anything to say to the woman named Zhao Yingxue you met today? This woman looks so noble. She doesn't look like she comes from a small place. Gooden said first. No. Qi Danian said something shocking. If the woman outside the city before seemed to be from the palace, then this Zhao Yingxue must be her master. What? Master? Goshen and Gooden exclaimed in unison. Who else could be the master of the palace? Qi Danian was silent for a while before he said, Fengzhou City is about to change. Lu Chen was the one who knew best at this moment whether Fengzhou City was in turmoil or not. In the inn, Lu Chen had asked Zhao Yingxue about various news inside and outside Fengzhou City. How credible is this? Lu Chen asked. Zhao Yingxue replied, about 70% to 80%. Lu Chen said, oh, and didn't say anything more about it. Then he said to Zhao Yingxue, send someone to inquire about Xie Changwei and his wife. They are Xie Qiao's parents. When Zhao Yingxue heard this, she thought to herself, Xie Qiao's parents, this is a huge matter and must be handled seriously. Lu Chen told Zhao Yingxue about Xie Changwei's situation. The key point was that they came to Fengzhou City to seek refuge with a relative. Lu Chen estimated that this relative of theirs was probably not an ordinary citizen. Zhao Yingxue immediately arranged for all members of the 13th Company to go out and search for Xie Changwei and his wife. Zhao Yingxue was busy looking for someone for Lu Chen, while Lu Chen looked at the 99 loyalty number above Zhao Yingxue's head, feeling speechless. In the next 2 days, Lu Chen and Zhao Daya also stayed at the Hakala Inn. Zhao Yingxue even booked a room for Lu Chen in advance, which saved him a lot of trouble. That day, a female soldier came to report that Xie Changwei and his wife had been found. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Fengzhou City is such a big place with so many people living in it. How did they find the person so quickly? Zhao Yingxue smiled and said, if you lure people with benefits, you will definitely gain something. Oh, how do you lure them with benefits? Zhao Yingxue said, I had them copy down a lot of notices saying that Xie Changwei and his wife had done Yi Qin a favor. Oh yes, Yi Qin is the deputy company commander of my 13th company. The notices said that Yi Qin was eager to find them to repay their kindness and promised them 1,000 taels of silver. So, why should we worry about not being able to find them? Lu Chen didn't expect that Zhao Yingxue had such a method. He didn't even think of it. There were many things he hadn't expected. Lu Chen didn't expect that Xie Qiao suddenly had 3 sets of parents. 3 couples came to Zhao Yingxue to ask for reward money. This guy for money, he'll do anything, whether in the past life or the future life. Lu Chen is accustomed to such things. Zhao Yingxue said, I guess if we wait a few more days, more people will come forward to claim the responsibility. You come to select. Lu Chen was too lazy to care about such things. Lu Chen felt that with Zhao Yingxue's intelligence, this should not be difficult. Sure enough, Zhao Yingxue got the result very quickly. Brother Lu, these 3 couples are not Sister Xie's parents. Lu Chen was a little disappointed. But Zhao Yingxue said, I sent someone to investigate. Although one of the couple is not Sister Xie's parents, her parents are related to this couple. How do you say that? Zhao Yingxue explained. The couple who falsely claimed this are a wealthy merchant family in Fengzhou City. The head of the family is named Chen Yuanqing. His family originally had a small fortune, but a while ago, Jiang Wen led his army to war and plundered all of his gold, silver, and grain. Now, their family is essentially just a shell. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Jiang Wenyu was indeed capable of doing such a thing. Sister Xie's parents came to seek refuge with Chen Yuanqing a few days ago and are temporarily staying in Chen Yuanqing's mansion. After listening to Zhao Yingxue's story, Lu Chen suddenly asked, do you know what kind of relative this Chen Yuanqing is to Xie Changgue? Zhao Yingxue hesitated for a moment before saying, this Chen Yuanqing is Sister Xie's uncle. According to the Chen family's servants, Sister Xie's mother was engaged to this Chen Yuanqing in her early years. Lu Chen stroked his forehead with his hand. What is going on? Chapter 189 Broken Arm. Chen Mansion. Xie Changgue was repairing a carved wooden bed in the yard. His wife Chao was washing clothes. Her hands were white for being soaked in water. The cold water in winter was icy cold. She kept covering her hands with the clothes for a few times, and then continued washing after they were a little warm. A strong woman suddenly came over and started beating and scolding Chao with a rattan stick. You bitch! You're lazy even when doing such a small job. You're a freeloader. Don't you even look at how many people are starving to death outside? It's only because my master is kind-hearted that he took in a family of lazy people like you. Xie Changgue was furious and was about to go over to stop them. Two servants of the Chen family came over, with vicious eyes and sticks in their hands, and stood in front of Xie Changgue. What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for this bitch? Then get out of the Chen family right away. These two servants hated Xie Changgue to death. The Chen family is now in decline, and coupled with the famine, the servants in the mansion have not had much to eat. After the arrival of Xie Changgue and his family, the food for the servants in the mansion has been downgraded even more. Now they don't have enough to eat every day, and this is all caused by Xie Changgue and his family. If the master had not ordered not to beat them to death, these two servants would have killed Xie Changgue's entire family long ago. How could Xie Changgue not want to leave? Since arriving at the Chen mansion, he soon regretted it. But they couldn't leave. Chen Yuanqing just wanted to torture the whole family to death. Thinking of his son who died tragically 10 days ago, Xie Changgue felt extremely indignant. They came to the Chen family just to find a way to survive for their son, who knew that Chen Yuanqing was so cruel and would find all kinds of ways to torture their family, especially their son who died tragically. He was murdered when he was less than 10 years old. Xie Changgue wanted to give his son a chance to survive, but he didn't expect this to be the outcome. The servant of the Chen family said at the time that his son was running and playing and fell and hit his head, but anyone could see that the bruises on his body were also caused by falling. After his son's death, Xie Changgue was heartbroken. If he hadn't thought of Chao, he would have fought to the death with Chen Yuanqing. If they had known this would happen, they should not have come to Fengzhou. This Chen mansion is a den of wolves. At this time, Lu Chen still didn't know about the tragic death of Xie Qiao's brother. Zhao Yingxue knew about this, but she did not mention it to Lu Chen. In the inn, Chen Yuanqing was still arguing with Yi Qin. Xie Changgue is the servant I bought. His people belong to my Chen family. How can this be considered as claiming the reward for me? What's wrong with me collecting his reward money on behalf of my servant? Chen Yuanqing spoke with confidence. Yi Qin glanced at the short, fat middle-aged man. She did not get entangled with him. She could not afford to lose face by arguing with such a person. At this time, Lu Chen and Zhao Yingxue came down from the stairs. Yi Qin hurried forward to greet him. Brother Lu, this is the man. The Xie couple is at his house. Lu Chen glanced at Chen Yuanqing and said, let's go to your house. Chen Yuanqing asked hurriedly, have you prepared the money? Lu Chen took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and waved them in front of Chen Yuanqing. Chen Yuanqing smiled and reached out to grab it, but caught nothing. Let's talk about it when we get to your house. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he ignored Chen Yuanqing and walked out of the inn. Chen Yuanqing followed quickly with his short and thick legs. Chen Yuanqing's home was only 3 miles away from the inn, and the group soon arrived at Chen Yuanqing's house. Lu Chen stopped in front of the gate, looked up at the words Chen Mansion above it, and then walked into the gate. As soon as he entered the gate, Lu Chen saw a maid beating a middle-aged woman. She held a thumb-thick cane in her hand and was whipping the middle-aged woman hard on the back. The middle-aged woman was in so much pain that she burst into tears, but she didn't say a word. A little further inside, two men who looked like servants were twisting a man's arms. The man struggled hard, but was unable to resist due to years of hunger. Stop! Zodia shoot angrily. Although her voice is crisp, it is very penetrating and intimidating. The old woman and two servants who were doing the work were startled and stood there in a daze. Chen Yuanqing trotted over to Xie Changguwei and said with a smile, "Hey, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Are you taking advantage of the nice weather to stretch your muscles?" Xie Changguwei glared at Chen Yuanqing angrily. This bastard with a beastly heart was deceived by Chen Yuanqing's smiling face that day. Smiling on the surface, but ruthlessly eating people behind their backs. Then Xie Changguwei looked at the people brought by Chen Yuanqing. Xie Changguwei had met Lu Chen in Lujiazhai that day. After all, Lu Chen is Xie Qiao's future husband, so he has to take a look at him. Although he sold his daughter, he was forced to do so. But at this moment, how could Xie Changguwei still recognize Lu Chen? Xie Changguwei saw that Lu Chen was dressed in luxurious, neat, generous, and decent clothes, and it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Lu Chen's appearance had changed drastically at this time, and he was completely different from the dark and thin young man before. The young women behind him also had extraordinary looks, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as beautiful as fairies. Xie Changguwei was puzzled. Although Chen Yuanqing was a wealthy man in Fengzhou City, how could he make friends with such a person? If Chen Yuanqing is a loach in the ditch, then these people are phoenixes in the sky, and they are not even close. Zhao Daya came up to Xie Changguwei and asked with a pleasant expression, "Excuse me, uncle, are you from Xie Village, Deguizi Town, Yanqing County?" Xie Changguwei was a little dazed. Then he nodded woodenly and said, "That's right." Zhao Daya asked again, "Do you have a daughter? What's her name?" Xie Changguwei didn't know the young woman in front of him at all, and didn't know why she asked this question, but he still answered, "Yes, I have a daughter named Xie Qiao." Zhao Daya nodded, then turned and looked at Chen Yuanqing. Chen Yuanqing felt a little panicked. It seems that these people he brought back are old acquaintances of Xie Changguwei. "Tell me, what's going on?" Zhao Daya said coldly. How could Chen Yuanqing say this? Where should he even begin? Just when Chen Yuanqing was in trouble, Zhao Daya looked at the two servants and the maid. Her eyes were cold, penetrating to the bone. "Which hand did you use to hit the person just now?" When the two servants and the old woman heard this, they knew it was familiar. In the past, their masters seemed to say it often, and they themselves often said it too. So they immediately shut their mouths tightly and didn't say a word. Zhao Daya didn't care whether they said it or not. She just followed the usual procedures. She walked forward, grabbed a servant's arm, and exerted force suddenly. "Ah!" The servant screamed. The scream was truly miserable, because he saw his arm being pulled off from his shoulder. Even if he didn't feel any physical pain, he couldn't bear this scene psychologically. This scene is so cruel. When Chen Yuanqing saw this scene, he was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. Everyone else in the yard felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tremble. Only Lu Chen and his companions looked calm. What kind of horrific scenes have they not seen on the battlefield? This is just a small scene. Chapter 192 Brutal. The servant with the broken arm screamed in agony. The remaining servant and the old woman were trembling with fear. Chen Yuanqing's mind went blank. He didn't know what exactly happened. Didn't he lure people to his home to ask for a reward? How could this be the situation? Of course, Zhao Daya would not stop there. She looked at the servants and the old woman with a cold gaze. The murderous aura that Zhao Daya exuded from the sea of blood and corpses was so strong that it hit people's foreheads. The servants and the old woman were stared at by her, and their bodies went limp and they collapsed to the ground. Zhao Daya stepped forward and stomped on the two men several times, crushing their arm and leg bones into pieces. She had been bullied by her family since she was a child, and she hated to see this scene the most. What's more, these people were bullying Xie Qiao's parents. After dealing with the three evil slaves, Zhao Daya looked at Chen Yuanqing again. Chen Yuanqing knelt down directly in front of Zhao Daya. "Auntie, please let me go. We have no grudges in the past and no hatred today. Please be kind and spare my life." Although Chen Yuanqing didn't know why this femme fatale did this, it would definitely be right for him to beg for mercy as soon as possible. Zhao Daya pointed at Xie Changwei and his wife and said, "Then you should ask them and see if they will forgive you." When Qin Yuanqing heard this, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw and hurriedly knelt down and crawled to Xie Changwei and Chao. "Brother Changwei, please say a few good words for me. You see, you came to my house, and I didn't treat you badly. I provided you with good food and drink. You can't be ungrateful." Xie Changwei looked at Lu Chen and then at Zhao Daya. He didn't know where these people came from or why they were standing up for him, especially the young woman who did it. She was really ruthless. It was as if these people had killed her parents. Xie Changwei could of course see that the woman was speaking up for them, but Xie Changwei really didn't recognize them. However, when he thought of his son who was tortured to death and his wife who was humiliated in every way, he was filled with hatred. He raised his leg and kicked Qin Yuanqing to the ground, cursing angrily. "You are a beast in human form." When the three of them first came to the Qin mansion, Qin Yuanqing was extremely kind to them. They arranged for them to have a bath, gave them new clothes to wear, and even vacated 2 rooms for them to live in. But just 3 days later, Chao cried and told him that Qin Yuanqing had bad intentions towards their family and even harbored ill will towards her. When Xie Changwei heard this, he immediately wanted to take his family away. But Qin Yuanqing didn't let them leave at all. Not only did they not let them leave, they also took back all the new clothes they had given them and drove them to live in the woodshed. And since then, they have had endless work to do every day and are beaten and scolded at will by the servants of the Qin mansion every day. Their status in the Qin mansion was even lower than that of servants, and they were no different from prisoners. Xie Changwei hates it. If he had known that Qin Yuanqing was obsessed with his wife Chao and wanted to get her as soon as possible, he would never have come to live with this beast. Seeing that Xie Changwei's words were unsuccessful, Qin Yuanqing immediately begged Chao again. "Yeah, cousin Yu, you are my biological cousin. You can't just stand by and watch me die, right? You have always known how I feel about you." Chao raised her hand and slapped Qin Yuanqing hard, scolding him. "You are shameless." Zhao Daya was already impatient and stepped forward to grab Qin Yuanqing's arm. Qin Yuanqing had just seen her methods. Before Zhao Daya could take action, his eyes rolled back and he fainted in fright. Even so, Zhao Daya did not let him go. She did the same thing, tearing off one of Qin Yuanqing's arms like tearing a rag doll. Qin Yuanqing woke up in pain, screamed, and then fainted again. Zhao Daya said disdainfully, "What a useless thing." Lu Chen said to Xie Changwei and his wife, "Please pack your things and we'll leave." Xie Changwei and Chao looked at each other and agreed. Although they didn't know who Lu Chen was, as long as they could leave here, any place would be better than the Chen family. Besides, although these people were brutal, they were really kind to the two of them. The young man in front of them, who had an extraordinary demeanor, was gentle and friendly when he spoke to the two of them, and he didn't seem like a bad person. The two of them did as they were told and went back to the woodshed where they lived to pack their clothes. In fact, they didn't have any valuables on them. They only had a small bag, which contained nothing but household registration cards and other identity documents. Xie Changwei took their small bag and followed Lu Chen out of the Qin mansion. After they left, other people in the Qin mansion opened the doors and carried Qin Yuanqing and the other 4 back to their respective rooms for treatment. After Lu Chen and his group walked away, 3 heads suddenly appeared on the roof. "Wow, who on earth is this Lu Chen?" Qi Danian exclaimed. Go Sheng said, "I thought Madame Lu was just a weak woman, but I didn't expect her to be so fierce. It's too cruel. I didn't dare to watch it just now," said Gooden. Chapter 191, The Two Lukes Are Far Apart. "I told you, this Lu Chen must be no simple person." Qi Danian felt that he was quite good at judging people. "Then Madame Lu is easy. Do you think he's very good at tearing people apart? Tearing off a person's arm is like pulling out a hair without any effort." Gooden felt that Mrs. Lu's martial arts skills must be good, at least as good as his. Go Sheng asked, "Then why did he ask us to be his guards?" "Maybe they were too lazy to do it. Think about it, a noble lady, could she get off the car and drive away those refugees? It wouldn't look good, would it? Maybe she didn't want to dirty her hands. You know what? It really makes sense. Unlike his 2 sons, who only think about trivial things. Qi Danian thinks more and more importantly. We've seen it over the past 2 days. There are at least a dozen people who have come to the inn looking for Lu Chen. They're all young and beautiful women. They're mysterious and seem to have martial arts skills. I followed them myself and was able to lose them. This shows that they all have great abilities. Gooden asked. Then should we still follow? Follow. Of course I will follow. Chi Danian said firmly. He was not doing this for himself, but for his 2 children. Although these 2 children appear smart on the surface, they're actually very naive inside. If we don't find a good place for them, if he dies one day, these 2 children will suffer. Xie Changui and his wife were taken to the inn by Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately arranged for someone to buy them new clothes and asked the inn to prepare a table of food. The meal was very simple, consisting of only 2 steamed buns, 2 bowls of porridge, and 4 stir-fried vegetables. Xie Changui and his wife had been hungry for a long time, and they only ate half full at this meal. Even so, this meal was the best and most filling meal they had had in the past few years. After dinner, they returned to the guest room. Chow was very puzzled and asked Xie Changui. This meal cost nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver. In the past, it would have been enough to buy dozens of kilograms of pork, but why are all the dishes vegetarian? I spent so much money and I'm still not full. Seeing Xie Changui leer at her, Chow said hurriedly, I'm not saying that Mr. Lu is stingy. I just think this table of food is not worth it. What do you know? Xie Changui said, this shows that Mr. Lu is really kind to us. What's wrong? I still don't understand. Xie Changui said earnestly, we haven't had a full meal for a long time, so he didn't dare let us eat too much, lest our stomachs couldn't handle it and get sick. It's the same reason why he didn't let us eat meat. After being hungry for a long time, eating too much greasy food all at once would not be tolerated by our stomachs. Do you understand, silly woman? Don't take other people's kindness for granted. Chow suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This Mr. Lu is really considerate. She frowned and thought for a while before saying, why would Mr. Lu want to help us? There's no one in our family with the surname Lu, and it seems you don't have any friends with the surname Lu, do you? Xie Changui shook his head. No, that's really strange. Xie Changui suddenly asked, why not? Have you forgotten? Isn't our Xiao Qiao's husband's family surnamed Lu? Chow nodded quickly upon hearing this. That's right. How could I have forgotten this? Our Xiao Qiao was sold to a family surnamed Lu in Lujiazhai. At that time, we even asked them to promise repeatedly that when Xiao Qiao got married in the future, it would be done in a formal way. She continued, but that family is also pitifully poor, not much better off than ours. They both have the surname Lu, but these 2 Lus are worlds apart. Xie Changui also agreed. Yes, one is extremely rich and the other is extremely poor. They are completely unrelated. But who is he? Why would he help us? In fact, Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity. As soon as she returned to the inn, Zhao Dia asked about this matter. Brother Lu, why don't you reveal your identity? You're not disgusted by their shabby clothes and think they're embarrassing you, are you? Lu Chen smiled. They had only been together for a few days when Zhao Dia's childhood playfulness returned. So he spoke out what was in his mind. He just wanted Xie Changui and his wife to calm down first. After a day or two, when they had calmed down, it would not be too late to tell them. The current Lu Chen and the previous Lu Chen are almost 2 different people. If he told them as soon as they met that he was their son-in-law Lu Chen, he would probably be considered a liar, and that would backfire. So that's how it is. Brother Lu, you are really thoughtful. Chapter 192, Addicted to Tearing People Down. Lu Chen originally thought that Chun Yuanqing's matter would not be resolved later than tonight. Chun Yuanqing suffered such a great loss that he did not dare to resist at the time. But as soon as Lu Chen left, Chun Yuanqing would definitely seek revenge on him. Unexpectedly, there was no movement for most of the day. It was not until the next morning that the government officers came to the inn to arrest people. Hearing the clamor downstairs about arresting someone, Xie Changui and his wife were terrified. They had just escaped the wolf's den yesterday and hadn't had time to think about it. Only then did they remember that Master Lu had beaten Chun Yuanqing and his men to cripples. Why wasn't he panicking? Why didn't he think about escaping the city quickly? Look, the government is here to arrest people. What should I do? How could Mr. Lu, with his delicate body, withstand the cruel punishment in prison? Xie Changui was very anxious and wanted to find the officials to explain clearly that the matter was caused by the 2 of them and had nothing to do with Master Lu. But as soon as they left the guest room, they were stopped by Yi Qin. You 2, don't worry about this matter. Our big brother Lu will take care of it. Xie Changui was anxious, but he could only stare at the officials in the lobby of the inn from upstairs. Lu Chen brought Zhao Dia and others to the lobby. Several officers were about to step forward to arrest people with chains in their hands, but Zhao Daya beat them to the ground in no time. The leading constable was furious upon seeing this. How dare you? How dare you resist arrest? Do you know that resisting the officials is tantamount to treason? Zhao Daya looked at the captain with contempt, as if she were looking at a small insect. The captain of the police became even more furious, but seeing that Zhao Daya was very skilled in martial arts, he did not want to suffer a loss, so he could only roar loudly and did not dare to attack again. Lu Chen said, "Lead the way, I will go with you." The captain of the police was overjoyed. Once they got to the lobby, wouldn't he let them do whatever they wanted? Therefore, the captain of the police no longer insisted on putting Lu Chen in chains and handcuffs as long as he went with them. Along the way, a dozen constables watched Lu Chen and his companions closely, fearing that they would run away. The group soon arrived at the provincial government office. Although on the surface the state capital and the prefectural capital seemed to be on the same level, in reality, almost every state is equivalent to a small county and is directly governed and not under the jurisdiction of the county. The reason why Fengzhou was designated as a state instead of a prefecture was because Fengzhou had jurisdiction over many counties, and the Fengzhou area was the most important grain-producing area in the Zhou dynasty. Therefore, the prefect of Fengzhou City had much greater power than an ordinary prefect. Fengzhou City is currently in a turbulent time. It turns out that the prefect, Luo, he would not bother to deal with such a case. But when he heard the victims say that the criminals were well-dressed and looked very rich, Luo, he knew there was something good. He immediately decided to try the case himself. Bang! Luo, he slammed the gavel hard, taking the lead. "Who is this person? Why don't you kneel before me?" Lu Chen raised his eyelids and glanced at the official sitting in the hall, then continued to look at Chen Yuanqing and the others. Chen Yuanqing and his 3 evil slaves were all carried into the hall on door panels. They looked more miserable than each other. When Chen Yuanqing saw Lu Chen and Zhao Daya, he shuddered. However, when he thought that this was in the lobby of the government office, he suddenly regained his courage and bravely looked into Lu Chen's eyes. Seeing that Lu Chen and his companions not only refused to kneel, but also refused to even look at him, Luo became so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He slammed the gavel again and shouted angrily, "How dare you? How dare you defy me? Come, give me 3, 4, oh no, give me 50 lashes." The officers on both sides were holding water and fire sticks, with ferocious faces, and came towards Lu Chen and his companions. Zhao Daya took 2 steps forward and said calmly, "If you're not afraid of death, come on." Upon hearing this, the officers on both sides slowed down their pace, but soon obscene smiles appeared on their faces. "Now that you are in this hall, you still dare to speak harshly? I'll let her know how many eyes the Horse King has later." Hey. An officer had a lustful look on his face and reached out to grab Zhao Daya. "This young lady is so beautiful. He has never seen such a pretty girl in his life. Even if I just touch it, I will have no regrets in this life." Before he could touch it, he felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain. Ah! The officer cried out miserably. It was almost as loud as the Chun family's servants yesterday. Everyone in the hall, including the elder Mr. Luo Yi, was shocked by the scene before them and gasped. Chen Yuanqing's eyes almost fell out. "What? Really? Again? Are you addicted to tearing people apart?" Chapter 193, Is There Still Law? Zhao Daya didn't want to show off her power in court, but the officer's lustful and ugly appearance made her feel very disgusted. In a rage, she cut off another arm of the officer, and she couldn't put it back on. Her action shocked Luo Yi and all the officers in the court. Since the founding of the Great Zhou dynasty, no one had dared to commit violence so brazenly in court. Even the people watching outside the lobby were terrified. Where did this ruthless person come from? Looking at such a delicate little girl, how could she be so cruel? In the Zhou dynasty, just like the previous dynasties when the judges held court to try cases, the common people were allowed to watch from outside the court. The trial in court is naturally open to the public. Only in this way can the people see from the judge's trial process whether he is an honest official or a corrupt official, a sensible official or a confused official. Many people don't know what happened. What's going on? I didn't see anything clearly. How did the little girl tear off the officer's arm? I don't know either. When the officer tried to arrest her, she tore off his arm. There were also some discerning people among the onlookers. I think that officer wasn't a good guy either. He saw that the girl was pretty and had bad intentions. He wanted to touch her, and the girl got angry, so he cut off his arm. Right. I just saw it too. This officer has bad intentions. He clearly wants to arrest someone, but he touches their chest. I'd be surprised if they weren't angry. There are also many people who have always been bullied by officials and have always been dissatisfied with their actions, so naturally they will not speak for them. I also think the officer deserved it. The girl was just trying to protect her innocence and had no choice but to rebel. These officials are used to bullying the people. Now, they've hit a wall, right? I think they deserve it. Luo Yi in the lobby was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. He flew into a rage and shouted, "Come here! Tie up this evil woman and take her to jail." The officers looked at each other in confusion. They were also afraid that this girl would cut off their arms. Luo Yi was even more furious. "How dare you? You even dare to disobey my orders." The 7 or 8 officers looked at each other again and suddenly moved forward together, surrounding Zhao Daya. Some of them took out their swords and pointed them at Zhao Daya to scare her so that she would not dare to act rashly. Others held water and fire sticks in their hands and smashed them hard at Zhao Daya. There were also 2 officers carrying chains and putting them on Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya's eyes were cold, and when they were about to attack her, she suddenly attacked. She punched and kicked with both legs, and before the 7 or 8 officers could see what was happening, they were all knocked away by Zhao Daya. With just a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 officers fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Some of them had their arms broken, some had their legs broken by kicks, and others had several ribs broken by hammers. In short, none of them are intact. There was another sound of people gasping for breath inside and outside the hall. Oh my goodness! This little girl is not to be trifled with. I didn't even see anything clearly, and they all fell down. Did anyone see clearly? How'd she make that move just now? No wonder this little girl is actually a martial arts master. So this is what they call audacity. How dare she cause trouble in court without any skills? But this little girl was still rash. I wonder how many years she'll have to spend in jail after this. If she's put in jail, she'll definitely be tortured to death by those officers. What a shame. Such a beautiful girl. Outside the court, people were talking about all sorts of things. In the court, Luo Yi was also frightened out of his wits. This little girl is obviously a fearless young man. If she rushes forward in anger and twists off the arm of the prefect, what will he do then? This girl, don't do anything. Don't do anything. Luo Yi's expression suddenly changed from one of rage to one of smile. Miss, please talk it over nicely. Don't start yet. Luo Yi tried her best to comfort Zhao Daya, fearing that she would attack her as well. Seeing that Zhao Daya's expression had improved slightly, Luo Yi continued. Miss, if you have any grievances, you can speak directly to me, and I will definitely make a decision for you. Chen Yuanqing, lying on the door panel, looked at Luo Yi in disbelief. Isn't it him, the victim lying there who has suffered injustice? His arm was torn off by this person. The master didn't pursue her guilt, but why did he still ask what injustice the prisoner had suffered? Is there any justice in this court? Is there still law? Chapter 194, Shaking Again. Luo Yi certainly knows the laws of nature and the country, but he values his life more. Therefore, he could only pretend to be submissive and stabilize this female tyrant first. However, what Luo Yi didn't expect was that Zhao Daya didn't buy his trick at all. Zhao Daya snorted coldly. What grievances could I have? I just couldn't stand the evil people's behavior, so I took action to punish them. After saying that, she looked at Chen Yuanqing lying on the ground again. Chen Yuanqing hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. He wondered if he had done something wrong again and shouldn't have come to complain. Unexpectedly, even the prefect and many officials were unable to do anything to this female killer. Chen Yuanqing felt that he might get into trouble again. Over there, Luo Yi had quietly called the master to his side and whispered to him, "Go and get Guard Zhan over." As a wealthy and successful prefect, Luo Yi, like many of his colleagues, was afraid of death. Therefore, he privately hired 4 guards with excellent martial arts skills. And this guard Zhan Longzhan is the strongest among these guards. Maintained troops for 1,000 days and used them for a moment. He has been supporting several guards for so many years in vain, and now he finally has a chance to let them help. Otherwise, wouldn't all the money be wasted? The master received the order and ran out in a hurry. Luo Yi didn't know that all his little actions did not escape Lu Chen's eyes and ears. Lu Chen pretended not to see it. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies, tricks, and maneuvers are completely useless. At this time, Luo Yi still tried his best to comfort Zhao Daya. He finally realized that this little girl didn't take him, the master, seriously at all. I look so arrogant that I am not afraid of anything, and I will not hesitate, even if the king comes. Luo Yi gritted her teeth secretly and said, "Wait for the exhibition guards to come and capture you. Then I'll show you how I'll deal with you. She looks pretty good. I'll cripple her martial arts and keep her in the mansion. Maybe it will be a different experience." When Luo Yi thought of her pride, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. However, his shameless look still couldn't escape Lu Chen's eyes. "Master, honorable master, you must make the decision for the common people." Chen Yuanqing, lying on the door panel, secretly glanced at Zhao Daya a few times. He always felt that there was murderous intent in Zhao Daya's eyes. If he doesn't take this opportunity to get rid of this woman, he will never be able to sleep peacefully again in his life. Therefore, Chen Yuanqing boldly asked Luo Yi to make the decision for him. Chen Yuanqing has made up his mind. Even if he has to sell his house and lose all his wealth, he will still put this girl in jail and never let her get out of jail. While the three parties were arguing, the lawyer walked into the lobby with a few strong men in tight clothes. When Luo Yi saw these people, his previous dejected look disappeared and his expression changed instantly. He held his head high again, his chest straightened, his eyes became bright and sharp, and he looked majestic and solemn, as if he was in control of everything again. Luo Yi started shaking again. Bang! Luo Yi slammed the gavel down again. "Chen Yuanqing, what grievances have you suffered? Tell me now." Chen Yuanqing was overjoyed. Although he was lying on the bed, the lobby was spacious and he had a good view. He had already seen several strange men entering the hall. Obviously, the master's helper has arrived. Chen Yuanqing quickly said, "Your Excellency, I want to sue them. They came to my house yesterday and beat 3 of my servants severely, crippling them. They also broke one of my arms." Before Chen Yuanqing could say anything, Luo Yi slammed the gavel again. "You bold lunatic and evil woman, why don't you come here quickly?" Zhao Daya glanced at Luo Yi and said, "Who are you talking to, you dog official?" Luo Yi had endured it for so long, but now she couldn't bear it any longer. "How dare you? You dare to roar in court, insult this official, injure the officers, and injure Chen Yuanqing and others. Your crime is unforgivable. I will arrest you immediately." Zhang Long drew his sword from his waist with a clang and pointed it at Zhao Daya. "Since you are a woman, I will give you a chance. If you surrender obediently, I will spare you the pain of flesh and blood." The other 3 were also afraid of falling behind, so they drew their weapons and approached Zhao Daya step by step like wolves and tigers. The lawyer had just told them that a young woman with martial arts skills came to the court and knocked down 7 or 8 constables at once. Her skills were truly amazing. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate the young woman in front of them. Chapter 195, Indestructible. "Just you guys." Zhao Daya reluctantly raised her eyelids and glanced at Zhang Long and the others. This look made Zhang Long and the others furious. What kind of look is that? Is she looking at some ants? Arrogant. Zhang Long shouted angrily and stabbed Zhao Daya with his sword. "You're looking for death." The other 3 also raised their weapons toward Zhao Daya. Zhao Daya just stood there, motionless. The look she gave Zhang Long and the others was still indescribable. Anyone who saw her like that would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. It was like throwing their self-esteem to the ground and crushing it 100 times and then spitting on it. Zhang Long and his companions no longer held back and attacked with all their might. Zhao Daya, who stood still, confused everyone present. The onlookers were all disappointed. Why doesn't she move? Even if she doesn't dare to resist, she should at least hide, right? Could it be that she saw a few martial arts masters and was frightened silly? "I recognize these men. They're the guards the prefect has hired to protect him. I heard they're all highly skilled in martial arts, and one of them can take on a dozen or 20 bandits. If she falls into their hands, this girl will probably be doomed." Even Luo Yi in the lobby was confused. Is she trying to commit suicide? Oh, that's such a pity. I've never tasted anything as exquisite as this. Zhang Long and his companions were overjoyed. They originally thought that Luo Yi had finally asked them to take action, and they thought he was a tough and ruthless character, but they didn't expect him to be all show and no ability. It's just a pity that even they rarely see such a young and beautiful woman. It's such a pity to die at their hands. But it was too late for them to stop even if they wanted to. It hit. Ouch, I stabbed her. It's over. Why doesn't she hide? Amidst the screams, Zhao Daya still stood there. Zhan Long and the other three sitting opposite her stood there in a daze, their eyes dull and their bodies stiff, as if they had seen a ghost. What's going on? I don't know. All those swords and knives hit her, but she seems to be okay. Yeah, how could she be okay? There's not even a drop of blood on her body. Many people kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they were dizzy. Even Lu Chen didn't expect this scene. Why did this little girl suddenly do this? Of course, Zhao Daya would not fight an unprepared battle. After taking the powerful pills, she often practiced sparring with female soldiers to test how strong her defense was. It is difficult for an ordinary person to hurt her body with a sword or a knife. But if someone like Meng Ruyu had taken the powerful pills and practiced martial arts, they would be able to break her defense. So, Zhao Daya asked Meng Ruyu if there was any kind of exercise that could increase a person's body defense. Meng Ruyu said that there is such a technique, but it is generally kept secret, and only a very small number of people in the martial arts world have the opportunity to practice it. Later one day, Lu Chen heard about this. He then looked for it in the system store. In fact, Lu Chen felt that even if they did not practice martial arts to enhance their defense, they could still walk sideways in this world. But since they wanted it, he might as well see if there was such a technique. Anyway, it will only be a good thing and not a bad thing if his men become stronger. Unexpectedly, he actually found several such techniques in the system store. Iron vest, golden bell, indestructible diamond. Lu Chen didn't think too much about it. Since he had money now, he bought all the skills. It only takes a moment for him to practice these skills, so of course he has to practice them. Similarly, he also taught these skills to Zhao Daya and others, and then asked Zhao Daya to teach them to the female soldiers below. These 7 or 8 methods of enhancing the body's defenses each have their own merits. After learning each skill, they were like being covered with layer upon layer of steel shields. Zhao Daya and those female soldiers now really are like what is described in the martial arts. Each of them has an indestructible body. Unless large caliber shells hit them directly, ordinary weapons cannot break their defense. Not to mention the swords and knives of these ordinary martial arts masters in front of him. Seeing the sword in his hand, stabbing into Zhao Daya, it was like stabbing into a steel plate. Oh no, even if it was a steel plate, Zhan Long was confident that he could pierce a hole in it. Zhan Long was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this great martial artist is a fake? Even if the opponent is at the Grandmaster level, he can still pierce him through with this sword. So, what realm is this girl in front of him at? Chapter 196, Return My Son's Life. Do you still want to arrest me? Zhao Daya's eyes were as cold as frost as she looked at Zhan Long and the others. Zhan Long and his companions' expressions suddenly changed, and they all took several steps back. This woman's martial arts skills are unfathomable. How dare they act rashly? Zhao Daya looked at Luo Yi in the hall again. Luo Yi was so frightened that she almost lost her soul. His greatest reliance is Zhan Long and his men. But now, even Zhan Long and his men dared not breathe loudly in front of this girl. How many lives can he have? This girl. Luo Yi immediately put on a smiling face again. His smile was even more disgusting than before. His face was full of fawning respect, and even his own parents had never seen him smile like this. What is your grievance? Please tell me slowly. Don't panic, just speak slowly. Luo Yi turned away, her smile turning into a stern expression. Why don't you bring some chairs and make a pot of good tea? He was furious. What was the point of having this advisor? What a clueless bastard. When the lawyer saw that Luo Yi's face was not right, he hurried downstairs, brought chairs and a table, and quickly brought teacups. Please sit down and talk. Luo Yi kindly invited Lu Chen and others to take a seat. Zhao Daya took a sip of tea and said, I'm thirsty. I'll have some tea first. Then he pointed at Chen Yuanqing and said, let him speak. When Chen Yuanqing saw this, his heart sank to the bottom. What are the backgrounds of these noble people that Xie Changwei made friends with? They were so amazing that even the prefect had to be careful when talking to them. It seems that he will have a hard time getting away with it today. If he wants to survive, he has no choice but to beg for mercy. If you try to use force against this female killer, you will probably die very quickly. Chen Yuanqing made up his mind and started howling immediately. My lord, this young lady, I am guilty. I deserve death, woo-woo. In fact, Chen Yuanqing himself didn't know what crime he had committed. God have mercy on him. He came here to file a complaint, not to commit the crime. Zhao Daya glared at Chen Yuanqing. and he immediately stopped howling. Get to the point. Chen Yuanqing was stunned. What's the point? Just tell me what's important. What crime have you committed? Chen Yuanqing was stunned again. What crime did he commit? He really doesn't know. Wow. His eyes rolled, and his mind immediately came to its senses. I am guilty. I shouldn't have treated my cousin and her husband so harshly. They had nothing to eat or wear, so they came to me for help. I shouldn't have made them work, and I shouldn't have let them eat or sleep poorly. Chen Yuanqing only picked out irrelevant things to say, and after saying a lot, everyone present even thought that Chen Yuanqing was kind-hearted and that Xie Changgui's family were ungrateful vampires. Zhao Daya suddenly laughed. You really do know how to die. Chen Yuanqing looked at Zhao Daya's smiling face and got goosebumps all over his body. He hurriedly said, I know I was wrong. I'll tell you right away. Afterwards, he told the whole story about the abuse he had done to Xie Changgui's family. Zhao Daya suddenly stood up and stared at Chen Yuanqing. How dare you lie to me? Chen Yuanqing shuddered again and looked at Zhao Daya pitifully. Little aunt, I really didn't lie to you at all. At this moment, a roar was heard from outside the hall. Chen Yuanqing, return my child life. Everyone looked and saw that it was Xie Changgui and his wife who had also arrived outside the court. There was a reason why Yi Qin stopped Xie Changgui and his wife in the inn, because she knew that Lu Chen rushed to the provincial government office to do something important. It would be bad if the scene was too bloody and Xie Changgui and his wife were scared. But Xie Changgui and his wife waited in the inn for a long time, but Lu Chen and others did not come back. He became anxious and insisted on going to the court. Seeing that she couldn't stop him, Yi Qin had no choice but to bring them over. Xie Changgui watched outside the court for half an instant stick of time. Seeing that Chen Yuanqing only talked about irrelevant things, he suddenly became furious and couldn't help but shout out. Mrs. Chow burst into tears as she thought of her poor child. She pointed at Chen Yuanqing angrily and said, My child was only 10 years old, and you tortured him to death. You beast, give me back my child's life. After hearing what the two of them said, everyone inside and outside the court finally understood what was going on. When Lu Chen heard what Xie Changgui and his wife said, his face changed suddenly. If he had known this, he should have gone to Xizhuang to find Xie Changgui and his wife earlier. He said to Zhao Daya, find out how their child was tortured to death by them, and then you will repay them tenfold. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanqing was so frightened that he fainted. The three evil servants next to him were so scared that they lay on the door and shook nonstop. When Zhao Daya heard that Xie Qiao's brother was tortured to death by Chen Yuanqing, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Chapter 197, Returned Tenfold. Zhao Daya stepped forward and stepped on Chen Yuanqing's remaining arm. Tell me, how did you torture and kill their children? This kick crushed Chen Yuanqing's palm and wrist in one go. Chen Yuanqing screamed in pain. He glanced at his palm and thought that even if a god came, it would be difficult to heal. Even if he survives today, his life will be over. Thinking of this, Chen Yuanqing was in agony. You won't tell me, right? Zhao Daya kicked him again, stepping on his forearm. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Chen Yuanqing howled again. These screams made everyone feel cold in their hearts. The little girl is so young, yet she is so cruel. Still not telling? Zhao Daya kicked again. It was still Chen Yuanqing's arm. At this time, everyone in the court, including Luo Yi, finally figured it out. This female killer clearly wanted to crush Chen Yuanqing's entire arm inch by inch. Too cruel. Chen Yuanqing finally couldn't bear it anymore. He screamed miserably. It's them. They did it all. It has nothing to do with me. This matter has nothing to do with me. When the two servants and the old woman heard Chen Yuanqing say this, they also shouted, Auntie, please forgive us. We did all this at the master's command. He was the one who ordered us to do it. The three of them had witnessed Zhao Daya's cruelty, and when they thought about such punishment being inflicted on them, they had already forgotten everything. Zhao Daya turned to the three evil servants and asked, Then tell me, how did you torture that child? The three evil servants all lay on the door panel, trembling, and could no longer utter a word. Zhao Daya stepped forward, but before she could move, the three evil servants shouted in unison, We speak, we speak, we all speak. Then, the three evil servants spoke one after another and told the whole process of how they received instructions from Chen Yuanqing and used all kinds of cruel methods to torture and kill the child alive. When the people outside the court heard the crimes of the three evil servants, they all wanted to rush in and tear them into pieces. Kill them. Kill these beasts. Is this what a human would do? I wish I could eat their flesh raw and drink their blood. We can't kill them. We must let them experience this feeling too. I used to see Chen Yuanqing pretending to be a good guy, but I never thought he was a beast in human form. We must not let him go. Outside the hall, Mrs. Chow fainted upon hearing that her son had been subjected to such inhuman torture. Xie Changgui's eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were almost broken when he heard this. I'm going to kill you. Xie Changgui was about to rush to the court, but was stopped by Yi Qin. Yi Qin knew that if he killed them like this, wouldn't it be too easy for them? She believed that Zhao Daya had plenty of means. Sure enough, Zhao Daya did not disappoint everyone. In the hall, in front of the prefect, she reported to them one by one what the three evil servants had done. Of course, it will be returned tenfold. The scene was extremely bloody, so more than 114,000 words are omitted here. After the execution, Luo Yi in the lobby discovered that his crotch was wet. The constables in the hall were all standing crookedly. If they were not afraid of Zhao Daya, they would have collapsed to the ground. But the strange thing is that the people outside the court were watching with great interest, as if it were sweet delicacy. As to why there is such a huge contrast between the two, there is no need to elaborate. Throw it out. When Zhao Daya gave orders, it seemed as if it was her right, as if she was the boss in the court. A group of constables then came forward tremblingly and lifted up several corpses that had long since lost their human form. These constables had already been frightened to the point that their hands and feet were weak. Normally, 2 people could lift 1 person, but now it took 4 people working together to barely lift it. The bodies of Chen Yuanqing and several others were thrown onto the street outside the yamen, attracting a large crowd of people to trample and insult them. Of course, Xie Changgui and his wife are among them. Just as everyone was filled with righteous indignation and was taking out their anger on the bodies of Chen Yuanqing and others, suddenly a shout was heard in the distance. Bandits are attacking the city. There are bandits outside the city attacking. Hurry up and report to the prefect. Many bandits have arrived outside the city. Outside the city are bandits, tens of thousands of them. In the lobby of the provincial government office, Luo Yi was trembling with fear and speaking carefully to Lu Chen when she heard that bandits were attacking the city outside. Her face, which had turned as white as paper with fear, instantly turned blue-black. It's really like a rainy day when it rains, and the ship is late and encounters headwinds. Chapter 198, each with his own agenda. Quickly go and invite. Invite Commander Wei to come. Luo Yi was frightened again and could not speak clearly. The current situation is turbulent, and the defense of Fengzhou was originally assisted by Fengzhou General Jiang Wenyu. But when Jiang Wenyu saw the army of Marquis Jingyuan coming to attack, he hurriedly abandoned Fengzhou city and fled. Luo Yi had no choice but to open the city and surrender immediately when he saw that Jingyuan host troops were powerful. But Marquis Jingyuan was not interested in this. In order to stabilize the rear, he still let Luo Yi take charge of the overall situation in Fengzhou. Later, Jingyuan host troops were defeated and returned to their hometown, but Luo Yi continued to serve as the prefect as usual, as if nothing had happened. Given the current chaos in the Great Zhou dynasty, who knows who will rule the world in the future? Luo Yi just needs to be his fence-sitter. As for the commander of the guards, Lord Shiyang, he is Luo Yi's old partner. Shiyang is also a person who changes his attitude according to the situation. It was also because of this that the two of them were able to save their lives and keep their official positions in the turbulent Zhou dynasty. Shiyang was in charge of 7,000 households and 7,000 troops in Fengzhou. But now he could only barely gather more than 4,000 people, all of whom were brought to Fengzhou City by Luo Yi and were provided with good food and drink to guard Fengzhou City for him. As for the previous city defenders, most of them had already fled when Jingyuan host troops attacked last time and were no longer useful. The commander-in-chief's house was not far from the provincial government office. In a short while, the commander-in-chief, Shiyang, hurried to the provincial government office. Shiyang saw a few young men with extraordinary looks sitting in the lobby. Not knowing where they came from, he looked at Luo Yi inquiringly. Luo Yi also didn't understand why Lu Chen and the others hadn't left yet. Wasn't their case already concluded? Although it was their own trial, they no longer had anything to do with it. Why don't they leave yet? Luo Yi didn't dare to chase Lu Chen and the others away, So she had to introduce them to Shi Yang, saying that they were there to sue someone, and after the lawsuit was over, they didn't have time to leave. Shi Yang felt strange, but the situation was critical at the moment, so he didn't have time to think too much. Lord Luo, my subordinates, just reported that the bandit army has about 30,000 men. I'm afraid Fengzhou City cannot be defended. Lord, you better make plans early. Well, be ready to escape right away. Luo, he wanted to hold on a little longer. He didn't want to lose this official hat. If he leaves Fengzhou City, he, the prefect, will be nothing. Master Shi, although there are many bandits outside the city, most of them are refugees from the disaster. How can they have any fighting power? Master Shi's troops are all diligently trained elites. How can we not win? Shi Yang shook his head repeatedly. Lord Luo, you don't know, this is a year of famine with a lack of food and clothing. All of my soldiers are starving to the point of weakness. How can they still fight? Luo, he was annoyed. Did all the food and fodder he had eaten these days get thrown away? But he still had to persuade him kindly. Master Shi, as long as we hold the city, in just 3 days, those bandits will retreat on their own due to lack of food. How can we know we can't defeat them if we don't fight them first? Luo, he knew it best. If the other party was government soldiers, or rebels like Marquis Jinyuan, he, as the prefect, could still avoid death by surrendering. But now the people outside are bandits. The bandits wouldn't listen to reason. Once they broke into the city, they would just burn, kill, and loot. By then, as the prefect, he would not only lose his hat, but even his head. But Luo, he really couldn't bear to give up his title of prefect. No. The rough and uncouth Shi Yang also put on his book bag. Are there only 30,000-odd bandits outside the city? Not to mention that we can't defeat them at all. Even if we can barely draw a draw, the bandits and vagrants surrounding Fengzhou City will definitely swarm in to grab a piece of the action when they hear that Fengzhou is under siege. Then, Shi Yang kept shaking his head. I have to say, what Shi Yang said does make some sense. Luo, he was speechless after hearing this. Seeing that Luo, he had taken his words to heart, Shi Yang continued. I have already sent subordinates to guard the city gates. Lord Luo, please make preparations quickly. We can find an opportunity to break out and make plans later. After Shi Yang finished speaking, he quietly observed the expression on Luo Yi's face. Shi Yang is not so kind. The two have known each other for many years, and Shi Yang knows Luo Yi best. He even had a rough estimate of how much gold and silver Luo Yi had plundered over the years. Once the two of them escaped out of the city, Shi Yang would have soldiers and guns in his hands. Wouldn't Luo Yi then become the fish on his chopping board, at his mercy? Zhao Daya, who was standing by, had no idea that the two men had their own ulterior motives. One wanted others to work for him to keep the hat on his head, while the other wanted to take the opportunity to kill and rob. The more she listened, the more annoyed she became, and she suddenly stood up. Have you finished talking? If you don't want to defend the city, then get out of Fengzhou City right now. Shi Yang didn't know how powerful Zhao Daya was in court before, and he looked at Zhao Daya in surprise. He didn't understand how a weak woman could dare to be so presumptuous in front of the two adults. Zhao Daya looked at Luo Yi and Shi Yang coldly. Go wherever you want. We'll defend Fengzhou City. Chapter 199 Sneak Attack. Shi Yang has commanded troops for many years and has a bad temper. How could he bear this humiliation, especially since the other party was just a young girl? He shouted angrily. Come here, capture this girl for me. Several personal soldiers immediately stepped forward, brandishing swords and guns, and tried to capture Zhao Daya. Luo, he wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Zhao Daya waved her hand and knocked several of her personal soldiers to the ground. Zhao Daya broke the weapons in the hands of 2 of his personal soldiers with her bare hands. Shi Yang was stunned immediately. Although his personal soldiers are not highly skilled in martial arts, they were carefully selected, and each of them is quite powerful. I didn't expect that I would be defeated by this girl at the first sight. Would you like to get out of here on your own, or would you like me to escort you out? It's your choice. Zhao Daya looked at Luo Yi and Shi Yang. Shi Yang suppressed his anger and asked in a deep voice, Young lady, how dare you act so wildly in the state government? I wonder where you came from. Zhao Daya sneered and said nothing. Shi Yang was unsure and asked again, who does the young lady rely on? If she was just good at martial arts, Shi Yang would not be afraid. He had thousands of soldiers and had plenty of ways to deal with her. Zhao Daya chuckled and looked at Lu Chen. This Mr. Lu is my support. Shi Yang looked at Lu Chen. In fact, he had observed Lu Chen many times before. Lu Chen was extremely handsome and was simply a rare talent. It now seems that this Mr. Lu should be of great background, perhaps even the son of a powerful family. Shi Yang's expression softened immediately, and he looked at Lu Chen. I wonder where Mr. Lu lives, and which family is he from? Lu Chen's expression was calm as he said, This lord wants to know who my backer is, right? Shi Yang wanted to nod in agreement, but he felt something was wrong and didn't know what to say for a moment. That's what he meant, but it was very embarrassing when someone pointed it out. Lu Chen smiled again. Sorry, I am a mountain. Arrogant. Shi Yang cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Isn't this person just relying on having a maid with strong martial arts skills? He really doesn't know how to live or die. On the other side, the prefect Luo, he had some ulterior motives. After seeing how powerful Zhao Daya was, Luo, he didn't dare to act rashly again. But just now, Zhao Daya said that she wanted to drive him out of the provincial government office, and even out of Fengzhou City, which touched Luo Yi's bottom line. Fengzhou City is Luo Yi's base, and he cannot let anyone take it away no matter what. At that moment, Luo Yi made a decision in his heart. While Shi Yang and Lu Chen were bickering, Luo Yi secretly winked at Zhang Long and the others. Luo Yi even raised her eyebrows in Lu Chen's direction. His meaning was very clear. He wanted Zhang Long and his men to capture Mr. Lu and use him as a hostage to force the female killer to submit. After being frightened away by Zhao Daya's terrifying strength, Zhang Long and his companions huddled in a corner covered in dust. After seeing Luo Yi's secret glances at them, Zhang Long and the others struggled for a while. If their attack fails, they will probably die without a burial place. But if they don't take action, with Luo Yi's vicious character, nothing will happen to the four of them in the future. Zhang Long and his companions secretly exchanged glances. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. For so many years, they have been well-fed and well-maintained by Luo Yi, but have never made any great contributions. If they help Luo Yi resolve this crisis, Luo Yi might be so happy that she would reward them with a lot of gold and silver, and they would have no worries in their lives. At this time, Shi Yang also noticed the little movements of Zhang Long and others, and was secretly happy. In order to attract Lu Chen's attention, Shi Yang laughed loudly. Ha ha, you ignorant lunatic. You really don't know your place. You actually say you are the mountain? I've never seen such an arrogant and ignorant kid like you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Long and the other three rushed towards Lu Chen almost at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they put the weapons in their hands on Lu Chen's neck. For swords tightly wrapped around Lu Chen's neck. As long as Lu Chen dared to move, the sharp blade would cut several bloody grooves on his neck. Seeing this, Xie Changguwei and his wife, who had been waiting outside the court, were so shocked that their eyes went dark and they almost fainted. Although they didn't know who this Mr. Lu was or why he helped them, he not only saved them, but also helped them to get revenge. They all saw this great kindness. If something really happened to him, how could the two of them have a clear conscience? In the lobby, Luo, he couldn't help but laugh wildly towards the sky. Ha ha ha, you little thief. Look carefully, your master is now in my hands. If you don't want him to die, then surrender. Shi Yang also relaxed his brows and said with a smile, Master Luo, it turns out that old Jiang is really smart. These young people still don't know how treacherous people are. Ha! Luo, he rolled her eyes at Shi Yang. Isn't this just calling him insidious? However, he is insidious and proud. Chapter 200 The Master Among Masters. At this time, the crowd outside the court had already dispersed. When the bandits attacked the city, the people were busy packing up their valuables in order to find a chance to escape from the city. Even if they couldn't escape, they would bury their gold and silver as soon as possible. There are two big poplar trees on the street opposite the provincial government office. Three heads popped out from behind a big poplar tree. Oh no, Master Lu has been kidnapped, Qi Danian said in shock. Gosheng was also panicked and said, How could Master Lu be so careless? These officials are so evil, even doing such shameful things in court. Gooden complained, Are all those people around Master Lu just freeloaders? They didn't even try to stop them. If they had tried to stop them, Madame Lu would have definitely had time to rescue Master Lu. But Qi Danian took another look inside, and his expression relaxed, because he saw that neither Mrs. Lu nor the young women around Lu Chen showed any sign of panic. They didn't even change their sitting or standing postures. What does this mean? It shows that they are as steady as old dogs. In the court, Luo, Yi, and Shi Yang laughed heartily. Listen, if you don't surrender, I'll make your master's head fall off. Luo Yi looked at Zhao Daya with an arrogant expression. Zhao Daya raised her eyebrows and said, Oh, the sky is clear and the rain has stopped. Do you think you can do it again? Luo Yi suddenly looked constipated. All these people saw how he had just been groveling and fawning in front of Zhao Daya. Shi Yang snorted coldly. Little girl, stop being so stubborn. Anyone can see that you are very loyal to your master. You don't really want to see your master's head fall off, do you? To be honest, I have killed at least 80 people with my own hands. I won't blink an eye if I kill a few of you. Zhao Daya smiled. Really? After she finished speaking, she suddenly kicked out, sending a person not far away flying. The man's body hit the wall heavily, and when he landed on the ground, he had turned into a puddle of mud. You mean killing people like this? Shi Yang's face changed instantly. This was the first time he had seen such amazing strength. This was also the first time he had seen this woman's courage. Her master was attacked by swords and knives, yet she still dared to kill him. You. Shi Yang looked at the bodyguard who was no longer in human form and pointed at Zhao Daya. Aren't you afraid that we will really kill your master? Zhao Daya raised her chin and said, Then go ahead and kill him. Shi Yang was suddenly stuck. If they really ordered the killing of her master, would she slaughter everyone in the court? The answer is self-evident. Under everyone's gaze, Zhao Daya walked a few steps to Shi Yang and grabbed Shi Yang's neck with her hand. Shi Yang wanted to dodge and resist, but he had no strength to resist at all and was picked up by Zhao Daya like a chicken. Just you guys think you can hurt my brother Lu? Zhao Daya exerted a little force, and with a slight cracking sound, Shi Yang's throat was crushed. Shi Yang's eyes were full of unwillingness and disbelief. He would never have thought that he would die in this way. He never thought that he would die in the lobby of the provincial government. Zhao Daya threw away Shi Yang's body and kicked the case to pieces. Luo Yi, who was hiding behind the desk, was so frightened that his eyes rolled back and he was shaking like a sieve. He backed away, tremblingly, stammering, You don't come over here. Otherwise, I'll kill your master. Zhao Daya still said the same thing. Then you kill him. Of course, Luo Yi didn't dare to order Lu Chen to be killed, because he knew very well that if he really dared to do so, the female killer in front of him would make sure he died a miserable death. Thinking of how Chun Yuanqing and others died before, Luo Yi became stiff and cold all over. Stop! At this moment, Zhan Long, who had a sword across Lu Chen's neck, shouted loudly, If you take another step forward, don't blame me for being merciless. After saying that, Zhan Long used a little force in his hands, trying to cut a wound on Lu Chen's neck to scare Zhao Daya. Zhan Long was suddenly stunned. His sword scratched Lu Chen's neck, but it felt like it was scratching something smooth and soft. The feeling was very strange. He looked at Lu Chen's neck again. It was smooth and white, without any scratches on it. Zhan Long couldn't believe his eyes. The sword in his hand was made at great expense and could cut through iron like mud. He scratched it, but he failed to create a wound on Lu Chen's neck? Zhan Long didn't believe it, so he used more force. He looked again and saw that Lu Chen's neck was still as smooth as before. Zhan Long made up his mind and exerted all his strength. Still no use. He hardened his heart and used 80% of his strength. Not used yet. Zhan Long suddenly remembered something, and his heart started beating wildly. Could it be? He is also an expert among experts,